Chen Yefeng was reborn back in 1983 to a humble fishing village. Carrying regrets from his past life, he now had a chance to make things right. This time, he would embrace his family and build a peaceful, simple life. Gathering seafood from the shore, tending fields, free from scheming and rivalry. Only quiet happiness and honest hard work lay ahead. Come along and experience this warmly nostalgic slice of life journey through an era brimming with everyday charm. Chapter 1. I really didn't mean to be reborn. Two damn little thieves. I'll curse your ancestors. How dare you sneak into my field to steal melons? These watermelons took me months of sweat to grow. You've got the nerve to pick them? Don't you fear heaven's thunder striking you down? Chen Yefeng. If you've got guts, don't run. If I catch you, I'll smash your balls to pulp. Under the scorching summer sun, an old farmer stood in his melon patch, gripping a hoe and shouting curses. Two young men sprinted down a muddy country path, each clutching a large watermelon to his chest. Chen Yefeng never imagined that stealing a melon in his dream would lead to being chased for miles by that furious old man. His adrenaline surged. It was absolutely thrilling. Huff, huff. Foam. Why are you running so fast? Wait up for me. The other young man panted heavily, struggling to keep pace while hugging his stolen melon. Uncle Five, I dreamed of you again. It's really good to see you. Chen Yefeng glanced back at the young man and sighed softly. He looked about 25 or 26, full of youthful vigor, tall, and deeply tanned like a mudloach. His hair was styled into an afro, paired with a floral shirt and flared trousers. Add a pair of sunglasses, and he'd be the epitome of 1980s cool. Even after all these years, Chen Yefeng still dreamed often of people and moments from his past. This dream felt unusually vivid, so real he couldn't tell if it was fantasy or reality. As Uncle Five drew closer in his flamboyant outfit, Chen Yefeng grew dazed. In all his previous dreams, he'd never seen Uncle Five's face so clearly. Phone, are you raving nonsense? What's this dream talk? Uncle Five scratched his head, puzzled. His nephew seemed off today. They'd agreed to take the bus together to Guangdong to seek fortune. But just as they boarded the coach from town to Guangzhou, Feng suddenly dragged him off, acting crazy. Luckily, Uncle Five's brain was no bigger than a walnut. If something didn't make sense, he simply didn't dwell on it. That's more like it, Chen Yefeng grinned, shoving his watermelon into Uncle Five's arms. Keep this one. Next time I visit you in my dream, I'll bring another. He wanted to eat some melon himself to beat the heat, but dared not. If he ate it, he'd have to hunt for a toilet. And this was his dream. He couldn't risk embarrassment. At his age, people might think he'd lost bladder control. Phone, do you think I'm stupid? Uncle Five scowled, shoving the melon back. Trying to trick me into carrying your load? Not a chance. Whoa, this is way too real. Uncle Five's angry expression was oddly endearing, nothing like in past dreams. Ow, damn it. Suddenly, the melon slipped from Uncle Five's hands and smashed onto Chen Yefeng's foot. Pain shot through him. He winced and cursed. Wait, if this were a dream, could it hurt this much? Wake up. Why won't this dream end? It's time to wake up. Chen Yefeng rushed to a nearby irrigation ditch and splashed icy clear water onto his face. The cold sting was shockingly real. He froze, utterly bewildered. Watching him frantically douse himself, Uncle Five stood stunned. After who knows how many handfuls of water, Chen Yefeng finally calmed down and took in his surroundings. Grayish woods, low houses, patchwork fields. It all looked like an old black and white photograph. Uncle Five, slap me. Hard. Chen Yefeng demanded desperately. Why won't this cursed dream end? You asked for it. Don't blame me. Uncle Five blinked, then, smack, delivered a sharp slap. F. That hurt. Chen Yefeng yelped, clutching his stinging cheek. You said hit you. Want another? Uncle Five chuckled, already raising his hand again. No. Stop. Thank you. Chen Yefeng snapped, gritting his teeth. Now he was certain. He had been reborn. Back to 1983. He was actually reborn. How utterly surreal. But he didn't want to be reborn. After decades of grinding labor, after waiting over 10 years, just as his family's house was finally slated for demolition and compensation, just as he was about to enjoy his golden years, heaven decided to pull this stunt. All he'd done was celebrate the official announcement of the demolition plan. He spent every last yuan on a lavish feast, even bought a bottle of mitai. All right, he still owed the fishmonger for that grouper. Left an IOU at the stall. Overjoyed, he drank a few extra cups and woke up here. At first, he thought it was just another dream. But now, he knew it was reality. Yes, his past life held regrets he wished to fix. But thinking of the millions in demolition compensation made his liver ache. Would his two daughters finally see him differently once they received the money? after he was gone. A phone. What are you spacing out about? Are we still going to Guangzhou? Weren't you the one shouting about getting rich in Guangdong? Uncle Five asked, scratching his head in confusion. Not for now. Wealth can wait. Chen Yefeng brushed it off with a laugh. Maybe heaven sent him back precisely to mend those regrets. In his past life, he and Uncle Five had boarded that very bus to Guangzhou on this day. But right after arriving at the station, they were lured into a slave kiln. Escaping cost them dearly. And Uncle Five gave his life to help Chen Yefeng flee. Since fate granted him a second chance, he'd make sure to protect this lovable fool. A phone, stop daydreaming. The melon's cracked. Let's not waste it. Should we eat it? Sure. I'm parched anyway. Chen Yefeng looked at the split watermelon on the ground. Since this wasn't a dream, he no longer feared hunting for toilets. The fall had cracked it open, revealing bright red flesh dotted with jet black seeds. Honestly, watermelons back then were incredibly fragrant. Just looking at it made his mouth water. They found some shade, split the melon in half, and dug in. Delicious. Maybe it was because he hadn't eaten breakfast and walked so far, but this black rind melon tasted sweet, crisp, and sandy textured. Far superior to the chemically grown, bland melons of the future. Those? One bite, and you'd lose interest. Slurp. Chen Yefeng devoured his half, patted his flat stomach, and stood up. Uncle Five, let's go home. Given this second chance, he'd make it up to his family, especially his wife and 2 daughters. He'd wronged them too deeply in his past life. This time, he'd live simply, honestly, and fully. Chapter 2. Return to the fishing village. Chen Yefeng limped along the gravel road, wincing in pain. He'd lost one of his rubber sandals during the melon chase, forcing him to endure every sharp pebble barefoot. Halfway home, he spotted a lotus pond. Seeing no one around, he plucked a few broad leaves, wrapped them around his foot, and tied them with vines, improvising makeshift sandals. But the leaves tore instantly. His awkward hobble drew stares from passers-by. Some even pitied him. What a shame, such a handsome young man yet crippled. But Chen Yefeng, reborn with the mind of a 60-year-old veteran, wore I don't give a damn like armor. He ignored their curious glances completely. Behind him, Uncle Five ambled along carefree, twirling a stick and casually swatting roadside weeds. After more than half an hour of trudging through dust, they finally glimpsed their homeland. Their village, Shibu, was still a poor, backward fishing hamlet, nothing like the bustling coastal economic zone it would become decades later. Most houses were low-tile roof cottages, built of stone or brick, the brick ones newer. Not far away stretched the vast ocean. Salty sea breezes mingled with earthy scents, brushing against Chen Yefeng's weathered face, but he felt no homesick trepidation. In his past life, he'd returned from afar and lived here until the end. Coming back now was just stepping into an earlier chapter. What's there to be nervous about? Gazing at the sprawling cassava fields, Chen Yefeng's mouth watered involuntarily. He knew that in a few decades, a massive shopping mall would stand right there. That vegetable plot? A thriving commercial street. That grove of trees? A luxury residential complex. Last life, he chased distant dreams of big money, never realizing true wealth lay right here. This time, he wouldn't leave. And if opportunity knocked, he wouldn't mind becoming a quietly wealthy man. Ding! A bicycle bell rang sharply. A system? Is this my golden sheet? But no, it was just a speeding 28 bike roaring past. Out of the way. My bike's got no eyes. Watch yourself. A boy, too short to reach the pedals while seated, rode standing, crotch straddling the crossbar, and shouted rudely as he zoomed by. Behind him trailed a gaggle of dusty, wide-eyed kids, all gazing at the bicycle with pure envy. In this era, a 28 bike was flashier than a modern BMW, Benz, or Audi. Who the hell do you think you are? Your bike has no eyes, but you don't either? Charging like a bull. What if you hit someone? Whose kid are you? Reborn but mentally elderly, Chen Yefeng couldn't resist scolding, especially since the brat nearly ran him over. Back in his old life, he'd have just dropped to the ground and played victim. You're nuts, Chen Yefeng. You beat me up yesterday, and today you pretend not to know me, the boy snapped. I told my grandpa. You'll regret it. Oh, yesterday wasn't enough? Need another bruise to match. Chen Yefeng shot back. The kid immediately pedaled away, crotch straddling furiously, with a pack of children chasing after him. Beat him up? Asterisk. Chen Yefeng had zero memory of it. He remembers petty fights from 40 years ago. That's Yuan Xiaowu, Uncle Five explained. His grandpa is Yuan Dajun, the production brigade captain of Taizhan Commune. You punch his most spoiled grandson. Yuan Dajun might come knocking. Pfft, let him try. I'm not scared. No wonder the kid had a bike. Those cost over 100 yuan and required ration coupons. Even with money, you couldn't always buy one. Chen Yefeng noted that Uncle Five, simple-minded as ever, hadn't suspected anything odd about his sudden knowledge. In 1983, communes still functioned, but would dissolve entirely by next year. Around then, their production brigade would transform into a village committee. Yuan Dajuan would become the first elected village chief. But in his past life, Chen Yefeng was still trapped in that slave kiln then, only hearing rumors about Yuan Dajuan years later. Shrugging off, Chen Yefeng headed toward his family's old stone house. It had a spacious courtyard filled with fruit trees, wampi, jackfruit, starfruit, longan. It was August, the peak season for ripe fruit. From afar, he already caught the sweet, musky scent of jackfruit. Inside the courtyard, women's voices chattered loudly. Fuyun, I'm telling you, lend the money to our Yajiao. She promised 2 fun monthly interest. 2 fun. If I had cash, I'd lend it in a heartbeat. I know, right? But the compensation hasn't come yet. And this is the fisheries brigade's payout to Guofa. His pension, basically. We got 2 kids in school. Every cent counts. Sis-in-law, you're being stubborn. Brother Four's not even 50. With his experience at the fisheries brigade, he could easily earn 1 or 2 yuan a day down at the docks. Exactly. And the money's safe, better than bank savings with 0 interest. But 2 fin interest? Isn't that suspicious? Suspicious? We're all family. Yajiao's husband is reliable. Unlike your off-phone, always chasing pipe dreams, loafing around, never settling down. Think carefully, sis-in-law, if off-phone gets the compensation and gambles it away. Chen Yefeng hadn't even stepped into the yard yet, but he already understood. They were eyeing his father, Chen Guofa's severance compensation. His father had been a lifelong member of the Taizhan Fisheries Brigade, until this year's restructuring dissolved it. For the Chen family, this was a thunderbolt. Everyone depended on his wages. Losing that job meant panic. Everyone except Chen Yefeng. In his past life, he'd left quietly for Guangzhou, planning to contact home once settled. But the moment he set foot in Guangzhou, he was tricked into a slave kiln. His family only knew he'd gone to Guangzhou. With no word for years, they assumed he died. It wasn't until 1987 that Chen Yefeng returned, alone, broken, and covered in grime. Chapter 3. The shameless request for money, whispering disparaging remarks behind my back, and so audibly too. Do they think I am deaf? Chen Yefeng pushed open the wooden door and stepped into the courtyard. Although he had resided in this courtyard since returning to the village from afar, it was evident that the place had undergone significant transformations over the past 4 decades. Take, for instance, the fruit trees within the yard. He distinctly remembered there being 2 starfruit trees, yet now only 1 remained, and its location had shifted. This crooked-necked starfruit tree bore unripe, green fruit. Its edges sharp and distinct. When sliced, it would reveal a delightful 5-pointed star shape. The stone-tiled houses seemed relatively unchanged from what he recalled, their layout intact, though they appeared less dilapidated than in later times. Scanning the courtyard, Chen Yefeng noticed a group gathered beneath a longan tree. Some stood, some squatted, and others sat. As soon as they saw Chen Yefeng and the others enter, their gazes converged upon him. Offing, your aunt means well, one voice chimed in. Now that you are a father of 2, it is high time you stopped being so carefree. You must earn a living to support your family. You cannot rely solely on your parents. You must stand on your own 2 feet. You ought to take a leaf out of your elder brother's book. Be diligent. He and his brother-in-law go out to sea every day to fish, earning a decent living. Caught off guard by her previous disparaging comments, his aunt quickly adopted a tone of earnestness. I neither consume your family's food nor require you to care for my children. So why do you concern yourself with my affairs? Chen Yefeng retorted, unimpressed by his aunt's intentions. This visit was primarily to claim his father's compensation funds. In his previous life, he had been absent from home, and they had indeed deceived him regarding that money. Later, he heard that his aunt refused to acknowledge it, claiming the funds were borrowed by his cousin's husband, insisting that if he wanted the money, he should seek him out. As if he would. His cousin, Chen Yingjiao, had divorced that man. Even if he were to find his ex-cousin-in-law, reclaiming the money would be futile. His aunt fell momentarily silent, her frustration evident. I heard you went to work in Yangcheng. Why have you suddenly returned? She had initially thought she could manipulate the situation with his younger brother and sister-in-law while he was away, but now the situation had become complicated. Often, you ought to speak respectfully to your aunt. After all, we are your elders, admonished his uncle, Chen Guqiang, who picked up the water pipe left by his younger brother at the tree's roots. He extracted some tobacco from the pouch, formed it into a ball, and stuffed it into the copper pipe before striking a match to light it. He took several deep puffs, then shot a fierce glare at Chen Yefeng. Seeing his uncle smoke, Chen Yefeng felt a twinge of nostalgia. He recalled that before his rebirth, He had lived much like a solitary elder, with no distinction between wine and tobacco in his daily life. However, witnessing his uncle smoke without even wiping the pipe first struck him as quite unsanitary. His uncle, who once held the position of deputy village chief and had 2 successful sons, shamelessly came over to beg for his father's tobacco. "You still remember that I am your elder? When the land was distributed, why did you allocate all the poor quality plots to our family? Much of it remains barren to this day." Chen Yefeng retorted without reservation, clenching his fists at the mere recollection of these events, filled with a desire to strike out. To have such an uncle was indeed quite exasperating. While others might defend their kin, he brazenly turned his knife against his own family. During the land distribution reforms, Yuan Dajuan utilized his uncle as a pawn, promoting him to the position of deputy village chief, specifically tasked with the division of land. In the village, their family's words carried no weight. When others received unfavorable plots, they would directly confront him, threatening to end his life. The situation escalated dramatically when a family of 3 surnamed Wu, incensed over land allocation, resorted to violence against his uncle. Had it not been for the timely intervention of several cousins who rushed him to the hospital, his uncle might well have been resting beneath a grave marker by now. Why even bring up such bygone matters? His uncle chuckled awkwardly. "I never wished for this. It was all Yuan Dajuan's doing. As the village chief, I was merely a lowly deputy, compelled to heed his commands. Spare me your excuses. Now you distance yourself from the chaos. While our family's plots of land are scattered and fragmented, leaving us unable to construct a proper home. This courtyard is indeed splendid. Any house can be built here, irrespective of the location. And let us not forget, do you truly have the means to build? Indeed, we are without funds. Hence there is no need for you to come asking us for money. We are all impoverished." That is not my intention," his uncle replied, momentarily taken aback. Sensing something amiss, Chen Yefeng shouted, "Mother and father, you've heard it. Our uncle knows we are destitute, unable to even construct a house. If we had any money, we would surely wish to improve our living conditions, cramped as we are in this dilapidated dwelling." At this moment, Chen's parents' expressions darkened. They had been momentarily blinded by the prospect of a meager interest rate, but upon their second son's words, they abruptly realized their own plight. Their family was struggling as well. Where would they find money to lend? What if the borrowed funds never returned? They had lost faith in banks, hoarding whatever little money they had. Moreover, with the 4th and 5th sons still in school, expenses were mounting. Chen's mother stood up, declaring, "We cannot lend you money. We are in dire straits ourselves. Our house remains unbuilt. Perhaps you could lend us some funds, and we shall repay when we are able." The second sister-in-law grew anxious. "Fourth aunt, there's still the compensation money. You must consider the 2% interest." Holding a water pipe, Chen's father inhaled deeply before responding in a grave tone. "The compensation has yet to be disbursed. It's a distant prospect. That money is my retirement fund, and no one should covet it." With that, he shot a disapproving glance at his second son, filled with a sense of disappointment. "What's with the glare?" Chen Yefeng retorted. "Now is not the time for infighting. We must unite against external threats. I have stated we are without funds. The compensation is my father's pension. If Sister Ijiao wishes to borrow, let her take on that responsibility. I have no objections." After all, in their eyes, Chen Yefeng was merely an aimless scoundrel. His aunt's face turned an ashen hue. "Your father is not without sons. He has 3. Why should we rely on our Ijiao to support him in his old age?" Uncle also remarked, "If you expect my daughter to support the 4th, what will the villagers think? They would surely mock us. Do you 3 brothers still have any shame? Since you refuse to provide for my father, forget about any compensation. Even if the interest were to be 2%, or even 5%, we are not interested. Who knows if the money lent out can ever be reclaimed? Moreover, if such high interest truly existed, why not ask our elder and second cousins to lend more? Do not claim they lack funds. One works at a newspaper, and the other is involved in trade. Surely they possess wealth." Chen Yefeng continued to chatter. In that world, he was already a man in his 60s. Was it not natural for him to be a bit loquacious? Chapter 4. It's better to not be born than to be a piece of char siu. I have heard that our second cousin is engaged in smuggling on Danzhou Island, and has made quite a fortune. If Sister A Jiao wishes to borrow money, why doesn't she approach her own brother? Why come to our family? That is my father's retirement fund. If she truly intends to support my father, she should be forthright about it. I would certainly grant her that opportunity. Uncle has 2 sons and a daughter. His eldest daughter, Chen Yejiao, is the eldest in the family, with 2 younger brothers. The eldest cousin is the most accomplished among the Chen family, being the second person from their village to attend university. After graduation, he was directly assigned to work at the Yongzhou Evening News. In those times, Securing a position at a newspaper was a significant accomplishment. Thus, he was a source of pride for the old Chen family. Meanwhile, the second cousin operated smuggling activities on Danzhou Island, a local euphemism for illicit trade. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, smuggling thrived in remote coastal areas, particularly rampant in Fujian Province, eastern Guangdong Province, and on Danzhou Island. In a past life, the second cousin was particularly fortunate, amassing wealth through smuggling. After laundering his money, he established an appliance business in Yangqing, enjoying a smooth journey. A phone, one can indulge in various foods, but words must be chosen carefully. Smuggling is a serious crime. Our second brother has always been timid. How could he possibly engage in such activities? Guqiang, do you not agree? To a phone, you must be mistaken. Your second cousin could never partake in such deeds. We are family. It is inevitable that there will be minor disagreements, akin to a mouth biting its own tongue. Some matters are better kept behind closed doors, without the need for outsiders to be aware. Wait, how does a phone know about this? Such a secret could not have leaked. Uncle and his wife exchanged anxious glances, their eyes filled with panic. Only the two of them were aware of the second brother's activities. Even his wife was kept in the dark. Now, hearing it from Chen Yefeng, they grew increasingly uneasy. They stepped outside to check their surroundings, relieved to find no one passing by. Second cousin, cough, is this truly the case? We all know the truth. You wouldn't want me to go to the commune seeking confirmation, would you? A faint smile played on Chen Yefeng's lips. Though he bore no fondness for his uncle and aunt, he held no grievances against the two cousins either. In his past life, they had all led their separate lives, devoid of social connections. He harbored no positive feelings for his uncle and preferred to maintain a distance, wishing for a complete estrangement. No need. Seeking proof for such rumors is unnecessary, nor is there a need to approach the commune. Aunt suddenly changed her expression and said awkwardly, Fuyun, since that is the National Pension Fund, we shall not borrow it after all. We won't take any money. Previously, you mentioned that the land for building houses is too dispersed. If we truly decide to construct new homes, we can consider swapping with my family. After all, my eldest is developing in Yongzhou and has no plans to return. Uncle chuckled, appearing unusually amiable, unlike his usual demeanor. Uncle, why have you suddenly become so open-minded? It feels quite unusual, Chen Yefeng remarked with a smile. However, I truly have no money at the moment. It's a struggle even to afford meals. Perhaps I should borrow a bit from my cousins? I heard that second cousin. Forget about the borrowing once we leave, Chen Guqiang interjected, casting a pained glance at his nephew, feeling exasperated that his honest fourth brother had produced such a scoundrel. He exchanged glances with aunt and his second sister-in-law before leaving. Dejected. Mother, is what Ah Feng said true? Is Yiwei really on Danzhou Island? Second cousin-in-law's eyes flickered as she looked at aunt. Aunt shot her a glare. We'll discuss this at home. Remember to keep your mouth shut. Don't be foolish. Seeing them depart, Chen Yefeng said nothing and closed the courtyard gate. How shameless it is for the eldest brother's family to come borrowing money when they are so wealthy. Uncle Wu snorted, then rubbed his belly. Fourth brother, fourth sister-in-law. Do you still have food? After such a long journey, I'm starving. Where have you been? There's cassava porridge in the woodshed and on the table. There are radish preserves and salted fish. Noticing his dirty appearance, Chen mother shot a glare at her son, Chen Yefeng. Why are you glaring at me, mother? I'm hungry too, Chen Yefeng replied sheepishly. You know what hunger is. It would serve you right to starve. I thought you had disappeared this early in the morning. Chen mother said earnestly. Ah Feng took me to the town to catch a bus, saying we were going to Yangqing. Uncle Wu brought a bowl of cassava porridge from the woodshed and walked over to the square table to help himself to some dishes. Lifting the bamboo cover, he saw a plate of radish preserves and another plate of salted red fish, the kind without the head. You truly intend to abandon your wife and children to run off to Yangqing? Chen Guofeng glared at his son fiercely. Every day, you do nothing but idle around, daydreaming about getting rich. If making a fortune were that easy, everyone would be wealthy by now. You're in your 30s, a father of two, yet you still lack direction. I was just joking with Uncle Wu, Chen Yefeng replied awkwardly. He and his father never knew how to communicate well, having never had a proper conversation in their past lives. Chen father, exasperated, exclaimed, I'd have been better off raising a piece of char siu. One day you'll drive me to my grave. All right, AFA, you should hold your tongue. Our son is grown. He can think for himself. Saying this, Yang Fuyun pushed her son aside. Don't take your father's words to heart. He is upset about losing his job in the fishing team. Chen Yefeng nodded, understanding his father's temperament. Though he had a sharp tongue, he had a heart of gold, often wishing to praise him while uttering words that could be quite hurtful. As for the notion that his father might have been driven to an early demise by his own frustrations, that is certainly unfounded. The elder has enjoyed a long and prosperous life, living until the age of 21, having escaped that calamity before passing. His mother, on the day of Chen Yefeng's rebirth, was still thriving at over 90 years of age, capable of preparing her own meals and in excellent health. "Akai, once you finish your meal, it would be best for you to return home. Your mother and the others have been searching for you and are quite anxious about your whereabouts." Chen's mother observed the foolish expression of Uncle Wu and couldn't help but shake her head. This man is the beloved treasure of the old gentleman, and any misfortune befalling him would be quite lamentable. Uncle Wu possesses his own name, Chen Guokai, though he is affectionately referred to as Akai, Lao Wu, or simply Uncle Wu by the family. Originally, the elder had named him Chen Pingan, wishing him a life of peace and safety. However, as he grew older, he objected, arguing that his brothers were all named Chen Guoyex, and he saw no merit in being called Chen Pingan, which he felt lacked appeal. Thus, he insisted on a name change, eventually settling on Chen Guokai. This name resonated with him, suggesting prosperity, so that was the name he chose. In truth, Chen Yefeng was aware that Uncle Wu was not the biological child of his grandmother. Chapter 5. Shall I go close the door? It is no secret that Chen Guokai was not born of his grandmother. Nearly everyone in the village knows that he was adopted by his grandfather from elsewhere. However, many have speculated that his grandfather had fathered him with a woman outside the family. On this matter, his grandfather has never offered any explanation. Over the years, life has simply continued on. Because Uncle Wu had been nourished by Chen's mother in his infancy and grew up alongside Chen Yefeng and the others, he harbors a unique bond with Chen's family. One day, the old gentleman unexpectedly returned home with a wailing child. That year, Chen's mother had just given birth to Chen Yefeng. Thus, the old lady was asked to take the child and nurse him. Little did Chen Yefeng expect that on the very first day of his rebirth, he would be chastised by his father. Alas, he had grown accustomed to it. In his previous life, the relationship between father and son had never been particularly harmonious, often marred by a lack of understanding. If he were to speak of debts owed, he would feel most indebted to his wife and 2 daughters. He made his way home, and upon entering, he found his wife, Zhou Haiying, alone in their dwelling, weaving fishing nets. With her short hair framing her face and her wheat-colored skin, she appeared both healthy and lovely. Weaving fishing nets is one of the few occupations available to women by the sea that is both manageable and lucrative, even with somewhat numb hands and feet. One could earn around $1 a day. In this era, opportunities to work in factories were scarce. The men of their coastal village, aside from fishing, tended to the fields, took on various odd jobs, or toiled at the docks carrying heavy loads. Their village, Shibu, is close to the sea and predominantly sandy, with only a few fertile patches suitable for growing vegetables. The rest is used for cultivating cassava. Cassava thrives in diverse conditions, displaying remarkable resilience, and flourishes even in the sandy soil near the coast, yielding abundant harvests. However, it is exceedingly inexpensive. Freshly harvested cassava sells for merely a few dollars per ton. The moment he laid eyes on his wife, an overwhelming wave of guilt washed over him. In his previous life, upon returning to the village from afar, his wife did not scorn him but rather embraced him swiftly. However, within 2 short years, Zhou Haiying tragically perished in a car accident. Chen Yefeng approached his wife from behind, bending down to unexpectedly envelop her in his arms. Zhou Haiying, engrossed in weaving a fishing net, was startled by the sudden embrace, causing her delicate frame to tremble. Realizing it was her husband, she felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. "What are you doing? It's broad daylight, and your parents are still outside. Should I close the door then?" Chen Yefeng inhaled the faint scent of soap, his hand instinctively wandering. My wife may appear slender, yet she possesses ample allure. She is dutiful towards her grandmother, and their 2 daughters have never known hunger. Close the door? That would only invite ridicule, he mused, aware that most people in this era remained quite reserved. Zhou Haiying's charming face flushed a deep crimson, surpassing the vibrancy of any rouge, pure and natural. An exceptionally endearing sight. "If we leave the door open, I could also acquiesce," Chen Yefeng replied with a smile, tightening his embrace. "Oh, let go. Don't hinder my work." Zhou Haiying shot him a glance, recalling how her youthful naivety had once led her to succumb to his sweet talking. At the tender age of 18, shortly after beginning her vocational studies, she had surrendered her most precious first experience to him in a secluded grove, captivated by his silver-tongued persuasion. Not long after, she discovered she was with child. Chen Yefeng promised to marry her, and she followed him to this small fishing village, where they spent several years together. Only later did she realize that a true life together encompassed more than mere sweet words and romantic gestures. It also involved the mundane realities of daily sustenance. Once they began cohabiting, He seemed to transform entirely, becoming idle, spending his days with his disreputable friends, neglecting their home, and drifting through life in a haze. Fortunately, he was not like many other men in the village who resorted to domestic violence, though he might not have had the strength to do so. Though Zhou Haiying was slender, she stood nearly 1.7 meters tall, only slightly shorter than Chen Yefeng. Having grown up in the depths of the mountains as the daughter of a hunter, if it came to a physical confrontation, a delicate man like Chen Yefeng would hardly stand a chance against her. In the dimly lit room, he remarked on the lack of initiative to go outside and work on the net, even refraining from turning on the electric light. Reluctantly, he rose, moved to the side, and pulled the switch. With a click, a tungsten bulb hanging from the rafters flickered to life, though it was dim, barely brighter than a kerosene lamp. Their fishing village had only gained electricity 2 years prior, but with high costs, most were reluctant to use it. Many favored kerosene lamps instead, usually shunning the electric light. "Oh, I can see just fine. Why waste money on a light in broad daylight?" Zhou Haiying protested, exasperated at Chen Yefeng's decision to illuminate the room. Typically, she was so frugal that she avoided using lights at night, preferring to finish dinner before darkness fell and retire early. "What do you mean you can see? The light here is so dim it could ruin your eyesight. Turn it off. Electricity is so expensive, how could we afford it? The money I earn from net making barely covers the cost of electricity for a day. I have turned it off. Are you certain you can see?" "I can see. If necessary, I will go outside to work. Just now, my uncle and his family were conversing with my parents in the courtyard, and I felt too shy to step out. Besides, Rong Rong is sleeping in the inner room. If she wakes up, I will surely hear her." "All right. I will switch off the light, and you can proceed outside to work." As he spoke, Chen Yefeng tugged at the string, and with a click, the light extinguished. He assisted his wife in moving everything to the outdoor corridor, where the light was significantly brighter, causing Zhou Haiying's movements to hasten noticeably. "What brings my uncle here?" "They almost had a quarrel with my parents," Zhou Haiying inquired curiously. Her maternal family resided in a neighboring city, and the manner of speaking there differed somewhat from the locals here. Having been married for 5 or 6 years, she could comprehend most of the conversation. However, if the pace was too rapid, some words could only be deciphered through inference. Moreover, she had been focused on crafting fishing nets inside, and had not attentively listened to the happenings outside. "Alas, they are here for the compensation funds from my father's fishing team." Her aunt mentioned that they were borrowing money for Sister Ajiao, with an interest of 2 cents. "Oh, such exorbitant interest? Surely, this cannot be legitimate. I have heard of many instances where lenders absconded with the borrowed money. I too find such high interest rather dubious. If something seems too good to be true, it likely is not meant for us. Besides, the compensation funds are still uncertain. Who knows if they will even be distributed? Even if they are, the amount is undetermined, yet they have set their sights on it. It is truly a pity that my father lost his position in the fishing team. My sister-in-law still hopes that my elder brother will take over for my father in the future." Reflecting on this matter, Zhou Haiying also felt a sense of regret. It was not that she wished for her own husband to take over. She was well aware of his capabilities. Furthermore, if anyone were to assume that role, it would naturally be the eldest son, not them. She simply lamented that her father-in-law used to earn dozens of dollars each month while employed by the fishing team. Occasionally, Chen's mother would discreetly provide her with some money to support the household. Otherwise, how could she sustain the family on her meager earnings alone? Chen Yefeng was perpetually neglectful of his familial responsibilities. It was a blessing if he did not ask her for money. "How do you know this?" Chen Yefeng's gaze fell upon his wife. "This morning, I overheard my sister-in-law speaking with my mother. She couldn't help but wipe away her tears," Zhou Haiying replied, feeling somewhat uneasy under her husband's scrutiny, and turned her attention back to weaving her fishing net. What is so good about the fishing team? Being a fisherman is dirty, arduous, and fraught with risks. Fishermen endure far more hardship than farmers. They face the overpowering stench of fish daily, with labor that is exceedingly demanding. Moreover, they rarely return home throughout the years. At times, they even question whether the children are truly theirs. My father would be at sea for 10 days to half a month, returning home utterly exhausted, while the family lived in constant anxiety. The sea is unlike the land. When accidents occur, the survival rate is significantly lower than in car accidents. Despite the fishermen earning substantial sums, they are essentially gambling with their lives. Chapter 6. My wife has long legs. The dangers are indeed real, and the fatigue is palpable, but in this day and age, what endeavor is devoid of risk and not exhausting? Zhou Haiying scoffed. Earning money in this era is truly challenging. In the depths of the wilderness, her father and several brothers pursued the perilous life of hunters, a venture fraught with danger. Should they encounter ferocious beasts, It was conceivable that their very lives could be forfeited in those treacherous woods. Chen Yefeng, nodding in agreement with his wife's sentiments, acknowledged this truth. In this era of untamed growth, the promise of substantial rewards invariably accompanied significant risks. Shifting his position, he fixed his intense gaze upon his wife. "What are you doing?" Zhou Haiying felt the weight of his stare and blushed slightly. She had just adjusted her posture, not anticipating his approach. "Is it forbidden to admire my own wife?" Chen Yefeng mused, his audacity rivaling that of a butcher's block, for gazing upon his own spouse was, after all, not a crime. Moreover, Zhou Haiying possessed a striking beauty, her face reminiscent of the actress who portrayed Zhou Zhuruo, with only a single character differing in their names. Yet, what captivated Chen Yefeng the most were her long, elegant legs. How splendid they would appear in sheer black stockings. In his previous life, he had been foolishly infatuated with the village beauty, Wang Zhilan. Particularly after the death of his wife, he had treated Wang's two sons as if they were his own. Even better than his biological daughters. He had toiled tirelessly to raise those two rascals, earning money to build them houses and marry them off, only to be cast aside, ultimately residing alone in the old Chen family home. "I have no desire to converse with you. Keep your distance and do not hinder my work," he thought. Sensing something amiss about the situation, "Rest assured, I will strive diligently to provide for our family in the future," he declared. Shifting his gaze from her long legs to her hands, which were remarkably rough and calloused, resembling the bark of an ancient tree. They bore the marks of hardship, a stark contrast to those of a youthful woman. Yet, these hands had once been soft and smooth. A pang of regret pierced Chen Yefeng's heart. He wished to slap himself for the realization that his wife had endured a life devoid of comfort, laboring tirelessly without ever enjoying the fruits of her labor, passing away at a young age. Just as he contemplated this, a child's wailing echoed from the bedroom. "Ah, Rongrong has awakened." Rongrong, their second daughter, was merely 3 years old. Zhou Haiying had been weaving fishing nets in the main room, both to avoid the presence of her uncle's family and to keep watch over their daughter as she slept, ensuring she would hear her if she awoke. "I can handle it. You continue with your work," Chen Yefeng insisted as he noticed his wife prepare to rise. In his previous life, his relationship with his daughters had been fraught with tension. Now, he was determined to cultivate a closer bond with them. Bursting into the bedroom, he found a slender, dark-haired little girl sitting at the head of the bed, wiping her tears with her tiny hands. "Oh, our Rongrong is awake. Come here, let Daddy hold you." "No, I want Mama," the little one protested. Chen Yefeng reached out to embrace her, but she rebuffed him. "Rongrong, don't cry. Be good. Mama is here," he coaxed. "Ah phone, bring our daughter out," Zhou Haiying's voice called from the other room. With a swift motion, Chen Yefeng lifted his little girl into his arms. The child continued to wail, her large tears cascading down her cheeks, a picture of innocence and sorrow. He discovered that his youngest daughter was indeed very thin, with hardly any flesh on her body, just bones that felt uncomfortable to touch. Her little head resembled a withered radish, a sickly yellow hue. It was evident that she was malnourished. But wait, why was she still damp? As he picked up his daughter and walked outside, Chen Yefeng felt a scalding warmth trickle down. It dawned on him immediately. His lips twitched in realization. "This is urine. Ah Ing, your daughter has wet herself. And I'm drenched. What are you saying? As if she's not your daughter. Hand her over to me," exclaimed his wife, exasperated. "Oh dear. She's soaked me completely. I told you to take her to the bathroom. You insisted on rushing in." Zhou Haiying took their daughter from his arms, feeling the wetness of her pants, and shot a disdainful look at Chen Yefeng. "Her pants are soaked. They need to be changed entirely. I'm wet too. Thanks to her," he protested, grimacing as he felt the dampness on his chest, the unmistakable odor of urine wafting up. "What is the point of changing? It's so hot out, it will dry in no time." Holding the child, Zhou Haiying cooed gently to her, then turned to her husband. "Go to the woodshed and gather some eucalyptus branches to start a fire. We need to heat water for her bath." "All right, make sure to heat enough. I need to clean myself up too." Chen Yefeng thought about how he'd sweated all day, and now the smell of urine was unbearable. "Do as you wish. Hurry up," Zhou Haiying urged. "Is that how you speak? How can you talk to a man like that?" Chen Yefeng retorted as he walked to the woodshed. Searching for dry eucalyptus branches, he found a box of matches tucked away in a corner. After lighting the fire and adding some dry wood into the stove, he picked up the aluminum pot to fill it with water. To his surprise, he discovered a large black watermelon in the water bucket, round and plump, resembling a human head. It seemed that Uncle Chen Wu, that foolish fellow, had placed it there without intending to take it home. Uncle Wu lived next door with his grandparents in an even older stone house, built during their time. His grandmother had 3 sons and 1 daughter. Chen Yefeng's father was the youngest, with an elder sister, an older brother, and another elder brother above him. His sister married into a neighboring village, and her husband was a chef, known for orchestrating large feasts in the countryside. As Chen Yefeng's father and his brothers gradually established their own families, they moved away from the old house. Placing the aluminum pot on the stove, Chen Yefeng suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach, a rumbling akin to boiling porridge. Could it be the watermelon that upset my stomach? He thought in dismay. He recalled that watermelon should not be eaten right after being heated in the sun. It needed to cool first, or else it could lead to an upset stomach. Now he realized his mistake. He quickly added more firewood to the stove and, clutching his belly, dashed towards the outhouse. Zhou Haiying, cradling the child, felt uneasy and rushed to the woodshed for a glance. It was a grave error. Upon seeing the chaos, her heart ached with anger. The fire crackled loudly in the stove, flames nearly licking the outside, almost igniting the entire woodshed. Fortunately, she arrived just in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Yet, Chen Yefeng was nowhere to be seen. Just moments ago, she had sensed something was different about him, but alas, he had proven that a dog cannot change its nature. Surely, it must be some rascally companion who has lured him away to indulge in frivolities. The woman shook her head in resignation, realizing that her expectations of him should not be overly lofty. Zhou Haiying lifted the pot lid to check, sensing that the water was nearly boiling. The weather was warm, and the water need not be scaldingly hot. I will fetch the water. You are still holding the child. Just as Zhou Haiying was about to fetch the water, Chen Yefeng hurried back from outside, walking with one hand pressed against his rear, his face contorted in agony, more ghastly than if he had consumed something foul. Where have you been? Zhou Haiying inquired suspiciously. I might have eaten something bad. I just had to use the toilet, Chen Yefeng replied with a grim expression. Laziness breeds excess, and I nearly set the woodshed ablaze with my negligence. Just imagine how our parents would scold us if that had happened. Zhou Haiying shot him a disapproving glance. You cannot be relied upon to manage anything. You can't even tend to the fire without wandering off. Although they had separated their households, they lacked the funds to build their own home like his elder brother and sister-in-law. Typically, the woodshed was shared, and Chen's mother would not raise any objections. After all, they were family, and quarreling over trivial matters seemed pointless. Understood. You take the child over there first. I will bring the water shortly. Upon hearing his wife's mention of excrement, Chen Yefeng felt another twinge of discomfort. In rural areas of that era, most households used dry toilets, and theirs was no exception. The structure of the dry toilet in their village was quite uniform, a pit dug by the roadside, covered with 2 wooden planks and surrounded by cassava stalks. There were no flushing facilities, and the pit was a veritable mountain of refuse, buzzing with green flies, which made him feel nauseated. He barely managed to suppress the urge to vomit. Once Chen Yefeng had resolved his predicament and reached for toilet paper, he suddenly remembered that he had rushed in without grabbing any. After searching around, he spotted a piece of bamboo in the corner and silently picked it up. Chapter 7. If you want to cling to me, who else will you cling to? Eyeing, the tide is receding. Shall we go to the beach to gather some sea treasures? Zhou Haiying had just finished bathing her youngest daughter and was dressing her when she heard someone calling her. She quickly emerged with the child, only to find it was her sister-in-law, Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, who married Chen Yefeng's elder brother, was a local from the same village. After Zhou Haiying and Chen Yefeng had indulged in their forbidden romance, it wasn't long before she discovered she was pregnant. Fortunately, Chen Yefeng proved to be a man of responsibility, willing to shoulder the consequences. In that era, causing a woman to become pregnant was a serious matter, potentially leading to charges of misconduct. Seeing that the woman was willing to marry, Chen's parents breathed a sigh of relief and began arranging their second son's wedding. However, they were also troubled by the fact that their eldest son was still unmarried. There was a local saying that the second son could not marry until the eldest had settled down. Thus, they hurriedly sought a suitable match for the elder brother. And through introductions, Chen Yefeng married Zhang Feng, a girl from the same village. Sister-in-law, is the tide out? Can we find anything? Zhou Haiying, having grown up in the mountains, had been married for 5 or 6 years, but was still not well versed in the ways of gathering from the sea. Locally, the act of gathering seafood is colloquially referred to as tao hai, which can be divided into 2 categories. Calloused refers to the collection of small seafood such as shrimp, crabs, eels, and shellfish from nearby mudflats and water bodies. In contrast, taoda denotes venturing out to more distant waters by boat to catch larger fish using various tools. Why is there nothing here? In just a couple of days, it will be the 15th, and the tide has receded quite low. There are plenty of treasures to be unearthed on the beach, Zhang Feng remarked with a smile. Where's mother? Let us call her to join us. She was just feeding the pigs, Perhaps she has gone to water the vegetables, Zhou Haiying said, glancing around but failing to spot Yang Fuyun. I'll go fetch her shortly. Please prepare yourself. Remember to bring the necessary tools and wear rubber shoes to avoid being hurt by shells, Zhang Feng advised. Yes, I understand. Thank you, sister-in-law. I know nothing. And you always teach me, Zhou Haiying replied with a smile. Mother, I want to go to the seaside to catch fish. Little Rongrong, just awakened from her slumber, had her small head drooping, occasionally yawning and looking a bit lethargic. Upon hearing about the beach outing, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she immediately perked up, clamoring to join in the fun. Rongrong is such a good girl, already eager to gather fish from the sea. Unlike your brother Qianzi, who runs around the village all day after meals, never to be seen, Zhang Feng said, affectionately ruffling Chen Rong's adorable little head, envious of such a sweet daughter. She herself had only one son, and due to stricter family planning policies in recent years, having more children was discouraged. In their rural area, the regulations were quite stringent. Families that had a son as their firstborn were not permitted to have a second child, while those whose firstborn was a daughter could only conceive again after 4 years. Indeed, it's the same with my family. My daughter Xinxin went out after breakfast and hasn't returned yet, Zhou Haiying mentioned, having 2 daughters named Chen Xinxin and Chen Rong, with their names symbolizing the idea of flourishing. Naturally, she yearned for a son as well. In rural society during that era, families without male offspring often faced gossip, being labeled as having no heirs. Zhou Haiying frequently felt embarrassed in the village for having only daughters. All right, I estimate the tide has receded sufficiently by now. I shall go call mother, and we can head to the beach together. With that, Zhang Feng exited the courtyard, heading towards the vegetable garden. Ahing, did sister-in-law mention going to gather seafood? Chen Yefeng, feeling refreshed after washing up and changing his clothes, inquired. Yes, I plan to accompany sister-in-law to the beach, and mother will likely join us too, Zhou Haiying nodded. You stay home with the girls. I'll dig up some clams to cook with mustard greens for dinner. The clams, known locally as chalaw, are scientifically named winga, and are also referred to as shishirsha in some regions. They are a type of clam found in shallow sandy beaches, renowned for their exquisite flavor. Locally, they are often cooked with mustard greens, resulting in a delightful dish. Mother, I don't want to stay with Daddy. I want to go to the beach to catch fish. Little Rongrong protested vehemently upon hearing that she had to stay home with her father. Rongrong, you're such a good girl, just a moment ago. Your aunt praised you for being sensible and obedient, Zhou Haiying soothed her. With a heavy heart, little Rongrong wept bitterly, fearing she would be left behind to watch over the house with her father. Take her along. Let her play on the beach, someone suggested. I'll join later to see what treasures can be found. It had been quite some time since they had last gathered shellfish, and Chen Yefeng felt a familiar longing stirring within him. In the future, this area would transform into a coastal economic development zone, with the village's sandy shores swallowed by land reclamation. Even the marine areas of neighboring villages would suffer from industrial pollution. Consequently, if one wished to go shellfish gathering, they would have to ride electric scooters for over 10 kilometers to reach the beach, which was quite a hardship. Are you sure you want to go shellfish gathering? It's going to be scorching hot. Can you endure it? Zhou Haiying expressed her surprise upon hearing Chen Yefeng's intention to join, as he had never been one to engage in such labor before. In years past, during collective farming days, it was always Zhou Haiying who toiled in the fields to earn work points. Is the sun rising from the west today? She teased. All right then, bring your own tools and don't expect to borrow mine. Remember to wear long sleeves to avoid getting sunburned. Do I really need reminding? I grew up by the sea, he retorted playfully. And if I can't borrow from you, who else can I? Meanwhile, Chen's mother was summoned back home by Zhang Feng and hurriedly prepared the tools for gathering. Before long, she donned a wide-brimmed hat, changed into a long-sleeved outfit, and slipped on a pair of knee-high rubber boots, with a fish basket tied around her waist and a small hoe slung over her shoulder. It was evident to anyone familiar with the beach that she was ready to dig for clams and sandworms. Wait for me. Where are my rubber boots? Chen Yefeng's anxious voice echoed from inside the house, just as everyone was set to depart for the beach. Mom, wait for Dad, Rong pointed inside, offering her support. Ah Feng, are you really going to gather shellfish? Both his mother and sister-in-law were taken aback. He had never accompanied them before. In their community, tasks were distinctly divided. Women, the elderly, and children typically gathered shellfish, while men, being the stronger laborers, went out to fish or worked for wages. However, Chen Yefeng had never been concerned about his reputation in the village and paid little heed to gossip. Did you buy those rubber boots? Zhou Haiying rolled her eyes. Didn't he you? What about my liberation shoes? I'll wear those, he replied. Do you not know where your own shoes are? How would I know? Hurry and help me find them, he urged. You're so troublesome. Had I known, I wouldn't have let you come. By the time you're ready, the tide will have come in. Zhou Haiying sighed, exasperated, as the household's belongings were often strewn about carelessly, and she always ended up picking up the pieces. The tide has just gone out. It won't rise that quickly. It usually takes several hours, Chen Yefeng thought to himself, reflecting that 4 decades had passed. And yet he could not recall where his shoes were. Take your time. We'll head out first. Chen's mother and sister-in-law stood at the doorway, unsure whether to leave or wait. Ultimately, Chen's mother spoke, and they departed one after the other. The shoes have been located. Next time, I hope you refrain from carelessly discarding them. I must take my leave now, as I still need to learn how to gather clams for my sister-in-law and her companions. Why seek them out when you can find me? Oh, please don't leave just yet. I assure you, I am quite adept at clam gathering. Chapter 8. The first clam gathering. By the time Chen Yefeng had donned his shoes and hurried outside, he discovered that his wife had already ventured far ahead. In a flurry of urgency, he secured the front door and, with a bucket in hand, raced after her. His wife had taken the child with her and neglected to bring any clam gathering tools. Thus, he silently bore the brunt of this oversight. Their home was not particularly close to the shore, requiring a walk of several minutes to reach the beach. In contrast, his elder brother's newly built residence was quite near the coastline, affording a view of the sandy shore. However, that land did not belong to the Chen family, but rather to his sister-in-law's maternal side. Dear, please take Rongrong to the beach while I quickly attend to a personal matter, Chen Yefeng said. As he walked, a sudden pang of discomfort gripped his abdomen. The watermelon he had pilfered had indeed proven unwise, wreaking havoc on his stomach. Having already relieved himself earlier, he was perplexed by the urgency of this new call. His mother's words rang true, the idle often suffer more. He mused that he needn't return home. The cassava field nearby would suffice. Far preferable to the unpleasant odors emanating from their dry toilet. Generally, when she needed to relieve herself, his wife would retreat to the cassava field. The leaves were palm-shaped, slender yet soft, requiring no crumpling like newspapers or textbook pages. A few leaves layered together surpassed bamboo strips in utility. With an understanding of his wife's predicament, Chen Yefeng, noticing the absence of onlookers, skillfully slipped into the adjacent cassava field. His stomach was in such turmoil that he could not hold on any longer. He hastily found a spot, lowered his trousers, and immediately experienced a torrent of relief, accompanied by a cacophony reminiscent of gunfire. Once finished, a wave of ease washed over him. He felt rejuvenated. However, a sudden noise startled him, causing him to jump. As he parted the cassava stalks, he spotted a figure standing by the roadside. Upon recognizing the face, a chill ran down his spine. Third uncle, it is I, Afeng, he stammered. Chen Yefeng plucked several cassava leaves, rubbed them together, and adjusted his trousers before stepping out. Oh, it is merely the second son of the fourth family, he noted. The man appeared to be in his 40s, younger than Chen Yefeng's father, yet he clearly recognized Chen Yefeng as well. However, due to the generational hierarchy, Chen Yefeng was obliged to address him as uncle. Are you herding cattle? The man inquired, leading an old yellow cow, his gaunt face revealing deep-set eyes and entirely gray hair. Afeng, what brings you here? Third uncle scrutinized the tools in Chen Yefeng's hands with suspicion. Nothing much. I merely came to relieve myself, as you just witnessed, Chen Yefeng jested. Who asked you that, you rascal? Third uncle retorted, his irritation palpable. Forgive me, uncle. I was merely joking. I am on my way to gather clams by the sea. Have you seen my wife or my mother? Chen Yefeng quickly responded with a smile. They seem to have gone over there. By now, they've made their way down. Uncle San pointed in the direction of the beach. All right, thank you. I'll be on my way, Chen Yefeng said briskly as he dashed toward the sandy shore. Why is this kid so frightened? I'm not a ghost. Uncle San muttered, leading the old yellow cow in another direction. How could he not be scared? Chen Yefeng thought to himself, remembering that just a few days prior, he had attended the elder's funeral. He sprinted to the seaside, inhaling the salty tang of the ocean, his face illuminated with delight. With the tide receding, a significant number of people were indeed heading to the beach. They wielded an array of tools, hoes, spatulas, rakes, pliers, and tongs. The vibrant scene instantly captivated Chen Yefeng. He scrutinized the beach before him. It was truly beautiful. The tide had receded far, revealing a vast expanse of sand and mudflats. Besides the beachcombers, various seabirds were diligently foraging for food. Chen Yefeng also noticed the beached skiffs and sailboats. Larger vessels were docked at the harbor. He quickened his pace along the sandy shore, finally catching up with his wife and others by the mudflats. Chen's mother didn't even glance at her second son, absorbed in her search on the beach, and soon began to dig into the sand with a flat hoe. Digging deeply, she soon unearthed a grayish-white worm, resembling a sea cucumber but distinct from it, as they were not of the same species. At a glance, Chen Yefeng recognized it as a sandworm, one of the local specialties. The scientific name for the sandworm is the square starworm, an invertebrate that burrows into the mud of intertidal zones or deeper marine trenches, making it a rare delicacy. In later years, due to overfishing and environmental pollution, wild sandworms have become increasingly scarce, driving their prices up. The live purchase price generally ranges from 25 to 35 yuan per pound, while dried products can reach as high as 300 to 500 yuan per pound. However, at this time, the prices were much lower. Live sandworms could be bought for just a few cents per pound, and dried ones sold for about 3 to 5 yuan per pound. Chen's mother was skilled at digging for sandworms. Her family hailed from an island called Shiyang, situated about 50 to 60 kilometers away. Growing up on the island and later marrying by the seaside, she possessed a wealth of knowledge about beachcombing. She could swiftly distinguish which holes were for sandworms and which were for clams, expertly extracting her quarry. Live off the mountains, live off the sea. The coastal dwellers, provided they were industrious, would never go hungry. Regular trips to the shore, with a bit of diligence, would yield some bounty, ensuring that their stomachs were not left empty. Surrounding them were the sounds of digging, punctuated by exclamations of excitement. I found a conch. I found one too. It seems to be a flower clam. Oh no. This hole has a sand crab. Don't toss it. Take it back to make sand crab soup. A few children, without hats, were sunbathing under the blazing sun. Their skin darkened as they wielded sand shovels, digging for clams in the sand. Zhou Haiying, upon witnessing others unearthing treasures, felt an overwhelming desire. She placed her child down and seized a metal spade from the bucket, eagerly digging into the sand on the beach. To her, clam digging lacked complexity. A chaotic bout of digging would suffice. The clinking sounds indicated success in her pursuit, a skill imparted by her sister-in-law. With a clink, after a few vigorous digs, the sound confirmed her discovery. She eagerly cleared the sand, revealing a sizable clam. The flesh of this clam was tender. Nurturing it for a while would allow for a delightful soup, bursting with flavor. Why are you just watching? Hurry and dig. No rush. The tide is still receding. I will follow its retreat. Perhaps I might uncover something remarkable. I see you only have a mouth. I've already unearthed 4 or 5 clams. While your hands remain empty. Fine, I shall dig. How about we compete to see who finds the most? Amidst the gentle nagging of his wife, Chen Yefeng felt no irritation, but rather an overwhelming sense of happiness. He casually wielded the spade, plunging it into the muddy sand, and upon prying it open, discovered a large clam resting within. Is this truly allowed? Zhou Haiying stood in stunned silence at the sight. Chen Yefeng picked up the clam and placed it into his bucket, continuing his endeavor. With the spade aimed at another sand hole, he dug again, unearthing an even larger clam, its shell smooth and gleaming. How magnificent! Zhou Haiying's mouth formed an adorable A-shape. Is this shell used to hold clam oil? Indeed it is. Next time I visit the supply store, I shall procure a box for you. Chen Yefeng observed his wife's hands, cracked and worn, and felt a pang of sympathy. Is that truly your intention? Why bother buying such a thing? It cost a few dimes per box. Zhou Haiying diligently continued to search for clams, occasionally glancing at their daughter. Chen Rong, having arrived at the beach, had already lost herself in excitement, enthusiastically wielding the small spade her mother had prepared. Chen Yefeng chose not to comment further, immersing himself in his task. Unlike his wife's haphazard digging, he targeted specific clam holes, each thrust of the spade yielding a clam, a reliable method. Within a mere few minutes, he had tossed 20 to 30 clams into his bucket, each of considerable size, inciting envy in Zhou Haiying. How do you manage to find them? Could you teach me? Are you jesting? Your husband is a professional at locating holes. Do you wish to learn? Yes. Then say something sweet to encourage me. With your attitude, you expect me to teach you? Teach if you wish. All right. Gazing at his wife's tall figure, Chen Yefeng felt a stir of desire. Perhaps I shall provide some thorough instruction this evening. Come here, and I shall teach you. It is rather simple, Chen Yefeng remarked as he located a sandy hole, gesturing with his sand shovel. Do you see this hole? If you shake the area a bit, bubbles will emerge. This indicates that clams are breathing beneath the surface. Let us dig a little to see. Indeed, as Chen Yefeng scooped down with his shovel, he quickly unearthed a large and round conch. Observing him at work made it seem effortless. However, when it was Zhou Haiying's turn to try her hand, she discovered it to be quite challenging. Although the hole appeared similar, her efforts yielded only a sand crab, while nothing else surfaced. Eureka! I found it, she exclaimed, after several attempts, finally managing to unearth a substantial clam. Witnessing this, Chen Yefeng could only chuckle in disbelief. After so much time, only one clam was found. It was hardly more productive than his previous attempts at scraping the sand like a dog. He paid her little mind and continued digging, his focus unwavering. After a while, he felt as though his back might break from the monotony and strain of maintaining the same position to extract the clams. Indeed, this task seemed better suited for women and children. Chen Yefeng glanced at his own bounty, lightly weighing the contents of his bucket, which was nearly half full. Alongside the common clams, he had also gathered some flower clams and butter clams, all indiscriminately added to his collection. While clams appeared plentiful, they were predominantly shells with little flesh inside. Selling them would hardly yield much profit unless they were consumed by themselves. In those times, refrigerators were not commonplace, making it difficult to preserve any leftovers. However, placing them in seawater or salt water could sustain them for a few days. Should they truly have an excess, the shells could be removed and the meat sun-dried to create clam jerky for longer preservation. You and the child can continue digging for clams here while I venture over there to see if I can find something of greater value. Clams were not particularly valuable, and given the rare opportunity to be out, he sought to discover something worthwhile to supplement the household expenses. With that, Chen Yefeng emptied his bucket into his wife's, leaving her with the clams as he carried the empty container towards the receding tide. My goodness, you've gathered so much. Where are you off to? Zhou Haiying said, taken aback by the half-full bucket of clams. Her husband, seemingly unremarkable, had proven to be quite adept. In such a short span, he had managed to collect more than triple her own efforts. Daddy went to find good things. Let us wait for him here. Rong, she said, brushing the sand off her little one, who had become quite dirty since they had only just bathed and changed clothes before leaving. Mama, it's heavy. The little one, barely taller than the bucket, clung to the handle with all her might, but the weight was too much for her, leaving her breathless and drenched in sweat. Mama, I'm thirsty. I want water. I'm so tired. Little Rong's weary expression left Zhou Haiying speechless. Fortunately, she had prepared beforehand, bringing along some cool boiled water. Meanwhile, Chen Yefeng strode towards the tide with his empty bucket in hand. Isn't that Chen Laoxi's second son, Afeng? What brings him to the beach? Wasn't it said that he abandoned his wife and children to sneak into the port city? This scoundrel still harbors ambitions of sneaking into the port city. He truly has audacity. Perhaps he lacks the funds for such a venture, and has returned to curry favor at home, undoubtedly hoping to procure some money before attempting to leave again. Alas, it is such a pity for Ah Ing, a fine daughter, to find herself entangled with a man so indolent and aimless. Just look at him, with an empty bucket, wandering aimlessly on the beach. One might mistakenly believe him to be industrious. A few gossiping women from the village squatted on the sand, digging for clams. Upon spotting Chen Yefeng meandering with his empty bucket, they huddled together to exchange whispers. Digging for clams can indeed grow tiresome, and idle chatter serves as a splendid diversion. Rural women have an affinity for gossip, tales of which widow has been unfaithful, and rumors of an old man sneaking into his daughter-in-law's bed. Even the number of piglets born in a household becomes fodder for discussion. Chen Yefeng once became a focal point of conversation within their village, having led Zhou Haiying, a vocational school student, astray, and leaving her with child. The scandal was considerable. Had it not been for Zhou Haiying's consent, Chen Yefeng might have faced charges of misconduct. One cannot help but think this is a case of poor parenting, as his grandfather was not a paragon of virtue either, having spent time in prison for keeping a mistress. Although the old man's case was later vindicated, do you truly believe those claims? They might merely be a smokescreen. Rumor has it that Akai is the illegitimate child of Chen Laoxi's mistress. Who would raise another's child if not their own, especially one as dim-witted as Akai? Afeng is approaching. As Chen Yefeng walked toward them, the gossiping women hastily shifted their conversation. Afeng, why aren't you in the port city? Aunt Nyo, when did I ever say I was going to the port city? Chen Yefeng recognized her. She was Aunt Nyo, who ran a small shop at her home. Aunt Nyo quickly replied, your brother Sanzi said so this morning when he visited my shop, claiming you and Akai intended to sneak into the port city. He must be mistaken, Chen Yefeng retorted. Children's words should not be taken to heart. Sanzi, as mentioned by Aunt Nyo, is Chen Yefeng's younger brother. In total, his family has 5 children, 1 elder brother, an older sister, a younger sister, and a younger brother. How prolific were families in his parents' generation, once encouraged to procreate. Why now is there a shift towards limiting births? Chapter 10. Catching tides, 2 giant butter crabs. After exchanging a few perfunctory remarks, Chen Yefeng chose to ignore the village woman, carrying his bucket away. Watching his retreating figure, Aunt Nyo hesitated, ultimately shaking her head and falling silent. With one hand grasping the bucket and the other wielding a spade, Chen Yefeng approached the tidal area. He had come here to catch a type of seafood known as wanqiao. The term wanqiao refers to a small octopus species, scientifically known as Octopus vulgaris, commonly found in the muddy burrows along the seashore, as called by the local inhabitants. This delightful seafood emerges onto the tidal flats during low tide, seemingly gazing longingly at the vast ocean, hence the name wanqiao. As the tide rises, it retreats back into its muddy abode. This period marks the peak season for the wanqiao, rendering it particularly plump and desirable. Capturing them can yield a handsome profit. Unlike other octopuses, which are typically sold by weight, the wanqiao is traded individually, fetching around a dime each. However, they are not easily caught, as they can only be captured during low tide, and not every location is suitable for this endeavor. Chen Yefeng, donned in gauze gloves, gingerly approached a loose patch of sand on the beach. Shortly thereafter, he successfully unearthed a lively little octopus, which, in its defiance, wrapped its tiny tentacles around his arm, its suckers clinging tenaciously. Ugh, slimy and unpleasant. Away with you, Chen Yefeng exclaimed as he tossed the little octopus into his bucket and continued his search for their hiding spots. Finding them requires a deft touch. Without the proper skill, one would struggle to distinguish the wanqiao from other mounds of sand. As he wandered the shoreline, recognizing the concealed sand heaps where the wanqiao might lurk, he would reach out and capture them without hesitation, tossing them into his bucket. He found this endeavor far more engaging than the monotonous task of digging for clams in a fixed area. Although his eyes occasionally grew weary from the constant search for signs of the wanqiao, after pursuing the receding tide, he had amassed a collection of what he estimated to be around 20 to 30 of these creatures, enough to yield a decent sum. Suddenly, he noticed the tide rising swiftly. The murky waters encroached upon the beach, gradually submerging the once exposed sands. Realizing the urgency, Chen Yefeng began to retrace his steps with the bucket in hand, managing to catch a few additional octopuses along the way. Pleased with his haul, he nodded in satisfaction, planning to seek out his wife to discuss where they might sell the catch. While navigating through a stretch of mudflats, he spotted something intriguing beneath a large rock. Curiously, he approached and was taken aback to see two formidable pincers raised high. Just when he thought his day was done, fortune smiled upon him once more. With a swift motion, he shifted the boulder aside, revealing a sizable pool of water that concealed a large blue crab. What a surprise! But why is it yellow? What luck! I thought it was a soft-shell crab, but it turns out to be a butter crab. Upon glimpsing the magnificent creature, Chen Yefeng's face lit up with joy. Unfortunately, he had not brought a crab claw with him, making the situation a bit tricky. Thankfully, his gauze gloves provided some maneuverability. Seizing the opportunity while the crab was momentarily distracted, Chen Yefeng grasped its sides. The creature, sensing danger, began to thrash its formidable pincers ferociously. Haha, I've struck gold. This butter crab must weigh over a pound. I wonder if it's valuable in this day and age. If not, perhaps I shall enjoy it myself. Chen Yefeng gazed at the plump, succulent crab in his hands, unable to suppress a gulp of saliva. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered such a delicacy. In later generations, this exquisite creature commanded exorbitant prices. It was said that a mere taste could render one's day of labor utterly fruitless. Regrettably, he had not brought a string to bind the crab's legs, fervently hoping not to break any. Otherwise, its value would diminish significantly, leaving him with no choice but to consume it himself. He carefully placed the crab into a bucket, preparing to depart when he instinctively swept his leg over a nearby pond. To his astonishment, another crab awaited him. Today was destined to bring him fortune. Chen Yefeng was truly flabbergasted. Fortunately, he wore knee-high rubber boots. Otherwise, he might have fallen victim to its pincers. The creature clamped tightly onto his boot, being dragged from the pond. This crab was even larger than the first, likely weighing over 2 pounds. Blue crabs were known to be social creatures, and butter crabs were a mutation of blue crabs, leaving him uncertain whether their behaviors would align. Not willing to give up, Chen Yefeng searched the surrounding waters but yielded no further bounty. As the tide began to rise, he decided it was time to leave, silently marking the location in hopes of returning for another chance. Wow, Yefeng, you've caught such a massive crab. You're bound to get rich, exclaimed a friend. Wait, has this crab been sun-dried? It's still yellow. What do you mean sun-dried? This is a butter crab. It takes 1,000 blue crabs to yield a single butter crab, the king among crabs. Yefeng, what have you caught in your bucket? My goodness, so many of them. How did you manage to catch so many? Ah, wait, there's another one inside, also a butter crab. Goodness, you've caught 2 butter crabs, while we haven't even managed one. I'm so envious. As the tide rose, everyone began to make their way to the shore. Many were drawn to Chen Yefeng's immense crab, gathering around him. Some even attempted to peek into his bucket, green with envy upon seeing his haul. They all wished it were their own. Who has some string? I need 2 pieces to bind the crabs, Chen Yefeng said. If the crab's legs break, it won't be worth as much. Although I'm uncertain of the selling price, I certainly don't wish to lose money over a broken leg. I have some string, replied a villager. Where did you catch this crab? Where else could I have caught it, but from the sea? Chen Yefeng replied with a grin as he accepted the string, expressing his gratitude before preparing to bind the 2 crabs. A phone, do you know how to tie them? Do you need my assistance? No need. It's a piece of cake, he replied confidently, with deftness and under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Chen Yefeng skillfully secured the 2 crabs. Everyone was taken aback, clearly not expecting this unrefined street urchin to possess such skills. Make way, it's so sunny. Aren't you all worried about getting scorched? Chen Yefeng said, taking a few swigs from his water bottle, disregarding the chatter of the crowd as he urged them to make space. He lifted the bucket and walked away without looking back. A phone, what have you caught? Zhou Haiying had just observed Chen Yefeng surrounded by curious villagers, and her intrigue compelled her to approach him as soon as he arrived. She was eager to inquire about the remarkable catch that had drawn such a crowd. Haiying, you haven't returned yet? I've been waiting for you. The sun is still high, and look at all these little octopuses, along with 2 large crabs. But why are these crabs of such an unusual color? Were they sun-dried? My mother always said that dead crabs are inedible. They could upset one's stomach. Upon seeing the wriggling octopuses in the bucket, Zhou Haiying felt a shiver run down her spine. To her surprise, there were indeed 2 sizable blue crabs. Unfortunately, they had succumbed to the sun and were no longer fit for consumption. They could only be taken home to feed the chickens and ducks. What do you mean dead? This is a butter crab, a variant of the blue crab, Chen Yefeng quickly clarified. What is a butter crab? I've never heard of it before. Is it more valuable than a blue crab? Zhou Haiying, not having been raised by the sea, was somewhat unfamiliar with these marine delicacies. Indeed, it is more valuable than a blue crab. The butter crab is derived from the hairy crab. Just look at how plump it is, filled with butter, he said, salivating at the thought. Having lived 2 lifetimes, it was Chen Yefeng's first encounter with a butter crab in reality. He had only heard tales of them before, though he had seen videos of them on his phone in his previous life. Hearing that this butter crab was worth even more than the blue crab, Zhou Haiying's face lit up with joy. Such large crabs must fetch $3 or $4 each, so wouldn't the butter crab be even more lucrative? And what about those little octopuses? They sell for over 10 cents each, so there must be quite a sum here. What about your mother and the others? They've gone back. They initially wanted me to return with them, but I said I would dig for a while longer, so they left without me. Then we should return as well. I'm starving. We need to get something to eat. I set out early this morning to catch the bus, then walked home, only managing to munch on half a watermelon along the way, which didn't sit well with me. I should have eaten something before leaving the house. All right, I'll go back and cook. It's too bad that the clams still need to be purged of sand. Otherwise, I would have brought back some mustard greens to make a delicious soup. Zhou Haiying swallowed hard, envisioning how delightful it would be if she could add some pork to the soup for an even richer flavor. You carry the child, and I'll handle the 2 buckets. Are they heavy? Perhaps I should carry 1 bucket and let Ron walk by herself. There's no need. It isn't far. Just carry her quickly. The sun is scorching. All right. Zhou Haiying nodded, cradling the child as they walked ahead, her eyes slightly misty. Seeing her husband display such thoughtfulness and attentiveness to their family stirred a complex mix of emotions within her. As they returned home, a swarm of children rushed towards them, clamoring to see what they had caught. Sister-in-law, let me take a look. Wow, you've gathered so many clams. It appears there are even a few sea snails and spicy shells among them. Aunt, why didn't you take us along? If we had gone, we could have assisted you in digging for clams. That's my mother. She wouldn't take you. You would just say, if you found something, would you dare not bring it home? Wouldn't aunt provide you with stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat? Come and see, there are so many tide pools, and inside, there are 2 enormous crabs. How wonderful. You will have clams to eat tonight, along with octopus and crabs. 5 or 6 children are here. Some are his father's. Some belong to his elder brother, and a few are from the neighbors. The chatter is lively and bustling. To these children, Chen Yefeng seems as inconsequential as a mere whisper, utterly devoid of presence. I truly hadn't paid much attention before. Previously, I would either be asleep at home or indulging with unruly friends, lacking any patience for these children. Have you all seen enough? Do not use your hands to grab. If you crush them, who will bear the consequences? Chen Yefeng shouted, and the children scattered like startled birds. I'm heading home. It seems my mother is calling me for dinner. Me too. I'm going home for dinner as well. The neighboring children dashed out of the courtyard, with his elder brother's child, Chen Chong, leaving without a glance back. The yard fell silent. A hen clucked nearby, Only his 2 children remained in the courtyard, along with his younger brother. His eldest daughter, Chen Yefeng, trembled as she ran to Zhou Haiying, while his younger brother, Chen Yefeng, sensed something amiss and contemplated a hasty retreat. Sanzi, where are you going? Come here. Second brother, I just realized I haven't finished my summer homework. Hurry over, or I'll break your legs. Mom, save me. Second brother is going to break my hands, preventing me from completing my homework. Is that what I meant? I merely wish to inquire why this fellow is boasting about his impending trip to Yanqing. If this continues, in a few days, someone in the village will surely claim he intends to clandestinely migrate to the island to work illegally. I've heard many say that people on the island feast on meat daily. If one crosses over, life will surely improve. What nonsense. Returning only to raise a ruckus. Chun's mother is fiercely protective, embodying the saying that a doting mother often spoils her children. Alas, grandparents cherish their eldest grandchild, while parents dote on their youngest. Unlike his father, who shows no affection, and his mother, who offers little love, even if he were to truly travel to Yanqing today, they probably wouldn't care. Fortunately, his mother is not one to nag. She merely remarked, and then hurried out from the woodshed to inspect their haul. So many tide pools, with dozens of them. At the dock, they fetch 14 cents each. If you plan to sell them, be cautious. Do not let others deceive you. Look, there are also 2 sizable butter crabs. While they are still alive, take them to the dock to sell for money. Yang Fuyun grew up on the island, having seen all sorts of treasures in that era. Even large yellow croakers had lost their novelty. Upon seeing 2 butter crabs, she was only slightly surprised. Her emotions remained remarkably composed. Let us wait a moment. First, let us prepare a meal. We are all starving. Reborn, and without even a meal, I rushed to the sea. Now, I feel utterly drained. Do as you wish. The 2 butter crabs should be covered with a damp cloth. If mosquitoes bite them, they will perish. Mother Chun, indifferent to his words, remarked that she still needed to excavate the sandworms, which she would dry over charcoal in the evening. Are we not selling those sandworms anymore? Ridiculous. Who sells live ones? They are always sold dried. Oh. Chen Yefeng ceased his idle chatter and fetched another bucket, placing the 2 butter crabs separately and, following his mother's instruction, draped a damp cloth over them. You 2 enjoy your time inside. I'm off to eat. Regarding the butter crabs, he continued by catching a few small octopuses, intending to prepare them for a meal. After such a laborious effort to catch them, why shouldn't he indulge first? The clams needed time to purge their sand, and by evening, they might just manage to be cooked into a soup. Zhou Haiying took a few pieces of dried fish, readying them for steaming, as they continued to savor the cassava porridge they had consumed that morning. Upon seeing Chen Yefeng return with several small octopuses, claiming he would prepare them for a meal, Zhou Haiying felt no qualms about eating, knowing they were his hard-earned catch. She was also eager to sample the small octopuses, whose texture was delightfully crisp. Even when simply blanched, they were exceptionally fresh. The firewood storage was still shared with Chun's parents. As Chen Yefeng prepared to blanch the small octopuses, his mother, busy turning sandworms, couldn't help but scold him. You only know how to eat. You're willing to spend over a dime on each, without considering saving them for sale. Are you not planning for the future? Just a few tide pools, and he couldn't even savor the fruits of his labor. Chen Yefeng, with a cheeky grin, set up the iron pot to boil water for blanching the octopuses. Chapter 12. Selling goods at the dock. He glanced at Mother Chun, who was skillfully using a bamboo skewer to turn the sandworms, her hands moving swiftly. After turning them, she rinsed them in water and tossed them into a nearby sieve. The prepared sandworms would need to be blanched before being dried over charcoal. Dried sandworms fetched a higher price, were easier to preserve, and had a more aromatic flavor than fresh ones. Mother, why haven't I seen father? Chen Yefeng inquired, puzzled. Since he had seen his father that morning, he had not spotted him again. It was common not to see him much when he went out to sea. But now that the Taizhan fishing team was supposedly disbanding, it was peculiar not to see him around. He has gone to a meeting at the fishing team. He has been gone for several hours and should be back soon. With the disbandment of the fishing team, what meeting could they possibly hold? How would I know? When your father returns, ask him. Why are you asking me? Mother Chen was preoccupied and unwilling to engage in idle banter with her second son. Life would undoubtedly become more challenging without the men's work at the fishing team. Fortunately, both her elder and younger sons were married, lightening the household's burden considerably. Seeing his mother's disinterest, Chen Yefeng wisely turned to his tasks. Once the water boiled, he placed the octopuses in to cook, readying them to be dipped in soy sauce. In these times, there weren't many condiments available, but the absence of seasoning only enhanced the fresh taste of the blanched octopuses. Zhou Haiying had already steamed the dried fish on the small stove outside, and with the porridge readily available, eating something cool in the warm weather was particularly delightful. Both children had washed their hands and were seated on the bench, eagerly gazing at the plate of poached octopus that Chen Yefeng had just placed on the table. In addition to the poached octopus, there was a serving of steamed dried barramundi and a dish of pickled vegetables. It was a simple meal, yet the warmth of the family gathered around the table was profoundly comforting to Chen Yefeng. How different it was from his previous life, where his wife had passed away early, and both daughters had married abroad, seldom returning home. Each meal was a solitary affair for him. "Eat up. Later I'll head to the dock to sell some goods and buy you some snacks," he said, using chopsticks to serve each of his family members a small octopus. The aroma of the poached octopus was enticing. He had cooked only 4, ensuring each person had one. "Dad, you're the best. I want some sweets." Upon hearing about the snacks, little Rongrong danced with joy. Chen Yefeng, however, looked at her father in surprise, pondering what had prompted this unexpected kindness. "Am I dreaming?" she thought, pinching herself hard. Ouch! This isn't a dream. Tears welled up in her eyes, overwhelmed by the moment. "What's wrong? Here, have this one too. It's skinny. How will you join the army in the future?" Chen Yefeng placed the remaining small octopus into his elder daughter's bowl. In his past life, he felt he had wronged her the most, often reprimanding her for not bearing a son, succumbing to the village's ridicule about his lineage. This had led to a period of volatility in his temperament. He had imposed strict expectations on her, raising her as if she were a boy, cutting her hair short, compelling her to run and exercise, all in preparation for military service. "But if I'm going to join the army, I want to eat this." "You have it, Dad," Chen Yefeng replied, finding the octopus in her bowl suddenly unappealing, hastily returning it. Yefeng, I was just joking. I won't force you to do anything you dislike anymore." Chen Yefeng chuckled at her startled reaction. "Still, you eat it, Dad. I have another one in my bowl. This way, everyone gets one." "All right, I'll have one too. You truly are the most understanding, my dear Yefeng." Seeing his elder daughter's thoughtfulness brought a smile of genuine satisfaction to Chen Yefeng's face. "Gigi, sister, save some space for snacks," Rongrong chirped innocently. While Chen Yefeng glared at her, her secret thoughts exposed. Chen Yefeng consumed 2 large bowls of cassava porridge without any discomfort. In his previous life, he had been an old man with poor teeth, often eating porridge. He found the rice of this era far superior, rich in flavor reminiscent of childhood. The small octopus was delightfully tender, bursting with flavor that intensified with each bite. It was utterly delectable, though he lamented having only one. The dried barramundi was equally delightful, steamed with fermented black beans, producing a rich aroma that complemented the meal beautifully. After dinner, Chen Yefeng felt the familiar urge for a smoke. He walked over to the roots of a tree to retrieve his father's water pipe, cleaned it, and then packed it with a handful of tobacco. Soon, a pungent cloud filled the air, rapidly spreading its sharp scent. The fishermen by the seaside are inseparable from their tobacco and liquor, a fact that has become second nature to them. "Mother, I am heading to the dock to sell my goods. Would you care to collect a few of these clams? They are quite delectable." Chen Yefeng, with a bucket in hand, prepared to make his way to the dock, pausing to inquire if his mother wanted a few small octopuses to satisfy her cravings. "No need. I've had my fill. Just sell them and remember not to squander the money. Save it for your wife. Don't find yourself borrowing when the need arises," Chen's mother admonished, shaking her head. The coastal inhabitants are never short of such delicacies. Chen's father had previously worked in the fishing team and would always return with seafood. Moreover, his elder son now partners with others to operate a fishing boat, frequently bringing back fish and shrimp. If these clams can fetch a good price, they ought to be sold. "Very well, I shall take my leave." Chen Yefeng donned his straw hat and set off. "Shouldn't you wait for your father to accompany you?" His mother called after him, concerned about her son's safety. "No need. It's just a matter of selling a few items, nothing more." He waved dismissively as he walked away. "That scoundrel," Chen's mother thought, pursing her lips, anxious that the sandworms on the grill might burn. She hurried back to the woodshed. Roasting sandworms is a task requiring constant attention, as one must vigilantly monitor the heat and frequently turn them over. The dock is approximately 3 kilometers from their village, necessitating a half-hour walk. He admired the resilience of people in this era, relying solely on their own 2 legs for transportation. It seems he must strive to earn enough to purchase a means of conveyance. Otherwise, traveling anywhere would be quite inconvenient. As Chen Yefeng trudged towards the dock under the blazing sun, he occasionally encountered individuals returning from the dock with their goods. At this hour, the tide was rising, with the sea relentlessly lapping at the shore, submerging the beaches and mudflats. Each day, there are 2 high tides and 2 low tides, generally occurring 6 hours apart. Near the new moon and full moon, the tides become more pronounced, expanding the area for gathering sea goods and increasing their availability. Thus, during high tides, the number of people on the beach swells beyond the usual. The fishing harbor boasts a greater number and size of vessels compared to the beaches near their village. Various ships, from large iron vessels measuring 20 to 30 meters to small boats just a few meters long, are present, even while some have already ventured out to sea. When the fishing boats return in the evening, the scene is even more spectacular. Life for coastal fishermen is arduous. Their work hours are dictated by the whims of the weather. On favorable days with abundant catches, they naturally prolong their time at sea. However, small fishing boats operating near the coast typically return to port on the same day. Provided the weather is good, daily fishing expeditions are common, with loading times being unpredictable. Yet, some of the more robust fishermen set out at 3 or 4 in the morning, only to return by evening. Chen Yefeng inspected the contents of his bucket, then strode purposefully towards a few small stalls at the dock. Chapter 13. The Seafood Merchant, the Scoundrel. You understand rounding up. Near the dock, there are small stalls where one can purchase fishing boat accessories, nets, diesel, and even repair machinery aboard the vessels. However, their primary focus remains on acquiring the catches brought back by the fishermen. Chen Yefeng discovered a modest dwelling where a dark-skinned seafood merchant reclined lazily on a bamboo chair, idly fanning himself and squinting against the gentle sea breeze. Nearby, a multifunctional radio melodiously played Teresa Tung's song once again, The Cooking Smoke, its beautiful imagery harmonizing with the surrounding environment. "Boss, do you buy the whelks?" Chen Yefeng called out loudly. What? What are you talking about?" The man lazily opened his eyes. "You must be referring to the short octopus," Chen Yefeng replied. "Oh, how many do you have?" Yang Shuiming stood up, stifling a yawn, and casually turned off the radio. "About 30 or 40. If the price is right, I'll sell them all to you. If not, I'll find someone else. After all, there are other buyers at the dock. I can always ask around and sell to the best offer." "Let me see." Hearing about 30 or 40, Yang Shuiming perked up. However, he needed to inspect the goods before determining a price. Chen Yefeng found the man somewhat familiar, even though he seldom visited this side of the dock. Yet, he dismissed the thought and walked over with his bucket. The size was decent, and they appeared to be alive. To his surprise, there were even 2 butter crabs inside. "You sell these butter crabs too, right?" Upon seeing the crabs, Yang Shuiming quickly pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered Chen Yefeng one. "Of course, if the price is right." Chen Yefeng glanced at the cigarette, a Dakiaman, complete with a filter. This brand wasn't cheap at the supply and marketing cooperative. It would cost 3 or 4 dimes a pack. Although locals preferred smoking water pipes, offering someone such a cigarette was indeed a matter of pride. Chen Yefeng tucked the cigarette behind his ear and smiled. "Let's discuss the octopus first. We'll talk about those 2 butter crabs later. For the short octopus, I'll offer you 14 cents each. I can't give that price to anyone else," Yang Shuiming whispered. 14 cents each? That's the same price my mother mentioned," Chen Yefeng said deliberately. "But I recall her saying 15 cents. Isn't this your shop?" Yang Shuiming replied. "You little rascal, I heard about the butter crabs. Where are they?" As they conversed, another seafood merchant approached from the adjacent dwelling. "Damn it, old Lin. Why are you here causing a commotion? Don't you dare disrupt my business." Yang Shuiming glared at the newcomer, immediately on guard. However, even though they were rivals, any breach of etiquette that jeopardized one's livelihood would lead to serious consequences. "What are you talking about? What chaos could I possibly create? If your negotiation fails, I can always have a chat with this young brother here, old Lin." Older than Yang Shuiming, said with a faint smile, his eyes narrowing at the sight of the 2 butter crabs in the bucket. "Here, have a cigarette, old Lin. Just stay over there and don't interfere with my business." Yang Shuiming handed old Lin a Dakiaman. Seeing old Lin accept the cigarette and fall silent, he sighed in relief and turned to Chen Yefeng, trying to make small talk. "Brother, which village are you from? You look quite familiar." "I'm from Shibu village. My father is Chun Guofa from the Taizhan fisheries team," Chen Yefeng replied, glancing at the man. Wasn't this the owner of the fish stall from whom he had owed a grouper in his previous life? Just moments ago, Lao Lin had called him Lan Zier, and it was only then that Chen Yefeng realized he was unfamiliar with the other party's true name, only aware that everyone referred to him as Lan Zier. However, he had no intention of returning the money for that grouper. It was a debt from his previous life and had nothing to do with his current self. "Is your grandfather named Chen Jingtai?" Lan Zier inquired. "Yes, you know my grandfather?" Chen Yefeng replied, somewhat astonished. Lan Zier chuckled. "Of course. Your grandfather is a well-known feng shui master in our Yanlu town. Given my grandfather's reputation, could you possibly raise the price a bit? My elder brother, Chen Yefeng, has partnered with someone to acquire a fishing boat, and they sell their catch here as well. Please, add a little to the price for these octopuses." Chen Yefeng seized the opportunity to negotiate. "I've never seen someone so adept at bargaining," Lan Zier remarked, his lips twitching. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and stated, I can offer you 5 yuan each for those short octopuses. Does that work? 6 yuan. Otherwise, I'll look elsewhere. Chen Yefeng said, preparing to leave with his bucket. Wait a moment. Don't be so hasty. I said it's acceptable at 6. But you must sell me these 2 butter crabs as well. Lan Zier quickly intercepted him. Forget the penny. Let us settle on 6 each. Enough of this chatter. I've already told you. That's a deal. Now let us discuss the butter crabs. Not so fast. Let us first clarify the payment for the octopuses. We mustn't make any mistakes. My mind isn't quite sharp today. Ultimately, Yang Shuimin had to settle the payment for the octopuses first. There were a total of 38 small octopuses, and at 6 yuan each, the total came to 608 yuan. Chen Yefeng had never completed junior high, and his grasp of mathematics had always been lacking. In those days, calculators were not widespread, and arithmetic relied on the abacus. That tool had been taught in school, but he had returned it to the teacher long ago. He scratched the ground with a stick for quite some time, calculating several times before arriving at the correct figure. It was quite challenging. He resolved to bring his wife along for future sales. Zhou Haiying, being a vocational school graduate, was skilled with both her hands and mouth and could operate an abacus. Indeed, it's 608. Rounding it off gives us 6. That's correct, isn't it? Chen Yefeng said, erasing the marks on the ground with his foot before casually continuing. I didn't expect your math skills to be quite impressive. You even know how to round. Lan Zier rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that Chen Yefeng must have been taught math by an art teacher. He had nearly sketched a world map on the ground. After all, during school, he had passed every math exam and had learned to use the abacus quite swiftly. Should I give it a try for you? After all, boasting isn't illegal, and being quick with the abacus doesn't mean being accurate. All right. Let us calculate the price for these 2 butter crabs. Once the fishing boats return, we won't have time. Lan Zier gestured, internally lamenting how difficult it had become to earn money these days. The two then began negotiating the price for the butter crabs. After some back and forth, the smaller butter crab was priced at 18 yuan, while the larger one, exceeding 2 pounds, was set at 22 yuan. The sale of the 2 butter crabs yielded a substantial sum, and Chen Yefeng was quite satisfied, considering it equivalent to a worker's monthly wage. This is largely attributed to a restaurant in the harbor city that has elevated the butter crab to new heights, garnering fervent admiration from culinary enthusiasts across the Hong Kong and Guangdong coasts. Following the economic reforms, numerous entrepreneurs from the eastern Guangdong region have ventured here to invest, and many delicacies have consequently become overpriced due to their influence. Boss Yang, you've certainly made a profit at this price for 2 butter crabs. They are the gold among crabs, the king of crabs. As the saying goes, summer's hairy crabs, autumn's mitten crabs, and winter's water crabs cannot compare to a single butter crab bursting with rich, flowing roe. If I had my own vehicle, I would take them to the coastal city and sell them to those business owners from Yang City. I imagine the price would be quite different. Chen Yefeng spoke passionately, his words flowing as if he were a seasoned orator. All right, I'll hand you the money. You should hurry along, as a fishing boat has just docked, and I need to collect my goods. Lan Zier rubbed his lower back, increasingly feeling the difficulty of making a profit. If it weren't for the fear of competitors like Old Lin swooping in, he truly would not wish to take this order. This young man, despite his age, had an incessant chatter, droning on like an elderly person. Chapter 14. A Great Union of 4. The Transformation of Chen Yefeng. Chen Yefeng accepted the money, moistening his fingers with saliva to count it. Unfortunately, there were only 2 large bills, while the rest were small denominations, many as low as 1 cent or 10 cents. It totaled merely 46. 1 yuan, yet it felt substantial. I felt a certain affinity toward you. Otherwise, I would have sold it to someone else. He added with a grin, stuffing the money into his pocket and giving it a gentle squeeze. It felt hefty and reassuring. Take care of that money. Don't drop it and then come back to argue. Lan Zier was reluctant to engage further, feeling as though he owed the young man from a past life. Nonetheless, as a seafood merchant, he remarked, if you ever come across any fine goods again, do send them my way. I assure you, the price will be fair. With that, Lan Zier returned to his own tasks. After much ado, his words had nearly dried up. However, as Chen Yefeng had mentioned, if he transported his catch to the coastal city, he would undoubtedly find a profit. Who was this person with such good fortune, catching 2 such large butter crabs and selling them for such a sum? If only I had caught those 2 butter crabs. It would equate to a month's wages for someone else. Isn't that a Xian's brother from your family? I thought he was just a good-for-nothing drifter. How has he managed to earn money from the sea? That's our village's phone. He must have stumbled upon some incredible luck to have caught 2 butter crabs. However, a person like him, who is lazy and indulgent, will likely squander the money before it even warms in his hands, never taking it home to support his wife and children. Shoo, keep your voice down, he hasn't gone far. Upon witnessing Chen Yefeng's good fortune, many at the dock displayed envy, some even speaking with a hint of bitterness, consumed by jealousy. Chen Yefeng's elder brother was returning from fishing, and his sister-in-law, Zhang Feng, had come early to wait for the boat's arrival, ready to assist in sorting the catch. Upon her arrival at the dock, she overheard discussions about her younger brother A Feng, with some individuals deliberately speaking in a mocking tone. When Zhang Feng arrived, she did not encounter A Feng. Upon hearing the discussions at the dock, she quickly learned that he had caught 2 butter crabs and sold them for 4 substantial amounts. Her face was filled with astonishment. Earlier that day, while foraging by the sea, she noticed Chen Yefeng had also gone, initially thinking he was merely enjoying himself. Little did she know that fortune had smiled upon him, allowing him to catch crabs that equated to a month's wages. As the elder sister-in-law, Zhang Feng was acutely aware of her younger brother-in-law's character. After such a rare stroke of luck yielding a significant sum, she was determined to prevent him from squandering it with his dubious companions. Thus, she hurried after A Feng. A Feng, wait a moment. Sister-in-law. What brings you to the dock? Chen Yefeng turned upon hearing his name, surprised to see his sister-in-law. In truth, Zhang Feng was quite a commendable person. During the time he was away, Zhou Haiying had to single-handedly raise 2 children, facing considerable hardships, and his sister-in-law had offered substantial assistance. Later, upon his return from afar, after the tragic loss of his wife in an accident, he had neglected his 2 daughters, leading them to suffer from hunger and cold. Had it not been for the help from his sisters-in-law, his daughters might have perished from starvation. Therefore, Chen Yefeng harbored deep gratitude towards his brother and sister-in-law. I came to assist your elder brother in receiving the goods. The fishing boat is returning soon. I overheard those people at the dock saying you made quite a bit of money from your sales. Zhang Feng earnestly continued. I mean no offense, but I wish to remind you that you are not a child anymore. You have a family now. Before undertaking any venture, consider your wife and children at home. It is not that I wish to meddle, but this time you were fortunate. Next time, luck may not be on your side. Save this money for Aying. Do not squander it all at once. Yes, I understand, sister-in-law, Chen Yefeng acknowledged, well aware of her good intentions. Technically, he had already separated from his elder brother, living his own life, and his brother and sister-in-law were under no obligation to concern themselves with his affairs. It was her kindness that prompted her to impart such heartfelt advice. Had it been someone indifferent, they would have relished the thought of him frivolously dissipating his newfound wealth. Enough, your brother will be back soon. I shan't keep you any longer. Just take my words to heart. With that, Zhang Feng turned to walk back toward the dock. Is my brother's fishing boat returning? Do you need me to help? Chen Yefeng, having nothing pressing to attend to, felt he might as well lend a hand. No need, there isn't much cargo, and my brother is on the boat. The 3 of them can manage just fine. Zhang Feng quickly waved her hand. Though she noted that Chen Yefeng seemed somewhat different from before, she remained cautious. What if his change was merely a facade? She chose to maintain a respectful distance from her husband's younger brother. If he were to revert to his former ways, they would find it challenging to lead a peaceful life. Am I truly that terrifying? Chen Yefeng was taken aback to see his sister-in-law hastening away like a startled rabbit. Ah, he lamented. He had indeed acted foolishly in the past. He understood that altering others' perceptions of him would not occur overnight. The only recourse was to gradually prove himself through tangible actions in the future. As Chen Yefeng made his way home, his father, Chen Guofa, rushed over in a state of urgency. Have you sold those 2 butter crabs? He inquired. Yes, I have. Why? Have you just returned from a meeting at the fisheries team? Chen Yefeng looked at his father with a hint of confusion. I just got back. Your mother mentioned you were selling butter crabs, and I worried you might be at a disadvantage, so I hurried over, Chen Guofa replied, glancing into the bucket his son was carrying. Did you really sell them? Tell me, how much did you get for the 2 butter crabs? 40 yuan. The smaller one was 18, and the larger one was 22. What's the matter? Isn't that a good price? Chen Yefeng responded. Such a sum? Why didn't you wait for me to return? What? Do you think the purchasing point at the dock would give me a discount? You little rascal, don't you know? Old Xing said that rare items like butter crabs would fetch a high price if sold in Haicheng to those merchants from Yangqing. How high could it possibly be? 3 or 4 times as much. Did you think I hadn't considered that? But Haicheng is dozens of kilometers away. Wouldn't the travel expenses negate any profit? Besides, can you guarantee they would sell? They were just simple villagers without any connections. Chen Yefeng understood his father's perspective, but he had his own reasons too. The distance to Haicheng was daunting, and they were unfamiliar with the area, lacking any reliable contacts. There was no certainty that the crabs would sell at all. The risk of losing the crabs during the journey made the endeavor seem unwise. Selling to the local buyer at the dock felt far more secure. After all, 40 yuan was a satisfactory sum, and he felt content with that. Unexpectedly, his father continued, "Even if you don't take them to Haiqing, you could sell them in town. Perhaps we could earn even more." While 40 yuan was indeed a substantial amount, Chen Guofa believed they could have fetched a higher price by selling them themselves. "You make it sound so easy. Selling in town would mean going to Cherishing town, wouldn't it? There are no vehicles there. We would have to walk for over an hour," Chen Yefeng retorted, rolling his eyes. Their own town, Yintu, boasted just one street and lacked the prosperity of the neighboring Cherishing town. Villagers preferred to buy and sell there. "You're too precious. Nowadays, who doesn't walk?" Chen Guofa shot back, glaring at his son, feeling exasperated. "I'd rather deal with old Charsiu than have you for a son. All right, you've sold them already. So there rests nothing more to discuss. What if the price in Cherishing isn't even higher than at the dock? Would we have to haul them back? That would be a hassle." Chen Yefeng was reluctant to argue further. They were never on the same wavelength and often found themselves bickering like adversaries. "I can't be bothered to discuss it with you. The money isn't going into my pocket anyway. Do as you please." Chen Guofa chose to ignore his son, maintaining a stern expression as he walked behind him. Chen Yefeng walked ahead with the empty bucket, relieved that the son wasn't too harsh at that moment. Upon reaching the village entrance, he turned into the sole small shop in the area. Watching his son head towards the shop, Chen Guofa felt his face flush with anger. After just selling the crabs, this reckless boy was already eager to spend the money. Was the cash in his pocket too hot to handle? Chen's father, in a fit of anger, stormed home without a backward glance. Observing his father's departure without uttering a word, Chen Yefeng directed his gaze towards the modest convenience store before him. This shop was indeed petite, measuring only a few dozen square meters, and bore no sign. On its wall, the phrase "serving the people" was emblazoned in bold red letters against a white background. At this time, it was customary for locals to refer to such establishments as retail points or consignment stores, while larger outlets in town were known as supply and marketing cooperatives. Upon stepping inside, an inexplicable and peculiar aroma enveloped him. "Aunt Nyo, could you fetch me some snacks for the children?" This convenience store was owned by Aunt Nyo, the sole establishment of its kind in the village, making it a unique enterprise. Villagers often frequented this place to purchase soy sauce, vinegar, or salt. Of course, it also offered a variety of snacks that delighted the children. "A phone, those 2 butter crabs you caught, how much did you sell them for?" Aunt Nyo inquired with curiosity. "Not much, just a tad pricier than the usual green crabs," Chen Yefeng replied with a smile. "Really? I heard butter crabs fetch a considerably higher price. Which dock did you sell them at? You weren't swindled, were you?" Aunt Nyo expressed her skepticism. "Well, they were sold, so it doesn't matter. Just give me a few pieces of that lard candy, some watermelon bubblegum, and a handful of colorful popping candy. Oh, and don't forget a couple of bags of that sour plum powder, some figs, and 3 or 4 pieces of tower-shaped candy that can help expel intestinal worms," Chen Yefeng requested, selecting various treats for the children and also weighing out 2 dimes worth of sunflower seeds. In total, he spent 56 cents. Finally, he purchased a large bag of tobacco leaves for 20 cents, which appeared quite a bargain. Chen Yefeng rummaged through his pockets and produced several crumpled bills to settle the bill. In those days, plastic bags were not in vogue, so he placed all his purchases into the bucket he had brought with him and began his journey home. It seemed that the 2 butter crabs had fetched a decent sum. This young man was not being entirely truthful. Not a single word of honesty escaped his lips. Observing Chen Yefeng's retreating figure, Aunt Nyo mumbled to herself. Despite Chen Yefeng's carefulness when paying, her keen eyes had discerned the truth. What else could be bulging in his pocket but money? Upon returning to the courtyard, Chen Yefeng was surprised to find his 2 daughters eagerly waiting at the gate for his arrival. They were anticipating snacks. "Ah, Daddy's back." Little Rongrong, just over 2 years old and oblivious to the world, waved her tiny arms and dashed towards him. Meanwhile, Xin, her elder sister, stood timidly by the gate, hesitant to approach. Seeing his eldest daughter like this, Chen Yefeng felt a sudden pang of guilt pierce his heart. It was his fault. He often lost his temper with her and even resorted to physical discipline, leaving her with enduring shadows of fear. He had not been a good father in the past. "Rongrong, come here." He gently embraced his little daughter, then beckoned his eldest, Xin, "Come over and see what Daddy brought for you." With that, he retrieved the enticing snacks from the bucket. As Xin gazed at the treats in her father's hands, watermelon bubblegum, sour plum powder, colorful candy, she could not help but swallow hard. The allure of the snacks, undeniable. She had never tasted them before. She merely watched other children savor their snacks, and would pick up the empty wrappers to lick. However, those wrappers were already devoid of flavor, having been thoroughly licked clean by others. Tempted by the allure of those delightful treats, Exine finally mustered the courage to approach. Upon seeing his eldest daughter before him, Chen Yefeng affectionately caressed her little face and proceeded to share the snacks between the two little ones. Make sure to save some. Don't consume them all at once, understand? He instructed. Yes, Daddy, I understand, Rong replied in her sweet, childish voice. Tucking the small snacks into the pocket of her bib, Exine, do you understand too? Chen Yefeng turned to his eldest, aware that he must not overlook her feelings at this moment. Yes, I understand, Chen Exine timidly nodded. After all, they were just children, and blood is thicker than water. With the exchange of snacks, her fear of her father diminished. You bought snacks for them too, and so many. I hope you realize they can't eat them all at once. Will they still have room for dinner? Zhou Haiying shot a glare at Chen Yefeng as she observed the two girls wiping their noses while munching on their treats. How much did you spend on these snacks? Chen Yefeng chuckled. Not much, only 56 cents. How much? 56 cents? You really have no idea how hard it is to earn money, Zhou Haiying exclaimed in disbelief. Sometimes. She earned less than that in an entire day of making fishing nets. Why don't you ask me how much I sold them for? Chen Yefeng wrapped his arms around her waist and planted a kiss on her cheek. What are you doing? What if someone sees us? Zhou Haiying blushed profusely from his sudden affection, her cheeks resembling ripe apples, making him want to take a bite. Don't you want to know how much I made? Chen Yefeng teased, pointing to his cheek. If you want to know, give me a kiss. What has gotten into you today? You don't even smell of alcohol. It's broad daylight. I know how to be shy, Zhou Haiying remarked, sniffing him but detecting no trace of liquor, yet he was babbling nonsensically. If it can't be done during the day, then perhaps tonight. Be gentle, what if it hurts? Just then, Chen Yefeng felt a sudden pain in his waist. Gasping in surprise. You're still talking nonsense. All right, I won't say any more. Let us save it for tonight. Come on. Let us go into the yard first. I won't squeeze you anymore. If I really hurt you, I can show you how much I earned today. Then wait for me a moment. Zhou Haiying confiscated half of the children's treats, satisfied before following her husband into the yard. Chapter 16, The Old Bachelor. All the village bitches are mine a phone. How much did those 2 butter crabs sell for? As they entered the yard, Chen's mother approached with eager anticipation. Didn't my father tell you? Chen Yefeng assumed his father had not returned yet, only to hear the sound of his father's urgent cough from inside. No. Is it because you made him unhappy again? He has been wearing a long face since he got back, as if someone owes him money, Chen's mother mused. Lowering her voice to continue, I asked him if he found you at the dock and whether those things sold. As a result, he cursed, calling me a wasteful fool. I had not provoked him. It was merely that when he rushed over, I had already sold the butter crabs, which displeased him. Chen Yefeng helplessly shrugged, realizing how difficult it was to interact with his father. If he did not comply with his father's wishes, he would become upset. After a brief pause, he continued. His intention was for me to transport the goods to Shirkong Town or Haiching for sale, claiming I could fetch a higher price there. So, how much did you sell it for? Chen's mother inquired. Isn't that what I was about to tell you? With that, Chen Yefeng reached into his pocket, pulled out a handful of cash, and decided to reveal it without any pretense. In total, I made 46. 1 yuan, selling the 2 butter crabs for 40 yuan, while the remaining 61 yuan was from the sale of short octopuses, sold to the dock's troublesome boys at 6 yuan each. He then handed the money to his wife. Did you really sell so much? Zhou Haiying exclaimed, astonished. She could hardly earn that much in 2 or 3 months while making fishing nets at home. Remarkably, her husband achieved this in just a few hours. What was most astonishing was that he handed over all his earnings to her. Who would have thought butter crabs were so valuable? Just a few years ago, on my mother's home island of Sheong, they were merely a few jiao per jin. Chen's mother also lamented how incredibly valuable butter crabs had become. Selling for 4 large notes of unity, they had truly struck it rich. This was also due to the influx of wealthy outsiders to Haiching in recent years. Those affluent individuals sought out fine delicacies, driving up the prices of rare items. Chen Yefeng smiled contentedly. I heard Haiching is soon to separate from Lianzhou County and become a prefecture-level city. Its development is accelerating. Once, it was merely a small fishing village that gradually evolved into a town. Your grandfather was the first town mayor, Chen's mother reminisced. Speaking of these past events, Chen Yefeng often heard tales of his grandfather's tenure as the town's mayor. It seemed he later encountered some misfortune, which not only led to his demotion but also resulted in a few years in prison. Although he was later exonerated, he had grown weary of the political arena and chose to lead a reclusive life in the small fishing village. My father still wants me to take the goods to Haiching and sell them to the big bosses in Yanqing. I told him, what if I can't sell them and end up losing the transportation costs? Chen Yefeng expressed his exasperation. Selling so much is already quite impressive. After all, it required little effort and was largely due to good fortune. It seems that the blessings of Sanpa have favored me. Otherwise, how could I have caught them when others did not? The coastal folks hold a deep reverence for Ma Zhu, referring to her affectionately as Sanpa. Chen's mother attributed her second son's good fortune in catching valuable goods to Ma Zhu's blessings. Yes, the day after tomorrow is the 15th. I will also visit the Tianho Palace on Laowa Island to offer incense to Sanpa. The Ma Zhu temple here is quite unique, situated on a solitary island. Typically, one must take a boat to reach the island, and only during the full moon and the new moon, when the tide recedes, does the path to the island become completely visible. Those are also the days when the most people come to the Tianho Palace to pay their respects and light incense. It is indeed essential to pay our respects, praying for peace and good health for everyone, Chen's mother said devoutly. Is there anything wrong with this money? Did you not say that the catch sold for 461? Why does it only amount to 4,535 here? Zhou Haiying counted a stack of bills twice, finding the figures inconsistent with what Chen Yefeng had reported. Of course, it doesn't match. Not only did I buy snacks for the two children, but I also purchased a pouch of tobacco. Chen Yefeng handed the pouch of tobacco to his mother, instructing her to keep it safe. His uncle had the audacity to come over repeatedly to mooch tobacco, visiting several times a day without ever contributing a single pouch. With two capable sons at home, it was absurd that they would scrounge even 2 dimes worth of tobacco. Chen Yefeng yawned, declaring that he was going to take a nap. Eyeing. Once he hands you the money, make sure to hide it well. Don't let that scoundrel squander it recklessly. After Chen Yefeng left, Chen's mother pulled her daughter-in-law aside for a quiet word. She felt particularly sympathetic towards the second daughter-in-law, who had severed ties with her family after marrying into the Chen clan and had yet to enjoy a decent life. I understand, mother, Zhou Haiying nodded firmly, clutching the money tightly in her hand. Witnessing her husband suddenly become so reliable filled her with a sense of hope for the future. Her eyes grew slightly moist. In the past, Chen Yefeng had shown little regard for family and had never contributed a single penny. Fortunately, her in-laws treated her decently, occasionally offering some support. Otherwise, life would have been unbearable. Chen Yefeng stirred awake to relieve himself. Still in a daze, he had lost track of time when he heard someone calling his name. Struggling to open his sleepy eyes, he noticed the dim light in the room, where his fifth uncle was leaning against the window, the sunset casting a warm glow across his face. Offing, Uncle Chun said enviously, I heard you caught 2 large crabs today and sold them for 7 or 8 big bills. Chen Yefeng rose from his bed, lifting the mosquito net as he stepped outside. Who the hell is spreading such nonsense? There was nowhere near that amount. He was baffled by the villagers' tendency to exaggerate. He had only sold 4 bills, and somehow that had transformed into 7 or 8. Would they cover the difference if he hadn't sold that much? Upon returning from the dock in the afternoon, someone had even asked when he would be heading to the beautiful country to seek his fortune, wanting to tag along. It was utterly ridiculous. As Chen Yefeng emerged, his fifth uncle approached, lamenting, You're quite ungrateful. You didn't even invite me to the seashore. Invite you for what? It's not like we were going to fight. Chen Yefeng chuckled. What? Were we going to fight? Who would we fight? Lin Ergu from Rich House Village. Then I'll call Erpeo and the others. His uncle clenched his fists in excitement. Who said anything about fighting? It's best to steer clear of such ruckus and focus on living our own lives. You're not a child anymore. My Xin is starting elementary school this year. And you're still single. Seeing that his foolish uncle truly intended to rally others, Chen Yefeng quickly intervened. Since his rebirth, all he desired was to lead a stable life with his wife and children. Besides, the government was about to enforce strict crackdowns. Continuing to loiter on the streets could land him in serious trouble. Offing, what does single dog mean? His uncle scratched his head, visibly perplexed. At that very moment, a scruffy old yellow dog appeared at the gate. This local hunting hound had been rescued by the old man from the seaside and had been raised for several years. Previously, everyone referred to it as Big Yellow, but now, in its old age, it was affectionately called Old Yellow. Old Yellow, too, was baffled. Upon reaching the gate, it overheard someone uttering the term single dog. How absurd. Who is the single dog here? All the female dogs in the village belong to me, the proud canine. With a swagger, it sauntered in. Where could this wretched dog be frolicking about? It would surely be neutered sooner or later. Chen Yefeng felt as though he was being scorned by a dog and retorted irritably, Woof. Old Yellow immediately tucked its legs in. Chapter 17, The Hero. Hui Yu and Zhao Feng, you're up. I was just about to call you for breakfast, Zhou Haiying said as she emerged from the woodshed with a dish in hand. Spotting Chen Yefeng, she continued, Today, my brother brought some fish and shrimp. Our mother asked us to join them for a meal. Having a boat certainly has its perks. Fish and shrimp are a daily delight, Chen Yefeng remarked with a hint of envy. Do you realize how fortunate it is to have a boat? You need to put in more effort. Your parents are aging and cannot support you forever. Under the great tree, Chen's father, puffing on his water pipe, spoke earnestly. I understand, Chen Yefeng replied, somewhat annoyed. Why can't you keep your mouth shut, father? You've lost your job. Your mood is terrible. Can't you show a little understanding? Zhou Haiying shot him a disapproving glance and whispered softly. All right, I'll go fetch some mugwort to ward off the mosquitoes. Otherwise, we'll be carried off by them during dinner. Chen Yefeng nodded, planning to gather some mugwort for smoking, a common method of repelling mosquitoes in their rural area. No need. Father has already cut some and piled it over there against the wall. It's all dried. Zhou Haiying pointed to a heap of dried mugwort in the corner. Dried mugwort is far more effective than wet. Then you go help mother cook in the woodshed while I smoke out the mosquitoes. Chen Yefeng gazed at the pile of dried mugwort, lost in thought. Oh. His father's nature was a classic example of a sharp tongue but a kind heart. Even when he thought of praising you, his words seldom conveyed any kind sentiments. As Chen Yefeng twisted some dried mugwort into a braided shape and began to smoke out the mosquitoes in the yard, Chen's mother and the others had already finished cooking. With the daylight still holding, everyone hurried to eat, also to save on electricity. Are we ready to eat? Or have all the children gone? Chen's mother inquired, bringing out the prepared dishes, only to find the yard devoid of any children. Earlier, when the food was not ready, they had been clamoring about their hunger. Now, however, not a single one was home, and no one knew where they had wandered off to. Mother, they must have gone to uncle's house to watch television. Zhou Haiying asserted confidently. In their village, only the second cousin and the village chief, Yuan Dajuan, owned a black and white television. In this era, a television was undoubtedly a luxury. The entire village gathered at homes with televisions to watch shows. I'll go call them, Chen's father declared, patting his backside and strolling out of the yard. Akai, go summon your parents to come eat, Chen's mother called to fifth uncle. At this moment, Uncle Chen Wu was helping a phone drive away mosquitoes in the courtyard. Upon hearing Chen mother's words, he set down the mugwort and went next door. It wasn't long before he returned. Fourth sister-in-law. Father and mother said I should simply go over for a meal. They are cooking at home. Then take a bowl to bring them some dishes. The elderly couple, both over 70, still insisted on preparing their own meals and working in the fields. Whenever Chen mother had something delicious, she would also serve them a portion. As for Akai, he generally dined more frequently with Chen mother. The eldest and second siblings hardly ever took care of him. The group awaited Chen father to call the children back for dinner, yet after several minutes, not a single figure appeared. Mother, father must have been captivated by the television. Shall I go and call them? Chen Yefeng was already quite hungry, but alas, both his father and the children had yet to return. No need. Chen mother's expression abruptly hardened as she skillfully grasped a bamboo strip from the corner and headed towards Uncle's house. Chen Yefeng felt somewhat speechless. His mother clearly harbored doubts about him. Afraid he would fail to summon the children, she thought it best to intervene herself. You old nag, standing there so engrossed. Don't you feel hungry? From a distance, Chen mother's voice could be heard bellowing. Before long, several children dashed into the courtyard, animatedly discussing the plot of the television drama they had been watching. The show was the heroic Ho Yuan Jia, produced by Hong Kong City Television in 1981 and first aired on Guangdong East Television in 1983. This region had once belonged to Guangdong East Province, but now fell under the jurisdiction of Anzhou. However, in a few years, it would become a district of Haicheng City. During this era, televisions could only receive 3 or 4 channels, and in this remote area, they managed to catch 3.5. There was one channel from Central one from the local Anzhou station, and another from Guangdong East Television. The half channel was from Yongzhou Television, which only transmitted audio, accompanied by static images. As the children returned home, the courtyard instantly buzzed with excitement. Chen father strolled in with his hands clasped behind his back, while Chen mother followed closely, bamboo strip in hand, muttering under her breath. Once everyone had gathered, they began to eat. Today's meal appeared quite sumptuous, featuring fish, shrimp, a pot of mustard greens and conch soup, and a plate of scrambled eggs with scallions. Given the high cost of cooking oil, the fish and shrimp were not fried but rather stewed in a clay pot. Although it was a mixed fish dish, its flavor was exceptionally delightful. The locals preferred mild flavors and did not consume spicy food. Their dishes were primarily light, either steamed or boiled, with simple preparation methods that emphasized the natural taste. They could also dip their food in soy sauce or homemade lemon sauce. Zhou Haiying's maternal home was over 200 kilometers away, a region characterized by undulating mountains and forests, famously known as the 10,000 Great Mountains. The dietary preferences of the mountain dwellers were vastly different from those of the coastal residents, as the former had a penchant for spicy food, and many areas later became renowned chili cultivation bases. When Zhou Haiying married into this area, the most challenging adjustment for her was undoubtedly the local cuisine. At every meal, the absence of even a single chili pepper rendered the dishes devoid of spice, and some seafood was particularly fishy, making it difficult to swallow. Consequently, Zhou Haiying took it upon herself to cultivate a few chili plants in the garden, harvesting the peppers to create a spicy sauce. During meals, she would dip her food into this sauce to savor a touch of heat. While other vegetables might be pilfered, those few chili plants had never been touched. Chen Yefeng noticed a small dish of chili sauce in front of his wife. He dipped a piece of chicken leg fish from the clay pot into the sauce, and, upon tasting it, was met with a robust spiciness that was truly delightful. "Aren't you someone who doesn't eat spicy food?" Zhou Haiying inquired, her curiosity piqued. After so many years together, he had always shunned spiciness. "I saw you enjoying it so much, so I thought I'd give it a try." "Wow, it's really spicy." Chen Yefeng rushed to the water tank and gulped down a mouthful of water. What a burn. Knowing full well the chili sauce was spicy, yet still trying to impress, Chen's mother had finished her meal and was helping to feed Rong, casting a disapproving glance at her second son. She knew he was drinking unboiled water, despite the fact that they had boiled water at home. "You'll regret it when you have a stomach ache," she warned. "But it's all right. An occasional sip won't hurt." Chen Yefeng returned to his seat, feeling the weight of responsibility as a role model. "You all shouldn't learn from me and drink well water directly. Otherwise, you might end up with roundworms in your stomach. The only reason I'm not worried is that I eat chili to detoxify." Chen Yefeng felt a twinge of guilt and concocted a flimsy excuse. In truth, the spice was manageable. He could endure it. After escaping from a dark prison in his previous life, he had worked in a small county where spicy food was a staple. Initially, he found it unbearable, often suffering from discomfort, but over the years, he had gradually acclimated to it. However, upon returning, he seldom indulged in spiciness, primarily due to the difficulty of acquiring chilies here. After just one bite of the spicy sauce, unprepared for the heat, he felt as though his throat was ablaze. Chapter 18. Yearning for Meat. Old man, where have you hidden that briefcase? Share some with me. At the dining table, after finishing a bowl of sweet potato porridge, Chen Yefeng observed his father pouring himself another drink, which instantly stirred the drinking spirit within him. Fishermen by the sea often indulge in smoking and drinking, for life on the ocean can be dreadfully monotonous. Without the numbing effects of alcohol and tobacco, it is truly unbearable. Chen Yefeng also enjoyed drinking, especially living alone. He could prepare a small dish and sit for hours with a drink in hand. Locally, people favored a homemade rice wine, brewed from pure grains, with a relatively low alcohol content. It was colloquially known as earth matai or briefcase wine. In later years, it was humorously remarked that locals would become delirious after drinking it, while outsiders claimed it elevated them to a higher state of being. "Don't pour too much under that pile of eucalyptus branches. Leave some for me." He was surprised at how well his father hid it, explaining why he had been unable to find it. "So stingy. One day, I'll fill the barrel for you. Let us talk about that later. It doesn't help to discuss it now." As night fell, the father and son shared a few drinks, while Chen's mother and Zhou Haiying remained silent. Chen Yefeng, brimming with enthusiasm, filled a porcelain bowl with a modest amount of liquor from the woodshed. He first indulged in a mouthful of vegetables before savoring the drink. "Oh, the flavor of this wine is truly rich, devoid of any artifice. The liquor of later generations pales in comparison, becoming increasingly synthetic. No wonder that in his old age, indulging too much leaves one in a stupor." After consuming the small bowl of rice wine, Chen Yefeng felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He took a puff of his water pipe, observing that the meal was nearly finished. Only Uncle Chun Wu remained, engrossed in slurping the remnants. Having devoured 5 or 6 bowls of porridge, watching this hefty fellow eat could almost evoke hunger in others. The children, having set down their bowls, clamored to see Hui Yuanjia, but upon hearing from Chun Mu that there was watermelon to be had, they hesitated to leave. Once Chun Mu had sliced the watermelon, each child took a piece and hurried over to Uncle Chen's house. Chen Yefeng took a few puffs of smoke, reclining on a woven bed while gazing at the sky. The moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars, and a sense of timelessness enveloped him. Chen Mu took 2 pieces of watermelon for Ah Kai to deliver next door, and he quickly returned. "A foam, are you going to the beach tonight? I heard from Sister C that the tide will recede around 10. If you wish to go, then go on your own. The sea is not mine. Just don't involve me." After being single for many years, he had finally returned to relive his youth with his beloved wife. It would be absurd to venture out to the beach at night. "If you're not going, I want tea either. The thought of going alone to the beach at night was daunting. Fearing that Ah Feng might not invite him next time, he earnestly added, "If you do decide to go tomorrow, be sure to call me." "Understood. If I go, I will let you know." Chen Yefeng gazed at the night sky above, feeling as if it appeared much brighter than in later times, though he could not tell if it was merely an illusion. In this era, rural life lacked entertainment, and to conserve electricity, everyone retired to bed soon after dinner. However, his second cousin's house was bustling with people, so crowded that one could hardly squeeze in. Chen Yefeng chose not to join the commotion, finding no interest in straining his eyes on the meager 12-inch black and white television. After finishing her chores, Zhou Haiying took advantage of the absence of the children to wash up. In those rural conditions, bathing was inconvenient. Women would prepare a wooden basin in their rooms, filling it with water to cleanse themselves. Men, on the other hand, were less particular. Those with a well in their yard would fetch water directly to wash. If a household lacked a well, they would go to a nearby river or pond. "Ah Ing, let me help you with that." Seeing his wife struggling with a bucket of water, Chen Yefeng promptly stepped forward to assist. "Would you like to bathe as well?" His sudden attentiveness caught her off guard. Although she could manage the bucket herself, she nodded. "I'll just fetch some water from the well to wash up." Chen Yefeng helped carry the water inside, pouring it into a large wooden basin in the room, before heading to the woodshed to heat some more. "Please step outside and keep an eye out. Do not allow anyone to enter," Zhou Haiying urged as she pushed the man towards the door. "Comrade Zhou Haiying, you are clearly discarding me like an old tool. My presence inside is equally valuable," Chen Yefeng retorted shamelessly. "This wooden door is secured from within. Who could possibly come in? Your reasoning is rather superficial. Please, hurry outside." Zhou Haiying bit her lip in frustration. "Why should I go out? We could wash together, thus conserving water. Just moments ago, you asked me to take a shower. Is that not what you meant?" Chen Yefeng exclaimed, excitement evident as he embraced his wife. Soft, smooth, and quite elastic. The vitality of youth is truly remarkable. After being a widower for so long, the sight of his wife stirred dormant desires within him. "That is not what I meant." "Oh, I know you women often say no when you really mean yes," he chuckled, pulling her towards the bed. At that critical moment, a voice called from outside, belonging to his younger brother, Sanzi. "Quickly, step outside. The water is getting cold," Chen Yefeng urged. Zhou Haiying swiftly pushed him out of the room and locked the door behind him. With a disgruntled expression, Chen Yefeng bent over as he exited, spotting a figure in the yard, his brother, Chen Yihui. With irritation, Chen Yefeng felt an urge to kick his brother in frustration. "Hey, brother, why are you bent over? My back is a bit uncomfortable. Is that a crime? It's late, and you're making a racket. Brother, tomorrow you're taking Uncle Wu to the beach. Can I join you?" Sanzi gazed at Chen Yefeng with hopeful eyes. Chen Yefeng snapped. "Is that the reason you disturbed me?" Sanzi, puzzled, replied. "Yes. Why do you seem so displeased?" "I crave meat," Chen Yefeng grumbled. "As if I don't want meat. I haven't had any for almost a month, subsisting solely on fish and shrimp. It makes me nauseous," Sanzi complained. "Then tell mother," Chen Yefeng suggested. "That won't work. She only makes bamboo shoots with meat. Isn't that meat? If you wish to go to the beach, you can join them. Why follow me? I refuse to go with them. I want to accompany you. You caught 2 large crabs today and made so much money. Fine. But you must obey my instructions while we are there. Otherwise, you want to come with me." Chen Yefeng planned to venture not to the mudflats, but to Haishan Pai, as the locals referred to it, a rocky shore teeming with richer marine life, albeit fraught with danger. The rocks, perpetually soaked in seawater, were extremely slippery and covered in barnacles and seaweed, posing significant risks. A fall could lead to severe injury or even perilous consequences. "Rest assured, I promise to listen to you," Sanzi vowed earnestly. "One more thing. Due to the hot weather, you are not permitted to swim unsupervised, understood?" Chen Yefeng stated with gravity. In his previous life, Sanzi had ventured to the river for a swim and had perished. Chen Yefeng wished to prevent such a tragedy from recurring. "I am not a child. I am nearly 11. Sanzi pouted. "Should you choose to disregard my words, do not expect me to take you to the shore," Chen Yefeng threatened. All right. I shall heed your wishes," Sanzi assured, patting his chest. Upon the return of the 2 daughters, Zhou Haiying, having finished her own bath, assisted them in washing up as well. Meanwhile, Chen Yefeng procured a towel and soap, making his way to the well in the courtyard. Their well was equipped with an antiquated hand pump, which sometimes required water to be poured in to draw it out. He began to pump water into a basin, taking advantage of the moonlight to wash himself. This well water is truly frigid. After his bath, Chen Yefeng eagerly retreated indoors. Time for some meat. Chapter 19. Yuan Dajuan's extortion. Hurry and go to sleep. It is far too late to be making noise, he admonished. Once inside, the two girls continued their playful bickering on the bed. One moment the older sibling was atop the younger, and the next, the younger was perched on the older's head. Their room contained two beds. Xinshin and Rongrong shared a large bed with his wife, while Chen Yefeng occupied a smaller bamboo bed. Regardless of his calls, the two girls paid him no heed, persisting in their frolicsome antics. He worried that their daily jumping on the bed would eventually lead to its collapse. It seemed his kindness had rendered them fearless, for they were all smiles and laughter, undeterred by his presence. "Are you two going to sleep, or not? If not, you can both leave," he exclaimed in frustration. Feeling exasperated as the recent bath turned into a sweat-inducing ordeal, he momentarily contemplated more drastic measures. Ultimately, it was Zhou Haiying who adeptly retrieved a bamboo stick from beneath the bed, prompting the girls to finally lie down. However, the mischief persisted. "Hurry and sleep. I'm turning off the light. Electricity isn't free." Zhou Haiying returned the bamboo stick to its place, extinguished the lamp, and then crawled into the mosquito net. As the 10-watt incandescent bulb dimmed, silence enveloped the room. Moonlight, like a silvery veil, filtered through the window, casting a serene glow. A few pairs of sandals lay scattered haphazardly on the floor. Once the light was extinguished, Chen Yefeng's restless heart began to stir. After approximately 10 minutes, he whispered, "Are the wife and children asleep?" Bathed in the radiant moonlight, his gaze fell upon the large bed before him. So close, yet it felt as if it were worlds away. Xinshin and Rongrong nestled within, while Zhou Haiying lay on the outer edge, her back turned towards him. "Daddy, what are you up to?" Xinshin inquired, her voice breaking the silence. "I'm still awake," Rongrong chimed in. 20 minutes later, Chen Yefeng reached out to gently poke Zhou Haiying. "Dear, are the children asleep?" Zhou Haiying replied softly, "Not yet, but they will be soon." Half an hour passed. "Wife, dear daddy, what are you doing?" "Mama has already fallen asleep," Xinshin responded. Alas, the following morning, Chen Yefeng awoke to bright daylight streaming through his eyes. He shifted slightly, instinctively glancing at the opposite bed, only to discover that his wife was no longer there, having risen at some point, while the two children remained soundly asleep. Last night, after Zhou Haiying fell asleep, it wasn't long before Chen Yefeng succumbed to slumber as well. He slept soundly until dawn, unexpectedly finding that his sleep had improved since his rebirth. Unsure of the time, he contemplated whether to indulge in a little more rest. Chen Yefeng's gaze drifted towards the window, whereupon he felt a pang of indecision. Before long, a cacophony erupted outside. Were they quarreling? "Where's Chen Yefeng? Call him out quickly." "Captain Yuan, do you have business with our phone?" "He is still asleep." "Asleep? The sun is already high in the sky. Does he not know he should rise and be productive? He is the reason our village's reputation has been tarnished." Chen's mother, perplexed, interjected, "Captain, has our phone offended you in some way? Why the ire so early in the morning?" Yuan Dajuan, seething with anger, declared, "Wake him up. I wish to ask why my grandson, Xiao Wu, has been wronged by him, leading to such violence." Upon hearing this, Chen Guofa immediately stood, his expression grave. He had been pleased that his second son had suddenly become well-behaved, only to discover that this unruly boy had created such a significant ruckus by injuring the captain's grandson. "Father, there's no need to call out. I am already awake," Chen Yefeng yawned, making his way to the well in the courtyard to splash water on his face. He took a sip and spat it out. "Impudent boy, what are you dawdling for? Come here at once." Chen's father trembled with anger. "Did you strike Yuan Xiaowu?" "I did strike him. After all, he insulted my ancestors," Chen Yefeng replied with a scoff. Had it not been for his encounter with Yuan Xiaowu yesterday, he would have completely forgotten this incident from 40 years past. "Fourth son, is this the kind of son you have raised? Defiant even after inflicting harm? Is there no law to uphold? Do you not fear that I might report you to the commune?" Seeing Chen Yefeng's lack of denial, Yuan Dajuan felt a surge of joy. "Captain, we are all villagers here. It is unnecessary to escalate a children's quarrel to the commune, which would only invite ridicule." Chen's mother wore a troubled expression. "Indeed, Dajuan, let us sit down and discuss this matter." Chen's father shot a glare at his second son. "The two children were merely playing. I will send him to your home to apologize to Xiao Wu. If Ah Feng truly harmed him, and it reaches the commune, it could spell serious trouble. This year, regulations have tightened. They might even label him a delinquent. Fourth son, I am refraining from escalating this matter to the commune for the sake of our shared village ties. Otherwise, your Ah Feng might indeed face serious charges." Yuan Dajuan warned ominously. "Thank you. Captain, our Ah Feng should not have resorted to violence. Is Xiao Wu badly injured? We will have Fu Yun catch a chicken for him to help him recuperate." Chen's father and mother wore apologetic smiles. It is quite normal for village children to engage in roughhousing, as long as no one is grievously harmed. Skip the chicken. My Xiao Wu's face is swollen, and he has several stitches in his thigh. He is still bedridden and cannot even walk. Medical expenses and nutritional fees are to be borne by your family. I'll phone. Otherwise, we shall approach Secretary Yao at the commune and seek justice. Yuan Dajuan let out a cold snort. What? Is it that serious? Chen's mother immediately furrowed her brow. I'll phone. This is all just a joke. Why are you being so harsh? Chen's father chimed in, scolding him. At that moment, Zhou Haiying, who was preparing breakfast in the woodshed, heard the commotion outside and was momentarily stunned, tears welling in her eyes. She had thought Chen Yefeng had suddenly become reliable, a wayward son returning home, yet it turned out he had gotten into trouble outside. Why must her life be so wretched? Bah, Yuan, can you not have some self-respect? I merely gave him a few light kicks. What's the matter? Am I Ouyang phone with internal strength, causing your precious grandson internal injuries? Chen Yefeng replied with irritation. He neither seeks trouble nor fears it now. Just because the captain is impressive, does that give him the right to bully others? I'll phone. Did you truly not strike him so hard? Chen's father also sensed something amiss. Although his second son was somewhat unruly, he was not inherently bad and would not beat someone to the point of being bedridden over a mere insult. Father, do not listen to Yuan Dajuan's nonsense. I merely kicked him lightly. How could he sustain any injuries? I saw him riding a bicycle just yesterday. Chen Yefeng assumed Yuan Dajuan had come merely to seek an explanation for the incident with Yuan Xiaowu 2 days prior. He never anticipated this shameless individual would claim his grandson was bedridden due to his actions and demand compensation. This was clearly an attempt at extortion. Chapter 20. A sack and a bell ready to burst. He was riding his bike yesterday afternoon when you struck him. Do not deny it. Hu Hongwan from the health clinic personally stitched up my son Xiaowu and administered treatment. Hu Hongwan is the barefoot doctor in our village, sought by anyone with an ailment. She never charges villagers excessively, and if someone cannot afford medical fees, she simply notes it down, not pursuing payment later. Truly a good person. Nearly everyone in the village has benefited from her kindness. To lend credibility to his claims, Yuan Dajuan even invoked her name. What time did you visit the clinic in the afternoon? Chen Yefeng scoffed. Hu Hongwan could only attest that Yuan Xiaowu was injured and received treatment from her, which did not prove that he was the one who had struck him. This old fellow is playing with semantics. I do not wear a watch. How would I know the time? I only recall that the fishing boats were returning from the dock, Yuan Dajuan said, his eyes flickering. The fishing boats returned around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, and at that time, Alphone was asleep at home. Zhou Haiying emerged from the woodshed, her gaze fixed on Yuan Dajuan like a wild beast. No wonder, being the daughter of a seasoned hunter, her temper was fiery. Yuan Dajuan, do you not fear that we will report you to the commune for such baseless accusations? Or do you think, as the captain, you have connections there and do not fear the consequences? Feng's wife, what kind of words are these? We are all public servants, dedicated to serving the people. How could we possibly abuse our power? Though Yuan Dajuan felt a twinge of anxiety, he maintained a righteous demeanor, speaking with fervor. One could easily mistake him for someone intent on demolishing a stronghold. Perhaps I am misremembering the time. How could he have possibly imagined that a habitual idler like the street rogue would be found sleeping at home? With the considerable amount of money earned from fishing, shouldn't he be out reveling with his rowdy friends? Clearly, Xiaowu was merely showcasing his cycling skills, having fallen off his own bike. My second cousin has indeed improved. How can you unjustly accuse him? Sanzi, having been roused from his slumber, rose to defend Chen Yefeng. It was indeed Yuan Xiaowu who fell from his bicycle, though he was not present at the scene. However, last night while watching television at Second Ants, he heard about the incident from the villages Dinyo and Er Hu witnessed it firsthand. Those two foolish brothers were present at the time, later relaying the story with winks and mocking grins. It is truly laughable. Yuan Xiaowu, that diminutive fellow, sought to impress us with his cycling prowess and ended up sprawled on the ground, injuring his legs and damaging his brand new bicycle. Such a shame for that bicycle. He deserved it for not allowing us even a brief ride or a touch. What's this, Yuan Dajuan? Do you think us easy targets? Chen Guofa is not one to suffer fools gladly and unleashed a torrent of curses. Coastal fishermen are known for their fierce spirit, battling against the elements, the sea, and bandits alike. Years ago, their Taihan fishing team even clashed with the South Vietnamese monkeys. What scenes have they not witnessed? Fellow villagers, come forth and judge. Yuan Dajuan's grandson injured himself while riding, yet seeks compensation from our phone for medical expenses. Where is the fairness in that? Chen Mu is no pushover either. Back in the 60s, she was part of the militia. This unit was heralded as the Iron Red Women Warriors of the South China Sea. When Chen Mu raised her voice, neighbors flocked to see what the commotion was about. What has happened? Why the outcry? Hurry and see. Yuan Dajuan is brawling with Chun Laosi. Someone call the old party secretary, claim there has been a death. The neighbors, hearing the uproar, rushed out to witness the spectacle. As the crowd grew, Yuan Dajuan's visage turned a deep shade of rage. His grandson had reported to him that he had been assaulted by Chen Yefeng, and he contemplated how to deal with this street rogue. Subsequently, Yuan Xiaowu, while cycling, inadvertently tumbled into a ditch. Not only did he sustain injuries, but the bicycle, valued at 100 or so, was also damaged. The pain was unbearable for him. Many in the village had mentioned that Chen Yefeng had earned several large sums from his fishing exploits, and Yuan Dajuan's mind began to scheme. He thought to leverage his position as the team leader to extort a sum from the Chen family, seeking to avenge his precious grandson. However, matters did not unfold as he had envisioned. The villagers showed no regard for his authority as team leader. In the past, whenever Chen Yefeng had committed wrongs, the villagers would receive compensation. But today was different. The parents of Chen, who had always looked down on their second son, were now fiercely protective. Little did he know that the reformed Chen Yefeng had turned over a new leaf, becoming a reliable individual. Yuan Dajuan, how dare you bully a foe? Watch me not bring you to your knees. What are you all doing there? Quickly, stop that foolish giant Akai and take the pole from his hands. Fifth uncle, be careful not to harm him. Do not strike his head, as it could be fatal. Hurry, someone must restrain him. After all, killing a fool is not a crime. Witnessing the injustice against a foe, fifth uncle Chen rushed out from his home with a pole in hand. Had he not been intercepted, that pole would have descended upon Yuan Dajuan's head. Titles like team leader or squad leader mean nothing. The pole in my hand is the only truth. Chen Yefeng, you scoundrel, just wait. This matter is far from over. I shall seek justice from the commune. While Yuan Dajuan continued to spout his bravado, a heavy blow struck his head, causing him to see stars. Though he did not bleed, a painful bump arose atop his head. In the midst of the crowd, chaos ensued, making it impossible to discern the identity of the assailant. Sanzi, what are you doing? Chen Yefeng observed his little brother clutching a burlap sack with an air of secrecy. Is he planning to place that sack over Yuan Dajuan's head? Give it to me. You're too short to reach. Chen Yefeng snatched the sack from Sanzi's hands and, seizing the moment of confusion, successfully draped it over Yuan Dajuan's head. Who dares to place a sack on my head? I will have his life. Before Yuan Dajuan could finish his threat, a fierce punch struck his abdomen, causing him to grit his teeth and curse. But the onslaught did not cease there. His head, thighs, backside, and back were all subjected to varying degrees of assault. He felt like a human punching bag, enduring blows from every direction. During Yuan Dajuan's tenure as captain, he had made no shortage of enemies within the village. Such an opportunity was rare and fleeting. How could anyone let it slip away? Fists and feet rained upon Yuan Dajuan. Though exhausting, the thrill of inflicting punishment was undeniably exhilarating. It had been far too long since anyone had felt such satisfaction. Yuan Dajuan, however, was far from pleased. The assailants were farmers, strong and relentless, targeting his softer flesh while avoiding vital areas. They could not kill him, but could certainly ensure he suffered immensely. Yuan Dajuan gritted his teeth, vowing to exact revenge on these unruly villagers, especially the Chen family. Just as he was plotting, a fierce kick landed squarely in his groin. He felt as if something were about to burst, the pain forcing him into a contorted position, nearly rendering him unconscious. Everyone, cease this madness. Is there no way to resolve this peacefully? Stop fighting. The old party secretary is coming. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to scatter. Some hurriedly covered their faces and fled the scene. Yet, one foolish individual, slow to react, remained oblivious to the warning and foolishly charged forward to strike. That individual was Uncle Chen. Chapter 21. Looking up, he beheld the soles of size 43 shoes. Chen Guoqiang rushed forward, intent on delivering a resounding kick to Yuan Dajuan. To satiate his pent-up wrath, on the surface, he fawned over Yuan Dajuan, following him like a loyal dog, yet deep within, he seethed with resentment towards him. As the captain, Yuan Dajuan intentionally promoted him to the position of deputy captain, entrusting him with the responsibility of land allocation within the village. Consequently, due to disputes over land, the villagers unleashed their fury directly upon Elder Chen, who narrowly escaped with his life. Yuan Dajuan offered him no assistance and even dismissed his deputy captain. One cannot help but wonder if Chen harbored any resentment. Just as Chen raised his right foot, poised to stomp down, Yuan Dajuan managed to free himself from the burlap sack. Struggling to breathe, he winced in pain and, upon looking up, was confronted with the soles of a size 43 shoe, adorned with a splatter of chicken droppings. Chen Guoqiang, what are you plotting? Yuan Dajuan glared at him. Elder Chen forced a smile. Captain, Take a look at my stylish big leather shoes. Aren't they splendid? My second son bought them from a trading company. Yuan Dajuan nearly choked on his own blood. Had he still been encased in the burlap sack, those size 43 shoes would have surely landed squarely on his face. Brother, what happened to you? Your face is swollen like a pig's head, Yuan Dabin remarked, aghast at the sight of his brother's disfigured visage. Oh, you blind fool. You stepped on my hand. A wail of despair erupted from Yuan Dajuan's lips, as his hand had been trampled by his younger brother. My apologies, brother. Who did this to you? I shall take revenge, Yuan Dabin vowed, incensed at the sight of his brother's condition. There were too many people, and I was still wrapped in that burlap sack. Yuan Dajuan gritted his teeth in frustration, surveying the crowd. You scoundrels, who among you participated in assaulting me? Step forward voluntarily, or I shall ensure you pay dearly. Yuan Dajuan felt as if his body were falling apart, every inch in agony. Particularly, a searing pain radiated from below, a sensation more excruciating than a sting from the tail of a devilfish. He would never dare to endure such torment again. Captain, I did not lay a hand on anyone. I merely stood by. Yes, I didn't do anything either. I was just a spectator. I had no idea what transpired. When I emerged, the secretary and others were already present. I left my porridge boiling. I can't chat any longer. My mother is calling me home for breakfast. The onlooking villagers hastily concocted excuses to depart, fearful of incurring Yuan Dajuan's wrath. Given the chaos of the scene, it was likely they would deny any wrongdoing. Mother, stop staring and go back. Is breakfast ready? I'm starving, and I still need to go fishing today, Chen Yefeng said, patting his belly while urging his mother back to the courtyard. We have already divided our household. Why should I care about your breakfast? Go find your wife. The tide won't recede until around 11. What good is breakfast if you're off fishing? Chen's mother dismissed his hand and turned to walk toward the woodshed. Where has Ayn gone? She was just here. Chen Yefeng, feeling dejected after being scolded by his mother, awkwardly searched for his wife. Chen Yefeng, did you put this burlap sack on my head? Yuan Dajuan even suspected that the kick to his groin was also orchestrated by him. Without evidence, do not speak recklessly, lest I accuse you of defamation. Chen Yefeng, emboldened, declared that with so many hands involved, it would indeed be difficult to pursue accountability. Should matters turn upon him, he would merely assert that he was acting for the greater good, inadvertently caught in the fray. Have you not been beaten enough, that you continue to spew such filth? Uncle Chun Wu could no longer contain himself. Had it not been for the villagers' restraint moments ago, he would have certainly smashed Yuan Dajuan's head. How dare you? The Chen family act so brazenly? Do you presume the Yuan family is extinct? You dare to strike my father, I will ensure your demise. Let us avenge Uncle Dajuan. Yuan Dabing and others clamored angrily. Chen Yefeng and his father armed themselves, prepared to fight. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Cease this uproar. Shouting for bloodshed. What sort of behavior is this? With such vigor, why not apply yourselves to labor? The old party secretary's authority was clear. I am still alive, though aging. Afong, take that foolish giant Akai back. And you, Yuan Dabing and Yuan Yunsheng, carry Dajuan to the infirmary. Witnessing the brewing conflict before him, the old secretary's temper flared. Afong, heed the old secretary's words. Everyone go home. Today, with the old secretary present, Chen's father wished to avoid escalating the situation. We are all villagers. We see each other daily. He understood that from this day forward, a rift had formed between their families. Fortunately, he had always been averse to trouble, yet was not afraid of it. Chen Yefeng cast a glance at the Yuan family, noting their hesitation to act, and led Uncle Wu toward his grandfather's house. Upon reaching the entrance, they found his grandfather standing there, hands clasped behind his back, wielding a sharp axe. The old man, with a repressed aura of menace, had once been a valiant fighter against the Japanese, emerging from a sea of blood and corpses. After liberation, he served as mayor, only to be imprisoned, witnessing the world's cruel realities, and subsequently retreated into a life of seclusion. Later, through his own interpretation of the I Ching, one day while at the seaside, he beheld a radiant gold light in the southern waters. From that moment, he became enlightened, capable of divination, and gained renown as the town's eminent feng shui master. Indeed, the life of Elder Chun could be described as legendary. Previously, it was said that his cousin was the second university student from their village. In truth, the first was his grandfather. Among the younger generation, only his cousin bore resemblance to him, and he favored that descendant the most. As Chen Yefeng stepped inside, he felt the weight of his grandfather's sharp gaze. Elder Chen scrutinized his grandson, puzzled. How curious. How has Afeng's fate altered? In the realm of destiny, while one's birth chart possesses inherent traits, it is not immutable. Previously, he discerned that Uncle Wu was destined for an untimely demise and had attempted to alter his fate, hoping to prevent him from following Chen Yefeng to the city. Yet, he had still slipped away. At that time, he lamented the inevitability of fate. However, this foolish lad had miraculously returned midway, and his fate had also transformed. The second son of the fourth family had undergone a similar change, leaving him perplexed. He slowly shook his head, realizing that his abilities were still insufficient. Did grandfather discern something? At this moment, Chen Yefeng was in a state of panic. The fact that he had been reborn was the greatest secret of his life, and he certainly did not wish for anyone to uncover it. Fortunately, grandmother came to his rescue. Yefeng, are you still planning to go to the beach today? If Akai accompanies you, you must keep an eye on him. The foolish boy knows nothing. Uncle Chen Wu had always been somewhat of a scatterbrain, seemingly affected by a high fever in his childhood that went untreated, resulting in some cognitive impairment. When Chen Lao Yi brought him back all those years ago, he was already like this. Chen Yefeng was puzzled as to why the two elderly people did not abandon him and instead took the arduous task of raising him. Could he truly be grandfather's blood? But that did not seem right. His grandmother had been wronged. How could she raise a child that belonged to another woman? Moreover, she cared for that child more than her own. In his previous life, Chen Yefeng had always sought to uncover Uncle Wu's true identity. Yet, the two elders kept their lips sealed, never revealing anything even until their last breath. Grandmother, rest assured, I will watch over him. Upon being reborn and seeing the old lady once more, he felt a surge of emotions. In his past life, she had been quite kind to him, unlike his grandfather, who favored his uncle's family, primarily because his cousins were exceptionally remarkable. The old lady, however, was different, benevolent and gentle, treating all her descendants with equal care. In his previous life, while he was away, the old lady had unfortunately met with an accident and passed away. She was rather timid. When faced with conflict, she would quickly retreat indoors, afraid to come out. Just earlier, when Yuan Dajun and others caused a commotion, she had trembled with fear, hiding in her room, unwilling to show herself. This behavior could be attributed to her experiences in her youth. Her ancestors had been wealthy landlords, and in the expansive Shibu village, half of the village belonged to their family. However, due to various reasons, their fortunes had declined. In her younger years, the old lady had even faced public condemnation, and Chen Lao Yi had also suffered considerable repercussions. After enduring such fear and anxiety, the old lady now lived her life with utmost caution. At the slightest hint of trouble, she would retreat like a turtle. After exchanging a few words with grandmother, he heard Zhou Haiying calling him from next door to come home for dinner. Yefeng, where have you gone? You're all grown up now. Yet you are still such a source of worry. I'm here, in grandmother's place, he replied, making his way back to his own courtyard. For breakfast, he had noodles cooked with freshwater snails, complemented by mustard greens. Perhaps due to his earnings the previous day, Zhou Haiying had even added lard to the soup, the scattered droplets releasing a savory aroma. Locals had two types of cooking oil, peanut oil and lard. In this era of material scarcity, lard was far more favored. A bowl of rice drizzled with lard was delightfully satisfying, even without any vegetables. Chen Yefeng relished his bowl of noodles with gusto, feeling an overwhelming sense of contentment. In those times, households were often devoid of fatty meats. In contrast to seafood, the rural populace exhibits a pronounced preference for pork. It is the combination of carbohydrates and meat that truly satiates one's hunger. Excessive consumption of seafood only leads to a leaner physique. One must procure fatty cuts of pork to render lard at home. Yet the price of pork has become rather steep, necessitating the use of meat tickets when purchasing from the processing plant. In their household, meat is not bought for 10 days to half a month, a situation likely mirrored by the majority of the villagers. Only during festivals or community events when pork is distributed do they occasionally indulge in meat. When purchasing pork, fatty cuts command a higher price and are more sought after. The rendered lard can be utilized in cooking, adding richness to vegetable soups. Even the remnants of rendered lard have become a luxury in these times. A sprinkle of it while stir-frying greens imparts a delectable flavor. A touch of white sugar transforms it into a delightful snack, surpassing even Haagen-Dazs in satisfaction. After breakfast, Chen Yefeng busied himself with chores around the house. Early in the morning, Chen's father had finished his meal and departed for a meeting at the fisheries team. He mentioned that the meeting would extend into the following day, leaving Chen puzzled about what could warrant such prolonged discussions. As midday approached, Chen Yefeng glanced at the sun's position, estimating that the tide would soon recede. He hastily prepared a bowl of porridge accompanied by pickled vegetables before setting out. Uncle Chen Wu and Sanzi were already waiting with buckets and tools, their excitement rendering them too eager to even pause for lunch. Yefeng, are you heading out to the sea? You didn't say anything. Wait for me. Zhou Haiying called out as she noticed Chen Yefeng and his companions preparing to depart. Dear, you're not going today, are you? We have enough clams, no need to dig more. Last time we collected plenty. And they can be kept in salt water for a few days, she added. Without a refrigerator at home, any excess must be cooked and dried for preservation. Who said I was going to dig clams? I'm off to catch the tide. 1 octopus for every 6 clams. Who needs Shishi's tongue? I'm not going to catch the tide today. I wish to go to the mountain reef. Then I shall accompany you, she replied. All right. But let us leave the children behind. It's rather sunny outside. If I don't take them, who will? Mother wants to dig sandworms at the beach. And I can't leave Rong Rong home with Xin alone. No worries. I'll call Grandma from next door. She's just sitting at home anyway. We'll be back in a few hours. With their plans set, the woman excitedly began her preparations. However, it took nearly half an hour for her to be ready, leaving the 3 men waiting. Had I known, I wouldn't have let my sister-in-law come. Why must it take so long? It's merely a matter of grabbing some tools, Sanzi mused, questioning his life choices. Why not just leave Sanzi at home then? No need to summon Grandma, he suggested. Zhou Haiying, overhearing this, rolled her eyes and jested. No way. I'm not staying home to babysit. A mother should tend to her own children. Let us leave my sister-in-law at home instead. Sanzi dashed off with his bucket, eliciting laughter from the others. This clever lad, Uncle Chen Wu and Sanzi, the 2 single men, walked ahead, while Chen Yefeng strolled behind with his wife, engaged in light-hearted conversation as the 4 of them made their way toward the shore. Upon reaching the seaside, they discovered yet another solitary figure had joined them. Old Huang followed closely behind them. Akai attempted to shoo the stubborn dog back. But after several unsuccessful attempts, he ultimately gave up. Today, the beach seemed even more crowded than yesterday, predominantly filled with the elderly, women, and children. Chen Yefeng directed them toward Haishan Pai, while he dashed off to the tidal flats where he had caught butter crabs yesterday. Upon arrival, he discovered that the large rock had already been moved, and the big puddle had been sifted through by someone else. It appeared that someone had beaten him to it. He wondered if they had managed to capture anything. Probably not. He wandered around the vicinity, collected a few sea snails, but found nothing else of note, and then turned back toward Haishan Pai. Afeng, did you find anything? When he caught up to his wife and the others, Zhou Haiying eagerly peered into his bucket. Although her husband hadn't mentioned where he had gone, she had an inkling. No, Chen Yefeng shook his head. By the time I got there, the place had already been rummaged through. I'm not sure if there was anything left. It's all right, those are quite rare. Just catching one is already a stroke of luck, Zhou Haiying reassured him. Right, I won't dwell on it. If others caught some, that's their fortune. We shouldn't feel envious. Chen Yefeng understood well that such prized butter crabs were a rarity. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so expensive. What are you 2 whispering about? Seeing the 2 of them huddled together, Chen Yehue curiously approached. Go away, this is adult business. Children shouldn't pry. Chen Yefeng disdainfully pushed his younger brother aside and led his wife forward. I'm almost 12. I'm not a child. Sanzi protested, defiantly straightening his back. He noticed the significant change in his second brother over the past few days. He had become kinder toward his sister-in-law. He even recalled how his brother used to hit her. He wasn't oblivious. He had heard her cries at night from the adjacent room. Sister-in-law is so pitiful. Chapter 23. Thunder Crab Sanzi, are you coming or not? What are you thinking about? Old Huang is already faster than you, Chen Yefeng called back, seeing his younger brother standing still like a wooden block. Hearing this, Old Huang perked up. Wait for me. Don't walk so fast. After regaining his senses, Sanzi hurriedly chased after them, still pondering how to persuade his brother not to hit his sister-in-law again that night. The 4 of them and the dog took approximately half an hour to reach Haishan Pai. This area differed greatly from the beach near the village. The village beach consisted of sand and mud flats, while Haishan Pai was a rocky shore. Typically submerged by seawater, the rocky beach was now exposed due to the receding tide. The number of people gathering shellfish here was noticeably fewer than on the sandy beaches. The distance was a factor, as well as the inherent dangers of the rocky terrain. Generally, women, the elderly, and children were hesitant to venture here. Of course, there were those undeterred by danger. Not far away, several women were busy prying open oysters. Although perilous, this area boasted an abundance of resources, with rocks teeming with young shellfish, and prying them open revealed oysters within. The oyster, commonly referred to as the sea oyster, is a prevalent mollusk found in the ocean. These diminutive creatures possess a pale yellow shell, encasing tender flesh of a delicate green hue. Typically, they thrive upon rocky substrates, necessitating specialized tools for the extraction of the juvenile oysters. In addition to oysters, one can also discover mussels, spicy snails, hairy clams, and scallops in this region. With a stroke of fortune, one might even encounter stranded seafood. Aying. You take Sanzi to collect oysters and dig for mussels, while I accompany Uncle Wu to explore ahead, suggested Chen Yefeng. All right, but do be cautious. The rocks are slick with barnacles and seaweed. Avoid slipping and falling, Zhou Haiying advised, nodding in agreement. No way. I refuse to sit here and crack open oysters. I want to join you. Sanzi protested vehemently. The thought of cracking oysters seemed dull to him, and he would rather assist his mother in digging for clams in the mudflat. You may accompany us, but you must promise to behave and not wander off. Chen Yefeng cautioned. Rest assured, I know you're the best, urge. With permission granted, Sanzi beamed with delight. Remember, do not stray and follow instructions, Uncle Chen reminded Sanzi. Grinning like a fool, despite often being called foolish himself. Foolish giant, even if I am foolish, you are even more so. Sanzi retorted indignantly. Who are you calling foolish? I'll give you a thrashing. Uncle Chen shot back, his eyes narrowing. Urge. He wants to hit me. Sanzi exclaimed as he ducked behind Chen Yefeng. Will you two ever cease? Settle down. You'll only realize your folly when you fall. Chen Yefeng spoke sternly. Upon hearing this, the two ceased their banter. Chen Yefeng, uninterested in their antics, began to search diligently beneath the surrounding rocks, not neglecting the tidal pools either. Tidal pools, also known as rock pools, are depressions along the coastline filled with rocks and seawater. When the tide rises, water surges into these basins, often submerging them. As the tide recedes, pools of water remain trapped among the rocks, potentially hiding a treasure trove. During low tide, unfortunate sea creatures may find themselves stranded beneath the rocks or within the tidal pools, often leading to unexpected discoveries. However, one must remain vigilant. For fearsome creatures like eels and sea snakes may lurk within, posing a danger. Even if one is not bitten, a fright could lead to a fall, resulting in injury or worse. Behold, a sizable cat's eye snail, Chen Yefeng exclaimed, picking up the substantial mollusk, its plump flesh splashing water as he squeezed it. The experience was utterly cathartic. Urge, you found a cat's eye snail? Uncle Wu and Sanzi approached, their eyes brimming with envy. The flesh of the cat's eye snail is notably chewy, perfect for stir-frying into delectable slices, making it an ideal accompaniment for drinks. Why are you two trailing behind me? Search separately. Chen Yefeng tossed the snail into his bucket. Did they intend to scavenge from his bounty? Spread out and search. This rocky shore is vast, he urged, taking several steps forward and discovering a few sesame snails and horse conchs by the rocks. Accepting all finds, he collected them into his bucket. Brother, I have found a cat's eye snail as well, though it is slightly smaller than yours and yields quite a bit of water, exclaimed Sanzi with exuberance. Do not act like a fool, or you will attract too many people, Chen Yefeng replied, somewhat speechless. Upon the mention of foolishness, Uncle Chen Wushu cast a meaningful glance at Chen Yefeng, seemingly not referring to himself, and then lowered his head to search in a small tidal pool. To his delight, he discovered several mantis shrimp and nearly shouted in excitement. However, recalling what Offing had just said, he quickly scanned his surroundings with vigilance before bending down to catch them. Mantis shrimp are strikingly beautiful, adorned with alternating dark and light horizontal stripes on their bodies, even extending to their tails. The flesh of the mantis shrimp is tender and remarkably elastic. Locals favor them steamed and dipped in soy sauce, a delicacy indeed. Chen Yefeng gazed on with envy, wielding his tongs to rummage beneath the stones, where he fortuitously unearthed several rock crabs. Despite their hard shells, the meat within is exquisitely flavorful, perfect for congee or soup, providing a richness that rivals gourmet dishes and warms the soul. Feeling fortunate, he soon caught over a dozen sakura shrimp in a shallow area. The sakura shrimp differ significantly in appearance from the mantis shrimp, their exteriors resembling the beauty of cherry blossoms, capturing the essence of aesthetics flawlessly. Not only are they visually appealing, but once cooked, their shells are crisp, the meat tender, and the taste sweet. Before his rebirth, Chen Yefeng had a particular fondness for purchasing these shrimp. A simple blanching preserves their natural flavor, enough to astonish even a seasoned gourmet like him. In the early 1980s, this coastal area remained largely unpolluted, teeming with a variety of seafood. In essence, living by the sea, one would never face starvation as long as they were industrious. Brother, there is a remarkably large thunder crab here, Sanzi shouted to Chen Yefeng, having long forgotten previous warnings. Be cautious while catching it. If it clamps down, it could be troublesome. Elders have warned that a thunder crab will only release its grip when thunder strikes. Chen Yefeng stepped forward to assist, only to discover that Sanzi was quite adept and managed to capture the thunder crab into a bucket himself. Thunder crabs are not commonly sold in their area. Even if one were to spot them, few would bother to collect them. This creature is primarily shell with minimal meat, leading people to avoid wasting time on them. The thunder crab bears a resemblance to the spider crab, and in later years, some would misrepresent thunder crabs as spider crabs to deceive unwary tourists. Sanzi, having caught such a sizable crab, wore a look of delight. Chen Yefeng turned his attention toward a cluster of large rocks, surmising that below them lay a substantial tidal pool. Indeed, as he approached, water splashed up, revealing the presence of fish. A smile of surprise crossed his face as he quickly discerned several fish swimming in the shallow pool, their dark backs breaking the surface. He reached down and caught one, discovering it to be a black bream, known locally as preserved fish, resembling tilapia in appearance. These fish are fierce by nature, with large mouths and an aggressive appetite. Moreover, the spiny back requires utmost caution. If pricked by its spines, one may endure swelling for several days. Fortunately, Chen Yefeng donned gloves when he ventured out today. This black sculpture weighed around 3 to 2 taels and was secured. He placed the black sculpture into the bucket and continued to catch other fish. Chapter 24. East Starry Rockfish. Is someone competing for the catch? In this shallow pool, he managed to capture 7 black sculptures and 2 male chicken fish. The male chicken fish, also known as flower-bodied chicken fish, young flower-bodied fish, or striped pig fish, belongs to the chickenfish family. Its body is laterally flattened, and like the black sculpture, it possesses prominent spines on its operculum. What draws the eye is the 3 deep purple, solitary longitudinal stripes adorning its body. Generally, there are 2 varieties, one with curved patterns and the other with straight lines. Chen Yefeng caught the straight pattern type, approximately 10 centimeters in length. This fish holds little value. At the dock, seafood merchants would purchase it for merely a dime per pound. With just 2, selling them would be pointless. Better to take them home for a soup. Hey Feng, look what I've caught. Uncle Chen Wu approached excitedly. What is it? Chen Yefeng inquired with curiosity. A pufferfish. Uncle Chen Wu exclaimed, holding up the creature, which instantly inflated like a balloon. Uft, I thought it was something worthwhile. It's just a worthless pufferfish. This thing is poisonous and could be deadly, remarked Sanzi, initially believing Uncle Wu had caught something of value, only to realize it was merely a worthless pufferfish. So this is a pufferfish? Ugh, what trash. Uncle Chen Wu kicked it away. Why are you discarding it? Chen Yefeng asked. This can be eaten. Uncle Chen Wu, puzzled, replied, isn't it poisonous? That's only if one doesn't know how to prepare it. If handled properly, it poses no danger, and the flesh is quite delectable. For Chen Yefeng, a connoisseur of fine cuisine, the pufferfish was a rare delicacy. Ah, why didn't you say so sooner? Uncle Chen Wu lamented, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. I didn't know you were going to throw it away. Well, it's too late now. Chen Yefeng smacked his lips, resuming his search among the rocks. However, it seemed that fortune would not be in abundance. After much searching, Chen Yefeng only found a few bitter snails and sea oysters. Just as he was about to give up, a flash of red caught his eye from a nearby puddle. Could it be an East Starry Rockfish? Chen Yefeng suppressed his excitement as he approached the water's edge. There, he beheld a vividly colored fish adorned with white spots swimming gracefully. Its features strongly resembled those of an East Starry Rockfish, an impressive catch, worth several times that of a tiger grouper. Damn, it truly is an East Starry Rockfish. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Chen Yefeng. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he felt compelled to tread cautiously. Lin Ergu, I spotted it first. Are you planning to steal it? The newcomer was none other than Lin Ergu from Fuwu Village. Lin Ergu, whose real name was Lin Jiaxiang, was known as the troublemaker of Fuwu Village, having had his fair share of altercations with Chen Yefeng and his companions in the past. This area belongs to our Fuwu Village. Don't tell me you're unaware of that. Lin Ergu gazed hungrily at the East Starry Rockfish, his eyes gleaming with desire. In our village of Shibu, we too have a stake in this matter. Do not think you can seize the prized Eastern Star Grouper. Chen Yefeng puffed out his chest, glaring fiercely at him. In these times, regional consciousness runs deep. The waters belonging to our village shall not be sullied by outsiders. The ownership of the rocky shore of Haishan has long been a subject of contention. This dispute has led to several altercations between the 2 villages. Ultimately, it was the leaders of the commune who intervened, declaring that this area would be jointly governed by both villages. What has happened, second brother? Lin Ergu exclaimed. You scoundrel, seek to pilfer. Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Wushu rushed over to provide support. However, Lin Ergu was not without his own backup. Ergu, we've come. A large Eastern Star grouper lay in the water, likely worth a handsome sum. This fish is ours now, chuckled several young men from Fuwu Village, their eyes gleaming with greed as they fixed their gaze upon the fish. Yet, they were also wary of Chen Wushu, fully aware of his imposing stature and fiery temper. He was a man not to be trifled with. What are your intentions? Do you wish to fight? Zhou Haiying, witnessing her man being encircled, seized a stone and charged forward. Born of a hunting lineage, her spirit was fiery and undaunted. Her husband was capable of handling his own affairs, and it was not for others to intervene. Second sister-in-law, this Lin Ergu is too brazen. My brother has discovered a grouper, and he seeks to take it. Sanzi fumed. What? A grouper? Where? Zhou Haiying was taken aback, realizing the value of such a catch. It must not be allowed to slip away. In the water. Do you see that red one? Sanzi pointed out. Isn't a grouper supposed to have tiger-like spots? The varieties of grouper were so numerous that she could not discern them all. Second sister-in-law, that's a tiger grouper, Sanzi clarified. Aang stepped back. This does not concern you. Chen Yefeng signaled to his wife, clearly intent on not relinquishing the Eastern Star grouper without a struggle. If Lin Ergu and his cohorts attempted to forcibly take it, he would not hesitate to retaliate. People of Shibu village, come quickly. Those from Fuwu village are attempting to steal and threaten us. Zhou Haiying shouted. Where? Where's the fighting? Are the people of Fuwu village robbers? How dare they steal? The crowd murmured in disbelief. My goodness, such a large Eastern Star grouper, weighing 2 to 3 kilograms. It must be quite valuable. Did Chen Yefeng discover it? Lin Ergu, have you no sense of propriety? Do you still intend to steal? Several villagers gathered around. Although Chen Yefeng was not regarded as a virtuous man, he was still one of their own. If outsiders bullied their own, and they did not stand up, they too would find themselves abandoned in similar circumstances in the future. I have no intention of stealing. I merely came to take a look. Is it not permissible to observe? How petty. Lin Ergu seemed to relent, hastily adding. Looking is harmless. We too wish to take a look. Yefeng, your luck has been remarkable these past few days. You caught 2 butter crabs yesterday, and today an Eastern Star grouper. Truly a windfall. The others expressed their envy, despite their diligence. They had not been fortunate enough to catch anything of value. Was it not said that the harder one works, the luckier one becomes? Fortune is indeed an unpredictable entity. Ah Ing, where is your bucket? I need to pour everything into it to accommodate this grouper. Chen Yefeng felt an extraordinary sense of luck, as if reborn, with fortune accompanying him. Could it be that in a previous life, he was so unfortunate that heaven could not bear to see it, granting him a second chance? And thus his luck improved? Never mind, such thoughts can wait. Oh, my bucket is over there. It still contains some goods. Zhou Haiying suddenly remembered seeing Ah Feng surrounded by Lin Ergu and the others, and in her haste to rush over, she had forgotten her own bucket. She hurried back, fearing that her goods would be stolen. Slow down. No one dares to take anything. Chen Yefeng thought as he watched his wife nimbly leap over the rocks. His wife, with her long legs, certainly walked faster than others. In no time, she returned with the bucket. Chapter 25. Magic defeats magic. Everyone, step aside. Ah Feng, shall I pour into your bucket, or how shall we proceed? Zhou Haiying panted as she approached Chen Yefeng. Pour into my bucket. Let me see what you've caught. Chen Yefeng glanced into his wife's bucket. It contained numerous whelks, mussels, several blood clams, and scallops. There are even a few sword prawns. It seems you've also caught a stone crab. She had pried open a good portion of an oyster, setting it aside in a separate bowl. Not bad. His wife was quite adept at gathering seafood. Chen Yefeng emptied his bucket's contents into hers, and then went after the East Star grouper. The fish was quite clever, darting around in the water at the slightest disturbance, using its elongated body to evade capture, escaping from Chen Yefeng's grasp multiple times. Haha, I didn't expect this fish to be so lively. Ah Feng, can you handle it? If not, shall I take over? You all can leave me be. I can manage perfectly well. Chen Yefeng rolled his eyes at the laughter of the onlookers. With his wife present, could he admit to being incapable? Could a man truly say he was unable? He glanced at the empty bucket beside him, lamenting his own foolishness. Grasping the empty bucket, he attempted to corner the fish. And with a swift maneuver, the grouper dove obediently into the bucket. Indeed, it was an East Star grouper, identifiable by its distinctive white spots. This fish must weigh at least 2 pounds. Selling it at the dock could fetch a handsome sum. Observing the grouper in the bucket, the onlookers expressed their envy. A few dollars? Just after securing the fish, Chen Yefeng was momentarily taken aback by the chatter. In later years, a live East Star grouper could sell for over 100 yuan per pound. However, reflecting on the wages and prices of 1983, he quickly found solace. Presently, the average worker earned only 30 or 40 yuan a month. Thus, a few dollars represented several days' wages. Well, a few dollars is still quite good. It's certainly better than hauling sandbags at the dock. Ah Feng, why not sell this grouper first? If it dies, it will lose its value. Zhou Haiying's face blossomed with a radiant smile. The money from selling this fish could equate to half a month's income from her net-making endeavors. She rummaged through her bucket once more, hoping to gather all the more valuable catches to sell. It would be such a waste to consume what could be sold. The stone fish was of little worth, just a few cents per pound, and nobody would take even one. As for the 2 catfish, perhaps it would be better not to sell them and instead bring them home for a mixed fish soup. You only think of eating together. Those 2 catfish might weigh around a pound, fetching a mere 10 to 20 cents, such a waste to eat them. Alas, one cannot blame the wife for being thrifty. It is his own unreliability that is at fault. With no savings at home, anyone would feel anxious, wouldn't they? Fine, I'll do as you say. Now, whatever his wife says goes. She is the one in charge. As if everything is as easy as he claims. Zhou Haiying rolled her eyes. This fellow seemed to have suddenly sweetened his words, as if he had smeared honey on his lips. Even in the presence of others, he could utter such flowery compliments. Why don't you accompany me? The dock is just a few minutes away. Chen Yefeng insisted on taking his wife along. He had no choice. Dealing with numbers was simply too painful. The sight of those figures gave him a headache. Back in school, he had never passed arithmetic. How dreadful. Sanzi, keep an eye on the bucket for your sister-in-law while I go sell the goods with your second brother, Chen Yefeng instructed. Zhou Haiying could easily guess her husband's intentions, but chose not to confront him directly. Sanzi, don't you dare sneak anything from our bucket into yours. If I find out, I'll give you a good thrashing. Chen Yefeng warned his younger brother. Don't worry, a phone, I'll keep a lookout. Uncle Chen Wushu reassured him, patting his chest. Indeed, it was the dependable big guy who came through in crucial moments. His own younger brother, however, was rather unreliable. Second brother, you underestimate me. Am I that kind of person? Chen Yuhui felt embarrassed as his second brother saw through his little scheme. It must be said, the second brother truly understood him. Let us go, let us go. Watching others catch fish makes me itch with desire. I'll look around nearby to see if there are any good catches. Once Chen Yefeng and his wife departed, the onlookers dispersed as well. Lin Ergu and the others left in disappointment, having failed to snag any fish and ended up with a headache instead. Chen Yefeng carried the bucket alongside his wife toward the dock when Lao Huang suddenly appeared, inciting his ire. What use is it to have you around? You useless mutt. Just now, I was besieged by Lin Ergu, and where were you? You didn't even come to help. Damn it. To be ignored like this by a dog left him feeling quite frustrated. A phone, that grandpa's dog. When did you ever feed it? Zhou Haiying chuckled. Not to mention feeding it. Sometimes Lao Huang comes over to scavenge a few scraps from the girl's leftovers, only to get beaten for it. The dog's inner struggles were known only to itself. Is that so? I've never fed it. Chen Yefeng scratched his head awkwardly. Meanwhile, Lao Huang sniffed the air and suddenly turned his head away. Damn, this wretched dog. Upon reaching the dock, they didn't bother with other collection stations and went straight to find the local dealer, too lazy to run around. After all, there wasn't much to be had, and the prices there were decent enough. The two individuals shared a remarkable rapport, characterized by their amicable demeanor. When engaged in negotiations, he remained unperturbed. Lanzai Air. Have you not slept today? Upon arriving at the acquisition point, Lanzai Air discovered Yang Xuemin diligently occupied with clam purchases. If I were to sleep all day, I would be left with nothing but the bitter wind of the northwest. Lanzai Air pursed his lips with the recent high tides. Even if the fishing boats did not return, local villagers would still bring in some loose goods. Even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel, occasionally. These loose goods yield delightful surprises. For instance, he had procured 2 butter crabs from Chen Yefeng. Although haggling ensued, as a businessman, the profit may not have been substantial. Yet earning something was essential. You wouldn't be drinking the bitter wind of the northwest. You effortlessly earn your money by simply standing here. How enviable. Chen Yefeng interjected, jesting. Are you joking? I, too, am quite fatigued. Do you think earning money is easy? Lanzai Air retorted with a dramatic sigh, lamenting his plight. Magic defeats magic. Chen Yefeng thought, wanting to shield his ears. Hurry and weigh my goods. If this fish goes bad, you shall bear the responsibility. And it must be calculated at the fresh price. What are you talking about? If it's dead, how could it be priced as fresh? Are you jesting? It was perfectly fine before. It's your loitering here that caused it to spoil. First come, first served. I must weigh the goods of those who arrived before you. Let me see, a splendid East Star grouper. Is it truly dead? Not dead. It's still alive, just teasing you. You must offer a high price. As the two exchanged banter, they arrived at a price for the East Star grouper, 1.6 per pound, a slight increase from the initial 1.5 due to Chen Yefeng's insistence. The fish weighed 2.3 pounds. Have you calculated the price for the East Star grouper? Chen Yefeng smiled at Lanzai Air. My arithmetic is lacking, but my wife is a vocational school graduate. Her calculating skills are remarkable, even capable of using an abacus. You have no abacus here, otherwise. Let her demonstrate for you. Oh, a vocational school graduate? You've certainly elevated your status. Lanzai Heir's eyes sparkled at the remark. In this era, vocational school graduates were quite esteemed, reputed to have guaranteed job placements. Indeed, you have elevated your status. After showcasing his pride, he confidently stated, the total is 368. Zhou Haiying rolled her eyes at Chen Yefeng, finding his display rather embarrassing. Lanzai Heir, do you wish to calculate? Chen Yefeng inquired. No need. The vocational school graduates' calculations are surely accurate, so I shall refrain. In truth, Yang Xuemin had already calculated everything, as he spent his days at the acquisition point, honing his arithmetic skills. The subsequent items were of little value, totaling just over $1. With little money involved, Lanzai Heir settled the transaction on the spot, handing everything to Zhou Haiying without passing through Chen Yefeng's hands. Zhou Haiying clutched the bundle of cash in her hand, feeling a surge of excitement. Almost $5, quite a significant sum for her. After concluding their sales, the two individuals departed from the dock and made their way to Haishanpai once more. Perhaps it was due to Chen Yefeng having caught a splendid East Star grouper that the number of people flocking to the shoreline was noticeably greater than before. How much did Ergo sell? Inquired Sanzi, curiosity piquing his interest as he rushed over. Not much, merely a couple of coins, Chen Yefeng thought to himself, bemused by the ambiguity of the statement, as it could be misconstrued as him selling Ergo. Nonetheless, he chose not to dwell on it. TCH, what a fib. That East Star grouper alone could fetch 2 to 3 coins. Sanzi was not so easily deceived. He turned to Zhou Haiying. Ersal, how much was it actually sold for? Over 4 coins, but do refrain from spreading it around, understood? Zhou Haiying replied in a hushed tone. Wow, that's quite a sum. Enough to buy a plethora of snacks. Chen Yihue exclaimed, envy evident as he nearly drooled at the thought. Ersal, I too have some catch. Could you possibly assist me in selling it? Of course. When we return, I'll have a Feng take you. He is well acquainted with the owner at the dock. Zhou Haiying nodded. Could you keep the earnings a secret from our parents? Sanzi expressed his hope, wishing to earn some pocket money. That's a matter to discuss with your Ergo. I'm not privy to any of it, Zhou Haiying replied, somewhat exasperated by the cleverness of the young lad, who had evidently planned this beforehand. However, she dismissed it, as he was not her own child. Then I shall speak to Ergo. Sanzi turned towards Chen Yefeng. Ergo, may I discuss something with you? Speak your mind. I'm quite busy, Chen Yefeng replied, having just returned from the dock with 2 red flower crabs. Once sautéed with a splash of yellow wine, they will make for a delectable accompaniment. Ergo, I wish for you to take me to sell my goods. Would that be agreeable? Sanzi fixed his gaze on Chen Yefeng. Absolutely. I thought it was something serious. We can head over together. After all, Wushu's goods are also up for sale. The two had gathered a substantial haul, and if it could be sold, they were certainly inclined to do so. Keeping it for themselves would be impractical, especially in such sweltering weather without refrigeration, as the seafood would spoil easily. Could you keep the earnings from our parents a secret? Sanzi contemplated selling everything he could at the dock, returning only the unsellable items. I am quite the clever one. Praise me, do. That is not happening. Your Ergo isn't one to be easily swayed. Chen Yefeng responded with a serious demeanor. Then, with a sly grin, he added, unless, of course, you share a portion with me. Ergo, how can you be so shameless? That is my hard-earned money. Aren't you worried about your conscience? Sanzi retorted, exasperated by his brother's audacity, thinking him more ruthless than a vampire. I possess a modicum of conscience, though it is scant. Don't attempt to morally bind me. I have no ethics, and no one can tether me. Chen Yefeng replied with a smirk. In that case, I shall go alone. You need not accompany me. And you will act as though you know nothing. I'll tell our parents upon returning, claiming you sought to earn private funds. Scoundrel! I shall never assist you with Xiao Rongrong again. And as for Xin, if Rongrong is bullied by Dainyu and Eru, I'll not lend my aid. Chen Yehue, in a fit of anger, spoke with a tone laced with threats. Dainyu and Eru, the 2 wicked offspring, were the children of Wang Zhelan. In his previous life, it was these 2 heartless rascals who cast him out of his home in his old age. He felt a deep sense of regret. It was solely due to his obsession with these 2 brats that he mistreated his daughters. Wang Zhelan was not only beautiful, but also well-educated. She was a young intellectual sent to the countryside, hailing from a prominent family in a big city. When she was assigned to their village, her graceful figure and fair complexion quickly earned her the title of village beauty among the local men. She became the idealized vision for many young men in the village, who fervently pursued her. Chen Yefeng was no exception. However, at that time, Wang Zhelan did not take a liking to him, and instead chose her current husband, a truck driver at the local sugar factory. In that era, the status of a truck driver was not to be underestimated. and it prompted Wang Zhilan to choose him without hesitation. Yet, fate has a penchant for playing cruel tricks on people. Her husband became disabled in a car accident, left half paralyzed and unable to care for himself, lying in bed waiting for death. It was said that even their intimate life was impossible. In his previous life, Wang Zhilan deceived him into forming a partnership that led to his misfortune. Forming such partnerships referred to a practice where, in times of family crisis or when a woman's husband fell gravely ill and could no longer provide for his family, with the husband's consent, the wife would seek a kind-hearted man to help support her family. In simple terms, it meant one woman with two husbands. In the 70s and 80s, this practice was prevalent in many areas. The term forming a partnership was commonly used in the North, while in the South, it was referred to as sharing a life together. In his previous life, after his wife died, he was left with two daughters, and many in the village deemed him to be without heirs. Wang Zhilan, with her silver tongue, managed to bring Chen Yefeng under her sway, compelling him to willingly support her and work tirelessly to provide for their family. In this life, he certainly would not repeat such folly. Despite the allure of the village beauty, his heart was now solely devoted to the party, his wife, and his children. Chapter 27. I will not engage in activities against the organization. Third son, I can take you to the dock to sell goods. And I won't tell our parents about the money. But you must agree to one condition, Chen Yefeng said, pulling his younger brother closer. What condition? I shall not engage in activities against the organization. Chen Yefeng immediately became alert, sensing that his elder brother did not appear to have good intentions. You have no organization to speak of, Chen Yefeng chuckled, finding amusement in his brother's naivety. His younger brother, Sanzi, was only in the 5th grade and would enter junior high next year. The current elementary education system was 5 years long, not the 9-year compulsory education. And to enter junior high, one had to take an entrance exam. Brother, you underestimate me, Sanzi said proudly, lifting his chin. I am now a young pioneer. Wearing the red scarf. Oh, how glorious. Our old Chen family's ancestors must be proud. Chen Yefeng couldn't help but praise him. In his childhood, he had envied those who could wear the red scarf, believing it to be a symbol of great honor and a sacred duty. Hee. Your words make me feel somewhat bashful. Sanzi could not help but chuckle foolishly. Although he spoke such modest words, his countenance betrayed no sign of humility, radiating an air of arrogance. Praise me, he declared, relishing the compliments. Chen Yefeng, observing his brother's elation, could only shake his head at how, at such a tender age, he already craved flattery and adoration. Rest assured, what I am asking of you will not compel you to contravene the organization. At most, it may challenge your conscience. Conscience? That poses no issue. Speak, what are your conditions? Without a moment's hesitation, Sanzi agreed, deeming conscience a trivial matter. Chen Yefeng contemplated for a moment, stating, what I require of you is quite simple. Assist me in dealing with Dainyu and Eru. In his previous life, Chen Yefeng had suffered greatly at the hands of those two rascals. He had nurtured them through hardships, only to find they were ungrateful wretches who drove him from his home and subjected him to brutal beatings. The financial support sent by his daughters had been entirely seized by those wolf cubs. Now, given the chance to live anew, he had no desire to entangle himself further with the Wang family. However, the resentment that brewed within him demanded an outlet, particularly towards those two scoundrels. They could not be left unscathed. Though they were still children, he deemed it beneath his dignity to confront them directly. Sanzi, however, was different, being a child himself. Wasn't it perfectly normal for him to engage in a bit of roughhousing? Dainyu was 2 years older than Chen Yefeng and was already attending elementary school. Sanzi could simply detain him after school. After all, in this era, the concept of bullying in schools was yet to be understood. Is that all? Sanzi asked, a look of surprise crossing his face. He had anticipated a more daunting task, only to discover it involved merely striking those insufferable brats. Is it really that simple? What did you expect? Chen Yefeng rolled his eyes, speaking in a low tone. As for the matter of striking, it does not necessarily require you to lay hands on them yourself. With that, Chen Yefeng flashed an understanding look. Brother, how cunning you are. Sanzi gazed at him with admiration. Engaging in such mischief, he thought, was best left to his elder brother. It was clear what Chen Yefeng meant. He intended for Sanzi to incite other children to deal with Dainyu and Eru. How adeptly he planned to use others as instruments. What cunning? I am merely being clever, Chen Yefeng retorted, playfully rapping Sanzi on the head. I will give you 2 dimes. Seek out reliable children for assistance. That way, should trouble arise, it will not fall upon you. Brother, do not worry. I shall ensure the task is completed. I guarantee their suffering will be profound. Sanzi accepted the coins, his hands trembling with excitement. For him, 2 dimes represented a fortune, enough to purchase numerous snacks. Do it well, and you shall reap the rewards. Chen Yefeng smiled. Rest assured, the most reliable children in our village are Dongzi and Gudon. I will simply buy them some sour plum powder to lick. Sanzi had already settled on his accomplices. Very well, the tide has risen sufficiently. Let us proceed to the dock to sell our goods. Chen Yefeng glanced at the sea, noting that the tide had indeed come in. As the tide rises, the rocky beach at Haishan Pai becomes considerably perilous, particularly during tempestuous weather when the formidable white-capped waves pose an immense danger. A moment's carelessness could lead one to be swept into the sea, endangering their very life. The locals refer to these treacherous waves as the 9 deaths and 1 life waves. As the tide ascends, those who gather at the shore hastily retreat. Chen Yefeng spots A Kai and calls back the towering figure. Today, Uncle Chun Wu has also ventured out for shellfishing and has made a commendable haul. He approaches his task without any particular aim, akin to a band of invaders entering a village, indiscriminately tossing whatever he finds into his bucket, regardless of its value or edibility. Thus, his bucket is perpetually a chaotic assortment. When Uncle Chun Wu arrives, Chen Yefeng rummages through his bucket, marveling at the eclectic contents: mussels, sea snails, shells, crabs, shrimp, and even starfish. To his surprise, there are also several plump sea cucumbers. The scientific name for sea cucumbers is Holothuroidea, an invertebrate belonging to the family Holothuroidae. They bear a resemblance to sandworms, albeit they are distinct entities with differing values. While sandworms may not command exorbitant prices in the present day, they still hold some market worth. In contrast, sea cucumbers lack commercial value, even at a dock. They would be regarded with disdain. If not handled properly, they emit a strong odor and are often overlooked in this era of abundant seafood, as few people desire to consume them. However, for Chen Yefeng, they represent an excellent culinary ingredient. In his previous life, in his later years, he often indulged in researching various cuisines on his phone during his solitary moments. If prepared correctly, these sea cucumbers can yield a delightful texture, making them a splendid accompaniment for drinks. This is indeed a treasure. He must take them home to prevent his grandmother from discarding them for the chickens and ducks. He decides to keep the sea cucumbers, while the other contents of the bucket hold little interest for him. He instructs Uncle Chun Wu to sell what can be sold, leaving the rest to his grandmother's discretion. Chen Yefeng asks his wife to return home first, while he takes Uncle Wu and Sanzi to the dock to sell their goods. Suddenly, Chun Wu exclaims in surprise, pointing out 2 pufferfish engaged in a tussle in a nearby puddle. A foam, should we catch them? He inquires, startling both Chen Yefeng and Sanzi. Initially, they assumed it was something of great value, but upon closer inspection, they ponder, should we catch them? Surely. These are of greater worth than the starfish you've been collecting. Chen Yefeng, tempted, muses about the pufferfish's antics. He possesses a method for handling pufferfish that ensures he won't fall victim to poisoning. Uncle Chen Wu, already eager to catch them, swiftly begins to scoop the 2 pufferfish into his bucket before Chen Yefeng can finish his sentence. The little creatures, startled, puff up like balloons. However, instead of kicking them this time, he carefully places them in his bucket. Brother, those things are truly poisonous and not fit for consumption. Old Son from the east side of the village died from eating pufferfish. They say his face turned entirely purple. It was terrifying, Sanzi warns. All right, let's hurry up and leave. I won't be eating them, and if anyone is to be poisoned, it will be me first. Chen Yefeng gazed towards the dock, where the purchasing point was bustling with activity, indicating that everyone had enjoyed a fruitful catch. In these times, earning a living is no easy feat. When a significant tide arrives, everyone rushes out to fish and supplement their household income. Upon reaching the dock, the influx of sellers overwhelmed the seafood merchants at the purchasing point. Chen Yefeng, accompanied by 2 companions, made his way directly to the stall run by Lan Zier, requesting to cut in line for assistance in weighing their goods. Without hesitation, Lan Zier instructed his wife to weigh their catch. The other sellers, observing this, expressed their dissatisfaction. I arrived first. Why should they be prioritized? This is utterly unfair. Lan Zier could only explain that the individuals were his regular clients, and that their family included fishermen, granting them precedence. Though discontent simmered among the others, they were powerless to contest this arrangement. Fishermen who owned boats were the primary clientele for the purchasing point, while casual sellers were deemed less valuable, as their catch offered minimal profit. Only rare finds, like the 2 butter crabs Chen Yefeng had caught previously, garnered genuine interest from the merchants. Lan Zier informed them which goods he would purchase and which ones they should take home for their own consumption. The miscellaneous nature of the casual catches made transactions cumbersome. There was an overwhelming variety that complicated weighing. Had it not been for the absence of fishing boats at that moment, the merchants would have been reluctant to make any purchases at all. Uncle Chen Wu and San Zi complied with the advice to select the more valuable items, and Lan Zier performed a rough calculation. San Zi earned 0.83 yuan, while Uncle Chen Wu received a bit less, at 0.51 yuan. Both men joyfully stowed their cash into their pockets. Afeng, could you keep this a secret from your grandfather and grandmother? Uncle Chen Wu whispered mysteriously. Who says Uncle Chen Wu is foolish? Can a fool comprehend the value of money? Are you not saving this for your grandmother to keep for your future bride? Chen Yefeng chuckled. Nowadays, when marrying, families with better means often demand the 3 turns and 1 ring, colloquially known as the 4 essentials: the sewing machine, bicycle, watch, and radio. What good is a wife? I feel quite content alone, Uncle Chen Wu replied candidly. That's because you have yet to marry. Once you do, you will understand the virtues of having a wife. Chen Yefeng imparted earnestly. What advantages does marriage offer? I currently possess 0.51 yuan. Do you have any? Uncle Chen Wu remarked. Having heard from the others that Afeng had entrusted all his money to his wife, leaving him with nothing even to buy cigarettes. How pitiful. I certainly do not wish to marry. Chen Yefeng found himself speechless, never having anticipated that he would learn a lesson from a fool. Yet, the rationale presented was so compelling that he found himself unable to refute it. After giving Chen Yefeng 0.20 yuan, his pockets were emptier than his face. I suppose I shall forego marriage as well, San Zi declared, having been successfully swayed by Uncle Wu, suddenly disinterested in the prospect of a wife. He still harbored affection for Lu Danny from his class. Should he confess his feelings when school resumes? He had already devised his reasons, claiming that he wished to study diligently and aspire to become a successor of socialism. After selling their goods, the trio returned home from the dock. Zizi, brimming with anticipation, hurried to Aunt Nyo's convenience store, purchasing an assortment of snacks to tuck into his pockets. From this day forth, he would be the most stylish lad in the village. On the way, he produced a packet of sour plum powder, accompanied by a few colorful little spoons. Zizi handed each of his uncles, Uncle Wu and Chen Yefeng, a spoon, inviting them to partake in the nostalgic treat. As Chen Yefeng accepted the spoon, he yearned to relive the flavors of his childhood. A small spoonful of sour plum powder touched his lips, instantly delivering a sweet and tangy taste. It had been decades since he had savored such a flavor, and it was a delightful reminder of cherished memories. Uncle Wu, while sniffling, licked his spoon, which immediately dampened Chen Yefeng's appetite. Hey, Afeng, second brother. Why aren't you eating? Forget it, you enjoy it. I'm not fond of this taste. It's disgusting. It's all mixed with your snot and saliva. How could I possibly eat that? As they returned home, Lao Huang emerged from a roadside latrine, wagging his tail enthusiastically. Get lost. Stay away from me. Seeing Lao Huang licking his lips with satisfaction after emerging from that place, Chen Yefeng could easily guess what had transpired. The mere thought of those strawberry tarts made him feel nauseous. Get away, you mangy dog. Chen Yefeng picked up a stick to shoo Lao Huang away. Upon arriving home, when Mother Zhou beheld Zizi's haul from the sea, her face lit up with joy as she praised her son for being so considerate and helping out around the house. Zizi, feeling a twinge of guilt, nodded vigorously, stealing glances at his second brother and sister-in-law. Noticing they did not reveal his secret, he sighed with relief. Zhou Haiying was sorting through the catch, examining the assorted items in the bucket. She needed to choose some for dinner, while the rest would be salted and dried. Alternatively, she could dry them without salt. However, in an era before refrigerators, salting would prolong the preservation of the dried goods. Although they would be quite salty when eaten, they paired exceptionally well with porridge. Before heading out to sea, Chen Yefeng had already consumed porridge and pickled vegetables, so he wasn't hungry at this moment. Where are Aying, Xinshin, and Rongrong? He inquired, unable to spot his 2 daughters in the yard. Rongrong is asleep, and Xinshin went to play with Xiangzi and the others. Zhou Haiying replied, while continuing to sort through the catch. Shall I assist you? Chen Yefeng rolled up his sleeves. No need, there isn't much here. I can manage it myself, she replied. Afeng, do you want to take a nap? Zhou Haiying suggested, recalling Chen Yefeng's habit of napping in the afternoons. Together? Chen Yefeng said with a smile. What do you mean together? Zhou Haiying paused in surprise. Together for a nap. I fell asleep unexpectedly last night, Chen Yefeng responded playfully. During the day, you just want to do something inappropriate. No way. I'm busy with work. Zhou Haiying realized what he was implying, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. What was wrong with this guy, so eager for such things? In broad daylight, one contemplates nefarious deeds. Should the truth be unveiled, what mockery would ensue? What mischief? You ponder? Ah, so it is your own desires that beckon? Then step inside, and your whims shall be indulged. Chen Yefeng wore a knowing smile as he approached to embrace his wife. No, I had no such intentions. Step away. My hands are stained. I might smear it all over your face. Then I shall retaliate in kind, he retorted. Noticing his wife's indifference, Chen Yefeng ceased his playful banter and withdrew. His jest had been light-hearted. It was daytime, with many in the household, and his imposing presence could lead to an embarrassing uproar should things escalate. In the evening, however, if overheard, it would be understood as merely the intimacy of a couple. After meandering in the courtyard for a while and taking a puff of his water pipe, a thought struck him. He informed his wife and stepped out. Tomorrow marked the 15th, a day for honoring Mazu on Lawa Island. Yet he had yet to procure incense and paper offerings. Time was slipping away, so he resolved to rise early the next morning to visit Shirkong town for his purchases. Beyond incense and paper, he intended to buy some pork from the local meat processing plant. While he had no qualms about seafood daily, his children were too thin and required nourishment. Chapter 29. Good companions feasting on seafood only resulted in further weight loss. A balance of carbohydrates and meat was essential for satiation. In this era, acquiring affordable meat necessitated meat coupons. Without them, one was left to purchase at inflated prices, far beyond the means of the common folk. Thus, he ventured forth to seek Air Pow for meat coupons. His father worked at the meat factory in Shirkong town and could procure them. Air Pow was Chen Yefeng's childhood companion, and the two shared a close bond. Upon arriving at Air Pow's residence, Chen Yefeng cautiously called out from over the wall. His caution stemmed from a fear of Air Pow's sister, De Pow, a formidable figure who favored physical confrontation. Her robust physique struck fear into all, even among the larger boys, including Uncle Wu. Several years their senior, she remained unmarried. Who is it? Who calls my name? Upon hearing the voice, Air Pow rushed out. His real name was Jiang Yonyan, and they had been inseparable since childhood. Following his father's establishment of a butcher shop in Shirkong town, the family had relocated there. In his previous life, Chen Yefeng had encountered him a few times upon returning from afar, but years of separation, coupled with the move, had diminished their bond. It's me, I'll phone. I'll phone. It truly is you. Come in and chat. Fear not, my sister is not home today. Air Pow's delight was evident upon recognizing his friend. Indeed, I have come with purpose. Relieved to hear that Air Pow's sister was absent, Chen Yefeng followed him into the courtyard. Air Pow's yard resembled Chen Yefeng's, replete with fruit trees. Upon entering, they were greeted by a grand lychee tree, its branches heavy with luscious, red fruit. A phone, have some lychees to quench your thirst. Air Pang casually plucked a few lychees from the tree, breaking off the branch, knowing that new ones would sprout next year. Delicious. These lychees are truly sweet, he exclaimed. Hey, with so many lychees at your home, why haven't you thought about selling them? Chen Yefeng gazed at the bountiful tree, contemplating the unfortunate waste if they were to rot or be devoured by birds. These are everywhere. Every household has them. Who would want to buy them? Air Pang shook his head dismissively. Furthermore, their family was not in dire need of money. His father worked at the meat processing plant, earning a stable monthly salary and enjoying regular access to pork, which was better than most in the village. After his mother's passing, village matchmakers eagerly sought to set up his father, but he refused, concerned for his two children and the potential hardships a stepmother might bring. Why not take them to Shirkong town to sell? People there have money, and they would likely sell well. It would be a shame to let them go to waste. Chen Yefeng suggested after tasting a few lychees, appreciating their delightful flavor and small seeds, confident they would fetch a good price. My relatives all have lychee trees as well. They've grown tired of them. Eating too many can lead to heatiness. If we could sell them, that would be splendid. Air Pang pondered, no worries. I plan to head to Shirkong town tomorrow. I can inquire about selling them and see if we can borrow a cart to transport them. Years after the reforms began, people were still unfamiliar with the market economy and business practices. A phone, I appreciate your help. Selling them is far better than letting them rot, Air Pang replied enthusiastically. Why say such things? I'll first check out Shirkong town tomorrow to assess the market. Chen Yefeng nodded, contemplating a potential venture. In these times, any opportunity to earn money was preferable to idling at home. While large businesses eluded him, he had no fear of small enterprises. Besides, the fruits from the tree would not incur a loss. Even if they did, it would only be the exertion. Youth was abundant, and energy was not in short supply. We should invite a Ji to join us and pick some to sell in Shirkong town, splitting the profits among us, Air Pang suggested gallantly. A Ji, whose real name was Bai Ji, was a childhood companion. The Bai family had once boasted about their ill intentions toward Uncle Chen, but now they were fellow friends. Sure. Since we're all idle at home, Chen Yefeng agreed. The villagers often criticized their group of friends for their mischief, but upon returning to life, they were determined to demonstrate their transformation and change perceptions. A phone, what brings you here today? Pang inquired. Oh, I nearly forgot. I wanted to ask if your family has any extra meat coupons to spare. I'd like to buy a few as I head to Shirkong Town to purchase some meat. Chen Yefeng smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten his original purpose amidst the excitement of lychee selling. These coupons were hard to come by. Ordinary folks like them had no connections to obtain them. Not only does one require tickets to purchase meat, but also for rice and flour. Many of the coastal lands are ill-suited for cultivating grains, so when they desire rice, they trade seafood for food or buy it with money. Meat tickets? No problem. If you want to pay for it, do you look down on me? If you insist on spending money, I shall not sell to you, Pang declared defiantly. All right, then give me 2 tickets, Chen Yefeng said without hesitation. Now that's more like it. We are brothers, why be so formal? Pang chuckled, patting Chen Yefeng on the shoulder before retrieving several meat tickets from inside the house. Why are there 5? Didn't we agree on 2? Chen Yefeng exclaimed in surprise as he counted the tickets he received. We're brothers. Why fuss over such trivialities? Pang dismissed the concern. Thank you then. Cut the formalities. If you keep this up, I won't play with you anymore. Fine, I shall not be polite. Chen Yefeng examined the tickets in his hand, which bore the inscription for planned meat supply, stating 1 pound, stamped with a red seal, and divided into primary and secondary tickets. 2 of the tickets were printed with a date, indicating they could only be used on specified days. Alas, in this era, it is incredibly difficult to obtain meat. Don't mention it. We have plenty of meat tickets at home. If you run out, just come back for more. Pang generously offered. Pang, have you given away our meat tickets again? I have told you countless times that these tickets are valuable and should not be easily given to others. A deep voice boomed from inside the house. Soon after, a plump figure squeezed through the door, Pang, Pang's sister, whose size suggested she weighed over 200 pounds. Pang, how can you deceive me? Didn't you say your sister wasn't home? I must take my leave now. I'll invite a Ji to drink together another day. With that, Chen Yefeng tucked the meat tickets into his pocket and made a swift exit. Chapter 30. What if my father dies from poison? Wouldn't I be left without a father? Upon returning home, Chen Yefeng found his family preparing dinner. The smoke curled upwards, and the delightful aroma of food wafted through the air, accompanied by the cheerful chatter of his mother and wife emanating from the kitchen. He felt a profound sense of happiness. Father, you're back from the fisheries meeting. How did it go? As he entered the courtyard, he saw Chen's father smoking a water pipe and casually inquired. There are no results yet. We must wait until tomorrow for the final day of the meeting, Chen's father pondered. Why is there still another meeting? Haven't we had 2 days of discussions already? Chen Yefeng questioned, puzzled. How would I know? They summon us for meetings, and we must attend. Tomorrow is the last day. It should be resolved then. Chen's father took a puff from the pipe, and clouds of smoke enveloped him. Oh, will you still be going to Lawa Island to pay respects to the 3 sisters tomorrow? Chen Yefeng asked. Of course. How could I not? Chen's father nodded, affirming that the fortune of returning safely from the sea over the years was surely due to the blessings of Ma Zhu. Then I shall buy incense and candles tomorrow morning and bring them back. It will save you a trip, Chen Yefeng replied. Make sure to buy enough. I'm not sure if your elder brother needs any. Father Chen languidly inhaled from the water pipe and remarked, just buy it first. This item is not easily spoiled and can be reused next time, thus eliminating the need for another purchase. He continued, well, you handle it as you see fit. When the time comes, let your mother and the others pay for it. The funds must come from the believers themselves, otherwise it won't be effective. Of course, I am aware of that. We can discuss it later, he replied. Why are you looking at me? Do you wish to smoke? Ah, father, you understand me. Since you've permitted me to partake, I shall not decline. Father Chen was momentarily speechless, pondering how thick-skinned his second son had become, wondering whom he resembled. Chen Yefeng, unconcerned, took the water pipe from his father's hands, wiped it with his sleeve, and placed a pinch of tobacco into the bowl. After a few delightful puffs, he felt invigorated. Afeng, why did you bring back these 2 pufferfish? Why not dispose of them? Zhou Haiying expressed her disdain upon seeing the 2 pufferfish that Chen Yefeng had retrieved. Fully aware of their toxicity, she dared not even consider feeding them to the chickens or ducks for fear of poisoning them. Dispose of them? I brought them back to eat. Do not throw them away. Chen Yefeng hurriedly set down the water pipe and dashed over. Do you not realize that pufferfish are poisonous? You are not a child. Does our family lack food? Father Chen immediately erupted in a tirade. As an experienced fisherman, he would never dare consume pufferfish. How could his reckless son even contemplate such a thing? I know they are toxic, but if prepared properly, they are safe to eat and incredibly delicious. Chen Yefeng replied nonchalantly. Oh dear, Afeng, you cannot eat pufferfish. Back when I had not yet married your father on Xiong Island, someone in the village brought home a wild pufferfish and ended up poisoning the entire family. They perished due to delayed medical assistance. The mere recollection of that incident still sent shivers down Mother Chen's spine. The toxicity of pufferfish is severe, and that family had resorted to such risks out of desperation during those times, ultimately suffering dire consequences. Their family was not in a state of starvation. No matter how delectable pufferfish may be, one's life is far more valuable. Do not worry, if they were poisoned, it was due to their ignorance. I am unlike them. If I prepare it correctly, there will be no issues. Chen Yefeng had consumed pufferfish before, in his previous life. He had often purchased it to cook. It was generally prohibited in markets, requiring discreet arrangements for purchase. Even if one were to be poisoned, the responsibility would solely fall on them. A foam, you are already grown. Why do you not listen? If it were safe to eat, would it still come to you? Mother Chen replied irritably. It will be fine. I will clean it properly. Chen Yefeng insisted obstinately. I have eaten it several times. What could possibly go wrong? Leave him be. This little troublemaker only infuriates me. Let him poison himself. Father Chen fumed, his temper flaring, wanting to strike, but holding back. Do as you wish. If you crave it, then by all means, indulge. It's not as if there's a lack of food in the house. You will need to find another pot to cook it, and if you share it with Xian or Rong, I will be forced to knock some sense into you. Seeing no way to deter her second son from his folly, Mother Chen decided against further attempts to restrain him. Since it was futile, she resolved to let him fend for himself. Well, it's just me eating. Don't let anyone else be tempted to snatch it away from me. Chen Yefeng grasped the two pufferfish, intending to prepare them for a meal. If they chose not to partake, he would enjoy the delicacies alone, ensuring that no one else would have a share. Brother, do you really intend to eat pufferfish? Sanzi, intrigued, followed Chen Yefeng as he headed to kill the fish. Of course. Such a delectable treat. Once I have it cooked, you better not try to steal my portion, Chen Yefeng replied, slightly apprehensive that his family might disdain his choice. He moved to a nearby stream to prepare the fish. Sanzi closely trailed behind, his eyes fixated on the process as Chen Yefeng skillfully handled the pufferfish. Observing his brother's composure and methodical approach, Sanzi began to entertain the notion that perhaps the pufferfish was indeed edible. Could it truly be safe to eat? Chen Yefeng paid no heed to his brother's curious gaze, meticulously and earnestly cleaning the pufferfish. Although he feigned nonchalance, he approached the task with utmost seriousness. Once he had removed all the toxic parts, ensuring the fish was safe for consumption, he made his way home, eager to prepare a sumptuous dish. Despite its toxicity, pufferfish is renowned for its exquisite flavor, tantalizing the palates of many gourmets. As Chen Yefeng walked back home, Sanzi remained steadfastly at his heels, curious about how his brother would cook the pufferfish. The rest of the family, wary of the fish's potential danger, had prohibited its preparation in their kitchen. Chen Yefeng found a clay pot and decided to make a soup with the pufferfish meat. The aroma was intoxicating, making even him salivate. As the pufferfish soup neared completion, Uncle Wu, a rather large man, wandered into the woodshed, eyeing the bubbling pot with longing. What are you drooling over? Aren't you afraid of being poisoned? Chen Yefeng chuckled, then carried the pot to the table. Mom, it smells divine, Rong exclaimed, gazing at the steaming pot, her mouth watering. Do not eat that. It is poisonous and will cause stomach pains, Zhou Haiying forbade her two daughters. Xin, you two must refrain. Let your father enjoy it alone. Mom, what if Dad gets poisoned? Then I would be without a father, Xin replied, her eyes glistening with tears. If Dad dies, we can just find a new one. Rong added innocently. Just as Chen Yefeng placed the pot onto the table, he nearly choked upon hearing his youngest daughter's words. Chapter 31. You really don't plan to eat? Chen Yefeng ladled a bowl of sweet potato porridge, glancing at the pot of pufferfish which remained intact. It seemed his family truly had no intention of tasting it. Since he had separated from his parents, they no longer shared meals at the same table. Sanzi and Uncle Wu approached with their bowls, their eyes fixed intently on the pufferfish stew. Yet, none dared to pick up their chopsticks, waiting for Chen Yefeng to take the first bite to assure them of its safety. Brother, you should eat first. After all, you prepared it. How could we start before you? Sanzi said, using dried salted fish to push around his rice grains. Watching the succulent pufferfish meat made him salivate, as he had heard tales of its deliciousness, yet he lacked the courage to take the first bite. Uncle Wu, since you caught the pufferfish, why don't you try it first? Seeing the three young men being courteous, Chen Yefeng did not press the matter but turned his gaze towards Akai. I personally find the dried fish quite delectable, he remarked. Uncle Chen Wu promptly shook his head, who said he was foolish. This fellow is rather astute. You all are not having any. Then I shall indulge myself. You need not partake, Chen Yefeng nonchalantly declared. It is truly a pity not to savor such a delightful treat. Life is fundamentally about the pleasures of eating and drinking, fulfilling one's gastronomic desires. Having tasted it several times in my past life, what could possibly go awry? A phone. Refrain from eating just yet. What if it is indeed poisonous? Perhaps we should have Lao Huang test it first? Uncle Chen Wu advised with prudence. Ah, you make a compelling point, Chen Yefeng exclaimed, his expression one of surprise. And he quickly urged Uncle Wu to fetch Lao Huang from next door. Uncle Chen Wu hastened to the neighboring house, and shortly after, Lao Huang entered the courtyard with a spirited gait. Upon entering, he cast a grateful glance at Chen Yefeng. Usually, you disdain me, not allowing me to cross your threshold. What has prompted such generosity today? Oh, there is something delicious? Lao Huang wasted no time and began devouring the tender fish, saliva pooling in his mouth. Goodness, this is truly delightful, far superior to those strawberry tarts. After finishing, he licked his lips, still yearning for more. These little rascals do possess some conscience. Knowing to offer me something tasty. Will Lao Huang perish from eating pufferfish? Isn't it said to be toxic? Xian gazed curiously at Lao Huang, eager to observe any adverse reactions after his consumption. If Lao Huang remained unharmed, would that not imply the pufferfish was safe? The aroma was tantalizing. She found herself salivating. Lao Huang interjected, what? Pufferfish? Toxic? Instantly, his entire being went numb. He had presumed these mischievous youths were being kind, only to realize they intended for him to test the poison. Could I still escape and find an antidote? Lao Huang thought, but upon glancing back, he saw the courtyard gate firmly shut. He lamented, I shall never trust these rascals again. After a while, witnessing that Lao Huang had not succumbed to any poison, Chen Yefeng picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. I shall also partake. I have yet to taste pufferfish, Uncle Chen Wu said blithely. If it is not toxic, then it is indeed safe to eat. Sanzi, do not eat. If you do, I shall punish you severely, Mother Chen cautioned her youngest son, forbidding him from indulging. Under the weight of his mother's warning, Sanzi could only watch enviously as his elder brother and Uncle Wu savored the pufferfish. It's toxic, it's toxic. Sanzi muttered to himself while pushing the rice grains around in his bowl, attempting to convince himself. However, once the two had finished their meals without exhibiting any signs of poisoning, he felt a pang of regret. Had he known it was safe, he would have braved the risk to taste this exquisite dish. After dinner, darkness enveloped the sky. After taking showers, everyone retired early to bed. Perhaps due to the exhaustion from the day's activities, the two children fell asleep shortly after lying down. Chen Yefeng seized the moment, fully aware that his opportunity had arrived. Are you asleep, Aing? He called out, brimming with eagerness. Not yet. What's the matter? Zhou Haiying replied playfully. After all these years of marriage, could she still not discern his intentions? Come over here. I have something to discuss with you. What could possibly be so important at this hour? Just come here. I want to bite you. If you don't come, I'll come to you. Then hurry up and say it. I still need to sleep, she retorted, casting a glance at their two daughters, who were soundly asleep. She stealthily crept towards the small bamboo bed beside her. The two beds were already in close proximity, and with her long legs, Zhou Haiying effortlessly leaped onto the adjacent bed. Creak, creak. The poor little bamboo bed struggled under the weight of two adults, immediately protesting with its sounds. Chen Yefeng clumsily embraced his wife. Be gentle, what are you doing? Didn't you say you had something to tell me? Zhou Haiying murmured. Indeed. I have matters to discuss tonight. What on earth? The small bamboo bed seemed too fragile, quaking at the slightest movement as if it might collapse. Oh dear. This rickety bed is too noisy. Sanzi is still sleeping next door, Zhou Haiying quickly exclaimed. What can we do then? Chen Yefeng fretted, feeling the urgency of his intentions. Just when I was ready to go all out, you say it's not possible. Shall we just forget it and postpone? That won't do. It'll be the same another day. How about we stand up? Zhou Haiying, with her long legs, had to endure a bit of discomfort. 5 minutes later, it will be over. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was a bit too tense. Hey, I wonder if it's just in my head. But why did it feel so brief? Oh my, how embarrassing. Nevertheless, for a man in his 60s, it seemed acceptable. Oh dear, this truly bruises a man's pride. It was just a matter of seconds. Chen Yefeng began to question his existence. After such a long hiatus, even if he returned to the vigor of his youth, he found it difficult to adapt. Others might linger over 3 bowls of rice, but he was merely a fleeting 3-second man. All right, let us hurry to sleep. This is truly exasperating. Was he being dismissed? Yet, one could only blame himself for being inadequate. After all that fuss, the outcome was decided in mere seconds. Wife, let me explain. I am not premature. That was merely an accident. I know, I'm not blaming you. You claim not to blame me. Yet your expression reveals your annoyance. Don't worry. Next time, what use is talking about it now? It's so late. Aren't you tired? Not tired, not tired. Come here, give me a kiss. Kiss you? You just leave me drenched in saliva. Chapter 32. Riding the tractor to Shirkong town the following morning. Chen Yefeng rose early, making his way to the well to brush his teeth and draw water for washing his face. The well water was indeed cold, and the shock to his face invigorated him. Often, there is hot water in the woodshed. Why use cold water to wash your face? Zhou Haiying, who had risen even earlier, knowing that Chen Yefeng was heading to Shirkong town today, had gotten up to prepare breakfast for him. Seeing him washing his face with well water, she immediately spoke up. It's fine, the weather isn't cold anymore. Chen Yefeng washed his face with a towel, feeling hesitant to look at his wife, burdened by guilt over the incident from the previous night. Do as you wish. Once you're done, come for breakfast, she said. We're heading to Shirkong town. The earlier we go, the sooner we return. Mother said we should visit Liaozu Island to pay respects to the 3 grandmothers when the tide recedes. Zhou Haiying brought out his breakfast, urging him to eat first. The morning meal consisted of rice porridge mixed with egg, looking quite appetizing with its golden hue and a sprinkle of scallions, exuding a delightful aroma. This dish was a staple breakfast for locals, rich in nutrition and remarkably simple to prepare. A fresh free-range egg is cracked into a bowl, seasoned with salt and a touch of lard, then whisked with chopsticks before adding cooked white porridge and mixing it all together. Gazing at the steaming bowl of egg porridge, Chen Yefeng felt a surge of appetite, silently appreciating the comfort of having a woman at home. In his previous life, living alone meant his meals were erratic, sometimes eating to excess and other times going hungry. Occasionally, when too lazy to cook, he would simply grab a clove of garlic and dip it in soy sauce as a makeshift snack, pouring himself a drink and indulging for hours. After finishing his breakfast, he asked his wife for some money before preparing to leave. Au phone, be careful out there. I've heard things are quite chaotic these days, with many thieves about. Make sure to keep your money safe, Zhou Haiying admonished earnestly. Rest assured, I'll keep my money in my underwear pocket, Chen Yefeng replied quietly. In this era, the tranquility of the future was absent. Robberies and assaults occurred with alarming regularity. Scammers and thieves were as numerous as the stars, and a moment's inattention could result in lost funds. One should never venture far alone, otherwise, one might face dire consequences. With no surveillance systems and firearms unrestricted, criminals were particularly brazen, with many cases remaining unsolved to this day. Chen Yefeng set off towards the neighboring Shirkong town, which was far more prosperous than his own. On non-market days, the streets of his town were often deserted, while Shirkong town bustled with life, being the largest inland township in Lianzhou County, teeming with shops selling an array of goods. At this hour, the sun had yet to rise, and the weather was refreshingly cool, the air filled with invigorating scents. Walking along the gravel path, Chen Yefeng was surrounded by the melodious sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. He felt as though the air in this era was sweeter, though he wondered if it was merely an illusion. Farmers, taking advantage of the cool morning, had already set out to work. After walking for nearly 30 to 40 minutes, he estimated he had covered only half the distance. Yet his legs were beginning to feel sore. Was his youthful body truly so feeble? He lamented as passers-by overtook him with ease, marveling at their stamina. Ding, ding, ding. Occasionally, bicycles whizzed by, leaving Chen Yefeng envious. He resolved to earn money and quickly arrange for a bicycle of his own. Otherwise, it was exceedingly inconvenient to rely solely on walking, which was exhausting. As he had not taken many steps, a hand tractor approached, stirring up a cloud of dust along the road. Chen Yefeng muttered curses under his breath and instinctively stepped aside. Phone, did he just call my name? Chen Yefeng was puzzled, thinking he must have misheard. To his surprise, the hand tractor came to a halt beside him, and a young man descended from the driver's cabin. It was this very person who had called out to him. Aji. As the dust settled, Chen Yefeng recognized the face of his former friend, Bai Ji. He had even mentioned him to Air Pang not long ago. In truth, his friendship with Bai Ji ran deeper than that with Air Pang, as they had spent more time together. Aji was quite a decent fellow. During the years Chen Yefeng was away, he had kindly looked after his wife and daughter, an act of friendship he could never forget. Unfortunately, Bai Ji's chosen wife was quite the troublemaker, causing chaos in their home, ultimately leading to their divorce and leaving him alone. Bai Ji and Chen Yefeng shared a bond of mutual understanding as two old bachelors who would occasionally sit together, sharing drinks and stories. This old rascal even dragged him to Haiqing's Tianjin Road for some merriment. Hey, we're men, after all. If we hold it in for too long, we need an outlet, or we might just burst, Chen Yefeng mused. Of course, there are other ways to release tension, but the sensations are altogether distinct. Phone, it is truly you. I thought I had made a mistake, Bai Ji exclaimed with a smile. Where are you headed? Isn't it obvious? I'm going to Shirkong town. And you? Why are you driving a tractor? Chen Yefeng replied with a hint of envy, for he could scarcely afford even a bicycle at present. This isn't mine. It's my uncle's. I'm just borrowing it to haul some things to Shirkong Town and thought I might as well make a little extra by offering rides, Baiji explained. The fare from their village to Shirkong Town was 10 cents per person, half for children. Not wanting to walk, those willing to spend could take the tractor. Baiji, being resourceful, seized the opportunity to earn some money on his trip. Impressive. You can drive this thing too, Chen Yefeng remarked, giving a thumbs up. Impressive? Nonsense. What are you waiting for? Get in. Do you plan to walk to Shirkong Town? It's still 5 or 6 miles to the town, Baiji gestured, inviting him aboard. Is this tractor not moving anymore? Stopping halfway is unacceptable. I need to sell my vegetables, Chen Yefeng urged. Let's go, let's go. The sun is out, and I'll be baked alive. The passengers on the tractor were left behind, feeling neglected, and they began to grumble. What is the fuss? If anyone doesn't want a ride, I'll refund their fare, Baiji shouted back, asserting himself. Just because the tiger isn't roaring doesn't mean I'm a sickly cat. So we're temporarily stopped. What is the big deal? Such was the arrogance of the driver. If you don't want to ride, you can leave on your own. It was no wonder that back in the day, the village beauty, Wang Zhelan, chose to marry that driver, completely overlooking Chen Yefeng. The passengers, hearing Baiji's rebuke, had no retort left. Enough with the foul language. We're all from the same village. Chen Yefeng cast a sidelong glance at him, pondering the absurdity of being scolded despite having paid for the ride. Who could they turn to for justice? Climbing aboard, he settled into the driver's seat, ready to be taken to Shirkong Town. As he observed the vintage hand-operated tractor, a flicker of curiosity sparked within him. It was remarkable that such machinery had not been completely phased out even after 4 decades. Some villagers still used it to haul cassava from their fields. Azai grasped the lever and ignited the engine. The vehicle roared to life, vibrating beneath Chen Yefeng as they set off. Chapter 33. Inquiring about the seafood market, they still needed to travel by vehicle, covering a journey that would have taken 30 to 40 minutes on foot in a mere 10. Upon arriving in Shirkong Town, Chen Yefeng contemplated offering Azai some money, reasoning that he should pay half the fare for half the journey. Thus, he intended to hand over 5 cents. What? Afong, do you still consider me a brother? Did I stop to give you a ride just for that 5 cents? If you keep this up, we might as well not be brothers anymore. The moment Chen Yefeng tried to pass him the money, Azai's expression soured. He was not in need of that 5 cents. It was not for monetary gain that he had picked up Afong. After years of camaraderie, it felt ridiculous to require payment for a ride. Forget about the fare. Come over to my place for drinks one of these days. I've caught plenty of seafood lately. Chen Yefeng understood Azai's temperament well. Once he refused something, he would stubbornly reject it. To press further would jeopardize their friendship. That is more like it. How come you're so generous all of a sudden? Even going out to catch seafood? Azai looked at Chen Yefeng with surprise and continued. Today is the 15th. The mangrove olives must be ripe by now. How about we invite Air Pow tonight and go pick some? Sounds good. The mangrove area has plenty of mudskippers and blue crabs as well, besides gathering olives. We can also catch some crabs and mudskippers, Chen Yefeng replied, his interest piqued. Talking about it makes me want to rush to the mangrove right now. Azai rubbed his hands together excitedly. You go buy your stuff first. If you want to ride back, find me at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. If I'm not back yet, I'll take you home later. Tonight, we'll head out to the coast. All right, I'll hurry over. If I don't make it in time, just head back without me. With that, Chen Yefeng turned and walked in another direction. In this era, even pagers were non-existent, making communication exceedingly inconvenient compared to the future where one could send messages via WeChat. As he walked, Chen Yefeng contemplated Azai's situation. He had yet to marry the woman from his previous life and resolved to advise him against that union. Perhaps this advice could lead to a transformative change in Azai's life. After parting ways with Azai, Chen Yefeng first made his way to the pork shop at the meat processing plant. Today being the 15th day of the lunar month, households were preparing to make offerings to the deities, causing a surge in demand for pork. If he delayed, he might miss the opportunity to purchase any. Goodness, look at this crowd. The line is so long. Upon arriving at the pork shop, he was taken aback to see a queue stretching far beyond his expectations. In this era, the business of pork stalls is remarkably thriving. During festive seasons, one must queue to purchase meat. There is no alternative but to wait in line. Fortunately, he arrived early today. Otherwise, he would have missed out on buying pork. After a while, it was finally his turn. Do you have a meat ticket? The vendor inquired. Yes, how much is the meat? It had been 40 years since he had last paid attention to meat prices. Standing before the stall, Chen Yefeng gazed at the cuts displayed on the counter, his throat involuntarily swallowing a few times. Although his interest in meat had waned, his body remained honest. Despite having grown weary of meat in his previous life, this body had barely tasted it, and the oil in his belly was pitifully scant. Watching the meat at the stall made his mouth water, but fortunately, those around him appeared to be similarly affected, sparing him any embarrassment. Fatty pork is 1 yuan per pound, lean meat is 0. 9 yuan, spare ribs are 0. 8 yuan, and pork bones are 0. 6 yuan. The lard is priced the same as the fatty pork. What would you like to purchase? The vendor spoke in a deep voice. The price of pork these days is indeed exorbitant. Even factory workers find that their daily wages can barely afford a pound of meat, which explains why so many cannot afford it. This is under the condition of having a meat ticket. Negotiating for pork would only raise the price further. Please give me 2 pounds of fatty pork, 1 pound of lard, and 2 pork bones, Chen Yefeng requested, pulling out his meat tickets. He could only use 3 of them, as 2 were for specified dates and could not be utilized today. Initially, he had intended to buy lean meat, disliking fatty cuts. Yet, considering that everyone at home lacked sufficient fat, buying lean meat would surely earn him scorn. Given that Xin and Ron were both undernourished, he decided to invest in 2 pork bones, thinking of making soup. The vendor nodded, swiftly wielding a sharp knife to chop the meat with precision. He then wrapped the meat in lotus leaves and handed it to Chen Yefeng. In these times, there are no plastic bags. One must bring their own basket for purchases. For buying pork, one typically uses either newspaper or lotus leaves for wrapping, or ties it up with straw rope for carrying. When Chen Yefeng left home, Zhou Haiying had given him a urea bag, the brownish-yellow kind, into which he placed his purchases. The vendor kindly gifted him a pair of pig longs. In this era, offal is exceedingly cheap and not widely favored. However, Chen Yefeng expressed his gratitude profusely for the gift. He couldn't help but glance back at the stall. Oh, no wonder the vendor seemed so familiar and kind. Wasn't this the father of Erpang? Upon recognizing Chen Yefeng, Erpang's father winked at him. That will be 8 yuan in total. Chen Yefeng stepped aside, retrieving money from his underwear pocket to pay. In such circumstances, it had become commonplace. Many concealed their money in similar places. The reasoning was straightforward: safety. Some even preferred to sew their money into their clothing. It was said that a certain De Chong from a nearby town, when attending university, had his grandmother stitch together 500 yuan collected from villagers, which he carried to school with him. That 500 yuan had equated to 70-odd eggs, a memory De Chong would cherish for a lifetime. Every year, the villagers receive seasonal gifts, and those over 60 years of age are entitled to receive 10,000 yuan. After purchasing meat, Chen Yefeng turned into a narrow alley where a shop specializing in ritual offerings was located. He proceeded to acquire the necessary items for honoring Mazu. With everything packed into a urea bag slung over his shoulder, he made his way to Shirkong Market to inquire about the price of lychees. To his delight, the retail price for lychees was quite favorable, hovering around 26 to 30 cents per pound. This was the local rate, and had they been transported to the north, the price would certainly escalate. However, lychees are challenging to transport, and the current cold chain technology is inadequate for shipping them to distant locations. In contrast, apples from the north, when sold locally, fetch prices of 40 to 50 cents per pound, nearly double that of lychees. He also took the opportunity to visit the seafood market, discovering that the acquisition prices were comparable to those at the dock. Nevertheless, the retail price for fresh seafood was a few cents higher per pound than the purchase price. For instance, the previous batch of small octopuses was acquired at the dock for merely 14 to 16 cents each, while retail at the Shirkong seafood market could sell them for 18 to 20 cents each. Chen Yefeng was disinclined to calculate the exact difference. If the prices were relatively similar, he would rather sell to the local vendors than waste time running around. Although there were several large restaurants in town, they had their own supply channels and were unlikely to buy from outsiders. If he truly wished to sell something rare to these establishments, he would need to seize the opportunity to establish connections. Glancing at the sun, Chen Yefeng estimated that it was getting late and decided it prudent to return home. His family awaited his presence for the Mazu worship on Lao Island. Chapter 34. Shrimp Cakes. Aji mentioned he was at the supply and marketing cooperative, although it was uncertain whether he had returned home. On the way to the cooperative, Chen Yefeng encountered a roadside vendor selling various types of rice cakes, water cakes, rice cakes, white cakes, mugwort cakes, and sweet rice dumplings, all of which tantalized his taste buds. Approaching the stall, he inquired about the prices. Water cakes were 5 cents each, mugwort cakes 10 cents apiece, and both rice and white cakes were 8 cents each. The prices were reasonable. He purchased 3 servings of water cakes, spending 15 cents. As for the others, he presumed his mother had already made some that day. Rice cakes are traditionally offered as sacrifices to deities, and during festivals, locals customarily prepare and consume them. Chen's mother had likely begun preparing the ingredients early in the morning, and they should be ready by now. Since his family had already made them, he naturally would not spend money on buying more. After completing his purchase, he picked up his items and, after only a few steps, paused before a frying stall where shrimp cakes were being prepared. "How much for your shrimp cakes?" Chen Yefeng inquired. "Young man, shrimp cakes are 10 cents each. Would you like some?" "They are freshly fried," replied the vendor, a woman in her 30s, her figure slightly swaying. She was also quite a dutiful person. "Give me 5. No, make it 10. Each item costs a mere dime, and 10 of them amount to a single yuan. After spending it all, there remains not a cent to his name. Alas, just as his wife remarked, he cannot keep money in his pockets. "All right, I shall fry them for you now." The woman, pleasantly surprised by the large order, began to prepare the shrimp cakes. The shrimp cakes are a local delicacy, immensely popular among the townsfolk. She coated several medium-sized, fresh shrimp in a carefully prepared rice batter, sprinkled them with vibrant green scallions, and placed them in the hot oil. In no time, the sizzling sounds filled the air, accompanied by a delightful aroma wafting about. Once the fragrant shrimp cake was ready, Chen Yefeng wrapped it in newspaper and began to enjoy it. The crispy exterior and tender interior burst with savory flavor. It was simply delightful. After the proprietor had finished frying all the shrimp cakes, Chen Yefeng wrapped them up, settled the bill, and swiftly made his way towards the supply and marketing cooperative. Along the way, he was tempted by the abundance of delectable treats around him. However, he had already spent all his money, rendering those temptations ineffective. Fortunately, he spotted Az's still lingering. He was relieved to catch up with him. Seeing the tractor parked nearby filled Chen Yefeng with joy. "As he wouldn't he have to walk back? Why are you dawdling? I've been waiting ages." Az exclaimed. "What's the rush? It's still early," Chen Yefeng replied, handing him a portion of water chestnuts and a shrimp cake. Since he hadn't paid for the round-trip fare, he thought it appropriate to share some snacks. "What's this? Why are you giving me these? Take them back for your wife and children. If I wanted something to eat, I would buy it myself," Az grumbled, pushing the offering back into Chen Yefeng's hands. "Come on, I'm offering you food, and you're turning your nose up at it?" Chen Yefeng scoffed. "It's not that I'm turning my nose up, but take it back for your family." "I'm not hungry right now," Az replied, gesturing dismissively. He understood that with so many mouths to feed at home, these snacks might not suffice. "Let us get going. I still need to visit Lao Yanzhou Island to pay my respects to the 3 grandmothers," Az said. Chen Yefeng, not wanting to press the matter further, acquiesced. "Now you're in a hurry. Yet earlier you claimed there was no rush," Az chuckled, then proceeded to start the tractor. The ignition was a cumbersome task, sometimes requiring a great deal of effort. With a rumble, the tractor roared to life, releasing puffs of smoke. Chen Yefeng climbed aboard, his curiosity piqued by the bags in the back. What are those bags filled with? In the trailer, several burlap sacks were stacked, but their contents were a mystery. What could they be? Fishing nets and traps. My father asked someone to procure them, hence I borrowed the vehicle to transport them. Az explained as he steered the tractor towards Shibu village, not intending to pick up any passengers. "It's fortunate your family owns a fishing boat. You must earn a decent income," Chen Yefeng remarked enviously. "It's just a small 7 or 8-meter skiff, not a motorized sailboat. There's nothing to envy." Az replied nonchalantly. "A skiff is still valuable. Your brothers take turns fishing at sea, which is surely better than working odd jobs everywhere." Chen Yefeng retorted with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, the full-bellied know nothing of the hungry, Az mused. He is now envious of those who possess a boat, even if it is merely a small wooden vessel of 7 or 8 meters. The ability to cast nets and set traps in nearby waters is 100 times better than the average person's lot. Surely, it is preferable to working odd jobs. Though the boat is too small to venture far, a sigh escapes Aji's lips. Indeed, having a boat is far superior to having none. Yet, he cannot help but lament that their own boat is too diminutive, limiting them to coastal operations and yielding little substantial catch. Nonetheless, there are plenty of treasures to be found in nearshore waters. Patience is key, and in time, they can afford a larger vessel. Who wouldn't desire a bigger boat? I long to acquire a sailboat, for rowing a small dinghy is exhausting, leaving my hands raw and blistered. Are you certain you are merely rowing? Or is it something else? Chen Yefeng chuckled with a hint of mischief. Aji has 2 elder brothers. His father is an old fisherman who takes the 3 siblings out to sea in turns. Their family circumstances are better than those of others in the village. Earning money, despite the toil, seems utterly justifiable. Stop your nonsense. Do you think I am like you, constantly mingling with the fairer sex? Aji retorted with a laugh. I happen to have a wife, thank you very much. I am not chasing after anything else. Chen Yefeng replied with a calm demeanor. For he is indeed a married man, in no need of fleeting encounters. Ah, Having a wife is quite the achievement, I assent it. Aji gritted his teeth in a mix of envy and resentment, suddenly finding himself yearning for a spouse as well. Of course, having a wife is impressive. You are no longer a youth. Perhaps your mother should find a matchmaker to introduce you to someone, Chen Yefeng gently suggested. Following the path of his previous life, he anticipated that he would meet his future wife next year, falling in love and entering the sanctity of marriage. He considered that if he could encourage Aji to seek a partner sooner, fate might alter, preventing their fateful encounter. As the saying goes, a virtuous wife brings fewer troubles to her husband. In his past life, Aji's misfortune stemmed from marrying the wrong woman. Patience is essential, Aji chuckled. Brushing off the matter. You ought to hurry. We are the same age, and I am merely a few months your senior. My eldest daughter is about to start primary school, while you have yet to find a partner, Chen Yefeng mused, contemplating whether he should have his mother speak to Aji's mother to instill a sense of urgency within their families. Now that you mention it, perhaps it is indeed time for me to marry. Otherwise, my future son will be too young to court your daughter, Aji jested. Get lost. You can forget about my 2 daughters. Do not even entertain such thoughts, or we shall sever ties, Chen Yefeng declared firmly. Xian and Rong are the most cherished parts of his life, and he would not allow anyone to entertain notions regarding them. Chapter 35. The aspiration to become a monk. Please, do not be so agitated. What if my future son turns out to be exceptionally gifted? Your daughter may have to wait in line to marry him. To be allowed to cut in line now should be seen as a great honor, Aji brazenly proclaimed. Dream on. You should take a good look in the mirror before making such claims. With your looks, what kind of offspring could you possibly produce? If I had not been reborn, I might have actually believed you. In his previous life, Azai had fathered a son. Yet the boy bore a striking resemblance to his mother, sharp-featured and diminutive. By the age of 30, he remained unmarried, destined to be a lifelong bachelor. How infuriating. He dares to call himself a brother, yet resorts to such personal attacks. Azai cursed vehemently, saliva flying as his emotions surged high. Hey, slow down. What the hell? You're driving with one hand. This is a hand-operated tractor, not a Ferrari. The tractor swayed unsteadily, akin to a drunken man, racing along the gravel road, causing Chen Yefeng's heart to nearly leap from his chest. This scoundrel was driving with one hand, completely unmindful of veering into the adjacent river. Now you realize your folly, don't you? Your life is in my hands now. Do you dare to be any more insolent? Azai wore a triumphant smirk, relishing his moment of power. Brother Azai, I realize my mistake. Please drive carefully. I certainly do not wish to feed the fish in the river. Good to hear you acknowledge your error, brother. How about we arrange a marriage alliance for our children? You wouldn't object to that, would you? No, I have no objections at all. Hearing his brother's heart-wrenching cries, Azai gleefully shook his legs, taking advantage of the situation. Chen Yefeng, having lost his temper, feared provoking this ruffian further. Sometimes, retreating brings peace. Enduring this moment of ridicule was preferable. They sped back, arriving at the village in a mere 20 minutes. Upon arrival, Chen Yefeng requested Azai to stop, as he needed to alight. Their homes lay in different directions, and there was no need for Azai to accompany him further. Though riding a tractor was quite the spectacle in this era, Chen Yefeng felt no particular need to flaunt it. I must go. My father is likely waiting for me at Lao Island. Would your family like to join? After disembarking, Chen Yefeng gathered his belongings and addressed Azai. Of course. How could we coastal folk not pay our respects to the sea goddess? My father and elder brother went to the Tianho Palace early this morning to honor her before setting out to sea. I'll be heading to Laoa Island with my second brother shortly. Then I shall see you on the island. With that, Chen Yefeng waved goodbye and made his way home. As he approached his house, he spotted his father and elder brother standing in the yard. Were they waiting for him? Indeed, as soon as Chen Yefeng appeared, his father's expression hardened. I asked you to buy offerings for the sea goddess. How could a simple trip take you so long? Even a journey to Nanjing wouldn't take that long. Hearing his father's incessant complaints, Chen Yefeng felt as if his head might split open. Does it truly take that long to walk to Shirkong Town? Even on foot? It should take only about an hour. I was on Azai's tractor. Otherwise, I wouldn't have returned so soon. You had to go all the way to Shirkong Town for offerings? I reckon you're simply bored. You could have bought them in our town. There was no need to travel so far. But the items in Shirkong Town are cheaper. You know I enjoy going there. Remember the last time I brought back 2 crabs for you to sell? You stubborn child, I can't bother to argue with you now. At this rate, you'll be the death of me. As expected, the relationship between father and son remains as strained as in their previous life, with barely a few words exchanged before a heated argument nearly ensues. Time is slipping away. The others have already returned from the island after paying their respects to the 3 matrons, Yet these two continue their verbal sparring, oblivious to the potential ridicule they invite from onlookers. Chen's mother rushes out of the house, reprimanding the pair. Were they adversaries in their past life? They cannot even coexist peacefully, with both the elder and the younger causing no small amount of concern. Oh, Yefeng, do refrain from provoking your father unnecessarily, his elder brother. Chen Yefeng cautions, pulling him aside. Yes, brother, I understand. Chen Yefeng nods, reassuring him. A few playful exchanges with his father will not jeopardize their bond. He has grown accustomed to his father's nagging. Without it, he feels a sense of discomfort. Surely, he knows his father's character well, a quintessential case of a sharp tongue but a tender heart, always speaking out of concern for his well-being. He treats his elder brother similarly, though Chen Yefeng's more earnest disposition compels him to listen obediently to their father without retort. Chen Yefeng, however, possesses a more rebellious spirit, often clashing with his father. As long as you understand, have we gathered everything for the offerings to the three matrons? We must head to Laoyazhou Island now, if the tide rises. Rowing over will become troublesome, Chen Yefeng states, patting his younger brother's shoulder. He feels a sense of pride in his younger brother's newfound reliability and ability to provide for the family. Everything is prepared. I've also brought along shrimp pancakes and water cakes for us to enjoy on the way, Chen Yefeng reveals, pulling out the items from the bag. The offerings include ritual supplies, pork and bone soup, as well as the delectable snacks, water cakes and shrimp pancakes, that emit an irresistible aroma, tempting the senses. Father, long live. You bought my favorite shrimp pancakes. They smell so good. I'm drooling. Xian exclaims, raising her hands in delight. The water cakes are wonderful. I want to try some. Rong adds in her sweet voice. Mother, can I skip lunch? Sanzi gazes longingly at the food, saliva beginning to pool. What will you eat if you skip lunch? Chen's mother glares at him. Can I have the water cakes and shrimp pancakes? Sanzi looks at her with hopeful eyes. With a huff, Chen's mother replies. It seems you'd rather eat filth. Those are your second brother's purchases. He is separated from us, so who will give you anything to eat? What? Mother, why must we separate from second brother? Upon hearing this, Sanzi's spirits plummet, his head drooping. Because we must separate, and there are no further questions. When you grow up and marry, you two shall separate, Chen's mother states sternly. But I certainly cannot separate. I've told second brother that when I grow up, I want to marry. Sanzi grins. Get out of here. If you dare to avoid marriage, I'll send you to the temple to become a monk. Being a monk is fine. I want to marry. You think being a monk is easy? Monks cannot eat meat. No chicken, duck, or fish. Nothing. That want to do. I love meat. Then I want to become a monk. Chapter 36. Worshipping Mazu. Chen Yefeng set aside the sacrificial items, allowing his father and elder brother to manage them themselves. He took a portion of rice cakes and several shrimp pancakes to enjoy on the way, subsequently handing the remaining items over to his wife. Upon seeing the pork and bone marrow, Zhou Haiying was immediately taken aback. She quickly exclaimed, "Isn't there a pork distribution for the community celebration today? Why did you buy so much meat?" She pondered the amount of meat acquired with ration tickets and remarked on its purpose: the lard for frying, the belly pork for braising, and the bone marrow for a nourishing soup for their daughters. Chen Yefeng had meticulously arranged everything. In their village, a community celebration was held on the 15th of every month, and every household received a share of pork. However, the meager allocation was insufficient for their family. You bought pork and so many shrimp pancakes. I see that my mother was right. You shouldn't have any money in your pockets. Have you spent all the money I gave you? Zhou Haiying felt a pang of regret looking at the abundance of food. Yet, with everything already purchased, discarding it was not an option. She could only admonish Chen Yefeng. With an innocent demeanor, Chen Yefeng replied, I didn't spend much today. Nor did I squander it. Everything I bought is for eating. Even if you don't eat, Xian and Rong need to be fed. All right. Let us hurry to Laoa Island to pay our respects to Sanpa. It's getting late. Zhou Haiying nodded, conceding that he had a point. The couple worked diligently to provide a better life for their daughters. Furthermore, her husband had proven to be quite reliable, having spent the money wisely. Well then, I bought extra shrimp pancakes. Perhaps you can see if mother or grandmother would like to try some? Chen Yefeng suggested. Oh, I remember. Mother and sister-in-law made some rice cakes. Do you want to bring some along? Zhou Haiying suddenly recalled. No need. My elder brother and father will surely take those. The rice cakes should be offered to Sanpa. Chen Yefeng shook his head. He merely needed to take incense, yellow paper, and candles. The other offerings could be borrowed from his elder brother and father. Faithful sincerity brings blessings. Mazu is generous and kind. She will not hold any grievances. Thankfully, he hadn't purchased any rice cakes or herbal cakes, knowing that his mother would prepare them. With everything prepared, The father and son set off to the Tianho Temple on Laowa Island to pay homage to Mazu. Upon seeing his elder brother, second brother, and father preparing to leave, Chen Sanzi decided to join them. Chen Leazizi also arranged for Akai to accompany them, advising to approach Mazu with genuine sincerity for her blessings. The two elders could no longer walk, or they would have gone to the island themselves. For the locals, worshipping Mazu was a significant affair, involving incense offerings and 3 ceremonial tributes on the 1st and 15th days of the month to ensure peace and safety. The journey from their village to the Mazu Temple on Laowa Island would take at least an hour on foot. Along the way, Chen Yefeng distributed a shrimp pancake to each person to stave off hunger. Chen Sanzi and Uncle Chen Wu gratefully accepted the pancakes, joyfully devouring them with their hands. Chen's father and Chen Yefeng took the shrimp pancakes along, savoring them as they walked. Such fried pastries were typically a rare indulgence, and they relished this rare opportunity. With each bite of the fragrant pancake, they felt their legs infused with renewed vigor. It was essential to replenish their energy, for without sustenance, walking became a struggle. On their pilgrimage to Mazu, everyone was earnestly making their way on foot. Chen's father and his companions approached the seaside, following the coastline towards Laowa Island. Along the way, they encountered familiar faces, exchanging pleasantries. "Have you eaten? Are you also going to pay respects to the 3 ants?" they inquired. "May the 3 ants bless us all with safety and prosperity." As they neared Laowa Island, a solitary isle floated on the horizon, surrounded by a tranquil bay. A path had been constructed from the mainland to this isolated land. Typically submerged, this route was only revealed during low tide, when the sea receded significantly. At this moment, it had yet to be high tide, and a vast expanse of beach lay exposed. Many visitors who had just prayed at the Tianho Temple on the island were now foraging along the shore. This was Mazu's domain, and it was believed that fortune might favor those who had just sought her blessings. Others, even if they found nothing of value, hoped to gather some shellfish to prepare a nourishing soup, believing that Mazu's blessings would grant them good health. Thus, the area around the island was bustling with activity, as numerous individuals crouched with tools in hand, digging for treasures. Indeed, the sands around this island, typically concealed beneath the waves, were only revealed on the 1st and 15th of each lunar month, making it a seldom visited spot rich in marine resources. Chen Yefeng and his companions made their way along the special path leading to the island's heart. The stony path was slick, flanked by barnacles and seaweed, resembling a gateway to another realm. "Oh dear, why didn't we think to bring tools for foraging?" Chen's father lamented, enviously observing others who had unearthed a bounty. He slapped his rough palm against his thigh, frustrated but resigned. "It's too far to go back now. Let us finish paying our respects to the 3 ants first, and then see what we can find." Chen Yefeng shrugged. "What is the use of that? It would take an hour or 2 to go back for tools, and who knows if we'd even find anything worthwhile. What are you hoping to accomplish without tools? Are you planning to dig with your hands?" Chen's father grumbled in exasperation. Chen Yefeng replied nonchalantly, "I'm here to pray to the 3 ants for safety and prosperity." Chen Yefeng stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder. "Afeng, let us not argue today. We're here to honor the 3 ants." He feared that a quarrel between his brother and father, especially amidst the throngs of worshippers, would lead to ridicule. Fortunately, Chen's father chose to remain silent, continuing towards the temple with a determined stride. The solitary island of Laowa Island is not particularly large, encompassing approximately 5,000 square meters. Nevertheless, it boasts a verdant landscape, with the Mazu Temple, also known as the Sampo Temple, nestled upon it. This temple, dedicated to the revered goddess Mazu, is a significant site of worship for the fishermen and seafarers who regard her as their guardian deity. Mazu, originally named Lin Mo, was a shaman during her lifetime, often healing the afflicted and rescuing those in peril at sea. Upon her passing at the tender age of 28, the villagers erected a temple in her honor, and over time, she was deified. The belief in Mazu is deeply rooted in the coastal communities, symbolizing protection over maritime safety and tranquility, earning her profound respect among the people. Chapter 37. The Clam and the Heron. Upon arriving at the Tianho Palace, Chen Yefeng was enveloped by the solemn ambience, and his heart became remarkably tranquil. This was not his first visit to pay homage. He was well acquainted with the customary rituals. Prior to their arrival, his mother had meticulously reminded them of various important details. The Mazu temple in their vicinity was rather modest, yet this did not diminish the fervor of their worship. The incense offerings were ever present, particularly thriving on the 1st and 15th of the lunar month. Chen's father led them in lighting incense and kneeling in reverence, presenting their offerings. He had brought mugwort cakes, while Chen Yefeng had a portion of water cakes, both serving as tributes. After their prayers, the offerings were consumed, ensuring nothing went to waste. It was believed that partaking in the offerings after worship would promote good health and well-being. They all shared a portion of the blessed offerings, with some reserved for the elderly, women, and children at home. As Chen Yefeng turned away after their prayers, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Aji, have you come to pay respects to Sampo as well? Accompanying Aji were his second brother and mother, all hailing from the same village, naturally familiar with one another. What a coincidence, Alphonse. I can't believe we bumped into each other here, exclaimed Aji, his expression exaggerated. Indeed, it is quite a serendipitous encounter. Considering we both came to worship Sampo, Chen Yefeng replied with a smile. Child, what coincidence? Everyone who comes here is here to pay respects to Sampo, Aji's mother remarked, nearly brought to tears from laughter at the antics of the two boys. Aunt, did you come to help Aji seek a marriage fortune? I've heard the fortunes here are remarkably effective, Chen Yefeng cheerfully inquired of Aji's mother. Ah, the marriage fortune. How could I have nearly forgotten? Thank you for the reminder, Alphonse, she responded, realizing the significance of the matter after Chen Yefeng's prompt. Aji, wearing a dismayed expression, retorted, Alphonse, how could you do this? My mother almost forgot, and you reminded her. I thought I had escaped this fate. What do you mean forgotten? Alphonse is merely looking out for your best interests. Your two sisters are already grown, and your future mother-in-law is still a mystery. Hurry and come with me to seek a marriage fortune. Not finding a wife is simply unacceptable. Aji's mother scolded him with an exasperated glare, her voice firm. Among their three sons, the eldest and second were married with children, while the youngest remained single. As Zhenyang felt increasingly anxious. Her third son had already reached the age of 25 or 26. In the rural landscape of this era, those who remained unmarried at such an age were deemed to be of advanced years and were often the subjects of marriage pressures. Reluctantly, as walked with his mother towards the grand hall of the Mazu temple, occasionally casting a mournful glance at Chen Yefeng. Chen Yefeng, reveling in his mischief, winked at him and exaggeratedly remarked, Aunt, I believe merely seeking a marriage fortune isn't sufficient. We ought to enlist the help of several matchmakers to enhance the chances of success. What he said was undeniably true, as Zhenyang suddenly realized the wisdom in Chen Yefeng's words. As grumbled, why does my being single concern you? Brother, I can only assist you to this extent, to prevent Az from marrying his previous life's partner. Chen Yefeng exerted considerable effort. Brother, where are our parents? After Chen Yefeng finished conversing with Az and the others, he noticed his father and Uncle Wu, along with Sanzi, were nowhere to be found. Only his elder brother remained nearby. Father and the others went down to see if there's anything worthwhile. Chen Yefeng replied in a leisurely manner. His elder brother's character was entirely the opposite of his own, two extremes. The man was overly honest, a silent type, unable to express even a whisper. It was perplexing, as neither of their parents possessed such a demeanor. In his previous life, he had drifted aimlessly, with little interaction with his elder brother's family. His elder brother and sister-in-law were diligent, leading a simple yet contented life. I'll take a look. Are you going down? Chen Yefeng inquired, glancing at his elder brother. You go ahead, I shall not join. With so many people down there sifting through the sea, even if there are treasures, they would have been claimed already. Chen Yefeng expressed his disdain, questioning the necessity of expending such effort when he needed to set out to fish that evening. Seeking a bit of good fortune, he added, the offerings from Mazu's domain ensure health and safety. No need, I'll just watch you from above. Very well, I shall head down then. He found his elder brother rather dull. Having come all this way, he could at least enjoy some time on the beach. Chen Yefeng ignored his elder brother further and made his way directly to the beach beside the isolated island. At this moment, people of all ages were eagerly digging in the sand, creating a vibrant scene. He lost interest in searching for his father and began his own treasure hunt on the beach. Oh, what is this? A scallop. Not long after, Chen Yefeng uncovered a delightful find on the shore. This scallop, locally known as saha, or sometimes jiang yao, is a delectable seafood prized for its exquisite flavor. When dried, it becomes known as jiang yao zhu. Previously, his wife had unearthed a few at Haishan Pai, which remained untouched. Gathering a few more would be perfect for a stir-fry to accompany drinks. With bare hands, he excavated the scallop. Fortunately, he had brought a bag, or he would have had no place to store his discovery. After securing the scallop, he continued to search the beach. Luck was on his side, as within minutes, he uncovered several more scallops, each larger than the last. However, he lamented that while the initial digging was exhilarating, the aftermath left his fingers in agony. After unearthing several scallops, his fingers ached terribly. Observing the scene was sufficient for his appetite, he decided against further digging. Continuing to excavate would render the fifth lady unnecessary. He had no intention of selling his findings, as the meager price of a few cents per pound was hardly worth the effort. Casting the urea bag over his shoulder, he began to meander along the beach. The absence of tools was quite bothersome, and witnessing others unearth valuable treasures stirred a sense of envy within him. With no tools at hand, he resolved to inspect beneath the stones for any hidden gems. He was not particularly interested in excavating a significant amount. Rather, he sought a bit of amusement and perhaps a token for good luck. While most individuals were busy digging on the beach, the rocky area was relatively deserted. It seemed that his father and a few companions were also situated nearby in the rocky zone, just ahead of him. "Father, is that a sea eel or a sea snake?" Chen Yefeng had intended to call out to his father to wait, but just a few steps in, he noticed a spotted creature in a nearby puddle. The creature was concealed beneath the stones, and he could only see its tail, unable to discern its true nature. He hesitated to act impulsively. Whether it was a sea eel or a sea snake, neither was to be trifled with, both being quite fierce. "Goodness, is that a tiger eel? It seems to be biting something." A large red octopus was engaged in a fierce battle with the tiger eel, while a foolish blue crab stood by, attempting to mediate. Chen Yefeng was at a loss for words. He never imagined he would witness such a spectacle. This was something he had only seen in short videos in his previous life. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he might have deemed it a fabrication. Chapter 38. The yellow sparrow awaits the tiger eel, and the large black octopus were locked in a fierce struggle, neither willing to concede. The black octopus enveloped the tiger eel in a tight embrace, its 8 long limbs entwined around the formidable creature like a jilted lover. Meanwhile, the tiger eel exhibited a ferocious demeanor, its jaws firmly clamped onto the octopus, suggesting a relentless battle to the finish. The tiger eel, also known as the naked-chested eel, is adorned with small circular patterns resembling ancient coins, its skin reminiscent of a tiger. It is sometimes referred to as the money eel. This creature is notoriously aggressive, with sharp teeth capable of inflicting severe wounds. In their village, there have been accounts of individuals suffering grievous injuries from money eel bites, with fingers severed at the base. The money eel is a prized catch, its delectable flesh fetching a good price at the docks. In contrast, the value of the black octopus is considerably lower. The most common octopuses in coastal waters are the white octopus, red octopus, and black octopus. The white octopus commands the highest price, followed by the red, while the black is deemed the least desirable. The flesh of the black octopus is notoriously tough and unpalatable, rendering it unwanted. The large black octopus and the money eel continued their fierce confrontation, while the nearby blue crab, with its large pincers, seemed to be attempting to intervene, offering a claw to each combatant. However, they paid little heed to the blue crab, engrossed in their struggle. The blue crab appeared to be hoping that the conflict between the two would allow it to reap the benefits, unaware that it was not the fisherman in this scenario. Little did it know that the predatory scene was unfolding, with Chen Yefeng positioned as the yellow sparrow waiting in the wings. Amidst the fierce battle, both the black octopus and the sea eel sensed impending danger. The black octopus promptly released its 8 tentacles, preparing to flee. Truly, it was a testament to the intelligence of invertebrates, possessing a level of intellect that was almost unfathomable. The money eel is not foolish. It immediately wriggled its way into the crevices of the rocks. Chen Yefeng, quick-witted and nimble, first captured the rubbish black octopus attempting to escape into a urea bag. Next, he bound the ambitious blue crab tightly, securing it with a tortoiseshell tie, and tossed it into the bag as well. Lastly, there was the ferocious sea eel, which stubbornly hid within the rocky crevice, presenting quite a challenge without the proper tools. "A phone, have you discovered something remarkable?" Just as Chen Yefeng found himself at a loss, a Ji rushed over. "Did you finish your prayer? I found a money eel and a black octopus here." Chen Yefeng briefly recounted the unfolding drama of the mantis and the cicada, inquiring, "Did you bring any tongs? This eel is quite fierce. I certainly do not wish to be bitten by it." "You've come to the right person. My second brother just happened to bring over a pair of fire tongs. He was hoping to see if there were any crabs around," a Ji exclaimed, his surprise evident. He could scarcely find the words, marveling at a Feng's extraordinary luck. Just after paying his respects to Mazu, he had stumbled upon such treasures. Regardless of their market value, the auspicious sign alone felt exceedingly promising. Having just finished his prayers to Mazu, to simultaneously capture 3 such splendid finds was truly a stroke of luck. "That is splendid. Quickly call your second brother over. This money eel won't be going anywhere soon, hiding in the crevices of the rocks. Without tools, we are quite at a standstill. Don't fret. Let me see where my brother is. He was just back there. How could he have vanished?" Aji began searching the beach for his brother. Your brother didn't he even come with you? What is the point of that? Chen Yefeng could not help but remark. Speak civilly, not crudely. It's about manners. You know, Aji replied, his face contorted in disdain. Quickly find your brother. We cannot allow this sea eel to escape. Chen Yefeng bent down to peer beneath the rocks, spotting the patterned eel still in place, finally feeling a sense of relief. He began to appreciate the leopard pattern, finding it quite attractive, not inferior to black silk. It won't escape. Whatever is in the rock crevice cannot possibly flee far. With that, Aji dashed off to locate his brother. Fortunately, it was not long before Aji returned with his brother. A phone. Is it an oil eel or a money eel? Aji's brother, Bai Chi, known to everyone as a Chi, approached, holding the fire tongs, his face radiating curiosity. It's a rather large money eel, Chen Yefeng informed him, as they were somewhat acquainted, having played marbles together in their youth. Let me take a look at the grass. Such a sizable money eel must weigh at least 20 pounds, if not more. I have never seen one so large before. A phone? What kind of outrageous luck do you possess? A Chi remarked, his envy palpable. It seemed he had searched this area before. How had he failed to discover it? Is there something of great value here? What lies within the rock crevices? Goodness! Such a large sea eel appears to be a money eel. It must weigh at least 30-some pounds. 30 pounds seems excessive. It should be around 20 or so. Such a large money eel is indeed a rarity. Your luck is extraordinary. Just moments ago, I was about to head this way when my wife called me away. Such is fate. Not everyone possesses such fortune. Upon hearing the commotion, a crowd gathered to witness the spectacle. As they laid their eyes upon the magnificent sea eel, envy glimmered in their gazes. Ah Feng, is this remarkable eel your discovery? Inquired Chen's father, appearing from the crowd, curiosity etched across his face. Indeed, I found it. Now, I shall borrow a pair of tongs from Bai Chi to see how we can bring it out, replied Chen Yefeng with a gleeful demeanor. At this moment, his father wore a benevolent expression, embodying the essence of paternal affection. Uncle Wu, Sanzi, and the others have also arrived. Brother, your luck is extraordinary. My fortune, however, seems to falter, lamented Sanzi, peering into the crevice of the rocks. The youth fixated on the present moment. Upon spotting the spotted pattern within the crevice, he gasped in astonishment. Having just paid my respects to San Pe, how could my luck possibly wane? Chen Yefeng chuckled. I too have sought Mazu's blessings. Yet my fortune remains unchanged. Sanzi scratched his head in confusion. Perhaps your sincerity was lacking. When you prayed to San Pe, your heart was not fully committed. Hence you received no blessings. Chen Yefeng thought little of his friend's musings, solely focused on capturing the grand sea eel. Achi, hand me the tongs. I shall attempt to prod it out. He seized the tongs from his brother Aji and began to poke around in the crevice, attempting to coax the eel forth. Careful now, it's about to emerge. We mustn't let it escape. Goodness, its teeth are razor sharp, adorned with numerous barbs. It appears quite fearsome. The sea eel looked plump, promising a handsome sum upon sale. Chen Yefeng employed the tongs to drive the eel out from its rocky hiding place. The eel retaliated fiercely against the tongs, producing a cacophony of clattering that resonated through the air, akin to the clash of metal. Sparks flew, and debris scattered. He intended to grasp the eel with the tongs but was taken aback as it exerted its strength and wriggled free. Wow, it's so ferocious. We must avoid its bite, or we shall be in trouble. A phone, if capturing it alive proves too challenging, we can simply dispatch it, suggested a voice. Will the price differ significantly if it's dead? If the difference is negligible, it may be wise to kill it to prevent any bites. But how can we sell such a fierce creature if we do not subdue it? Surely a dead eel 1T depreciate drastically? Who claims it 1T lose value? A well-preserved specimen commands a higher price. If prices vary, we should strive to capture it alive. Chapter 39. The favor of Ma Zhu observing the eel's ferocity. The crowd buzzed with suggestions, their voices intertwining into a cacophony. A phone, you hold its head, and I shall assist you in capturing it, proposed Aji. Bold and skilled. Very well, I shall secure its head, and you can handle the rest. Exercise caution. If it proves too daunting, we may have no choice but to kill it. Encouraged by Aji's words, Chen Yefeng resolved to give it a try. Aji, often accompanying his father and brothers on fishing expeditions, had experience dealing with such formidable creatures. Chen Yefeng once more drove the eel out with the tongs, seized the moment, and with deftness, clamped the tongs around the eel's head. The money eel yearned for a dramatic death roll to escape, yet Chen Yefeng had long been prepared, unwilling to let it slip away. Aji flawlessly assisted, one hand gripping its head while the other clutched its tail, securing it firmly, making any attempt to break free exceedingly difficult. This eel was remarkably large, a sight unseen before. Ah Feng, What remarkable luck you possess. We also venerated a deity. Yet all we unearthed was a mere white sand. Their envy was palpable. Unfortunately, none shared this stroke of fortune, failing to capture anything of value. Perhaps your prayers to the third matron were not as fervent. I genuinely knelt in earnest for quite some time, Chen Yefeng explained with a smile. Acknowledging the capricious nature of luck, he opened the urea bag. Ji, place it inside carefully. Be cautious not to get bitten. Fear not. It's merely a sea eel. It's manageable, right? Besides, you have other items in your bag. This one might cause a ruckus. Previously, he had mentioned to Ji the potential for conflict among the sea eel, octopus, and blue crab. Now, as Chen Yefeng opened the urea bag and glimpsed its contents, he hesitated. If the creatures inside were to clash, it could spell trouble. It's just a fertilizer bag. I have extras. Feel free to take one. Someone generously offered a bag marked with the words ammonium carbonate. Such bags, alongside urea bags, were common in this era, frequently used for storage. Much appreciated, Chen Yefeng replied, accepting the bag and securing the money eel within. How much have you caught to require 2 bags? Someone inquired. What else is in that bag? You need another to hold this large blue crab, and the octopus inside is quite substantial, though it's a worthless black octopus. Third matron, are you not a tad biased? I too prayed sincerely. Why was I not blessed with such bountiful catches? Some, lacking modesty, boldly peered into the urea bag. Upon seeing the contents, their envy intensified. Today is indeed fortuitous. The third matron has blessed us all with prosperity. Do not linger here. Explore other areas. You might stumble upon treasures. Chen Yefeng tied the 2 bags and, with a grin, addressed the crowd. He desired to remain low-key, yet his prowess was undeniable. Observing their reluctance to disperse, he contemplated how to persuade them to leave. Fortunately, at that moment, a voice drew everyone's attention. Goodness, look at this. They unearthed a colossal razor clam. What extraordinary luck. The clam was indeed enormous. If only mine were of such size. Don't be foolish. Are you certain your wife could handle such a beast? I was referring to the razor clam we dug up earlier. I too meant the razor clam. What did you think I was saying? With the attention diverted to the magnificent clam, Chen Yefeng finally exhaled in relief. Ultimately, he wished to amass wealth quietly. Being the center of attention rarely bore good tidings. Discreetly accumulating riches was the true path to success. Afong, your luck is truly remarkable. Had I known earlier, I would have accompanied you to the beach. Chen Yefeng, witnessing his younger brother's fortunate haul, felt a pang of envy and a hint of regret for not joining him, thinking that he too could have shared in the bounty. Eldest brother, I did call out to you. It was your own decision not to go, replied Chen Yefeng, cautious not to provoke any lingering thoughts in his elder sibling. Oh, what are you thinking? It was indeed my choice to stay behind. I am genuinely happy for your good fortune. To claim any jealousy would be utterly unfounded. After all, it was his younger brother who beckoned him, and he himself chose to abstain, thus there was no one else to blame. Second brother, are we returning now? Aren't we going to search the beach any longer? Sanzi, seeing the impressive collection of treasures, was reluctant to leave. He reasoned that having paid homage to Ma Zhu, he might also stumble upon something valuable. Having tasted the sweetness of prosperity, he had enjoyed a few days of indulgence after selling items for several dimes. Especially now, with Yuan Xiaowu incapacitated due to a leg injury, the village children flocked around him, inflating his ego and making him feel rather important. Why continue searching the shore? I must head to the dock to sell these goods. If you wish to scavenge the beach, you may do so on your own, Chen Yefeng remarked, glancing at Sanzi and the others, pondering how his younger brother had become quite addicted to selling, even contemplating acquiring more treasures to profit privately. However, he thought to himself that the lad was rather foolish. Their father was present, and even if he found something valuable, the earnings would inevitably go to him. No more beachcombing. We should return. The tide is about to rise, and soon the path will be submerged. You'll have to swim back on your own. Chen father chided. Let us head back. With so many people, there's little left to find, and we still need to set sail tonight. The eldest brother, lacking enthusiasm, expressed his disinterest in such trivial foraging, which was precisely why Chen Yefeng had invited him to the beach only to receive a flat refusal. Then I shall return as well. Sanzi's spirits drooped, feeling somewhat dejected. Afong, are there any shrimp pancakes left? They are simply delightful. Uncle Chen Wushu, not interested in the beachcombing, was solely preoccupied with the prospect of good food. The shrimp pancakes are all gone. Everyone had one, and you devoured too, Chen Yefeng replied. What about the rice cakes? Even the plain ones will suffice. Uncle Chen Wushu licked his lips. You'll have to ask my father. He has them with him. Chen Yefeng answered. Those rice cakes were offerings made during the worship of deities. The faithful believed consuming them would ensure good health and safety. Each had received one to eat, with the remainder intended for their families. Such blessed offerings must be shared among all. I'll give you one. Or else there won't be enough to go around when we return. Chen father, not deaf to the conversation, handed a rice cake to Uncle Wushu. There are more rice cakes at home, but those have not been consecrated, so they are not the same. If he desires to eat, he may do so at home. He cannot have more of these here. Very well, I shall have just one. Uncle Chen Wushu beamed as he accepted the rice cake from the hands of the fourth brother, eagerly peeling away the jackfruit leaves that enveloped it before savoring it with great delight. Regardless of what he was eating, he always appeared to relish it thoroughly. Alas, one can only say that a fool's fortune is indeed a blessing. Chapter 40. The Red Lantern Smoke. Aji. Achi, are you also heading back? Chen Yefeng expressed his gratitude to the two brothers. I truly appreciate your help today. Let us have a drink at my place sometime, my treat. He intended to go to the dock, but made sure to thank the brothers. Such words are unnecessary. It was merely a matter of lending you something for a short while. What is the need for drinks? Aji's elder brother replied, lacking in sentiment. Brother, if you're not going to drink, I shall go alone, Aji said, feeling a closer bond with Chen Yefeng, and thus not holding back. Aji, shall we still go to the mangroves tonight to pick some olives? Chen Yefeng pondered for a moment before inquiring. Of course, let us invite Erpang to join us. Aji replied with a smile. All right then, let us meet at Erpang's home tonight, and enjoy some lychees there. I had intended to discuss our plan to sell lychees tomorrow, but with so many people around, we can talk about it later at Erpang's. I adore lychees. Don't forget to come by tonight, Aji said as he departed with his older brother. Chen Yefeng, carrying 2 bags of fertilizer, walked along the stony path toward the shore. Hearing their intention to visit the mangroves, Sanzi and Chun Wu's uncle exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up with eagerness. Clearly, they too wished to join. On their return from Lao Island, they would indeed pass by the dock. Chen Yefeng made his way to the collection point to sell his goods. Chen's father and a few others accompanied him, as they were already headed toward the dock, making it a perfect opportunity to take a look. Lan Zier, don't say I'm not looking out for your business. Whenever I have quality goods, I bring them straight to you without even checking prices with Lao Lin. You must give me a fair price. Chen Yefeng approached Yang Xuemin, seeking camaraderie. In truth, he had already checked prices at the seafood market in Shirkong Town earlier that day and found the rates comparable to those at the dock. Who he sold to mattered little, as long as he received fair payment. Selling his catch to Yang Xuemin allowed him to negotiate a better price, knowing the other party wouldn't dare cheat him. Here we go again with your nonsense. Don't you ever tire of it? When have I not offered you a good price? Why not ask your father and your second brother if I'm the sort of unscrupulous merchant? Replied Lan Zier. Chen's father was part of the fishing team, and Chen Yexin had jointly acquired a fishing boat. The two frequently frequented the dock, well acquainted with the personnel at several collection points. As they spoke, Lan Zier produced a cigarette for Chen's father and the others, even including young Sanzi. Although Sanzi dared not smoke, he could save it for his father. Seeing his son accept the cigarette, Chen's father beamed with pride, realizing his son possessed a certain perceptiveness. I certainly trust you. If I didn't, I wouldn't have come here, Chen Yefeng declared cheerfully as he accepted the cigarette. Damn, this kid is exceptionally shrewd, more so than his father and elder brother. Lan Zier thought to himself, shaking his head inwardly. It was exceedingly difficult to earn a profit from him. Let us see what good catch you've brought today, Lan Zier said as he took the fertilizer bag, opening it to reveal a surprising sight. Well, such large blue crabs. Over a pound. This could fetch $1 or $2. The larger the blue crab, the more expensive it becomes. For instance, a blue crab weighing over a pound is being purchased at the dock for more than $1 per pound. Remarkably, there is also an octopus present, albeit a black one. If it were a white octopus, it would command a much higher price. Aside from blue crabs and octopuses, there are also a few scallops. Chen Yefeng inquired, do you accept black octopuses here? Lan Zier chuckled and replied, we do, but the price is exceedingly low. Such a large black octopus might fetch only a dime, and I advise you against selling it. You might as well take it home and stir-fry it as a side dish. A dime? That price is indeed too low. It would be better to prepare it as a meal. Upon hearing such a meager price, even the frugal Chen father decided against selling the black octopus. Given its substantial size, weighing several pounds, selling it for merely a dime is simply not worth it. What about these scallops? Are they for sale? Lan Zier casually asked. What is the price? Chen Yefeng rubbed his hands together. If the price is right, then certainly I will sell them. Otherwise, I would have to endure my wife's nagging if I brought them home, so it's better to sell them now and earn some money. 2 cents. I can offer you 3 cents for yours. What do you think? Lan Zier proposed a realistic price. Just one? Chen Yefeng asked. They are all roughly the same weight, I see that these scallops are about £1 each. Lan Zier picked one up and weighed it in his hand. I'll take 2 or 3 home to cook and sell the rest to you. He had initially thought the price for these scallops was too low and that the buyers wouldn't want them. To his surprise, Lan Zier was indeed interested in purchasing them. Since the other party was willing to buy, he felt encouraged to sell. However, his craving also urged him to take a few home for a taste. You're not selling them all? Lan Zier suddenly felt a twinge of regret. It was just a few items, and the other party was still thinking of keeping some for himself. Had he known, he wouldn't have said anything extra. I'll keep 2. It's been a long time since I've had them, and I'm quite tempted, Chen Yefeng said cheerfully. As you wish. Lan Zier replied, licking his lips. What is that good stuff in your bag? It's still moving. He pointed at the ammonium carbonate fertilizer bag that Chen Yefeng was holding. The two had dealt with each other several times and knew that this fellow often saved the best goods for last. What could be inside that fertilizer bag could very well be something of great value. This is indeed a fine item. Just look at the price, Chen Yefeng said, as he lifted the bag. Wow, such a large eel. Let me weigh it, Lan Zier exclaimed upon seeing the striped creature inside the bag, his mood instantly brightening. Such a large eel is not something one encounters often, and Yang Shui Min immediately showed interest. Afeng, what cargo have you brought this time? You can't just cater to Lan Zier's business. The dock is quite vast, and there are several purchasing points. You should explore a bit. Hearing the commotion, old Lin from the neighboring purchasing point came over, his face beaming with a smile. He took out a pack of Red Lantern brand cigarettes and offered one to each of Chen's father and the others. Although Red Lanterns are not as expensive as the Qianmen, they are quite popular among everyone, being a classic old brand. However, the tobacco in these cigarettes is of inferior quality and tends to go out easily. The wind picked up, and after a while, the tobacco would extinguish. Hence, a popular saying emerged in those days. Close the door, turn on the light, and call your wife to shield the wind. Father Chen was an old smoker, indulging in both cigarettes and pipes without discrimination. The Red Lantern cigarettes, in the eyes of seasoned smokers like him, were akin to low-quality smokes that one would hesitate to pay even a dime for. Yet, during this era, they were favored by many among the lower strata, primarily due to their affordability. Father Chen and his eldest son, along with others, did not mind and cheerfully continued smoking. When something is free, why not take it? Chapter 41. Not a single useful son among the three. This eel weighed 25 jin and 3 liang. As for the price, I'll give you my bottom line, and you need not haggle. It's 35 cents. For others, I charge 34 cents. You need not concern yourself with old Lin. Should he offer a higher price, you can let him take it without a word from me. The troublesome heir had already weighed the eel and proposed a price. Old Lin, can this price sell? How much do you intend to collect? Chen Yefeng turned to the sly old Lin beside him, genuinely inquiring. Old Lin, puffing on a cigarette, chuckled. I can't say for certain. It's all quite similar. If you don't sell it to heir, consider selling it to me, and we can negotiate the price over at my place. He could not divulge a specific amount here, as he was merely an observer. If they failed to reach an agreement, that would be another matter entirely. Can't you add a bit more? Chen Yefeng looked at heir. Heir bit his back teeth in response. The most I can offer is 1 more cent. Otherwise, you should consult old Lin. I have customers coming in. Seizing the opportunity, old Lin made his exit. Fine, then it's 36 cents per jin. This eel weighs 25 jin and 3 liang, so 36 times 19, 33 times 9. With decimals. It's so complex. Chen Yefeng scratched the ground with a stick for a long while, his mind turning into a muddled mess. What is 36 times 19? Second brother. Can't you calculate? It's 36 times 18. Sanzi sighed, unwilling to acknowledge him. How could you not do such simple arithmetic? Let Sanzi handle it. His math was barely acceptable in the last exam, the eldest brother suggested. All right, Sanzi, you do the calculations. Chen Yefeng nodded. What if it's wrong? This involves money. And if I miscalculate and end up short, I could lose a significant amount. He turned to Chen Yexin. Eldest brother, why don't you calculate? I'm afraid of making a mistake. I know nothing about math. I only completed the 4th grade, and you're better than me. Chen Yexin immediately shook his head vigorously. Calculating? Spare him that. The previous sales of their catches were either calculated by his brother-in-law or his wife, Zhang Feng. He had never done the math himself. Get out of my way, all of you. Stop embarrassing yourselves here. Father Chen snapped, stepping forward to separate the 3 brothers. You're all useless. You can't even manage such simple calculations. What a disgrace. All 3 sons were the same, struggling academically. His heart felt utterly drained. Let the father handle it. I forgot that he is a high school graduate. Chen Guofa graduated from high school. At that time, there was a military enlistment opportunity in the village. He also aspired to join the military, but due to the unfortunate circumstance of his father, Chen Leoi, Having served time in prison, his father lost this precious chance. To this day, he still harbors resentment over it. Consequently, the military enlistment opportunity was taken by another villager, his cousin no less. Since then, he has not exchanged a single word with his cousin, going so far as to shut the door in his face upon seeing him. Chen Yefeng felt that his father was being overly petty. Even if he had lost the competition back then, it seemed unnecessary to hold such a grudge. All right, this eel costs 18 yuan, Chen's father mused, having calculated it twice to ensure accuracy. Are you sure your calculations are correct? Chen Yefeng asked, somewhat skeptical. Then you do the math. Chen's father shot a glare at his second son, irritated. Am I not allowed to be questioned? Just because your father is a high school graduate doesn't mean he can't calculate accurately. Chen Yefeng doubted, with so many decimals. It's easy to make a mistake. Keep your mouth shut if you have nothing to say. Enough of your chatter. Chen's father retorted harshly. All right, I'll phone. Refrain from speaking too much. After all, your father is a high school graduate. He should be able to get it right. And if there is any doubt, let Lan Zier calculate it again. Chen Yefeng remarked calmly. All right, you four don't argue. It's 18 yuan. Let us call it 20. Lan Zier shook his head. This family of four was indeed peculiar. They say the student surpasses the master. Yet none of the three brothers matched their father's prowess. Not even their education levels could compare. That eel priced at 20 yuan, combined with the earnings from the straps and blue crabs, totaled 1,219 yuan. The main reason for such a substantial sum was the impressive size of the eel, which weighed enough to fetch a good price. Over 12 yuan? That's quite a lot. Chen's father and the others exchanged glances, surprised at the unexpected amount. Is there a mistake in the calculations? How could it be so much? Chen Yefeng asked with a hint of envy. He toiled all day at sea, sometimes not earning as much. The key was that his second brother hardly exerted himself to earn such a sum. If he could earn this much every day, why bother fishing at sea? He could simply dig along the shore. Alas, such thoughts were merely fanciful. Even with good fortune, it wouldn't come every day. He understood this, but for now, he only felt envious. Second brother, having earned so much, shouldn't you treat us? The third brother looked at Chen Yefeng with a flattering smile. You only think of eating. When it's time to catch something, you don't put in any effort. Chen Yefeng lightly tapped his younger brother's head. Treating is simple enough. Everyone come to my house for dinner tonight. No need to be polite. I'll buy some 2 bones and pork. Pang's father kindly gifted a pair of pig lungs, so we'll prepare those too. Big brother, you and sister-in-law should come along with a chong as well. Tell sister-in-law not to cook at home. Let her come over for dinner. All right. I'll ask sister-in-law to help Ying with the cooking. It's been ages since their family enjoyed such a lively gathering. It's rare for the second brother to be so generous today. When the time comes, I will take a mackerel to make fish balls, so everyone can have a taste. Father Chen remained silent. After all, we are family, and it would be quite delightful to gather for a meal. Ever since we divided the family, we have not had the opportunity to sit down together for a proper dinner. Moreover, today marks the final day of the fisheries team meeting, and the results should be revealed by then. It is perfect for us to convene and discuss our plans moving forward. Over 12 yuan, the local merchant handed over the cash without hesitation. There was no mention of adding it to his elder brother Chen Yefeng's account. Fishermen like them, who own boats, typically record their catches and settle accounts periodically. For loose goods, however, transactions are generally completed immediately. After receiving the money, Chen Yefeng cheerfully tucked it into his pocket. When luck arrives, it is unstoppable. He had not even intended to come to the shore today and had not brought any tools. Unexpectedly, a casual stroll on Mazu's territory yielded such a bountiful catch. Indeed, sincere devotion to Mazu brings her blessings. Chapter 42. Disregarded after selling their goods at the dock, the group returned home in single file. Why were you all gone so long visiting the old crow? All to pay respects to the 3 grandmothers. Upon their return, Mother Chen could not help but inquire. Mother. Second brother had the best luck. After paying respects to the 3 grandmothers on Old Crow Isle, he encountered a tiger eel battling with a giant black octopus. And a silly blue crab tried to mediate the fight. In the end, second brother caught them all and sold them to the local merchant for over a large sum. Sanzi excitedly gestured animatedly, relaying the story in one breath, leaving Mother Chen utterly bewildered. What on earth are you talking about? Not only was Mother Chen confused, but Zhou Haiying was as well, both struggling to comprehend Sanzi's rapid-fire account. Oh dear, second brother, perhaps you should explain, Sanzi said, feeling exasperated. Such a simple matter seemed clear to her, yet they appeared unable to grasp it. Father, why don't you explain? I am too tired and wish to lie down. After all, father, having completed high school, should possess better articulation than they. As they spoke, He led his wife back into the house. Moments later, a shrill scream pierced the air from within. What on earth? You truly caught so many things and sold them for over 12 yuan? Zhou Haiying exclaimed in disbelief. Honey, I have told you 3 times. Did you not understand? Chen Yefeng replied with some annoyance. He had repeated himself until his throat was dry. Yet his wife's expression suggested she remained perplexed. I understand, but could you say it again? I love hearing it, Zhou Haiying said with delight. It was simply astonishing that such a stroke of luck could happen. Chen Yefeng interjected, outside, in the courtyard. Father Chen, having explained twice, finally saw Mother Chen grasp the situation. Haha, the second one's fortune is indeed remarkable. How could he earn money like this? What has happened to our second son? He seems like a different person, and even his luck has changed, Mother Chen mused. How should I know? Father Chen rolled his eyes. Have you prepared dinner? I will take a bite before heading to the fisheries meeting. Having prepared everything, today marks the final day of the meeting, does it not? Chen's mother glanced at Chen's father. Indeed, he replied, nodding thoughtfully, a faint trace of melancholy gracing his expression. With the cessation of work at the fishing team, it seems they cannot solely rely on farming at home. A means to earn money must be sought, as the burden of having many children weighs heavily. Managing 5 offspring is indeed a formidable challenge. Fortunately, the eldest 3 have established their own families and no longer require his oversight. Only the 4th and 5th children remain in school, one in high school and the other soon transitioning to middle school. It truly feels as though finances are insufficient. Why did he choose to have so many? In a moment of fleeting pleasure, he now finds himself overwhelmed with exhaustion. Furrowing his brow in frustration, Chen's father consumed a bowl of sweet potato porridge before heading toward the fishing team. Chen Yefeng had indulged in rice cakes and shrimp pancakes, his stomach now full. He could not manage lunch and instead lay down to sleep. He was utterly fatigued after a long day in town, followed by a walk to Laowa Island to pay respects to Ma Zhu, even foraging for seafood in her domain. Especially exhausting was the arduous task of digging up clams with bare hands, without any tools, leaving his fingers sore and raw. Upon awakening, he discovered that the sky had changed. The sun was now drifting toward the western horizon, nearly setting. At this moment, their ancestral home was bustling with activity, adults busily preparing dinner while children played games in the yard. As he stepped outside, he observed Chen Yefeng and the others engaged in a game of jump rope, chanting playful rhymes as they leapt. To his surprise, Lao Huang was crouched nearby, assisting with the rope. With insufficient players, even the dog had joined in. Lao Huang cast a glance at Chen Yefeng, his eyes filled with a lamenting expression, as if to say, could you perhaps keep an eye on your young ones? Chen Yefeng turned his head away, pretending not to see. Lao Huang muttered, I knew there was no such thing as a free meal. His father had returned from the meeting, reclining on a net bed, leisurely smoking a water pipe, seemingly free of his earlier worries. It appeared that the compensation had been settled, lifting his spirits. His elder brother was busy preparing fish balls. Having brought home a mackerel today, this fish, when crafted into fish balls, is fragrant, tender, and delightfully smooth. Handcrafted fish balls possess a flavor that modern technology cannot replicate. Chen Yefeng exhibited remarkable skill in making fish balls that were exceptionally delicious. With deft hands wielding 2 knives, he swiftly chopped on the cutting board. With each precise stroke, the fish meat gradually transformed into a fine paste, resembling a mound of fish shreds. His brother also incorporated pork, enhancing the elasticity, nutritional value, and richness of flavor. Sister-in-law Zhang Feng, along with his mother and wife, were in the kitchen preparing meals, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, inducing a mouth-watering sensation. Since his rebirth, everything has progressed positively, filling him with a sense of contentment. Once the fish shreds were finally chopped, his brother transformed into a master of the Northwest, wielding a mallet to pound the mixture. To achieve the perfect bouncy texture for the fish balls, thorough pounding is essential, aiming for a consistency as smooth as clay. The process of making fish balls is laborious. The fish must be pounded into a paste, mixed with sweet potato flour to form a fish batter. This batter must then be shaped into balls and boiled in clean water until they take form. Transforming fish into fish balls requires a multitude of laborious processes. This is indeed a task that demands considerable physical strength. Without a modicum of vigor, it is nearly impossible to accomplish. Brother, let me give it a try, Chen Yefeng exclaimed, eager to join in as he observed his elder brother rhythmically pounding the fish. You wish to try? Perhaps it is best to leave it to me. Chen Yefeng replied, his expression one of surprise at his younger brother's sudden enthusiasm. Historically, these tasks had never been within Chen Yefeng's purview. Although his younger brother now appeared quite dependable, Chen Yefeng harbored doubts about his ability to produce quality fish balls. Am I being dismissed? Chen Yefeng thought. wishing to take part, but being outright rejected by his brother. Admittedly, the fish balls he made could not compare to those of his elder sibling. Sighing in discontent, Chen Yefeng turned towards the kitchen. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the kitchen was lively, filled with laughter and efficient collaboration among the three women, creating a scene of perfect harmony. Earlier that day, when handing money to his wife, Chen Yefeng had mentioned his intention to treat them to a meal, to which Zhou Haiying had readily acquiesced. "Mother, is there anything I can assist with?" Chen Yefeng inquired, observing several dishes already sautéed on the stove: garlic shoots stir-fried with meat, fermented black bean steamed fish, and snails boiled with mustard greens, all exuding an enticing aroma. "No need, we can manage just fine. We only need to prepare a few more dishes before we eat," Chen's mother responded, taken aback and promptly declining his offer. In the past, her second son had never ventured into the kitchen. Who could say whether what he made would be edible? "Am I being dismissed again?" he pondered. "Wife, where's the pork belly I bought? I can prepare some braised pork." The feeling of being disregarded was quite unpleasant, and he felt the need to prove himself. While his fish balls may not have been delectable, he believed his culinary skills in stir-frying were on par with those of his mother and the others. During his solitary days, he had extensively researched gastronomy, learning to create various delectable dishes from the internet. "Forget about the braised pork. I've already prepared a meat dish with garlic shoots. Save some for tomorrow," Zhou Haiying interjected before Chen's mother shot him a stern glare. It seemed that keeping money in his pockets was ill-advised. Recently, he had been fortunate enough to earn some money, leading him to indulge in frivolous purchases without a second thought. Knowing that the village was butchering pigs today, he still brought home an excess of meat, showing no concern for expenditure. Spending so much in a single day, how will I manage later? Chapter 43. Hosting a grand feast with the meat already procured. It would be wasteful not to prepare it for consumption, lest it spoil. Chen Yefeng found himself at a loss for words. Just 2.5 pounds of pork belly, and he had hoped to stretch it over 2 meals. With so many people, a mere morsel would hardly suffice. "If it spoils, just suspend it in a basket in the well. It will keep until tomorrow," Chen's mother retorted sharply. Hanging meat in a basket in the well was a common practice in an era before refrigerators became widespread. However, the preservation offered by this method was not particularly long-lasting, especially in such warm weather, which accelerated spoilage. "Very well, we shall prepare it tomorrow," Chen Yefeng conceded, having initially wished to showcase his culinary prowess, only to be swiftly dismissed by his mother. He lingered in the kitchen, still hoping to lend a hand. But his mother found an excuse to have Zhou Haiying usher him out. A man's presence would inhibit the three women from engaging in their conversation freely. Certain sensitive topics among women are often left unspoken in his presence. Once again, Chen Yefeng, having faced disdain, was expelled from the shed and found himself in the shade of the longan tree, indulging in his pipe. After inhaling and exhaling the smoke, he felt a refreshing clarity wash over him. Lying next to his father on a woven bed, he retrieved a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket and began to crack them open. Alas, they had become somewhat damp. As he munched on a seed, Chen Yefeng muttered curses under his breath. These seeds had been purchased earlier from Aunt Nio's shop, forgotten in his pocket until now, resulting in their slight moisture. However, he bore no disdain for them. What should he offer to his father? His father, noticing his second son cracking seeds, felt a pang of hunger. "What can I eat? Hurry and bring some to me. Don't make me take it myself," he urged. Chen Yefeng reluctantly shared a few with him. 2 dimes had bought them 2 small bowls of creamy flavored seeds, which were indeed quite delectable, explaining his father's sudden appetite. "Why didn't you bring these sooner? Now they are damp," his father complained, yet savored them eagerly. "Father, what was the outcome of the fisheries team's meeting? Did they mention the amount of compensation?" In his previous life, Chen Yefeng had been away from home, so he was unaware of the specific compensation details, only hearing later that it had been borrowed by his uncle. Ultimately, his cousin divorced her husband, and the borrowed money was never recovered. "We'll discuss this after dinner. We need to consult everyone's opinions on certain matters," his father said while spitting out seed shells in a teasing manner. What else is there to discuss? Besides the compensation, what could it possibly be? Since his father was reluctant to share further, he chose not to press the matter. Before long, Chen's mother called them for dinner. With many people dining today, they set up a table beneath the jackfruit tree in the yard. Grandpa Chen and Grandma also joined, and the family gathered around, creating a lively atmosphere. The dishes on the table were particularly enticing: stir-fried garlic sprouts with meat, steamed salted fish with black bean sauce, boiled conch with mustard greens, pork lung soup with radish, stir-fried celery with conch meat, fried oysters, steamed sandworms with garlic vermicelli, and soup with fish balls and bone. The spread was bountiful, reminiscent of a festive occasion, which explained why his mother had deemed it unnecessary for him to prepare braised pork. "Mother, is today a celebration?" "There are so many dishes," Sanzi exclaimed, his mouth watering at the sight. Typically, their meals consisted of pickled vegetables with sweet potato porridge or cassava porridge with salted fish, leaving their taste buds yearning for more. "With food in front of you, can you still keep quiet? School is starting soon. Have you finished your summer homework?" Chen's mother reminded him sternly. "Almost done," Sanzi replied, somewhat sullenly. "Almost done? The school year starts in just a few days. Who will do your homework if you leave it unfinished?" Chen's father chimed in, joining forces with Chen's mother in a mixed reprimand, lamenting, "You're studying not just for our sake. Don't end up like your elder brother and second brother, needing to count fish with your wife." The thought of his three sons' performance at the dock today irked him. Such simple arithmetic skills, and yet you struggle. It feels as if all your studies were in vain. Among his 5 children, only the fourth had shown promise in academics, successfully gaining admission to Lianzhou County's finest high school, Lianzhou No. 1 High School. In the future, there lies a chance to gain admission to a university. Unfortunately, being a girl, Chen's father harbored hopes only for the success of his 3 sons, leaving little expectation for her. Chen Yefeng sat silently beside them, never expecting to be caught in the crossfire of such thoughts. "Everyone, please enjoy your meal," Chen's mother cheerfully called out, her hearty voice echoing in the courtyard. "After we finish eating, your father has some important matters to discuss with everyone." Upon hearing this, the guests nodded in acknowledgement, falling silent as their attention was drawn towards the table laden with a bountiful array of dishes. The tantalizing aroma wafting from the food was irresistible. These delicacies, rarely seen on ordinary days, made everyone's eyes sparkle with delight, glimmering as if illuminated by an inner light. Especially the children, their eyes widened in excitement, staring intently at the fragrant dishes, unconsciously swallowing their saliva. At last, someone could not resist and picked up their chopsticks. Seeing this, others quickly followed suit. A cacophony of sounds erupted as everyone eagerly began to indulge in the feast. Today's meal was exceptionally lavish, each dish appearing more delectable than the last, evoking salivation. Even the typically fastidious Chen elders found their appetites stirred. They beamed as they filled their bowls, heartily slurping porridge while occasionally helping themselves to the dishes, relishing every bite. Most notably, Uncle Chen Wu was a sight to behold. Clutching his bowl and chopsticks tightly, ravenously devouring the food at an astonishing pace, as if he had not eaten in days. He rapidly polished off bowl after bowl of porridge, and the platter of dishes before him soon ran low. His voracious manner evoked chuckles, resembling someone who had never experienced a full meal. In this era of scarcity, being able to fill one's belly was a significant blessing. For most families, meals typically consisted of salted fish and porridge. Thus, a table overflowing with sumptuous meat and fish was a rarity, explaining the excitement and enjoyment everyone derived from this exceptional culinary feast. After all, only with sufficient intake of protein and nutritious foods could one build muscle and feel satiated. The satisfaction and happiness that come from such fullness are, without a doubt, a precious experience for those who have long endured hunger. Once the sumptuous meal was devoured in a whirlwind, the women of the household sprang into action like diligent bees. They swiftly tidied the dining table, carefully stacking the used bowls and chopsticks before carrying them to the well for washing. In stark contrast, the men appeared notably relaxed, squatting beneath a sprawling tree in the courtyard, leisurely puffing on bamboo water pipes and exhaling clouds of smoke. Here, clear gender roles prevailed. Men ventured out to labor and provide for the family, while women remained at home, managing household affairs and caring for the young and old. After a while, everyone gathered together, eagerly awaiting the announcement from Chen's father regarding the outcome of the fishing team's meeting. Chapter 44. The outcome of the fishing team meeting. All present were filled with anticipation, curious to learn the results of the fishing team's deliberations. It was rumored that upon disbandment, each member would receive compensation. However, the specifics remained shrouded in uncertainty. No one knew the amount each member would receive once the compensation was dispersed. Today, I have called you all here primarily to discuss the compensation the fishing team will provide to its members, Chen's father stated, taking a few leisurely puffs from his water pipe. Everyone in attendance held their breath, their faces etched with anxiety, desperate to know the outcome. While he remained calm and enigmatic, prolonging their suspense. "Could you please speak more directly and finish your thoughts in one go? This is exasperating," Chen's mother interjected, her frustration evident as she watched him hesitate. Upon returning from the meeting, she had inquired about the compensation, but Chen's father insisted on keeping it confidential, refusing to divulge even a single word no matter how she pressed him. This man was far too enigmatic, igniting a wildfire of curiosity and restlessness within her. Ahem. I've been feeling a bit under the weather lately. My throat is quite dry. Chen's father cleared his throat and remarked. Chen Yefeng patted his younger brother's shoulder, saying, Sanzi, go fetch a glass of cool boiled water for father. Sanzi promptly rose and hurried to the kitchen, returning with a cup of cool water, which he handed to Chen's father. Receiving the enamel cup, Chen's father took a few sips, a proud smile gracing his face as he relished the attention. Finally, he revealed, after 3 days of meetings, we have arrived at a resolution. The fishing team has presented us with several compensation options for us to choose from. He then outlined the compensation plans provided by the fishing team. Essentially, 3 options were offered. The first option was a one-time compensation payment of 600 yuan for each member. In this era, 600 yuan constituted a substantial sum, equivalent to a year or 2 of wages for the fishing team members. Ordinary villagers would struggle to save such an amount over several years. In a previous life, Chen's family had opted for this plan, receiving the compensation directly. Ultimately, they succumbed to the enticing high-interest offers from relatives and lent the money to Chen Yefeng's cousin, only to lose everything, receiving not a single cent in return. The second option involved receiving a fishing boat instead of the 600 yuan compensation. Members could acquire a small wooden boat measuring around 7 to 8 meters. This boat lacked mechanical power and required manual rowing, similar to the one owned by Aji's family. Chen Yefeng and his uncle shared a similar type of fishing boat. Such small wooden boats, even secondhand, would cost several hundred yuan, an unattainable amount for the average person. For those wishing to obtain a larger, motorized fishing vessel, it was indeed possible, but additional funds would be required. The third proposal involves meticulously delineating a stretch of tidal land along the beach, which would then be allocated as private marine fields to each member of the collective. This practice mirrors the division of agricultural land in inland regions, ensuring that these marine fields are fully utilized. For fishermen, who are often deprived of land, this initiative is undoubtedly a momentous boon. With ownership of their own marine fields, they gain ample space for survival and development. These private marine fields can be utilized for cultivating oysters, kelp, and other marine products through piling methods. Moreover, robust fishing nets can be employed to encircle these areas, transforming them into exclusive territories for individual members. Consequently, this space becomes a personal realm for the member to enjoy. In this unique era, where fishery resources are abundant and aquaculture has yet to flourish on a large scale, it is remarkable for the fishing team to distribute these marine fields among its members. All 3 proposals are quite appealing. It would be splendid if one could select them all. After hearing Chen's father, Yang Fuyun's face lit up with joy, overwhelmed with happiness. What a fanciful thought. How could one possibly select them all? Such fortune is unimaginable, Chen's father scoffed. He too desired to claim them all, yet alas, it was not permitted. The choice was indeed a daunting task, and he felt an internal struggle. Others felt similarly, finding it challenging to make a swift decision given the allure of all 3 options. What are your thoughts, my 3 sons? Chen's father inquired. Recognizing that in his old age, he would rely on his sons for support, Chen Yefeng was the first to express his views. I am uncertain how to choose. They all seem favorable. Father, perhaps you should make the decision. The dissolution of the fishing team signified a loss of his father's employment and a stable income, akin to prematurely selling off years of labor. This was a monumental decision, and he felt incapable of making up his own mind. And you, my second son? What are your thoughts? Aware of his eldest's nature, Chen's father did not harbor excessive expectations. He turned to his second son, who was known for his assertiveness and independent ideas. Should I voice my opinion? If it were up to me, I would undoubtedly choose the fishing boat. Being young, I could venture out to sea and catch fish, thereby earning more money. With financial resources, everything else becomes manageable. However, father, you are different. In a few years, you will be 50, lacking the vigor to fish at sea. Furthermore, with 3 sons, a single fishing boat would not suffice. It would be more prudent to acquire a marine field, which, with some luck, could provide a steady income for you and mother each year. Chen Yefeng articulated his thoughts. If it were solely his decision, he would certainly opt for the fishing boat. In his prime, at just over 20, he possessed boundless energy. Acquiring a fishing boat would afford him the opportunity to strive for success. However, his father faced a dilemma. With 3 sons, sharing one fishing boat would be impossible. How could he take any of his sons out to sea? The youngest was still too small to contribute, leaving him reliant on his 2 older brothers. The eldest brother has now joined forces with someone else, and he only takes the second son out to sea. How will the accounts be settled then? The 3 sons must be treated equally, but Chen Fu expresses that he cannot fulfill this expectation. Regardless of how it is handled, there will inevitably be conflicts. It would be wiser to have a shared fishing ground, ensuring that no son is excluded, thus providing a steady income for all. I find that what Yefeng suggests holds considerable merit. Dividing a fishing ground indeed seems like a favorable arrangement. Chen Mu gazed at her second son with surprise, suddenly realizing that he had matured and considered matters more comprehensively than others. Today, I am here to discuss this issue with you all, and later, I will have a thorough discussion with your mother, Chen Fu remarked thoughtfully. Although the eldest and second sons have already separated their households, they are still family. And for any significant matters, it is essential for everyone to convene and deliberate. Very well, father and mother, you may make the decision, and we will have no objections. Chen Yefeng nodded in agreement. Having separated their households, he did not expect to seek any further benefits from his parents. Chapter 45. Can we not fight with second sister-in-law? What are your thoughts, sisters-in-law? After inquiring about his sons, Chen Fu also wanted to consider the perspectives of his two daughters-in-law, hoping to prevent any quarrels between sons and daughters-in-law later on. We have no objections, you may decide. Zhang Feng replied. Yes, my sister-in-law and I have no opinions. We will follow your arrangements, father and mother. There is still a younger sister at home, and the younger brother has not yet started a family. They still rely on you for support, Zhou Haiying added, demonstrating her understanding. Since that is the case, we shall conclude today's discussion here. It is getting late, and everyone should rest, Chen Fu said with a satisfied nod. Although their family is not affluent, it remains harmonious. The primary reason is that both daughters-in-law are sensible and do not behave like some daughters-in-law in the village, who often create disturbances and irritate everyone. Father, aren't you going to ask for my opinion? The third son said, feeling quite dejected. After so much discussion, his father had not looked at him or sought his thoughts. What could you possibly contribute? You have yet to fully mature, Chen Fu replied curtly. I'm off to bed. We need to go fishing tonight. Yes, I am utterly exhausted. I am going to sleep. Everyone rose and ignored the third son, each attending to their own affairs. Before long, everyone had departed, leaving the third son alone, bewildered in the wind. Chen Yefeng did not pay any attention to his younger brother, considering him as insignificant. He took soap and a towel and made his way to the well in the yard, preparing to wash himself. Just as he was about to pump water, a figure emerged from the side of the well. Goodness, a ghost. Chen Yefeng jumped in fright, nearly collapsing. Do not be afraid. It's me, Sanzi. The third son quickly reassured him. Why are you hiding here? Don't you know that scaring someone can be deadly? Upon recognizing the face of his younger brother, Chen Yefeng could not help but scold him. You've frightened me to death. You'll pay for this. I didn't mean to scare you. I was just waiting here for you, Sanzi said with a sheepish smile. What do you want? I thought it was a ghost, Chen Yefeng replied irritably. Second brother, are you and Aji planning to go to the mangroves to fish later? Sanzi asked, his eyes filled with hope. Indeed, however, the tide receded around midnight, and I shall only set forth after a brief respite. What? Do you wish to accompany me? Chen Yefeng glanced at his younger brother and quickly deduced his intentions. My dear brother, you understand me well. Could you possibly take me along? I yearn to visit the mangroves and experience the tide. That is out of the question. It's late, and the darkness outside poses great dangers. What if something were to occur? Moreover, the mangroves are rife with mosquitoes and snakes. Chen Yefeng attempted to frighten him, hoping to dissuade his younger sibling. It's of no concern. I am unafraid. I shall merely exercise caution. The younger brother held his head high, as if resolute in his decision. If you refuse, I shall venture forth alone, without your guidance. You audacious boy. Chen Yefeng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The younger brother was now of an age where rebellion was commonplace. If he chose not to accompany him, he would indeed dare to go by himself. It would be wiser to bring him along, at least under his watchful eye, where he could provide support should any danger arise. I shall take you with me, but you must heed my words and not wander off. No problem. I am the most disciplined of all. He knew his older brother was the best. Instantly, he swore his allegiance. Considering the younger brother's commendable performance during their previous outing at Haishan, Chen Yefeng consented to take him along. Where are you headed? Do not leave just yet. Brother, is there something else? Do not be in such a hurry to depart. Assist me in fetching water so I may wash. Of course, dear brother. Upon hearing his elder sibling's request, the younger brother immediately displayed servitude, rushing to help, even altering his mode of address. This antiquated water pump is quite troublesome. One must exert considerable effort to draw water. Their pump, being somewhat worn, occasionally requires additional water to be poured in to function properly. With the assistance of his younger brother, Chen Yefeng found the task significantly easier. There was no need to fill a bucket first. He could simply crouch by the outlet and wash directly. It is indeed refreshingly cool. However, given the scorching weather, Even a cold shower felt quite pleasant. After bathing, Chen Yefeng prepared to return indoors for some rest. Yet, just before entering, a thought struck him. Younger brother, this evening as we head to the shore, let us also invite that big oaf of Uncle Wu. Here's the plan. I worry you might sleep too soundly and miss our departure. So why not sleep next door at Grandma's with Uncle Wu? She can wake you both when the time comes, saving me the trouble of calling you one by one. I will awaken. I shall simply forego sleep. The younger brother was quite perplexed, sensing that his elder sibling was deliberately trying to divert him for some ulterior motive. You rascal, and yet you do not heed my counsel before we've even departed. Chen Yefeng's expression turned serious. You still think you can skip sleep? How can you then embrace your wife? Last night was lackluster. Tonight, you must perform admirably. I cannot afford to disappoint her again. Brother, are you attempting to keep me away so you can be with sister-in-law? The younger brother whispered. What do you mean by that? Chen Yefeng asked, bewildered. Do not feign ignorance. I heard it all last night. Sister-in-law was calling out in delight, yet you deny it. The younger brother stated emphatically. You insufferable lad, cease your nonsensical chatter, or I shall be compelled to teach you a lesson. Chen Yefeng felt quite embarrassed, but maintained a serious demeanor. The soundproofing of this dilapidated house leaves much to be desired, even with a room separating us. The noises from next door are still audible. His wife's cries are not particularly loud, either. It appears I must strive to earn enough to build a new home. It is quite inconvenient for the entire family to be crammed into this decrepit dwelling. Rest assured, second brother, I shall keep your secret. However, given how wonderful second sister-in-law is, might you refrain from striking her again? When Sanzi recalls the severe beatings second brother has inflicted upon her, a sense of sympathy wells within him. All right, I promise I won't hit her anymore. But you mustn't spread this around, or I will never take you to the sea again, Chen Yefeng warned earnestly. If such matters were to reach the ears of outsiders, how awkward it would be. Hee. Don't worry, second brother, my lips are sealed, Sanzi chuckled. Chen Yefeng chose to ignore him, retreating into the house and shutting the door firmly. Instantly, Sanzi was left dumbfounded. Second brother, I haven't even washed up yet. Wash up? Didn't you say you weren't going to sleep? Hurry and go find the big fool next door. Grandpa and the others will close the doors soon, Chen Yefeng reminded him, adding not to forget to have Grandpa wake them up, lest they oversleep. Without a phone or even a watch, it is often difficult to discern the time. It is quite troublesome. I do not even know when second cousin will return. Perhaps I shall ask him to assist in purchasing a Shanghai watch when he does. Securing the door, he rubbed his hands together in excitement as he made his way to the bedroom. Chapter 46. Sanzi's Revelation. Second brother sleeps on a small bamboo bed. The night enveloped the world like a vast, dark velvet cloth, silently cloaking everything. All was quiet, with the moon shining faintly. Such a tranquil evening presents an ideal opportunity for mischief. The two young girls had long since succumbed to sweet slumber. At this moment, Chen Yefeng stealthily led his wife towards Sanzi's room, moving with the utmost care. Zhou Haiying, unable to resist her husband's insistence, reluctantly followed him. Upon entering Sanzi's room, Zhou Haiying could not help but softly chide. What on earth have you brought me here for? However, Chen Yefeng responded with a mischievous grin. Oh, come now. We are old married folks. Why be so shy? I finally managed to send Sanzi away to sleep with that big fool, Wu Shu. Hee. It has been ages since we enjoyed our time alone together. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Yefeng eagerly enveloped his wife in his arms, his hands wandering unabashedly across her form. Zhou Haiying feigned resistance for a moment, but soon succumbed to her husband's fervent advances. This time, he sought the dominant position. Previously, his wife had taken the lead, but now he desired to reclaim his masculine prowess. As their bodies pressed ever closer, the atmosphere within the room grew increasingly intimate and suggestive. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting shadows upon the floor that reflected the entwined figures of the couple, resembling a vivid and animated springtime tableau. After an indeterminate span of time, the fervent exchange within the room finally paused momentarily. At this moment, both individuals were panting heavily, drenched in sweat, their bodies feeling as if they had fallen apart, utterly exhausted and sprawled on the bed, devoid of any energy to continue their antics. Well, are you satisfied now? You mentioned wanting to go beachcombing later. Do you still have the strength for that? Zhou Haiying remarked, donning her clothes in mock reproach. Of course I have the energy. Just let me rest for a moment, and then we shall engage in another round, Chen Yefeng said, his enthusiasm unabated. What do you mean by resting? Zhou Haiying teased. Come on, let's go now? Chen Yefeng retorted, his eyes wide, feeling slighted. I'm not joking with you, Zhou Haiying replied, frightened, as she hastily ran away. Hurry and rest. Otherwise, we won't be going beachcombing tonight. That's out of the question. I promised AG and the others. I cannot go back on my word, Chen Yefeng insisted, shaking his head. Zhou Haiying seized the opportunity to return to their room. Aware of the time, glancing at the moon hanging in the sky, it seemed early still. With trembling legs, Chen Yefeng climbed onto his bamboo bed, and soon the thunderous sound of snoring filled the air. Second brother, Afeng. Shadows of two sneaky figures loomed at the window. Who is it? Zhou Haiying gasped, startled by the noise in the moonlight. Sister-in-law, it's me, your second brother. Call out to him. The tide has receded, and we're going beachcombing, Sanzi announced. Afeng is too lazy to wake up, and yet he claims he'll call us. Uncle Chun Wu chimed in, casting a humorous critique. Wait outside for a moment. I'll rouse him, Zhou Haiying said as she climbed out of bed, careful not to disturb their two daughters. Approaching the small bamboo bed, she gently nudged him. Afeng. Wake up. Uncle Wu and the others are here to take you beachcombing. Is it time already? Chen Yefeng mumbled, still in a daze, feeling as though he had just fallen asleep. You insisted on going, remember? Zhou Haiying felt a pang of sympathy for her husband, having previously urged him not to go. Yet he had insisted otherwise. If you can't get up, I'll tell them not to wait for you. No need. I can manage, Chen Yefeng replied, summoning his resolve as he struggled to rise from the small bamboo bed. With a creaking sound, the bed protested under his weight. This wretched bed needs to be replaced soon. Are you sure you're up for this? Be cautious tonight in the mangroves. I've heard there are many venomous snakes there. Zhou Haiying expressed her concern. Do you doubt my capabilities? Chen Yefeng chuckled. I'll wear my rubber boots and be careful. With that, he dressed in appropriate attire, gathered his beachcombing gear, and opened the door to step outside. He reminded his wife to secure the doors and windows, estimating he wouldn't return until dawn. Why are you taking so long? Aji and the others are waiting. We thought you had already left, Sanzi exclaimed. Afeng, why are you bundled up like a dumpling? You look quite peculiar, Sanzi commented, along with Akai, who had been waiting impatiently at the door, eager to depart upon seeing him emerge, albeit looking like a giant rice dumpling. Uncle Chun Wu immediately frowned. If we saw you outside, we wouldn't even recognize you. Let us go. Enough chatter, Chen Yefeng declared. Do not blame me for not warning you. The mosquitoes in the mangroves are so numerous they could carry a person away. Do not complain later, Chen Yefeng reminded the two before their departure. The mosquitoes in the mangroves are not to be trifled with. I hope you do not end up covered in bites. Seeing their indifference, Chen Yefeng chose to say no more. If they themselves were unconcerned, why should he worry? Ultimately, it was not he who would suffer the consequences. The three of them arrived at Erpeo's home, where they found Aji and Erpeo already waiting. Afeng, why are you so late? We've been waiting forever. Aji complained. I'm not like you single fellows who can sleep soundly at night. I, on the other hand, enjoy the luxury of sleeping beside my wife every night. Chen Yefeng retorted with disdain. Having a wife makes you special, huh? Aji replied, irritated and feeling the urge to strike. Ever since he returned from the Mazu temple with a fortune in love, his mother had taken it upon herself to scour the village for matchmakers. It seemed that a long road of blind dates lay ahead of him, all thanks to that rascal Afeng. Damn it. I must marry a wife this year for the new year. I cannot allow him to look down on me like this. Don't listen to my second brother's bragging. I see him sleeping alone on a small bamboo bed every day, Sanzi began, but Chen Yefeng quickly silenced him. Haha, so that's how it is. I thought marrying a wife was delightful. Turns out it's just about sleeping on a small bamboo bed, Aji mocked with satisfaction. It seems marrying a wife is not as wonderful as it seems. Only sleeping on a small bamboo bed, Afeng truly suffers. Second brother, why won't you let me speak? What I've said is the truth, Sanzi protested with an innocent expression. Be quiet. If you keep talking, I won't take you with me, Chen Yefeng scolded with a frown. Aji, with a mischievous grin, pulled Sanzi close. Don't worry, brother Aji will protect you. If he won't take you, I will. Damn. My brother doesn't need you to take him anywhere. If you don't want to take him, why prohibit me? Who said I wouldn't take him? Chapter 47, The Beetle Nut and Snail Stew. All right, I was just joking with you. You don't mind, do you? Aji said cheerfully, patting Chen Yefeng on the shoulder. It is normal for friends to joke with each other to lighten the atmosphere, as long as it does not go too far. Mind? Not at all. Do you not know who I am? Chen Yefeng replied nonchalantly. Is your second brother really not coming? No, he is not coming. He has to go out to sea with my father to fish later. Aji shook his head. Then tomorrow, it will be your turn, right? The three brothers take turns going out to sea with your father, and they can catch fish every day. That sounds quite good, Chen Yefeng remarked enviously. He thought that when he earned money, he would immediately buy a fishing boat. Not every day yields a catch. Do you think fishing at sea is that simple? Sometimes. After a whole day at sea, you barely earn a few coins, Aji sighed softly. Fishing at sea is both dirty and exhausting. fraught with significant risks. It is truly not easy. I never said it was easy. The fact that one can earn money is already a blessing. Far better than a family toiling in the fields. That is certainly true. I heard this year cassava is only a few bucks per ton. It truly feels like money is hard to come by. Thankfully, we do not grow much cassava. Otherwise, we would toil to exhaustion without earning much in return. This year, our family has not cultivated much cassava. We merely planted a small amount of breadfruit cassava for our consumption, while the remainder of the land has been entirely devoted to growing sugar oranges. Your family is fortunate to be cultivating sugar oranges. I look forward to visiting and enjoying them. Hee. Chen Yefeng and Azzi engaged in a casual conversation, their camaraderie evident as they slung arms around each other. Erpeo, standing nearby, sighed. All right, let us keep the chatter to a minimum. It's getting late. Shouldn't we head to the mangroves? Let us go. We'll be late if we linger, Azzi remarked, retracting his arm from Chen Yefeng's shoulder, adjusting his gear in preparation for departure. Feel free to pick some lychees. There's no need to be shy, Erpeo generously encouraged. He urged everyone to fill their pockets with lychees for a refreshing snack along the way. I'll pass on the lychees. Too many can be quite heating, Chen Yefeng said, lamenting his missed opportunity to indulge in a few puffs of water pipe before leaving. No need to mooch off Erpeo. I brought my own water pipe in the barrel, Azzi replied. You're quite thoughtful to bring a water pipe for the ocean trip. Chen Yefeng chuckled, retrieving the water pipe from his barrel, packing it with tobacco, igniting it, and savoring the soothing smoke. Indeed, how else would we endure the long night? Azzi replied with satisfaction. Sanzi and Uncle Chun Wu took the chance to pick a few lychees, stuffing their pockets to the brim. All right, that's enough. Be careful not to attract the Pow's wrath, Chen Yefeng said, feeling invigorated after his smoke, turning to Sanzi and Uncle Chun Wu. Upon hearing Chen Yefeng's words, the two halted abruptly, the mere thought of Dapao instilling a sense of trepidation even in the stout Uncle Chun Wu. It's fine, just enjoy what you've picked. My sister isn't so stingy, Erpeo said sheepishly. I have enough. Thank you. Uncle Chun Wu politely waved his hand. I'm good too. Too much will irritate my throat, Sanzi added, patting his pocket while glancing around anxiously, fearful of that menacing presence unexpectedly appearing, truly a nightmare. The group readied themselves and set off towards the shore. As they walked towards the beach, Chen Yefeng noticed that many others were also venturing out to the seaside at night. Under the luminous moonlight, the flickering orange flames cast an ever-changing glow along the shoreline. In this era, most individuals lighting their way at the beach relied on kerosene lamps, which were shielded from the wind by a wooden base with a vent for smoke. The kerosene lamp, positioned in the center of the board, resembled a rudimentary lantern, resilient against gusts. Those with better resources utilized gas lamps or flashlights. Among their group, only Erpeo wielded a gas lamp, while the others used kerosene lamps. The gas lamp, akin to a horse lantern, required pressurizing the base's oil reservoir after filling it with kerosene or paraffin oil, enabling the oil to be expelled from the lamp's nozzle. The emitted heat transformed the oil into vapor, which was then shot onto a glowing mantle, producing a brilliant light. Once I earn some money, I must acquire a gas lamp for myself, Chen Yefeng mused, enviously eyeing the gas lamp Erpeo carried. The luminosity of gas lamps far surpassed that of kerosene lamps. With the money earned, why bother with a kerosene lamp? Let's go straight for a flashlight, Azzi remarked. Indeed, we should just buy a flashlight. Carrying that lamp is a burden, Erpeng said, holding the kerosene lamp with a hint of disdain. Are we heading to Gaoqiao or the mangroves near Niotong? There are two large mangrove areas, and we haven't decided which to visit. Chen Yefeng expressed his uncertainty about their destination. Let's go to Gaoqiao. It's closer. When we sailed past there before, I noticed plenty of lanqian on the trees, Azzi suggested. Their primary objective this trip was to collect lanqian, setting aside other concerns for now. Lanqian, the fruit of the mangrove, is referred to as ga dai in the local dialect, named for its resemblance to coins. It serves as the seed for the propagation of the white mangrove. It is used in soups and congee. A well-known local dish is called lanqian cheluo bao, which involves cooking clams with lanqian, resulting in an exquisitely delicious flavor. Then to Gaoqiao it is. Let's proceed, as it matters little where we go, Akai said. Sanzi and Erpeng, you too, don't dawdle and fall behind. Goodness, Erpeng, are you really wearing a short-sleeve shirt? Aren't you afraid of mosquito bites? You should know better than to wear long sleeves, someone remarked. What's there to fear? I refuse to wear long sleeves in this sweltering heat. It would only cause me to break out in rashes, Erpeng replied. Being plump has its advantages. The layer of fat not only protects against the cold, but also toughens the skin. Truly enviable. Amidst their banter, the group unknowingly arrived at the mangroves of Gaoqiao. gazing at the lush greenery before them. Excitement was palpable as they ventured into the heart of the mangroves. Chen Yefeng inhaled deeply, following the others into the vibrant ecosystem. The air was thick with a salty, briny scent, and the soft mud beneath their feet threatened to consume them with every step. A pungent aroma enveloped them as the fragrances of foliage and earth mingled, creating an invigorating atmosphere. Snake! There's a snake here. Sanzi's shrill cry pierced the air as they entered the mangrove. Calm down. It's not a snake, but a tulong, Chen Yefeng reassured. Approaching with a bamboo pole he had brought specifically to fend off potential snake bites. What he referred to as a tulong was actually a species of eel, different from the previous coin eel they had caught. The tulong, also known as the omnivorous eel, thrives in brackish waters where freshwater meets the sea. It is often called a snake eel due to its serpentine appearance and is particularly common in mangroves. Typically dwelling in the mud, it is elusive, only emerging at night to forage. This is a prized catch. It is known for its benefits in strengthening bones and nourishing the kidneys. Locals enjoy using it to stew with pig's trotters for a particularly fortifying broth. Imagine simmering it with old hen, soybeans, and ginseng. Now that would be a feast worth singing about until dawn. Previously, he had seen a blogger using tulong to prepare a dish with bullwhip, touted for its unique advantages. Perhaps he would try that someday. During my last visit to the market in Shirkong town, I inquired about the local market price of the mudloach. Below £1. It costs only a few dimes. Above £1, it fetches over $1. Above £2, it exceeds $2, and for those over £4, it can sell for $3 to $4 per pound. The mudloach before me undoubtedly weighed over £1, which meant it was worth more than $1. How could Chen Yefeng possibly let it slip away? He fixed his gaze on the writhing, dark brown figure in the muddy waters, devoid of any fear, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The mudloach, elongated like a serpent yet more robust, lacked the fine scales of a snake, its surface smooth like that of an eel, glistening under the mottled moonlight filtering through the mangroves. Chen Yefeng held his breath, moving with utmost caution. The mudloach is an exceedingly sensitive creature. A moment of carelessness could see it burrowing into the mud, vanishing without a trace. Seizing the opportune moment, he lunged forward, his gloved fingers tightening ever so slightly around the slippery body of the loach, akin to a vice. Goodness, it was surprisingly fierce. No wonder it was so sought after. The mudloach thrashed violently, splattering mud and water, prompting Chen Yefeng to shout in alarm. His arm muscles tensed as he securely pulled the loach from the muck. Elation washed over him. This loach was as thick as his thumb, its body a deep brown, with a sharply pointed head and small, piercing eyes. Most terrifying were the fine, sharp teeth revealed within its mouth, an exceedingly formidable creature. A bite from it would spell disaster. Be careful, big brother. Don't let it bite you. Upon witnessing the loach's ferocity, Sanzi felt goosebumps rise on his skin, his heart racing with cold sweat, and his face paled in an instant. The creature bore a striking resemblance to a snake. He had been bitten by one in his childhood, and the memory of that sharp pain haunted him, leaving a lasting shadow. Seeing his elder brother successfully capture the loach filled Sanzi with admiration. Sanzi, where's the net? Chen Yefeng inquired. Uncle Wu is holding the big one. Sanzi hurried off to find Uncle Chen Wu. A short while later, Sanzi returned with Uncle Wu in tow. Afong, look what I've gathered. Uncle Wu proudly displayed the wild olives he had collected. Yes, I see. Be sure to gather more. We can make a stew with them later. First, hand me the net to secure this mudloach, Chen Yefeng said. He had initially intended to gather wild olives, but upon encountering such a prized catch, he could not let the opportunity pass. The loach appeared quite plump, perfect for stewing with pig's trotters. The flavor would surely be delightful. Uncle Wu's eyes glistened with anticipation as he gazed at the loach. This big fellow was solely focused on food, a fact Chen Yefeng had grown accustomed to. He accepted the net from Uncle Wu and carefully placed the loach inside. The slippery body of the mud loach writhed incessantly, creating a cacophony of splashing sounds. Afong, have you caught something good? Azai and Erpang, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. The group had remained relatively close, ensuring mutual support in case of unforeseen events. My elder brother has caught a mud loach. It's incredibly fierce. I initially thought it was a snake. Sanzi, now less fearful than before, exclaimed with renewed confidence. Impressive. You found something so quickly, Azai remarked, filled with envy. Afong, how is it that you have such good fortune? We didn't notice it, Erpang chuckled, grinning widely. Hee, it was our third son who discovered it first. Everyone should not be too focused on picking the olives. The mangrove forest conceals many treasures. Not only does it harbor mudskippers, but also blue crabs, crab-eating fishes, and mantis shrimp among other delights. With a stroke of luck, One might even strike a bonanza. Off foam, mud skippers are quite nourishing. Consuming them can replenish a man's vitality. My father often stews them with pig trotters. Pang's eyes sparkled as he spoke. Your father has quite the palate, but being a single man, where does he expend all that energy after such indulgence? Chen Yefeng inquired, puzzled. Pang's mother passed away early, and his father raised the two of them through thick and thin, remaining single to this day. However, being single does not imply idleness. I believe it would be better to catch a hen and stew it for a dragon and phoenix soup. Aji chuckled. I didn't expect you to have such a refined taste, Aji. How about this? I'll bring pig trotters, and you can catch a hen at your home. Then we can all gather at Ah Feng's place for a feast. Pang said, his face full of longing. Just imagining pig trotters and dragon and phoenix soup makes my mouth water. That sounds splendid. When the time comes, I'll catch a chicken at my mother's place. And we can have a wonderful gathering. Aji nodded in agreement. I have no objections. But are you certain your mother won't give you a good scolding for bringing a chicken home? Chen Yefeng expressed his concern. You worry too much. My mother is particularly easygoing and dotes on me. As long as Aji cooperates well with the matchmaker for blind dates. I believe my mother wouldn't mind if he catches a chicken. I'll phone, hurry over. There's a huge mudskipper here. It's enormous. I've grabbed its tail. Just then, the voice of the big fool rang out. Chen Yefeng immediately rushed over. Where is it? Wow, it's so big, hold on tight. Don't let it escape back into the hole. When Chen Yefeng laid eyes on the massive mudskipper, delight radiated from his face. This mudskipper was significantly larger than the previous one, weighing at least 2 pounds. Such a sizable catch could fetch over $2 a pound, amounting to several dollars. It was also thanks to Uncle Chun Wu's considerable strength. Otherwise, this hefty mudskipper would have escaped long ago. Without hesitation, Chen Yefeng picked up his small shovel and began to dig into the mud. Soon, he excavated a large pit, and the big mudskipper was unearthed. Grasping its head, he tossed it into the net bag. He was panting from the exertion, his body splattered with mud, his face no exception. While Uncle Chun Wu possessed great strength, catching a mudskipper, such a fierce creature, required not just might but also experience and skill. Seeing that Chen Yefeng had caught another mudskipper, Pang and Aji were also eager to begin their search in the mangrove forest. Third son, if you find anything but are too timid to catch it, just call me over. Otherwise, you can pick olives. Chen Yefeng advised his younger brother. As for Uncle Wu, he wasn't worried. That fellow was bold and would dare to handle anything. Second brother, how shall we divide what we catch? As for fierce creatures like mudskippers, I indeed wouldn't dare to capture them. However, if I am the one to spot it and let you catch it, who would the earnings from the sale belong to? Even brothers must keep clear accounts. It's best to clarify beforehand to avoid any unpleasantness. I am your elder brother. Naturally, I would not require anything from you in retrieving items. This clever fellow, Chen Yefeng, was all too aware of his intentions. Chapter 49. The risks of romance at night. That would be rather unfair to you. How about this? If I discover something but am hesitant to retrieve it, I shall summon you, and we can split the spoils 50-50. What do you think? Sanzi pondered aloud. Such generosity today. I find it somewhat unusual, Chen Yefeng remarked. Taken aback. Well, you are my brother. Since you will be the one to collect the items, I shall not suffer unduly, Sanzi replied shyly. Are you hoping to earn some pocket money? Chen Yefeng quickly deduced. This fellow intended to hoard his earnings for himself. Hee, my second brother, you truly understand me. Sanzi smiled at him. I can tell your intentions by the way you shift, Chen Yefeng teased. I can agree to your proposal, but you must ensure that the money is not squandered. School is approaching, and you must cover your own tuition. Sanzi was about to enter the 5th grade and would need over 7 yuan for tuition. With a few trips to the coast alongside his brother, he should be able to earn it. His father was currently unemployed, so earning his own tuition would alleviate some of the family's burden. What if I cannot save enough for tuition? Sanzi confessed, feeling a bit reluctant about attending school. Following his second brother to the coast every day allowed him to earn money without the burden of homework. It was simply delightful. If you fall short, I shall supplement the difference. My word is my bond. As his own brother, it was only fitting that Chen Yefeng support his education. Your words nearly bring me to tears, second brother, Sanzi feigned wiping away tears. Enough of that. Hurry and find something to earn money, or I shall give you a good spanking. Chen Yefeng jested as he proceeded forward. Upon noticing some olives on a tree, he paused to pluck them. And if he stumbled upon any treasures in the mudflats, he would seize them as well. After gathering several olives, he hadn't walked far before he noticed commotion in a nearby mud puddle. He dashed over to investigate. Holy cow, it's a large blue crab. The imposing pincers were raised high, and it appeared to weigh over a pound. The mangroves were abundant with blue crabs. All that was lacking were discerning eyes to spot them. Chen Yefeng cautiously pressed down on its back as the creature brandished its formidable pincers, preparing to retaliate. Being pinched by such large claws would undoubtedly be painful, and he was wise enough not to use himself as a test subject. Wow, this blue crab must weigh over a pound, Sanzi inquired, his curiosity piqued. Certainly, it weighs at least that much, Chen Yefeng replied with a smile. Let me check if it's male or female, Uncle Chun Wu chuckled as he turned the crab over. It's a female, but where is her mate? Uncle Wu. How do you know it's female? Sanzi questioned skeptically. Isn't it simple? To distinguish the gender of a crab, one must examine its abdomen. If it is rounded, it is female. If pointed, it is male, Uncle Chun Wu explained earnestly. Oh, I see now, Sanzi exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. Upon hearing his words, I was truly taken aback. My head felt oddly itchy, as if it were awakening some latent intellect. While the two conversed, Chen Yefeng swiftly extracted a length of grass rope and deftly bound the large blue crab in a meticulous manner. This season is indeed prime for indulging in crabs, and the purchasing prices are quite favorable. Female crabs command a higher value than their male counterparts, as they contain the precious crab roe. Unfortunately, this particular specimen was a juvenile female crab, not yet matured into a full-bodied crab. The juvenile female, commonly referred to as a Weijiao Paishit, is in its early developmental stage, whereas the mature female, known as a gauchate, has undergone mating and developed the coveted crab fat. Previously, he had sold 2 butter crabs from the large union, which were adult crabs that could not transform into the coveted gauchette, being a variation of the blue crab. After securing the blue crab, he pressed onward. At Erji's location, 2 large blue crabs were seemingly in conflict. Suddenly, Sanzi called out to him. Where? Let me take a look. Chen Yefeng hurried over at the sound of his brother's voice. Indeed, following the direction pointed by his sibling, he discovered 2 large blue crabs nestled beneath the roots of a tree. However, they were not fighting, they were engaged in a courtship. You silly child, can't you tell the difference between a quarrel and an amorous encounter? They are in love, so do not speak carelessly, Chen Yefeng admonished as he forcibly separated the 2 crabs, examining their abdomens. His guess was confirmed, 1 male and 1 female. They had ventured out under the cover of night for a rendezvous. Such reckless behavior with romantic entanglements. Captured. He tied them up with the grass rope and placed them back into the bucket held by Sanzi, knowing they were on their way to the mangroves to gather seafood. They had come well prepared, bringing along all the necessary tools. Out here in the dark for a romantic escapade. What a pity they encountered me, Sanzi chuckled. Laugh all you want. Just make a note of what you find for fair accounting later, Chen Yefeng replied. Understood. I'm keeping track, Sanzi nodded enthusiastically. In such a short time, they had already caught 2 blue crabs and a mudfish. At this rate, I will strike it rich, he exclaimed. I've caught a mudfish. Damn, there are so many mosquitoes. I should have bundled up better. In the pitch-black mangroves, the salty sea breeze wafted through the air. Chen Yefeng suddenly thought he heard Aji's voice calling. As he treaded upon the soft mudflats, the ground emitted occasional squelching sounds beneath his feet. Soon, he sensed a new discovery. With an orange kerosene lamp in hand, he hurried towards a muddy pit. Reaching into the water, he was startled when he grasped something, half of a dead blue crab, gruesomely mutilated, as if devoured by some creature. What could have done such a thing? There was movement in the water. He noticed the mud in the pit stirring. In the darkness, he hesitated to act rashly. Cautiously, he prodded the muddy pit with his bamboo pole. Suddenly, a dark figure lunged out. A crab-eating fish? Indeed, it was this creature that had wreaked havoc. The earlier blue crab had fallen victim to its deadly bite, its body ravaged. The scientific name for the crab-eating fish is utanglid, characterized by its broad head, wide mouth, and sharp teeth. It possesses a pair of formidable forelimbs resembling crab pincers, utilized for capturing prey and defense. The crab-eating fish, known locally as the wiyu or water ginseng, is the natural enemy of the blue crab. Originally, this fish was quite inexpensive. However, with an increasing number of people from eastern Guangdong arriving in Haiqing, the price has risen considerably. When it comes to dining, the people from eastern Guangdong are willing to spend freely, seemingly capable of consuming anything. They even boast about wanting to eat the Fujianese. The price of the crab-eating fish is quite favorable, fetching over $1 per pound in their locality. Fortuitously, I encountered this delightful catch. It cannot be placed in the bucket with the crabs, lest it injures them. So I found a separate net to keep the crab-eating fish safe while I continued my search. Despite the moonlight illuminating the mangroves, the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness. Lacking a watch, I had no idea how much time had passed. In the following moments, my haul was quite impressive. A good number of mudfish, blue crabs, and crab-eating fish. Particularly, I found nearly 20 mudfish, robust and plump, leaving me grinning from ear to ear. Afong, how much did you catch? Exclaimed a friend, astonished at my bounty. Wow, so many mudfish and blue crabs. Is that crab-eating fish? It looks like you've got 7 or 8 of them. How come I didn't find a single one? Aji approached me, carrying an oil lamp, his envy almost palpable upon seeing my catch. Why do your results far exceed mine? Dude, did you take my share as well? Pang chimed in, glancing at my haul and then comparing it to his own, feeling as though he had merely come along for a casual outing. Come on, you guys, have some decency. You think this is all mine? I'm with my brother Sanzi. This is a combined effort, I replied firmly. In truth, Sanzi's contributions were minimal, as he was particularly timid and frightened in the mangroves, trailing closely behind me. His share amounted to scarcely 1/3 of mine, with most of the haul being my own. I feigned that the catch was jointly acquired, merely to placate Aji and Pang. Well, it doesn't matter. Your catch is still greater than ours. Even if it's the 2 of you, it still surpasses what we have. How about a trade? They proposed brazenly, faced with their audacity. I could only respond with a curt dismissal. Scram. Who the hell would trade with you? Feeling guilty, are you? Aji sneered. With such a bounty. It's only right to treat us, Pang remarked, patting his belly with envy. It is merely a gathering, no problem at all. Today, come to my home for a feast. I shall prepare a meal for you, and you will witness the culinary skills of Master Chen. Chen Yefeng boasted confidently. Uft. You cooking? I must have misheard, Aji remarked, digging into his ear. This fellow actually claims he will cook. Can anything he creates be edible? Are you joking? Afong. I have never seen you in the kitchen, the skeptical Pang interjected. Previously, when they gathered with their friends to indulge in food, it was always Pang who cooked, while the rest merely feasted on his creations. After all, who could resist his delectable dishes? Chen Yefeng asserted with unwavering confidence. Once you taste it, you will understand. I guarantee you will crave more. His previous life, spent watching countless short videos, was not in vain. The vanished culinary master had produced several episodes. At that moment, the voice of Uncle Chun Wu echoed. Afong, it seems the tide is rising. The water is coming in. Upon hearing this, the group shone their lanterns ahead and indeed saw the tide gradually ascending. The sea quietly creeping over the roots of the mangroves, entwining their gnarled and intricate systems. When the tide rises in the dense and lush mangroves, it poses a significant danger, particularly on a pitch-black night when it is easy to lose one's way. Moreover, this area is inherently a tidal flat, with very loose sandy soil that makes walking exceedingly difficult. If misfortune strikes and one encounters a hidden current, it could easily pull them under. There have been tales of individuals venturing into the mangroves to collect olives, only to meet a tragic end after losing their bearings during high tide. Local villagers have a saying, these olives are the fruit meant for ghosts. If one were to steal them, they would be killed by spirits. The harvest season for these olives falls between the 14th and 18th days of the 7th lunar month, with the 14th known locally as Ghost Festival. Let us go. The tide is rising. We should return and come again another time, Aji suggested. Pang concurred. Today has been somewhat fruitful, though we came too late. Dawn is nearly upon us. Damn, are you blaming me for waking up late? Aji retorted. Where's the water pipe? Let me take a puff. I'm dying for it. Chen Yefeng grabbed the water pipe, took a few puffs, and jested. You seem to have some self-awareness. As they walked, Chen Yefeng remarked. What nonsense. I see your haul today is quite substantial as well. Olives, crabs, and earth dragons. You just lack the crab tiger fish. Pang scoffed. Can they be compared? Your catch far exceeds mine. Do you not realize that? Aji chimed in. It has been ages since I had crab tiger fish. Why not boil a couple today? Get lost. Are you dreaming? Those can sell for over £1. 2 crab tiger fish would cost almost 8 or 9 dimes. Chen Yefeng grimaced in pain. What? You can't part with 8 or 9 dimes. Truly stingy, and you still dare to call yourself a brother. In the dim light of the evening, a jovial conversation unfolded among friends. Let us sever ties with that scoundrel, shall we? He is far too miserly. From this day forth, he shall be dubbed penny-pinching foam, declared Pang, with a mischievous grin. How dare you speak so casually and bestow such a nickname upon me? Retorted Foam, indignantly. You shall not escape my wrath. As rolled up his sleeves, ready for a confrontation. If it is a fight you seek, then let us see who prevails. Pang's words rang true, and he continued. But let us not engage him while he is accompanied by that oaf, ACA. We would stand no chance against them. However, when he traverses the night alone, we shall ensnare him, and he shall be so thoroughly beaten that even Ah Ing will fail to recognize him. As chuckled heartily. Now that is a plan I can support. Indeed, Uncle Wu, did you hear that? They conspire to ambush me in your absence. Can you tolerate such treachery? Feng exclaimed, addressing the towering figure beside him. Absolutely not. Let us teach them a lesson. ACA clenched his fists, his resolve unwavering. Then let us not delay. We shall strip them of their trousers and send them fleeing back to their village in utter embarrassment. Feng cackled, his eyes gleaming with mischief. May you be cursed to have sons without manhood, Feng. As is jested, eliciting laughter from the group. As night descended upon the mangrove forest, their laughter echoed amidst the trees. The tide rose rapidly, swallowing the previously exposed roots of the trees in mere moments. Feng glanced back, observing the delicate foam dancing atop the water, accompanied by drifting twigs and leaves. They hastened their steps towards the shore, their feet sinking into the muddy ground, producing squelching sounds with each step. The coolness of the early morning breeze was palpable, causing the branches to sway gracefully. Notably, Pang, dressed lightly, seemed unfazed by the chill, thanks to his ample layer of fat providing warmth. Finally, they reached the shore just as the tide began to encroach, a mist rising from the water's surface. Each of them turned back, relieved to have emerged from the depths, grateful that they had not lost their way within. Akai, you big oaf. Feng commanded you to strip me of my trousers, and you complied? Are you his pet? Must you heed his every word? Pang exclaimed, adjusting his pants in discomfort. He envied Feng for having such a loyal companion as Uncle Chen, never having to worry about betrayal, as he would follow any command without question. Uncle Chen shot Pang a glare. You still have the audacity to be boastful? Shall I strip you again? Thank you, but that won't be necessary, Pang replied nervously, fully aware of the unpredictable nature of a fool. With numerous others returning from the sea, the thought of being publicly stripped was a source of great embarrassment, especially for someone still young and unmarried. Should that oaf dare to remove my trousers, my reputation would be tarnished forever, he lamented. Today, Uncle Wu shall spare you. But let us see if you dare to be so arrogant in the future. Feng laughed triumphantly, noting that despite Pang's size, he still possessed a fair complexion. Begone. I curse you with the affliction of corns, exclaimed Pang, his face flushed with embarrassment. Pang, once we return, we shall summon your elder brother and see if they dare to act so brazenly, suggested Aji, offering a cunning plan. Chen Yefeng quickly interjected. Please, let's not act rashly. We all acknowledge our mistakes. Indeed, I too recognize my faults, chimed in Uncle Chen Wu, immediately conceding upon hearing the mention of summoning the dragon. The simple-minded giant feared little in this world, save for the wrath of Pang's elder brother. Suddenly, Pang, brimming with pride, turned to Ah Feng and inquired. Weren't you planning to head to Shirkong Town to sell lychees? Are you still going? If so, I'll have my sister and the others go pick them. Not today, right? It's already dawn, and by the time we finish picking and head to town, it will be quite late, mused Chen Yefeng. After a brief moment of contemplation, he shook his head. Aren't you all tired? I'm utterly exhausted and feel I could sleep standing up. How about this, tomorrow? I'll have my elder brother accompany my father to sea, and we'll pick the lychees early. Then, I can borrow my aunt's tractor to transport them. Aji, feeling equally fatigued, realized that selling lychees tonight was utterly unfeasible. He felt he might accidentally drive the tractor into someone's field if he were to attempt it. Thus, they decided to take a day of rest and forego going to sea that night. Pang nodded in agreement, stating, All right, let us do that. Tomorrow, we shall rise early to harvest the lychees and then drive them to sell. It is essential that the lychees are picked the same day to ensure their freshness. Otherwise, the skin will darken, rendering them unsellable, he added, contemplating the importance of an early start to transport the lychees to Shirkong Town for sale. Chen Yefeng concurred. Then let us return to rest. Everyone is invited to dinner at my home tonight. We can share a few drinks together. Aji beamed with delight. That sounds wonderful. I relish the opportunity to indulge in food and drink. By the way, Ah Feng, when do you intend to head to the dock to sell your goods? Don't forget to bring me along. Pang chimed in. Chen Yefeng replied uncertainly. We'll see when the time comes. I might send my wife, Ah Ing, instead. I'm so weary now that I doubt I could even rouse myself. After all, he had become quite familiar with the seafood merchant, Lan Zai, who wouldn't he dare to offer an unreasonable price. It would suffice to have Zhou Haiying deliver the catch. Having a wife makes you quite the big shot, Aji remarked, gritting his teeth and placing a hand on Pang's shoulder. The two then ambled away, their shoulders linked. Chen Yefeng glanced at their contrasting figures, suddenly realizing how well matched they seemed. Could they be together? He pondered as he hoisted his belongings onto his shoulder and made his way home. Suddenly, Uncle Chen Wu called out, Ah Feng, Sanzi is missing. Huh, did Sanzi come with us? Chen Yefeng, still in a daze and nursing a headache, the aftermath of sleeplessness, struggled to recall. It seemed there indeed had been such a matter. His younger brother, Sanzi had followed them. Wasn't he trailing behind us? Yet, now he was nowhere to be seen. Uncle Wu likely felt equally disoriented. At that moment, panic surged within Chen Yefeng. Surely he hasn't fallen behind and become lost in the mangroves? That would be dire. No wonder I haven't heard a word from Sanzi along the way. It turns out he didn't follow us at all. The thought that Sanzi might be lost in the mangrove swamps fills Chen Yefeng with a sense of urgency. Uncle Wu, did Sanzi come ashore during high tide? Yes, he did. I remember we even pulled down her Pangzi's trousers together. Chen Yefeng felt a slight relief upon hearing Uncle Wu's words. As long as he doesn't get lost in the mangroves, he thought. Sanzi was a short-lived soul in his past life. He had drowned while bathing in the river due to a cramp and never resurfaced. In this life, he certainly did not wish for his younger brother to meet an early demise. Chen Yefeng urged Uncle Wu to hurry back, scanning the surroundings for any sign of Sanzi. A phone, look quickly. Is that Sanzi sleeping on the ground? Fortunately, they hadn't ventured too far when Uncle Chen discovered a figure asleep by the roadside. They rushed over and found it was indeed Sanzi. Chen Yefeng let out a heavy sigh of relief and called out, Sanzi, get up. It's time to go home and sleep. Ah, did Urge eat breakfast? Sanzi sprang up from the ground, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Chen Yefeng was somewhat speechless. What do you mean breakfast? All you think about is food. We haven't even returned home yet, and here you are sleeping. We thought you were lost in the mangroves. You scared us half to death. Sanzi sheepishly scratched his head. No way, I was asleep? Oh no, my crabs. Panic-stricken, he squatted down to check the bucket he had brought. His bucket was filled with large blue crabs, and if they were gone, he would surely weep. Thankfully, the crabs were still tied, or they would have likely scuttled away by now. Seeing that the crabs were intact, Chen Yefeng let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you caught blue crabs. If it had been mudfish or crab-eating fish, there would have been none left. Uncle Chen remarked, Sanzi, you are too unreliable. I want bring you next time. Sanzi hurriedly replied, Urge, I want dare to do this again. I was just too sleepy. All right. As long as you're fine, let us head home. Chen Yefeng reassured him, choosing not to dwell on it further. After all, Sanzi was still just a child. Having stayed up all night at sea, it was only natural for him to be exhausted. There was no need for excessive criticism or reprimand. Thank you, Urge. I promise it won't happen again. Sanzi felt a bit unaccustomed to his brother's understanding demeanor. Shouldn't he have scolded me, or at least given me a beating? This kindness feels rather strange. Thank you for nothing. Let us go home. Carry your own bucket and remember how much you caught. I want to keep track for you. With that, Chen Yefeng shouldered the load and began walking homeward. Uncle Chen and Sanzi followed closely in his wake. Chapter 52. Mudfish are quite valuable. By the time the three returned home, the horizon was just beginning to lighten. The night had receded, and dawn was breaking. The woodshed was illuminated by an oil lamp, and the fire in the stove crackled, flames licking the bottom of the pot and casting a warm glow on the stone wall. The wisps of smoke ascended from the chimney, carrying the fragrant essence of earthly life, intertwined with the morning mist as they drifted towards the sky. His mother and wife had risen early to prepare breakfast. Aying, I have returned. Witnessing such a warm scene, Chen Yefeng felt a rush of emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. This was a warmth he had never experienced in his past life. Mother, Yefeng and the others are back. I shall step outside for a moment. Very well. Go and see how their harvest fared today. I will keep an eye on the pot. Zhou Haiying exited the firewood room, her gaze falling upon Chen Yefeng's weary face. Her heart aching as she said, breakfast will be ready shortly. After you eat, do take a good rest. Have you prepared my portion? I also wish to dine here. Uncle Chen Wu licked his lips, excitement revitalizing him at the mention of food. I made extra. Zhou Haiying nodded, her curiosity piqued. How was your harvest in the mangroves? Second sister-in-law, our haul was quite remarkable. Hee, I and second brother caught the most. Look, mudloach, crabs, and tigerfish. This is the first time I've ever seen a tigerfish in my life. Second brother is truly exceptional. He caught all of them. The moment the discussion shifted to their catch, Sanzi's earlier fatigue vanished, replaced by exuberance. He had already conspired with his second brother to attribute most of the catch to him. Once they sold the goods, they would divide the earnings according to what he rightfully deserved. One must admit, Sanzi was quite the clever lad. If he were to grow up to hold a position of power, he would undoubtedly become a great official, perhaps even a corrupt one. Haha. To have caught so much on a single outing, you must be exhausted. Go wash up. Dinner will be ready soon. Chen's mother's robust voice resonated from the firewood room. Truly, her commanding presence was unmatched, a testament to her military background. Aying, first boil the olives to remove their skin, then soak them in clean water. If you don't know how, let mother show you. With that, Chen Yefeng handed a large bag of olives to Zhou Haiying and carried 2 nets into the house. One net held mud loaches, while the other contained tiger fish. If I fall asleep later, have mother accompany you to the dock to sell them. I fear they may spoil if left too long. Chen Yefeng inspected the nets, relieved to find that both the mud loaches and tiger fish were still lively and not easily perishable. Let us set them in a wooden basin for now. The collection station at the dock isn't open yet. Once Xin and Rong wake up, I will go. Zhou Haiying's face lit up with a smile at the sight of Chen Yefeng's catch. With such an abundance, they should be able to fetch a good price at the dock. Uncle Chen Wu quickly added, I have a bit of stock here as well. Please take it to sell. He was eager to rest after his meal and had no intention of going to the dock himself. You've also caught quite a haul. Old Wu, you should be able to make a decent sum. Chen's mother brought the dishes from the firewood room and set them on the 8 immortals table in the yard, her sharp gaze landing on her third son. Sanzi, what did you bring back with them? 3, feeling somewhat uneasy, lamented, Alas, mother, I am terrified of venturing into the mangrove. I only discovered a single mudfish and 2 blue crabs. I dared not catch them myself, so I requested second brother's assistance, promising to share half of the profits once sold. Mother Chen turned to Chen Yefeng, saying, Second, for such meager fines. You still expect to share the spoils with your brother? Chen Yefeng chuckled. I was merely jesting. Thus, these 3 creatures shall not warrant any division of funds. Mother Chen nodded in satisfaction. That is more agreeable. Later, let your father transport them to the dock for sale. After all, he has nothing to occupy his time at home. Do as you wish, as long as they are sold. Chen Yefeng wiped his face with a towel. His body caked in mud, but he decided to put off concern until after dining. Let us eat. I am on the brink of starvation. Observing that the ruse had succeeded, 3 secretly reveled in his triumph. Having successfully embezzled, he felt elated. After Chen Yefeng finished his meal, he stripped off his clothing and briefly washed himself by the well. He instructed his wife to set aside 2 mudfish and crabs for dinner and mentioned that Aji and Erpang would join them for supper. Then lay back on his small bamboo bed. Creak. The rickety bed groaned beneath him. Within minutes, Chen Yefeng fell into a deep slumber, snoring like thunder. He was so profoundly asleep that even his 2 precious daughters, who awoke and approached his bedside, could not rouse him. Time passed, and upon awakening, he felt his eyes were parched, as if they had been sandpapered. He donned his clothes and exited the room, glancing at the sun outside, estimating it was afternoon. He had truly slept for a considerable duration. His wife, shaded by the trees, was weaving fishing nets. Chen Yefeng approached the roots of a tree and took a few puffs of tobacco before turning to Zhou Haiying. My dear, have those goods been sold at the dock? While continuing her work, Zhou Haiying replied, Yes, they have been sold. Father used the cart to take them over, fetching a total of 113 coins. Originally, it was 112. But Lousy Air insisted on rounding it up. Indeed, Lousy Air is quite a decent fellow. Chen Yefeng expressed his astonishment. Did we truly sell that much? I can scarcely believe it. I must be quite remarkable. I had thought selling for 70 or 80 would be the pinnacle. I never expected such a sum. Over 100 coins, equivalent to 2 or 3 months' wages for others. Zhou Haiying elucidated. It is the mudfish that are valuable. Those over 2 pounds can fetch more than 2 coins per pound, but regrettably, we only caught 5. What a pity there were not more. We could have earned considerably more. Chen Yefeng had captured a total of 28 mudfish, of which 5 weighed over 2 pounds, while the rest were around 1 pound each. Just from these mudfish alone, he had earned over 80 coins, a substantial amount. However, it was also due to his exceptional luck. Not everyone could catch such a bounty. Erpang and Aji combined had not even caught half of what he had. No wonder his wife's face was alight with joy, akin to a blossoming chrysanthemum. Chen Yefeng, too, was in high spirits, remarking, Mudfish are not easily caught. They only emerge now to mate. Otherwise, they hide in their mud burrows, making them difficult to capture. Their alertness is remarkable. At the slightest disturbance, they retreat back into their holes and seldom venture out. This period is rather unique, allowing him to catch so many. After a night spent capturing mud turtles, he now feels the strain in his back and limbs. Fortunately, he has no plans to go to the beach today. In the evening, he will gather with friends for a meal, and tomorrow morning he intends to sell lychees, though he is uncertain if he will make any profit. Yes, I know my husband is remarkable. Zhou Haiying's smile radiates like a blooming flower. On the table, there are still dishes left. She did not wake him for lunch, allowing him to sleep soundly, and she saved some food for him. Are you hosting a dinner tonight? Aziz and Erpang had previously come looking for him, asking him to join them at the dock to sell goods. She informed them that he was still asleep and that she had already helped sell the merchandise. They mentioned they would return in the evening and likely went to the dock. In Chapter 53, Yuan Xiao's foolishness is put aside. Chen Yefeng lifted the bamboo cover and found a large bowl of cassava porridge on the table, accompanied by a big enamel bowl filled with dishes, including dried salted fish, pickled vegetables, meat slices, and fish balls. If he guessed correctly, their lunch must have consisted of dried salted fish, pickled fish ball soup, and stir-fried greens with meat. There were no greens served to him, only meat, as his wife knew he worked hard and had deliberately saved it for him. Chen Yefeng felt a wave of warmth in his eyes, deeply touched. You needn't save meat for me. I don't particularly enjoy it. You and the children can have it. In truth, he spoke earnestly. Before his rebirth, he had grown weary of meat and no longer craved it. However, Zhou Haiying interpreted his words as a selfless gesture to reserve the good food for her and the children, which moved her to tears. In that moment, the grievances she had endured seemed to be repaid. What is the matter? Chen Yefeng looked at his wife. Why are you suddenly crying? Anyone unaware might think he had wronged her. It's nothing. Just some sand got in my eyes. Zhou Haiying quickly turned away, wiping away her tears with her sleeve. Shall I blow it away for you? No need, she replied, flustered. Why be so polite? We are old married couple now. There's no need to be shy. Chen Yefeng hurriedly set down his bowl and chopsticks, rushing over to cradle his wife's head, positioning his mouth near her eyes. Phew! Zhou Haiying exclaimed. Don't look. You'll get warts. Suddenly, an ill-timed voice interrupted. Sanzi stood not far away, covering his eyes with his palms, yet peering through the gaps between his fingers, curiously observing his older brother and sister-in-law. Oh dear, what are you doing? There are others present. Zhou Haiying, flustered, pushed Chen Yefeng away, mortified at the thought of being seen in such a manner. Chen Yefeng was taken aback. His hands, though rough, were gentle. What is there to fear? You are my wife. Besides, we haven't done anything wrong. He pouted and shot a glare at Sanzi, who always seemed to appear at the most inconvenient moments. This brother should not linger. Sanzi innocently chimed in. Brother, sister-in-law, please continue. I saw nothing. Zhou Haiying, feeling utterly embarrassed, quickly sought an excuse. Often. The dishes must be cold. Should I heat them up? No need. It's hot today, and eating something cool is more comfortable. Chen Yefeng shook his head and returned to his meal in silence. Sanzi awkwardly chuckled. Second brother, I truly didn't mean to. I covered my eyes. Is that truly covering your eyes? What good is that? Chen Yefeng retorted as he shoveled some rice into his mouth. Who covers their eyes and leaves such a large gap? Sanzi forced a smile and replied, Next time, I promise to cover them more thoroughly. Scram. If you dare to peek again, I'll make sure to smack your backside. Chen Yefeng warned without mercy. Understood. From now on, if I see you and second sister-in-law getting cozy, I'll keep my distance, Sanzi teased. Chen Yefeng sighed. I am not being affectionate with your second sister-in-law. She got sand in her eye, and I was merely blowing it out. I understand. Haha, Sanzi said, giving his brother a thumbs up. As expected of my shameless second brother, even concocting such an excuse. Get lost, you know nothing. Don't disrupt my meal, Chen Yefeng grumbled, swiftly finishing his rice before taking the bowls and chopsticks into the woodroom. Sanzi promptly offered, Second brother, allow me. You just sit and relax. Chen Yefeng was somewhat surprised. When did you become so diligent, Sanzi? Sanzi grinned. What do you mean? When am I not diligent? He took the bowls and ran off to the woodroom. Moments later, he returned. Second brother, are you thirsty? If you are, I can fetch you a glass of cool boiled water. Sanzi, don't be like that. Just say what you need to say. You're making me feel quite embarrassed. Chen Yefeng replied, taken aback by his brother's sudden attentiveness. What trick is he up to now? Sanzi rubbed his hands together, glanced around, and then spoke. Second brother, weren't we supposed to split the money from the sale? Aha, so that's the reason for his newfound kindness. Chen Yefeng realized he had almost forgotten about it. How much did you catch? Don't exaggerate. I have a good memory for these things. Sanzi blinked and pondered before replying. 5 earth dragons and 3 blue crabs. That's the count, right? Well, I suppose you're being honest this time. Go ask your second sister-in-law. She's in charge of the money from the sale. Chen Yefeng nodded. In truth, he hardly remembered the exact amounts. He merely wanted to play a trick on his brother. The lad better not have inflated the numbers. Haha, thank you, second brother. Sanzi exclaimed, brimming with excitement. He knew that sticking with his brother would yield good returns. Soon, he would be the most dashing lad in the village, leaving Yuan Xiaowu in the dust. But don't spend it all. School is starting soon. And you'll need to pay tuition, Chen Yefeng warned. Although he said that, if the time came and Sanzi truly fell short, he would lend a helping hand. As it wasn't much money anyway. Understood, Sanzi replied cheerfully, heading over to second sister-in-law. After finishing his meal, Chen Yefeng settled under a tree, savoring a few puffs of water pipe, then busied himself with his tasks. Unbeknownst to him, Evening had arrived, and the sunset unfolded like a magnificent painting. At this moment, every household began preparing dinner, with smoke curling up from their kitchens. Two young men, one stout and one slender, strolled along the pebble path, bathed in the glow of the twilight. They arrived at Chen Yefeng's old residence, carrying various items and chatting merrily. "A phone, we've come. Why don't you come out to greet us?" One of them called out. "I've brought a chicken. Is the earth dragon ready?" The two figures were Air Pao and Aji. "Damn you two, you latecomers. I've almost finished preparing the meal." Chen Yefeng scolded playfully as he rushed out from the woodshed, noticing what they carried. "Is dinner ready? Can we eat now?" The two asked incredulously, feeling that they had arrived at a reasonable hour, well before dinner time. Chen Yefeng chuckled. "Not yet. I'm just waiting for your pigs trotters and old hen." Air Pao rolled his eyes. "Then why mention it? I thought today's pig trotters were cancelled." Aji added, "I haven't even killed this chicken yet. Hearing you say that makes me want to set it free instead." Chen Yefeng hastily replied, "Since you've come, don't leave without a feather. If you truly want to go, at least leave those things behind." "Not a chance. I won't let you take advantage of me," Air Pao retorted. "I fear your good looks. If we're talking about appearance, I, Bai Ji, am not any less handsome than you. Ugh, you make me want to vomit." "Fine. If you insist, I'll leave. Let us take everything back, and we'll sever ties with this scoundrel. Please don't go. Can't you stay? Then beg me." Aji shot back. "You should just leave," came the response. Amidst their playful banter, Air Pao and Aji entered Chen's woodshed, where Chen's mother was busy drying sandworms. She had just returned from the beach, where she had gathered a good catch of sandworms. Upon her return, she had been occupied with flipping the sandworms and roasting them without pause. Chen Yefeng urged her not to prepare dinner, as they would eat together later. Hearing that her son intended to cook for them, Chen's mother was somewhat skeptical. After all, her second son had grown up unable to even fry an egg properly. She would consider it a blessing if he didn't burn down the kitchen, let alone cook a meal. To her astonishment, upon returning from the beach, she found him diligently working in the kitchen. She initially thought he was merely pretending, but was surprised to see him working with genuine skill. Even Zhou Haiying was taken aback, realizing that he was quite proficient in the culinary arts. It seemed he could do anything. He simply lacked the desire to do so at home. Aji remarked, "My mother insisted I bring a chicken, knowing I was coming to your house for dinner." Air Pao added, "This pig's trotter was also sent by my father." "Well, you are thoughtful indeed. You two can entertain yourselves outside while I finish preparing the meal," Chen's mother said with a beaming smile as she continued to tend to the sandworms. "You needn't be so formal with us. If there's anything you need us to do, just let us know. How about Aji and I go kill the chicken? It's not comfortable just lingering around," Air Pao suggested, and with that, he and Aji took the chicken outside to slaughter it. Chen's mother chuckled, thinking that these two rascals were more industrious than they were in their own homes. In the past, she always perceived her second son's friends as unreliable. However, the more she observed them now, the more agreeable they appeared. When Air Pao and Aji offered to assist with the chicken slaughter, Chen Yefeng said nothing, instead enthusiastically providing them with a knife. Among true friends, there is no need to quibble over trifles. Today, Chen Yefeng took the initiative to cook, and Aji and the others initially thought he was merely pretending, but to their surprise, he was earnest. It must be said that when Yefeng prepared the dishes, he did so with remarkable finesse. He deftly chopped vegetables and skillfully wielded the spatula, appearing as if he were a seasoned chef rather than someone cooking for the first time, as if he had spent decades honing his culinary skills. Zhou Haiying was momentarily entranced. When it was time to dine, an array of dishes was presented on the table: pig trotter and dragon phoenix soup, braised pork, stir-fried sea intestines, steamed river crab, and pickled cabbage with sliced meat. The dining table was adorned with 7 or 8 dishes in total. Typically, even during festive occasions, one would not encounter such a sumptuous spread. The children, captivated by the feast, abandoned their plans to watch television at Uncle's house and lingered by the dining table, reluctant to leave. "Sanzi, take a few of your friends to the other table to serve yourselves. Do not disturb us adults while we drink," Chen Fu instructed. As he beheld the lavish array of dishes, he swallowed hard, his thirst for alcohol igniting. He couldn't help but glance at his second son, realizing that perhaps the young man was not entirely devoid of merit. With chicken and pig trotters being eagerly offered, they were far superior to his so-called friends who merely feigned camaraderie. Sanzi pouted, contemplating a retort, but upon recalling his father's stern demeanor, he quickly fell silent. Today, Chen Yefeng's elder brother and his family also joined, bringing along the river crabs. Although it was not the season for indulging in river crabs, these appeared quite plump, with even the crab legs brimming with meat. The men gathered around one table to drink, while the women and children sat separately. "Come, let us drink," To not indulge in a bit of wine with such exquisite dishes would be a disservice to them, one exclaimed. Indeed, let us raise our glasses. If only we could procure a bottle of Moutai, that would be delightful. That stuff is rumored to cost 800 or 900 a bottle. Who could afford such extravagance? Another replied, haha, it's just the same taste. Our local grain liquor is far more economical. The group of men, enjoying their food and wine, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Suddenly, Chen Yefeng brought up Moutai, prompting everyone to express their inability to afford it. With the current prices, why not buy some and save it? Might it appreciate in value? Uncle Chen Wu suggested. As soon as he spoke, everyone regarded him as if he were a fool. Chen Yefeng, who had been silent until then, patted his shoulder and chuckled. Uncle, don't be foolish. Prices will only continue to drop, with wages increasing year by year. Soon everyone will be able to afford Moutai. Is that so? I suppose I was mistaken, Uncle Chen Wu admitted, realizing he had strayed off course. However, as the saying goes, sometimes the most casual remarks can resonate deeply with attentive listeners. As Chen Yefeng grasped a shuttle to indulge in a meal, he was suddenly jolted by his Uncle Wu's words. Was he truly foolish? As a reincarnated individual, how could he have overlooked the necessity of stockpiling Moutai? In his previous life, he had been an ordinary person, utterly ignorant of the stock market. Yet, as a seasoned connoisseur of fine spirits, how could he remain oblivious to the value of Moutai? Aged Moutai could fetch prices exceeding that of gold. It was rumored that a bottle from the 1980s had soared to hundreds of thousands. Merely acquiring a few bottles would constitute a substantial fortune. He pondered the current availability of Moutai, suspecting it might require a ticket to purchase. There were whispers that flights still provided complimentary Moutai. He wondered about the veracity of such claims. While others might underestimate Moutai's future appreciation, he was acutely aware. He needed to devise a plan to acquire some Moutai, especially from the 1980s. Moreover, it wasn't just Moutai that held collectible value. Antique artifacts and vintage items could also be gathered for future investment. Although they couldn't be liquidated at present, decades hence, they would undoubtedly represent considerable wealth. He was resolute in ensuring that his two daughters would not marry abroad again. He would strive to amass a dowry for them. A phone, come drink. What are you thinking about? Don't worry about raising fish for me, Ajay said, throwing an arm around his shoulder with a teasing grin. Indeed. While we are all drinking, you seem lost in thought. It's a bit excessive. You ought to be punished with 3 cups, Pang chimed in. Unable to contain himself, Chen Yefeng raised his glass. 3 cups it is. Do you think I fear you? He then promptly downed 3 cups of liquor. Although the alcohol content of this grain spirit was not particularly high, its lingering effects were formidable and should not be underestimated. Seeing a phone drink, Uncle Wu jovially raised his glass. I shall also self-impose 3 cups. With that, he grabbed his briefcase and poured into his glass. Chen's father quickly signaled to his eldest son, Awakens, hold back your uncle. There's only this much liquor, he cannot finish it all alone. He felt a pang of regret. His second son had promised to buy him liquor but had yet to do so, even bringing friends home to share in his drinks. What a scoundrel. Uncle, you need not fret over this modest amount of liquor. Tomorrow morning we are heading to Shirkong town to sell lychees. And a phone can bring you back a barrel, Ajay assured, patting his chest. Oh, here comes another dreamer, Chen's father scoffed. Isn't it true that today's youth revel in such fanciful talk? Suddenly, he felt something wet plummet onto his head. He touched it with his hand, realizing it was rain. Damn, someone just spat on me. Chen Yefeng glanced upward, and a few drops of rain splattered on his cheek. Curses, it's raining. Quick, everyone. Let us lift the table. As the rain cascaded down, resembling countless threads, it intensified. The group scrambled to move the table beneath the eaves, ensuring they remained dry and uninterrupted in their revelry of drinking and conversing. The table occupied by the women and children had long been cleared, leaving only their tables still enjoying their meal. As looked outside, where raindrops were steadily falling, quickly soaking the ground. Unable to suppress a bitter smile, he murmured, had I known it would rain today, I would not have swapped with my elder brother. Fishermen dread inclement weather, as it is fraught with uncertainties. In such conditions, they naturally refrain from venturing out to sea, for no one would gamble with their life. Life is precious and singular for everyone. Chen Yefeng turned to his brother. Elder brother, with the rain pouring down, you surely won't be going out to sea today? Chen Yefeng scoffed, with rain falling so heavily. What sea would I venture into? Pang immediately exclaimed, since you have no intention of going out to sea, you must drink more. I thought you would be fishing, so we refrained from letting you drink too much. Initially, everyone assumed Chen Yefeng would go fishing, fearing that excessive drinking might pose dangers at sea. Now that he planned to stay ashore, the situation was quite different. Chen Yefeng promptly filled his elder brother's glass to the brim. Drinking alone felt monotonous. Why not play a game of guessing numbers? After all, everyone had no other plans for the evening, and indulging in a few more drinks would be inconsequential. It was a rare occasion for them to gather and enjoy themselves, so they ought to make the most of it. The game of guessing numbers was akin to a numerical addition game, similar to rock, paper, scissors elsewhere. This would suffice, as simply drinking without any entertainment was rather dull. The others readily agreed. Chen Yefeng chuckled. Who will go first? The guessing game involved two players, each extending their hands and calling out a number simultaneously. The one whose call matched the sum of both players' fingers would emerge victorious. The losing party would then face a penalty drink. As suggested, since you proposed it, you should start. We'll go in order, and the loser will challenge the next person. Pang cheerfully added, It's settled then. Your father is sitting to your right. Why not start with him? Chen Yefeng inquired of his father. Father, do you want to play? He felt as if he were digging his own grave. Chen's father stood up. Of course, why wouldn't I play? Sanzi, watching the spectacle, chimed in. Father, do you know how to play? Chen's father retorted. Isn't it just guessing numbers? What is there to not understand? This is a game from our elders. Chen Yefeng stood as well, determined not to lose momentum. Then let us begin. Brothers, here's to prosperity. Certainly winning. Second sister is lovely. Third is a dark chicken. 7 streets of fun. 8 horses. Laughter erupted as a phone lost, unable to even win against his own father. A truly embarrassing moment. Drink up, a phone owes a penalty drink. As and the others shouted, and the atmosphere grew increasingly boisterous. In their local custom of guessing numbers, the number 5 was absent. To win the guessing game, one needed not only swift reflexes, but also a powerful voice to dominate the atmosphere. As the feast continued, everyone became increasingly tipsy, the rain intensifying outside. The table became a chaotic mess of cups and plates, and soon, they began to prepare to disperse. Aji rose from his seat, letting out a loud belch, and exclaimed, Pang, let us assist a Foam and the others in tidying up before we head back. It's already quite late. And Chen's mother along with Zhou Haiying have presumably gone to sleep. It would be rather inconsiderate to rouse them for cleanup. No need, you may return. We can manage on our own, Chen's father interjected, his neck flushed from the considerable amount of alcohol he had consumed that evening. Upon hearing Aji's offer of help, he promptly discouraged it. Chen Yefeng also chimed in. There is hardly anything to tidy up, we can handle it ourselves. With a smile, Aji replied. In that case, we shall take our leave. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Fa. You and Feng are friends. There is no need for such formalities. When he dines at your home, he certainly does not expect to assist in clearing the dishes, Chunghua Fa remarked, taking a few puffs from his water pipe before continuing. Aji, Pang coming to their home for a meal makes them guests. How could one ask guests to labor? Pang patted Chen Yefeng on the shoulder and inquired, Feng, it's raining. Are you still planning to sell lychees in the morning? Chen Yefeng nodded affirmatively. Of course, I will sell. This rain shouldn't be too heavy, even if it rains. It's not as if we're taking Aji's mother-esque tractor. We want to be walking, so it won't affect us. The only inconvenience is in picking the lychees, but we can transport them to Shirkong Town's agricultural market afterward. Very well, rise early and do not be late. Pang advised. Understood, stop nagging. With such heavy rain, shouldn't you have something to cover your heads? Be careful not to get soaked and end up with lice. I wouldn't want to see you both bald, Aji retorted. I was ready to rush home, but hearing you say that, I've suddenly changed my mind. Do you have an oil umbrella at home? A raincoat would suffice. I can bring one for you tomorrow. Those aren't necessary. This will suffice, Chen Yefeng replied. As he emerged from the house with 2 fertilizer bags, fashioning them into makeshift capes for Aji and Pang. Pang looked at the cape adorning his head and said, as expected of Feng, you're too stingy to part with a raincoat. Aji shook his head in resignation, glancing at the sky. What if it rains heavily tomorrow? If the rain is too intense? We want to be able to pick lychees. You truly are obstinate. If the rain is too heavy, we'll simply go another day. Must we insist on getting drenched? Chen Yefeng chuckled, nearly doubling over with laughter. Are you still leaving? The rain seems to have lessened. If it intensifies again, it will be difficult to walk. Let us go, Aji. We should return, Pang said. Goodness, Feng, you're leading us astray. The rain has not diminished at all, Pang exclaimed. This bag is far too small to shield my robust form. With that, both donned their capes and, lantern in hand, sprinted toward their home. Don't run. It's still raining ahead. The ground is slippery, so be careful not to fall. Bang! Before Chen Yefeng could finish his warning, a loud thud echoed, signaling that someone had slipped. Given the sound, it was undoubtedly Pang. Chapter 56. This rain is heavier than the day. Ping asked her father for money before Chen Yefeng had the chance to don his raincoat and check on the commotion. He heard the noise behind him. It seemed the individual was unscathed, as they had managed to rise from the ground. He chose to ignore it, focusing instead on his father, elder brother, and fifth uncle, who were busy clearing the table. Chen Yefeng leisurely held the water pipe, filled it with tobacco, and began to smoke, the bubbling sound echoing in the air. Once he finished, he noticed that the items on the table had been tidied up quite well. Oh, it seems there's nothing left for me to do. You all have completed the task. He thought to himself that waiting for someone else to clean would take an eternity. The hour was growing late, and there was no reason to delay preparing for bed any longer. Chen's father shot him a disapproving glance, often finding his second son to be annoyingly sluggish. Resembling an old man rather than possessing the decisive nature of his mother, he wondered whom he took after. Afon, what should we do with the remaining bowl of pig trotter and phoenix soup? His elder brother inquired, noticing that the soup had not been entirely consumed. They had prepared far too much, and it was surprising that such a large group had not finished it. The soup contained not only earth dragon meat, but also an entire pig trotter. Disposing of it was out of the question, yet without a refrigerator in such warm weather, it was bound to spoil. Why don't you take a bowl back for Grandpa and Grandma? They want tea come over if we call them, suggested Uncle Wu. Chen Yefeng felt it would be a shame to waste the food, pondering for a moment before saying, Elder brother, why don't you take the rest home and see if your brother-in-law would like some? In truth, there was not much left. Dividing it between Uncle Wu and his elder brother would suffice. Chen Yefeng had put considerable effort into crafting the soup, even without the concentrated soup base. The broth was a milky white, a testament to the genuine ingredients used, incomparable to the technological shortcuts of later generations. As the hour grew late, he was too lazy to wash the dishes, leaving them for the women to handle the next day. Outside, the rain fell softly, showing no signs of stopping. Surely it won't continue to rain incessantly, Chen Yefeng muttered to himself, gazing into the dark night. If the rain were to intensify, his plans to harvest lychees for sale would have to be postponed. He dashed back to his house through the rain, discovering the front door slightly ajar. His wife had left it open for him. Upon entering, he made a beeline for the bedroom. His wife and two daughters were fast asleep. Zhou Haiying lay on her side, her back facing the edge of the bed. Unable to resist, Chen Yefeng impulsively embraced her. Zhou Haiying stirred awake, regarding his inebriated state with disdain. How much have you drunk? You reek of alcohol. At your age, you should at least know to brush your teeth. It's revolting. Is it really that bad? Chen Yefeng asked, skeptical, as he sniffed his clothes and blew into his palm. I don't smell anything unusual. Not smell anything. I wager the mosquitoes in the entire room have been knocked out by your stench, she retorted. Honey, that's a bit exaggerated. Exaggerated? Can't you smell yourself? I can't smell anything. It's rather pleasant, actually. After eating the earth dragon meat, I feel invigorated. Go wash up. You smell awful. Wash where? Chen Yefeng cheerfully scampered off to freshen up, eager to avoid his wife's ire, scrubbing thoroughly for 2 or 3 rounds. Afterward, he took a deep breath to check his scent. I should be fine now, he mused, wiping his mouth with satisfaction before returning to the room. He approached the bedside. Dearest, my beloved, is it time now? He inquired sweetly. I have bathed and brushed my teeth, and I smell delightful. Don't you want to take a whiff? Zhou Haiying, still drowsy, replied, You still smell foul. Did you even wash? Chen Yefeng, disregarding her words, scooped her up and carried her toward the small bamboo bed. Of course I washed. I scrubbed thoroughly, 2 or 3 times. Even if there is a hint of odor, it is merely the scent of masculinity. Did you wash properly? Every time, huh? Before Zhou Haiying could voice her thoughts, Chen Yefeng silenced her with an unexpected kiss. Here, 20,000 words omitted. Phone. Didn't you say you were going to Shirkong Town to sell lychees? It's pouring rain now. Are you still going? In the early hours, Zhou Haiying rose and glanced outside, noticing the heavy rain. After a moment of hesitation, she approached the small bed, shaking Chen Yefeng gently as she called out his name. Really? It's pouring? Chen Yefeng, still groggy, peered out the window and was met with the sight of relentless rain. It was a deluge, even more intense than the day Yiping had sought money from her father. He pouted, thinking, with such torrential rain, who would sell lychees? Did you wake me just so I could get drenched? Zhou Haiying was momentarily at a loss for words. Why do you always behave this way? If I don't call you, you have something to say about it. If I do call you, you complain. Of course, you're my wife, Chen Yefeng grinned, rising and playfully pushing her back onto the bed. Creaking, the small bamboo bed protested under their weight. Zhou Haiying, well aware of his intentions, was taken aback. Again? After last night, aren't you tired? Tired? Not at all. I feel invigorated. The earthworm meat is truly remarkable. No wonder it's so expensive. I'll catch a few more next time and keep them all for ourselves, he chuckled. Just lie still. Let me take charge. Hearing his words, Zhou Haiying rolled her eyes but acquiesced to him. This time lasted even longer than before, leaving Zhou Haiying in a state of astonishment. Is the earthworm meat truly so nourishing? The night unfolded with revelry until dawn. Afterward, Chen Yefeng slept soundly, resembling a dead pig. Zhou Haiying, resigned, rose to wipe him down with a towel and freshen herself up. She then climbed into bed, embracing their two daughters, and swiftly drifted into slumber. When Chen Yefeng finally awoke again, the rain continued unabated, and the weather remained dreary. Has the heavens been pierced? Will it never cease? He mused as he dressed and stepped outside, gazing at the torrential rain. At that moment, he was the only one left awake in the household. His wife was busy mending fishing nets inside, and upon noticing his rise, she directed him to the woodshed for breakfast. She and the children had already eaten and saved some food for him. With a cheerful nod, Chen Yefeng braved the rain to reach the woodshed. Upon arrival, he found his mother soaking glutinous rice, preparing to make glutinous rice flour. This flour is essential for various traditional dishes such as dumplings and rice cakes, a staple in every household. In this era, glutinous rice flour was difficult to procure and quite expensive. Many in the countryside resorted to crafting it by hand. Later, they will take the soaked glutinous rice to a household with a stone mill to grind it into a rice slurry. Once the slurry is prepared, it will be filtered through a cloth to remove excess moisture, leaving behind a sediment resembling sweet potato flour. This residue is then shaped into small blocks, dried under the sun, and subsequently crushed to produce finely textured glutinous rice flour. This method of producing glutinous rice flour is referred to in later generations as the wet rice water milling technique. The locals tend to favor this method, as the resulting flour is soft, tender, and possesses a remarkably delicate texture. Chapter 57. Marbles. Chen Yefeng lifted the lid of an aluminum pot, revealing a meal prepared by his wife. Inside was a bowl of congee, a dish of stir-fried clams with scallions and ginger, and a small plate of salted dried fish. The clams, freshly gathered by Zhou Haiying from the seaside yesterday, were exceptionally delicious. Enhanced with scallions, ginger, and chili, they appeared particularly appetizing. The clams, scientifically known as the rainbow bright clam, are abundant and inexpensive along their coast. While few are inclined to collect them for sale, their flavor when cooked is undeniably delightful. The locals refer to stir-fried clams as gold that cannot be exchanged, a testament to their exquisite taste. Chen Yefeng happily set the meal before him, the enticing aroma making his mouth water. His mother glanced at him and said in a loud voice, "Since it's raining and you have no other tasks, you should accompany your father to Uncle Hu's house to grind the glutinous rice." "Mother, are we really making glutinous rice flour on a rainy day? Aren't you worried it won't dry and will mold?" Chen Yefeng suddenly found the meal in front of him less appealing. In these times without electric grinders, Uncle Hu's stone mill relied entirely on manual labor. The task of pushing the mill was arduous, particularly in such sweltering weather. His mother replied sternly, "Mold? Tomorrow the sun will shine. Even if it doesn't, drying such a small amount is not difficult." Although Chen Yefeng felt an inner resistance to this task, he obediently said, "All right, I will go to Uncle Hu's house after I finish my meal." His mother added, "No need to go so early. The rice has just finished soaking. Besides, your father isn't back yet. You should wait for him." Curiously, Chen Yefeng asked, "Where has my father gone?" His mother answered cheerfully, "Where else could he be? Naturally, he went to the commune to buy wine. You drank all his wine last night. You claimed you went to Shirkong town, but you didn't go, so he had to brave the rain himself." His father had a considerable fondness for wine, needing a little with each meal. Without it, he would feel quite unwell. Chen Yefeng sighed, "I can't be blamed for that. Who would have thought it would rain so heavily? With such downpours in the early morning, who would have the heart to pick lychees?" His mother replied, "All right. You always have a reason for everything. Just don't forget to go grind the rice slurry with your father later." She recognized her second son's sharp tongue and smooth talk. Sometimes, it was challenging to win against him without resorting to force. "Understood, enough with the nagging. I'm off to bring Rongrong. Call me if you need me later." With that, Chen Yefeng set down his bowl and chopsticks and returned to their room through the rain. Zhou Haiying was still on the porch mending fishing nets, due to the rain. Both of their daughters remained indoors, engaged in a game of marbles. Chen Rong, being quite young, was unaware of many rules, which frustrated her sister to the point of declaring that she no longer wished to play with her. Chen Yefeng chuckled and asked, "Xin, would you like your father to join you?" Surprised, Chen Xian replied, "Father, can you play?" Chen Yefeng nodded affirmatively, "Of course. Your old man has been playing since childhood. I was the marble prince of our village, quite the spectacle." Chen Xian was momentarily taken aback, quickly guarding her pocket filled with marbles, and warned, "If you're that good, I won't play with you. You'll win all my marbles." This clever girl, Chen Yefeng quickly reassured her, "Fear not, I am your father. Even if I win, all the marbles will belong to you." "Really?" Chen Xian's round, glimmering eyes sparkled like exquisite glass marbles, radiating innocent delight. "We can make a promise," Chen Yefeng vowed. Chen Xian beamed. "All right, let's make a promise. Pinky swear, for 100 years, it must not change." After sealing their promise, Chen Yefeng opened his palm towards his eldest daughter. "Then lend me 2 marbles as capital. I shall return them once I win." Chen Xian immediately shook her bag like a rattle drum. "That's not fair. You have no marbles. I won't play with you." Chen Yefeng exclaimed. "Didn't they say children are easily deceived? Why does it feel like this isn't working?" "Dad, here are my marbles." The younger daughter generously raised her tiny hand, offering her only 2 marbles to her father. "Well, at least one of my little cotton jackets is windproof." In his previous life, both daughters had married abroad. The eldest seldom contacted him, while the younger frequently sent messages and often remitted money. Chen Yefeng happily accepted the marbles from Rong Rong's small hand and turned to his eldest daughter. "Now that I have marbles, how shall we play?" In their region, marbles were also referred to as bozi with various gameplay styles. Chen Xian suggested, "Let's play Tiger's Den. I will dig a hole first." With that, Chen Xian dug a small hole nearby and drew a horizontal line. The rules were simple. Both players would use their marbles from the horizontal line as a starting point, aiming towards the hole. The one closest to the hole would go first. The player who successfully landed their marble in the hole would become the tiger and could consume the opponent's marbles, thereby winning the game. The duo, one large and one small, engaged in the game of marbles with great joy, and time slipped away unnoticed. Before they knew it, the rain outside had ceased, and the sky suddenly cleared. After the rain, the sky appeared as if freshly washed, a brilliant blue akin to a sapphire. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing the earth, while the moist air was infused with the fragrance of damp soil and fresh grass. It seemed that Chen's father had timed his return, shortly after the skies cleared. He arrived home. As soon as he entered, his wife called out to him, "A phone, your father is back. Hurry and grind the rice." How embarrassing it was for a grown man to play marbles like a child. Chen Yefeng replied with a smile, "What is embarrassing about it? I played because there was nothing else to do in the rain." With a cheerful demeanor, Chen Yefeng rose, his hands now cradling the marbles, and casually placed them in his pocket. He gave them a little shake. The sound of marbles clinking brought back a flood of childhood memories. Chen Xian, "Father, what are you doing? Why have you stuffed all the marbles into your pocket? Did we not agree that you would return them to me? Did I ever say that? You never lent me any marbles. These are all my winnings." "Oh, how unfair of you, father. You promised to return them all, yet here you are, refusing." Seeing her father act so shamelessly, the girl wiped her tears and began to roll on the ground. Zhou Haiyin glared at Chen Yefeng. "Are you still a child? Why provoke her to tears? Now her clothes are dirty. You will have to help her clean them." Chen's mother chimed in with reproach. "Your father is waiting. Hurry and return the marbles to her before he scolds you." Reluctantly, Chen Yefeng emptied his pockets of the marbles and returned them to his daughter. Chen Xian got up, took the marbles, and immediately ceased her crying. She carefully counted the marbles in her hands. "Father, have you taken all the marbles out of your pocket? Why do I feel like there aren't enough?" Chen Yefeng felt utterly numb, as if he had fallen victim to a scam. Chapter 58. The white moonlight of a past life. Chen Yefeng walked with his father, carrying the soaked glutinous rice, towards Grandpa Hu's home. Among the nearby households, only theirs possessed a stone mill. "Father, why are you bringing a jug of wine to mill the rice paste?" Chen Yefeng's gaze fell on the jug his father carried. His father snorted dismissively, "Mind your own business." Chen Yefeng thought to himself, this old man is genuinely angry. He had intended to ask how much the wine cost him today, planning to cover it himself. But it seemed unnecessary now. He would simply buy a barrel of wine for him directly in Shikong town. The father and son exchanged few words on their way and eventually arrived at Grandpa Hu's house. Why are there so many people? Upon entering the courtyard of Grandpa Hu's home, they were met with a long line of villagers waiting for the stone mill, and Chen Yefeng immediately felt disheartened. His father instructed him to wait in line while he took the jug to find Grandpa Hu for a drink. Grandpa Hu was a kind-hearted man. He never charged for the use of his stone mill, even refusing money offered by others. Chen Yefeng's father was similarly disinclined to take advantage of others. Each time he visited, he would bring some wine, and they would enjoy each other's company over drinks and conversation. Grandpa Hu's courtyard was indeed remarkably spacious. His house, built in the traditional brick and tile style, appeared both new and sturdy, standing in stark contrast to the dilapidated stone houses surrounding it. Speaking of Grandpa Hu's family, many poignant stories unfolded in the past life. At that time, Grandpa Hu, in a bid to provide his son with better opportunities, made the heart-wrenching decision to sell the family's ancestral home. With the proceeds, he desperately sought ways to help his son illegally immigrate to an island nation to work under the table. However, things did not unfold as Grandpa had hoped. His son faced immense hardships in that foreign land. Devoid of legal status, he could only engage in backbreaking labor for meager wages. Rising early and toiling late, he still struggled to make ends meet. Moreover, he lived in constant fear of being discovered by local authorities and deported back home. In contrast, the family that purchased the house from Old has indeed experienced a stroke of extraordinary fortune. During the early 2000s, this quaint seaside fishing village underwent a significant demolition project. The family acquired Old ancestral home, thereby receiving a substantial compensation for the demolition. Consequently, they transformed into envied, affluent individuals, leading a life of abundance and comfort. Observing Old's grand old residence, Chen Yefeng felt a flicker of desire. Should Old's family decide to sell the house, he contemplated the possibility of purchasing it if he were financially capable. Ah, look, that cunning vixen has actually ventured out today. Who knows what mischief she is plotting this time? Perhaps she is scheming to entangle herself with some dubious men. Indeed, I have long heard tales of this woman's notorious reputation. It is said she spends her days flaunting her charms, attracting unwelcome attention, and is nothing short of an unashamed temptress. Everyone must keep a close eye on their men, lest she ensnare them. As Chen Yefeng became lost in thought, whispers began to ripple through the crowd, growing louder like an advancing tide. The townsfolk exchanged furtive glances, conversing in hushed tones, while occasionally stealing glances toward a particular direction. Some men even cast greedy eyes upon the woman's alluring figure, nearly drooling with desire. When Wang Zhilan came into view, Chen Yefeng's gaze momentarily faltered, though he quickly regained his composure. Wang Zhilan was indeed breathtaking, her delicate features seemingly sculpted to perfection, her skin as fair as snow, smooth and porcelain-like, appearing almost ethereal. Her physique was equally impressive. Even after bearing 2 children, she retained an alluring figure that was simply irresistible. It was no wonder that the men of the village were captivated by her. She was, after all, the cherished dream of many, including Chen Yefeng himself. In his previous life, he toiled diligently to provide for his family, only to be cast out in the end. Now, having been reborn and confronted once more with this woman, Chen Yefeng was left with an overwhelming sense of regret. Although he found Wang Zhilan's youthful beauty striking, he couldn't help but feel that it paled in comparison to his own wife's allure. His wife possessed a charm that grew more enchanting with time. If Zhou Haiying were to learn the art of elegance, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty as well. Xiaolan is here. Come over here. I'm holding your place in line. A voice suddenly called from a short distance behind Chen Yefeng. Turning toward the sound, he saw a medium-built man with a dark complexion waving in his direction. This man was Lin, whose real name was Wang Jianlin. Lin and Chen Yefeng shared a cordial relationship. They were not only elementary school classmates, but had also been part of the same circle of friends, often gathering together for playful escapades. Later on, for reasons unknown, Lin gradually began to experience a sense of distance from the others, and the intimacy that once existed between them faded, leading them to drift further apart. To his surprise, Lin found himself not far behind them, uncertain whether he had been noticed. Although he had not been in the village during those years, he had heard many stories about Lin. During the time he was absent, Lin had been ardently devoted to the village beauty, Wang Zhilan. With her husband incapacitated and unable to work, Lin selflessly attended to their household, tirelessly laboring to support the entire family. Despite his unwavering efforts, the village beauty ultimately found an excuse to reject him. This left Lin deeply disheartened, and he retreated to work in Yudong, never to be heard from again. Upon seeing Lin, Chen Yefeng felt as if he were gazing into a mirror, beholding a reflection of his past self. Lin, what are you doing? Why are you allowing her to cut in line? Others protested. Indeed, we have been waiting here for so long, and she just arrived. The discontent among the crowd was palpable. What nonsense. I am standing here to reserve a spot for Xiaolan. Lin merely scoffed, indifferent to the disdainful glances cast in his direction. Thank you, Lin, I truly appreciate your effort. Wang Zhilan smiled alluringly at him. It's nothing. It is my duty, he replied, feeling a surge of warmth wash over him. In that moment, he felt that any sacrifice he made was worth it. Wang Zhilan glanced ahead toward Chen Yefeng's position and said, Lin, you and Feng are not friends anymore. Could you ask him to switch places with me? His spot is closer to the front, and I want to return home early to prepare dinner for Dinyo and Hu are still there. Lin immediately felt a bit troubled. Actually, I'm not very close with Feng anymore, but he quickly changed his tune. Rest assured, I will handle it. Yefeng and I are still brothers. With that, the devoted admirer approached Chen Yefeng directly. Ahem, Yefeng, I need to discuss something with you. He grasped Chen Yefeng's arm. Chen Yefeng shrugged him off. Speak your mind without pulling at me. I'm still in line, and it's almost my turn. In a hushed tone, Lin said, Yefeng, here is the situation. Wang Zhilan would like to switch places with you. Could you do me this favor? It's not that big of a difference, just a simple switch. Why should I trade with her? If you want to be a sycophant, don't drag me into it. Chen Yefeng retorted sharply. I've been waiting here for ages, and with just a few words, you expect me to step aside? Confused by the term sycophant, Lin, sensing Chen Yefeng's refusal, grew anxious. Why are you being like this? Xiaolan is just a frail woman trying to care for her family. It's already difficult for her. She wants to return home early to look after her 2 children. How can you lack any sympathy? Chen Yefeng was nearly amused to the point of exasperation. Just because she finds it difficult, I should find it easy? She wishes to return home to care for her children. Does that imply I do not have similar obligations? I have 2 daughters at home. In a previous life, he likely would have relinquished his position immediately, dutifully circling around Wang Zhilan, the village belle. However, this life was markedly different. He had long since discerned Wang Zhilan's true nature. While she presented herself as pure and sweet, behind the facade lay a woman of loose morals, known to have illicit relations with his father-in-law. He felt a pang of regret for his past self. It was disheartening to realize that a single meal could have secured him the pleasures he foolishly squandered over several years. Lin, feeling a twinge of irritation, remarked, Yefeng, what do you mean by that? The village beauty wishes to exchange positions with you. That is an honor you should appreciate. Chen Yefeng shot him an exasperated glare. What kind of tone is that when speaking to your father? Lin fancied himself a warm-hearted individual. Yet he remained oblivious to the animosity brewing beneath the surface. Chen Yefeng had no intention of swapping places, and Lin's sarcastic tone only fueled his frustration. Lin's expression stiffened as he retorted coldly, What did you say? Have the audacity to repeat that. He felt compelled to execute Wang Zhilan's wishes as if they were a royal decree. Angered by Chen Yefeng's refusal to comply, Lin's humiliation morphed into rage. He had hoped to impress the village beauty, yet Chen Yefeng's lack of cooperation thwarted his plans. What is wrong with repeating it? If you cannot converse properly, then do not speak at all. Chen Yefeng was unperturbed. The 2 had long ceased to be friends, and he felt no need for civility. How dare you act so entitled? I have long found you insufferable and have been itching to confront you. Lin, unable to contain his fury, swung his fist at Chen Yefeng's face. Ouch! What the hell? You dare strike me, you oversized sweet potato. The unspoken grievances finally erupted. Damn it! If I do not finish you today, how dare you mar my handsome visage? After being struck, Chen Yefeng felt a sharp sting and was instantly consumed by rage. Without a second thought, he charged at Lin, and the 2 were soon entangled in a fierce struggle. How did it come to this? They were just conversing moments ago. Onlookers were baffled as the 2 former friends clashed. What are you all just standing there for? Hurry and separate them. After much coaxing and pulling, the 2 were finally pried apart. Yet their verbal altercations continued unabated, each hurling insults at the other with no sign of retreat. You dare lay a hand on me? I will take down your entire family. You fool, have you not had enough? Still spewing nonsense. Neither was willing to concede, their exchanges growing increasingly vulgar. Had it not been for the intervention of others, they would have surely resumed their brawl. Enough. Each of you should tone it down. Step back. You were once good brothers. Is there not a better way to resolve this? Just moments ago, everything was fine. Yet the arrival of that vixen turned the tide. Truly, the saying about beautiful women being a source of calamity held merit. The woman possesses an unfortunate fate, bringing misfortune not only to her parents but also to her husband, leading to his current state. Henceforth, we shall keep our distance from her. For she is a harbinger of calamity. Whoever crosses her path is destined for misfortune. A few gossiping women nearby whispered among themselves, opining that had it not been for Wang Zhilan, the vixen, Ailing and Yefeng would never have quarreled. They were once good brothers, bound by loyalty. Someone called out, Yefeng, it's your turn to grind. Don't waste everyone's time. Mr. Chen hurried over, admonishing, at your age, how can you still engage in brawls? Chen Yefeng feigned innocence. Father, you cannot blame me. It was that unfortunate lad who struck first. I was merely defending myself. What defense? You're just working now. So many are waiting to use the grinder. Hearing his second son's elaborate excuse, Mr. Chen could only roll his eyes. Did you sustain any injuries? Of course not. That little scoundrel could never harm me, Chen Yefeng replied, touching his wounded face and trying to appear nonchalant. Had I not been careless, he wouldn't have landed a hit. Mr. Chen scoffed. Since you're unscathed, You can push the grinder while I add the ingredients. Chen Yefeng retorted. This stone mill isn't powered by electricity. It requires 2 people to operate. One pushes the grinding rod while the other feeds the ingredients. Grinding is indeed a laborious task, testing one's physical endurance. Chen Yefeng mistakenly believed his father was concerned about him, feeling momentarily touched. The father and son worked together to grind the glutinous rice into a paste, and Chen Yefeng was soon drenched in sweat, his arms aching from the repetitive motion. Mr. Chen shook his head in disapproval. How could his young son be so weak? After only a short while of grinding, he was already complaining of fatigue. In his youth, he would never have uttered such words, even after rowing all day. Chen Yefeng had never engaged in heavy labor before, having relied on his wife to support him, akin to a good-for-nothing. Eventually, they switched roles and managed to finish the task. As they departed, the village beauty, Wang Zhilan, gazed thoughtfully at Chen Yefeng's retreating figure. She lowered her head slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of hesitation. With her lips pressed together, she gently bit her lower lip, seemingly restraining her inner emotions. The next day, the morning dawned without rain. Hey Feng, rise and shine. Didn't you say you'd go to Shirkong town to sell lychees? Just getting up. Give me 1 more minute. You said that just now. Hurry up. Don't keep Air Pao and AG waiting too long. Understood. Oh dear, I forgot about my injured face. Does it still hurt? Should I boil an egg for you to apply? No need. I'm fine. Too lazy to fuss over it. I'll get up first. The time is still early. You can sleep a bit longer. I'll have to get up soon to prepare breakfast. At your age, how can you still be fighting, leaving your face all bruised? Chen Yefeng was ready to head to Air Pao's house after washing up, accustomed to his wife's nagging, allowing her words to flow in one ear and out the other. Alin, that scoundrel, resorts to underhanded tactics against himself and yet does not permit a counterattack? Regardless, the adversary is far more wounded than he is. Chen Yefeng strolled over to Erpang's residence, only to discover that the lychees had nearly all been harvested, rendering his assistance unnecessary. How swiftly they have been collected. What haste is this? It is merely that you arrived too late. Even Lao Wu had come before you. You truly have no shame. Aji had already arrived, perched in the tree, assisting in the lychee gathering. Uncle Chun Wu had also arrived earlier, collaborating with Erpang to load the lychees onto the tractor. The harvested lychees were packed into baskets, amounting to at least 200 or 300 pounds. Erpang's father and sister, Depang, were also lending a hand. It was rare for that rascal to suddenly become industrious, clamoring to gather lychees for sale, and they were all actively cooperating. Chen Yefeng, being a diligent individual, did not remain idle upon his arrival. While aiding in the packing of the lychees, Erpang's gaze fell upon his face, and he suddenly exclaimed, "What the hell? Did Alin send that brat to strike you? What good is your height if you cannot even best that shorty Alin? It is truly embarrassing." Chen Yefeng scoffed in response. That scoundrel Alin resorts to treachery, launching a sneak attack. Otherwise, with his stubby build, how could he even approach me? Stop boasting. If you're weak, admit it. We won't mock you, Erpang retorted. Aji, still perched in the tree, could not resist interjecting. Mind yourself up there. Don't fall down and end up like Chen Peng, incapacitated and unable to do anything. Watching Aji in the tree, Chen Yefeng felt a pang of concern, fearing that this lad might inadvertently tumble down. The branches of the lychee tree were quite fragile, and given the height of this old tree, a fall would not be a trivial matter. Can Chen Peng truly do nothing? Is that what he said? Or did the village beauty tell you that? Aji, while picking lychees, wore a wicked grin. Chen Peng was the husband of Wang Zhilan, the village beauty, who had been paralyzed for several years following an accident. He and Chen Yefeng were not far removed relatives, as their grandfathers were brothers. You flamboyant fool, Chen Yefeng began. But before he could finish, he started to fidget and scratch himself in a frenzy. Erpang looked bewildered. Afong, what is the matter? Have you been possessed? Chen Yefeng swiftly shook off his short shirt, and this scene left everyone momentarily dumbfounded. What nonsense is this? Why is he dancing as if shedding his clothes? What on earth? Is there some insect that has landed on me? He exclaimed. Erpang, come here and check if there is anything on me. Erpang approached, his gaze wandering over Chen Yefeng. Where are your eyes wandering? I'm not looking for insects. After searching, Erpang found no insects. Perhaps you are just still half asleep and misinterpreted something? You are the one who hasn't woken up. I am absolutely certain I saw a shadow dart onto my back. Chen Yefeng insisted. It seemed to have burrowed into my neck, which is why I panicked and removed my shirt. Furthermore, I can still detect a strange odor. A foam. There's an insect on your backside. It seems to be a fart bug. Erpang could not find any insects, but his sister, Depang, spotted him instead. Depang's sharp eyes immediately caught sight of something. How remarkably pale. It was indeed a rarity to encounter someone with such fair skin by the seaside, resembling a freshly boiled chicken. Yefeng swallowed discreetly, feeling a twinge of envy. Chen Yefeng felt a chill run down his spine and hastily donned the short shirt he had removed. At that moment, the insect that Pang had squashed on the ground began to crawl a bit before, with a sudden flap, it ascended to a lychee tree. This insect, commonly known as the dung beetle, has a small head and a slightly triangular thorax, adorned with 2 pairs of wings on its back. When provoked, its scent glands emit a foul odor that is sharply pungent. Chen Yefeng let out a sigh of relief, realizing it was merely a dung beetle. He had feared it was a blister beetle, which can be lethal. The toxicity of the blister beetle is akin to that of sulfuric acid. Upon contact with human skin, it can cause severe burn-like lesions. Uncle Chen Wushu, still shaken, recounted, "If it had been a blister beetle, one should not swat it. Last year, your grandmother nearly perished after swatting one on her neck." Pang shouted up at the tree, "Have you picked enough? It's getting late. Aji, come down and wash your face. We need to head to Shikong town." "All right, I'll be down after finishing this branch," Aji responded, then exaggeratedly spat a few times. "Ugh, how can there be so many dung beetles? It's utterly foul." After Aji finished plucking the last branch of lychees, he descended from the tree. Once he washed his face and all the lychees were loaded onto the vehicle, they awaited Aji, the seasoned driver. The seasoned driver pulled out a long lever, feeling for the opening, and inserted it. He then began to vigorously pump. With a deafening roar, Chen Yefeng, Pang, and Uncle Wushu climbed into the truck. The tractor slowly started up and made its way along the dirt road towards Shikong town. After about 20 minutes, Aji navigated the tractor into Shikong town. "Aji, drive over to the agricultural market. There will be plenty of people there," Chen Yefeng called out. "A few days ago, when I came here, I marked the best spots to find crowds. When selling, one must choose places with high foot traffic." Hearing his shout, Aji nodded and drove the tractor over. "Make way, the vehicle is coming through. Please let us pass," he called out. The agricultural market was already bustling with activity, with stalls lining both sides of the road, selling a myriad of goods. The atmosphere was lively and vibrant. Chen Yefeng and his companions found a vacant spot and swiftly unloaded the lychees from the vehicle. "What are you little comrades carrying?" A middle-aged woman, carrying a basket, approached them with curiosity and began to inquire. "Lychees, sister. We're selling lychees, freshly picked this morning. Would you like to buy some?" Chen Yefeng assessed the woman before him. She was fashionably dressed, in her 40s, wearing a light pink polyester shirt with a small collar and slightly fitted cuffs, exuding a sense of sharpness and elegance. The lower half is adorned with a pair of deep blue flared trousers, elegantly widening from the knee downwards. On her feet rest a pair of black strappy high heels. Her attire exudes a strong sense of contemporary style, suggesting she hails from a well-off background. The freshness of her appearance piques curiosity, though one wonders about her sweetness. "Is it sweet?" the woman hesitantly inquires. "Sweet, indeed sweet, sweeter than first love. You may taste it before purchasing," Chen Yefeng replies with a sweetness akin to honey. "Can I sample it?" The woman, slightly taken aback, displays a hint of surprise. It seems that people of this era retain a certain innocence, not thinking of taking advantage of others, and the notion of sampling before buying is foreign to them. Chen Yefeng adds with a smile, "Of course. These are from trees grown in my family's garden. Feel free to try. If it's not to your liking, I won't take your money." The woman chuckles. "You, young man, truly excel at business." She promptly peels a lychee and places it in her mouth, and upon chewing, the juice bursts forth. It is abundantly juicy and remarkably sweet. Fruits of this era seldom bear chemicals, their flavors naturally delightful. Quite good, very sweet. How much do you sell these lychees for?" Chen Yefeng responds, $2.50 per pound. She had previously inquired about lychee prices, noting they ranged from 20 to 30 cents per pound. Although prices may fluctuate, just a few days have passed, so the difference should be negligible. The woman finds no fault in the pricing and nods. "Then I'll take 20 pounds, please." "Excellent." Chen Yefeng beams with joy, pleasantly surprised by this auspicious start upon arriving. He quickly calls over Pang and the others to weigh the fruit, leaving the financial matters to them, as his sole responsibility is to assist in selling. Before long, Pang and the others have completed the weighing. 20 pounds, and look, it's actually 2 ounces more, totaling 5 yuan. They used an old-fashioned wooden beam scale, complete with weights and a scale rod, a rarity among the younger generation of the future. The woman readily pays the amount and then asks Chen Yefeng, "Young man, could you help me deliver these lychees to the Lele tea house up ahead? I have a few matters to attend to. It's not far, just a few hundred meters ahead. You'll see it at the intersection," she explains. Chen Yefeng promptly replies, "No problem. We have plenty of people here today. I'd be glad to help deliver them. The woman beams. Thank you so much. Chen Yefeng humbly responds, what is there to thank? It's our duty. After she departs, Pang mutters, I'll phone. Are you really going to deliver them? Chen Yefeng nods. Of course. She is buying so much. Would it be reasonable to expect a woman to carry it all back? Customers are akin to deities, you know? I'll phone. What does deity mean? Uncle Chun Wu asks, his face filled with confusion. It is the first time he has encountered such a term, and it seems peculiar. Not only Uncle Chen Wu, but even Pang, and is also appear baffled. What on earth is going on? Why does he keep using obscure words? Is he preparing for an examination? Chen Yefeng casually explained that God represents the divine in the West, akin to the three goddesses in our culture. By likening customers to God, he emphasized the necessity of treating patrons with the utmost reverence and respect. Aji chuckled, remarking that Yefeng possessed a higher level of awareness, as he had seen numerous places displaying signs that read no insulting or assaulting customers. Chen Yefeng, momentarily at a loss for words, could only attribute this to the peculiarities of the modern age. By the way, Pao, could you please head over to the market management office to settle the stall fee? And Aji, you must find a place to park your tractor. It's certainly not allowed here. Chen Yefeng, carrying the lychees, prepared to leave, but not before offering a few final words of advice. After saying this, he followed the direction indicated by a woman. She mentioned it was a few hundred meters away, yet he saw nothing. Wasn't it supposed to be at the intersection? As he walked, searching the surroundings, he finally spotted the sign for Lulu Rong Guan after crossing the intersection. The name was inscribed in an old-fashioned script. Alas, without a bit of culture, he truly would not have recognized it. The sign was modest in size, suggesting it belonged to a family-run building, with the first and second floors dedicated to business. The locals had a habit of enjoying morning and afternoon teas, thus there were tea houses in the town. Undeterred, Chen Yefeng entered with his items in hand. He approached a person and said, Hello, comrade. I am here to deliver goods. The individual glanced at Chen Yefeng and called upstairs, Brother Dehui, there's a delivery for you. He instructed Chen Yefeng to wait a moment, and shortly after, a tall, slender middle-aged man descended the stairs. The man's sharp gaze gave Chen Yefeng a sense of familiarity. Had they met before? He could not recall at that moment. Brother Dehui glanced at him and inquired, What are you delivering? Chen Yefeng replied, Oh, a lady at our place purchased 20 pounds of lychees, and she asked me to bring them over. Ah, that is my sister. You can just place the items here. Brother Dehui nodded. Scanning the snakeskin bag Chen Yefeng carried. Has the payment been made? If not, I can take care of it. Chen Yefeng smiled. The lady paid in advance. Since the goods are delivered, I shall take my leave. He intended to return to the agricultural market, but paused at the door and turned back. Brother Dehui, puzzled, asked, Comrade, is there anything else you need? Chen Yefeng, rubbing his hands in embarrassment, said, Well, I am a fisherman from the seaside, and I was wondering if you accept seafood here? Initially, he meant to leave, but the thought of this rare opportunity spurred him to return and inquire, hoping to promote himself. As a humble fisherman from the countryside, with no connections or background, he found himself at a disadvantage. Even if he caught valuable goods like the butter crabs last time, he had no place to sell them. Resorting instead to selling to second-hand dealers who undoubtedly took their cut, his hope was to eliminate the middleman in the future, enabling him to earn a greater share of the profits should he catch something of worth. Gather around. We purchase seafood daily here. What fine goods do you have at the moment? Dehui glanced at him, astonished that such a handsome man was a fisherman. Chen Yefeng quickly responded, Currently, we have none. However, we often go to the sea and manage to catch splendid items. Just the other day, I caught 2 butter crabs. Dehui exclaimed, Butter crabs are indeed a treasure. If only you had delivered them earlier. A prominent businessman from Yanqing specifically requested butter crabs, and we searched high and low in Shikong, but found none. Chapter 62. Lychee, I adore you. Chen Yefeng slapped his thigh, lamenting, If only I had met you sooner. Such fine delicacies are rare and cannot be caught at any time. Dehui chuckled, It's never too late to meet now. In the future, if you have good goods, feel free to inquire whether we are interested. We have a phone here. If it's difficult for you to come, just give us a call. Thank you so much. So, it's settled then. May I ask how to address you? My name is Huang Qinghui, but everyone calls me Dehui. Then I shall call you Brother Dehui. My name is Chen Yefeng. You can call me a phone. Very well, I must get back to work. A phone. I look forward to our future collaboration. After concluding their conversation, Chen Yefeng went to the cashier to find paper and pen, jotting down the landline number of Lele Tea House. He tucked it into his pocket, ensuring it was secure, before returning to the agricultural market. A phone, you're back. Here, have a big bun. It's still warm. As soon as Chen Yefeng returned to his stall, Uncle Chun handed him a large bun. It was round and hefty, though not as white as those from later times. Yet, It was incredibly delicious and had a delightful chewiness, becoming increasingly fragrant with each bite. His stomach, having rumbled from skipping breakfast, eagerly welcomed the treat. He took a hearty bite. Delicious. It's filled with char siu, sweet and savory. Since watching a film starring Anthony Wong, he had lost his fondness for char siu buns. But hunger dulled his preferences. After finishing one sizable char siu bun, Chen Yefeng felt quite content. Uncle Wu treats you well. I bought the buns. And this big oaf hurriedly took two for himself, claiming he wanted to save one for you, worried you might miss out. He even wrapped it in newspaper to keep it warm, Fatty remarked with a hint of envy. He patted his belly and grinned. Not bad at all. Pang. How much did you pay for each bun? Pang teased. What? Are you offering me money? Chen Yefeng scoffed. Not a chance. Then what are you asking for? Just curious. They cost 10 cents each, and I think the taste is decent, though there's a bit too little fatty meat, mostly lean. It leaves one wanting more. Pang replied, taking a large bite of his bun. With a single bite, he devoured half the bun. 10 cents each? That's remarkably cheap. Chen Yefeng was taken aback. If there were any left when he returned home, he could bring a few for his family. Aji, having finished his bun, wiped the corners of his mouth. It's all right, not overly cheap, considering a bowl of beef noodles costs 80 cents. Beef is indeed pricier than pork. Currently, beef is selling at around 1 yuan and 80 cents per jin, while pork costs merely half that amount. Upon hearing Aji's remark, Chen Yefeng refrained from disputing it. Is flour free of charge? Nowadays, white flour is rather difficult to procure. The crucial point is, do they not seek to earn a living wage? Kneading dough, rolling skins, and preparing fillings all require labor. Those in the culinary business merely earn a modest living. Only those who engage in it truly comprehend the effort involved. After savoring a char siu bun, Uncle Chun Wu licked his lips with lingering delight and curiously inquired, Feng, why did it take you so long to deliver the lychees? Chen Yefeng chuckled. I was just negotiating a business deal. We must strive to earn well in the future. Owing to the debts from his previous life to Uncle Wu, if he were to thrive in this life, he would undoubtedly bring him along. Otherwise, given his intellect, it would be a challenge for him to sustain himself. Feng, you aren't boasting, are you? Inquired Aji. In Shikong Town, I know more people than you do. My father at least works in the pork shop at the meat processing plant. What business could you possibly discuss? It was evident that both Aji and Pang harbored doubts. Chen Yefeng, uninterested in their skepticism, redirected the conversation. I've been away for quite some time. How much have you sold? Pang responded. We've sold about 4 to 5 jeans. Only that little? This is unacceptable. If people leave, we won't sell anything at all. The agricultural market tends to be bustling in the morning, but as noon approaches and the sun rises high, the crowd dwindles. What can we do? We stand here to sell, but people merely glance and walk away, Aji lamented. Having never sold anything before, they were at a loss for how to attract customers. One cannot simply sit idly and wait for patrons. They must actively entice them for business to thrive. Unlike them, Chen Yefeng had engaged in minor trades in his past life and possessed more worldly experience than all three of them combined. With that, Chen Yefeng cleared his throat and began to call out to potential customers. Fresh lychees. Beautiful lychees. Don't miss out. Lychee, thin skin, thick flesh. Juicy and sweet. If it's not sweet, it's on the house. One bite of lychee, a mouthful of sweetness. Come and savor the taste of summer. Lychee red, lychee sweet. Lychee delicious and fresh, beloved by young and old alike. Lychee, I adore you, just as a mouse loves rice. I shall devour you bite by bite. Fearless of embarrassment, Chen Yefeng shouted with gusto. Soon, many were drawn in by his voice, casting curious glances his way. Oh, it turns out he is selling lychees. I thought they were performing breakdancing. What is the chant about a mouse loving rice? It sounds quite unique. Let us go take a look. My child has been clamoring for lychees. Before long, their once quiet stall had gathered quite a crowd, buzzing with activity. In an era devoid of complex commercial strategies, Chen Yefeng's simple calls were sufficient to attract the masses. Comrade, how much are these lychees? Are these lychees sweet? Are they fresh? Are they good to eat? Upon witnessing the fresh lychees nestled in the basket, a cacophony of voices erupted, rendering the scene quite chaotic. Chen Yefeng immediately raised his voice, proclaiming, these lychees are fresh. All picked this very morning. Just look at the dew that has yet to dry. They are sweet, undeniably sweet. If they aren't, you won't owe a penny. We offer lychees at 0.25 yuan per jin, while some sell for 0.30 yuan. However, ours are from our own trees, so a few cents less is inconsequential. Those wishing to purchase should act swiftly. Once this village is passed, this shop will be no more. Please, do not push. Be cautious, lest someone abscond with your spouse and wallet. As the crowd around the stall grew, Chen Yefeng became somewhat flustered. hastily enlisting the help of Pang, Azai, and Uncle Wu to attend to the customers. Pang and the others had never encountered such a scene. Upon hearing Chen Yefeng's shouts, they could only muster their courage and dive in. Fortunately, being vigorous youth, they moved with remarkable agility. Some weighed the goods while others collected payments, each one working up a sweat. Within mere minutes, a significant portion of the several hundred gene picked had been sold, with customers arriving steadily. It was merely a matter of time before the remaining lychees were gone. Chapter 63. The Blabbermouth Awakens. This money-making endeavor is astonishingly effortless. I can hardly keep up with the cash flow. Alas, my family's lychees have all been harvested. Otherwise, I could bring more to sell. Azai exclaimed. Why don't we venture into business? It's far more lucrative than fishing. Azai and Pang excitedly counted the money, feeling as though wealth was flowing in at an unprecedented pace, a sight they had never witnessed before. Even Uncle Wu grinned broadly, exclaiming that engaging in business was far more profitable than fishing, contemplating a shift in direction for Chen Yefeng. However, the harsh realities of life often strike swiftly. Just as they believed they would smoothly sell off all the lychees and reap their rewards, a group of ruffians appeared in the market, heading straight for them. The sight of these individuals immediately set Chen Yefeng and his companions on high alert, particularly Pang. With all the lychee earnings tucked in his pocket, he felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, instinctively clutching his pocket in fear of being robbed. Leading the group was a scruffy-looking thug, whose very appearance suggested nefarious intent. Known in the underworld as Blabbermouth, he was a notorious ruffian in Shirkong town, commanding a gang of several underlings. Given the notoriety of such a figure, Chen Yefeng and his friends were well aware of his reputation. They had once dabbled in the same lifestyle, albeit on a much smaller scale, confined to their village without any real comparison. As the ruffians approached, those gathered to buy lychees scattered like startled birds. Even the vendors at nearby stalls retreated to a safe distance, wary of being caught in the crossfire. Blabbermouth and his crew arrived before Chen Yefeng. A broad smile plastered across his face. Brothers, business seems to be thriving. You've earned quite a bit today, haven't you? What do you mean, Blabbermouth? We haven't wronged you in any way, Chen Yefeng replied, maintaining his composure. Blabbermouth shook his head. Brother, you know who I am, don't you? That is splendid. Do not misunderstand us. We come without malice, merely to collect a stall fee. Chen Yefeng paused, glancing at Pang. Fatty, did you not say the stall fee had been paid? Pang looked bewildered. I did pay it, personally delivering it to the market management office. Chen Yefeng forced a smile. Laba Gu, you heard him. We have already settled the stall fee. Is there perhaps some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding my foot. What you paid was for the market management office. You haven't settled your dues with Laba Gu yet. A rough-looking thug interjected harshly. Laba shot him a glare. Paigu, be courteous. We are here to collect the stall fee, not to brawl. Aji couldn't hold back. How much do you intend to collect? Paigu pondered. 1 yuan. Given how well you were doing earlier, you must have made quite a bit. 1 yuan? Are you kidding? Why don't you just rob us? Aji seethed, trembling with rage at their audacity to demand such a fee. Chen Yefeng frowned. 1 yuan is simply excessive. Could we negotiate a lower amount? Laba's expression darkened. Too much? 1 yuan is hardly steep. Are you out of your mind? I saw your business earlier. It was the best in the market. If you don't pay today, no one leaves. Upon hearing this, Uncle Chen stood firm like an iron tower. Chen Yefeng and Aji each retrieved a pole from their nearby stall. Though they were from a small place, they were not afraid of a fight. Why should they be bullied? The market management had already collected their dues. Why should these thugs demand more? Others were collecting 20 cents. They wanted a whole yuan. You want to fight, do you? Let's see whose fists are stronger. At Laba's command, the thugs brandished their weapons, sticks, steel pipes, and even knives. Pang grew anxious. Alphonse, perhaps we should just give them the yuan. It's not worth the trouble. Though Pang followed Chen Yefeng, he was particularly timid and never engaged in fights, always keeping his distance during altercations. Now, seeing the weapons drawn, he felt a surge of fear. Police. Over there, a group of thugs is openly robbing people, and a fight is about to break out. Hurry. A woman approached, accompanied by several officers clad in olive green uniforms, pointing towards the commotion. Laba Gu, the police are here. What do we do? Paiga tugged nervously at his leader. What else can we do? Retreat. Laba, the ruffian leader, was also afraid of the officers. The atmosphere had grown tense with reports of intensified crackdowns and numerous arrests. They felt like grasshoppers in autumn, anxious and uncertain. Wait here, and don't let Shirkong see you. With that, the group of thugs scattered like birds fleeing from a storm. Wait, not a chance. I'll make sure you regret this. Chen Yefeng raised his pole in anger. A bunch of autumn grasshoppers. Let's see how long you can keep jumping. No one knew better than him the resolve of this nation. This crackdown was serious and far-reaching. It is said that over 1 million individuals have been apprehended, including a considerable number of high-ranking officials' offspring who faced execution. I thought it was quite formidable. Yet when the big hats arrived, they scurried away like frightened mice. The portly fellow clapped in delight. As I jested, Depang, were you so terrified just now that you nearly lost control? Let me check. Depang retorted angrily, get lost. You must be the one who was scared. I merely refused to engage in a brawl over a trivial sum of money, which is hardly worth the trouble. Uncle Chen Wu scoffed. You need to own up to your cowardice. You have always been timid. Why fear them? Just confront them. After all, we all have 2 legs and 2 arms. Can't we stand our ground? Depang cast a glance at the simpleton, drooping his head in silence. What are you doing? Why are you still holding those weapons? What transpired earlier? A few officials approached, gazing sternly at Chen Yefeng and Azai, reprimanding them. Quickly put away those tools. The police have arrived, and we now have protection. Chen Yefeng blinked and exchanged a look with Azai. Azai promptly stowed away the tool, feigning distress. Thank goodness you arrived, officers. Those ruffians attempted to rob us, brandishing knives. We only picked up the tool to defend ourselves. Depang squeezed out a few tears. We are law-abiding citizens. This morning, we toiled to gather some lychees to sell for oil and salt, and they nearly robbed us. The simpleton rubbed his eyes. Honorable officers, you must advocate for us. Do you see how hard our lives are? The men expressed their grievances, leaving the officials somewhat dazed. Akai, is that you? One middle-aged officer, in his 40s, recognized Uncle Chen Wu with surprise. Which one are you? Uncle Chen Wu squinted, unable to recognize him at first. You foolish boy, I am Zhao Goen. The son of your 7th aunt, Zhao Goen replied. Uncle Chen Wu pondered for a moment, his eyes brightening. Ah, you are brethren? It's been years. I hardly recognized you in this attire. Zhao Goen. Upon hearing the name, Chen Yefeng was momentarily taken aback and instinctively turned to look. He realized that this was the high school graduate from his village who had taken his father's quota to enlist, a relative from his grandmother's side, whom he should refer to as cousin. Fearing Uncle Wu might be at a loss for words, he hurried forward. Are you Uncle In? I didn't recognize you. You look remarkably youthful. Zhao Goen appeared puzzled. And you are? With a smile, Chen Yefeng replied, I am a Feng. My father is Chen Guofa. You once carried me as a child and took me to the seaside to catch crabs. Zhao Goen suddenly understood. Ah, you are the 2nd son of Lao Si. I didn't realize you had grown so much, taller than me now. So, Director Zhao is a relative of yours? The other officials, upon learning of the kinship between Chen Yefeng and Zhao Goen, shifted their demeanor. Director? I never expected you'd become a director, Uncle In, Chen Yefeng exclaimed, astonished. In his previous life, he only knew that Zhao Goen had served as a police officer at the border defense station for several years before transferring to the urban area of Haicheng. Zhao Goen humbly replied, I am just the deputy. Chen Yefeng smiled and remarked, it will eventually turn positive. It's merely a matter of time. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Goen couldn't help but scrutinize this young man a little more closely. Chen Yefeng's face bore a gentle smile. His speech was articulate, and his tone was humble and courteous, making it quite pleasant to listen to. Zhao Goen felt a sense of astonishment within himself. He had not anticipated that the child of his cousin could be so eloquent and understanding. Unlike his cousin, who could infuriate others with each conversation, even a good thing, when expressed by him, could feel particularly unpleasant. After inquiring about the earlier incident, Chen Yefeng candidly recounted the entire sequence of events. They also asked about the circumstances of other vendors. Once they had grasped the full situation, Zhao Goen and his companions took their leave. At that moment, a concerned voice from a woman emerged. Dear comrades, are you all right? Did anyone sustain any injuries? Chen Yefeng felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. He hurried towards the woman, grasped her hand tightly, and shook it repeatedly, exclaiming, Sister, I truly owe you a great debt of gratitude. If you hadn't promptly summoned the police, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This woman was the middle-aged lady who had been the first to purchase lychees from them. The sister of De Hui from Lele Tea House. We are all fine, not a single injury. However, had you not intervened, who knows how this situation might have escalated. As he spoke, Chen Yefeng continually bowed in thanks to Sister Huang. Reflecting on the previous scene, he still felt a shiver of fear. Had Zhao Goen and the others not arrived in time to subdue that group, a fierce brawl would undoubtedly have ensued. After all, their adversaries vastly outnumbered them by several folds. In such a scenario of being outnumbered, they would certainly have been the ones to suffer. The thought alone sent a chill down Chen Yefeng's spine, further deepening his gratitude for the sister's life-saving intervention. Sister Huang smiled gently as she patted Chen Yefeng's shoulder, reassuring him, As long as you are unharmed, that's what matters. Those ruffians are nothing but the dregs of society, scoundrels. They spend their days idling about, doing no honest work, and only know how to bully the good-natured. How could they possibly intimidate honest businesspeople like you? With righteous indignation, Sister Huang recounted the various misdeeds of the ruffians, her words reflecting sympathy and outrage for the experiences of Chen Yefeng and his companions. They stood quietly to the side, embarrassment etched on their faces as they listened. While they absorbed Sister Huang's reprimands, they scratched their heads in discomfort. After all, they were not always the paragons of virtue themselves. They too had once been loathed street urchins in the eyes of the villagers. Reminiscing about their past absurdities, they felt an overwhelming sense of shame. As Sister Huang departed, Chen Yefeng had Pang send her some lychees as a token of gratitude. This is unnecessary. You should sell them. It's all right. They are fruits from our own trees. Please do not think poorly of them. No, no. How could I think poorly? Then I shall graciously accept them. Sister Huang was initially hesitant to accept the offer, but after persistent persuasion from Chen Yefeng, she finally acquiesced. Afeng, what shall we do with the remaining lychees? Are we still selling them? Perhaps we should head back. Pang expressed some hesitation, fearing trouble from the horn and others upon their return. Of course we should sell them. What are you afraid of? We stand on the side of justice now, Chen Yefeng asserted, standing tall. You are absolutely right. I am indeed the good guy now, Uncle Chen Wu declared with fervor. Pang, why are you so timid? Director Zhao is Afeng's cousin. What do we have to fear? Aji said, patting Pang's shoulder confidently. Hearing their words, Pang felt his fear dissipate. They continued selling lychees, and the remainder of the day proceeded smoothly without the earlier interruptions. As noon approached, the sun blazed high in the sky, causing beads of sweat to form on their foreheads. The crowd at the farmers' market dwindled, and vendors began to pack up. The air was thick with a blend of fruit and vegetable aromas, intermingled with hints of fish and poultry waste. Waves of heat surged, and flies buzzed about. Phew! It's sweltering. Shall we pack up and head back? Pang wiped his sweat with his sleeve. I feel like selling goods is even more exhausting than fishing with my old man. Aji stretched and sighed. Hearing their remarks, Chen Yefeng chuckled. It's not easy for any of us. It's getting late. Let us pack up and go. We can take the remaining lychees home to enjoy. Uncle Chen Wu chimed in. Let us go? I'm starving. I feel like I could swallow a whole cow right now. Together, they worked to tidy up their stall. When Aji drove the tractor over, they loaded their belongings onto the vehicle and clambered aboard. Pang struggled to climb up and called to the driver's cabin. Aji, let us not head straight back to the village. Let us find somewhere to fill our bellies first. Of course, but you'll have to treat us. Aji replied with a grin. No problem. What do you all want to eat? Pang inquired, smacking his lips. Uncle Chen Wu licked his lips and said, how about pig's trotter noodles? I haven't had them in ages. Chen Yefeng looked at Pang with a smile. Is that acceptable? Pang grimaced, then bit the bullet and nodded. All right, let us go for pig's trotter noodles. I've heard that Wu Mei's pig's trotter noodles in this town are particularly popular and delicious. Plus, I've heard the owner, Wu Mei, is as well endowed as a watermelon. So, the noodles she makes must be scrumptious. I was thinking the same. Let us go there. I just want to eat noodles. I'm fine with anywhere, the others chimed in playfully from the back of the truck. Chapter 65. A friend's mother Aji drove the tractor to a small eatery called Wu Mei's Pig Trotter Noodles. The storefront was quite diminutive, yet the interior was neat and clean. Such individual eateries were quite rare in this area, as most people preferred dining at state-run restaurants. The tractor found a random spot to park. In this era, there was no concern about tickets or fines. After parking, the four of them made their way directly to the small restaurant. In the distance, a rich fragrance wafted through the air, enticing their senses and causing their mouths to water. The menu was elegantly inscribed in white chalk on a small blackboard mounted on the wall. Although the handwriting was petite, it was clearly visible to anyone with normal eyesight. The prices were straightforward, devoid of any hidden surprises. Chen Yefeng's gaze fell upon the blackboard. I shall have a serving of pig trotter noodles. You may order whatever you fancy. The establishment offered more than just pig trotter noodles. There were options of lean meat, char siu, beef, lamb, and duck legs. The primary noodles remained the same. Only the toppings varied. The noodles here were predominantly light in flavor. For instance, the pig trotter noodles Chun ordered featured rice flour-made rice noodles, ground using a stone mill, resulting in a silky and refreshing texture. Wow, Afeng, look over there. At that moment, Pang mischievously poked him, whispering excitedly. What is it? Chen Yefeng inquired, puzzled. When he turned to the direction Pang was pointing, he was taken aback by the sheer size of what he saw, which far surpassed the buns he had just purchased. Keep your voice down. You don't want to draw attention, Pang cautioned, swallowing hard. What are you two talking about? What are you planning to eat? Aji approached them. Buns, big buns. Uncle Chen Wu also noticed something, his mouth watering incessantly. Aji paused, and as he uncovered the truth, his body stiffened slightly, and his breathing quickened. No wonder these gentlemen were so engrossed, practically drooling. It turned out that when the restaurant's proprietress bent down to cook the noodles, a generous expanse of her form was revealed, igniting excitement among the men. One had to admit, the proprietress was quite alluring. Although in her 30s, she appeared remarkably youthful. All right, stop staring before you get caught. Chen Yefeng reminded his friends as his pig trotter noodles were ready. He quickly took a seat at a small outdoor table, holding the bowl. Nearby, a selection of side dishes awaited. Pickled radish, sour green beans, pickled vegetables, cilantro, and chopped scallions, all available for self-service. Chen Yefeng added pickled radish and scallions before indulging in the noodles. The first bite revealed a delicate, smooth texture with a chewy resilience. Sampling the pig trotter, he discovered the meat was tender and meltingly soft, rich yet not overwhelming, and with a gentle bite, the robust aroma of meat made every cell in his body rejoice. It was utterly delicious, yet the portion seemed insufficient. No matter how much he ate, it never felt enough. After a while, Pang and the others, wiping their mouths, approached with laughter, bowls in hand. Ah, these three are like fledglings. One can hardly blame them, he mused. Opportunities to witness such sights were rare, especially in this era where public displays of affection could lead to accusations of indecency. The trio, too, were discreet, not daring to gaze openly, each silently slurping their noodles. Chen Yefeng finished his meal ahead of them and wiped his mouth, still feeling a lingering desire for more. Just as he stood up, he spotted a familiar figure entering the restaurant. He quickly bent down to nudge Pang. Fatty, doesn't that person look like your father? It is indeed my father. Pang replied nonchalantly, slurping a mouthful of noodles. Chen Yefeng turned his head and remarked, Do you see that chubby man? He looks remarkably like your father. It is indeed rare to encounter someone of such considerable girth in this era, with the exception of Pang's family. They all embody a rotund physique, likely unfamiliar with the concept of slenderness, and are easily recognizable as they stroll down the street. My goodness, it truly is my father. Pang was momentarily stunned, even forgetting to slurp his noodles. At that moment, Pang's father entered the shop, greeting the proprietress with familiarity. Their banter suggesting a camaraderie that might lead one to believe they were a couple in the throes of romance. Aji, intrigued, quipped, Hey chubby one, your father seems to have found love. Perhaps he is on the verge of finding you a stepmother? It was no wonder the matchmaker in the village sought to introduce him to potential partners, only to be met with rejection. Pang's mother had passed away early, leaving his father to remain single. Even when introductions were made, he would decline. Many assumed he had lost interest in women, yet unbeknownst to them, his heart already belonged to another. Uncle Wu, with a mischievous grin, teased, Oh, Pang, the one you secretly gazed upon is your mother. Furious, Pang retorted, Shut up, you big oaf, what nonsense are you spouting? Chen Yefeng rolled his eyes, his mind conjuring images from a few Japanese romance films. The kind stepmother, friend's mother. Others may have been oblivious, but he knew all too well that Pang's father would soon marry the buxom proprietress. In his previous life, when he returned from afar, Pang's family had already relocated to the town. However, he often overheard villagers gossiping about them, especially the men who envied Pang's father for marrying a woman with such ample bosom, speculating on the tactile pleasures it must bring. He learned from the village chatter that this voluptuous woman ran a business in town, having lost her husband and now raising a daughter on her own. He had previously wondered how the proprietress managed to procure so much meat for her shop, considering the necessity of ration tickets for such purchases in this era. Now, everything fell into place. Pang's father must have struck a lucrative deal. After everyone had finished their meal, Pang rushed to settle the bill. Locking eyes with his father, the proprietress was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, Lao Jiang, is this your son? I should have realized it sooner. He resembles you quite a bit. Pang's father beckoned his son, saying, Anyan, Pang's real name, Jiang Yonyan. Come over and greet your Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu, this is my son Anyan, whom I've been wanting to introduce to you, he continued. Aunt Wu beamed. Look at this child. He is so robust and healthy, nothing like my Yan Yan, who is as skinny as a stick. If one didn't know better, they might think she suffers from malnutrition. We should arrange for you to meet her another day. Pang's father laughed. Your Yan Yan is quite lovely, not at all skinny, but rather slender. If my daughter could grow up to be like her, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. Moreover, Yan Yan is a university student. Once she graduates, she will have access to quality food. How impressive. Pang. feeling somewhat embarrassed, averted his gaze from Aunt Wu and said to his father, "Dad, since you know the proprietress, let us settle the bill for the 4 bowls of noodles, which totals $2.30. After saying this, he called Chen Yefeng and the others to leave. Pang's father, bemused, remarked, "Wait, this little rascal is trying to play the affluent one, treating others to a meal." As the 4 individuals settled into the tractor, preparing to depart, a cornered delinquent with a menacing gaze covertly observed them. Chapter 66. The unruly hero Chen Yefeng instructed Aji to halt by the supply and marketing cooperative, expressing his desire to procure some items. As he exited the vehicle, he borrowed 5 yuan from Pang, leaving his pockets devoid of any cash. After a brief interval, Chen Yefeng emerged from the cooperative with his pockets bulging, and subsequently clambered back onto the tractor. "Afon, what did you buy?" The others cast curious glances his way. Chen Yefeng replied with a grin, "I didn't purchase much, just a box of clam oil for my wife, a bottle of snowflower cream, and a few snacks for the 2 girls." "Afon, you're spoiling your wife and children. Every time you go out, you think of bringing something back for them," remarked one. "Indeed, you've changed. You used to treat us to drinks and meals when you had money," another chimed in. "That is true, we often ventured out together. But now you hardly leave the house," said the tall one. "I also bought a pack of cigarettes. Would you like some?" "That is more like it. I'll pass. Though, I prefer water pipes." The group engaged in playful banter, the atmosphere filled with light-heartedness and joy. "The total for these lychees is 63 yuan and 50 cents. We'll divide it upon our return," Pang said, spitting out a mouthful of saliva as he counted a large handful of cash. The wad contained a single large bill, while the rest were small denominations, holding considerable weight in his palm. Aji, driving, remarked, "There's no rush. We can discuss it later. We are in urgent need of your money." Chen Yefeng chuckled, "Does my advance of 5 yuan count? Remember to deduct it when we divide the money later. Also, these lychees belong to your family. The principal must be accounted for to ensure you don't suffer a loss. The remainder can be shared equally among us." Uncle Wu interjected, "We must also account for the diesel for the tractor." Chen Yefeng smacked his forehead. Uncle Wu is right. The fuel cost for the round trip must be covered. This vehicle is borrowed from Aji's aunt. We can't expect him to bear the expenses alone. Aji laughed. "Such trivial matters should not be fussed over. It's not a substantial amount. I can cover it myself." Pang insisted, "That is certainly not acceptable. It's unreasonable. We'll deduct it separately later." Suddenly, Aji slammed on the brakes. "What are you doing? Why the sudden stop? Are you mad?" "I almost flew out," Chen Yefeng shouted. Pang and Uncle Wu fared little better, leaning backward, nearly tumbling out. Aji protested, "It's not my fault. I had no idea some scoundrel would block the road with a tree. Who on earth would commit such a heinous act?" Pang exclaimed, standing to glare at the eucalyptus tree obstructing the road. Uncle Wu dismissed it casually. "It's just a tree. It doesn't appear too large. I'll simply move it aside." Chen Yefeng felt a surge of inspiration and quickly interjected, "Wait, uncle. A tree of that thickness doesn't require 2 people. I can manage it alone." Before Chen Yefeng finished his sentence, Akai jumped down from the tractor. As his feet touched the ground, Chen Yefeng cautioned, "My left eyelid is twitching fiercely. Uncle Wu, be careful. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." Yet, he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Uncle Wu nodded and approached the eucalyptus tree that lay across the road. Just as he was about to move the tree aside, a group of ruffians emerged from the surrounding grove, unmistakably the troublemakers led by the horned brother. In a state of panic, Chen Yefeng shouted, "Uncle, run. We are ambushed." The large man disregarded the warning and charged toward the fallen tree with fervor. "Quick, block the vehicle. Don't let them escape. Beat them to a pulp," horned brother commanded, gesturing to his underlings, who surged forward with enthusiasm. Knowing they had made a fortune from their illicit dealings that day, these scoundrels were not about to let such a golden opportunity slip away. "Move, Aji," the large man bellowed in anger, feeling the weight of the tree in his arms. To the astonishment of onlookers, he lifted the stout eucalyptus with sheer brute strength. "Thank goodness I didn't turn off the engine," Aji muttered, gritting his teeth as he shifted gears and sped ahead. Upon witnessing this, horned brother shouted with authority, "Stop that vehicle. No one escapes." Clutching the eucalyptus, Uncle Wu yelled, "Aji, hurry. I will clear the obstacles." With that, he wielded the tree as a makeshift weapon, charging towards the ruffians. Should they be struck by the tree, it would surely lead to severe injury or death. "Goodness, is that Lu Jishin?" The ruffians gasped, momentarily taken aback, retreating in fear. They had come to rob, not to meet their demise. Nevertheless, a few daring ruffians armed with clubs stood their ground, mistakenly believing they could withstand the charge. "Step on it, Aji," Chen Yefeng urged, his eyes ablaze. I'll run you down. With adrenaline surging, Aji drove the tractor forward, instantly giving it the feel of a Ferrari. The tractor roared like a wild stallion, its metallic exhaust belching black smoke. Uncle, get in the car. Chen Yefeng urged frantically. Old Wu, throw away that eucalyptus. Uncle Wu acknowledged, hurling the tree towards the ruffians, causing them to scatter in panic. Chase after them. Take down that fool. Horned brother, incensed by the injuries sustained by his lackeys, shouted in a fit of rage. Uncle, hurry. Give me your hand. Chen Yefeng crouched down, extending his hand. In that moment, he felt a disorienting sense of déjà vu. As if he had been transported back to a previous life when he fled a dark prison. They were desperately escaping through a jungle, pursued by villains and their dogs. Just as they were about to be caught, Uncle Wu had urged him to run ahead, then picked up a rock and charged fearlessly at the beasts. Rapid breaths escaped Chen Yefeng's nostrils, filled with urgency. Uncle Wu seized Chen Yefeng's hand and leaped into the truck's compartment. As he hastened, causing the tractor to raise a cloud of dust that enveloped the pursuing soldiers behind them. Approximately 20 minutes later, Chen Yefeng and his companions returned to the village, shaken but unharmed. Azzy and Erpeo's homes lay in a different direction from Chen Yefeng's. Upon reaching the fork in the road, Erpeo instructed Azzy to stop the vehicle beneath the shade of a tree, where the four of them began to divide their earnings. They had sold a total of 63 yuan and 50 cents. First, they deducted the tractor's fuel costs, followed by the expenses for the lychees. Erpeo insisted that they need not worry about precise calculations, as the fruit came from his family's tree, which would have rotted if left uneaten. Nevertheless, they calculated the cost price. In the end, each person received 8 yuan, which felt quite satisfactory, enough to cover several days' wages elsewhere. Chen Yefeng hummed a tune as he walked home, while the tall fellow joyfully followed behind, clutching his pockets. Father's back. Father Fei has returned. Just as Chen Yefeng approached his doorstep, 2 little girls were already waiting eagerly for him, excited to see what he had brought from the town. Faced with their enthusiastic anticipation, Chen Yefeng felt a warmth in his heart, grateful that he had purchased some snacks for them at the supply and marketing cooperative. Chapter 67. A day at the shore. Chen Yefeng reached into his pocket and pulled out a few treats. The girls' eyes instantly sparkled with delight as they squealed and danced with joy. Wow, a white rabbit milk candy. I saw Yuan Xiao eat this before. It smells divine. Father, you even bought canned oranges. Oh yay. Fearing they might drop the cans, Chen Yefeng hurriedly took them from their hands, but managed to place a piece of candy in each of their palms. Why did you buy them snacks again, and canned oranges at that? These are rather expensive. Zhou Haiying chided, noticing his dusty appearance. She patted his clothes, exclaiming, You're grown now. How come you're covered in dirt, like a child? Chen Yefeng chuckled. Can one avoid dust while riding a tractor? As he spoke, he magically produced a few more items from his pocket, a box of clam oil and a bottle of snowflake cream. Zhou Haiying exclaimed in dismay, Oh no, weren't you told not to buy clam oil? And why did you get snowflake cream? Did you stumble upon some money today? Almost as if I did, he replied, recounting the sales of the lychees, deliberately omitting the troublesome antics of the rascals to spare his wife any distress. Well then, let's put these things away and use them gradually. Zhou Haiying nodded with a smile, her heart swelling with joy. It had been years since he had gifted her anything. And now, with their children grown, it felt like an eternity since he had even offered her a wildflower. Why use them slowly? Look at your hands. They're as rough as old tree bark. Even Grandma's hands are smoother than yours. Not at all. It's not that severe, he protested. Don't deny it. You should apply more cream. Your hands feel coarse to me. Enough of this nonsense. Uncle Wu is still around. Zhou Haiying cast a glance at Akai, her cheeks flushing slightly, before playfully pinching the soft flesh at Chen Yefeng's waist. Oh, be gentle. What if you damage it? What will we do then? Chen Wushu chuckled. It seems that having a wife is not such a blessing after all. One must endure such playful assaults. Chen Yefeng, somewhat speechless, replied, You simpleton. You fail to understand that sometimes enduring a wife's playful hits can be a form of happiness. What do you mean? If you don't comprehend, then forget it. What are you doing standing there? Aren't you planning to head back? I merely wish to inquire whether we will be going to the beach today. Chen Yefeng nodded. Of course. We didn't go yesterday, due to the rain. The tide hasn't receded yet, has it? Let's eat something, and then head to the seaside. The tides rise and fall twice daily, with varying times each day, generally delayed by about 50 minutes. The fishermen along the shore monitor the tides to ascertain the times for high and low waters. Today, the retreat of the tide is quite late. Likely around 3 in the afternoon. Even if we go at 4, it won't be too late. If it isn't a large tide, there probably won't be much to collect along the shore. However, it is still worth a try to test our luck, lest we remain at home and be accused of idleness. Then come and call for me when the time comes. With that, Chen Wushu headed back home. Feeling a bit fatigued, Chen Yefeng had a bowl of thin porridge, then lay on the net bed in the yard, allowing the gentle breeze to lull him to sleep. He was unaware of how long he had slept when he suddenly awoke with a start. Damn, it was a nightmare. He dreamt that Chen Wushu had been murdered by a gang led by a trumpet player, and they charged towards him menacingly. The fright jolted him awake. His body drenched in cold sweat. Now wide awake, Chen Yefeng lost all desire to sleep. He went for a puff of water pipe tobacco, then donned his gear to call on Wushu in the neighboring yard. Is Sanzi not coming? Wushu, just waking up, noticed that a phone was alone, piquing his curiosity. Usually, when going to the beach, Chen Yihue, Sanzi, would follow along. Chen Yefeng shook his head. Don't bother, Sanzi didn't come. I don't know where he is gonna play today. All right, then it shall be just the two of us. Saying this, Chen Wushu changed into a fresh set of gear, taking the tools for beachcombing as they prepared to set off. As they walked towards the seaside, the lack of a large tide resulted in only a sparse number of beachcombers. However, the large pond in the village was bustling with children splashing about, some even diving to gather snails and clams from the muddy bottom. Chen Yefeng decided to check the dam, suspecting that the small sandy beach might not yield anything of value. Upon reaching the dam, they proceeded one after the other. In his previous life, he had heard tales of others finding numerous abalones in this vicinity, and he wondered if fortune would smile upon him as well. A phone. Look at all the spicy snails, exclaimed Chen Wushu excitedly as they stepped down. Spicy snails? I thought they were abalones. Chen Yefeng scoffed. I am only interested in abalones. Spicy snails are cooling and can detoxify, but excessive consumption may lead to an upset stomach. Despite his words, his body betrayed him as he bent down to collect them. The quantity of these calloused is overwhelmingly abundant, densely clustered like bamboo shoots sprouting after the rain. While they may only cost a mere few cents per pound, their sheer volume is staggering. One can easily gather a handful, akin to picking potatoes from the ground. In no time, he had amassed nearly half a bag. Uncle Chun Wu grinned widely, exclaiming, how can there be so many spicy snails? This is astonishing. It looks as though someone's bag has torn and spilled here. Chen Yefeng, while continuing to collect, remarked, perhaps it's related to the heavy rains we've had these past couple of days. The exact cause eluded him, but he thought, who cares? The bounty was enough. He had ventured to this spot today, feeling there was little to gather on the beach, and suddenly recalled that in a previous life, someone had found an abundance of abalone here. To his surprise, a multitude of spicy snails had congregated, all clinging to the stones of the embankment. The tide had not receded significantly today. The embankment was still partially submerged, yet the swarms of sea snails were plainly visible. There was no need to ponder whether they were dead or inhabited by hermit crabs. As long as they were affixed to the stones, they were alive and marketable. Both men monotonously repeated the action of prying at the sea snails, and as time wore on, their waists began to ache. After roughly an hour had passed, Chen Yefeng inspected his haul, 2 large bags filled with spicy snails. He was quite adept at this endeavor. Regrettably, he had not brought his wife along. If they had worked together, they could have finished more swiftly. In this age, without mobile phones, he did not wish to waste time returning to call for her. So they toiled diligently on their own. Phew, I'm exhausted. My back is nearly unable to straighten, he thought, realizing they had nearly finished this section. After collecting another half bag, he glanced at the embankment, which had previously been teeming with snails but was now cleared by the 2 of them. Uncle Chen Wu, dragging a bag behind him, sighed, my back is about to break. He truly struck it rich. Chen Yefeng chuckled, it's not that remarkable. We are still far from wealth. This stuff is merely a few cents per pound, and it's only due to our quantity. He estimated that together they had gathered around 300 to 400 pounds, nearly all spicy snails, having disturbed a veritable nest of them. Xinladehelo, also known in some places as gulo, is considered cool in nature and can cause diarrhea if consumed in excess. Chapter 68. A bounty of spicy snails. Spicy snails are not particularly valuable. The local collection station purchases them for merely 1 or 2 cents per pound, and few are willing to invest time gathering such refuse. Typically, these snails are abundant along the seaside, and those who go beachcombing will often collect some to take home for meals. However, the sheer number encountered today is indeed rare, resembling the yields from specialized aquaculture farms in later times. After nearly 2 hours of collecting, they managed to gather several hundred pounds. Even at a few cents per pound, delivering them to the dock would yield a decent sum. Chen Yefeng was not greedy. He would be content with earning a day's wage, considering it all a free bounty, requiring no initial investment. Uncle Chun Wu gazed at the several large bags of spicy snails, a look of confusion on his face as he asked, off phone. How are we going to get these back? No rush, he replied. Let's have a cigarette first. Today, I neglected to bring my water pipe. However, Chen Yefeng purchased a pack of filtered cigarettes from the supply and marketing cooperative. The cigarette box bore the inscription Lu Sanjia, a brand renowned in their locality. Though regrettably discontinued in later years, the label did not even feature the likeness of Lu Sanjia. He didn't intend to smoke them himself. Rather, he thought that keeping a pack in his pocket would serve him better than mere words. As the saying goes, cigarettes pave the way, while liquor builds bridges. For instance, when he introduced himself to Brother Dehui at Lele Tea House today, had he possessed a cigarette, he would have felt far less awkward. Uncle Wu, would you care for a cigarette? He retrieved one for himself, placed it between his lips, struck a match, and exhaled smoke rings while glancing at the tall fellow nearby. Come on, have one. It's a good time for a break. Uncle Wu nodded, mimicking Yefeng's posture, leaning against the embankment to alleviate his sore back. The moment they arrived, they had been like engines, tirelessly collecting goods without a moment's pause. Now, suddenly halting, their waists ached from the exertion. After finishing a cigarette, Chen Yefeng pondered, it's not far from my brother's home. Perhaps I should guard the goods here while you fetch a cart. Without a second thought, Uncle Wu nodded and stood up, heading towards Chen Yefeng's house. The tall fellow listened to him unquestioningly, which is precisely why Chen Yefeng preferred to bring him along when he went to the sea. After resting for a while, he no longer felt fatigued. However, as he took a few steps forward, a flash of green in the shallow water caught his eye. What on earth is that green thing? It's lighting up my head. The setting sun cast its rays upon the water, creating an intriguing reflection of verdant hues. Initially, he thought it was merely algae, but as he approached, he discovered a multitude of abalone, large and small, resembling dark gemstones embedded in the rocks, glimmering with a greenish sheen. Ensuring no one was around, he grabbed a bucket and made his way to the shallow area. He reached down to pry one loose, only to find it clung quite stubbornly, requiring considerable effort to dislodge. This abalone was substantial, roughly weighing 4 heads. At that time, abalone farming techniques were still in their infancy, and terms like diploid or tetraploid were non-existent. Even for this mixed-color abalone, weighing over a pound, the market price would likely be several dollars per pound. The abalone in his hand could amount to a day's wage for an ordinary person. Convinced of the authenticity of the abalone, he wasted no time and hurriedly began prying more. A phone, what have you discovered? Uncle Air, is this abalone? While he continued to extract abalones from the water, Uncle Wu finally arrived with the cart, accompanied by his brother's son, Xiangzi. Hurry down, it's all abalone. Be careful, the ground is slippery. Chen Yefeng's hands remained busy, soaked with water, leaving him no time to respond. As Uncle Wu and Xiangzi descended, they were taken aback by the vast expanse of green beneath the surface. From a distance, it resembled seaweed, but up close, it was an uncountable number of abalone. What are you two still doing there in a daze? Hurry up and come over to dig. Do you know how to do it? Should I teach you? At this moment, the elder and the younger finally snapped to attention and quickly rolled up their pants to approach. Uncle, this is really stuck too tightly. Even Xiangzi's strength couldn't pry it loose. Chen Yefeng couldn't help but say, Xiangzi, you fool, if you can't get the big one out, how could you manage the smaller one? Uncle, I got one out. This one looks quite large as well. Xiangzi, having exerted tremendous effort, finally unearthed a specimen and was so elated that he danced with joy. Chen Yefeng glanced at him. What you have is not considered large, at most. It's an 8-head abalone. Look at mine. It is undoubtedly a 6-head abalone. Xiangzi scratched his head in confusion. Uncle, what do you mean by 8-head and 6-head abalone? Uncle Chen Wu also looked bewildered. Yes, Yefeng, your explanation is rather profound. Chen Yefeng continued digging while explaining, profound my foot. When we mention the number of heads, we refer to the quantity of abalones per pound. A 6-head abalone means 6 abalones weigh 1 pound, while an 8-head abalone means 8 abalones make up a pound. Yefeng, come look, how many heads does this one have? It appears quite large. Uncle Chen Wu excitedly picked up an abalone, its greenish-brown sheen contrasting with his face. This must be a 2-head abalone. Chen Yefeng, still envious, suddenly felt something large in the water. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed with delight, I found one too. It truly weighs half a pound. Huh. The larger the abalone, the more valuable it is, and his face beamed with joy. Xiangzi sighed, lamenting his poor luck. I envy you all for finding such large abalones. If only my mother were here. She has such terrible luck. She's usually at home with nothing to do. But today she had to go out. Chen Yefeng queried, isn't my sister-in-law at home? The boat hasn't returned from the sea yet. She shouldn't need to pick up any goods, right? Xiangzi replied, it's because my uncle fell while pulling in the fishing nets and broke his foot. My parents took him to the clinic, leaving me home alone. What a stroke of bad luck your uncle has. Not long ago, he got injured by a golden drum fish, and it was swollen for quite some time. Now he's broken his foot, Chen Yefeng mused, unsure of what else to say. With such dreadful luck, his older brother's brother-in-law truly seems to be a harbinger of misfortune. It would be best if he refrained from going out to sea to fish, lest he endanger his brother as well. The group continued to dig into shallow waters, all accumulating a bountiful harvest. Chen Yefeng collected the most abalones, filling his bucket to the brim, and he had to dig a small pool nearby to temporarily store the excess. Uncle Wu also gathered a substantial amount, with more than half a bucket. However, Xiangzi had far less due to his smaller stature and weaker strength, making it challenging for him to dig, especially in deeper waters where he struggled to maintain his footing. Chen Yefeng stood up and surveyed the surrounding waters, finding no further signs of wild abalones. As the last rays of sunlight vanished below the horizon, the light gradually dimmed. They decided it was time to return. If the tide rose, this area would be submerged, making it difficult to transport their findings. What treasures have you found? So many bags of fertilizer. What are they filled with? As they were transporting goods to the shore, Alin, carrying a bamboo fishing rod, paused curiously by the embankment to inquire. Chapter 69, Rescuing the Drowning Person. Chen Yefeng glanced up and saw that it was Alin. Naturally, he ignored him entirely, too apathetic even to offer a perfunctory reply, treating him as if he were invisible. Just a few days prior, they had quarreled, and now here was Alin, grinning and approaching with a carefree demeanor, demonstrating a remarkable lack of shame. What treasures have you caught? With so many bags and a cart to transport them, it must weigh several hundred pounds. Alin, eyeing the fertilizer bags on the cart with a sly grin, moved closer. However, Xiangzi, standing nearby, watched him closely, wary of any potential thievery. At that moment, Chen Yefeng and Uncle Wu were carrying abalone toward the shore. Seeing the two of them laden with goods only heightened Alin's curiosity. His gaze was fixated, unwilling to waver for even a moment. Goodness, abalone, how did you gather so many? Did you find them all in this area? Alin's expression mirrored that of someone utterly astonished, rubbing his eyes vigorously to ensure he was not mistaken. His mouth hung agape, as if it could accommodate a large duck egg. Are abalones as common as cabbages now? Why did I not notice them when I passed by today? Jealousy danced in Alin's eyes. This bag isn't filled with nothing but abalone, is it? He approached with a mocking tone, pinching the fertilizer bags to assess their contents. Upon feeling them, he deduced they were likely small sea snails. The realization that they were not all abalone provided him with slight relief. What are you doing, meddling? Step aside, we're heading home. Chen Yefeng scolded him sharply upon noticing Alin's furtive glances and shifty demeanor. They had once been companions, and it was well known that he had a penchant for petty theft. It was precisely this tendency that had led to his social exclusion. Alin shrugged. What's it to you? I'm not taking anything from you. Why are you so anxious? Uncle Chen shoved him aside, growling, get lost, or I swear I'll teach you a lesson. Alin retreated a few steps, but did not leave, maintaining a distance from them. Chen Yefeng, observing this, chose to ignore him and moved forward to pull the cart, while Uncle Wu and Xiangzi pushed from behind. As the sun set, the cart rolled slowly toward the village. Suddenly, a child's voice called out from the edge of the large pond, help! Someone is drowning. Hearing the cry, Chen Yefeng, who was in front pulling the cart, halted abruptly, an ominous sense of foreboding washing over him. Sanzi. When had Sanzi drowned in his previous life? Was it shortly after he left the village? The thought ignited a sense of urgency within Chen Yefeng. He hastily entrusted the cart to Uncle Wu and dashed toward the pond. Several children were shouting for help at the water's edge, and upon seeing the adult approach, they grasped onto him as if he were their last hope, crying out for him to save the drowning person. Chen Yefeng stood at the water's edge, gazing into the center of the pond, where he discerned a figure struggling in the water, desperately flailing its arms and bobbing up and down, seemingly on the verge of sinking. At that moment, he could hardly ponder whether the drowning individual was his younger brother, Sanzai. Saving a life took precedence. He hastily shed his clothing, donning only a pair of shorts, and plunged into the water, swiftly making his way toward the distressed swimmer. Possessing exceptional swimming abilities since childhood, he often frolicked in the sea. Like a fish gliding through the water, he closed the distance to the drowning person. After such prolonged struggle, the child's strength was waning. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yefeng maneuvered behind the individual, who was now disoriented, their hands flailing aimlessly. Yet, with one arm, he managed to secure the child's chest, while with the other, he valiantly paddled towards the shore. Isn't that a Feng? Who is that child? Someone help him. A Feng has swum so far. He is exhausted. That lad resembles Lu Daoyu's son, doesn't he? Indeed, it's him. I'll go notify his family. A throng gathered at the shore, among them several compassionate villagers who, undeterred by the prospect of wet clothing, leaped into the water to assist. Chen Yefeng felt utterly fatigued after all the effort spent salvaging goods earlier. The strenuous task of swimming back and forth to save someone was overwhelming. Once ashore, he collapsed, reluctant to rise. It wasn't he that he lacked fortitude. He was simply worn out. The rescued child was brought to the bank, where a crowd immediately encircled him. The atmosphere grew cacophonous. Observing the child's unconscious state, voices clamored with suggestions. Press on his abdomen to expel the water. Hold him upside down to drain it. Place him on a donkey's back and spin around. Feed him some rice gruel. Quickly summon Doctor Hu from the clinic. Lying on the ground, Chen Yefeng couldn't help but roll his eyes at their absurd ideas. The boy was already clinging to life. If subjected to such antics, he might lose it altogether. Step aside. Do you not understand? We need to perform CPR. Seeing no one step forward, Chen Yefeng took it upon himself. Fortunately, it was a boy. Had it been a girl, the mouth-to-mouth resuscitation might have posed a greater challenge. He implemented emergency measures, alternating between artificial respiration and cardiac compression. The boy coughed violently several times, gradually regaining consciousness. He awoke. Remarkably, he was alive. A phone. You're incredible. A few breaths and compressions, and you've saved him. Have you secretly studied medicine? The onlookers gazed at him with admiration. Chen Yefeng felt somewhat speechless. He possessed no medical expertise. These life-saving techniques were gleaned from the short videos of a future age, and he had never anticipated they would prove useful one day. Excuse me, let me put on my clothes. Chen Yefeng pushed through the crowd to dress himself. No sooner had he done so than a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. A woman's voice lamenting, "Oh, my dear child, how could your father and mother endure if you were to encounter misfortune?" Chen Yefeng ambled away, distancing himself from the pond and approaching the cart. He then enlisted the help of Uncle Wu to pull the cart, while he and Xiangzi pushed from behind, making their way home. Fortunately, Alan, that pesky little tail, had already departed. Otherwise, his presence would have been irksome. Upon arriving home, Chen's mother and the others were utterly astonished. "Did you really collect so many spicy snails? There must be hundreds of pounds here," she exclaimed. "And look, there are so many abalones as well, at least dozens of pounds. You must be exhausted." Zhou Haiying was taken aback at the sight of such a bounty of snails and abalones, her mouth agape in astonishment. However, noticing that Ah Feng's hair was damp and his clothes were splattered with water, she couldn't help but express concern. Chen Yefeng casually recounted the incident of rescuing someone and requested his father to assist in unloading the goods, for he was too weary to move. The spicy snails were left in the cart since they were destined for the dock. Only the abalones needed to be taken out first. Chapter 70. All wrapped up en foam. What shall we do with these abalones? Should we fetch some seawater to keep them alive? Zhou Haiying pondered, equally uncertain about the situation. Abalones were somewhat delicate and not as easy to care for as snails. Even with seawater, improper temperatures could lead to their demise. Chen Yefeng mused, "It seems unlikely we can keep them alive. I'll call the village committee shortly to see if Boss Huang from Lele Tea House is interested. Otherwise, we might have to sell them to Lanzier at the dock." The tea house in town offered various dim sum for morning and afternoon tea, sourcing a range of seafood ingredients, including abalones. Zhou Haiying nodded. "You should call soon. We wouldn't want Lanzier to close up and head home. He shouldn't be leaving just yet. The tide has just come in, and the fishing boats are likely still out." Chen Yefeng considered. He then instructed, "Ying, please sort the abalones by size. If you find it too much to handle alone, ask mother for assistance. Teach Uncle Wu to do the same with his catch while I make the call to the village committee. Make sure you return quickly for dinner," she replied. "Understood. I'll be back." Zhou Haiying attempted to say more, but Chen Yefeng hurried off. Upon reaching the village committee, Chen Yefeng found old Xing, the caretaker of the telephone. He first offered a cigarette. "Uncle Xing, I would like to make a call." "Oh, one with a filter," old Xing chuckled, accepting the cigarette. "The phone is over there. Feel free to use it." Old Xing, a village resident receiving social assistance, had no children, and the village committee appointed him to oversee the telephone. Despite lacking an official position, everyone treated him with respect. Chen Yefeng wasted no time. Retrieving a piece of paper from his pocket inscribed with the phone number of Lele Tea House, and dialed it promptly. The call connected swiftly. "Hello, this is Lele Tea House. How may I assist you?" A woman's voice answered. Chen Yefeng politely responded, "Hello, I would like to speak with Brother Dahui, Huang Qingwei. Please hold on, he is upstairs." "I will fetch him," came the reply, followed by a cacophony of sounds, including the chatter of patrons within the tea house. A voice called out to a woman, "Big Brother Dahui." After a while, Huang Qinghui's voice came through on the other end of the line. Hello, who is this? Chen Yefeng replied, Big brother Dahui, it's me. Afeng, the one who delivered lychees earlier today. Huang Qinghui chuckled. Oh, it's you? I assume you're not calling just to share some trivial news? Chen Yefeng laughed. You truly are uncanny. You guessed correctly. Today has been fortuitous. I stumbled upon a considerable quantity of wild abalone and wanted to check if you need any. Otherwise, I shall sell them at the dock. Abalone? Are you certain it's abalone? Of course, I am not jesting. Having grown up by the sea, how could I possibly mistake abalone? How many do you have? Huang Qinghui inquired with a hint of excitement. Chen Yefeng cleared his throat and responded. Approximately 70 to 80 pounds. 70 to 80. Huang Qinghui exclaimed in disbelief, checking his ears. Chen Yefeng reiterated the figure, and this time Huang Qinghui understood clearly. All right. Hang up for now and don't go anywhere. I will call you back shortly. Big brother Dahui instructed him to end the call, seemingly ready to contact someone else. After hanging up, Chen Yefeng waited for a few minutes before receiving a call from Lele Tea House. Are you sure it's 70 to 80 pounds? You're not deceiving me, are you? No. How could I possibly lie about such a matter? All right. Can you help me deliver the goods? A friend of mine wants all the abalone. So don't take them to the dock. Yes. Bring them to Lele Tea House. Rest assured, the price will certainly not be lower than at the dock. Very well. I will deliver them then. Thank you, Big brother Dahui, it's settled. After hanging up, Chen Yefeng rubbed his hands together in excitement. He had initially thought the other party would only want a portion, but to his surprise, they wanted the entire lot. What an incredible stroke of luck. He grinned as he stepped outside, preparing to retrieve some money to pay for the phone call. However, after rummaging through all his pockets, he found no money. How embarrassing. This is odd. I distinctly remember placing the money alongside that piece of paper. How could it have vanished? When he had pulled out the slip of paper earlier, he had an inkling that something had fallen. Now he realized he had lost his money. Initially, he had taken 5 yuan from air paying, spent a few at the supply store, and later received 3 yuan. Altogether, it should have been a fair amount. Yet, the paper remained. While the money was nowhere to be found, it truly was a mystery. He thought perhaps he had dropped it while making the call and returned to search. But to no avail. It seemed he must have lost it earlier. Unable to locate the money, he would have to inform Lao Xing to deliver it next time. As he was acquainted with Chen's father, being drinking buddies. Do you need help? Upon returning home, Chen Yefeng discovered Zhou Haiying selecting abalone, categorizing them by size. His mother was also assisting, and even his grandmother had come over, delighting in the bounty his uncle had collected. She was so overjoyed that her mouth could hardly close. Her wrinkled face etched with deep lines of happiness. We can manage without your help. Would you prefer to bathe first or eat? Zhou Haiying quickly shook her head. Let us eat first. As he spoke, Chen Yefeng made his way toward the shed. In a short while, he emerged into the courtyard, holding a bowl. While eating, he remarked, I need to make a trip to Shirkong town shortly. He then briefly recounted his plan to call brother Dahui. Zhou Haiying's face lit up with joy, yet a hint of concern lingered. What if he decides against it? We aren't very familiar with each other, and it's quite a distance to travel. Not to worry. If he declines, I can always sell it to the local troublemaker. Chen Yefeng reassured her, understanding her apprehensions. Especially since he had only recently begun dealings with this individual. What if he were deceived? However, he observed that the other party did not appear to be someone who would break his word. After living 2 lifetimes, he felt confident in his judgment of character. The man was in the tea business. Surely, he would be trustworthy. Zhou Haiying suggested. Why not deliver those spicy snails to the dock first and inquire about the price of abalone there? If we check the prices here first, then when we reach Shirkong town, if brother Dahui cannot meet the price, we can choose not to sell. That's a good idea. You always think ahead, my dear. As expected of a vocational school graduate, Chen Yefeng found her reasoning quite sound. He quickly finished his meal, skipping his bath, and together with Uncle Wu, they pushed the cart laden with spicy snails toward the dock. At this hour, the seafood vendors at the dock had yet to finish their work. Upon seeing them approach with a cart full of goods, they immediately swarmed around like sharks sensing blood. What fine goods! What do you have in those bags? The troublemaker became agitated. Step back. These are my clients. What are you all crowding around for? Old Lin placed a hand on his shoulder. We are good buddies. And you must have hundreds of pounds here. Are you sure you can manage it all by yourself? Snorted, my appetite is quite large now. I could consume even more. Calmly, he began to untie the bags, only to be taken aback by the contents. He stubbornly opened several more bags, realizing they were all filled with spicy snails. Despair washed over him. Damn, spicy snails. Such worthless stuff? Lin, weren't you interested in these earlier? And Zhang Fugui. Don't leave just yet. I was wrong. My appetite has never been great. Could you help me take some off my hands? The other vendors at the collection station, seeing the bags filled solely with spicy snails, turned on their heels and left. Damn, what a waste of my expression. Chapter 71. Selling abalone in the end. Air pleaded with old Lin to assist him in purchasing some, as he truly had no place to send such a large quantity of snails. Coincidentally, Chen Yefeng also intended to sell separately to avoid mixing his goods with Uncle Wu's. He sold all his spicy snails to Air and Uncle Wu's to old Lin. His total weight was 223 pounds, priced at 2 cents per pound. Goodness, that price is truly low. After selling everything, he made just over $4. Far less than what he earned selling lychees. Nonetheless, he felt content. After all, there was still a significant profit to be made from the abalone. Chen Yefeng secured his earnings and, having inquired about the abalone prices at the dock, made his way home. Next time you have good goods, be sure to sell them to us. Even things like spicy snails, which are utterly worthless, we have taken in. Merely losing money for the sake of show without any real profit, lamented Chen Yefeng, his expression one of discontent as he watched the others depart. All right, I will certainly remember, he replied, offering a perfunctory affirmation. Who would believe that a middleman like him would have no money to earn? Upon returning home, Chen Yefeng quickly washed up and donned a fresh set of clothes, conscious of his appearance as he was heading to town. The night had fully descended, and he hung the oil lamp on the cart, preparing to push it alongside Uncle Wu to transport the abalones to Shikong town. Wait a moment, I'll accompany you, called out Chen's father, emerging with an oil lamp in hand. Unable to quell his concern for the two, he decided to tag along after some hesitation. Well then, I appreciate your effort, Father. Chen Yefeng felt a surge of unexpected emotion. Humph, why are you being so polite with me, you rascal? Chen's father replied, a faint smile breaking through his stern demeanor. Father, it feels quite strange to see you smile like that, Chen Yefeng remarked, momentarily taken aback by his father's expression. Hurry up, stop dawdling. You're moving like an old man. What time is it? Now that's more like it. That's the spirit, Chen's father thought to himself, realizing just how cheeky his son could be, and he felt an urge to reprimand him. The three of them, lanterns in hand, took turns pulling the cart towards Shikong town. After more than an hour, they finally arrived in the bustling town. You two can take the cart inside. I will wait here. Chen's father suddenly halted before the entrance of Lei Tea House, instructing them to proceed without him. Uncle Wu, puzzled, asked, fourth brother, why aren't you coming in with us? Chen's father shrugged, exasperated. You foolish boy, what if something were to happen? Someone needs to keep an eye out. Chen Yefeng cast a sidelong glance at him and whispered, Father, what are you hiding at your waist? He had noticed his father seemed to be concealing a weapon. Walking uncomfortably, Chen's father shot a glare at his son, retorting, mind your own business. I just have a club. Disregarding the exchange, Chen Yefeng and Uncle Wu wheeled the cart to the entrance before he stepped inside. Huang Qinghui was already waiting for them. Brother Dahui, you're here? Where's the goods? Let me see, he urged, eager to verify the merchandise before informing his friend. Right outside on the cart. I've kept them in seawater. Chen Yefeng replied. Let us go take a look. They stepped outside together. Is there really this much abalone? Surely, I'm not dreaming? Huang Qinghui exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the live abalones in the water buckets. It was indeed a rare sight to behold so many fresh abalones. Due to their lengthy growth cycle, low reproductive rates, and the excessive fishing by fishermen, coupled with limited storage and transportation technologies, wild abalone resources had become exceedingly scarce. In this era, they were considered a luxury ingredient, served only to esteemed guests. Chen Yefeng smiled. You are not dreaming. This is indeed real. Brother Dahui, when will your friend arrive? Huang Qinghui responded. You all should unload the abalones from the cart. I will call her right now to inform her to come. Before he had seen the goods, he dared not impulsively summon his friend over. With that, Dahui gestured for Chen Yefeng and the others to wait a moment while he went inside to make a call. A few minutes later, a black Santana sped into view. Chen Yefeng couldn't help but click his tongue in envy. That car was certainly not inexpensive. The Santana was first introduced to the domestic market in 1983, initially priced at 80,000 yuan by the Volkswagen company. But the Chinese representatives deemed 160,000 yuan more appropriate, with dealers adding another 30 to 40,000 yuan. The final price soared to around 200,000 yuan. In those days, anyone who could afford a Santana was undoubtedly either wealthy or distinguished. The vehicle came to a halt in front of the tea house, and from the driver's seat emerged a flamboyantly dressed woman. In her 30s, with a touch of maturity, she sported stylish wavy hair. Dahui, where are the abalones? She inquired eagerly upon exiting the car, glancing towards Huang Qinghui. Dahui chuckled, Sister Yan. You seem quite anxious. They're all right here. He gestured towards several large barrels nearby. Jiang Wanyan quickly made her way over. Upon seeing the abalones in the barrels, her earlier worry vanished. How could I not be anxious? They were all dried up. She exclaimed, "Dehui, you have truly come to my aid today." Huang Qinghui humbly replied, "I was simply fortunate to encounter this brother who mentioned he had abalones for sale, which reminded me of your restaurant's search for wild abalones." He then introduced Chen Yefeng to her. It turned out that this woman was Jiang Wanyin, the proprietress of Hongfu Restaurant, the largest establishment in Shikong Town, renowned for its booming business. It was no wonder she could afford to buy a car. Tomorrow, Hongfu Restaurant was expecting an important guest who wished to host a banquet for his beloved daughter, specifically ordering a dish of abalone. Although the restaurant had already procured a batch from Haiqing, they unfortunately perished during transport due to the heat and the driver's negligence. That particular dish was a must-have for the esteemed guest, and failing to provide it at the banquet would be quite an embarrassment. Consequently, Hongfu Restaurant spread the word, seeking wild abalones far and wide. Dehui had stumbled upon this information without much thought until Chen Yefeng called him, prompting him to remember the situation. He had asked Chen Yefeng to wait as he intended to confirm whether Hongfu Restaurant had found any abalones. Chen Yefeng felt a sense of admiration for Huang Qinghui, who had not entertained the idea of profiting from the situation. He could have easily purchased the abalones from Chen Yefeng and resold them at a higher price to the restaurant, yet he chose not to. Chen Yefeng considered that perhaps Dehui was either exceptionally straightforward or had a unique relationship with Jiang Wanyin, not wishing to seize this opportunity for profit. However, Chen Yefeng did not dwell on it. As long as he could secure his payment, other matters were beyond his concern. "Well then, young brother, I have examined the abalones, and they seem satisfactory. Let us proceed to discuss the price." Chapter 72, Money Lost? After a considerable time, Chen Yefeng and Akai emerged from Lele Tea House, each carrying several large barrels. Upon seeing them, Chen's father in the distance let out a sigh of relief, his right hand slowly moving away from his waist. A phone. Did they truly take all the abalones? Did you manage to secure the money? As they approached with the cart, Chen's father lowered his voice to inquire, suppressing his excitement. Chen Yefeng patted his bulging pocket and glanced around. "Father, we have obtained the money, but this is not a suitable place for discussion. Let us return home to talk." Chen's father nodded in understanding. "Indeed, let us return home." With that, the three of them, illuminated by the flickering oil lamp under the faint starlight, made their way towards the small fishing village by the sea. In the small fishing village, at the Chen household, the starlight filtered through the mottled leaves, casting a gentle glow in the courtyard. Several women gathered around an old bamboo chair, each engrossed in their respective tasks. Zhou Haiying was weaving a fishing net, engaging in casual conversation with those nearby. However, her gaze frequently drifted towards the narrow path outside the courtyard, her clear eyes reflecting a mix of anticipation and concern. "Grandfather, you're back. Second uncle, have all my abalones been sold? For how much? Father, did you bring back food for me and my sister? Grandpa, hold me." The serene night was abruptly interrupted by the voices of a few children. Shortly thereafter, the three men, pushing the cart, slowly entered the courtyard amidst the throng of children. Chen's father called out to the children, "Step aside, go play elsewhere. I'm exhausted, my legs feel as though they might break." Chen Yefeng added, "We didn't buy anything today, so don't swarm around us. Next time, I'll get you something." Saying this, he pushed the empty cart into the courtyard. Once home, the three of them rushed inside to grab enamel cups and gulp down water. "I'm parched." They had brought the water pipe but forgotten to bring drinking water. "A phone, how much did the abalones sell for?" Chen's mother approached, unable to contain her curiosity. Zhou Haiying and the elderly lady also looked at him with eager anticipation. Clearing his throat, Chen Yefeng said, "Mother, please close the main door first." His mother pouted and instructed Chen Chong, "Xiangzi, go close the courtyard door." "All right, Grandma." Xiangzi dashed off to close the door. Chen's father took a few puffs from the water pipe and remarked casually, "Has the eldest couple not returned yet?" Chen's mother replied, "His brother-in-law is severely injured. Doctor Hu from the clinic advised sending him to the county hospital, so the eldest couple went along. It seems Xiangzi will have to stay with us for the next few days." Chen Yefeng interjected, "Is it that serious? My brother's brother-in-law is indeed unfortunate." Hearing this, both Chen's father and mother could only shake their heads with a bittersweet smile. The elderly patriarch had long foretold that the brother-in-law was destined to be a harbinger of misfortune. The eldest sister-in-law's parents were also fishermen. When the brother-in-law was 10 years old, there was an incident where the couple, out at sea fishing, were swept into the water by a sudden storm and never made it back to shore, leaving only their small fishing boat behind. Once the main door was securely closed, the family gathered in the courtyard, and Chen Yefeng finally retrieved the money from his pocket. A stack of green bills, a considerable sum indeed. Everyone held their breath, having never witnessed such a remarkable display of unity. "Hey, phone, how much did we sell it for?" Zhou Haiying inquired, her gaze fixed on the money in his hands, her breathing growing rapid. The others fared little better, their eyes ablaze with anticipation. Chen Yefeng shook the money in his hand. "In total, it amounts to 634 yuan. But it's not solely mine. Uncle Wu and Xiangzi have their share as well. So much. These abalones must be worth a fortune." The crowd inhaled sharply, having anticipated a decent sum, yet never expecting such a substantial amount. Chen Yefeng clarified, "The owner of the tea house is quite amiable, and the person he recommended is trustworthy. The prices he offered were based on those from Haiqing and even included a little extra. The price for double-headed abalone is 10 yuan per pound. Four-headed abalone is 6 yuan, six-headed is 4 yuan, and eight-headed is 3 yuan. Even the smallest is calculated at the price of 8-headed abalone, which exceeds the dock price by a yuan." Zhou Haiying, upon hearing this, joyfully remarked, "It's better to sell them in town. If we took them to that scoundrel heir, we would certainly not fetch such a price." "That is indeed true, but since he operates a tea house and restaurant, their demand is also limited," Chen Yefeng noted, having made a decision to ensure that any future catches of fine seafood would be sent to town, while ordinary goods could be sold to those second-hand merchants at the dock. Following this, Chen Yefeng distributed Uncle Wu and Xiangzi's shares. Uncle Wu had collected 27 pounds of abalone, earning 207 yuan. Xiangzi secured 3 pounds, calculated at the price of 8-headed abalone, amounting to 9 yuan. The remainder was all his own. "Uncle, is there really this much? I've only been collecting for a short while, and I've earned more than my father does in a day at sea," Xiangzi exclaimed, his trembling hands grasping the money from his uncle, his face instantly flushing with excitement. Aunt Chen, with a gentle touch, patted his head. "Xiangzi, let me keep this money for you temporarily. When your mother returns, I will hand it over to her to pay your school fees." Xiangzi was taken aback, wishing his grandmother would say something more uplifting. After all, couldn't she at least let him warm the money in his hands? He despised school, finding home far more enjoyable, free from homework and the scorn of teachers. Uncle Wu took the money and handed it all to the elderly lady. She received it with a cheerful smile, exclaiming that she would save it for his future bride. Although Uncle Wu was not as clever as others and somewhat simple-minded, he was not entirely foolish. Both elders naturally wished for him to settle down and start a family. Chen Yefeng entrusted all his money to his wife, charming Zhou Haiying until her smile was radiant, which filled his heart with joy. Once the money was distributed, everyone dispersed. Chen Yefeng and his wife closed the door and prepared for bed. The two girls had likely played until exhaustion, as they fell asleep shortly after lying down. Once they were sound asleep, Zhou Haiying quietly rose, tiptoeing to the wall by the bed, crouching down to rustle about. "Aying, aren't you afraid the mice will take the money if you hide it in the cracks? You scared me to death." In the darkness, Chen Yefeng suddenly spoke, causing Zhou Haiying to tremble in fright. "If not here, then where should I hide it? Mice are unlikely to steal money. It is more plausible that you would do so. Regardless, if the money goes missing, you would be the first suspect." Zhou Haiying cast him a sidelong glance, while Chen Yefeng shrugged in resignation. The methods of concealing money in this era are indeed varied. Some hide it in wall crevices, others within quilt seams, or even in rice jars, and there are those who stow it away in the latrines. His wife had a penchant for hiding money in wall cracks, and her success in this endeavor was unfailing. "Ah Ing, having earned you so much money, shouldn't you reward me with some pocket money?" "What pocket money? You still have a few coins left from selling lychees with Air Pang and the others. I haven't demanded you turn it over." Zhou Haiying believed that men should not possess too much money. Enough for smoking and drinking sufficed, lest they become corrupt. Hearing his wife's sentiments, Chen Yefeng felt a pang of discomfort. Thus, he recounted the incident of the missing money to her. "What? It's gone? How could it have fallen out if you didn't reach into your pockets? Besides, that piece of paper hasn't gone missing." Zhou Haiying pondered, speculating. "Could it be that while you were undressing to rescue someone took the money from your pocket?" "I cannot say for certain," he replied. In truth, her words had instilled doubt within him regarding the possibility that someone had indeed pilfered his money while he was in the water. Furthermore, he had a suspect in mind, though he refrained from disclosing this to Zhou Haiying. As he lacked concrete evidence, he resolved to wait until he had proof. Then it would be the other party's misfortune. "Ah Ing, could you come over and assist me before sleep? You want something again? Did you not say you were feeling a bit weary and wanted to rest?" Zhou Haiying, feeling her way in the dark, found her hairband and dutifully tied her short hair up. "Why are you tying your hair? Is it not what you desire?" "I merely twisted my back today and need you to massage some tea oil on it." Upon hearing her husband's request, Zhou Haiying reluctantly agreed to apply the oil. "Where should I apply it? On my back, where else?" Chen Yefeng stripped down and requested her to massage him. Yes, there as well. As his wife bent down to apply the tea oil, his hands were not idle either, reaching towards her. Zhou Haiying reproached, even when you're unwell, you still wish to play. Chen Yefeng retorted, it's my back that aches, not my hands, heh. The following day, Chen Yefeng awoke with intense soreness in his back. Although his wife had helped him with the tea oil the night before, relief had not come swiftly. After waking, he managed to eat a bowl of thin porridge before returning to bed. It wasn't until noon that his wife entered the room and called him awake. Au phone. Accountant Liu and his family have come to visit. Accountant Liu? What brings them to our home? Chen Yefeng queried, perplexed. Liu Jingqing, the village accountant and deputy secretary of the party branch in Shibu village, was indeed the man in question. Zhou Haiying informed him. Did you not save a child from the pond yesterday? That child happens to be Accountant Liu's grandson. They have likely come to express their gratitude. Your parents are outside chatting with them. I was sent to fetch you. Is your back all right? Can you get up and walk? Rest assured, there is no significant concern. A few days of rest will suffice for recovery, unlike Chen Peng. Fearing that the girl might overthink, he hurriedly offered an explanation. As he spoke, he gradually sat up from the bed. Although he still felt unwell, his condition had improved considerably. He stepped outside and observed his parents conversing with Liu Zhongqing in the yard. Today, our family has come specifically to express our gratitude to Yefeng. Without him, my little grandson would likely have perished. Accountant Liu, you speak as if we are not from the same village. In such situations, who would stand idly by? You must take these gifts back. There is no need for such expenses. Such presents are absolutely necessary. Your son Yefeng has saved my child's life, making him a benefactor to our family. As Chen Yefeng exited, he overheard the conversation in the yard. Liu Jingqing's wife and son had also arrived, bearing gifts of gratitude. Chen's parents were still politely declining, expressing their discomfort in accepting them. Uncle Liu, please heed my mother's words. We truly cannot accept these gifts. Kindly take them back. Chen Yefeng said courteously. Initially, he had assumed it was merely a matter of familial duty when he saved the child. However, Liu Daoyu insisted fervently. These gifts must be given. This is a life-saving grace. Otherwise, people would say our Liu family lacks propriety. Liu Zhongqing, equally resolute, added, it is not a substantial offering. Merely a token of our appreciation. If you do not accept it, it would seem as if we are dismissing the thought behind it. With the matter presented thus, Chen Yefeng and his family could hardly refuse any longer. In truth, he and Liu Jingqing were distantly related. Liu Jingqing's brother was the uncle of Zhou Haiying, and they hailed from the same village. Years ago, Zhou Haiying had spent her summer vacation at her uncle's house, where she had caught the eye of Chen Yefeng, the notorious rogue. Chen's mother interjected, how is the child? Is he all right? Liu Jingqing's face contorted with concern as he replied. The child seems to have been traumatized and has been running a high fever that refuses to subside. He is currently receiving intravenous treatment from Dr. Hu. If the foreign medications prove ineffective, perhaps it is time to consult a fortune teller. I have heard that drowning spirits seek a substitute. Is that true? Fuyun, do you know of any effective fortune tellers? As the conversation veered towards superstitions, mentioning water spirits and their sinister quests, Chen's mother spoke with earnest conviction, much to the astonishment of Liu Zhongqing's wife, who surprisingly believed in such tales. Listening to his mother's musings about supernatural entities, Chen Yefeng found himself intrigued. In the past, he would have dismissed such notions, yet having returned to life, what was beyond belief? Perhaps there was indeed a water spirit seeking a substitute for the departed. The intricacies of such supernatural matters were truly enigmatic. In his previous life, the spirit's chosen substitute had been his brother Sanzi. However, in this lifetime, Sanzi's fate had been altered by his actions, leaving the water spirit to target another child, thus making Liu Daoyu's son the new intended victim. It seems as though fate had long since determined that Chen Yefeng would once again come to the rescue of that little child. After a brief interlude in the Chen family's courtyard, during which Liu Jingqing and his companions exchanged pleasantries, they decided it was time to depart. Despite Chen's parents' earnest desire to invite them for a meal, their offer was politely declined. In these times, when mealtime approached, everyone tended to avoid lingering too long, refraining even from casual visits. Chen's parents, unable to insist further, could only smile as they bid their guests farewell. Once Liu Zhongqing and the others had left, Chen's mother felt it was appropriate to examine the gifts they had brought. There were 2 red envelopes, 2 jars of sweet soup, 2 bottles of Danfeng sorghum wine, and a bag of local delicacy known as Fa Gao. The gifts appeared quite splendid and must have cost a fair sum. Upon opening the 2 red envelopes, she found each contained a substantial amount of money. Yang Fuyun was momentarily taken aback. Au fond, These gifts are rather extravagant. Are we truly accepting them? We have already accepted them. What else can we do? We cannot refuse. Otherwise, others might think us ungrateful, came the response. Chen Yefeng and his father exchanged thoughts, yet found themselves at an impasse. At that moment, Zhou Haiying suggested, did we not say the child is still feverish and receiving injections? Perhaps we should buy some nutritional supplements to send over. Chen Yefeng's eyes lit up instantly. That is an excellent idea. Once my back feels better, I shall visit the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some milk powder for the child. I want to eat Fa Gao Mama. Amma, I love the sweet soup. The sight of the treats on the bamboo chair ignited the children's appetites, and they clamored for something to eat. However, all their pleas were met with Chen's mother's firm suppression. She entrusted all the goodies to Zhou Haiying, instructing her to stow them away securely. Chapter 74. Fishing by the sea. After lying at home for 2 days, Chen Yefeng had yet to venture to the seaside. On the third day, feeling significantly better, he decided to take a stroll along the shore following lunch on a notably overcast day. Having not been to the beach for several days, he felt somewhat restless. As he made his way toward the coast, an old yellow dog emerged from a nearby cassava field and followed closely behind him. Chen Yefeng glanced back at the dog but paid it little mind as he continued toward the sea. Upon reaching the beach, he discovered it was high tide, with the waves crashing rhythmically against the shore, leaving the sandy expanse nearly deserted. The salty breeze invigorated him, and he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Aimlessly, he walked along the coastline until, quite unexpectedly, he and the dog found themselves near the rocky outcrop at Haishanpai. Spotting a few anglers on the rocks, his eyes gleamed with excitement, and his hands itched with anticipation. What man could resist the call of fishing? In his previous life, Emperor Chong had been his idol. Without hesitation, he made his way toward the group. East, how many fish have you caught? Not many, just a few stone fish. I envy you. I haven't even cast my line yet. On a rocky outcrop, 3 boys, around 11 or 12 years old, held fishing rods as they engaged in shore fishing. They reveled in the sea breeze, occasionally exchanging laughter and light-hearted banter, appearing quite carefree and joyful. Among them were Chun Yihui and 2 other companions. Ever since Chen Yefeng had gathered abalone without including him last time, he had been sulking. Today he took Dongzi and Gao Dan to the seaside for some rock fishing, wishing to demonstrate that even without his second brother, he, the third son, could still manage on his own. How dare you 3 little rascals occupy my spot? Move aside. While the trio was engaged in conversation, a boisterous voice suddenly erupted from behind them. Lin Ergu, do not overstep your bounds. The seaside is vast. Can't you fish somewhere else? The third son turned to glance at him, speaking in a cool tone. Dongzi and Gao Dan were intimidated by the adversary, but the third son stood firm. Lin Ergu retorted, nonsense. I'll fish wherever I please. Who are you to dictate? Don't think that just because you're Offing's brother, I won't dare to strike you. The third son raised his chin defiantly. What's the matter? Do you intend to hit me? Lin Ergu glared. Damn it. Today I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. How dare you, Lin Ergu? Do you think the Chen family is without authority? You have no right to discipline my brother. Just as Lin Ergu advanced to slap the third son, Chen Yefeng happened to witness the scene and shouted angrily. Lin Ergu glared back. Offing, you've arrived just in time. I still have unfinished business with you from last time. Chen Yefeng scolded. Last time, you insolent wretch tried to steal my fish. And you still have the audacity to complain? If you want to fight, let us do it. I'm not afraid of you. Now that his waist was not hurting as much, dealing with Lin Ergu was hardly a challenge. As both parties prepared to clash, suddenly, an old yellow dog sprang out from behind Chen Yefeng. The dog, resembling an enraged porcupine, had its spars first standing on end, revealing sharp fangs. Witnessing this, Lin Ergu immediately backed down, saying nothing as he turned and walked toward the nearby rocks. Old Huang, you performed admirably this time. I'll reward you with an extra chicken leg when we return. Chen Yefeng remarked with a proud smile. It seemed that having a dog by his side was not such a bad thing after all. Old Huang retracted its fangs and transformed back into a docile old dog. Third son, have you caught anything while fishing? Humph, that's none of your business. You didn't even take me to the sea. A boy shouldn't be so petty. No girl would fancy you for that. I wanted to take you, but you were busy visiting the girls' homes for dates. The third son's face flushed. Who went on a date? I only went to ask Ping Ping to help me with my homework. Chen Yefeng chuckled. I see you were merely going to her house to copy homework. The third son awkwardly protested. No way. Second brother, don't speak nonsense. How could I ever copy homework? Of course, you wouldn't. Chen Yefeng replied with a knowing smile. But I see Dongzi and Gao Dan have certainly been helping you with your homework, haven't they? Now, you too, tell me. Has our third son ever coerced you into doing his homework? Dongzi and Gao Dan replied in unison. We would never betray our brother. What does it mean to have steadfast loyalty and a chivalrous spirit? This is it. I've heard that white rabbit candies are quite sweet. I wonder if that is true. Saying this, Chen Yefeng pulled out 2 white rabbit candies from his pocket. Immediately, Dongzi changed his tune, brother offing. It was all the third son's idea. If I didn't help him with his homework, he would hit me, right on the head. Gaodin stepped forward to complain. Brothers, it's tough. It was all the third son's plan. He even tricked Ping Ping with sour plum powder to get her to let him copy her homework. What does it mean to be a brother? Brothers are meant to stand by each other through thick and thin, even to the point of self-sacrifice. Yet, it is disheartening when 2 so-called brothers betray one another. In a moment of indignation, Sanzi was furious after being heartlessly sold out by his own kin. Chen Yefeng shoved a piece of candy into Dongzi and Godin's hands, declaring their commendable performance a reward. Lao Huang remarked, "This scene feels oddly familiar. Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you, Brother Feng." Dongzi and Godin received the large white rabbit milk candy from Chen Yefeng, their smiles ingratiating. Was it not agreed that they would remain steadfast? That they would keep their mouths sealed? It appears that Sanzi and his companions are becoming increasingly unreliable. With a dejected expression, Sanzi pleaded, "Second brother, could you refrain from mentioning the homework incident to our parents?" Chen Yefeng nodded in agreement. "No problem, but first, you must let me fish with your rod for a while." Observing a few fishermen nearby, Chen Yefeng felt a surge of eagerness. "Then please, grant me a piece of that white rabbit milk candy." Sanzi sniffled. "The white rabbit is gone, but I have 1 watermelon candy left. Would that suffice?" "Indeed. It's a deal." Thus, Chen Yefeng successfully acquired the fishing rod. Although rudimentary, crafted from ordinary bamboo, such rods are hard to come by in this era, and their prices are exorbitant. Rural folk are reluctant to spend money on such luxuries. It's not that they cannot afford a fishing rod. Rather, the bamboo rod offers superior cost-effectiveness. Whether by sheer luck or fate, the moment he took hold of the rod, the bobber began to dance. The fishing line tightened, and the bamboo rod bent with anticipation. "Second brother, have I hooked a fish?" Sanzi felt a pang of envy as he watched Chen Yefeng raise the rod. After struggling for some time with his own rod, he felt a twinge of bitterness at his brother's success. The fish, though not particularly large, thrashed in the water, revealing flashes of red. To his delight, it was a true snapper, quite a catch indeed. As Chen Yefeng reeled in the fish, he marveled at its beauty. White with hints of red and shimmering scales. Cautiously, he secured the fish by its eye, mindful of the dorsal spines that could cause painful injury. Weighing over a pound, he removed the hook and tossed the fish into a nearby bucket. The true snapper, also known as red snapper, is renowned for its tender flesh, ideal for steaming. "Brother Feng, you are truly remarkable. You catch a valuable snapper right off the bat, while we are left with mere trash fish," they lamented. Dongzi and Godin, ever the sycophants, were adept at flattering their brother, leaving him dizzy with praise. "Humph, so what if you caught a snapper? It's not that impressive." Lin Ergu interjected with a hint of envy. Sanzi scoffed. "Lin Ergu, what is the point of exchanging barbs? Are you brave enough to compete with my brother and see who can catch more?" Lin Ergu retorted with a smirk. "A challenge it is. And I'm not afraid of you." Just then, he too felt a tug on his line. "Hey, I caught one too, this counts." But alas, it was merely a small stone fish. Nevertheless, it was still better than nothing. How shameless. Upon hearing Lin Ergu's words, Sanzi gnashed his teeth in frustration. He silently prayed to the goddess Ma Zhu for his elder brother to catch more fish and defeat the loathsome Lin Ergu. The true sea bream, also known as the Japanese sea bream, is locally referred to as the overdried fish. In Chapter 75, as Sanzi exhibited his competitive spirit, Chen Yefeng could not help but smile wryly. Ignoring his brother, he reattached the bait and cast his line once more. This time, however, the fishing proved less fruitful. After waiting for quite some time, he had yet to see a fish bite. In contrast, Lin Ergu had already caught 2 fish. The first was a rock bass, while the second was a black sea bream. The black sea bream bears a striking resemblance to the freshwater bream, yet the two inhabit different environments. The former dwells in the sea, while the latter resides in freshwater. With a triumphant expression, Lin Ergu reveled in his consecutive catches, which only fueled Sanzi's ire. Turning his face a shade of green. "Brother, could you possibly exert some effort? We absolutely cannot allow this Lin Ergu to win." Chen Yefeng, with a hint of annoyance, retorted, "Is this something that can be rushed? Patience is key in fishing. No wonder you've been empty-handed for so long." Scratching his head, Sanzi inquired, "What does it mean to be empty-handed?" "It means returning home with nothing," Chen Yefeng explained with a chuckle. Suddenly, he noticed a movement on the fishing line. The bobber was pulled beneath the water, and the rod bent dramatically. A catch. Sanzi's eyes gleamed with excitement. This fish appears to be quite large. Chen Yefeng lifted the rod. The line sliced through the water, creating significant tension. Judging by the sensation, the weight of the fish was considerable. Clinging tightly to the bamboo rod, his palms were slick with sweat. He stood upright, straining to lift the rod. Perspiration streaming down his brow. This ordinary fishing rod lacked the strength he desired. If only he had a quality surf casting rod, the struggle would be less taxing. As the fish gradually surfaced, Chen Yefeng caught a glimpse of a silver sea creature, approximately 50 centimeters in length, its body elegantly elongated. Dongzi exclaimed from the side, "Brother Feng, what a gigantic fish. It resembles a sea bass." Godan wiped his nose and concurred, "Dongzi is correct. It must be a sea bass. My father once found one on the beach. The flesh is not tender, rather tough, and cannot compare to the freshwater bass." As the fish was drawn closer to the water's surface, Chen Yefeng discerned its full form. Based on its physical characteristics, he could ascertain that it was indeed a sea bass. Sea bass can be easily recognized by their bluish-gray dorsal side, white underbelly, and irregular black spots along their flanks. This sea bass was desperately attempting to burrow into the underwater rocks, provoking Chen Yefeng's alarm. He would not allow it to succeed. With great effort, he lifted the rod, striving to keep the sea bass away from the rocks, lest they sever the line. Meanwhile, Lin Ergo fixated on the thrashing fish. His heart filled with malice, silently cursing, "Break the line! Break the line! Quickly!" His eyes nearly bulging from his head. However, much to his disappointment, the fishing line remained intact, and the sea bass did not manage to escape. The fish attempted to dislodge the hook by thrashing its gills. Yet all efforts were in vain. Gradually, the creature succumbed to fatigue. "Sanzi, quickly fetch the landing net." Chen Yefeng called out urgently. Sanzi shrugged. "We only have a woolen net." Chen Yefeng, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Then go borrow a proper net, quickly. I have one, but I simply won't lend it." Nearby, Lin Ergu proudly displayed the landing net in his hands, saying with a hint of arrogance, "Look, I have a net." Sanzi muttered an insult under his breath and hurried off to borrow a net from other anglers. To his surprise, he successfully secured one, accompanied by a middle-aged man who had lent it to him. "Brother, do you need me to assist you?" The man, being quite sociable despite their unfamiliarity, approached as if they were old friends. Sanzi quickly replied, "No need, I can manage." After a moment's hesitation, Chen Yefeng suggested, "Let this gentleman help. With such a sizable fish, even brothers would argue. What luck you have. I've been fishing here for so long and never caught a sea bass of this magnitude." He marveled, "Goodness, this fish appears quite robust. Your fortune is astonishing. Although inexpensive, it would still make for a delightful meal." When the large fish was finally brought ashore, several anglers flocked over, their envy palpable as they drooled at the sight. Chen Yefeng removed the hook and instructed Sanzi to take the fish home, while he continued fishing. Subsequently, he found himself frequently reeling in catches, indicating that the day's fishing was exceptionally fruitful. He caught several true bream, black-spotted croaker, and stone bass, with the latter being the most abundant. Though this species was the least costly, he had no qualms about it. Steamed or in soup, it was undeniably delicious. To his delight, he also hooked a large blue crab, weighing over a pound, which brought him immense joy. "Second brother, may I fish for a while?" Sanzi gazed longingly at the bamboo rod in Chen Yefeng's hands, a surge of eagerness bubbling within him. Previously, while wielding his own rod, he had felt somewhat indifferent towards fishing, but now, witnessing the impressive haul his brother was amassing, he could hardly contain himself. Chen Yefeng smirked and handed the rod back, saying, "I'm tired too. It's a perfect time for a break." Sanzi eagerly accepted the rod, exclaiming, "Thank you, second brother." He lifted the rod to inspect the bait, noticing it had vanished, and proceeded to rebait. Earlier, his brother had instructed him to catch a few sea centipedes, claiming they were superior bait compared to small fish or shrimp. Surprisingly, despite their many legs and somewhat repulsive appearance, both the fish and he found them delectable. Fried to a crisp, they were as delightful as munching on beans. After rebaiting, he cast the line once more. What followed was a prolonged wait. He found it peculiar. Despite utilizing the same fishing rod, the same bait, and casting from the same spot, while his brother consistently caught fish, he sat there in silence, the water undisturbed and devoid of any response. Beside him, Dongzi and Gudon had both caught fish, and surprisingly, Dongzi had an extraordinary stroke of luck, reeling in a yellowfoot snapper. Sanzi was so envious he nearly bubbled over with excitement. Chen Yefeng, in a state of ennui, gazed at the sea before him, pondering that in a few decades, this picturesque view would be obscured by land reclamation. As he mused, Sanzi's fishing rod suddenly dipped, startling him into promptly lifting the rod. Don't be hasty. Take your time and let the fish bite down firmly. That way, it won't easily escape, Chen Yefeng advised, patting Sanzi's shoulder, offering some on-the-spot instruction. Sanzi exclaimed with exhilaration, "Second brother, I can feel this fish pulling with tremendous force. I feel as though it might drag me into the sea." Chen Yefeng quickly grasped his brother's body, aware that below lay jagged rocks and the vast ocean. Should one fall, it could spell peril. "Perhaps I should take over. I fear you might be pulled down by the fish," he suggested. "All right, but you mustn't let it escape. I've worked hard to catch it," Sanzi replied, his emotions mirroring Chen Yefeng's when he had caught that sea bass. If the fish were to flee, their brotherly bond would surely be strained. With immense pressure, Chen Yefeng gripped the fishing rod, fearful that a moment's inattention might result in losing the catch. After half an hour of struggle, the fish finally broke the surface. "What kind of fish is this? Its back resembles a zebra, adorned with stripes," Dongzi exclaimed in excitement, abandoning his own fishing rod. "It appears to be a knife fish. My father says it's quite valuable, with tender flesh that is especially delicious when steamed," he continued, as the thought of food made Gudon drool. He extended his tongue, licking his lips, inadvertently swallowing a bit of mucus in the process. Sanzi's face was nearly split with laughter. "Second brother, I caught this." Chen Yefeng smirked. "I am aware. You needn't reiterate. I have no intention of claiming it." Sanzi persisted. "If this fish sells for a good price, you must give me my share." "Understood, understood. No need to be so repetitive. Let us focus on catching it first," Chen Yefeng replied dismissively. If the fish were to escape now, his brother might not speak to him for a year. To think it's a knife fish. "Brother, your luck is astonishing. How did you manage to catch such a prize?" The previously boisterous older brother, upon seeing the fish in the water, widened his eyes in awe and instinctively retrieved his net. "Is this really a knife fish? Let me see. It looks stunning. This must be quite expensive, right? After all my time fishing, I've yet to encounter such fortune. If only I could catch a large knife fish, I'd gladly forego a meal for that." "Enough with the daydreaming. You were simply born to catch the common fish," Chen Yefeng jested. "It's not my luck. It's my brother Sanzi who caught it. I merely assisted." He spoke the truth. The credit for catching this fish belonged entirely to Sanzi, with little to do with him. The pulling force and explosive strength of sea fish are incomparable to those of freshwater fish. This sea fish, which appears to weigh merely 3 to 4 pounds, proves far more challenging to reel in than a 10-pound freshwater counterpart. Fortunately, the fishing line purchased by Sanzi is sufficiently robust, and the fish does not escape. With a landing net in hand, one must be cautious not to let it slip away. A friendly stranger eagerly assists by extending the net to retrieve the fish. The moment the fish is lifted from the water, the excitement surpasses that of landing one's own catch. Others gather around, their eyes filled with envy, contemplating how splendid it would be if they had caught such a fish themselves, likely enough to boast about for an entire year. "Step aside. Let me place the fish in the bucket," Sanzi exclaims, his eyes sparkling with joy as he gently places the fish inside. The kind stranger offers a warning. Be careful not to injure it. Otherwise, its market value may diminish significantly. Chen Yefeng approaches the bucket to admire the three-knife fish. Marveling at the sight for the first time, he has only seen such a fish on his phone in a previous life. Instantly captivated by its appearance, he notes the fish's light gray body adorned with orange diagonal stripes reminiscent of knife marks, a slender tail decorated with scattered spots. With a parrot fish head, zebra-patterned body, and deer-patterned tail, it is indeed a sight to behold, living up to its reputation as the king of fish in the port city. After catching this magnificent fish, Chen Yefeng and his companions realize that it is getting late and decide to return home. Sanzi, proudly carrying the bucket, boasts to Lin Ergu before joining Dongzi and Go Dan as they head homeward. This scene nearly infuriates Lin Ergu, yet he finds himself at a loss for words. Knowing he cannot contest the impressive catch, had he reeled in such a fish, he would likely have flaunted it even more, parading around the neighboring villages with the bucket in hand. Observing Lin Ergu's apparent concession, Chen Yefeng chooses not to say more and calls for Lao Huang to accompany him home. As they leave the Haishan area, Chen Yefeng catches sight of Lin, who is also fishing today. Lin seems to notice him but quickly averts his gaze, an action that reinforces Chen Yefeng's suspicions. It is likely that Lin seized the opportunity while he was rescuing someone in the pond to pilfer the money from his pocket. However, with no evidence at hand, he feels compelled to act. Resolutely, Chen Yefeng resolves to find a suitable opportunity to confront Lin and express his indignation. "Mother, father, come quickly. I've caught a three-knife fish. It's so beautiful," Sanzi exclaims as they carry the bucket home, unable to contain his excitement. "What? You caught a three-knife fish? That is quite a valuable catch." Upon hearing Sanzi's voice, Chen's parents rush out. Chen's mother, astonished, remembers hearing of someone who sold a three-knife fish for a considerable sum at the dock. Indeed, it's a three-knife fish. I thought you had mistaken a red knife fish for one, she remarks. Chen's father hurries over to inspect the bucket, and upon confirming their identification, he beams with delight, unable to hide his joy. They have a type of marine fish here known as the red knife fish, which bears a striking resemblance to the three-knife fish and is often mistakenly referred to as the false three-knife fish. Many people confuse the two. Mother Chen remarked. This was caught by your second brother, wasn't he it? Immediately, Sanzi puffed out his cheeks and declared, no, it was me who caught it. My second brother merely lent a hand. Fearing that his sister-in-law might also misconstrue the fish as his second brother's catch, Sanzi reiterated his point. Chen Yefeng approached and gently tapped his head, saying, enough already. There's no one here who seeks to claim your credit. Uncle Yu and little Rongrong scampered towards the water bucket, chattering excitedly. Hey, Rongrong, you mustn't touch anything. There's still old stone jiugong around, and if you get pricked, it will bleed. Noticing Rongrong's hand reaching towards the fish, Sanzi quickly pulled the little girl away and warned her. Rongrong won't touch it. She just wants to look. The little girl clung to the bucket, her eyes sparkling as they followed the fish within. Zhou Haiying chuckled and asked of Foam, will these fish also be sent to Shikong Town? Chen Yefeng nodded in affirmation. Yes, there's still time. While the fish are still alive, I'll head there shortly. Could you spare some money for me? You're not just selling fish. Why do you need to ask me for money? I'll also buy some items for Lu Daoyu's son while in Shikong Town. It's been several days since I last visited him. All right then. Before heading to Shikong Town, Chen Yefeng sorted through the fish, taking the valuable ones to sell, while keeping the less valuable ones for his family. The sea base appeared substantial, and his mother mentioned that the dock's purchase price was over 2 cents per pound. Initially, Chen Yefeng intended to take it to town, but upon hearing his mother's words, he promptly changed his mind. The price was simply too low. It would be more worthwhile to steam it for his own consumption. After all, everyone has a mouth to feed, and who would not eat? Brother, can I accompany you to Shikong Town? As they were about to set off, Sanzi expressed his desire to join. Even Dongzi and Godin shared the same sentiment, eager to visit Shikong Town. Next time, I'll take you to Haicheng, where a new zoo has opened. It's far more entertaining than the small Shikong Town, with plenty of animals to see. Chen Yefeng, reluctant to take his own brother along, let alone 2 other children, felt the weight of responsibility. Should anything happen, he could not bear the burden. Thus, he offered a vague response and decided against bringing anyone. When will the next time be? By the time Sanzi processed his thoughts, Chen Yefeng had already walked away with the bucket, leaving behind a slender silhouette. Chapter 77. The ticket scalper. Chen Yefeng spent over an hour walking to Lele Tea House. Having visited twice before, he was somewhat familiar with the establishment. Upon entering the tea house, he immediately spotted Sister Huang at the cash register and approached her with a friendly greeting. Aren't you the one from the last market selling lychees? Indeed, dear sister. Your memory is quite remarkable. The lychees from last time were merely surplus from my home, which I decided to sell. In truth, I am a fisherman by trade, catching fish along the coast, while occasionally dabbling in other ventures. What relevance does that hold? As Deng Xiaoping famously stated, it matters not whether a cat is black or white. As long as it catches mice, it is a good cat, provided one can earn a living. Chen Yefeng found a kindred spirit in Sister Huang, who did not harbor any biases or disdain towards him for his rural background. Afon, what treasures have you caught this time? Huang Qinghui approached. Chen Yefeng offered him a cigarette, a few snapper, a rock crab, and a sizable knife fish. How courteous of you. Brother Dahui chuckled as he accepted the cigarette, glancing into the bucket. Indeed, it was a large knife fish, quite a rarity. And he remarked on Yefeng's fortunate haul. Just the other day, you secured abalones, and now another knife fish. You are destined for prosperity. Haha. May the 3 goddesses bless us all with fortune, Chen Yefeng responded cheerfully. I'll need to consult with a friend in the seafood business regarding the price of this knife fish. Brother Dahui, not being in the seafood trade himself, was uncertain of the market value of such a prized catch. Instantly, Chen Yefeng's eyes brightened. Brother Dahui, do you know anyone in the seafood business? Dahui nodded affirmatively. Yes. But my friend operates in Haicheng and only deals with large trawlers. I can introduce you when the opportunity arises. Thank you very much. Chen Yefeng smacked his lips. Presently, he did not even possess a decent small boat, let alone a trawler, yet he was confident he would eventually have the chance to collaborate with Dahui's friend. Brother Dahui made a call to his seafood business acquaintance and soon received a satisfactory price. Typically, knife fish are priced at 23 yuan per jean locally, but this large specimen fetched 30 yuan per jean. The knife fish that Yefeng caught weighed over 3 jean, earning him more than a substantial sum. The prices for the other fish were, of course, not as lucrative, and selling everything else only yielded half the amount earned from the large knife fish. Thank you, Brother Dahui. Chen Yefeng expressed his gratitude as Dahui purchased all the fish Yefeng had brought. Such a modest catch would be well received at the tea house. After receiving the payment, Yefeng was sincerely appreciative. No need for thanks. Without you, I would not have acquired such fine goods, Dahui kindly reminded him. Afong, should you catch any valuable fish, there is no need to sell them at your local dock. Bring them here directly. Even if our tea house does not require so many, with the abundance of restaurants and tea houses in Shirkong Town, surely there will be demand. Shirkong Town is not coastal and lacks a fishing port. The local seafood market operates on a retail basis, with all fish sourced from other docks. Chen Yefeng smiled. I had the same thought. I'll bring any valuable catches to the town for retail. This way, I can earn more. I was previously unfamiliar with this area, feeling somewhat lost, but after making a few trips, I feel much more at ease. Dahui nodded, expressing his approval. It's good to have such aspirations. Once we start making money, we can purchase a large ship to directly transport goods to the 2 major docks in High City. Wealth will be within our grasp. Chen Yefeng chuckled. Haha, I haven't thought that far ahead yet. Let's first focus on earning money. Currently, the money he earned was insufficient even for a small wooden boat, let alone a large vessel. However, one must harbor dreams. Who knows when they might come to fruition? You didn't walk here, did you? Dahui observed his disheveled appearance and seemed to have guessed the answer. Otherwise, how could you? Our village lacks any public transport to Shirkong Town, and it's rare to even see a tractor. We have no choice but to walk. Chen Yefeng sighed in resignation. The transportation in this era was profoundly inconvenient. Relying solely on one's legs to reach any destination was indeed a struggle. Dahui smiled. You could buy a bicycle. Those cost only 1 or 200 yuan. It would make traveling much easier, and you could also carry goods. He was aware that Chen Yefeng had enough money to purchase a bicycle, having earned over 600 yuan from selling abalone last time, unbeknownst to Dahui. A portion of the earnings belonged to Uncle Wu and Xianzi. Chen Yefeng responded with a wry smile. Actually, I would like to buy one. But acquiring a bicycle is not as simple as it seems. One needs tickets. Tickets? That's not too complicated, Dahui whispered. I can point you to someone who specializes in the trade of various tickets. When you get there, just mention that Dahui referred you. I typically do not disclose such information to others. Understood. Thank you, Dahui. Chen Yefeng's eyes brightened, feeling immensely grateful for Dahui's generosity. After parting ways at Lele Tea House, Chen Yefeng followed Dahui's directions and arrived at a small alley in town. He found the door number Dahui mentioned and knocked. Who is it? After a moment, the door creaked open. A gaunt young man peered out cautiously, glancing around before recognizing Chen Yefeng's face. Come in, he said. It's always better to have an acquaintance vouch for you. Otherwise, others would not give you the time of day. Chen Yefeng stepped inside, greeted by a dim tungsten bulb. The lean young man, named Ho San, specialized in the illicit trade of tickets, a risky business that required him to be particularly cautious. What kind of ticket do you need? Ho San inquired. Do you have everything? Chen Yefeng asked. Of course, Ho San replied with a grin. As long as it circulates in the market, I have it here. Chen Yefeng wasted no time. I would like a bicycle ticket. For a bicycle ticket, that will be 20 yuan. That's quite expensive. One ticket costs 2 large yuan notes. Are you complaining? If it weren't for Dahui's introduction, I wouldn't even sell it to you. Do you know how valuable bicycle tickets are these days? Fine, I'll take one. What brand of bicycle do you want? The Yongzhou brand, preferably a heavy-duty model. Though the heavy-duty ones are pricier, they offer substantial advantages, especially for hauling goods. In this era, a bicycle's cargo capacity was impressive. Even the likes of Outa Biao would weep at the sight. With a swift exchange of money for the ticket, Chen Yefeng parted with 2 large yuan notes. Purchasing a bicycle necessitates expenditure, with heavy-duty bicycles commanding a higher price than their ordinary counterparts. The standard bicycle costs 160 yuan, while the heavy-duty variant is priced at 178 yuan. This expense must be borne by his wife, for all his earnings are presently under her management. Moreover, Ying possesses a nature akin to that of a pai xiao, known for its tendency to accumulate wealth without expenditure. Thus, he must employ some persuasive tactics to appease her upon his return. Chapter 78. The Green Tea Bitch and the Sycophant Emerging from the Alley. Chen Yefeng made his way directly to the cooperative store, where he purchased 2 bottles of malt milk, several pounds of apples, and some sweets. He had initially intended to buy a few pounds of loose liquor, but realized he had not brought along a container to carry it. In these times, customers are required to bring their own tools for carrying purchases. Lacking the means to transport the liquor, Chen Yefeng reluctantly abandoned the idea, knowing he could always procure it later from the cooperative store in his own town. As he walked towards the village, he periodically glanced back, hoping to catch a ride. Halfway along his route, he finally heard the rumbling sound of an approaching vehicle. A tractor kicked up dust as it drew near, and upon signaling, he learned it was headed toward the dock near his home. He paid a dime to hop on. Once they arrived at the dock, he disembarked and walked the remainder of the way home. On his journey, he encountered Wang Zhilan and Lin. The two appeared to have just returned from laboring in the fields. Upon seeing the items in Chen Yefeng's hands, their pupils dilated. Fixated on the malt, milk, and apples he carried, their gazes intense with desire. The village beauty's eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions. As Chen Yefeng walked away, she remained momentarily stunned. The once inconsequential man she had dismissed now seemed to be thriving, while she found herself ensnared in an abyss of despair. Previously, she had been an urban educated youth, imbued with an inherent pride. When she was sent to this small fishing village, she chose a truck driver with preferable conditions among the many suitors vying for her attention, believing it a wise decision. Yet, fate has proven exceedingly unjust. The truck driver she had bet on became paralyzed due to an accident, now unable to leave his bed, let alone fulfill their intimate needs. As a young and attractive woman, the village belle, she was a coveted prize in these desperate times, a tempting morsel for many. While her peers returned to the city, she found herself trapped in this small fishing village, married with children, devoid of any chance to escape. Now, she not only had to provide for her two children, but also contend with a mother-in-law and a paralyzed husband, both draining her vitality like leeches. A vulnerable woman striving to sustain a household of several dependents inevitably pays a hefty price. Faced with the demands of unscrupulous men, she occasionally found herself compelled to yield. In recent days, the villagers have been praising Ah Feng, commending his transformation from a wayward son to a responsible man who earns a living for his wife and children. It is said that since he reformed his ways, his fortunes have shifted dramatically. He has successfully sold his catch at the dock several times, amassing a considerable sum of money. Upon hearing these words, the village flower began to contemplate. After all, that man had once pursued her, and he was quite handsome, now even earning a living by fishing. If he were to agree, she could endure some hardship to share a life with him. That scoundrel Ah Feng had no reason to be so arrogant. It was merely a streak of good fortune that had allowed him to earn some money. She could not bring herself to believe that his luck would persist indefinitely. He was not the favored child of the goddess Ma Zhu. Beside her, Lin spoke with a tinge of jealousy in his tone. Unable to restrain herself, the village flower rolled her eyes subtly, yet wore a gentle smile. Lin, I know you harbor feelings for me, and you are aware of my mother-in-law's disposition. However, as long as you earn money, even if I were to end up with you, she would not dare to oppose it. Lin's face brightened with hope. Is that true? If I earn money, you will share your life with me? The village flower nodded, her hand lightly grasping Lin's. Of course, I genuinely wish to build a life with you. Yet, you are aware of my family situation. Apeng has shown me kindness. Although he is now incapacitated, I cannot bring myself to abandon him. Lin was instantly touched. Alan, you are the most beautiful and kind-hearted woman in this world. You can rest assured that I will work tirelessly to earn money, and you can look forward to a happy life with me. Witnessing that the village flower was unwilling to forsake her paralyzed husband, Lin felt no anger. Instead, he admired her loyalty and compassion, moved that she would not cast aside her burdens for the pursuit of her own happiness. Didn't the stories say that couples were like birds of a feather, flying apart in times of crisis? That was not true for my Alan. Lin reached into his pocket and pulled out several bills, amounting to a considerable sum, and pressed them into the village flower's palm. Alan, I have also been fishing recently. This is my hard-earned money. He was so frugal that he could not even bear to spend on cigarettes, opting instead to share others' water pipes. The village flower, taken aback, held the money but protested. Lin, I cannot accept this. If your family finds out, it would not be good. Lin insisted. This money is mine, and my family is unaware. Moreover, giving money to someone I care for is my prerogative. Even if they were to find out, they could not reproach me. In the Wang family, I am their only son. If I do not find a woman to bear children, our lineage will end. Meanwhile, Chen Yefeng remained oblivious to the exchange between the scheming woman and the devoted admirer as he returned home, burdened with his purchases. A throng of children immediately swarmed around him, eager to see what delectable treats he had brought back. Stand back. Do you think you can just come up and grab? He found himself besieged by several children, one even daring to snatch something from his hands. Such audacity was intolerable. Chen Yefeng's voice turned icy, his anger evident. It was evident that he had been too lenient with them lately, allowing such unruliness to fester. In the past, they would have scurried away from him like mice fleeing from a cat. After his stern reprimand, The children stood frozen in shock, none daring to leave until Chen Yefeng gave the command. I must inform you that henceforth, should anyone come to take something, if I witness any theft, do not blame me for resorting to force. Such behavior is exceedingly impolite. It is imperative to discipline these children, for if others observe, they may believe these youths lack proper upbringing. Let us reprimand these children, and then allow a portion of the bag of apples to be distributed among a few of them by Zhou Haiying. He took with him a bottle of malted milk, some sweets, and gathered a few miscellaneous fish, making his way towards Accountant Lu's home. Their residence is situated a considerable distance away, requiring a 20-minute walk, which includes traversing a dense grove of trees. As he passed through the thicket, Chen Yefeng found himself pausing, savoring the memories it evoked. This grove was rich with cherished moments shared with his wife. It served as their clandestine rendezvous point. It was here that he had first deceived Zhou Haiying. Taking her innocence, they had met here several times thereafter, and reflecting upon those encounters still sent a thrill through him. He had indeed been quite audacious back then. Chapter 79. Rendering a favor upon exiting the grove, he soon arrived at a few households, all bearing the surname Lu, related to Lu Zhengqing by blood. Relying on his memory, he knocked on Accountant Lu's door. Knock, knock. When no response was forthcoming, Chen Yefeng raised his voice, calling out, "Uncle Lu, who is it?" Came a woman's voice, and the door quickly swung open. It was Lu Zhengqing's wife. "Aunt Lu, is my uncle at home?" "Ah, it's you, Yefeng. Your uncle is indeed at home." Upon seeing Chen Yefeng, Aunt Lu's face broke into a broad smile, for Chen Yefeng was considered a benefactor to their family. The old Lu family had only one cherished grandson, and given the stringent family planning policies of the time, the loss of that little one could spell the end of their lineage. In this era, rural folk placed immense value on having male heirs. "Oh, Yefeng, you should have just come without bringing anything." Lu Zhengqing approached, noticing the items in Chen Yefeng's hands, and a flicker of annoyance crossed his face. With a smile, Chen Yefeng replied, "I heard your grandson was unwell, so I brought a few things to check in on him. How is the child now? No more fever, I hope?" Lu Zhengqing chuckled. "You are truly thoughtful. The child has been on and for a few days and is nearly recovered, now running about energetically. That's a relief." "He must have been frightened," Chen Yefeng remarked. Indeed, those days he was either feverish or having nightmares, claiming that a ghost was tugging at his feet. Lu Zhengqing whispered, "Aunt Lu followed your mother's guidance and sought a shaman who provided our little E with a bowl of sacred water, and that was when his nightmares ceased. And the fever subsided. How astonishing!" Chen Yefeng exclaimed, a look of wonder on his face. After chatting with Uncle Lu for a while, the latter insisted on treating Chen Yefeng to drinks and a meal, displaying such warmth that Chen Yefeng found it difficult to decline. Lu Zhengqing instructed his wife to prepare the few fish that Chen Yefeng had brought, cooking them in a clay pot to serve as a side dish. Aunt Lu diligently prepared several dishes in the kitchen, and as soon as the meal was served, Lu Zhengqing took the liberty of presenting a bottle of Maodai. Upon sighting the esteemed liquor, Chen Yefeng's eyes sparkled with delight. This exquisite beverage is quite costly these days, rumored to require a hefty sum and a ticket for purchase. "Well, Uncle Lu, it seems you've even acquired Maodai." Lu Zhengqing chuckled. "This is a gift from my son-in-law. I had a little before. He works as a procurement officer at the supply and marketing cooperative in our town." Chen Yefeng's eyes gleamed even brighter. "I hadn't realized our brother-in-law held such a promising position. Uncle Lu, you are indeed fortunate." In the 1980s, securing a job at a supply and marketing cooperative was a remarkable achievement, regarded as a coveted golden opportunity by many. Moreover, the role of a procurement officer was not easily attainable. It was a highly sought-after position. Knowing Lu Zhengqing's son-in-law was in such a role, Chen Yefeng pondered whether he could leverage this connection to procure some Maodai for himself. After all, in their remote coastal town, even with money and tickets, it was often challenging to acquire such goods. Larger cities had long monopolized the supply, leaving little for smaller locales like theirs. "A phone, come and eat. Savor your aunt's culinary skills. Let us chat while we dine." It must be said, Chen Yefeng's flattering remarks were exceedingly effective, eliciting a broad smile from Lu Zhengqing. "Oh, aunt's cooking is truly delightful," Chen Yefeng could not resist praising. "Before you even take a bite, how can you declare the dishes delectable?" Lu Zhengqing retorted with a smirk. Chen Yefeng replied nonchalantly, "It's a given that it will be delicious. My aunt's dishes are a symphony of color, aroma, and flavor, far superior to even the chefs at state-run restaurants." "Goodness, a phone, your flattery is overwhelming. It's almost embarrassing. My humble cooking skills hardly compare to those of a state-run restaurant chef," Aunt Lu modestly responded, yet inwardly, she was elated. Who does not relish hearing words of praise? "A phone, Do refrain from showering her with compliments. Otherwise, her head might well reach the clouds, Accountant Lu remarked with a smirk. He mused that Chen Yefeng, the second son of Chen Laosi, had a way with words that far surpassed his father's sharp tongue. What is wrong with a little praise? I toil at home, serving all of you, yet not a single kind word is uttered in return. Aunt Lu shot a glare at the accountant, unable to contain her feelings. All right, let us keep the peace. There are guests present. Show me some respect, Lu Zhengqing interjected, urging, come, a phone, let us eat. The two continued their meal and conversation, creating a warm and amiable atmosphere. After a few rounds of toasts, sensing the moment was right, Chen Yefeng smacked his lips and said, Uncle Lu, I hear our village is soon to undergo a committee reform. With the old secretary stepping down, have you considered running for the position of village director? Accountant Lu was taken aback, exclaiming, how did you know? Has a document been issued from the commune? If there were official news, I would certainly be aware. Chen Yefeng casually remarked, I was out by the sea catching some fish and brought my catch to the tea house in Shirkong town. I overheard some patrons discussing the village committee reform. They mentioned that the commune is on the verge of dissolution and many places will need to elect new village heads. I surmise that our village is likely due for reform as well. Once the old secretary steps down, surely a new village head must be chosen. In my previous life, after the old secretary retired, the position was cunningly seized by Yuan Dajuan, the brigade leader. Later, his corruption was exposed, and he ended up in prison. After Yuan Dajuan's downfall, Lu Accountant took over as village head and held the position for over a decade. When Chen Yefeng returned from afar, he had received considerable support from Lu. This time, he intended to subtly alert Lu Zhengqing to prepare for the upcoming election. He certainly did not wish for Yuan Dajuan to reclaim the position, as they had a long-standing feud. How could he expect to thrive under such circumstances? Lu Zhengqing, on the other hand, had been kind to him. By sharing this information, he was, in essence, doing a favor for Lu. Lu Zhengqing expressed his gratitude, saying, often, thank you for the reminder. Let us drink to this. Everything is encapsulated in this cup. Chen Yefeng raised his glass in silent understanding. Indeed, all is contained within this cup. Cheers. How spicy. They both savored their meal. This marked the second time in 2 lifetimes that he had indulged in Mao Dai. In his previous life, upon learning of the impending demolition of his ancestral home, he had splurged on a bottle of Fatian Mao Dai. Remarkably, after consuming it, he truly ascended to another realm. As they dined and drank, they unwittingly polished off most of the bottle of Mao Dai. The bottle had been previously opened, with Lu Zhengqing having consumed a small portion. Nonetheless, both were pleasantly intoxicated, their cheeks flushed. After their feast, Chen Yefeng bade farewell to Lu Accountant, intending to return home. Lu Zhengqing instructed his wife to clear the table, and Aunt Lu stood to dispose of the empty Mao Tai bottle. Chen Yefeng promptly requested the empty bottle. This was an 80-year-old Mao Tai. Even as an empty vessel, it could be worth a considerable sum if preserved for decades. By this time, the sky had darkened. Chen Yefeng, belching contentedly, exited Lu's home, cradling the empty bottle and making his way homeward. Just a few steps later, he heard someone call out to him, initially doubting his ears until the figure emerged from the courtyard. Offing, he recognized the man before him as Lu Zhengming, the brother of Lu Zhengqing and the brother-in-law of Zhou Haiying. He was a middle school teacher, specializing in biology. Years ago, Chen Yefeng had attended school under his tutelage for half a year. Lu Zhengming stated coldly, so you remember I'm your uncle by marriage. It's been several months since you last visited me, hasn't it? Had I not just returned from work and passed by my elder brother's house only to see you inside enjoying a drink, I might have missed you entirely. Ming, do come in and let's converse further. At that moment, a woman's voice echoed from the courtyard. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhengming called out to invite Chen Yefeng inside. Once in the courtyard, Chen Yefeng spotted the woman and greeted her as Aunt Xiao. However, it seemed she did not hear him, as she continued to busily pick at the food in her bowl. Aunt Zhou was merely a decade older than his wife, still shy of 40. Both were private educators. Lu Zhengming taught middle school at the Yanlu Middle School in town, while Aunt Zhou taught at the village primary school. Truth be told, Chen Yefeng harbored a certain trepidation towards this couple, not solely due to their roles as educators, but also because he had once entangled himself with their niece. The young lady had come to spend her summer vacation with them, yet he had lured her into a secluded grove. Subsequently, the revelation of her unexpected pregnancy had caused quite a stir. At that time, the incident had created significant turmoil. Had it not been for Ah Ying asserting that her relationship with Chen Yefeng was one of free love, he might have found himself in serious trouble. Regardless, Lu Zhengming and his wife felt a deep sense of remorse towards their sister and brother-in-law. For their niece, a promising young woman, had been left with a tarnished reputation due to her unplanned pregnancy. To this day, they found it difficult to face the family of Zhou Haiying. Residing in the same village, they could not escape the whispers surrounding Chen Yefeng, who was often criticized for his idleness and lack of ambition, spending his days in the company of disreputable friends. Moreover, there were rumors of an inappropriate relationship with Chen Peng's wife, which incited a desire in them to confront him. However, in recent days, the tide of gossip had shifted. Fewer spoke ill of him, with many noting his remarkable transformation. He had become industrious and was now earning a living. His fortune seemed to have turned, as every time he returned from the sea, he brought back a bountiful catch. Aunt Zhou even discreetly approached her niece to verify the news, only to discover that she too acknowledged Chen Yefeng's newfound reliability and commitment to providing for his family. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhou and her husband were overwhelmed with emotion, feeling their guilt somewhat alleviated. As they continued their meal, their two children, upon seeing Chen Yefeng enter, cast curious glances in his direction. After all, their brother-in-law was quite the figure in the area, with many local rascals recognizing him as a leader, particularly after the scandal of how he had gotten their cousin pregnant while she was still in school. What are you two staring at? Hurry up and eat. How long do you intend to dawdle over your meal? Aunt Zhou admonished, swiftly adopting the authoritative tone of a teacher. Lu Zhengming then pulled Chen Yefeng aside, saying, "Enfant, I hear you've taken to earning a living from the sea now?" Chen Yefeng nodded earnestly, responding, "Auntie, I've come to realize that rather than wandering aimlessly, it is far more prudent to earn a living for my wife and children. I was indeed foolish in the past, committing many wrongs, but now I understand my mistakes and will strive to rectify them for Ah Ying and the family." Ah Ying's journey to marry here was fraught with challenges. She even had a falling out with her family for your sake. You must cherish her deeply. Yes, I am aware of that. In front of Lu Zhengming, Chen Yefeng appeared as innocent as a child. Lu Zhengming, satisfied with this demeanor, knew that Feng had studied under him and was a fellow villager, understanding that his nature was not malevolent, merely playful and naive. After a brief conversation, Lu Zhengming seized the opportunity to impart some significant news. The village primary school where your aunt works is seeking to hire private teachers, offering a monthly salary of 15 yuan, with additional subsidies from the commune for those who perform well. There might even be an opportunity for a permanent position in the future. Your aunt wishes to inquire if Hai Ying would be interested in teaching at their school. However, she must first undergo an examination, which is likely not too challenging. Then I shall ask A Ying when I return, Chen Yefeng replied, knowing that his wife had long harbored aspirations of becoming a teacher. Had it not been for an unexpected pregnancy that forced her to drop out, Zhou Haiying would have likely completed her vocational studies and pursued a teaching career. In the past, Chen Yefeng would have eagerly supported A Ying's ambition, as it promised a steady income and the potential for a permanent position, along with the chance to earn rationed grain. Such opportunities were rare. However, circumstances had changed. He had been fortunate in recent fishing endeavors, earning several hundred yuan. Thus, he found that the salary offered was no longer enticing. Nevertheless, teaching had always been Zhou Haiying's dream, and ultimately, the decision would rest with her. Well, it's getting late. Discuss it with Haiying when you return. All right, Auntie. Uncle, I shall take my leave. As Chen Yefeng departed, he bid farewell to Lu Zhengming and the others. However, Zhou Xiaoyi's expression remained indifferent, as if she had not heard a word. Lu Zhengming saw him to the gate, but Chen Yefeng paid little mind, aware that his previous actions had been regrettable and had disappointed Zhou Xiaoyi and the others. He recognized that altering their perception of him would not happen overnight. He could only hope to gradually demonstrate his transformation. Carrying an empty bottle, he walked home. As he passed a small grove, he faintly heard voices, male and female, emanating from within. Listening intently, he quickly understood. Someone was engaging in a clandestine rendezvous, reminiscent of their own youthful escapades. Excitement surged within him. Chapter 81. Agreement to purchase a bicycle accompanied by the chirping of insects and the twinkling stars, the muffled voices of the couple, laden with suppressed emotions, drifted from the grove. Chen Yefeng pricked up his ears, instantly amused. This was not merely a reflection of his past, but rather a testament to his journey. Here, he could be considered a kindred spirit and a mentor. How could he not be aware of the unfolding events within the grove? Spurred by curiosity and the influence of alcohol, Chen Yefeng inexplicably ventured into the thicket. Goodness, how exhilarating. This was far more entertaining than watching films from distant shores. The scene before him was undeniably thrilling. The couple was so engrossed in their intimate exchange that they remained oblivious to his approach. Chen Yefeng concealed himself behind a tree, keenly observing the unfolding drama. Ahem, who is it? Which wild dog is howling here? Chen Yefeng, fueled by intoxication, let out a bellow into the night sky. Little did he know, this outburst sent the makeshift troops into a disarray as they hastily donned their garments and scrambled for escape. With keen eyesight, Chen Yefeng, possessing vision of 20/20, caught a fleeting glimpse of a man's figure as he fled. Yuan Dabin? The profile resembled that of Yuan Dabin from the village, the younger brother of the brigade leader. They belonged to the same village, having crossed paths not long ago. Chen Yefeng was certain he did not err in his recognition. If that man was indeed Yuan Dabin, then who was his companion? The woman, exhibiting a measure of cunning, concealed her face while fleeing. It mattered little whether she covered other parts, as long as she shielded her visage. By the time Chen Yefeng pursued, the two soldiers had vanished without a trace. Regret surged within him as he slapped his thigh, lamenting his carelessness. Had he known, he would have taken the time to discern their faces before raising his voice. Without lingering further, he strode homeward with a sense of detachment. Afeng, you're back. Have you eaten? Why do you reek of alcohol? Did Accountant Lu keep you drinking? Chen's mother frowned at the scent that clung to her son. In their family, both young and old had a penchant for drink. It was a household of alcoholics. Much to her chagrin, there was no escaping it. Uncle Lu was simply too hospitable, insisting that I partake, even bringing out the Maodai. I had no choice but to indulge him. Chen Yefeng grinned, clutching an empty bottle. His father cast a stern glance upon the bottle in his arms. You go to someone's home to drink and return with their empty bottle? Don't anger them. Chen Yefeng stared incredulously. What are you thinking, father? Do you believe I would pilfer from their home? This is merely an empty bottle. His father retorted. What purpose does an empty bottle serve? Do you not have enough rubbish at home? I could use it for flowers, you know. Chen Yefeng preferred not to engage in such banter, as his father's sharp tongue often provoked irritation, never failing to incite frustration. Bringing home an empty bottle for flowers, what sort of madness is that? His father fumed. Choosing to ignore his father's tirade, Chen Yefeng retreated to find his wife. He discovered her tending to their two daughters who were peacefully asleep, gently fanning them with a bamboo fan. Witnessing this tender scene, a wave of happiness washed over him. Ing, he approached the bedside and embraced his wife's long legs. Father, you stink. The two little girls, who had been sound asleep, suddenly sprang awake. Full of energy, upon catching a whiff of Chen Yefeng's intoxication, they scrunched their noses in disdain. Seeing the girls now lively, Zhou Haiying felt a surge of frustration. Now look what you've done, you've woken them both. You can soothe them now. Chen Yefeng shot a glare at the girls. Quickly, go back to sleep, or I shall no longer buy you any white rabbit candy. Xin reclined back into her spot, declaring, I wish to be a good child. I long to savor the taste of the white rabbit milk candy. Rong, mimicking her, chimed in, I too wish to be a good baby. Just as the two young girls were preparing to drift off to slumber, a small figure appeared at the windowsill, calling out, Second brother, how much did you sell that 3-knife fish for? You haven't given me my money yet. Earlier that day, due to some children attempting to snatch things away, Chen Yefeng had given a stern reprimand, leaving Sanzai momentarily bewildered, forgetting to ask for the money from his second brother. It is also plausible that Sanzai remembered, but, seeing his brother in a fit of anger, dared not speak. Third uncle, what are you doing perched on the windowsill? Third pig uncle, come play? The two little girls, having just settled down, sprang back up, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at Sanzai on the windowsill. Zhou Haiying remarked, while Chen Yefeng shot his brother a disapproving glance. What's the rush? Do you think I would pocket your money? Hearing his brother's words, Sanzai fell silent, clinging to the windowsill, unwilling to depart. Zhou Haiying glared at Chen Yefeng, demanding, how much did you sell that fish for? You ought to give Sanzai his money. Chen Yefeng responded. The fish weighed 3 jin and 4 liang, priced at 3 yuan per jin, yielding a total of 10 yuan and 20 cents. Zhou Haiying was taken aback, struggling to believe it. What, 10 yuan and 2 cents? Surely not. Did a single fish sell for that much? It was incomprehensible to her that after laboriously weaving fishing nets for the fisheries company, she earned hardly a single large note in a month, while a mere child caught a fish and earned that sum. Chen Yefeng clarified, that 3-knife fish is apparently a rare species, hence the high price. Look at the sea bass I caught. It sells for merely a few cents per jin. This sizable one might fetch a few dimes. Zhou Haiying nodded in agreement, acknowledging that fishing often relied on luck. If one caught something of little value, even a whole boat's worth would not command a significant price. Sanzai is waiting. Hurry and give him the money. Chen Yefeng chuckled sheepishly. Darling, why don't you give him the money? Zhou Haiying, puzzled, replied. Didn't I already give you money before you went to Shirkong Town? Besides, the money from the sale is in your hands. Why must I provide it? Well, I've spent all the money. Chen Yefeng stammered, awkwardly rummaging through his pockets until he produced a bicycle ticket. Dear, I managed to procure a bicycle ticket from the black market. Could you spare me some money to buy a bicycle? I promise to work hard from now on. He added, I thought it would be inconvenient to sell the catch in Shirkong town. Purchasing a bike would help me earn better. Zhou Haiying rolled her eyes. You've learned to act first and report later. What can I say? Chen Yefeng, overjoyed, exclaimed, So, does that mean you agree? What choice do I have? You've already acquired the bicycle ticket. Besides, the money is yours to spend. How could I possibly stop you from buying what you desire? Zhou Haiying chose not to engage further, casting him a glance that implied he should discern the meaning himself. In truth, she too thought that acquiring a bicycle was a good idea. Seeing her husband walk to Shirkong town each time was rather disheartening. Thank you, my dear. With that, Chen Yefeng, ecstatic at her consent to his bicycle purchase, planted a kiss on her cheek. Oh, father kisses mother, how sweet. Father, kiss me too. Upon observing the reactions of her two daughters, Zhou Haiying's face flushed a deep crimson. She pouted in mock reproach, exclaiming, Oh dear, the two little ones are watching. Sanzi, perched on the windowsill, appeared momentarily dazed. What about me? I am still here, you know. Ah, but we cannot drive. Once we start driving, it must be reviewed. Alas. Chapter 82. Conversations between husband and wife. Have you all forgotten about me? Sanzi lamented, covering his eyes while leaning against the windowsill. This time, there are no gaps. Oh dear, it's all your fault. Upon hearing Sanzi's voice, Zhou Haiying felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in and reached out to pinch the soft flesh at Chen Yefeng's waist. Ouch, he cried, begging for mercy. Get down from there. In the future, refrain from leaning on the windowsill. Be cautious, or you might break your legs. Noticing her husband's subtle cue, Chen Yefeng quickly grasped her intent. She wished for him to send Sanzi away, as she needed to retrieve some money without prying eyes. Chen Yefeng rose and shooed her brother away from the windowsill, promptly closing the window behind him. You two go outside. To his surprise, Zhou Haiying was even dismissing him, insisting he leave as well. Why should I go? I know where you hide your money. Nonetheless, you must step outside. Your presence here gives me no sense of security. As she spoke, Zhou Haiying ushered him out, and then, like a little mouse, she scurried to extract some money from the crevice in the stone. Once Chen Yefeng handed the money to Sanzi, he was unceremoniously sent off to take a bath. After he had finished washing up, the two little girls had genuinely fallen asleep. Eyeing, Chen Yefeng tiptoed into the bedroom, gently patting her on the rear. What are you doing? Zhou Haiying shot him a glare. Do you intend to wake them? I genuinely have something to discuss with you. Perfect, I too have matters to share. Oh, you have something as well? Please, go ahead. Intrigued that his wife had something to convey, Chen Yefeng settled onto the bamboo bed, his anticipation palpable as he gazed at Zhou Haiying. Here's the situation. My elder brother has returned from the county town. He came to inform me that his brother-in-law has just undergone surgery and cannot work for the next 2 months. He wishes to know if you would join him in going out to sea for fishing. I certainly have no objections. Going out to sea is undoubtedly superior to foraging along the nearby beaches. Upon hearing his wife's words, Chen Yefeng's eyes brightened instantly. He had originally intended to save enough money to purchase a boat. The nearby beaches were only fruitful during the days surrounding the new moon and full moon. Luck played a significant role in their yield. However, luck was unpredictable. Who could ascertain whether they would earn a profit? During those days, the beaches would be crowded, as families without fishing boats could only gather small catches along the shore. If they possessed a boat, the situation would be entirely different. They could not only drag nets, but also set traps and hooks, and venture to uninhabited islands for a stroke of fortune, potentially leading to unexpected rewards. Typically, a small fishing vessel requires 2 to 3 individuals for optimal operation, ensuring that both setting and retrieving the fishing gear would not be excessively burdensome. Another significant reason lies in the intricate nature of the maritime environment. Should any danger arise, there would be someone to rely on. Those who embark on fishing expeditions together are typically the most trusted relatives. No one wishes to expose their back to outsiders. After all, the sea is a lawless domain, and should a treasure be uncovered, one might not even realize the peril until it is too late. Thus, fishing at sea is usually a family affair, fathers and sons, brothers, or couples, essentially, individuals they can trust. The fact that his elder brother invited Chen Yefeng to join him on the fishing boat indicates a profound level of trust. After all, they are blood brothers. Since his elder brother intends to take him out to fish for 2 months, he resolves to work diligently, hoping to earn enough to purchase a boat. He has already contemplated that if he buys one, it should at least be a powered iron vessel, which would make navigating the waters considerably easier. However, his elder brother has yet to clarify how they will split the earnings. No matter, He will personally inquire tomorrow. It is likely that he won't be taken advantage of. Everyone has families to support. Who doesn't need to provide for their spouse and children? Clear accounts should be settled among brothers. It is unwise to leave matters ambiguous at the outset, only to face disputes later. All right, you decide, he concluded. And now it was her turn to speak. Zhou Haiying gazed at him with hopeful anticipation, eager to hear what he would say. Chen Yefeng teased. Why don't we discuss it tomorrow? I'm quite tired today. As he leaned back against the small bamboo bed, she exclaimed, no way. If we don't finish this conversation today, you won't be allowed to sleep. Zhou Haiying shot him a glare and playfully punched his chest a few times. How could she possibly sleep without hearing the end of it? Chen Yefeng pretended to be gravely wounded, saying, cough, cough. You're going to beat me to death. Zhou Haiying huffed. I didn't even use much force. If I had, would you still be lying here as if nothing happened? I could knock down even a pig. I suspect you are implying that I am a pig, he retorted. No need to suspect. I'm explicitly calling you a pig. Ah, you are truly audacious. Just wait until I teach you a lesson. Take it easy. If the girls wake up, you'll have to soothe them yourself. I don't care. If you dare call me a pig, you must face the consequences. Chen Yefeng playfully administered a light reprimand to his wife. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Today, I visited Accountant Lu's house and ran into my aunt and uncle. I mentioned the recruitment for elementary school teachers. After hearing this, Zhou Haiying fell silent for a moment, her face soon illuminating with excitement. After all, her greatest dream during her school years had been to become a teacher. Unfortunately, that dream had been shattered. Now, with Chen Yefeng encouraging her to pursue her aspirations once more, her emotions were beyond words. Originally, he had intended to ask her opinion on whether she wished to teach, but upon seeing her expression, he already knew the answer. If you want to teach, I will certainly support you. The school year begins in a few days, and my uncle mentioned there would be an exam to take then. I'll bring over Ame's books for you to review your lessons in the meantime. Ame is the younger sister of Chen Yefeng, currently attending high school at Lianzhou County No. 1 Middle School. She is spending her summer vacation at her maternal grandmother's home on Xi'an Island and has yet to return. Lu Zhengming mentioned that the exam questions are not particularly challenging. Given his wife's scholarly prowess, she should have no trouble passing the exam with diligent study. I aspire to become a teacher, and fortunately, Xin is of school age now, but Rong is only 2 years old. I certainly cannot take her along to teach. Can I? Zhou Haiying is feeling quite conflicted. She needs to go to work, but what about the children? In this era, there are no nurseries, and everyone else at home has their own responsibilities. Who has the time to care for the children? You need not worry about that. I will communicate with mother. And grandma is at home with nothing much to do. She can come over to help look after the children. There is always a solution, after all. Can living beings truly be stifled by their needs? As he spoke, Chen Yefeng's hands became restless again. What are you doing? Weren't you satisfied just now? That was merely a prelude. Now the main act is beginning. Besides, I'm helping you revise. Oh, how shameless. Hee. Then let me show you just how shameless I can be. I will perform splendidly tonight. And remember to bring me money in the morning to buy a bicycle. Afong. That is inappropriate. You cannot use your mouth like that. Chapter 83. The bicycle acquisition the next day, bright and early, after breakfast. Chen Yefeng summoned Uncle Wu to accompany him to Shikong Town. For large items such as bicycles, smaller supply and marketing cooperatives often run out of stock. Chen Yefeng, armed with his tickets and cash, arrived at the largest supply cooperative in Shikong Town. After explaining his purpose, the salesperson requested to verify the tickets. This made him quite anxious, fearing any potential mishap. After all, this bicycle ticket was procured at a premium from the ticket scalper, Hong San, and he worried there might be issues. Fortunately, after the salesperson inspected the tickets and confirmed their validity, they accepted the payment, issued the receipt, and led him to collect the bicycle. Before long, he beheld the tall, handsome 28-inch bicycle. The deep black frame exuded a sense of gravitas. Its simple yet fluid lines revealing the beauty of industrial design. Afong, are you really here to buy a bike? My goodness, I thought you were just joking. Hee. This is just the beginning. In the future, we will even acquire a small car like the one owned by the proprietress of Hongfu Restaurant. Stop boasting. I've heard that car is incredibly expensive, costing hundreds of thousands. Can we, mere commoners, afford it? Then work hard and strive to earn enough for me to buy a car soon. To be honest, having Uncle Wu, this large, simple man, accompany me outdoors provides not only a sense of security, but also some amusement during dull moments. In this era, even after purchasing a bicycle, one cannot immediately take to the roads. One must first obtain a bicycle operation permit, akin to a modern driver's license, referred to as a bicycle license. Additionally, A license plate must be affixed to the bicycle, and steel stamps must be engraved on the handlebars and frame. Thankfully, Chen Yefeng had prepared beforehand, bringing all the necessary materials. Otherwise, he would have had to make multiple trips, which would have been a tremendous hassle. With the bicycle in hand and materials gathered, he made his way to the border control station to complete the formalities. Currently, many departments remain undivided. The border patrol station serves as both a father and mother, overseeing everything. Upon discovering that Zhao Guowen worked at the border patrol station as the deputy director, Chen Yefeng made a special effort to observe, hoping to encounter him. To his surprise, he indeed crossed paths with him. "Uncle Lin," Chen Yefeng exclaimed, as he arrived at the entrance of the border patrol station, spotting Zhao Guowen's figure. However, the latter wore a troubled expression, as if he had encountered some thorny issue. "Offing, ACI, is that you?" Zhao Guowen remarked, showing a hint of astonishment upon seeing Chen Yefeng and ACI. "Have you come to handle the paperwork for the new vehicle?" "Yes. We just bought a new car from the supply and marketing cooperative and came to register it." "You're quite the lad, buying a new car. Well, go ahead and take care of it. Just turn right after entering, and you'll find the bicycle registration office." "Wait a moment, isn't this scenario a bit off? Shouldn't you, Deputy Director Zhao, just summon someone to assist us with everything?" "Oh, Uncle Lin, you carry on with your business. We'll attend to ours." "Hold on." Just as they began to push their bicycles inside, Zhao Guowen suddenly called out to them. "Uncle Lin, is there anything else?" Chen Yefeng maintained a calm facade. Though his heart soared with joy, Zhao Guowen slowly inquired, "Is your grandfather at home? I would like to visit him." Chen Yefeng replied with disappointment, "Yes. He is at home. He was sweeping the yard when we left." Uncle Wu, curious, asked, "Brethren, what do you need to see him for?" "Oh, it's nothing. I merely wish to share a drink and chat with him. You two go on and attend to your matters." With that, he mounted a three-wheeled motorcycle and departed with a roar. Watching the motorcycle vanish into the distance filled Chen Yefeng with envy, making him suddenly feel that pushing his bicycle was far less appealing. With the rear exit blocked, he had no choice but to obediently push his bicycle to the management office to handle various procedures. After completing all the necessary tasks, it was already midday. Each of them bought a shrimp cake to satiate their hunger before riding their new bicycles home. The joy of having a bicycle was undeniable, sparing them from trudging under the sun. Yet, regrettably, the sturdy figure holding onto his waist was not his beloved maiden, but rather a burly man. "Offing, may I have a turn riding?" "Absolutely not. This is a new bike. What if it gets damaged?" As they approached the village entrance, Uncle Wu requested to ride, but Chen Yefeng resolutely declined. Such a chance to show off was not for him. Upon entering the village, Chen Yefeng deliberately slowed his pace, cruising ahead leisurely. Indeed, the brand new bicycle instantly captured everyone's attention. He rode while greeting acquaintances along the way. "Second uncle, herding cattle, right?" "Yes, just bought a new bike." "Aunt Nyo, where are you headed? How did you know this bike was mine?" "Uncle Mo, busy as always." Riding a bike is quite exhausting." What should have been a mere few minutes' journey from the village entrance to his home stretched into half an hour as he pedaled, ensuring that half the village was informed of his new acquisition. Returning home in glory is akin to parading in splendid attire under the night sky. Indeed, the feeling of being envied is utterly delightful. In the past, the villagers referred to him as a loser, but now he is hailed as a handsome young man wherever he goes. "Enfant, could you possibly speed up? I can walk faster than you are riding." The large fellow, unable to tolerate the pace any longer, decided to disembark and walk instead. If he did not ride so slowly, would they even notice it was him on the bicycle? Chen Yefeng disregarded him, occasionally ringing the bell. Ding ding. Feeling the envious gazes of the villagers, Chen Yefeng felt more flamboyant than if he were driving a luxury vehicle. I've been ringing the bell for quite some time. Why are those children not coming out? Where could they be? Chen Yefeng wondered aloud. How could the children at home not come out to greet him? There was hardly any atmosphere. Shouldn't they have been waiting eagerly by the roadside to rush over upon seeing him on his bicycle, waving their arms in cheer? As he neared home, the answer finally revealed itself. The children were at his grandfather's house, captivated by a motorcycle. In the courtyard stood a sidecar, precisely the one previously owned by Zhao Guowen. To his surprise, the other party had indeed come to seek his grandfather, and he had thought it was merely a jest. The motorcycle enchanted the children, who were gathered around it, examining it with unending curiosity. "Ahem, I've returned with a bicycle," Chen Yefeng coughed lightly, fearing they might not have noticed him. This motorcycle was truly magnificent, with a seat far softer than that of a bicycle, promising a much more comfortable ride. Of course, it's a motorcycle. Acquiring one costs as much as a small fortune. How could a bicycle compare? When I grow up, I shall purchase a motorcycle like this. Riding it will surely be impressive. Wasn't it your dream to buy a bicycle? That was once, but not anymore. With a motorcycle, Who would want a bicycle? Chen Yefeng could hardly fathom that the little ones merely glanced at him before their attention swiftly returned to the sidecar, their faces brimming with envy. Damn. Bicycles have lost their charm. Chapter 84. The tomb robbery case. Chen Yefeng paid no heed to the children, placing his bicycle beneath a nearby tree and propping it up. He then walked towards his grandfather's house. Upon approaching, he noticed that his grandmother and others were dining, with Zhao Guoan present, engaged in jovial conversation over drinks with Chen Laoyes. As they arrived at the entrance, Chen Yefeng called out, "Grandma, Grandpa," and greeted Zhao Guoan as well. "Mother, I am famished." Uncle, upon seeing the array of dishes on the table, instinctively patted his belly. At that moment, his stomach rumbled loudly, akin to a few pigeons flapping within. "Are you truly this hungry? Hurry and serve yourself some rice." The elderly lady chuckled, glancing at Chen Yefeng. "Afong, why not join us for a meal?" His grandmother had prepared cassava porridge, complemented by stir-fried garlic shoots with meat, boiled squid, poached chicken, salted fish, steamed crab, and a plate of stir-fried greens. The feast was quite sumptuous. It seemed those dishes had been arranged by Zhao Guoan, as a bottle of white liquor also graced the table. The bottle of Liu closely resembles that of Matai, adorned with uppercase pinyin letters that, at first glance, may be mistaken for English. This beverage hails from the eastern region of Guangdong and is not inexpensive, retailing at 18 yuan per bottle at the supply and marketing cooperative. "I suppose I'll indulge in a bit." Chen Yefeng, feeling quite at home, did not hesitate. After all, his grandparents lived nearby, and he could always invite them over for a feast in the future. Zhao Guoan glanced at Chen Yefeng and inquired, "Afong, wouldn't you care for a drink?" Chen Yefeng quickly shook his head. "No, thank you. I'll just have some dishes. I need to go out to sea for fishing with my elder brother tonight." "Well, Afong, you've become quite diligent, I must say," Zhao Guoan remarked with a hint of approval. "To earn a living and support your wife and children, one must exert oneself." Observing Chen Yefeng's newfound ambition brought Zhao Guoan joy. In the past, whenever he returned to the village, there were always murmurs about Afeng's shortcomings, with some even questioning whether he could be incarcerated for his misdeeds. Yet today was different. He overheard villagers praising him. It seemed that his cousin's son had truly turned over a new leaf. "Keep up the good work, young man," Zhao Guoan encouraged, before continuing his conversation with the elder Chen. Meanwhile, Chen Yefeng sat quietly, indulging in his meal, remaining an inconspicuous presence. Though he refrained from interjecting, he listened intently to their discussion, which unexpectedly revolved around a tomb robbery. It appeared that an ancient tomb in their vicinity had been looted, with its artifacts completely plundered. The higher authorities had instructed their border outpost to solve the case promptly and bring the criminals to justice. Those tomb raiders were exceedingly cunning, leaving no trace behind. Zhao Guoan found himself at a loss regarding the case, and, recognizing the connection between ancient tombs and feng shui, had come to seek the elder Chen's assistance. He hoped to delve into feng shui principles to uncover a potential clue to cracking the case. As Chen Yefeng listened to their conversation about the tomb robbery, a distant memory resurfaced in his mind from years ago. It was around the turn of the millennium when he casually read a newspaper article reporting the capture of a tomb raiding gang by the Public Security Bureau. The gang confessed to having plundered a Grand Ming Dynasty tomb in their area in 1983, which had unveiled the truth behind this significant theft. The article detailed the gang's intricate methods of stealing artifacts from the tomb and how they transported them. It seemed those raiders had bribed a fisherman along the coast, concealing the stolen relics aboard his fishing vessel, feigning fishing activities until the coast was clear, then discreetly shipping them overseas for sale. However, even with this knowledge, Chen Yefeng was uncertain how to disclose it to Zhao Guoan. The newspaper only mentioned that the tomb raiders had bribed a fisherman, but did not specify who that fisherman was. Who could know where that individual's boat might be hiding? If he were to inadvertently reveal this information to Zhao Guoan, it might alert the culprits and ruin any chance of resolution. Chen Yefeng pondered for a moment and resolved to accompany his elder brother on a fishing expedition tonight, with the intention of conducting reconnaissance at sea. What if he truly encountered something unexpected? If nothing was found, he could devise a way to alert the border patrol about suspicious fishing vessels, perhaps by anonymously reporting that smuggling activities were occurring on the water. After dinner, Zhao Guoan drove Chen Laoyizi to the site of the recently plundered ancient tomb. As the motorcycle roared to life, a group of young children trailed behind until the motorcycle vanished from sight, at which point they happily bounced back. Chen Yefeng called upon his fifth uncle to assist the elderly lady in tidying up the dishes on the table before he pushed his bicycle home. "Second brother, is this bicycle yours? It looks so imposing," one child exclaimed. "Uncle, how come you're so wealthy that you can even afford a bicycle?" Another chimed in. "Father, this is wonderful. Our family has a bicycle now. Can I sit on the front rack to play? As he pushed the bicycle out the door, several children surrounded it, chirping excitedly like a flock of sparrows. Chen Yefeng teased, "Didn't you all prefer motorcycles and look down on my bicycle? Now that the motorcycle has left, you can finally see my bike." "Nonsense. Who said we like motorcycles? We adore bicycles. This one looks so new and impressive." They replied in unison. "Yes, Xiangzi is right. Bicycles are great. They keep you fit, don't require fuel, and can carry loads. Father, in the future, I want to sit in front. And mother can hold my little sister in the back. What do you think?" Surrounded by the children, Chen Yefeng pushed the bicycle back to his home. "Afeng, you bought a bicycle? It's truly beautiful," exclaimed his mother, her smile revealing her delight as she beheld the brand new model. Their second son had indeed made something of himself. Not long ago, he was merely a carefree street kid, but now he had matured remarkably, earning enough money in such a short time to buy a brand new bicycle, which was truly gratifying. However, his father adopted a stern expression. "Is your money burning a hole in your pocket? With that money, it would be wiser to purchase a wooden boat. Fishing at sea could yield profits. Why buy a bicycle? Father, a small wooden boat would still require 500 to 600 yuan, wouldn't it? It's better to save up for a larger boat equipped with a trawl net. Then we could engage in trawling operations." Understanding that his father would be displeased, Chen Yefeng expressed his thoughts. Their family's finances could likely support the purchase of a small wooden boat. However, a steel boat would provide greater stability, even during rough waters. It would offer more security than a small wooden one. Furthermore, it would be powered by a diesel engine, unlike the small rowboats that required manual effort, which was much more exhausting. Moreover, he justified, "I'm not buying this bicycle for leisure. If I manage to catch valuable fish, I can transport them directly to Shirkong town to sell to the restaurants there, where the prices are significantly higher than at the docks. The cost of this bicycle would be quickly recouped." Chapter 85. Fishing at Sea and the Customs of Fisherfolk. "Do as you wish. You won't heed my advice anyway." Chen's father huffed, indifferent to the matter, as it did not require his financial input. "All right, fourth brother, the car has already been purchased. So why do you continue to complain? Our son rarely stays out frivolously. He understands the importance of earning a living for the family. Why must you speak to him in that manner?" urged Mother Chen. Father Chen shot her a sharp glance. A doting mother often spoils her children. "And that is precisely what you do. The issues we faced with our second son were largely a result of your indulgence." Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken, merely lingering in his mind. "Do you not dare to speak truthfully, Chen Guofa? Among our 5 children, have you ever taken responsibility for them?" She retorted. "You go out to sea for fishing with the fishing team for 10 days or even half a month, leaving me alone to wash their clothes, cook for them, and care for them. Am I wrong to feel this way?" Father Chen, feeling guilty, replied, "I shouldn't have said that just now." Over the years, their family had thrived thanks to his wife. Otherwise, he could only imagine the disarray they would have faced. "I still have more to say. You only know how to talk and talk. Do you even realize the hardships A1 has faced in her in-laws' home? What? What has A1 gone through? Has she been mistreated?" Father Chen was taken aback, surprised that their eldest daughter had become the topic of conversation. Mother Chen quickly recognized that her emotional outburst may have revealed too much and fell silent. Chen Yefeng sensed that there was more to the story and pressed on, "Mother, what has happened to my elder sister? Is it that her husband's family is bullying her? In his previous life, he had been away for years and was unaware of many matters. He himself had been muddling through, hardly paying attention to others' affairs. He only knew that his sister had been looked down upon by her in-laws for her inability to bear children, ultimately leading to her divorce. Afterward, his sister, Chen Yezhuan, remarried and, within a year, bore a pair of twin sons. Ironically, her ex-husband later married and had 4 children, only to discover that none resembled him. When no response was forthcoming, Chen Yefeng raised his voice, calling out, "Uncle Lu." It turned out that his wife had been unfaithful with multiple men, and none of the children were his. He later learned that he was the one unable to father children. What a twist of fate, to toil and strive for a family, only to end up alone. "She is fine, really. I was merely provoking your father with my words." No matter how much Chen Yefeng pressed, Mother Chen refused to divulge any further details, leaving him with no choice but to relent. He then wheeled the bicycle before his wife, inviting her to admire it. Upon seeing the brand new bicycle, Zhou Haiying's face lit up with joy, her smile expansive. It was something she had never dared to dream of, yet here it was, a reality. Tears of excitement glistened in her eyes. "Shall I take you for a ride around the village?" "No, just a stroll in the yard will suffice. It feels rather ostentatious to ride around when we are not going anywhere." "Very well, let us just circle the yard. You sit behind me. Is there really a difference for someone with your long legs?" With that, Chen Yefeng mounted the bicycle, and Zhou Haiying took her place on the rear seat. They began to pedal in circles within the yard. Later, a few small children chased after them, calling out. By afternoon, Chen's mother personally prepared rice dumplings, bringing along incense paper and candles, as she took her son Chen Yefeng to the Mazu Temple on Laowa Island to pay homage to the sea goddess. In accordance with local customs, fishermen must visit the Mazu Temple to pray for safety and good fortune before their first fishing trip. Due to the stone path to the isolated island being submerged in water, they opted to travel by boat. There was a boat docked at the shore, specifically for transporting people to the Mazu Temple. Upon reaching the island, Chen's mother guided her younger son through the rituals of worshipping Mazu, having him kneel before the main hall. The devoted believer, Chen Shiyun, brought her son Yefeng to pay respects to the three ladies, hoping for her son's smooth sailing, successful trips, and bountiful catches. After their prayers, they returned home safely. Since Chen Yefeng was set to go fishing that night, he had dinner and went to bed early. At 3 in the morning, Zhou Haiying woke him. "Afeng, it's time to head out to sea. Your brother is already waiting for you." "Oh, I'm getting up now." At the sound of his wife's voice, Chen Yefeng groggily awoke. Rising so early was a novel experience for him, and he felt somewhat unaccustomed. However, there was no choice. He had to support his family, and it was not an easy task. After dressing, he asked his wife to secure the door and made his way to the yard, where he found his elder brother Chen Yefeng sitting outside, smoking a water pipe. He approached and took a few puffs. "Brother, should we bring the water pipe? We can't bring liquor, but we must bring the water pipe, otherwise it will be too dull at sea." Chen Yefeng shook his head. "No need. I have one on the boat." "All right, then let us go." "Wait. Mother said she would boil 3 eggs for you." Chen Yefeng said nothing, thinking she was preparing breakfast for them. Soon, their mother emerged from the storeroom with 2 aluminum lunchboxes and a ceramic cup containing 3 eggs. "Afeng, xin, this is your food. Don't forget to eat. Also, the 3 eggs in this cup are for you, Afeng, since it's your first time going to sea. According to our fishing family's custom, a mother must boil 3 eggs for her son. It's a tradition passed down from our ancestors, so you'll eat them all by yourself." "Ah, thank you, mother." Witnessing this, Chen Yefeng felt deeply moved. He had not anticipated such special treatment for his maiden voyage. Grabbing his belongings, he followed his brother toward the sea. "Have they left? Why are you still out here? Why didn't you come out earlier?" After they departed, Chen's father emerged from the house, draped in a thin garment. Although he feigned indifference, his heart remained heavy with concern for his younger son. After all, it was his first time at sea, and how could a parent not worry? He walked to the base of a tree to smoke his pipe, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward the direction where his 2 sons had vanished. Claiming he was not worried, he was nearly compelled to follow them. "Who says I'm worried? I just came out for a smoke." Seeing Chen's father still stubborn, Chen's mother merely shook her head, choosing not to confront him directly. She reminded him to close the door upon his return before retreating to sleep. Chen's father held a hand pipe, pinching a small amount of tobacco to place in the bowl, striking a match to ignite it. He inhaled deeply from the water pipe, savoring the smoke. After finishing, he rose to secure the courtyard gate, standing outside for a moment to survey his surroundings. With a creak, he shut the door and returned to rest. Chapter 86. Setting the net. Chen Yefeng followed his elder brother towards the seaside, a lantern in hand. Meanwhile, Chen Yefeng donned a headlamp, its beams slicing through the inky darkness of the night. Despite the scorching heat of the day, the early morning air felt quite chilly. Though Chen Yefeng was grateful for his long-sleeved shirt. "Afeng, your sister-in-law and I have agreed to partner up for fishing these next 2 months, splitting the catch 50-50. This was the same ratio Chen Yefeng had previously arranged with his brother-in-law. The boat was an inheritance from their sister-in-law's parents, and both siblings had a share in it. Since both were brothers, the sister-in-law felt it only fair to maintain the previous division of profits, ensuring no favoritism among family. "No need, I'll take 30%. You provided the boat and the fishing gear, I'll just contribute my strength." Chen Yefeng promptly declined the elder brother's offer, feeling it was too generous. "You foolish boy, I've already discussed this with your sister-in-law, and she has no objections. Let us proceed as I suggested." After all, their vessel was a small rowboat, moving at a mere few knots, entirely reliant on manual effort. The fishing gear was also readily available, requiring no additional expenditure. After some contemplation, Chen Yefeng replied, "Then how about this, brother? I'll take 40% and you can have 60. After all, you are the elder brother, and it's only right for you to take the larger share." Understanding his brother's steadfast nature, he conceded a bit. "Very well, let us agree on that. During this time, as we partner in fishing, we will divide the earnings accordingly." Chen Yefeng thought for a moment, but did not insist further. Feeling a sense of pride in his brother's newfound maturity, Before long, Chen Yefeng caught the strong scent of the sea. In the pitch-black night, the sound of waves crashing against the shore echoed around them. Chen Yefeng suggested they first retrieve their fishing gear, as leaving it on the boat could make it susceptible to theft. Petty thieves were all too common, and one moment of inattention could lead to loss. Since they lived nearby, it was not far to go. They planned to return with the fishing boat and conveniently transport everything back home. Sister-in-law, Chen Yefeng called out as he spotted Zhang Feng waiting at the door for their return. "A Feng, you're here," Zhang Feng greeted with a cheerful smile. "Be sure to exercise caution once you're at sea. If you encounter rough weather, return immediately." "I know, it's not my first time out on the water. You remind me every time. Is it really necessary?" he retorted, slightly exasperated. "Not at all. As long as you return safely, that's all that matters." Zhang Feng always saw them off whenever Chen Yefeng went fishing, and she would also be there to greet them upon their return. Her fervent wish is for her husband to return home safely. Having already endured the anguish of losing a loved one, she wishes to avoid a second sorrow. "Sister-in-law, we shall take our leave now. Please rest." "Wait, I have yet to bring you the meal I prepared. And mine as well. I am truly grateful, sister-in-law." Seeing that his elder sister-in-law had even prepared her own meal, Chen Yefeng felt a surge of emotion, choosing not to mention that his mother had already arranged provisions for them. A little extra food would not be detrimental. It could always be taken aboard the boat to enjoy leisurely later. The tide had yet to recede, and the water level remained quite high. The two waded through the water, transferring their belongings to the small boat. His elder brother called for Chen Yefeng to board first while he lifted the anchor. Each vessel moored along the shore was secured with ropes or anchor chains. The anchor firmly embedded in the mud to ensure the boats would not be swept away by the waves. Once Chen Yefeng raised the anchor, he took the cable and climbed aboard. "Rest for a bit. I will row the boat out." "All right, call me when we reach the location." Nodding in response to his brother's words, Chen Yefeng acknowledged his limited experience with such a small boat. In his previous life, to support the village beauty's family, he had worked as a boatman, but those vessels were powered mechanically, eliminating the need for physical rowing. To this day, he had yet to master the art of paddling. As the sea breeze caressed them, the small wooden boat swayed gently like a cradle, gradually drifting away from the shoreline. Chen Yefeng reclined on the deck, and before he knew it, he had succumbed to slumber. Time passed unnoticed until he was roused by his brother's call. "Hey Feng, wake up. Have we arrived?" Clambering up from the deck, Chen Yefeng surveyed his surroundings, noting only water, with a few distant fishing lights flickering in the far-off dark. He wished to discreetly observe which fishing boat might hold suspicions, but the surrounding area was cloaked in impenetrable darkness, rendering even ghostly silhouettes invisible, let alone the boats themselves. It seemed they would have to wait for dawn. "Yes, we have reached the location. We've always fished in this area." Each fisherman typically selects familiar waters for their catch, as knowledge of the terrain is most advantageous. This familiarity minimizes the risk of grounding the boat or entangling the nets. Moreover, small boats like theirs operate safely in coastal waters. Should they capsize, they could swim back to shore. His elder brother and uncle set their traps in this very sea, hoping that fortune would smile upon them with a bountiful catch. Yet, with his uncle's streak of misfortune, they had seldom encountered good fortune. Chen Yefeng had grown numb to it all. "Let us set the nets in this area. Would you like to row while I place them?" "No need, trust me. I can manage." With that, Chen Yefeng organized the nets and gradually submerged them into the water. Chen Yefeng rowed while occasionally glancing at his brother's technique. Chen Yefeng's method of placing the nets astonished even Chen Yefeng. His skill surpassed his own, making him seem far from the inexperienced novice he had expected. The most easily captured fish with net fishing are those from the mid to upper water column, and the technique of placing the nets is quite nuanced. If not executed properly, even if fish enter the net, they can easily escape. As time gradually passed, Chen Yefeng finally placed all the nets into the water. "Brother, shall we set the traps?" "Yes, proceed to the area ahead." With that, Chen Yefeng rowed the boat towards the designated sea region to set the traps. Upon arriving at the area indicated by his elder brother, the two men commenced the process of placing the traps. They first filled the traps with bait before submerging them. The specifications of these traps measured 27 by 38 centimeters, with a length of 8 meters and a mesh size of 13, comprising approximately 25 segments specifically designed for catching shrimp and crabs. "Brother, did you not set up any long lines?" The long line is a primary method of fishing, characterized by a main line to which numerous branch lines are attached, each ending with a hook and bait. Utilizing floats and sinkers, it is positioned within the water. Depending on the type of target fish, the length and sinking power of the line can be controlled through the floats, allowing the gear to sink to the appropriate water layer. Long lining typically avoids smaller fish, is relatively straightforward to operate, yet incurs higher costs. As one must purchase fish and shrimp as bait at the dock, risking losses if fortune does not favor them. Longlining. I stopped doing that long ago. I tried it a few times previously, but couldn't even recover the costs of the bait. Those long lines are just sitting at home now. Well, perhaps you can bring them out next time. Unbeknownst to them, dawn began to break. Chapter 87. Encountering a toxic nest as the first rays of sunlight kissed the surface of the sea, it was instantly illuminated, shimmering with golden ripples. At this moment, the two men had finally placed all the traps into the water. They were drenched in sweat, visibly fatigued. "Brother, let us eat first. My back feels like it's going to break." "All right, let us wash our hands and have a meal. A little fatigue is acceptable. But what we dread is to be weary without any rewards." Chen Yefeng retrieved 2 aluminum lunchboxes, handing one to Yefeng. Fishermen endure hardship and exhaustion, relying entirely on luck for their sustenance. Ever since his younger brother returned to the right path, it seemed that he had garnered the favor of Mazu, and luck had also begun to smile upon him. For instance, during the last foraging for abalone, he unexpectedly earned over 400 yuan. Even his son, Xiangzi, managed to find over a dozen abalones, earning 9 yuan, which surpassed what he would earn in a grueling day of labor. This time, partnering with his younger brother for a day at sea was an attempt to siphon off some of his luck, hoping to dispel his brother-in-law's misfortune. The two brothers exchanged no further words, opening their respective lunch boxes to begin their meal. After a long day of toil, their stomachs were grumbling. The moment Chen Yefeng opened his lunchbox, he was greeted with the rich aroma of food. The box contained white rice, rather than the usual cassava porridge. In these times of food scarcity, even white rice is a luxury not everyone can afford, especially for fishermen like them, who do not cultivate rice themselves and must buy it with money. Few are willing to pay exorbitant prices for grain without ration cards. In an effort to conserve food, every household typically consumes porridge, sweet potato porridge for lunch and cassava porridge in the afternoon. However, those who go out to fish engage in physically demanding work and certainly cannot subsist on watery meals. In addition to the white rice, Chen Yefeng's meal included scrambled eggs, stir-fried clams, and a variety of vegetables, offering a well-balanced combination of meat and greens. After laboring for so long, both men were utterly exhausted, each savoring their meals with great delight. The satisfying fullness that accompanied the rice and vegetables was particularly comforting, and once one is satiated, drowsiness often follows. "Big brother, why don't you take a nap? I can keep an eye on the boat." Once the nets and traps were submerged, all that remained was to relinquish everything to the passage of time, leading to an interminable wait. In this age devoid of mobile phones, the absence of a means to pass the time, such as watching a beautiful live stream, was keenly felt. For now, one could only gaze vacantly at the vast expanse of the sea. Had I known, I would have brought a fishing rod. How careless of me. Then I shall lie down for a bit. Wake me in 2 or 3 hours. Chen Yefeng, equally weary, after exchanging a few words, pulled his straw hat over his face and succumbed to sleep. The small boat floated on the water, necessitating someone to remain vigilant. Otherwise, in the event of danger, there would be no opportunity to react. Taking advantage of his brother's slumber, Chen Yefeng made a deliberate effort to observe the surrounding fishing vessels, searching for any suspicious boats. After a thorough examination, he found himself at a loss. Every boat seemed suspect, yet equally normal. Such a contradiction. He decided to wait a while longer. If he could not discern anything, he would find a way to relay this information to the border patrol. Boredom set in as he gazed across the sea, and time slowly crept by. Without a watch, he was oblivious to the hour. Chen Yefeng could only gauge the time approximately by the sun's position overhead. Sensing the passage of time, he gently shook his brother awake. "Is it time already? It feels like I just fell asleep. The sun seems to indicate it's about time, big brother. Should we begin to pull up the nets?" "Yes, if our haul is meager. We can set a few more before returning." For fishermen, the toil is relentless when good weather graces them, even without a bountiful catch. They yearn to remain at sea a while longer, hoping for a stroke of luck that could lead to a prosperous day. With that, the brothers rowed their boat over, ready to commence pulling up the first net. They located the familiar buoy, grasped the net line, and together exerted their strength to hoist the net onto the wooden boat. This endeavor relied solely on brute force, the reason fishermen are often tanned and robust. "Brother, this net feels heavy. Could it be a good catch?" Chen Yefeng spat into his palm, straining to pull the fishing net upwards. "Do not rejoice too soon. It might just contain worthless items," Chen Yefeng replied calmly. As the net was drawn from the water, the catch gradually revealed itself. "Goodness, why are there so many stinkfish? I told you not to get your hopes up too early. How much do they sell for at the dock?" "Not much, perhaps just a few cents per pound. What a disappointment. As the first net was fully lifted, Chen Yefeng was taken aback by what he saw. 80% of the haul consisted of stink fish, with only a few prawns and some miscellaneous fish. Stink fish, also known as mudfish, have blue-brown backs and grayish-yellow bellies, with light-colored spots densely scattered along the back and sides. This individual is notorious for being a venomous creature. Its body is adorned with poisonous spines that inflict excruciating pain and can cause swelling upon contact. The mudskipper is relatively inexpensive, remaining affordable even in later times. Its flesh is firm, making it suitable for soups or frying. However, if not handled properly, it may impart a bitter taste. Exercise caution to avoid its stings. As the net was hoisted onto the boat, the mudskippers within continued to thrash about, prompting my elder brother to hastily remind me. Many fishermen have vivid memories of being pierced by this little fiend. The greatest concern for fishermen entangled in nets is such toxic creatures. Extricating the net can be challenging, and one risks being stung. I understand. Chen Yefeng nodded, collecting a few shrimp from the net and tossing them into the live well, disregarding the foul-bellied fish, and continued to pull the remaining net with my brother. Little did they anticipate that the second haul would be even more venomous. In addition to the foul-bellied fish, there were over a dozen of the three-haired fish and several golden drum fish, along with an assortment of small shrimp. Be cautious, that golden drum fish is highly toxic. My brother-in-law Yong was stung by one, he warned. Did it really sting him there? Is there any doubt? The golden drum, also known as the money fish, piqued Chen Yefeng's curiosity. He wondered what it felt like to be stung by such a creature, perhaps more potent than Viagra. As for testing it himself, that was entirely unnecessary. The third net brought up several stingrays and tigerfish, each more venomous than the last. Chen Yefeng exchanged glances with his brother, both wearing rueful smiles. Brother, where have you brought us? This place is a den of toxins. I think it's quite good. Look at this haul, several stingrays and tigerfish that can fetch a decent price, Chen Yefeng replied cheerfully. Although they were toxic, their market value was still considerable, selling for several dimes per pound. The subsequent catch was also promising, yielding a sense of fortune turning. This net was rewarding, filled with many pomfret, albeit golden pomfret rather than the more valuable white pomfret. This one must weigh a pound or two. It will fetch a good price. Looks like there's a large blue crab as well. Be careful not to break its legs. This hefty crab must weigh over a pound. How plump it is. All right, I'll be gentle. As the net was drawn in, Chen Yefeng's face beamed with delight. A dozen golden pomfret could easily sell for 4 or 5 dimes, ensuring their earnings for the day. Their small wooden boat required no fuel, relying solely on human strength for rowing. Any catch made on this trip was pure profit. This is why everyone envies those who own fishing boats. With just one outing, they can earn money effortlessly, far better than remaining at home without income. This net is also promising. Besides a few golden pomfret, there are even several yellow-footed fish. How splendid. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. You are fortunate. Previously, when I ventured out to sea with Ayong for a month, we hardly caught as many golden pomfrets. In times past, they would be elated to catch even 1 or 2 golden pomfrets a day while fishing at sea. How could one compare today's bounty? As if we had stumbled upon a treasure trove of golden pomfrets, filling the live well to the brim. It feels almost surreal. With only one last net to haul in, we shall tidy up the caught nets afterward. Chen Yefeng glanced at the cabin, where the nets were in disarray, scattered everywhere, along with some untaken bycatch and dried twigs. Organizing the nets would indeed be a tedious task, likely taking us an hour or two. He rowed the boat over to find the final net. The two of them combined their efforts once more to pull the net onto the vessel. As Chen Yefeng dragged the fishing net upwards, he sensed it to be lighter than before, initially assuming there was little to be found. However, upon lifting it, he was astounded to discover 2 exquisite fish within. My goodness, these are blue-spotted grouper. To catch such grouper is indeed a stroke of fortune. Staring at the 2 grouper, Chen Yefeng found himself at a loss for words. Typically, they would be lucky to catch even 1, yet today they had netted 2. Afong, quickly bring them to the live well. We must ensure they do not perish. Such sizable fish could fetch around 23 yuan per pound. Each of these blue-spotted groupers weighed 7 to 8 pounds, with a potential price of a dozen or 20 yuan each. Goodness, is this also a grouper? Chen Yefeng inquired. To be honest, there are simply too many varieties of grouper for me to recognize them all. Indeed, this is also a type of grouper, known as the blue-spotted grouper. Just look at their shape. They resemble sunflower seeds, Chen Yefeng exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement as he hurried to bring them aboard. Initially intending to place them in the live well, he feared they might be harmed by the other fish, so he decided to keep them in a separate bucket, granting them their own private quarters. a gesture of kindness. Chen Yefeng curiously examined the two blue-spotted groupers, acknowledging their status as a prized species. Their form resembled that of a sunflower seed, flat in shape, adorned with light brown spots. Typically, they weigh around 12 pounds, making this 7 to 8 pound variety quite rare. Their good fortune had indeed led them to this encounter. "Brother, should we tidy the nets, or have a meal first?" Chen Yefeng asked, massaging his sore waist. Feeling the strain of the labor, his palms were scraped from the work, and having never engaged in such strenuous tasks before, he found it somewhat challenging. Glancing at the sun, he estimated it was past noon, time for a meal. "Let us not bother with the nets now. We can handle that when we get home. I'll have your sister-in-law assist with the cleaning." Chen Yefeng grasped the oars, intending to row them back. Acutely aware of the need to safeguard the two blue-spotted groupers from perishing. Should they die, the price would undoubtedly plummet, leaving them with regret too late to rectify. They decided to return to the dock to sell their catch first. "What about the traps? We can collect them tomorrow. Leaving them out longer may yield better results." "Brother, are you worried about the two blue-spotted groupers dying?" Chen Yefeng queried. "Certainly. Each fish could sell for around 20 yuan. 2 fish represent a month's wages for a worker." "Very well, let us take turns dining. You shall row first, and upon my completion, I shall relieve you." "Can you row?" "Do not underestimate me. With your guidance, I shall master it." "Very well." With that, Chen Yefeng settled into the boat, chopsticks in hand, beginning to eat without concern for the cleanliness of his hands. After all, a little dirt does not lead to illness, and fishermen venturing out to sea are seldom particular. I still have an egg in my pocket that I haven't eaten." After a few mouthfuls of rice, he suddenly remembered the egg his mother had given him, which remained uneaten. He cracked the shell and, after peeling it, savored it alongside his rice. This meal was prepared by his sister-in-law and was quite delectable, featuring not only salted fish but also shrimp. He quickly finished the contents of the aluminum lunchbox, took a few gulps of water, and stood to take over rowing for his elder brother. "Are you serious?" "Of course, would I jest about such a matter?" "Very well. Then you row while I finish my meal." "How do I exert effort in this?" Chen Yefeng had not anticipated that after a few demonstrations, his younger brother would grasp the technique of rowing so adeptly, executing the motions with a surprising sense of proficiency. He confidently handed the small boat over to Chen Yefeng and sat down to continue his meal. At this hour, hunger had set in, making everything seem appetizing. Fortunately, it was not winter. Consuming cold rice and dishes was bearable. Chen Yefeng maneuvered the boat towards the shore, a process that felt interminable. Although the small boat was fuel-efficient, it demanded considerable effort. After rowing for a while, his arms grew weary. Once Chen Yefeng finished his meal, he stood to replace his brother. "Elder brother, I wish to take these two blue-spotted grouper to Cherishing town to sell. The retail price will undoubtedly exceed the purchase price at the dock." Chen Yefeng shared his thoughts with his elder brother. "Do you have connections? Can you sell them?" Chen Yefeng was known for his simplicity and honesty, and given that it was still 1983, just 5 years post-reform, the stigma of speculation loomed over the populace. Thus, only those with considerable courage dared to engage in trade. "I am certain they will sell. Trust your brother," Chen Yefeng replied confidently, patting his chest. He felt emboldened now, for although he had accomplished little in his past life, he at least understood the general trajectory of the country's development. He would not fear a sudden reversal in policy. "All right, besides the blue-spotted grouper, let's take the golden pomfret, along with blue crabs and true sea bream. As for the golden pomfret, let us leave it. It's not particularly valuable. Just a few cents difference per pound, and it's hardly worth the trouble to sell. We'll just sell it at the dock." He had previously taken the initiative to explore the seafood prices at the Cherishing town market, discovering that the retail prices of these common fish were not far removed from the wholesale prices. The real profit lay in the rare seafood. "Very well. I shall follow your lead." Chen Yefeng beamed with delight. After years of fishing, this was his first substantial catch. How could he not be joyful? With that, the small wooden boat glided across the shimmering waves toward the dock. As the boat approached the quay, the eyes of the languid figure reclining on the bamboo raft brightened. Has a fishing boat returned so early? Meanwhile, old Lin also rose from his chair. Chapter 89. Uncle Wu wants to join in Afeng. You two brothers have returned quite early. While others are still absent, you have made your way back. The gluttonous heir, with his rotund belly resembling that of Buddha, wore a cheerful grin. Fishing at sea has always been more reliant on fortune than effort. We must have indeed caught something worthwhile to return so soon. Should we collect our catch? If not, we shall transport it to Cherishing town for retail. Of course we want it. How could we not? A sense of urgency filled the air. If we desire it, we must hasten and fetch our tools. With that, Chen Yefeng opened the fish hold on the boat. Inside, The fish splashed about, their scales glimmering under the sunlight, vibrant and full of life. Look at all these golden pomfret. Air's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly sought tools. Old Lin also sprang up, exclaiming, "Did you too stumble upon the nest of golden pomfret?" This pier was merely a small one. Typically, only fishermen from nearby villages came here to sell their catch, and they were often in small boats. Larger fishing vessels would sell their haul to fisheries or transport it to the two major piers in Haicheng, leaving no room for them. It was indeed a rare sight to witness so many golden pomfret at such a small buying point. Chen Yefeng chuckled. "We were just lucky today and managed to net them. Xian, others say your brother-in-law is the reincarnation of a jinx. I had my doubts before, but now I believe it." Old Lin shook his head vigorously at the mention of his older brother-in-law, having never encountered someone so ill-fated. At that moment, Air approached with tools to pack the fish, his demeanor shifting as he saw Old Lin. "Old Lin, why are you here instead of resting?" "These are my customers." "What customers of yours?" "I've been collecting Xian's goods all along," Old Lin replied with an air of confidence. "Shameless. Clearly, I collect more. Let us not speak of disunity. Can you possibly consume all of this? My appetite is quite hearty." "Fine, you said it yourself. Who was begging me for help with those gula last time? Have you forgotten? All right, I shall concede some to you, if need be. Our goods are brought for you to collect. If the price is not reasonable, there shall be no next time." Chen Yefeng began to gather the fish while subtly admonishing the seafood merchants. Old Lin joined him with tools in hand. "Rest assured, we are all old acquaintances. The price will certainly not deceive you. Are you not planning to sell these green crabs and true sea bream?" Air asked, observing Chen Yefeng transferring some of the catch into another bucket with a hint of confusion. "I'm taking these home to eat. There is no food left at home." Chen Yefeng remarked casually, "I do believe you as far as I could throw you. Would you truly part with these?" "Xian, your brother is too cunning. You are the honest one." Upon hearing Chen Yefeng's words, both Old Lin and Air rolled their eyes. Old Lin cast a curious glance at Chen Yefeng, scrutinizing the bucket he held. Since the moment they arrived, this fellow has been clutching a bucket tightly. What treasures lie within? "Ah, Xian, what do you carry in that bucket?" Lao Lin swiftly lifted the straw hat covering it, his speed astonishing, leaving Chen Yefeng momentarily stunned. "Goodness! Are those two enormous blue melon seeds?" Lao Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. "What blue melon seeds?" The curious gaze of Lan Zier shifted, and his pupils constricted upon realization. "Ah, it is a grouper." Chen Yefeng quickly snatched the hat back, declaring, "You too, don't gawk at it. This is for our meal at home." The two rolled their eyes in unison, thinking, "We can hardly trust a word from him." However, they recognized their limitations regarding such rare fish. They knew they could not afford it, and that Chen Yefeng would not sell to them. Observing Chen Yefeng's demeanor, they understood he had established his own retail channel, and they did not press further. Lan Zier felt fortunate for the benefits he gained from the butter crab incident. Yet he noted that Chen Yefeng was becoming more astute, making it increasingly difficult to earn from him. After sorting through the goods, they began weighing them. The price for golden pomfret was 3.6 yuan per jean, totaling 45 jean, which fetched 162 yuan. Additionally, they had some prawns and small fish, selling for 3.1 yuan. They were not interested in the other miscellaneous fish, leaving Chen Yefeng to take them home for his own consumption. Fish such as the drum fish and tiger fish, while toxic, still had decent prices and were gathered into another bucket by Chen Yefeng. In total, they earned 193 yuan. Lao Lin and Lan Zier recorded their transactions like fishermen selling their catch, keeping a ledger for later settlement. Chen Yefeng asked his elder brother to hold on to the ledger, as he was in no rush for payment. "Are you sure you don't want these mudskiptures? Fine. Take them home as you please. You should keep the good ones." Upon seeing the bitter-belly fish, Lao Lin and Lan Zier exchanged exasperated glances. Who would want such trash? They knew it was futile to accept them, and Chen Yefeng was merely jesting, not expecting them to take any. They decided against rowing back to the village and instead moored their boat at the dock. After tidying up the fishing boat, they borrowed a cart from Lao Lin, and the brothers transported their haul home. Nearing his elder brother's house, Chen Yefeng spotted Uncle Wu sitting on a stone by the sea, staring blankly at the horizon. "Uncle Wu, what are you doing over there?" "Afong, you just returned. Why didn't you come back this way?" "We rowed to the dock to sell our catch. We were too lazy to row back." "What did you catch at sea?" Uncle Wu, seeing Chen Yefeng and the others return, approached joyfully. Chen Yefeng glanced at Uncle Wu. "You weren't waiting here for Afong, were you?" "I was bored at home alone. Afong went to gather seafood, and there was no one to play with." Uncle Wu replied, scratching his head. He then seized the opportunity to ask, "Could you take me out to sea? I want to take a share of your earnings. I just want to accompany you." The other villagers deemed him foolish and avoided him, but only Feng was willing to engage with him, even bringing him along to earn some money. Now, Chen Yefeng has unexpectedly accompanied his elder brother to the sea for fishing, leaving him with a sense of emptiness within. I must discuss this with my brother. After all, this vessel does not belong to me. Chen Yefeng cast a glance at his elder brother without making a definitive statement. No need for discussion, then let us take Uncle Wu along. Chen Yefeng pushed the cart home, calculating the dockworkers' wages. If the catch was substantial, they would share a tenth of the profits. Uncle Wu, what do you think of this arrangement? In truth, their small wooden boat was more than sufficient for 2 people. Had it not been for the fact that the clumsy giant appeared reliable and his background was rather pitiable, he would have certainly declined. Did you hear that? Now that brother has agreed, shouldn't you express your gratitude? Thank you, dear nephew. Uncle Chen Wu intended to thank his elder brother, but before he could utter the word brother, he felt something was amiss. Though the other was his senior, he still needed to address him as uncle. Chen Yefeng curled his lips at his frugal uncle, saying, "You'd best work diligently, if you dare to be lazy or dishonest. Don't be upset when I no longer allow you to work." Uncle Wu hastily patted his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, I will work earnestly." "Xian, why are you back so early? I thought you wouldn't return until the afternoon." As the 3 of them approached, elder sister-in-law caught sight of them and was taken aback. Typically, men return from fishing with their younger brothers around sunset. Why had they come back so soon? Had something occurred? The last time her brother Zhang Yong had broken his foot, they returned early as well. Was there yet another unfortunate event? Chapter 90. Luck is contagious. Zhang Feng's heart sank, fearing that something unfavorable had transpired. Feng, do not overthink. We returned early due to an excellent catch today. Noticing the pallor of his wife's face, Chen Yefeng quickly clarified, handing over the receipt from the dock for the sold catch. "Is this $19.03 from today's haul?" Zhang Feng took the receipt, her expression one of astonishment. "This is indeed from today's catch, but merely a portion." Chen Yefeng pushed the cart into the courtyard and briefly recounted the day's fishing exploits. After listening, Zhang Feng fell into a state of shock. If they sold all the goods, wouldn't they make a considerable sum? Even if the 2 brothers divided it, they would still earn a substantial amount. Enough to rival a worker's monthly wage. In a single day, they earned what others might make in a month, leaving Chun Dajia at a loss for words. "Brother, you can take the cart back to the dock. I will head to Shirkong town to sell the remaining catch." Chen Yefeng planned to return home to change clothes before cycling to Shirkong town. "Feng, do you want me to accompany you?" This wasn't due to Chun Laodao's lack of trust in his brother, but rather concern for his safety. The social order in the early 1980s was far from tranquil, and robberies were commonplace. It was even rumored that police cars had been robbed. Chen Yefeng, riding alone on his bicycle, left his elder brother somewhat uneasy. "The outside world is rather tumultuous. Just yesterday, I heard that someone was robbed near the Bailong River. Not only were their possessions stolen, but they also suffered physical abuse, leaving their face swollen and their hand broken. They are currently hospitalized. Fear not, it is not a cause for concern. With Uncle Wu accompanying me, I doubt those ruffians would dare to attack such a towering figure." Uncle Chen nodded vigorously. "I'll go with Feng. If they dare to rob us, I will crush their heads." The towering figure, seemingly unfazed, even appeared somewhat exhilarated at the mention of robbery. "Brother-in-law, have you caught anything good?" At the sound of commotion, my sister-in-law's brother hobbled out, leaning on his cane. "He now resides with my elder brother, making it easier for my sister-in-law to care for him. Your brother-in-law and the others have struck it lucky this time." Zhang Feng recounted the previous words of Chen Yefeng. "Isn't that blue-spotted grouper caught in our usual fishing grounds?" Upon hearing this, my brother-in-law's skepticism became evident. Indeed, his luck seemed to be persistently unfavorable. The last time, a golden pomfret had leapt unexpectedly, landing on an unfortunate part of him while he was clad only in his shorts. The memory of that experience remains vividly etched in his mind. "Second uncle, I heard you caught a golden pomfret. May I see it?" Xiangzi, curious, rushed out, eager to witness the fish that had caused his uncle such distress. Upon hearing his nephew mention the golden pomfret, the countenance of the unfortunate uncle shifted dramatically. "Did the golden pomfret jump out and injure you, Xiangzi?" Qin Chong stood by the barrel, examining the fish, when Chen Yefeng suddenly startled, attempting to frighten his nephew. Oh no! However, rather than scaring his nephew, it nearly sent his brother-in-law tumbling. Chen Yefeng and Uncle Wu, uninterested in further banter, each took a bucket and headed homeward. Zhou Haiying and Chen Mu were astonished by his early return. They were well aware of the elder brother's renowned diligence, often not returning until nightfall. Chen Yefeng could only briefly recount the day's events and show them the contents of the bucket. "Your luck is truly remarkable. To catch so many golden pomfrets on your first outing and even snag 2 blue-spotted groupers. Previously, Your brother-in-law had such ill fortune that it seemed to affect the elder brother's luck as well. It is indeed true that fortune can be contagious. Being in the company of fortunate individuals can enhance one's own luck, while associating with the unfortunate can lead to misfortune. Zhou Haiying and Chen Mu wore broad smiles, celebrating the bountiful catch on their first fishing expedition. Indeed, those blessed by fortune seemed to have the heavens showering them with sustenance. Chen Yefeng paid them no further heed, fetching a towel to wash at the well, followed by changing into a fresh set of clothes. He then pushed out his bicycle and allowed the towering figure to ride while he carried the items behind. It would be a shame for Uncle Wu, with his long legs, to not pedal the bicycle. As they rode towards Shikong town, Chen Yefeng, seated at the back, caught sight of the village beauty and Alin again. The two individuals appeared to have just returned from the seaside, each carrying a bucket filled with mussels and various shellfish. The tide had been rather low these days, with the sea receding only slightly. To forage for small seafood meant merely to dig up some mussels and shells. Chen Yefeng cast a fleeting glance at the pair, his expression remaining impassive. As he observed them cycling away, Alin's jealousy ignited, causing her eyes to redden. Despite her relentless efforts, she could not afford a bicycle. Why was it that this pair could? The pervasive poverty seemed disheartening, and she couldn't fathom why they suddenly found themselves in better circumstances. This disparity weighed heavily on Alin's heart. Meanwhile, the village beauty, Wang Zhelan, felt a similar discomfort, pursing her lips, lost in her thoughts. Unbeknownst to Chen Yefeng, the sentiments of the two were far from his mind as he sat on the back seat of the bicycle, his hands growing numb from the weight of the bucket. Upon arriving in town, the two made a beeline for Lei Tea House. Well, Alphonse, you have managed to procure quite a bounty, exclaimed Hui. My third uncle has just returned from Yangcheng, and these two blue-spotted grouper will serve perfectly to entertain him. What a stroke of luck. As I have a connection with your third uncle, I am merely delivering fish to him. Upon seeing the two blue-spotted grouper in the bucket, De Hui's eyes sparkled with excitement. He promptly instructed someone to weigh the fish. The price for the blue-spotted grouper was 3 yuan per catty, and the total weight of the two was 153 catties, amounting to 459 yuan. Additionally, they sold other fish such as rays, tiger fish, and golden drum fish for another 8 yuan. All in all, the total came to 539 yuan, along with 193 yuan from the dock, culminating in a commendable income of 732 yuan for the day, comparable to the earnings of a laborer over 2 months. Unlike the dock, De Hui did not bother with bookkeeping. He settled the payment in cash. On their way, he had also caught several fish and shrimp to bring along. A gesture meant for De Hui without expectation of payment. Although of little value, it served to express gratitude and goodwill. As he neatly tucked the money away, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, a distinctive scent reminiscent of an intricate blend of spices and ingredients, awakening one's appetite. Chen Yefeng twitched his nose, sensing a familiar essence. De Hui, are you baking mooncakes? He inquired. With a month still until the Mid-Autumn Festival, is it not a bit early to commence mooncake production? Chapter 91. The Young Empress Dowager. He was intimately acquainted with the scent of mooncakes. In the past, to support the village beauty's family, he had toiled in various jobs, including a month at a mooncake factory, manning the oven. Those days were marked by relentless baking, standing by the hot oven, sweat pouring down. The fragrance of mooncakes now transported Chen Yefeng back to those arduous times of his previous life. Suddenly, the keywords, Lei Tea House, Huang Qinghui, mooncakes, began to flicker in his mind, colliding like sparks in a fire. A sudden realization struck him as he slapped his thigh. Huang De Hui was none other than the renowned founder of Huang's mooncakes. It was no wonder he seemed familiar. He was a titan in the mooncake industry of the future. The individual merely sold mooncakes, yet subsequently amassed an impressive fortune in the billions. However, following the division of the family, Huangji mooncakes branched out into several distinct brands. Suddenly, a plethora of mooncakes bearing the Huangji name flooded the market, leaving consumers bewildered and uncertain as to which brand truly represented the authentic Huangji mooncake. This confusion significantly diminished the brand's prestige, leading it into a gradual decline. This is a significant figure indeed. In a previous life, the two had only encountered one another once. One was a billionaire tycoon, while the other was a mere laborer, toiling tirelessly to provide for his family. Unexpectedly, you have a keen sense, immediately discerning the truth. Brother De Hui remarked, this is a new mooncake recipe my uncle brought back from a restaurant in Yangcheng. I'm trying it out now. Brother De Hui's family has been in the pastry business for over 50 years. Since it is a new recipe, I will purchase 2 to take home and sample. Chen Yefeng is also curious to discover whether their mooncake flavors are akin to those of the future. as it seems the recipe underwent multiple refinements before achieving a universally favored taste. Should the flavor not meet expectations, he could certainly offer them some constructive feedback. Furthermore, if the opportunity arises, he would consider investing in the mooncake industry. One should not underestimate the mooncake market. Jinjiu mooncakes boast annual sales exceeding 100 billion, earning the title of the pinnacle within the mooncake industry. In truth, the flavor is rather ordinary, overly sweet with a steep price. Others often remark on the impressive marketing strategies employed by Jinjiu mooncakes. When was the Jinjiu brand established? It is likely that the elder Jinjiu had yet to name his mooncakes as such. Should I register a trademark and, through Brother Dehui, create this generation's Jinjiu mooncakes? Brother Dehui grinned. Why would you need to spend money? You have gifted me so many seafood delicacies. Just take 2 of these to enjoy. After all, this is an experimental product and not yet available for sale. Very well, I shall accept this new product. But please pack me a portion of radish cake. I will pay for that to bring home for the children. As fellow business people, Chen Yefeng could not simply take advantage of him, as he envisioned a long-term relationship with Brother Dehui and his associates. Brother Dehui instructed someone to pack his order and noted that the freshly baked mooncakes do not taste as good initially. They require 3 to 4 days for the oils to return, achieving the best flavor thereafter. Their consumption of mooncakes is in the Cantonese style, which involves a gradual process. After the oils return, the surface will exude fat, resulting in a tender and moist texture. Having gathered his items, Chen Yefeng took his leave. Before heading home, he stopped by a fishing tackle shop to purchase several lines and a few hooks. Thus, when he goes out to sea fishing, he need not fear boredom aboard the vessel. Upon returning home, the sun was nearly setting, and every household was beginning to prepare dinner, his family included. His wife and mother were busily cooking in the kitchen. Now that they had separated, they each prepared their own meals, occasionally coming together for a shared feast. Father, you're back. What is that you are carrying? Second brother, your one-handed bicycle maneuver is quite impressive. Upon returning to the courtyard, Sanzi and his 2 little sisters encircled him, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they fixated on the object in Chen Yefeng's hand, drooling with excitement. The mooncakes, however, were not yet ready to be consumed. They needed to be stored in the rice jar for a few days. As for the radish cake, he instructed them to wait until after dinner, promising that they could share it, but only if they ate their meal obediently. Understood, the 3 children chorused in unison. He pushed his bicycle inside, and then carried the mooncakes, wrapped in oil paper, to the woodshed. Upon seeing him, Zhou Haiying smiled warmly. Afeng, you're back. Dinner will be ready soon. Chen Yefeng nodded, inquiring, which rice jar is ours? I need to place the mooncakes inside. Curiously, Zhou Haiying asked, you already have mooncakes before the Mid-Autumn Festival? Where did they come from? They were given by Brother Dahui, who said they were experimental new products for me to try at home, Chen Yefeng explained. They've just been made and need to rest for 3 to 4 days to enhance their flavor. Zhou Haiying gestured toward a nearby rice jar, indicating, you can place them there. Chen Yefeng complied, noting that their family had a tradition of enjoying large mooncakes, typically weighing over a pound. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, after paying homage to the moon, the family would gather in the courtyard to share the mooncakes together. However, the 2 he brought home were smaller, being part of the experimental batch. After securing the mooncakes, they prepared for dinner. Tonight's feast consisted of mudfish, assorted small fish, and shrimp, all likely brought over by his sister-in-law, simmered in a clay pot to create a delightful fish stew that looked particularly appetizing. Additionally, Zhou Haiying had stir-fried a plate of dried snail meat and another of sautéed water spinach. The meal appeared quite appealing, though the water spinach seemed a bit oily, lacking the sheen that typically accompanies a well-cooked dish, resembling something boiled instead. Uncle Wu joined them for dinner, even though he hadn't prepared anything special. The 2 children, however, were eagerly anticipating the radish cake, having saved room in their stomachs for it. Xian and Rong Rong quickly polished off their rice, gazing expectantly at their father. Why are the 2 of you so well-behaved today? Zhou Haiying wondered, taken aback. Usually, the 2 girls would take ages to eat, counting each grain of rice. Today, they devoured their food with remarkable enthusiasm, leaving her momentarily stunned. Rong Rong, who typically required assistance to eat, had surprisingly finished her meal independently. Tomorrow's sun will likely rise from the west. Second brother, I've finished. Am I fast or what? Sanzi exclaimed, running over with rice scattered about his mouth. Third uncle, I ate faster than you. Yes, Rong Rong also finished before you, the 2 sisters declared, their heads held high in competitive spirit. All right, the food container is on the wooden table in the inner room. Go eat, but do not fight over it. Otherwise, you won't get any, Chen Yefeng said, observing their eager expressions with a benevolent tone. In an instant, The three children dashed inside with a loud clatter. Moments later, they emerged, each clutching a piece of radish cake, savoring their treat as they exited. It turned out there was indeed food, which explained their enthusiastic behavior. Zhou Haiying suddenly understood. Xin indulged in a hearty meal, exclaiming, "Father, Mother, we are off to Granduncle's house to watch young Empress Dowager Cixi." Zhou Haiying shot them a disapproving glance. "You are forbidden to bring your lunchboxes. There will be too many people there. Do you intend to tempt others? Aren't you afraid they might snatch your food?" With that, Zhou Haiying hastened her pace in devouring her meal. The series' young Empress Dowager Cixi had recently gained immense popularity, captivating audiences with its compelling narrative. Zhou Haiying herself was engrossed in the show, thoroughly enjoying it to the point of losing track of time. Chapter 92. Revisiting studies after finishing dinner. Uncle Chen eagerly inquired whether Chen Yefeng would be going out to sea for fishing that night. He had no way of knowing and figured he ought to consult his elder brother. However, considering his brother's usual tendencies, it was likely he would venture out again, especially since today had proven to be quite lucrative, inciting a desire for further profits. Once Zhou Haiying had tidied up the dishes, she departed with Chen's mother, undoubtedly heading to his aunt's house to catch up on the series. He recalled that the drama starred Lu Shuahua, depicting the early life of the Manchu woman Yehan Nala Yulan. It was a show that appealed not only to women but also captivated men and children alike. Chen Yefeng accompanied Uncle Wu to his elder brother's house to inquire whether he would be going out to sea again that night and to distribute today's earnings. Arriving at his brother's home, they found that his sister-in-law and Xiangzi were absent, presumably also engrossed in the series. "A phone, how much did you pay for this bicycle?" 178 yuan, but I spent an additional 20 yuan to acquire a ticket from a scalper. "What scalper?" "The old cow of our third uncle's family." "Brother, what are you thinking? That old cow wouldn't sell tickets. I'm in a ticket dealer." As Chen Yefeng rode his bicycle over, his brother's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he wished to embed his gaze upon the bicycle itself, thoroughly enamored and inspecting it with great care, perhaps even more so than he would with his sister-in-law. "Brother, why not buy one for yourself? I can help you get a bicycle ticket." "I have no money, and even if I did, I doubt your sister-in-law would permit it. All men have a fondness for bicycles." His brother continued to fondle the bike, expressing a desire to take it for a spin. Chen Yefeng had no objections. "Axin, will you be going out to sea tonight? I want to join you." Uncle Wu was eager to set sail, fearful of being left behind once again. Chen Yefeng replied while pedaling, "Of course, why wouldn't we? The weather is fine, and not venturing out to earn money would be foolish when the wind and rain come. We shall be left with nothing but empty stares." He was indeed a diligent individual, and given the bountiful catch of the day, he anticipated that another outing would yield satisfactory results. "Brother, let us settle today's accounts." Chen Yefeng pondered for a moment and remarked, 2 blue melon seeds along with some green crabs and a stingray. We sold a total of... Oh, I forgot. Let me check the receipt." With that, Chen Yefeng rifled through the documents. "In total, we made 53.9 yuan. Thankfully, the receipt was written down, otherwise, I would have completely forgotten." Reflecting on the earnings he had made alongside his brother, he had specifically requested Dahuij to draft a receipt. "The money from the dock hasn't been settled yet. Shall we distribute this now? Let us divide it first. We can tally the amount on the receipt later." "All right, you calculated according to the agreed-upon ratio. Well, I'll take 40%, Chen Yefeng said, gesturing with a stick on the ground, though he soon found himself at a loss. How does one calculate with decimals? It seemed the teacher had neglected to cover that. "Yes, it must be so." Chen, visibly annoyed, remarked, "Can you even do the math? If not, let my little brother-in-law handle it. He graduated middle school." Chen Yefeng scratched his head, feeling as though millions of brain cells had perished. Ultimately, it was indeed his little brother-in-law who assisted with the calculations. Chen Yefeng's 40% amounted to 156 yuan, and his elder brother, understanding the concept of rounding, promptly handed him 216 yuan. Observing the distribution of money, the little brother-in-law felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, not from jealousy, but rather from envy. He lamented his own misfortune, having never earned such a sum while fishing at sea with his brother-in-law. After the money was divided, the men lingered in the courtyard, engaging in idle chatter. As the time drew near, Chen Yefeng and his fifth uncle mounted their bicycles to head home, encountering his sister-in-law and Xiangzi on the way. Xiangzi, carrying a homemade kerosene lamp fashioned from an ink bottle, brightened at the sight of them. "Look, it's my second uncle and fifth grandfather. Afon, are you going out to sea again today?" Upon seeing Chen Yefeng, his sister-in-law surmised they were returning with money, her face lighting up with a smile. Chen Yefeng requested his fifth uncle to pause, saying, "Yes, sister-in-law, you need not prepare a meal for us. We will manage at home. He wished to avoid burdening her, as everyone was struggling financially. Very well, I'll leave the door open for you, she replied, and they all continued towards their homes. Fifth uncle, since it's your first time fishing at sea, are you going to pay respects to Mazu on Lauer Island? Chen Yefeng recalled just as they neared home. No worries. I've already gone during the day, came the response. Oh, you went. How did you know my older brother would agree to take you? Hee, I just knew. Besides, I never intended to share the money with you. Free labor is always welcome. Chen Yefeng was taken aback. Who said his fifth uncle was foolish? This was sheer wisdom in disguise. When the time comes, just call for me, but not too early. 3 or 4 in the morning is fine. All right, I'm off to sleep then. Chen Yefeng pushed his bicycle into the yard, discovering that his wife and the children had returned from binge-watching a show. Zhou Haiying was bathing their 2 daughters while discussing the TV drama with Chun's mother. Is it really that captivating? Chen Yefeng wondered aloud as he wheeled the bicycle into the house. In the stillness of the night, while lying in bed, Chen Yefeng noticed a soft glow in the room. Rising to investigate, he found Aing studying by lamplight. Aing, why are you still awake? You should rest and read during the day instead. I can't. The exam is imminent, and I must make the most of my time. The children are far too noisy during the day for me to concentrate. But you still watch the drama? What can I say? The show is simply too enthralling. I couldn't resist. And why aren't you sleeping? She noticed him standing and walking toward her. Not only did he rise, but so did it. Chen Yefeng smirked. Seeing you revising your lessons, I suddenly realized that I have yet to complete my homework for today. Teacher Zhou, would you mind checking it for me? Aren't you tired? Aren't you heading out to sea later? Not at all. I feel quite invigorated. Even if I toil night and day, it poses no issue. I can catch up on sleep aboard the vessel later. In an instant, the room was filled with the vividness of spring. At around 3 in the morning, Uncle Wu rushed in to call Chen Yefeng. He was in such a deep slumber that it was Zhou Haiying who ultimately roused him. With panda-like eyes and slightly trembling legs, Chen Yefeng crawled out of bed. I overextended myself with last night's assignments. Phone, remember to take the rice and dishes. The lunchbox is on the table. All right, you continue to rest. I shall be off. With that, Chen Yefeng dressed, secured the doors and windows, and stepped outside. Phone. Mother sent me with 3 eggs, saying one must eat boiled eggs on the first tide. Would you like one? On the way, Uncle Chen pulled out 3 eggs and offered one to Chen Yefeng. This is from grandmother for you. Eat it for the blessings of the 3 goddesses. No need to give me one. I had some yesterday. As they spoke, the 2 made their way to the elder brother's home. Chapter 93. The sea surface is thickly covered. The trio gathered their fishing gear and headed towards the dock. Along the way, they encountered other fishermen making their way to the harbor, tools in hand. Oh, Phone, I didn't expect it to really be you. I thought I had mistaken someone. Just as they reached the dock, a voice called out from a nearby boat. Uncle Bai, Aji, you're here too. Upon recognizing Aji and his father, Chen Yefeng greeted them warmly. Although Uncle Bai had once fished with his uncle, the connection did not hinder their camaraderie. I heard you caught a lot of golden pomfret yesterday. You were quite lucky. Uncle Bai nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Yefeng replied with a smile. We were merely fortunate. It had never happened before. No doubt. It must have been old Lin and the others who let the word slip. Yet, such matters are difficult to conceal, unless one refrains from selling their catch at the dock. However, with just this small wooden boat, they had no better options. Phone, you go ahead. We can chat another time. Aji's boat was mechanically powered. Uncle Bai started the diesel engine, which instantly filled the night with a rhythmic thumping sound. Before departing, Aji made a funny face at Chen Yefeng. What a fool. Chen Yefeng watched as Aji's powerboat sped away into the distant sea. To be honest, it was disingenuous not to feel envious. How wonderful it would be if they possessed such a powered vessel, sparing them the labor of rowing and significantly saving time. Not to mention, if they encountered a large catch at sea, they would struggle to keep up with their bare hands. Phone, why are you cursing them? I'm not. It's just a jest among friends. All right, you take the oars. I want to see if you've mastered the technique. Chen Yefeng picked up the oar and began to row, slowly making his way towards the area where they had set the traps the previous day. The pace was excruciatingly slow, and the little wooden boat floated like a leaf upon the endless expanse of the sea. At that moment, a children's song suddenly echoed in Chen Yefeng's mind. Let us row our oars. With a leisurely rhythm, he began to paddle, the sound of the oars splashing against the water filling the air. Phone, what's wrong? Chen Wushu inquired, his face pale as parchment, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. I feel like I'm going to be sick. Chen Yefeng looked at him in astonishment. Could it be that you are seasick? He had never known Wushu to have been on a boat before, and the thought of him suffering from seasickness was perplexing. You, a man from the seaside, are seasick? Surely those from the inland would mock you. Don't worry, You'll get used to it, Chen Yefeng remarked, unfazed. Previously, Yong had also suffered from seasickness. But after several trips, he had acclimatized. Wushu, if you feel the urge to vomit, just do so overboard, Chen Yefeng suggested. No sooner had he spoken than a loud retching sound erupted as the large and simple-minded Akai leaned over the side of the boat and expelled the contents of his stomach, rendering his previous meal wasted. Should we row back to the shore to take you back? Chen Yefeng asked, feeling sympathy for Wushu's distress. Akai shook his head vigorously, gritting his teeth. No need, I'll manage. We're almost at our destination. Going back now would waste time. Suddenly, Chen Yefeng pondered aloud. Wushu, didn't you visit Laowa Island to pay respects to the three goddesses? How come you didn't realize you were seasick while taking the boat to the island? Logically, that should be unusual, considering that the only access to that remote island is by water. The boats there are even smaller than this one. And the journey takes quite a while. I can't believe you didn't notice your seasickness unless... He hesitated, unless you never actually went to the island. Akai's expression turned awkward. Actually, I didn't go to the island today. I saw that little wooden boat and felt frightened. However, I did pay my respects to Mazu on the shore, burning incense, paper money, and candles. I even spoke my heart aloud to her. She must have heard me. Upon hearing Wushu's words, both brothers were rendered speechless. It was the first time they had heard of someone paying their respects to Mazu without visiting the main hall. Well, sincerity brings its own rewards. Afong, look at all those little fish. They've come over to eat what I just vomited, Akai exclaimed, observing numerous small fish surfacing in the water, eagerly nibbling away at the remnants. This sight piqued his curiosity. What fish? Chen Lauda, seated at the stern, replied nonchalantly. However, upon glancing at the water, his expression instantly changed to one of astonishment. Goodness, why are there so many white sailfish? Where did they come from? Staring at the dense congregation of fish floating on the surface, he was left dumbfounded. Are you both fools? With so many white sailfish around, why aren't you catching them? Chen Yefeng, spotting the multitude of tiny fish resembling raindrops upon the water, excitedly dropped his oar and sought out a net to catch the fish. Although these fish were inexpensive, once dried, they could fetch more than 2 dimes per pound. If it were just a few, it would be manageable. The key issue is that the small fish in the sea are as numerous as ants, countless and seemingly endless. With such an abundance, only a fool would refrain from fishing. Alas, I too must have been foolish. Where's my cast net? Chen Lauda also realized this and hurriedly searched for tools on the boat. He found a cast net and, relying on instinct, threw it into the water. The densely packed small fish required no expertise. Merely casting the net would yield a bountiful catch. Goodness, this net must weigh at least 100 to 200 pounds. Uncle Wu, if you're still alive, hurry over to help me pull the net. Chen Yefeng began to retrieve the net he had cast, astonished by the sheer quantity he had caught. It was somewhat strenuous for him to haul it in alone. Hearing Chen Yefeng's call, Akai also regained his composure. Despite feeling dizzy and unwell, he summoned all his strength to stand and assist in pulling the net. With Uncle Wu's help, Chen Yefeng felt considerably relieved. Meanwhile, Chen Yefeng bent over the water with a scoop net, swiftly catching fish. Although he didn't catch as many as they did with the cast net, his speed was commendable. The small fish flitted about in the water, and with each scoop, he filled a large net. The sight of the fish swarming was a joy beyond words. He had no idea how many nets he had caught. He simply emptied one onto the boat and then immediately went for another. Under the glow of the lantern, the scales of the fish shimmered with a silvery light, resembling scattered fragments of silver amidst the boundless sea. Brother, it's not just the white sailfish. There seem to be oil leaf fish too, Chen Yefeng exclaimed, having pulled a net aboard and noticing another type of fish, small in size and quite different from the white sailfish. The body of the white sailfish is long and slender, whereas the oil leaf fish has a flattened shape, somewhat resembling pomfret, but smaller in size and exceptionally delicious. The locals also refer to oil leaf fish as money flour, and using it to make fish soup can yield a flavor that tantalizes the palate. Never mind. Let us work tirelessly, and we can call the others to help sort the catch later. Chen Yefeng shouted excitedly. The white sailfish can be dried into fish jerky, perfect for making spicy fish snacks. The price of oil leaf fish is considerably higher than that of white sailfish. Dried white sailfish can fetch just over 10 cents per pound, while fresh oil leaf fish can sell for more than 20 cents per pound. However, since the two types of fish were mixed together in the water, distinguishing them was impossible. As Chen Lauda said, let's just get to work. There's no need to worry about the details. Let us focus on catching the fish first. Their small boat measured 8 meters in length and 2 meters in width, easily capable of carrying 4,000 to 5,000 pounds. The three of them were fervently fishing, treating it as if they were picking up money. Time seemed to slip away, and the entire cabin was filled with fish, piled high like a grain mound. Looking particularly impressive. "Brother, it seems the fish in the water are dwindling," Chen Yefeng said, his voice low. Chen Yefeng peered into the water, noticing a significant decrease in the fish population. "Hurry, let's net them before they all escape." The cabin was brimming with silvery little fish, weighing at least 1,000 pounds. Their scales shimmering under the glow of the oil lamp. Chen Yefeng sighed. "While it's exhilarating to catch these fish, it's utterly exhausting. I feel as though my back might break." This was far more laborious than the last time he had harvested abalone from the dam, and his palms were blistered from the effort. "As long as it doesn't kill me, I'll keep going. Such opportunities are exceedingly rare." Chen Yefeng threw out a net with great effort, tugging the net rope towards the boat. This haul must weigh at least 200 pounds. Akai's seasickness seemed to have lessened, and he joined Chen, straining to pull in the net. Perhaps due to his earlier discomfort, he didn't appear as vigorous as before. The large fellow lamented, "If only we had rolling wheels, it wouldn't be so strenuous." Chen Yefeng, wielding the hand net to catch fish, shrugged and remarked, "Who do you see installing such contraptions on this type of vessel? Enough chatter, let's conserve our energy to catch fish. If we don't hurry, they'll all swim away." Chen Yefeng shouted, collaborating with Uncle Wu to bring the net aboard, emptying its contents into the cabin. Akai suddenly exclaimed, "Xin. It seems we've caught a tiger mackerel." Indeed, a tiger mackerel weighing 3 to 4 pounds had swum over, drawn by the smaller fish, only to fall victim to their net. Chen Yefeng illuminated the catch with his headlamp, and his smile widened. "Goodness, I've netted a mackerel. This one was stealing our fish." Chen Yefeng lifted the fish, visibly exhilarated. If this creature was stealing their fish, it was also robbing them of their earnings, and he could hardly tolerate it. Chen Yefeng curiously turned his head. "This appears to be a blue-spotted mackerel, likely attracted by the small fish. They are social creatures. There must be more in the water." The blue-spotted mackerel, also known as Spanish mackerel, has a long, slender body tapering towards the tail, adorned with blue spots on its dark blue-black back. Its sharp teeth hinted at its ferocity. Even when caught, it struggled fiercely. "I'll teach you not to steal my fish." Bang! Chen Yefeng picked up a nearby club and struck the mackerel on the head a few times. Now it's subdued. This fish, known for its delicate and proud nature, cannot be farmed and will perish shortly after being removed from water. Yet its tender and exquisite flesh is perfect for making fish balls and dumplings. "I believe my net also caught a few mackerels," Chen Yefeng said while lifting the net. Though it was lighter than before, it seemed to contain several mackerels. These were similar in size to the one Chen Yefeng had just caught, measuring about 30 to 40 centimeters and weighing approximately 5 to 6 pounds each. Chen Yefeng emptied the net's contents onto the deck and began to strike each fish on the head with the club. These fish were quite fierce and could easily leap from the boat. Under the illumination of the lights, the three continued their labor, with the catch piling up like a mountain in the vessel. Aside from the abundant white sailfish and oil leaf fish, they also caught a considerable number of other fish, including over a dozen sizable mackerels, weighing several tens of pounds. Scattered small fish floated on the surface of the sea as they continued their relentless efforts to catch more. Suddenly, the sound of a diesel engine reached their ears. 2 fishing boats were approaching their direction. "Afong, a boat is coming." Chen Yefeng signaled to his brother with a glance. "It's nothing, just passing by," he replied, though anxiety gnawed at Chen Yefeng's heart. After all, they were on the open sea. If the approaching vessel harbored envy over their substantial catch and intended harm, trouble could ensue. The opposing boats were significantly larger and mechanical, making escape nearly impossible, especially with their boat laden with fish. "Afong, is that you? What brings you to this spot? Wow, how did you catch so many fish? Did you find a school?" It was and Chen Yefeng breathed a sigh of relief upon recognizing him. The uncertainty of their luck felt as if they had suddenly emerged from the depths of the ocean. "How come you're back so soon? Did you catch something good?" As and his crew had only been out for 2 to 3 hours, having ventured much farther than they were, making an early return unlikely. "We caught a few. But as soon as we reached that area, the engine broke down. Thankfully, my uncle was nearby. Otherwise, we would have had to paddle back," as his father lamented, his exasperation evident. Their misfortune was palpable. They had barely arrived before their diesel engine malfunctioned, leaving them adrift in the sea. Fortunately, Az's uncle was fishing in the vicinity and was able to tow them back. Standing on the bow of the other boat, Uncle Bai shouted, "Xin, did you catch all these fish here?" "Indeed, in this area, but the fish have since dispersed. However, if you set your nets now, you might still catch some." Chen Yefeng replied honestly, without reservation. Uncle Bai grinned broadly. "Thank you. I'll give it a try." He promptly untied the rope connecting their boats, lowered his nets, and began fishing in the nearby waters. Brother, should we head back? There likely aren't many fish left. Chen Yefeng observed the sky, noting that dawn was approaching. The sea had once again calmed, and not a single fish was in sight, diminishing their enthusiasm for fishing. All right, let us return. However, I dislocated my hand. It's painful and immobile now. You'll have to row. His elder brother grimaced in pain. During their earlier net pulling, he had exerted himself too forcefully, dislocating his right arm and causing blisters on his palm. Understood, Chen Yefeng nodded. Though his own arms felt weary and numb, he was relieved he could still move. As Uncle Bai, we're heading back to the dock, he called out as he began to row towards the harbor. All right, you all go ahead. Once my uncle finishes with the net, we will return, Aji said, gazing enviously at the bountiful catch piled high on their boat. Watching others return laden with fish only heightened the contrast with their own disheveled appearance, making it abundantly clear that they were at a disadvantage. Chapter 95. The brothers' duet. The journey back was exceptionally arduous. The small wooden vessel was laden with thousands of pounds of cargo, causing it to sit heavily in the water. Consequently, Chen Yefeng struggled with the oars, the boat barely moved, and one could easily swim faster than it was progressing. The sound of the diesel engine approached, growing louder. It was Aji and his crew catching up. Yefeng, are you still here? I thought you had already reached the dock. Aji exclaimed cheerfully. Chen Yefeng offered a wry smile, responding, enough of that. This wretched little boat is painfully slow. My arms are numb from rowing, yet it refuses to budge. Uncle Bai, have you caught anything with that net over there? Chen Yefeng inquired, directing his gaze towards the other boat. Uncle Bai grinned, not too shabby. We pulled in a couple of 100 pounds. Chen Yefeng replied enviously, your boat is indeed impressive. Dragging the net is much easier compared to our efforts, which have left our hands sore. I truly envy you. Had their vessel been equipped for net fishing, they might have caught a significantly larger haul. Chen Yefeng chuckled. There's no comparison. The three of us have been fishing for over 2 hours and have barely managed this little catch. I can hardly lift my arms now. You still think that's little? You've nearly matched the big boats. Tie your boat to the back of Aji's, and I'll tow you all back. That would be a great help, Uncle Bai. Of course. We're all from the same village. Your father and I were once members of the fishing collective. Chen Yefeng and his companions beamed with gratitude. Without Uncle Bai's assistance, they would have faced an interminable wait to paddle back. He quickly maneuvered his boat towards the stern of Aji's vessel. Once they were close enough, he instructed his fifth uncle to tie the rope to the back of Aji's boat. Wow, how many fish did you catch? And so many mackerels. You're bound to strike it rich. Aji marveled at the impressive haul, feeling overwhelmed by the sight of such a bounty. Don't be envious. Just sit tight on your boat, and don't fall overboard onto my fish, Chen Yefeng said, finally able to relax as he no longer needed to row, opting to sit down instead. However, with so many fish in the hold, he could only awkwardly perch on the side. Thus, the two boats, under the power of Uncle Bai's engine, steadily made their way towards the dock. By the time they neared the harbor, the sky had brightened considerably. The once desolate dock now bustled with activity, as several seafood merchants opened their stalls and fishing boats that had set out the previous night returned. The 3 fishing boats, linked end to end, resembled a gluttonous serpent making its way to the dock, immediately drawing the attention of those present. What happened to those 2 boats? Did they run aground or break down? Why are they being towed? Isn't the leading boat Uncle Bai's? And whose are the other 2? The boat at the end appears to be a small fishing vessel. Is my vision deceiving me? Are those fish on board? Goodness, so many fish. Is it possible that they've caught this many? As 3 fishing boats slowly approached the harbor, curious glances were cast from the shore. The catch aboard Chen Yefeng's vessel was astonishing. It was rare to witness such a bounty at this small dock. Ah Feng, is it you again? Did you catch all these fish from the sea? Old Lin stood on the dock, his eyes nearly bulging at the sight of the mountains of fish piled high in the small boat. If they weren't caught from the sea, could they possibly have been picked from the land? Chen Yefeng rolled his eyes and reminded, Old Lin, what are you standing there for? Hurry and toss down a few bamboo baskets for us to load the fish. Ah, my apologies. Please wait a moment. I'll be right back, Old Lin exclaimed, suddenly realizing, and he dashed off to fetch the baskets. He didn't dare throw them down, but instead brought them directly to the boat. These fish need to be sorted at home first. Once divided, we'll bring them over for you to collect, Chen Yefeng said with a smile as he received the baskets. The fish were a mixture of several kinds, making it impossible to weigh them without sorting. Don't worry, there's no rush, as long as you remember what you just said, Old Lin replied, eyeing the catch. We can weigh those mackerel first to ensure they remain fresh. Let's weigh them and send them directly to the freezer. There were over a dozen mackerel, each weighing 5 to 6 pounds, filling a large bamboo basket. Let's not rush. We should agree on a price first, Chen Yefeng chuckled. Fully aware that these seafood merchants were often not straightforward, a little negotiation was always necessary. Old Lin began. These blue-spotted mackerel are quite sizable. I can offer you 2 dimes and 4 cents per pound. What do you think? Chen Yefeng frowned slightly. Isn't that a bit low? Perhaps we should wait for Lan Zier to arrive. Why wait for him? Just sell them to me. I'll even add a penny for you. 2 dimes and 5 cents. How does that sound? Surely, my sincerity is evident. Old Lin feigned a struggle. With Lan Zier absent today, this opportunity was too good to miss. Losing a few cents per pound was inconsequential. Brother, what do you think? Chen Yefeng turned to his elder brother. The catch did not belong solely to him. He needed to consult his brother to avoid any discontent. Chen Yefeng suggested, why don't we inquire at other purchasing points? Old Lin interjected. Are these 2 brothers merely performing a routine? He gritted his teeth. I can give you a maximum of 2 dimes and 6 cents. Otherwise, you'll have to seek someone else. Very well, 2 dimes and 6 cents it is. Come help us load the fish into the baskets and assist with weighing. My brother has dislocated his shoulder and can't manage, Chen Yefeng said, noting his brother's discreet nod, indicating that the price was acceptable. Of course, it's just a little assistance. No problem at all. Old Lin cheerfully helped gather the mackerel into the bamboo baskets, and then called for his wife to help with the loading. Chen Yefeng stood on the shore, observing as others skillfully maneuvered their catches. Meanwhile, Chen Yefeng and his uncle labored aboard a small wooden boat, diligently scooping fish into a bamboo basket. The haul was so plentiful that they resorted to using a metal shovel for efficiency. Yefeng, do you need my assistance? I find myself rather idle at the moment. Iji offered eagerly as he approached to lend a hand. Come quickly, my good brother. I'll treat you to a drink later. Just remember, you promised, no backing out. Iji chuckled as he joined in the effort, commenting on the fortune of Yefeng and his companions. Unlike my father and I, who, upon arriving at the location, found our equipment malfunctioning before we even began, wasting fuel and causing trouble for my second uncle. Fortunately, when Uncle Bai encountered Chen Yefeng and the others, he managed to drag in a net from that area. So it seems the fuel costs will be recuperated. At that moment, the Bai brothers were also crouched on the boat, sorting through the fish. Chapter 96, A Bountiful Return. This spectacle truly stirred envy among those at the dock. Some inquired of Chen Yefeng about the location where they had caught such an abundance of fish, hoping to test their own luck. Chen Yefeng felt it unnecessary to withhold the information. After all, he did not wish to be regarded as stingy. Since Aji and the others were already aware, there was little to conceal. Even if he chose silence, the Bai family would surely disclose it. Furthermore, disclosing the location now might not guarantee their success, as the fish could very well vanish by the time they returned. Meanwhile, his elder brother had weighed the mackerel, totaling 83 pounds and 4 ounces, with Lao Lin offering a price of 26 cents, amounting to a total of 21,684 yuan. Brother, please head home and have sister-in-law bring a cart. Also, summon our parents from the old house to assist us. Upon seeing his brother present the invoice, Chen Yefeng instructed him to make the trip. Given that his brother's arm was dislocated, he was unable to contribute much. All right, you all continue loading the fish here. I will go fetch them. With that, his brother set off towards home. It was prudent to enlist more hands for sorting through several thousand pounds of fish, lest they spoil before the task was completed. Before long, his sister-in-law, Zhang Feng, arrived at the dock with a cart. Yefeng, how did you manage to catch so many fish? She exclaimed, astonished at the sight of their bounty, hardly able to believe her eyes. We just scooped them up. How else would we do it? Chen Yefeng replied, feeling utterly exhausted, his arms heavy and numb as if they were no longer his own. Could you please fetch a few more bamboo baskets from Laolin? These are nearly full, he added, a grimace on his face. Oh, and don't forget to buy some ice. The weather is sweltering, and we must prevent the fish from spoiling. Living in a subtropical maritime monsoon climate, the August heat was quite intense, and ice would be essential. I'll go right away, Zhang Feng responded, hastening to retrieve more baskets. By the time she returned with several, Chen Yefeng and the others had just filled the last basket. Wait a moment, I need a short break. My back feels like it might break, Chen Yefeng said, drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked as though he had just emerged from the water. After finishing his words, he walked to the bow of the boat, picked up his water bottle, and took several hearty gulps, instantly feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. Uncle Wu and Aji, noticing he had taken a moment to rest, also found a spot to sit down. Aji, eyeing Chen Yefeng's water bottle, swallowed hard and said, Feng, could I have a sip of your water? This is my water bottle, and I've already used it, Chen Yefeng replied, surprised. I know, but I don't mind. I do mind. Get lost. I'm here working for you without charging a fee. And you want tea, even let me have a sip of your water. Oh, you want my water, do you? Fine. Come over here, open your mouth wide. And I'll spit it into you. How disgusting is that? It was only due to the camaraderie between Chen Yefeng and Aji that they could jest so freely with one another. He handed over the water bottle and then took a few puffs of his water pipe, returning to his labor. The sun had yet to rise, and the air remained cool. They needed to hasten to pack the fish into baskets. They had to transport them home for sorting, and time was of the essence. Uncle Wu and Aji also rose to continue their work. As they were nearing the completion of packing the fish, Chen's father and mother arrived, followed closely by Zhou Haiying. Afeng, why are there so many small fish? Are these white sailfish? Zhou Haiying exclaimed upon seeing the basket overflowing with tiny fish, her face beaming with delight. Yes, these are white sailfish, but there are more than just one kind. There are also oil leaf fish and a smattering of other small fish that need to be sorted out, Chen Yefeng replied, tossing the last small white sailfish into the bamboo basket. Spotting his wife, he inquired with curiosity, what brings you here? Aren't you at home taking care of Rongrong? She's still so little. I worry something might happen without an adult around. Brother went to find someone to help sort the fish. And I thought more hands would make light work, so I called Grandma to keep an eye on the child. All right then, Chen Yefeng responded with a nod, calling out to his parents, Father, Mother, stop loitering on the shore and come aboard to help lift these fish. Hurry and sort them out to see which need drying and which should be sold, he added. Chen's father grunted, no need to rush. We're here now. Aren't we? Chen's mother followed closely behind. So many juvenile fish. The price for these is ridiculously low. We'll have to dry them ourselves and sell them as dried goods. Locally, the white sailfish was also referred to as juvenile fish. When freshly caught from the sea, the purchasing price was incredibly low, barely more than a penny each at their wharf. They were hardly worth anything. It would be better to gut them, dry them, and sell them as dried fish. As Chen Yefeng sprinkled ice over the fish, he remarked, let us take them back for sorting first. There must be at least a few 100 pounds of oil leaf fish in there. Chen's mother nodded. Of course, we need to separate them. The purchasing price for oil leaf fish should be over 20 cents per pound. All right, enough talk. Let's get the fish ashore first, Chen's father urged. The group worked together to lift the bamboo baskets filled with fish onto the shore. As soon as the baskets were placed down, a crowd gathered, their voices rising like a tide, eager to see what had been caught. Alas, how fortunate you are to have caught such an abundance of fish, surely weighing several thousand pounds. It is a pity they are merely white pomfret. Had they been of greater value, one could have struck it rich. Yet, white pomfret is not without merit. When dried, they can fetch a decent price per pound. With such a substantial catch, the yield from drying them would indeed be considerable. Chen Laosi, it seems you have struck gold. Uncle by air approached Chen's father, both having spent time in the fishery team, thus sharing a bond of camaraderie. These are my son's catch. What does it have to do with me? Chen's father remarked, though inwardly he felt a swell of pride. After all, the fish had been caught by his sons, and as a father, he felt particularly esteemed. I heard from Afeng that you, by Lara, also caught a few 100 pounds, Chen's father inquired. Bayer rolled his eyes. It's just over 100 pounds, not hundreds. He reasoned, once you reach 100 pounds, it's implied you might as well have caught hundreds. Well, you do have a point, Bayer conceded, momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that Chen Laoxi's tongue was as sharp as ever, leaving him unable to retort. Goodness, why are there so many small fish? Did a large vessel dock at our pier? Lanzier arrived late, only now opening the purchasing point. Upon reaching the dock, he found a crowd gathered and leaned in to see bamboo baskets filled with white pomfret and oil leaf fish. With over 20 baskets, each containing at least 80 to 90 pounds, he was astounded. Could there truly be over 2,000 pounds of fish? He initially thought a grand ship had arrived at their pier, but as he overheard discussions among the crowd, he was left dumbfounded. This bounty had been harvested by the Chun brothers' small boat. Spotting the character Lin painted in red on the baskets nearly caused him to spew blood in disbelief. Were these not old Lin's baskets? He felt as though he had missed out on a fortune. Had it not been for his wife's insistence that morning, he would not have let this opportunity slip away. Instantly, he fell into despair. Chapter 97. Someone is stealing fish, everyone. Please make way. We need to take the fish home. Clear the path. Our cart needs to pass, Chen's father shouted, maneuvering his cart through the throng. Seeing his father approaching with the cart, Chen Yefeng quickly called over Uncle Wu and Aji to help load the goods. Once the cart was filled, Chen's parents began their journey towards Chen Yefeng's elder brother's home. Chen Yefeng borrowed a cart from old Lin, loaded it with goods, and asked his wife to keep an eye on the remaining fish at the dock. Since a cart could only carry a few baskets at a time, several trips would be necessary to transport all the fish. Fortunately, his elder brother's house was near the sea, not far from the dock. As Feng and the others pushed the cart closer to his brother's home, they noticed Chen's father and elder brother also heading toward the dock with their cart. "Brother, is your hand not dislocated? Shouldn't you see Doctor Who? We're fine here. You need not assist us," they reassured him. "It's all right. Although my right hand is currently useless, my left is in good condition. I can manage to push from behind while father pulls ahead. Brother, do not overexert yourself. Leave this to us. An injured arm is no trivial matter, and should any complications arise, it would indeed be troublesome." Upon hearing his second son's words, Father Chen furrowed his brow slightly. "Feng is right. I will have Akai accompany me. It is fortuitous that two of us can manage one cart. You should hurry to the health clinic. You are still young. Do not let any ailment linger. Xian, I will go with fourth brother. You should see a doctor. Brother Xian, I am here with Aji, so you can rest easy and go," Uncle Wu and Aji also urged. If anything were to go awry with his arm, it would be too late for regret. Under the persuasion of the others, Chen Yefeng reluctantly decided to visit the health clinic. After all, he was apprehensive. What if his arm developed a problem in the future? He was the pillar of his family, with a wife and children who depended on him. After persuading his elder brother to see a doctor, Chen Yefeng and Aji wheeled the cart into the spacious yard of his brother's home. The yard was lush with greenery, and Mother Chen and sister-in-law had already begun sorting the fish catch. Among the haul were primarily white sailfish and oil-leaf fish, along with assorted small fish, shrimp, and even a fair number of stone crabs. The sea was teeming with fish. Who could be bothered with such details? They would sort it out once it was on land. Chen Yefeng and Aji unloaded the bamboo baskets filled with fish from the cart and placed them in the shade before heading back toward the dock. Before they reached the dock, they heard a commotion and noticed a crowd gathering. "Feng, your wife is arguing with your fourth aunt. You should hurry over," someone shouted at Chen Yefeng. "How dare that wretched woman bully my wife?" Chen Yefeng handed the cart to Aji and raced off in a fury. Upon arrival, he saw indeed that Ying was embroiled in a verbal altercation with his aunt. The aunt, taking advantage of Zhou Haiying being from out of town, hurled a barrage of insults in a dialect filled with vulgarities. How shameless to be pregnant out of wedlock, and still in school. Cavorting with men in the woods, what a disgrace. A hen that cannot lay eggs, only giving birth to daughters. Unable to compare to my daughter-in-law who has blessed us with 2 healthy grandsons. In short, a litany of hurtful words spewed from her foul mouth, incensing Zhou Haiying, who gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening with tears welling up. She longed to retort, but the aunt's piercing words felt like daggers stabbing at her heart, leaving her breathless. "Fourth sister-in-law, you are going too far. It was you who stole the fish first. My daughter-in-law merely spoke a few words to you. And yet you are shouting profanities at her. How unbecoming for one of your age." Father Chen glared at the fierce woman, his face flushed with anger. Had she not been a woman, he would have struck her long ago. "Chen Guofa, what is your hurry? What is wrong with me admonishing your daughter-in-law? Have I spoken falsely? Did she not cavort with your son in the woods? Even giving birth to 2 daughters, am I wrong? Your Feng is destined to be left with nothing. Is it just a few fish? Must you make such a fuss? You have gathered so much. Could you spare a few pieces for me to prepare a soup? What is the matter?" And that insufferable woman continues to be confrontational, exuding an air of arrogance. Uncle Chun Wu glared in anger, stating, "Taking someone else's belongings without their consent makes you a thief, a bandit. Oh, you fool. You have no right to speak to me. You are not even part of the Chen family, just some wild seed that appeared from nowhere. What are you staring at me for with those bulging eyes? Do you wish to strike me? Go ahead, hit me." With a sharp slap. Aunt Xiaoxi froze in shock as the crisp sound of the slap echoed. When she regained her senses, she felt a searing pain on her left cheek. Everyone heard it. This was her own demand, a perverse request I had never encountered before, and I could only reluctantly oblige her. Chen Yefeng delivered a fierce slap to that unruly woman. Although she was said to be his aunt, their relationship was quite distant. They had yet to reach the 5 degrees of mourning. "Chen Yefeng, you scoundrel, how dare you strike me? Try hitting me again." With those words, Aunt Xiaoxi received another resounding slap on her right cheek. While Chen Yefeng was not one to be obsessive-compulsive, he had studied geometry and understood the importance of symmetry. Observing the handprints on both sides of that woman's face, he nodded in satisfaction. This was how it should be. Symmetry is indeed more aesthetically pleasing. This is outrageous. The Chen family is bullying me, a mere woman. Just because my son is paralyzed and I have no one to support me, they dare to treat me this way. Oh dear, I can't go on living like this. Why doesn't heaven open its eyes and take away this worthless scoundrel? Aunt Xiaoxi plopped down on the ground, throwing a tantrum. The onlookers, eager to incite chaos, began chattering. "You big men are bullying a woman. It doesn't sound good when you say it out loud, does it? You've only taken a few small fish from them. Is it really necessary to resort to violence? Besides, her son is paralyzed and bedridden. It's quite pitiful. Chen's father retorted. Is she the only one who is pitiful? What about us? These fish were caught with great difficulty by my 2 sons, who toiled through the night. My son Axin even injured his hand and is now at the clinic. Why should she take others' belongings without permission and still feel justified? If any of you are so generous, let her take from your homes. Upon hearing Chen's father's words, the crowd promptly chose to remain silent, fearing for their own safety. Ultimately, people are selfish. They can stand on their moral high ground to criticize others, but when it comes to their own interests, who isn't only concerned about themselves. Aunt Xiaoxi is notorious at the dock, known for her petty thefts. Whenever a fishing boat returns to the dock and others are not paying attention, she seizes the opportunity to stuff fish into her pants. Just moments ago, she had audaciously stuffed fish into her pockets amidst the crowd, and when Zhou Haiying discovered her, she merely scolded her. Instead of feeling any shame, Aunt Xiaoxi resorted to insults against Zhou Haiying. Chen Yefeng, feeling infuriated, could no longer tolerate the aggressive woman before him and decided to teach her a lesson. She was the mother of Chun Peng and the mother-in-law of the village beauty, Wang Zhilan. In his previous life, he naively believed that the village beauty genuinely wished to partner with him, going to great lengths to please the family of his Aunt C. He toiled daily, enduring various menial and arduous tasks, all to support them. Yet, despite his efforts, he suffered greatly at the hands of this older woman. Reflecting on the grievances of his past life only intensified Chen Yefeng's anger. If it were possible, such a despicable woman deserved to be cast into the sea to feed the fish. In a firm voice, Chen Yefeng declared, Aunt C, you should not linger here. If you do not leave, I will call the police. Go ahead and call them. You struck me, which constitutes intentional injury. They will arrest you. She retorted defiantly. Very well, I will call the police to have them arrest you for theft. They are cracking down hard on such offenses now. Even if you avoid a bullet, you could still spend several years in prison. He shot back. On what basis do you accuse me of theft? Do you have any evidence? Upon hearing the mention of prison, Aunt C's demeanor changed dramatically. Chen Yefeng scoffed, evidence? If you continue to act this way, those fish will tumble out from your trousers. Just as the words left his mouth, a fish slipped from Aunt C's pant leg, shimmering in the sunlight, its scales glinting in a blinding display. How could this woman not feel the stench of fish while stuffing them into her trousers? Realizing her ruse had been uncovered, Aunt C hastily picked up the fallen fish and stuffed it back into her pants before making a hasty retreat from the dock. Goodness, she really did shove a fish in there. Doesn't she fear the odor? Why should she? That area is already foul-smelling, came the reply. If it were eels, well. Old Rome, you are quite the rogue, thinking of everything. After driving the repugnant woman away, Chen Yefeng comforted his wife and then, along with Ji and the others, used a cart to transport the fish back to his elder brother's home. They made several trips, finally transporting all the fish from the dock. There was no time to rest. After a quick sip of tea, they joined the ranks to sort the fish. Fortunately, the weather was still mild, and the catch primarily consisted of white sailfish and oily fish, with few other varieties. These 2 types were particularly easy to distinguish. One was slender, while the other was flat, easily identifiable even by the blind. With laughter and chatter, the work felt considerably lighter. Chen Dajie cheerfully remarked, a foam. Will these white sailfish be dried before selling? The purchase price at the dock is only a little over 3 cents per pound. Chen Yefeng grimaced, so cheap. Only a little over 3 cents per pound? They will definitely dry them before selling. Even if his arithmetic was poor, such simple calculations were within his grasp. Even with 1,000 pounds of white sailfish, it would only yield 30 yuan. However, if dried, 1,000 pounds of fresh white sailfish could produce over 300 pounds of dried fish. Quality dried fish could sell for 20 cents per pound. After accounting for labor costs, there was still a modest profit to be made. Father Chen remarked, the entrails of the white sailfish are easily removed. A gentle squeeze suffices. With the pleasant weather these days, we can dry them under the sun for a day or 2. Mother Chen nodded in agreement. Your father speaks the truth. Handling the white sailfish is indeed simple. Since the womenfolk have yet to visit the small sea and have no pressing tasks, it's a perfect opportunity to assist in drying the fish. Chen Yefeng cheerfully interjected, then it is settled. Once we sort through all the fish, we shall commence drying them. By the way, where shall we dry the fish? We must have at least 1,000 or 2,000 pounds of fresh white sailfish. To transform them all into dried fish will certainly require a substantial area. Chen Yefeng pondered where to find such a space. Just then, Father Chen spoke in a low voice. What more do we need to find? I believe the drying area in the commune would suffice. It's currently vacant and unused. I shall simply inform the village committee, and I can borrow some drying racks from the fishery team. Very well, then, Chen Yefeng nodded. I will also discuss with my elder brother about providing some wages for them. We cannot let them work for free. As they sorted through the fish, they suddenly heard the sound of an ice cream vendor passing by on the road outside the courtyard. Before the vendor arrived, the children, including Xiangzi, rushed out, their mouths watering at the sight of the vendor's cart. Chen Yefeng washed his hands and followed them outside. There stood a vendor pushing an old cart, with a wooden box tied to the back, covered by a quilt. Comrade, would you like to buy some ice pops? The vendor called out upon seeing Chen Yefeng approach. How much are your ice pops? Chen Yefeng inquired. Old ice pops are 3 cents, green bean and cream pops are 6 cents, and cream ice cream is 10 cents. How affordable. A small pudding in later years costs 50 cents. Chen Yefeng exclaimed. All right, then give me a few ice pops. He signaled to Xiangzi, Daqiang. Go count how many adults and children there are. Hurry back and let me know. If you miscount, you won't get any. Daqiang dashed inside to tally the numbers and quickly returned, reporting, Second uncle, the count is complete. There are 9 adults and 4 children. As they were sorting the fish, the elderly lady had brought Rong Rong along, letting the children play while she helped with the fish. Did you count correctly, little scout? Did you include your uncle? Although his elder brother's brother-in-law could not assist due to his injuries, he currently resided with the elder brother. It would be unfair to exclude him if they were to buy ice cream. He was included. Then why is it 9? It should be 10. You didn't forget to count me, did you? Ah, should I be counted in too, second uncle? Am I not a person? Chen Yefeng rolled his eyes, thinking his nephew was unreliable, even while claiming he would support him when he grew up. Thus, it's best to just listen. Please bring me 1 old popsicle, 4 green bean popsicles, and 4 cream popsicles. Additionally, I would like 5 cream ice creams. He can have 1 old popsicle for himself, while the elderly lady and the children can enjoy the cream ice creams, and the rest can be divided amongst themselves. All right, that totals 77 cents. The vendor calculated the amount and lifted the cotton cover to retrieve the ice creams for them. Do not discard the sticks from your ice creams. You can save them to exchange for more treats later. Hearing the vendor's words, Sanzi, who was sorting through fish, immediately inquired with excitement. How many sticks are needed to exchange for 1 ice cream? 200 sticks. Then I'll pass. I might as well make a toy gun out of them. Chapter 99. Eating ice cream and selling goods at the dock after obtaining the ice creams. A few were distributed to the children. Chen Yefeng even made a point to hand a cream ice cream to the elderly lady, while the others were left for Chen's father and the rest to share. As the prospect of ice cream became apparent, everyone rushed to wash their hands, for their hands were reeking of fish after sorting for so long. Feng, I want tea, have any. Let the children enjoy it. At 10 cents each. It feels too extravagant for an old woman like me. Seeing the offered cream ice cream, the elderly lady quickly declined. Grandma, what do you mean by waste? What you consume is not waste. Please indulge, or it will truly be a waste if it melts away. The older generation is indeed resilient, often denying themselves comforts to save for the next generation, living frugally throughout their lives. Chen Yefeng pressed the ice cream into the elderly lady's hands and asked Xiangzi to fetch a bowl from his home. The heat was intense, causing the cream ice cream to melt quickly. Using a bowl would allow for enjoying the icy water without wastage. The children, not eating quickly, also took bowls to savor their treats slowly. Everyone paused to relish the popsicles and ice creams, providing a perfect opportunity to rest. Only a third of the fish remained to be sorted, and with so many hands, they would likely complete the sorting by noon. In the afternoon, the women would assist in squeezing the entrails from the fish and taking them to the drying area, while they were still enjoying their ice creams. Chen Yefeng returned from the clinic. Upon entering the courtyard, he was greeted by the sound of slurping. Curious, he stepped in to discover everyone indulging in ice cream. Brother, you're late. If you had come back earlier, there would have been some for you. Chen Yefeng chuckled. He then teased Xiangzi. Big Chong, you miscalculated. Your father wasn't included in the count. Quickly offer him your cream ice cream. No way. Xiangzi was on the verge of tears. I didn't count him since he wasn't here. You can't blame me. Moreover, my father doesn't even like cream ice cream. He prefers old popsicles, and he always buys those for himself. This boy. His father is simply too frugal to indulge. 1 cream ice cream could purchase 3 old popsicles. Yet Feng was different. He genuinely adored the flavor of old popsicles. In his previous life, he had sampled all manner of ice cream, including the infamous ice cream assassin Zhong Shuigao, which was said to taste like plastic and wouldn't even melt when burned. Chen Yefeng shook his head with a smile. If Dad wants to eat it, then you enjoy it. Xian, what did Dr. Hu say about your arm injury? Zhang Feng inquired with concern upon seeing her partner return. Indeed, what did Hu Hongwan say? Is there anything serious? Chen Mu and the others anxiously looked towards the eldest brother. Chen Yefeng smiled and replied, it's nothing significant, just a dislocated joint in my arm, and a slight strain on the ligaments. Doctor Hu has already reset it and prescribed medication, advising me to avoid heavy lifting for a few days. Chen Yefeng added, then you should rest, big brother, we can handle things here. Chen Yefeng shook his head, how can I do that? My other arm is still functional. Chen Fu spoke solemnly, I've told you not to exert yourself. What if your arm gets injured again? Go sit with your brother-in-law and rest. At this, Chen Yefeng turned his head to glance at his brother-in-law, realizing that he, too, had become temporarily incapacitated. After finishing their ice cream, the group resumed sorting the fish catch. After about an hour of diligent work, they finally sorted all the fish. The majority were white sailfish, followed by oil leaf fish, assorted fish, and a large bowl of small shrimp that could be shared among them to take home for cooking. Chen Fu pulled the cart to transport the oil leaf fish, hoping to sell them fresh at the dock. There were quite a few oil leaf fish, at least 8 or 9 baskets, weighing several hundred pounds. 2 carts were sufficient for a single trip to the dock. Once the goods were loaded, Chen Yefeng and the other men took them to the dock, instructing the women to prepare lunch at home. Chen Yefeng felt famished, as he had been working tirelessly on the boat and had forgotten to eat the meals he brought the previous night. The aluminum lunchbox had been left in the sun for so long that the food inside was likely spoiled. The group arrived at the dock, heading toward Old Lin's purchasing point. As soon as they approached, Old Lin grinned broadly and shared his cigarettes with them. Seeing Old Lin's smug expression, Lan Zier couldn't help but roll his eyes and shot a glare at his wife. It was early in the morning, and he had insisted on needing something, causing him to miss out on a significant business deal. You don't plan to sell those white sailfish, do you? Old Lin asked. Chen Yefeng, undeterred, inquired, what is the buying price for the white sailfish? Old Lin shrugged, 3 cents per pound. Chen Yefeng was puzzled. Wasn't it said to be over 3 cents? Old Lin chuckled, not by much. Will you sell? I can offer you a bit more. How much more? 2 cents. Then forget it. We'll just dry them. Hearing Old Lin's offer, Chen Yefeng's hopes were dashed. It was truly too low. They might only sell their pile of white sailfish for a mere few dozen dollars, which was far from worthwhile. Chen Fu specifically asked, what is the buying price for the oil leaf fish? We haven't discussed that yet. Chen Yefeng remarked meaningfully. Don't think that just because you lend us more bamboo baskets, you are guaranteed to buy from us. If the price isn't right, we can choose to sell to others. He glanced towards Lan Zier. Lan Zier responded, why is he looking at me? I'm not buying from him. Old Lin twitched the corner of his mouth. 2 jiao and 1 fun. Truly the highest price. I can hardly earn as much as you. All right, I trust you. In any case, we will prioritize your goods in the future. Chen Yefeng nodded. Prioritize? Old Lin rolled his eyes. This young man was quite difficult to deal with. Earning a living in these times is no easy feat. One must not only outsmart other seafood merchants at various collection points, but also navigate the complexities of dealing with fishermen. Next came the weighing. Once a basket was weighed, Old Lin's wife would jot down a number. After all the fish baskets had been weighed, she would sum them up. Old Lin's wife picked up a small calculator to perform the calculations. Reset. 889193. These oil leaf fish weigh a total of 845 jing. Before long, she had completed the calculations. Chen Yefeng's eyes brightened as he looked at the calculator. Old Lin, where did you acquire this calculator? Is it expensive? Old Lin replied. This was bought by my nephew from a department store in Haicheng. Probably cost a few dozen yuan. A few dozen yuan? How can such a small device be so costly? Aji, standing nearby, thought he must have misheard. This calculator, seemingly insignificant, was shockingly expensive. Old Lin chuckled. This is high-tech, hence the price. Chen Yefeng nearly burst into laughter at his remark. High-tech, indeed. Have you finished calculating? How much is it? I'm starving and planning to head home for a meal. Old Lin's wife responded. All done. It amounts to 17,745 yuan. Chen Yefeng immediately remarked. That rounds to 178 yuan, right? Old Lin rolled his eyes. Who taught you rounding? Rounding 17,745 yuan results in 1,775 yuan. Let's just make it a round number and round it off properly. Fine, I want to fuss over 5 jiao. Chapter 100. The trap. Net having sold the fish and secured the receipt, Chen Yefeng and his companions left the dock and returned to his elder brother's home. Chen's mother had already prepared lunch. They were having seafood noodles, a specially crafted handmade noodle dish paired with fresh fish and shrimp, steaming hot, filling the room with a delightful aroma. White noodles, of fine grain, were a luxury in an era when the countryside often subsisted on watery rice porridge. A large pot was filled to the brim, and everyone's stomachs were already grumbling with hunger, eager to take up their bowls and chopsticks. Slurping, the smooth noodles entered their mouths, offering a satisfying elasticity and chewiness, enveloped in the fragrant broth, each bite bursting with contentment. Especially the sweetness of the seafood unfolded in their mouths, as if they were tasting the very essence of the sea. Delicious, truly delicious. Everyone eagerly savored their bowls. Even the children each devoured 2 hefty servings. With their usual meals consisting of rice porridge and salted fish, a rare opportunity to enjoy noodles warranted indulgence. The only one taking his time was Chen Yefeng, eating with a measured pace, lacking the exaggerated enthusiasm of the others. After all, he had been reborn from an era of abundant resources, where online shopping and efficient logistics made meat an everyday affair, leaving one satiated beyond desire. In comparison to the era this plant supplies, people of that time truly experienced happiness. A large pot of noodles was consumed entirely by this group, leaving not even a trace of broth. Chen Yefeng also felt satisfied, relishing the exquisite taste of seafood from this age, which was indeed delightful. Brother, these few pounds of noodles must have cost quite a bit. Make sure to deduct it when we settle the bill, he said, approaching his elder brother with a measured tone. Chen Yefeng's expression turned serious. What nonsense are you speaking? It's merely a few pounds of noodles. There's no need for such concern. Upon hearing the man's words, the elder sister-in-law silently turned away. Chen Yefeng remarked, look, even sister-in-law is upset. Let us proceed as I suggested. Chen Yefeng explained, Afeng, you mustn't misunderstand. Your sister-in-law is not a petty person. However, these noodles were purchased with all the family's food stamps, and she herself is reluctant to eat them. Having saved them for me and Ayong for our fishing trips, she bought them specifically to nourish us, understanding the hardships we face at sea. Trust me, note it down on the bill. This meal is not just for you alone, but for those who help with the work. Naturally, it should be accounted as communal expenses. Now that we are partners in this venture, everything must be included to avoid future disputes. Mother Chen interjected, listen to your brother. You are both married now, and things are different than before. Chen Yefeng reluctantly nodded. Very well, I will write it on the bill. No worries, I shall return to rest. This afternoon, I'll go with Uncle Wu to collect the traps. You need not come along, brother. Chen Yefeng continued. Leave the sun-drying of the fish to father, mother, and sister-in-law. Their wages must also be noted. With that, he intended to return for a much-needed rest. Exhausted and weary, he yearned to lie comfortably in bed and sleep soundly. Afeng has indeed changed from before. Observing her son's silhouette disappear through the courtyard gate, Mother Chen stood momentarily stunned. Her previously unreliable son seemed to have matured overnight, handling matters with newfound thoughtfulness. Though he often appeared jovial and carefree, in critical moments, he exuded a sense of calm stability. Upon exiting the courtyard, Chen Yefeng joined a Kai and a Ji, casually draping an arm over their shoulders as they strolled homeward. Instantly reverting to his previous self, Chen Yefeng felt that since he had been reborn, there was no need to maintain a gloomy and aged demeanor. At just 25, why not embrace a bit of youthful vigor? Afeng, are you going to collect the traps this afternoon? Aji inquired. Yes. They've been out for 2 days now. It's time to retrieve them, he replied. Take me along. Then, my boat's diesel engine is still under repair, and staying at home is quite dull. I'll join you to collect the traps this afternoon. Suit yourself, as long as you don't mind the toil. But let me be clear, I won't be paying you for your help. Who needs your meager wages? I'm merely hoping to bask in your good fortune. Very well, if you wish to soak it in, I'll bring the fishing line along to cast as well. As the topic of fishing lines arose, Chen Yefeng suddenly exclaimed, Oh no, I must return home. I need to ask my mother to leave some fish for me to set the traps later. Conveniently, there were small fish at home, rendering a trip to the dock for purchases unnecessary. With that, Chen Yefeng dashed back to his elder brother's house to request they spare some small fish for the traps. By afternoon, Chen Yefeng called upon Uncle Wu, while Aji gathered their equipment for clamming and headed straight to the dock to board the boat. The sun was less intense now, and boats gradually arrived at the harbor. He noticed that the fishing vessels docking today had made quite a decent catch. Several boats appeared to have netted white sailfish. Although their haul was greater, the luckiest fishermen had still managed to catch 500 to 600 pounds. It seemed that some had fortuitously encountered a school of white sailfish. The trio disembarked from the dock and proceeded to the harbor to board their vessel. Upon finding the small wooden boat, they all climbed aboard. Akai, I heard you get seasick. You won't faint in the middle of the ocean, will you? Aji jested, patting Uncle Wu on the shoulder. Uncle Wu replied earnestly, How could that be? I have already overcome it. Oh dear, a foam. Take it slow. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Just now you said you had conquered it. How can you be dizzy again? Aji mocked lightly. However, Uncle Wu's pallor betrayed his discomfort, leaving little room for banter. Chen Yefeng, while paddling, reassured Uncle Wu, "Just hold on. If it becomes unbearable, let me know, and I shall row back to shore." Akai was determined to accompany him for clamming. He had to conquer the challenge of seasickness. They couldn't spend their lives merely gathering small shellfish along the beaches and rocks, for that would never lead to prosperity. If he couldn't overcome his seasickness, he would be unable to venture out to sea in the future. Chen Yefeng gently stroked the oars, lingering near the harbor. "Afeng, I feel much better now. You may row towards the open sea," he said after a while, as Uncle Wu began to feel less queasy. Chen Yefeng nodded and changed direction towards the area where they would set the traps. After covering some distance, he requested Aji to take over the rowing. "Darn it. Rowing is truly exhausting. After paddling for what seems like ages, I feel we've barely moved," he lamented, recalling the hours spent fishing that morning, which had left his palms blistered and sore. "Is this the right spot?" Aji inquired, steering the small wooden boat in the direction Chen Yefeng indicated. In the distance, they spotted the buoys bobbing on the surface of the sea. Each buoy bore a unique marking, recognizable to those familiar with them. Chen Yefeng surveyed the surrounding waters, uncertainly stating, "This should be the place. Let us row over and take a look." "All right," Aji replied, paddling towards the designated trap location. Chapter 101. Suspicious vessels get a bit closer. "I'll take a look," Chen Yefeng said as he approached to examine the buoy of the submerged trap closely. "Indeed, this is my elder brother's trap." With that, he grasped the buoy and began to pull the trap's rope onto the boat. "I'll assist you," Uncle Wu offered, rising to lend a hand. He believed that the remedy for seasickness lay in diverting his attention. Much like when he was previously engaged in catching oil leaf fish and whitetail fish, he hadn't felt any seasickness then, likely because his focus was entirely consumed by the act of fishing. Chen Yefeng cautioned, "Be careful when pulling the trap net. Do not lean back too far to avoid falling into the sea." Akai nodded while pulling the net. "Yes, I understand. Just being cautious." As the trap net gradually emerged from the water, Chen Yefeng felt a weighty anticipation. Could there be a catch? His heart leapt with joy, and he hastened his pulling. Once the entire trap net was aboard, even Aji at the stern could not suppress his curiosity. "Looks like a bountiful catch. Let us see what we've got," he exclaimed eagerly. Each time they pulled the trap from the water, it felt akin to unboxing a surprise gift. Chen Yefeng swiftly untied the cord at the front of the net and tipped out the catch. Wow, so many three-eyed crabs, quite plump, and plenty of mantis shrimp. This haul could fetch a good sum. Upon seeing the catch, Aji was filled with envy. The three-eyed crabs and mantis shrimp were the most numerous, alongside a mixed assortment of other fish like water drum and sakura shrimp. The three-eyed crab, also known as the red star crab, is a variety of the swimming crab. Its carapace is elongated and features three prominent wart-like protrusions that resemble three eyes, giving it a distinctive appearance. The mantis shrimp, referred to in some regions as the prawn or stomatopod, typically has 6 segments between its head and abdomen, with a lighter shell color, predominantly inhabiting sandy or muddy shallow seas. Its flesh is sweet, tender, and succulent, and many particularly enjoy preparing it with pepper and salt. Witnessing these spoils, Chen Yefeng's spirits soared. September yields mother swimming crabs, while October brings the males. Both are the most delectable. I must select a few crabs to prepare drunken crab. That would be absolutely delightful. The mere thought of the drunken crab's flavor brought tears of anticipation to the corners of Chen Yefeng's mouth. Aji and the tall fellow were equally affected, swallowing hard. The tall one could not contain himself. "Afeng, can you bear to part with them?" Hearing that the three-eyed crabs sell for 2 jiao per pound, "Are you truly considering making drunken crab?" Chen Yefeng paused. "Can they really fetch that much? Perhaps it's better to save them for sale." Aji looked at him disdainfully. "Could you be any more miserly? You truly live up to your nickname, Stingy Feng." "Why do you call me Stingy Feng? Are you trying to provoke me?" Chen Yefeng expressed his frustration. Had he truly been stingy? He believed he was quite generous. It was absurd to be saddled with such a nickname. It made him want to retaliate. Aji chuckled. "Who else would you expect? Stop dawdling. If you keep this up, it'll be dark soon." "All right, I'll pull the second net." Chen Yefeng instructed him to row the boat forward while advising Akai. "Uncle Wu, please assist in sorting the catch and placing them into the baskets. I'll handle the next net myself." Pulling the trap net was not as laborious as dragging a net. He could manage that alone. As the boat drew closer, he grasped the second trap net and began to hoist it upward. Once it was aboard, he emptied it out, revealing yet another delightful surprise. In addition to the mantis shrimp and the three-eyed crab, several orchid crabs were spotted. As autumn breezes began to blow, the crabs were notably plump. Perhaps it was the season that rendered these crustaceans particularly rich, with the white parts of their legs reaching the tips of their claws. The entire catch was entrusted to Akai for processing, while Chen Yefeng continued to explore his blind box. The subsequent nets yielded crabs and shrimp, though their quantities did not match those of the earlier nets. Once all the traps were retrieved, the three men sorted their catch, taking a moment to rest on the boat, sipping water, and enjoying a few puffs of water pipe. They then relocated to a different spot, resubmerging several traps into the water. After setting the traps, Chen Yefeng sought out a stretch of sea to attempt longline fishing. The longline he brought was modest, consisting merely of a main line. Although his elder brother had seldom utilized it at home, it remained in good condition. The branch lines were tied on later, and the hooks showed no signs of rust. He first cast the anchor into the water, followed by the float and sinker, ensuring the main line descended to the desired depth. Each branch line was approximately 3 meters apart, equipped with hooks, and once baited, could be cast into the sea. Care was paramount to avoid tangling the lines, as any knots would be a considerable hassle to untangle. Chen Yefeng and Akai worked in synchrony, one baiting the hooks while the other cast them into the sea. Meanwhile, Aji rowed the small wooden boat forward. A single main line held around 100 hooks. Chen Yefeng had only brought one line to test the waters. Once the hooks were laid out, they could return later to collect them. After setting the hooks, there was no need for further attention. The floats bobbed on the surface, while the main line swayed with the ocean currents, effectively enticing the fish to bite. Aji glanced at a solitary island not far away, pondering. That must be Meihua Island. Since there is still time, shall we explore it? Uncle Chun Wu's eyes brightened at the suggestion. Aji, are you planning to scout for spots to sift through the sea when the tide recedes? Aji smiled and nodded. Who says Akai is foolish? I find him quite astute. He instantly grasped my intention. Chen Yefeng also nodded in agreement. Now that we are here, let us go take a look. Sifting through the sea on a deserted island might prove fruitful, potentially surpassing the yields from nets and traps. This small isle, known as Meihua Island, was uninhabited, rarely visited by anyone. Thus, it lacked the crowds typically found on mainland beaches during low tides on specific days. Even if treasures were to be found, they would have long been collected by others. Chen Yefeng considered Aji's suggestion prudent. A reconnaissance of the terrain would be beneficial for future endeavors. Another crucial reason for his agreement was the suspicious vessel he had noticed moored near Meihua Island. What made it suspicious? The boat had remained anchored near the reef since their arrival to retrieve the traps and set the longline. It is indeed highly suspicious. If these were fishermen heading out to sea, why would they remain stationary? They are not merely basking in the sun. Chen Yefeng replaced Aji at the helm, taking the oars himself as he navigated towards the solitary island. Chapter 102. Handline fishing. The small wooden boat gently bobbed upon the surface of the sea. The oars dipped into the water, creating ripples that spread outward. As time gradually passed, the three of them, aboard the modest vessel, arrived near Meihua Island. The island appeared relatively small, with its eastern side rising steeply and the western side sloping gently. To the east lay a vast expanse of treacherous rocks, while the west featured a more level sandy beach and mudflats. The water level here was quite shallow, with an abundance of silt. This resulted in the mudflats of Meihua Island being significantly deeper than those near their village, and being perpetually submerged in seawater. They were composed entirely of soft mud. Walking upon such terrain was nearly impossible, yet these mudflats often concealed numerous treasures. For instance, the earth dragons they had previously caught in the mangroves thrived robustly beneath the silt of this mudflat. Even sizable crabs weighing over 2 pounds could be captured here. How could the clever and industrious fishermen simply overlook such bountiful catches? Thus, the tool known as the mud horse was conceived for use in the muddy flats and wetland environments. The term mud horse is not derogatory. It refers to a tool crafted from lightweight wood. This device is ingeniously designed with a broad, flat base and a pointed front, allowing it to effortlessly slice through water and mud, enabling fishermen to capture their catch from the thick silt of the mudflats. It is unfortunate that the tide has not receded, for otherwise, they could explore the island for valuable finds. Aji gazed longingly at the beach and rocks of the island, which were only partially exposed, lamenting the missed opportunity to scour the sea. Aji, I must admit, you've stirred a certain itch within me, Akai remarked. What nonsense are you spouting, you big oaf? What do you mean by you've stirred an itch? You had best clarify your words, Aji retorted, feeling a chill run down his spine at Akai's comment. Aji, that's not what I meant. Please don't misunderstand, Akai stammered, despite being a straightforward man without any issues regarding his orientation. Misunderstand? Not a chance, Aji said firmly. Meanwhile, Chen Yefeng was discreetly observing a fishing boat not far away, exasperated by their bickering. Can you two quiet down? Let us fish over by the rocks and then retrieve the hooks. With the hand line, we can expect a catch in 2 or 3 hours. Unlike the gill nets that require an overnight wait, he added. Aji was somewhat skeptical. Without a fishing rod, how can you expect to catch anything? With a flourish, Chen Yefeng produced 2 hand lines from his pocket, as if performing magic. Lacking a fishing rod, does that mean we cannot fish? I have 2 lines. Who wants one? I'll take one. Uncle Chen, the 5th, interjected eagerly. He had been feeling quite bored at the thought of not being able to explore the island. Surprised that Afeng had concealed such splendid tools. What man does not enjoy fishing? Aji glared. You big oaf, don't you dare snatch it from me. I'm a far better fisherman than you. Let me do it. Uncle Chen was indignant. Who says I can't fish better than you? When I was fishing, you were still on the ground picking up chicken droppings. How audacious of you to utter such words, when in fact you are merely 1 year my senior. Making it seem as if you were my elder. Although Afeng addresses you as 5th uncle, I still regard you as a simpleton. Enough of this bickering, you two. My head is buzzing from your incessant squabbling. If you continue to argue, I shall not grant any of you the privilege. Very well, let us cease our quarrel. Agreed. Aji. Indeed, we shall not dispute any further. Instead, I propose that the simpleton and I engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine who shall fish first. And the victor shall cast their line first, with each of us taking turns thereafter. Yes, let it be so. Hearing Aji's suggestion, 5th Uncle Chen nodded in agreement. If the argument persisted, Afeng might refuse to provide them with fishing lines altogether. With the two finally settling down, Chen Yefeng steered the boat toward the expansive reef cluster on the eastern side of Peach Blossom Island. The weather was splendid, with calm winds and serene waters. Ideal for sea fishing. Chen Yefeng maneuvered the small boat closer to the rocks, selecting a spot to anchor. He dared not approach the larger vessel too closely, lest it arouse suspicion. This shall suffice. You may decide among yourselves who will fish first, he said, tossing a fishing line to them for their decision. He also reminded them to wear gloves while fishing to prevent injury from the line. Afterward, he retrieved a shrimp from the bucket, threading the hook through its head to maintain its liveliness, thereby enhancing the likelihood of a catch. With the lively shrimp secured, Chen Yefeng cast the line into the water, eagerly awaiting a nibble. Meanwhile, 5th Uncle Chen and Aji determined the winner of their game of rock, paper, scissors, with 5th Uncle emerging victorious. He grinned broadly, looking rather foolish, as he cheerfully prepared his bait. Observing him rudely pierce the shrimp's abdomen with the hook, Aji could not suppress his disdain. With such skills, how dare he claim superiority over me? Truly shameless. Chen Yefeng paid them no mind, focusing on fishing while surreptitiously observing the larger vessel. He found it exceedingly suspicious, having remained stationary for quite some time without any sign of fishing activity. Only 2 individuals occasionally emerged from the lounge, glancing around nervously. In fact, when Chen Yefeng's small boat approached, the occupants of the larger ship had already taken note of them. One person entered the lounge, reporting to a gaunt middle-aged man. Brother Sun, there is a situation. Sun Zeng inhaled a puff of smoke slowly, responding in a grave tone. What is the situation? The man replied. A small boat is anchored by the rocks, occupied by 3 young individuals who appear to be local fishermen. I shall go investigate. With that, Sun Zeng, his expression dark, exited the cabin and stepped onto the deck. Taking a deep breath of smoke, he gazed ahead intently. Meanwhile, Chen Yefeng was entirely focused on his fishing line, feeling a sudden tug, as if engaged in a fierce tug-of-war beneath the surface. What on earth is this? Such immense force? Shock painted Chen Yefeng's face as he sensed the tremendous pull in the water. Though the fishing line is crafted from nylon, one must exercise caution and refrain from yanking it too forcefully, allowing only a measured length to be released. Afeng, have you caught a fish? Observing the commotion from Chen Yefeng's side, Uncle Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. How quickly he has hooked a fish. Meanwhile, on his own end, there was not a single sign of activity. Chen Yefeng merely nodded slowly, remaining utterly focused. Drawing upon years of experience, he surmised that he was likely engaged with a hefty fish weighing a dozen or so pounds. What followed was the painstaking process of reeling in the catch. This endeavor proved far more taxing than walking a dog. As time passed, beads of perspiration formed on Chen Yefeng's forehead, and his arms began to feel exceedingly fatigued and numb. However, the fish beneath the surface was not faring much better, gradually exhausting its own strength. With careful tugs on the line, a long silhouette emerged, spiraling above the water. He beheld 2 rows of sharp, menacing teeth and a grayish-green dorsal fin. Let us not be overly alarmed. It is simply 3 fishermen, he remarked. By the way, Go rouse Lin to daring and have him come out with a net, lest we remain stationary and arouse suspicion. Sun Zeng took a sharp inhale from his cigarette, the ember glowing a vivid red. With a flick of his fingers, the cigarette but traced a parabolic arc before tumbling into the sea, extinguishing the flame abruptly. Chapter 103. The Fish Bites. Locking onto the fishing vessel. What manner of fish is this, so elongated, with such razor-sharp teeth? Is it an eel? Uncle Chun Wu gazed enviously. What are you looking at? It is clearly a wolf fish, Ji interjected, having discerned the creature in the water. The formidable, needle-like teeth and its ferocious demeanor confirmed his suspicion. It was undoubtedly a wolf fish. Damn, it's a wolf fish. I had thought it was a dragon flatfish. Given the immense pull, Chen Wu exclaimed. Initially estimating the catch to be over 10 pounds, he was surprised to find this wolf fish weighed only 4 to 5 pounds, roughly measuring over 40 centimeters in length. The wolf fish, scientifically known as the pike, possesses a slender, cylindrical body. Even a fish weighing 1 to 2 pounds appears remarkably elongated. Renowned for its aggressiveness, the wolf fish is among the few species in the sea known to actively attack humans. Ji chuckled, that's sufficient. Wolf fish can fetch over a dime per pound, and this one will surely yield a fair amount. Chen Yefeng grimaced. Stop idly chatting, and quickly fetch me the landing net. With a splash, Ji approached with the net, attempting to scoop up the wolf fish, which was unwilling to surrender, thrashing in a desperate struggle. Its elongated body writhed, revealing its gleaming, dagger-like teeth. If one were to be bitten, it would undoubtedly be quite painful. How on earth do I remove the hook? Chen Yefeng found himself at a loss, faced with the ferocity of the creature. The hook remained lodged in the wolf fish's mouth, and the sight of its sharp teeth sent shivers down his spine. The dilemma was that there were no spare hooks. Unlike with line fishing, he could not simply cut the branch line and discard it. He still wished to continue fishing. Ji, reveling in the predicament, suggested, first, let us stun it, then pry its mouth open with a stick. Chen Yefeng found wisdom in this strategist's words. All right. You take the lead. I shall hold it down. By heavens, I have finally hooked a fish. At that moment, the large fellow called out loudly. He gradually pulled on the fishing line, reeling in a black eagle ray weighing about 1 kilogram, effortlessly hoisting it aboard without even the need for a landing net. In stark contrast to Chen Yefeng's earlier struggle with the sea wolf, which had left him flustered and drenched in sweat, the large man executed his task with an air of nonchalance. The most crucial point was that the sea wolf could only fetch a few dimes more than the black eagle ray. It's my turn to fish now. Ji impatiently rushed over to seize the fishing line. Watching the two engage in their angling had ignited a restless yearning within him. Hey, aren't you going to help me? I'm busy now. You can manage it yourself. What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Yefeng chose to ignore him, picking up a mallet aboard the boat. With a few decisive strikes, he rendered the sea wolf completely unconscious. He then pried open its mouth, retrieved the hook, and baited it anew to continue fishing. On the larger vessel, Lin Darin, wake up, damn it. Sun Ji's subordinate entered the cabin lounge, rousing the slumbering Lin Darin. What do you want? I can't even get a moment's peace to sleep. We pay you to work, not to sleep aboard the ship. The subordinate glared at him, wishing he could have disposed of him long ago, if not for his current necessity. Get up quickly. Sun Ge wants you to cast the net. Lin Darin's face was a picture of reluctance. You didn't mention anything about casting nets before. You just told me to sail around the sea for a few days, and then promised me some money. Brother Darin, we don't mean to force you into work. It's just that with your boat idling here, it may raise suspicions. We merely ask you to drag a net to create the appearance of activity, to avoid drawing undue attention. At that moment, Sun Zeng approached with a smile, offering his counsel. Since Sun Ge has spoken, I shall comply, Lin Darin replied. Rest assured, Brother Darin, once the storm has passed, we will sell our goods to the port city folk, and you shall certainly reap your rewards. Very well, thank you, Sun Ge. I will go cast the dragnet. Please send over a couple of brothers to assist me. With that, Lin Darin swaggered out. As he watched Lin Darin's retreating figure, a flicker of coldness passed through Sun Zeng's eyes. Lin Darin, slightly inebriated, hummed a tune as he first relieved himself on the deck, then began to deploy the fishing nets with the assistance of Sun Ji's two subordinates. Finally, he's willing to move, Chen Yefeng mused, casting a skeptical glance at the departing fishing boat, lost in contemplation. He had noticed the fisherman staggering as he emerged to cast the net, his steps unsteady, clearly under the influence of alcohol. What kind of sober fisherman would venture out to sea in such a state? Furthermore, the two assisting him seemed utterly inexperienced, appearing to be merely going through the motions. The drunken fisherman offered no reprimands nor guidance. Instead, he jovially smoked and chatted with them, seemingly indifferent to the outcome of their net. Additionally, That vessel was only about 15 meters long. Did it truly require 4 or 5 individuals on board? It wasn't a 30-meter behemoth. After a prolonged period of inactivity, the moment they arrived to fish, the boat immediately departed. Various signs indicated that there was indeed something amiss with this fishing vessel. It was highly likely that the individuals aboard were members of that band of grave robbers. Contemplating this, Chen Yefeng clenched his fists in excitement, pondering how to convey this situation to Zhao Guan. At that moment, he noticed another fish biting the bait. He silently prayed it would not be a wolf fish, as catching that creature was exceedingly exhausting, leaving his arms sore and numb. Once he confirmed the fish had indeed taken the bait, he tugged at the fishing line. This time, it felt considerably easier, unlike the earlier struggle with the wolf fish. To his astonishment, it was a tiger grouper. As the fish surfaced, Chen Yefeng finally discerned its full form and hurriedly called for Uncle Wu to grab the net. "Are you certain it's a tiger grouper and not a larger stone base?" Aji inquired with a hint of skepticism. Tiger groupers and stone bases can easily be confused, but I am not blind. Surely I can recognize a tiger grouper. Chen Yefeng retorted, using the net to lift the fish. Indeed, it is a tiger grouper. This species is quite common, often seen in seafood markets, he confirmed. Wow, it truly is a tiger grouper. I thought you had made a mistake, Aji expressed enviously. Your luck is remarkable. That fish must weigh at least 2 to 3 pounds, which could fetch a good price at the dock. Am I foolish enough to sell it at the dock? Last time, that Eastern Star grouper was sold for a mere 1.6 per pound due to that scoundrel's deceit. If I sell it at the restaurant in Cherishing town, I could probably earn a substantial profit, Chen Yefeng replied indignantly. Aji chuckled. You cannot compare the dock price with the retail price at a restaurant. Just then, he felt a tug on his fishing line. Haha, it's my turn to catch a fish, he exclaimed, only to reel in a small, scrawny stone base. Chen Yefeng could not help but laugh. You were just mocking me. Now you see that what you caught is the true stone base. Do not confuse it. How embarrassing, how humiliating, to catch a stone base. Aji muttered, somewhat at a loss for words. Akai chimed in gleefully. You are still better at fishing than I am. Even the tiger grouper's cousin has graced your line. Aji, exasperated, retorted, Big oaf, do not gloat. It is merely a black grouper. What is there to be proud of? That is certainly better than your stone base. In chapter 104, they continued to fish in the rocky area with hand lines. Their haul was quite satisfactory, comprising red snapper, bass, and tiger groupers. Eventually, Chen Yefeng caught a wolf fish, which was considerably larger than the previous one, leaving him drenched in sweat, with both arms weary. Despite the fatigue, the thrill of catching fish was invigorating. It is about time. Let us gather the long lines and return home, Chen Yefeng announced as he organized his fishing line and stood up, stretching his back. Maintaining one position for an extended period had caused some discomfort. Aji, reluctant to leave, pleaded, Are we really heading back? We could fish a little longer and retrieve the hooks once it gets dark. After all, there is nothing pressing to do at home. Akai echoed, Indeed. Fishing is such an enjoyable pastime, and now that the weather has cooled, why not fish a little longer before heading back? You all have nothing to do at home. But I have my tasks. I still intend to go to Cherishing town to sell my catch. The three-eyed crab, the orchid crab, and the wolf fish, along with the ordinary fish, can be sold right at the dock. They are merely worth a few dimes, so there's not much difference in price. However, those few tiger groupers are a different story. If I send them to Brother Da's tea house, their price can double. With a bicycle at my disposal, making a trip to Cherishing town is hardly a burden. Upon hearing Chen Yefeng's words, Aji neatly coiled up the fishing line and returned it to him. A phone. Where did you acquire this fine fishing line? Why, do you wish to buy some as well? Of course. When out at sea, it can alleviate boredom. I got it from the oil and grain station next to Cherishing town. Oh, is that the place with the long-legged proprietress? Long-legged? I hadn't noticed. As they spoke, Chen Yefeng rowed the boat toward the area designated for line fishing. The sun gradually descended over the sea, casting a warm glow. The clouds on the horizon were instantly painted in beautiful shades of orange and red, while the shimmering surface of the water reflected the sunset's afterglow, resembling an endless glass of orange juice, utterly tempting. Chen Yefeng located the buoy for line fishing, entrusted the boat to Aji, and, alongside Uncle Wu, began to retrieve the hooks. With high hopes, he commenced reeling in the line, and the first catch brought him immense delight. To his astonishment, it was a wolf fish weighing around 5 or 6 pounds, similar to those he had previously caught with a hand line. However, it seemed to have been suspended for a while, as it hardly moved, making it easy to haul aboard. Once on the boat, he instructed Uncle Wu to snip the line with scissors, tossing the fish into the basket. There was no need to keep it alive. Such feisty fish are rarely seen alive in the market. Nevertheless, whether alive or not mattered little, as the price at the dock varied by only a cent or two, better than nothing. Chen Yefeng continued to gather his catch, refusing to waste a moment. He quickly landed 2 more wolf fish, each of similar size, likely from the same school. Expecting yet another wolf fish, he was surprised to reel in a soft, elongated creature. A snake? The soft, slippery form coiled around Chen Yefeng's arm, its slimy texture evoking a suffocating sensation. He nearly stumbled overboard in shock. Uncle Wu's eyes widened. A foam? Is that an eel? Regaining his composure, Chen Yefeng shook his head and replied, "No, it's a sea eel." While the names of sea eels and sea snakes are quite similar, they are distinct creatures, often confused by many. Sea eels have pointed, elongated heads, larger mouths, and oval-shaped eyes. In contrast, sea snakes are elongated like serpents, with small heads and thick, smooth skin. The most straightforward way to distinguish them is that eels lack pectoral fins, while sea snakes possess them. As eels adapt to living in crevices and burrows, their pectoral fins gradually diminish. Additionally, the gills of sea eels degenerate into small openings, giving their throats a notably broad appearance. Remarkable. This sea eel weighs around 2 to 3 pounds and is quite valuable, exclaimed Aji with envy. Chen Yefeng instructed Uncle Wu to place the eel into the bucket, as living specimens fetch a far higher price than their deceased counterparts. Subsequently, he pulled up several empty hooks. Damn it, why are there so many empty hooks? These little fish are exceedingly cunning. The hooks used for longline fishing are relatively large, typically yielding only sizable catches. Smaller fish can nibble at the bait while cleverly evading the hooks. After retrieving 5 or 6 lines, all he found were empty hooks, prompting Chen Yefeng to feel exasperated. Fortunately, luck soon turned in his favor as he caught a 3-knife fish, albeit weighing only around 2 pounds, which could still sell for 5 or 6 yuan. Wow, a 3-knife fish? Let me see. Such a fish is rather pricey. Aji's eyes nearly bulged with excitement. It is generally quite challenging to catch one. Yet he managed to reel one in. It's just average, smaller than the one my brother Sanzi caught last time. Are you not satisfied? What more do you desire? Chen Yefeng chuckled as he placed the 3-knife fish into the bucket, determined to keep it alive. He continued to reel in the main line, garnering 3 or 4 sea wolf fish. Have I stumbled upon the sea wolf fish's lair? Hey Feng, let me share in the thrill as well. Your longline fishing yields quite the impressive catch, Aji exclaimed, enviously drooling as he rowed the boat. He often accompanied his father to sea for fishing, utilizing longline techniques. Yet his catches never matched this bounty. Chen Yefeng grinned. It's a matter of luck. If you wish to try your hand at it, come over. My back is beginning to ache. With around 20 to 30 hooks still uncollected, he surveyed the bounty in the boat's hold and felt a sense of satisfaction. Had he anticipated such a fruitful yield, he would have brought along an additional longline. All right, let me take over, Aji eagerly responded to Chen Yefeng's invitation. As Chen Yefeng stood up and moved to the stern to row, Aji took over the line. What a disappointment. It's just a sole fish. Aji sighed in dismay upon reeling in the flat, elongated fish. It was a cheap sole fish, known locally as dragon cod. Renowned for its tender meat, delicious when steamed or pan-fried. Many fishermen, recognizing its resemblance to a shoe sole, affectionately dubbed it sole fish. Unfortunately, it is quite inexpensive, worth merely a few cents per pound. Many fishermen who catch such fish keep them for personal consumption, turning any surplus into salted fish. Chen Yefeng, somewhat speechless, remarked, "Why is your luck so poor? I didn't catch a single sole fish before, yet you managed to reel in this undesirable catch." Aji shrugged helplessly. "I can't explain it either, but it's not my fault. You are the one who cast the hooks. I merely assisted in retrieving them. Whatever is caught in the water remains as such. It won't change." A red-spotted fish. Goodness, a large red-spotted fish. Akai exclaimed, astonished as he beheld the line Aji had pulled up. Chapter 105. Those awaiting at the dock may not be women, but perhaps fishmongers. Oh my, the red grouper. How splendid. I must say, my fortune seems to be quite favorable. The scientific name for the red grouper is Epinephelus acera, belonging to the family Serranidae within the order Perciformes, and it is indeed one of the more expensive varieties of grouper. Locals affectionately refer to it as the red grouper, while others call it the sea red grouper. Its dorsal surface is adorned with a rich brown or grayish-brown hue, accentuated by bright red or orange spots on its head and pectoral fins. The flesh of this fish is exceptionally tender and delicately flavored, making it particularly suited for steaming. For specimens weighing over 2 pounds, the dockside price is typically around $5 to $6 per pound, and if sold at restaurants, it can reach $8 per pound or even higher. The red grouper that Aji has brought up weighs no less than 3 pounds, potentially fetching over $30. It is indeed remarkable that a single fish can earn as much as someone's monthly salary. Should others discover this, they would surely be envious. Aji, your little red hands are quite impressive, managing to snag such fine catches as the red grouper. Keep it up. Humph. Who is it that just said I have bad luck with my hands? Who could it be? Was it you, Uncle Wu? It certainly couldn't be me. It's clearly you who is at fault. Don't cast blame unjustly. Ah, what a profitable outing this has been. I estimate we've made quite a sum. Let us continue. Don't stop. Once we finish collecting the remaining hooks, we shall head to Shirkong Town, and I shall treat you all to a delightful massage. Chen Yefeng rubbed his hands together, his excitement palpable. Uncle Chun Wu quickly shook his head. Pa, I have no intention of going for a massage. I've heard those massage women are all ill-reputed. Aji declared with righteous fervor. Feng, I am not that sort of person. My first time is reserved for my future wife. Chen Yefeng teased. Wasn't he your first time already given to fifth miss? Aji's face flushed. What fifth miss? That is simply untrue. Do not slander me. Chen Yefeng, weary of the banter, urged them to hasten and finish gathering the remaining hooks, as darkness was approaching and they needed to return home. The subsequent haul of 20 or so hooks proved fruitful, with none left empty. All were laden with fish. Black mullet, golden pomfret, and sea bass were among the catch, along with several greedy grouper and a few dingong fish, all approximately 20 centimeters in length. The most abundant catch was the sea wolf, with 7 or 8 hooks bearing fish that seemed to replicate one another, each weighing around 4 to 5 pounds. Having completed the collection of the main line from the extended fishing line, Chen Yefeng steered the boat towards the dock. At that moment, the night descended like ink, enveloping the entire expanse of sky and sea, while a small wooden boat glided gently across the shimmering waves, illuminated by the warm glow of an oil lamp. Suddenly, the wind picked up. Unbeknownst to them, a fierce gust swept across the sea. The waves surged, sending a chill of fear through the three aboard the small craft. Their faces paling. The day had been calm, so how had the wind risen so abruptly? Fortunately, the trio managed to navigate the boat safely to the harbor. Yet, with such sudden waves, it seemed unlikely they would venture out again tonight. With tomorrow marking the Ghost Festival, it was prudent to refrain from night fishing. Alas, my mind seems to have faltered. I became so engrossed in fishing that I completely forgot about the Ghost Festival. Thus, venturing out to sea tonight is certainly out of the question. As Chen Yefeng and his companions made landfall, they noticed an individual standing by the shore, gazing anxiously at the sea. Upon hearing their conversation, he realized that tomorrow marks the occasion of the Zhongyuan Festival, also known as the Ghost Festival, a tradition dedicated to honoring deceased relatives, celebrated on the 14th day of the 7th lunar month. On this day, local fishermen refrain from embarking on night fishing excursions. Some fishermen hold a deep-seated superstition regarding the Ghost Festival, opting to remain ashore for 2 nights prior and following the event. Just moments ago, Chen Yefeng had been perplexed by the rapid retreat of fishermen as darkness fell. Little did he know that the reason was the impending Zhongyuan Festival. As the fishing vessel docked, the trio began to unload their catch. Feng, you're finally back. I was so worried. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared at the pier. Chen Yefeng's first thought was how long her legs were. What fortunate man claims such a woman? To his surprise, it was none other than his wife. Ying, what brings you here? I was concerned about you. You hadn't returned even as night fell. So I came to check on you. Well, I'm back now. How are Xian and Rong? They are at your elder brother's place. They have yet to finish processing the white pomfret. Our parents are still assisting with the task. With over 1,000 pounds of white pomfret, the job is anything but simple, especially given the small size of the fish. There are dozens per pound, making the task of gutting them quite tedious. We'll sell the catch and then head home. Allow me to assist you. With that, the couple carried the fish towards the purchasing point at the pier. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Aji and Uncle Wu, 2 solitary souls, shivered in the night breeze. Aji, I can't help but feel that having a wife is quite wonderful. Indeed, after decades of being single, discovering a woman waiting for you at the pier is a truly blissful experience. Together, they too made their way to the purchasing point, carrying their catch. Upon seeing their arrival, the mischievous Lang transformed into a sprightly figure, approaching them with an obsequious grin. Why did it take you so long to come ashore? It's dark now. I've been waiting for ages. Chen Yefeng replied with a smile. Lang, why haven't you left yet? Yang Xuemin interjected. Didn't I say I would wait for you? Since you hadn't returned, how could I leave first? Lang's eyes lit up at the sight of their haul, his grin widening. Sometimes, what awaits you at the pier is not merely a woman, but perhaps a fish merchant. You've had quite a successful day. Look at all these 3-eyed crabs and orchid crabs, not to mention the abundance of wolf fish. Let me weigh them for you. And what treasures do you have in that bucket? Goodness, red-spotted fish, tiger grouper, eels, and 3-knife fish. Surely, you intend to sell these? Those are set aside for tomorrow, as we have guests coming over for a meal, Chen Yefeng replied with utmost seriousness. Erlang rolled his eyes. Who would believe you? You're no longer the honest man you once were. After years in the seafood trade, I know fishermen all too well. In this day and age, local fishermen have surprisingly developed a preference not for seafood, but for succulent pork. Selling these prized catches to procure a few pounds of rich, fatty pork to savor back home seems rather delightful, doesn't it? You're not entirely innocent yourself. Last time, that East Star grouper was quite the trickster, wasn't it? What trickery did I commit? The prices at this dock are standard, you know. At this moment, Lon Zaire leaned in and whispered, do you happen to have a sales channel? That's none of your concern. Are you still weighing things properly? If not, I might have to consult old Lin. This rascal is making it sound as though a wife is investigating her husband's fidelity. Am I not allowed to have my own sales channel? Come on, it's late. Let us not trouble old Lin any further. Lon Zaire chuckled as he facilitated their weighing. Once the weighing was completed, Lon Zaire promptly drafted a receipt for the transaction. The seawolf fish weighed 110 pounds at 18 cents per pound, while the orchid crabs weighed 22 pounds at 25 cents per pound, and the three-eyed crabs weighed 4 pounds, priced slightly lower than the orchid crabs at 22 cents per pound. Additionally, there were some miscellaneous goods, including the red grouper, locally known as the sea red grouper. In total, the amount came to 46.70. Here's the receipt for your review, said Lon Zaire, although he immediately handed the receipt to Zhou Haiying. Having been a seafood merchant for many years, he possessed a keen eye for detail. Damn it. At least you're perceptive. Chen Yefeng awkwardly retracted his outstretched hand. How does it look? Did he miscalculate? Wait a moment, let me check. Zhou Haiying mentally calculated the figures and nodded. A phone, everything checks out. Right, you keep the receipt for now. Give it to the elder brother when he comes by in a couple of days to settle the payment, Chen Yefeng said, beaming with joy. Lon Zaire, will we receive payment soon? Old Lin assured us he'd settle quickly. If your payment drags on, I'll have to approach Old Lin next time. After all, he would say the same when he visited Old Lin, as these second-hand merchants often needed reminding. No worries, my reliability surpasses Old Lin's, Lon Zaire confidently assured. Very well then, dear, let us head back. After dinner, I must make a trip to Shirkong town to sell these fish while they're still alive. Chen Yefeng felt they had procured quite an abundance today, likely more than what De Hui and the others could handle. After all, not everyone can afford such valuable seafood. It seemed he would need to seek out Sister Yin at Hongfu Restaurant. Surely such a large establishment could accommodate these goods. With these thoughts in mind, the group made their way from the dock back to the village. Along the route, they encountered Lin Ergu from Fuwu village. Lin Ergu, having noticed them, cast a few furtive glances at Chen Yefeng before hastily departing. A phone, isn't that Lin Ergu from Fuwu village? Aji inquired. Indeed. That rascal had the audacity to attempt to steal a Feng's fish last time. This scoundrel must be up to no good, lingering at the dock so late. Akai murmured discontentedly. At this moment, Zhou Haiying spoke up. In truth, he is quite pitiable. His parents have both passed away, leaving him all alone. I heard that his parents had intended to leave him a boat, but it was usurped by his uncle's family. Chen Yefeng, intrigued, inquired, how do you know all this? Zhou Haiying replied, a few days ago, while gathering small fish on the beach, I overheard Aunt Nio and the others discussing it. Azai, laughing, chimed in. This woman seems to know everything. There isn't a single matter in the village that escapes her notice. Akai also chuckled. Certainly, she is our village's informant. I bet she knows about every wife who strays. Chen Yefeng immediately retorted in jest. You two should refrain from such nonsense. My wife is right here. With that, he ignored them and briskly led his wife toward his elder brother's home. Upon arriving at his brother's house, Chen Yefeng shared the afternoon's harvest with his brother and the others. After a brief discussion with Zhang Feng, Chen Yexin pulled his younger brother aside. A Feng. The earnings from the trap nets will be divided as we previously agreed, but the profits from the longline fishing will belong entirely to you, as I did not contribute to that effort. Although they had previously settled on a division ratio, Chen Yexin felt that, given his current injury and absence from the sea in the afternoon, he should not claim a share of the longline catch. He had already conveyed his thoughts to his wife, Zhang Feng, who concurred with his reasoning. Chen Yefeng furrowed his brow. Brother, what are you saying? We are brothers. Why the need for such calculations? Zhang Feng interjected. A Feng. Did you not previously assert that brothers should settle accounts clearly? Your elder brother did not go to the beach this afternoon, so he has no grounds for a share. Though Zhang Feng had not received a formal education, She possessed a remarkable understanding of matters, unlike other village women. After contemplating, Chen Yefeng suggested, "Let us do this. The goods already sold at the dock will be divided according to our earlier agreement. For the unsold catch, elder brother, Uncle Wu, and as I will each receive 10%, and the remainder will be mine. After all, while my brother was absent, the boat is not mine. Without it, I would have secured nothing. A phone, I shall forego my share. I merely intended to join you for some fun." His elder brother and sister-in-law half-heartedly agreed. However, Azai adamantly refused any portion, stating he had no intention of partnering for the fishing venture, so why bother with the money? "Are you truly not considering taking anything? Perhaps you could bring back a few fish or shrimp for your family," he was asked. "No need. Our family owns a fishing boat, and we are quite weary of fish and shrimp. If you truly wish to show your appreciation, a meal and some drinks will suffice." Chen Yefeng patted his shoulder. "Then I shall not be polite. If we do not go out to sea tomorrow, come to my house for dinner. And let us invite Pang along. He treated us to pig trotter noodles last time." Azai nodded eagerly. "It is settled then." He did not press the matter further, as Azai's refusal did not warrant insistence. After all, the amount was not substantial. "Mother, is there food available? I will share a bite with Uncle Wu, and then we shall head to Shirkong Town to sell these fish." "A phone. Are you really planning to go to Shirkong Town at this late hour?" "It is not too late. It has only just grown dark. We do not have an oxygen machine, so while the fish are still lively, let us send them to the tea house and restaurant in Shirkong Town, where they can fetch a good price. Your sister-in-law has nearly finished preparing the meal, so you all may begin eating. And do be cautious. If you encounter any highwaymen, run if you can, and do not confront them directly." Hearing her son mention going to Shirkong Town, Chen's mother offered a few words of concern. "Yes, I understand. Aji, are you going back? Let us just eat here. Where else would we go?" With that, Chen Yefeng pulled Aji, who was about to leave, toward the dining table. After finishing their meal, Chen Yefeng and Uncle Wu returned home for a shower, changed into fresh clothes, and then rode their bicycles to Shirkong Town. Aji had also intended to join them for fun, but due to lack of space on the bicycle, he had to forego the trip. At the dock, Lin Ergu squatted by the water's edge, enjoying the sea breeze while smoking. The wind was quite strong, tousling his hair and causing the ember of his cigarette to glow bright red. A few wisps of smoke were swept into his eyes, making them water. Suddenly, the sound of a diesel engine echoed across the water. A 7 or 8 meter metal powerboat slowly approached the dock. Lin Dayton parked the boat, tidied his belongings, and walked up to the dock. "Uncle," Lin Ergu called out upon seeing his uncle come ashore, quickly rising to his feet. Lin Dayton glanced at his nephew with indifference. "Ergu, are you waiting here for me this late? If it's about that boat, there's no need to discuss it. Your parents owed me money while they were alive. Since they have passed, that boat is now payment for their debt." Lin Ergu clenched his fists. "I didn't come here for the boat. I heard from Aunt that you've recently found a lucrative opportunity. I wish for you to take me along to prosper. I want to earn money to marry. Surely you don't want me to remain a bachelor forever. Your aunt mentioned you have an interest in a mute girl. Are you not afraid that any children you have will also be mute?" I've inquired. "She is not naturally mute. Is your desire to earn money solely to marry her?" "Yes." Lin Dayton's eyes flickered with a thought, and a clever idea formed in his mind. "I can help you achieve wealth, but you must heed my guidance. Come, this is not a place for discussion. We shall talk at home. It has been a while since we shared a drink. Let us enjoy a good sip tonight." Chen Yefeng and Akai arrived in Shirkong Town without a hitch. He instructed Uncle Wu to wait outside while he entered the Lele tea house. At this hour, the tea house was nearly empty, though a few patrons sat outside sipping tea and chatting. Upon entering, he found Brother Dahue and informed him of the plentiful catch he had. Inquiring if he was interested, Brother Dahue looked astonished. "You brought it over this late? What if we had closed? You could have at least called beforehand." "If you had closed, I would have sought another restaurant. The fish were caught in the evening. If they are not sold, they cannot survive in our care." "Let me take a look then." As he spoke, Brother Dahue followed him outside. Upon seeing the haul of fish in the bucket, he was utterly astonished. "Goodness! Red grouper, swordfish, and tiger grouper. Where on earth did you manage to catch such an abundance? Others are lucky to catch even one, yet you have so many." Brother Dahue exclaimed in wonder. Chen Yefeng chuckled, scratching his head. "Haha, I suppose I am just fortunate." After observing the fish, Brother Dahue looked troubled and said, "To be honest, our modest tea house cannot possibly accommodate this much seafood, especially at such a high price. After all, this is a tea house. Even if we do offer seafood dishes, they are of the more common variety. Of course, there are occasionally a few affluent patrons who request pricier seafood, but they constitute only a small fraction of our clientele. Brother Offing, let me be frank. Our tea house's seafood offerings cannot compare to those of the larger restaurants." "No worries. You can purchase as much as you need. I'll inquire at a few restaurants about the leftovers. He was well aware of Brother Dahui's journey toward entrepreneurship. In 2 years' time, the Lele Tea House would evolve into Huangji Bakery, embarking on a new venture in pastry making. Chen Yefeng was not one to exploit a single tea house. The wealthier patrons resided in the town's restaurants. What can I say? Your luck is truly remarkable. The owners of several local restaurants are currently enjoying tea at our tea house. Brother Dahui remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Yefeng involuntarily glanced at the table outside the shop. Indeed, he spotted Jiang Wanyan, the proprietress of Hongfu Restaurant. Among the group, she remained as charming and captivating as ever. Only then did Chen Yefeng learn that the restaurant owners had been invited by Brother Dahui's uncle. Uncle Huang was a chef at the Grand Hotel in Yangcheng, and many of the restaurant owners in town were his friends. The Huang family aspired to revive their ancestral pastry-making business, inviting these restaurant owners to promote their new mooncake recipe. The traditional recipe had become obsolete and lacked competitiveness in the evolving market. In the realm of mooncakes, established brands like Zhangji and Jolly dominated. To carve a niche in the mooncake industry, continuous innovation was essential to establish the Huangji mooncake's reputation. It seems I have arrived at just the right moment. Chen Yefeng mused, slightly taken aback. He had initially contemplated how to market his fish at the restaurants, unaware that the owners were right here, thus eliminating the need for further effort. Indeed, those who work diligently are often the most fortunate. Brother Dahui, has this fisherman brought any delightful goods today? Jiang Wanyan approached with enthusiasm, elegantly gliding over. She recognized Chen Yefeng as the young fisherman who had delivered abalone previously. The first impression he made on her was quite favorable, although he hailed from a small fishing village. He exhibited a level of audacity in his words and actions that surpassed the ordinary. Hello, Sister Yan. It's a pleasure to see you again. Since you're here, I need not make any extra trips. I have quite a bit of fresh stock today. Chen Yefeng greeted her with a smile. Jiang Wanyan, driven by curiosity, leaned in closer. Upon glimpsing the catch within the bucket, her delicate features illuminated with surprise. Red-spotted fish, indeed a prized delicacy, are seldom found in the local agricultural market. One would likely need to venture to Haiqing to encounter such a treasure. Shikang Town, being inland and distant from the sea, relies on shipments from other regions for all seafood. With the current state of transportation and the inadequacies of cold chain preservation technology, acquiring fresh specimens of such esteemed fish, alive or even deceased, is a formidable challenge. What red-spotted fish? What makes it so remarkable? Let me see. Several other restaurant owners, equally intrigued, gathered around. Zhao, Zheng, you mustn't attempt to seize it from me, Jiang Wanyan declared possessively, her stance reminiscent of a protective lioness, shielding the bucket of fish with an assertive posture. As they gazed at her pronounced curves, they found it difficult to swallow their own intrigue, yet dared not harbor any impure thoughts. Everyone was aware that this stunning woman had powerful backing, a significant figure whose wrath they would not wish to incur. Jiang Wanyan was merely a gilded canary in someone else's cage. Should that person become aware of any sinister intentions towards his canary, it would likely spell their doom. Chen Yefeng smiled. Sister Yan, you cannot possibly need so many for yourself. Observing the anxious expressions of Zheng and the others, he understood the necessity of not offending his fellow investors. I can't possibly take them all. I shall select first, Jiang Wanyan replied nonchalantly. Ultimately, she chose the red-spotted fish, a tiger fish, and a knife fish, leaving the remainder for others. Witnessing her selection of 3 exquisite items, the men, including Zheng, rolled their eyes, lamenting that with the leftovers, there was nothing worthy for them to choose. Indeed, the old adage held true. It is women and petty individuals that are difficult to satisfy. At least Jiang Wanyan demonstrated some consideration by leaving a portion of the catch for them. After her selection, Zheng swiftly laid claim to the sole eel, declaring, "This sea eel is mine. None shall contest it." Heh, I've heard this creature is as nourishing as the loach. I wonder if that holds true? Zhao interjected eagerly. What? Such a treasure exists? Zheng, relinquish it to me. You are young and have no need for it. No, let it go to me. I have a greater need than Zhao. Enough. None shall contest my claim. This sea eel is destined for me. Observing the fervent squabble among the prominent businessmen over a mere eel, Chen Yefeng felt a wave of incredulity. Was it truly worth such fervor? If he were to procure some loaches next time, these men would likely go into a frenzy. In the end, the sole sea eel was indeed seized by Zheng, who offered Chen Yefeng an exceptionally high price, 3 times that of what it would fetch at the small dock. Apart from the eel, the remaining catches were swiftly divided among the other owners. While these restaurants occasionally received seafood from the coast, none matched the freshness of this haul. Moreover, the items Chen Yefeng had brought were rare finds, seldom seen in the hands of fishmongers. Chapter 108. The princess boards the car. The proprietors of these taverns were all financially prosperous, readily paying in cash. In this era, the impoverished truly struggled. Yet the affluent remained abundant. Many individuals earned tens or even hundreds of thousands a year. After collecting the money, Chen Yefeng counted and discovered that he had made a profit of 86.5 yuan. His brother and Akai each received a tenth, amounting to 8.65 yuan each, while he retained 80%, which equated to 69.2 yuan. Adding to this the earnings from the fish sold at the docks, his total income for the day exceeded 100 yuan. The money from the white sailfish was not yet included, as he would have to wait until the dried fish was ready for sale. Chen Yefeng expressed his gratitude to Brother Dehui, acknowledging that his assistance had been instrumental in the successful sale. With all the fish brought today sold out, he resolved to bring something for him next time as a token of appreciation. Instead of heading home, Chen Yefeng drove with Uncle Wu towards the border defense station. A phone, where are we headed? Uncle Wu inquired. To the border defense station, Chen Yefeng replied. Why are we going there? Akai in the back seat looked puzzled, unable to comprehend Chen Yefeng's intention to visit the station. Nowadays, people tended to avoid the authorities, and one would rarely approach them willingly. I wish to find Zhao Guan, Chen Yefeng explained, briefly mentioning the suspicious vessel he had observed. However, he refrained from discussing the ancient tomb from the Han dynasty, merely expressing his suspicions about the ship's involvement in smuggling, and thus felt it necessary to report this to Zhao Guan. Is that ship really suspicious? I didn't notice anything unusual, Akai responded. I only harbor suspicions. Nothing is confirmed, Chen Yefeng replied, choosing not to elaborate further. Had he not known Akai to be trustworthy, he would not have shared this information with him. Upon arriving at the border defense station, they instructed Uncle Wu to keep an eye on the vehicle while Chen Yefeng entered to seek Zhao Guan. Unfortunately, Zhao Guan was not present. Lacking knowledge of Zhao's home address or contact information, Chen Yefeng had no choice but to ride back with Akai. On their way back, they passed through a red light district, where numerous women cast their desirous gazes upon them as they rode by. Akai, with curiosity, glanced at the alluring figures. His face slightly flushed as he focused on their fair arms and thighs. Chen Yefeng turned to look at him, amused by his reaction. Is the young lad responding already? Just be careful not to puncture your new bicycle. What? You can't be seriously considering a massage? Chen Yefeng jested. If you want to go, just go. Today's earnings are quite substantial. I'm not going. Who said anything about wanting a massage? I merely wish to see what wicked women look like. Uncle Wu protested vehemently. He would never allow those unscrupulous women to massage him. Chen Yefeng was merely teasing him. He had no intention of sending him to such a place. Those women were unclean and could easily transmit diseases. The two rode back to the small fishing village, arriving at the old house only to find it shrouded in darkness. Is Big Brother not back yet? He wondered, noting the absence of even the sounds of children playing. Coming to a halt at the entrance, Chen Yefeng saw no sign of life within and speculated that they might be busy at Big Brother's new house preparing fish. He set the clumsy giant down and counted out 87 cents for him, disregarding the 7 cents from the original total of 863, too lazy to bother with it. He then instructed him to return home and rest while he rode his bicycle toward his elder brother's house. Upon arriving outside the courtyard of his brother's home, he was greeted by the sounds of laughter and merriment within. Several children were playing hide and seek in the yard, while the adults busied themselves, sharing amusing anecdotes that sent everyone into peals of laughter. Such a warm and delightful scene had never graced his previous life. Father, uncle, older brother. The children rushed toward him as he wheeled his bicycle into the courtyard. Xin, with the mischief of a boy, clambered onto the bicycle's triangle frame. Changzi and Sanzi also scrambled onto the bike, while the youngest, Rong, stamped her feet in frustration nearby. She too wished to climb aboard, but her short legs prevented her from reaching, no matter how hard she tried. In that moment, Chen Yefeng felt as though he were under siege by a gaggle of octopuses, gripping the handlebars tightly to avoid a tumble. Observing this scene, Chen's mother could not suppress her laughter, scolding playfully, "If the bike tips over, you'll all end up with sore bottoms." However, the children, caught up in their excitement, paid no heed to her words. Chen Yefeng chose not to dismount them immediately. Instead, he pushed the bicycle around the yard with them aboard for a couple of laps, before finally coaxing them down. "Wah, nasty father. You're a meanie." Little Rong, unable to climb onto the bike, threw herself onto the ground, wailing with all her might, tears streaming down her face. As she rolled about on the ground, her clothes became soiled, and she demanded he wash them for her, prompting a threat from him to find a stick to spank her bottom. Seeing her daughter throwing a tantrum on the ground, Zhou Haiying felt a surge of frustration. These two little rascals always ended up with dirty clothes, especially the youngest, who sometimes changed outfits multiple times a day, making laundry a prolonged ordeal. Thankfully, the weather was not cold. Otherwise, it would have been quite the trial. Zhou Haiying shot her husband a glare. This is all you're doing. Hurry and console her. Her clothes are a mess. You'll wash them tomorrow. Chen Yefeng approached his little daughter to soothe her, saying, Rong Rong, I've sent them away. This bicycle is now your special ride. One tea, my little princess, get up to take a seat? Really, can I sit all by myself? At his words, Rong Rong sprang up, wiping her dirty hands across her tear-streaked face, her expression brightening from stormy to sunny in an instant. At that moment, little Rong Rong transformed into a playful little kitten. Chen Yefeng, resisting the urge to laugh, lifted her onto the bike, placing her securely on the front triangle frame, encouraging her to hold on tightly as he rode several laps with her. Finally, the little girl dismounted with a beaming smile, eager to join the other children in their games. However, the older kids dismissed her as too small, showing no interest in playing with her. Yet, Rong Rong continued to follow closely behind them. You spoil her too much. She used to be too timid to roll on the ground. And now look at her. This is all you're doing, Zhou Haiying remarked, giving Chen Yefeng a pointed look as she deftly cleaned the innards of a small fish. Isn't my own daughter allowed some indulgence? I intend to spoil her, he replied. Chen Yefeng approached with a cheerful demeanor, retrieving the earnings from today's fish sales. He made 86.5 yuan from selling at Shikong Town, and he had already given his uncle's share to him. They would later determine how to account for the other goods. The early morning effort of catching the fish had indeed required his uncle's assistance as well. Previously, Chen Laoda had mentioned that if the harvest was plentiful, in addition to the daily wages, he would receive a 10% share of the profits. Other fish sales were straightforward since they had receipts, allowing them to settle accounts based on the amounts listed. However, the white pomfret posed a challenge, as these fresh fish needed to be dried before they could be sold and profits divided. As he spoke, he handed his elder brother 8.7 yuan, noting that the distribution of the amounts on the receipt would wait until the money was collected. Chapter 109. A return to the border patrol station. How could it be divided otherwise? They would certainly have to wait until the dried fish were sold to know the profits. If unsold, who could predict their worth? Chen Yefeng accepted the money handed over by his younger brother and promptly transferred it to Zhang Feng, who gleefully counted the bills before tucking them into her pocket. These past few days felt surreal, as the bounty from their coastal forays had been so abundant that her earnings nearly matched her entire income from the previous year. It was astonishing. One could not help but acknowledge her brother-in-law's extraordinary fortune. If only this streak of luck could persist. Yet, she sensed that such a reality was unlikely. Yefeng's partnership in their coastal endeavors was likely a temporary arrangement. Once profits were realized, he would surely acquire his own fishing vessel. Moreover, if the brothers teamed up for fishing, what would become of her younger brother? Self-interest is inherent in human nature. Regardless of his misfortunes, he remained her only sibling, her sole kin in this world. She could not abandon her own brother. She now contemplated how different life would be if her brother were not so unfortunate, if he could share in the same good fortune as Yefeng, thus alleviating her worries. She wondered if there was a way to rid oneself of bad luck. She had heard that marrying could dispel misfortune. This year, Ayong had turned 20, an appropriate age for marriage, and it was time to enlist a matchmaker on his behalf. Zhang Feng's mind raced as she considered which matchmaker in the village could assist her. As the eldest sister, with their parents gone, it fell upon her to oversee her brother's matrimonial affairs. When she married Chen Yefeng, she had asked for no bride price, her only condition being that he would not abandon her young brother. Therefore, when they built their new house, they chose a location near her family home, ensuring proximity to her brother's residence. Upon hearing his brother's words, Chen Yefeng remained silent. After all, they could discuss things further once the fish were dried. If they proved difficult to sell, they could simply divide the fish proportionately, avoiding unnecessary complications. Do you need help with the fish? He inquired. You didn't come to help earlier, and now that it's almost done, you mention it. Yefeng, please go to the dock and buy some ice. We have several baskets of small fish that need drying, and with this heat, they could spoil. Chen Yefeng wished to assist with the fish preparation, but they declined his offer. Nevertheless, his father kept him occupied, instructing him to drive and fetch some ice. Over 1,000 pounds of white sailfish have been partially prepared for drying, while some others have just been freshly caught. As night has fallen, only a modest amount of ice can be fetched to preserve their freshness, awaiting the sun's rise to facilitate the drying process. Fishermen's fortunes are dictated by the whims of the weather. Even the drying of fish relies heavily on climatic conditions. The sky is now adorned with a multitude of stars. promising a splendid sunny day ahead. Without further ado, Chen Yefeng rode his bicycle to the dock to procure ice, scattering it over the freshly caught fish to maintain their quality. Once the fish were processed, everyone tidied up and dispersed. Chen Yefeng intended to return to his ancestral home for a well-deserved rest. Meanwhile, the communal drying area continued its work as Chen's father, after tending to his evening rituals, took a bamboo chair and some dried mugwort to ward off mosquitoes, preparing to keep vigil there. With the village plagued by petty thieves, it was crucial to have someone watch over the goods. Otherwise, a significant portion would likely vanish. Moreover, leaving food unattended posed a risk, as jealousy and malice could lead to disastrous consequences. Observing his father's dedication as he set off for the drying area stirred an unexpected sense of emotion within Chen Yefeng. After all, neither he nor his elder brother had requested his father's presence for the night watch, yet he volunteered willingly. Despite his father's tendency to speak bluntly and silence others with his words, he possessed a good heart, a person whose harsh tongue belied a tender nature. After securing the courtyard door and refreshing himself, Chen Yefeng lay back down to rest. After a day filled with exertion, his body ached, and a wave of drowsiness enveloped him, leading him into slumber. Upon waking in a hazy state, he discovered Zhou Haiying reading by lamplight, diligently reviewing her studies. Witnessing his wife's industriousness stirred a desire within him to also engage in his studies. "Haiying, why aren't you asleep yet? What time is it? It's truly inconvenient that we don't have a clock at home. I'm reviewing. The exam is the day after tomorrow. Would you like to study together?" Upon hearing his suggestion, Zhou Haiying was well aware of his intentions. However, she couldn't help but feel concerned about his fatigue after a long day. Yet her subsequent words brought a slight disappointment to Chen Yefeng. "Don't worry about me. It's all right, I can manage. Are you feeling unwell? You seem to have a sore mouth. Fine, you should rest for a bit. I'll come over shortly to assist you." At this, Chen Yefeng cheerfully removed his trousers. Anticipating her help, Zhou Haiying read for a while, extinguished the lamp, and prepared to assist her husband. To her surprise, she found him already asleep, the sound of gentle snores emanating from him. "Didn't you say you needed help?" she mumbled, approaching to tuck him in. After lifting the mosquito net from her own large bed, she climbed in, noticing the two girls had kicked off their blanket. She swiftly covered them once again. Such troublesome little ones. Having completed these tasks, Zhou Haiying lay in bed, her mind reflecting on the knowledge she had studied that day. Soon, she too drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Chen Yefeng was roused by the crowing of a rooster. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the large bed, where he noticed that Zhou Haiying had long since risen, leaving only two maids still slumbering. Sleeping so late, yet rising so early? At this moment, Chen Yefeng found himself devoid of any desire for sleep. He rose, dressed himself, and proceeded to wash up. He saw Chen's mother and Haiying bustling about in the woodshed, the roof exhaling wisps of smoke, suffused with the essence of life. After breakfast, Chen Yefeng contemplated making another trip to the border guard station. Today was the Ghost Festival, and he had no intention of venturing out to sea. He thought that if the winds were mild, he would gather the ground nets. If the winds and waves were akin to those of the previous evening, he would refrain. That small dinghy could not withstand tempestuous weather. Should it capsize in the open sea, it would spell disaster. Yesterday, he had set aside some three-eyed crabs and orchid crabs, keeping them alive in a basin of seawater. He selected a few plump crabs, placing them in a basket on the rear seat of his bicycle, and made his way towards the border guard station. Passing by the coast, he took a moment to observe the tides, noticing the considerable waves lapping at the shore. Clearly, a day at sea was not in the cards. Shaking his head, Chen Yefeng continued pedaling onward. Upon reaching the border guard station, he secured his bicycle and took the basket inside to search for Zhao Gowen. After inquiring with the personnel at the station, he located Zhao Gowen's office and approached it. Chapter 110. Waiting in line upon arriving at the door of Zhao Gowen's office, Chen Yefeng knocked gently. "Who is it?" "Come in," came Zhao Gowen's voice from within. "Uncle In," Chen Yefeng replied as he pushed the door open. Finding Zhao Gowen sitting there, his brow furrowed, smoking a cigarette. "Ah, it's you of foam," Zhao Gowen exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Although their families were related, they had not been in touch for quite some time. This estrangement was largely due to Chen's father believing that Zhao had usurped his opportunity to serve in the military, leading to a cessation of their interactions. With a smile, Chen Yefeng said, "Yesterday, I went out to set the ground nets and caught some crabs. We have more than we can eat at home, so as I was passing through Shirkong town, I thought to bring some for you." "Oh, how thoughtful of you," Zhao Gowen replied with a grin, fully aware that this gesture was meant specifically for him. "If you can't finish them, why not sell them instead? Yet you bring them to me," Chen Yefeng quickly added, Surely this isn't a bribe? You're my uncle. Sharing some of the bounty from home should be permissible. Zhao Guowen laughed. You clever lad. You've thought this through. We generally don't accept anything from the public, but since you, my junior, have brought me some local delicacies, it's not a significant matter. He believed himself to be above reproach, and thus did not regard the gesture with any seriousness. Chen Yefeng sighed in relief. That's a relief. I was worried you might make me take them back. Zhao Guowen regarded him seriously. A phone. Your visit today isn't solely about delivering crabs, is it? His intuition suggested that there was more to Chen Yefeng's presence than met the eye. Indeed. While out fishing yesterday, I noticed a suspicious fishing vessel, Chen Yefeng recounted, sharing the events that transpired on the sea. Uncle, has there been any progress regarding the tomb robbery case? I find myself in a quandary. Those grave robbers seem to have vanished into thin air. Surely, you do not suspect that the vessel is linked to the thieves? Do you not perceive that the sea serves as an excellent refuge? Once the commotion subsides, those artifacts could be clandestinely transported abroad. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guowen sprang to his feet, exclaiming, a phone. What you have just articulated is of utmost significance. Our comrades at the Border Patrol have indeed overlooked this matter. Although the Ministry of Public Security has deployed forces at all ports for land and sea transport, they have neglected the fishing boats. I have long harbored suspicions about that fishing vessel, yet I dared not ascertain its connection to the tomb robbery case. A phone. Do you have time today? Accompany me for a maritime excursion. The Border Patrol does possess vessels, yet it would be imprudent to expose ourselves. The sea is tempestuous today. Our small boat may not be seaworthy. However, should we decide to proceed, I could assist in securing another boat. I wonder if a GS family vessel has been repaired. If so, they likely would not venture out today, given the Ghost Festival. After contemplating, Chen Yefeng agreed to accompany Zhao Guowen to the sea. They promptly exited the Border Patrol station, and Chen Yefeng intended to ride his bicycle home, only to be called back by Zhao Guowen. A phone. Would you care to ride my motorcycle back? It's swifter. Zhao Guowen approached with his three-wheeled motorcycle, inviting him aboard. Uncle, perhaps not. I am loath to return to the border station to retrieve my vehicle. Zhao Guowen was taken aback by Chen Yefeng's refusal. In this era, a three-wheeled motorcycle was quite the spectacle. Its price, if brand new, would exceed 10,000 yuan. In these times, being a 10,000 yuan household was a noteworthy status, a symbol of wealth. If a village boasted such a household, it was indeed a matter of pride, often reported in the newspapers. Yet, Chen Yefeng seemed unperturbed by the prospect of riding such a motorcycle as a point of pride. Very well. I shall first take the crabs you gifted me home. You ride slowly, and I will catch up. Chen Yefeng thought little of it, and pedaled homeward. The route from the border station to the small fishing village was rather secluded, diverging from the path to Shirkong town. He hummed a tune as he traversed the gravel road. Brother Horn, someone approaches. On a bicycle, undoubtedly affluent. A figure slipped into the cornfield by the roadside, whispering to his leader. When we charge out, first incapacitate him, then seize his money and bicycle. Brother Horn replied in a low voice. Understood. Several underlings nodded in agreement. As Chen Yefeng reached the cornfield, suddenly, Brother Horn and his accomplices emerged. What an unfortunate turn of events. Upon recognizing them, Chen Yefeng felt an ominous chill. He had come unaccompanied today, devoid of his towering ally. Turning to flee, he found his path obstructed by a ruffian named Paigu, who had brought along several cohorts to cut him off. Ah, it's you, the rascal. Last time, you injured several of my brothers, and I have yet to settle the score. Yet today, you present yourself at my doorstep. The arrival of Chen Yefeng brought an exuberant smile to the face of the trumpet. What do we call this? What heaven, what hell? Chen Yefeng scoffed. Heaven offers a path you refuse to tread, while hell has no door, yet you barge in. Do you lack education? Trying to emulate a gangster. Attempting to be a leader. How frighteningly ignorant. The trumpet, taken aback, retorted, What, gangster? What on earth are you talking about? Chen Yefeng realized. Ah, right, the gangster flick hasn't aired yet. It's understandable that you wouldn't grasp it. From behind, Pork Rib shouted, What nonsense are you spouting? Are you deliberately stalling for time? The trumpet coldly laughed. Is stalling even useful? Do you think anyone will come to your rescue? Dream on. Pork Rib's eyes lingered on the new bicycle, drooling. Brother Trumpet, that's a new bike. Snatch it for me to ride. I want to ride too. You'll all have to line up, one after another. Chen Yefeng cursed under his breath. Damn it. You better be talking about the bike. His mother's warning had proven prophetic. He never expected to encounter robbers. She advised him to run if he faced such a situation. But he couldn't bear to part with his new ride. Damn it, daring to rob me? Come at me. Although he had previously been a troublemaker in the village, he wasn't afraid of a fight. He had subdued people from several nearby villages, just as Chen Yefeng prepared to confront them. The sound of a motorcycle echoed along the gravel road. Pork Rib's eyes lit up. Brother Trumpet, it's a motorcycle. Who would have thought our luck would be this good? With a motorcycle, who needs a bicycle? The eyes of the younger brothers instantly sparkled with excitement. Chapter 111. Sister Ame Uncle N. Why have you taken so long just to drop off a crab at home? Is there something else Annie asked for? You little brat. What nonsense are you talking about? Seeing the dust kicked up by the sidecar motorcycle, Chen Yefeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared he would meet his end today, but thankfully, Zhao Guowen arrived just in time. Why does the motorcycle driver look so familiar? The trumpet turned to the three-wheeled vehicle, a hint of confusion on his face. When he noticed the words public security emblazoned on the white motorcycle, his expression changed dramatically. Holy cow. It's the border patrol. No wonder it looked so familiar. Run, run. The police are here. Quickly, into the cornfield. At the shout, the group scattered like birds startled from a tree, fleeing faster than rabbits. Offing, are you all right? I told you to ride with me, but you wouldn't listen. Luckily, I arrived just in time. I'm fine, Uncle N. Did you know this road was unsafe beforehand? You should have told me sooner so I could have taken another route. This road is quick, and it's fine now. Those ruffians 1T have many more good days ahead. The government is about to take action. Cities just a bit north are already enforcing strict crackdowns. In truth, it's not entirely their fault. The lack of job opportunities in the country has forced them into such lives of hardship. I have heard that just a few years ago, even in the capital, many young returnees struggled to find employment. The local street office could only assign them tasks such as haircuts and cleaning up excrement, while some even set up stalls selling tea at the busy Qianmen area. Zhao Guowen gazed in bewilderment, questioning how one could know such details, even about the capital. Chen Yefeng chuckled. I learned about it from the newspaper. Impressive. You actually read the newspaper, Zhao teased. I peruse it in my spare time. Uncle N, it's getting late. We should be on our way. All right, let us depart. I shall wait for you at your grandfather's house. Chen Yefeng pondered that if the sea continued to be so turbulent, he would have to borrow a boat. Uncertain if Aji's family had repaired theirs. If not, he would check with his second uncle, who was the only one in the family with a boat, a motorized sailboat. His second uncle was the most industrious among his grandfather's sons and had purchased a second-hand fishing boat through his own efforts years ago. Now, he ventured out to sea with his third cousin, and their lives were quite prosperous, better than most in the village. His third cousin, being the only son, was of the same age as Chen Yefeng and was now married with children. Before his cousin established his own family, his uncle never took him to sea, adhering to the long-standing coastal belief that fathers and sons should not sail on the same vessel, akin to the modern notion that a family should not board the same airplane. The principle of fathers and sons on different boats, couples in separate cars, and families on distinct ships was to mitigate the risk of losing both father and son in the event of a maritime mishap, which would also mean the loss of two laborers. In the case of an only son like his third cousin, the family line could be jeopardized. It was only after his cousin married and had children that his uncle permitted him to accompany him on fishing trips. As Chen Yefeng rode his bicycle back to the village, he encountered no unexpected events along the way. However, upon arriving at the village entrance, he noticed that the villagers no longer scorned him as a ne'er-do-well. Instead, they praised him as a handsome young man. He decided to check the tide and observed that the waves were still quite formidable, so he resolved to return home with his bicycle before borrowing a fishing boat. Upon entering his home, he discovered his mother and wife preparing xiaoyacan, commonly known as leaf cakes, which consist of glutinous rice wrapped between two jackfruit leaves. Today was the Zhongyuan festival, a time when nearly every household prepared these cakes to honor their ancestors. During festive seasons, various types of cakes were made, and the leaf cakes were one of them, some filled with peanuts, sesame, or coconut. They were delightfully chewy and sweet, an excellent means to satiate one's hunger. These glutinous rice delicacies were particularly filling, making them a favorite among fishermen who often brought an assortment of cakes at sea, eliminating the need to cook on board. However, once the leaf cakes cooled, the jackfruit leaves adhered to the sticky rice, making them quite cumbersome to eat. Ah, Ame, you finally decided to return. I thought you would remain on Sheong Island indefinitely. As he stepped into the courtyard, he spotted a young girl with a ponytail assisting his mother and wife in making the leaf cakes. The girl had a fair complexion, radiating youth and vitality. This is the story of Chen Yefeng, who has returned to life, encountering his sister Chen Yeme, affectionately known as Ame, for the first time. Mom, who is this person? Why are they in our home? Hurry and chase them away. You silly girl, I am your second brother. Have you truly forgotten me? Is it really you? My second brother? You look unrecognizable, unlike my brother who is fair-skinned. You resemble someone from Africa with such a dark complexion. You little rascal, am I really that dark? Chen Yefeng scrutinized him, unable to stifle her laughter. Second brother, how did you get so tanned? You used to be quite the pretty boy. I barely recognized you at first. Chen Yefeng, slightly at a loss for words, retorted, who are you calling a pretty boy? It's not that serious. I've just gotten a bit tanned from working by the sea. He didn't mind the darker hue, noting that even celebrities deliberately seek a sun-kissed look. Second brother, you still go to the sea? Is that true? I can't believe my ears. Chen Yefeng exclaimed, her face a portrait of astonishment. Since she entered the house, their mother and sister-in-law had been extolling the virtues of her brother, claiming he had matured, no longer idling about, but earning a living to support the family. Chen Yefeng was skeptical, suspecting they were merely embellishing his character. However, upon seeing her brother's noticeably tanned skin and his newfound maturity, she paused, filled with uncertainty. Was this truly the same brother she had known, who had been lazy and uneducated? He seemed like a completely different person. Ignoring her, Chen Yefeng stored his bicycle inside. When he learned that his uncles had come to escort his sister home, his eyes lit up with excitement. He had been pondering where to acquire a boat. And now his two uncles had conveniently arrived. Eldest uncle, second uncle, he called out as he approached the yard where his uncles lounged on a hammock beneath a tree, one of them swinging a leg in the air. Awakens. Upon hearing the commotion, his uncles turned to look at him. Eldest uncle, second uncle, care for a smoke? Observing the two sun-kissed fishermen, Chen Yefeng felt a wave of nostalgia. In his previous life, he had been reckless, failing to maintain a relationship with his uncles. He hadn't even attended their funerals. Reflecting on his past, he lamented the years squandered for the sake of Wang Zhelan, whom he now viewed as a foolish distraction. Awakens, you still smoke these fine cigarettes with filters, remarked his eldest uncle, grinning. Your mother told us you've been quite fortunate lately, earning as much as a laborer in a year from your work by the sea. With a hearty laugh, his uncles accepted the cigarettes he offered, noting the Friendship brand, which cost several cents per pack. It seemed their nephew had truly found success. Chen Yefeng replied nonchalantly, luck has been decent. I've made a bit of money. Eldest uncle, second uncle, did you bring your boat to the dock? May I borrow it to set out and retrieve a net? The sea is quite tumultuous today, and my brother's skiff cannot venture out. Of course, but can you handle a boat? Asked his eldest uncle, revealing a grin that showcased his yellowed teeth. If you're unsure, I can accompany you. He was concerned that Chen Yefeng might not manage the boat properly and risk damaging it. Well, then I shall trouble you. Uncle, trouble? There's no need for such formality between us. In a previous life, Chen Yefeng learned the art of navigation while working as a boatman. However, it is understandable that my uncles are unaware of his skills and may feel apprehensive. If it's merely to retrieve a gill net from the sea, then I shall refrain from going. Uncle Yang languidly remarked as he reclined on the net bed, reluctant to move after finally finding a moment of rest. Since the second uncle is not going, let us proceed, uncle. Yang Zhao expressed his disinterest, yet Chen Yefeng was quite eager. The second uncle is astute and speaks as freely as his father. Once Zhao Goen boards the ship, it may be challenging to fool him. In contrast, uncle is honest and straightforward, never prying into matters unnecessarily. Where are you heading? It's almost time for dinner, Chen's mother inquired, frowning as she noticed them heading out the main gate. Chen Yefeng replied, there is still plenty of time before dinner. I'm going with uncle to collect the gill net from the sea and will return shortly. With that, the two of them stepped out of the courtyard. One after the other, Zhao Goen awaited them at his grandmother's doorstep, and upon seeing Chen Yefeng approaching, his gaze fell upon Uncle Yang. Chen Yefeng quickly introduced them. Uncle, this is my uncle. Uncle, this is my cousin. Thus, they were acquainted. Awakens, is your cousin joining us on the boat? Yes, I invited him to assist. Uncle Yang, without further thought, walked ahead towards the dock. Awakens, your uncle, Zhao Goen whispered to Chen Yefeng. We have no idea where to borrow a fishing boat on such short notice, but luckily my uncle and second uncle are returning my sister home. They have a fishing vessel. Rest assured, my uncle is an honest man. There won't be any issues. Upon hearing Chen Yefeng's words, Zhao Goen ceased to speak further. Their purpose was merely to scout the suspicious vessel mentioned by Chen Yefeng. They needed to be cautious and avoid alarming anyone. The three of them made their way to the dock, where Uncle initiated the engine to prepare the boat for departure. Their vessel was approximately 10 meters long, an aging motor sailboat that had likely seen over a decade of service. It featured a spacious cabin, which facilitated fishing expeditions. The island they inhabited, Xiang Island, is a remote outpost, situated over 40 nautical miles from the nearest land. With limited arable land, the fishermen have relied on the sea for generations. For Uncle and the others, a single trip could require 2 to 3 days, or even longer, spent aboard the vessel. They lived in the rest cabin, where they ate and slept. As Chen Yefeng and Zhao Goen pushed open the cabin door, A pungent odor assailed their senses, causing them to frown instantly. Goodness, that smell is overwhelming. Observing their expressions, Uncle Yang scratched his head awkwardly. The cabin hasn't been cleaned. It's quite damp at sea. So the smell is a bit strong, but you'll get used to it. I can understand. Chen Yefeng nodded knowingly. After all, the women had no time to tidy up the boat, and it was easy to imagine two grown men tirelessly working day and night at sea, utterly exhausted and unable to attend to such matters. As they spoke, Chen Yefeng and Zhao Guan opted not to enter the resting cabin, instead seeking a shaded spot outside to sit. Uncle Yang started the machinery, and the fishing boat gradually departed from the dock. Afeng, which direction are we heading? Uncle Yang inquired. Over there, Chen Yefeng indicated towards Meihua Island. The island was quite distant from the mainland. From an aerial perspective, it resembled a plum blossom in full bloom, thus earning its name. The vessel traversed the undulating waves, the sound of the wind howling in their ears. Perhaps due to the strong winds and heavy swells, no other boats were visible on the water. Uncle, do you see that island? Head in that direction. Chen Yefeng shouted above the wind. Understood, Uncle Yang nodded, muttering, the wind is quite strong today. Thankfully, you didn't bring that small skiff, otherwise, we might have been swept away by the waves. Is it really that serious? Chen Yefeng replied, somewhat incredulous. Uncle Yang scoffed, do you doubt me? There are villagers from Shayang Island who have taken skiffs out, thinking it would be safe since it was near shore, only to be tossed out to sea by the waves, never to return. Chen Yefeng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the inherent dangers of the sea. Indeed, the mechanized vessel sailed at a speed incomparable to that of a manually rowed skiff. Before long, they approached the vicinity of Meihua Island. Is this where it was discovered? Zhao Guan surveyed the surroundings, but saw no suspicious vessels. Wasn't it found here last time? Have they relocated? This area was scarcely populated, and Meihua Island's distance from the mainland made it an excellent hiding place. Once the commotion subsided, they could smuggle those artifacts out of the country. Uncle Yang slowed the boat, puzzled. What's wrong? Afeng, can't you find the gill net you placed? Yes, uncle. Could you steer towards the small island for a moment? Chen Yefeng wished to inspect the rear of the island. All right. Without further thought, Uncle Yang navigated the boat around the left side of the waters. If his second uncle were present, he would undoubtedly mock his nephew for being unable to locate his own gill net. However, Uncle Yang continued with his task in silence. As the boat rounded the island, they spotted the suspicious vessel on the other side of Meihua Island. Uncle, it's this boat. I didn't expect them to dock here, Chen Yefeng remarked, prompting Uncle Yang to adjust their course while maintaining a safe distance from the suspicious craft. Should we drag a net here? My instincts tell me there is something here. What? Didn't we come to retrieve the gill net? Uncle Yang halted the boat, his mind momentarily confused. They had clearly stated their purpose was to collect the gill net. Why the sudden change to dragging a net? Nonetheless, Uncle Yang was not one to refuse. Being rather simple-hearted and honest, he promptly went to retrieve the drag net from the cabin. Chen Yefeng rose to assist Uncle Yang in deploying the drag net, first casting the net board into the sea, instantly creating a cascade of silvery spray. As the trawl net began to glide from the stern of the vessel, it swiftly descended into the depths of the sea, submerging itself. As the net gradually sank, its mouth slowly opened in the water, resembling a colossal maw. Having completed this, Uncle Yang accelerated the fishing boat, causing the trawl net to tighten rapidly in the water as the vessel moved. The net boards spread apart like hands, forming a gigantic funnel, poised to welcome the catch within. Meanwhile, Zhao Guan sat nearby, attentively observing a suspicious vessel not far off, his expression gradually growing grave. Uncle, look ahead. What is that? Is it a school of fish? At that moment, Chen Yefeng suddenly exclaimed, pointing excitedly towards the distance. Chapter 113. The sea wolf stormed not far from their fishing boat. A mass of densely packed entities swirled, akin to a nest of hornets. At times, they formed a circle, while at others, they spiraled in a helix. It resembled a tempest rising from the ocean floor, leaving one utterly awestruck. My heavens, are those all sea wolves? We might be encountering a sea wolf storm. Despite Uncle Yang's extensive experience, he found himself momentarily speechless, for he had never before encountered a sea wolf storm. This was his first. The so-called sea wolf storm occurs when thousands of pike gather together, creating a breathtaking spectacle. At this moment, the multitude of sea wolf fish swam in a circular formation, resembling a massive vortex beneath the waves. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yefeng was reminded of the sword formations depicted in fantasy novels, where each elongated pike appeared as a celestial sword dancing beneath the stars. Uncle, what are you waiting for? Hurry and steer the boat towards the fish. Damn it, how could I forget? Upon hearing Chen Yefeng's words, Uncle Yang immediately slapped his own face, then increased the engine's power, propelling the vessel at maximum speed towards the school of sea wolf fish. As a seasoned fisherman, he naturally knew how to handle such a situation. As they drew nearer, Chen Yefeng's astonishment grew as he beheld the underwater spectacle for the first time. He had only glimpsed this phenomenon in short videos online during his previous life, which featured a place called Sipadan, where the water was exceptionally clear, attracting numerous diving enthusiasts to explore the depths. In that region, divers had the opportunity to witness sea wolf storms, jack storms, and even sardine storms. At this moment, Chen Yefeng yearned to leap into the water to fully appreciate the beauty of the sea wolf storm, yet lacking a wetsuit. He would merely be sacrificing himself to the sea goddess. As the fishing boat approached, it noticeably became heavier, the speed dropping significantly. It appeared that the trawl net had indeed caught fish. Otherwise, it would not feel so weighty. "Afong, let us haul this net up first," Uncle Yang called out. "We don't know which direction the fish have gone. Let us bring the first net aboard." Given the era, most fishing boats were equipped with relatively outdated gear, lacking even a standard winch. The only solace was that their vessel was equipped with a winch, making the task significantly easier than manually hauling the net. Goodness, how heavy could it be? Chen Yefeng stepped forward to operate the winch, only to find it exceedingly laborious. Just how many pounds of fish had they caught? He was taken aback and quickly called Zhao Goen over for assistance. Zhao Goen hurriedly joined in to help pull the net. Together, the three of them managed to haul the net onto the boat, revealing an astonishing pile of fish in the cabin. Even Zhao Goen wore an expression of shock. Apart from the two major docks in Haicheng, he had never encountered such a bounty of sea wolf fish, and he had actively participated in the catch. The sensation was truly marvelous. Without further ado, Uncle Yang resumed dragging the net. As a seasoned fisherman, he swiftly assessed the direction of the school of fish and steered the boat to pursue them. Such an opportunity was exceedingly rare. How could they let it slip away so easily? At that moment, countless seabirds circled above, diving toward the ocean's surface to partake in this grand feast. While it might be a fanciful notion for a toad to feast on swan meat, it was indeed possible for fish to consume birds soaring through the sky. As the island contended with the ravenous sea wolves for food, it simultaneously endured their attacks. Chen Yefeng witnessed several seabirds meet their demise in the bellies of fish. Yet those birds remained undeterred, bravely plunging into the sea one after another. Perhaps this epitomized the adage that men perish for wealth while birds perish for food. Uncle Yang, with renewed vigor, charged towards the school of sea wolf fish once more. "Look at all those birds. They're still fighting for food," Chen Yefeng exclaimed in excitement, leaning over the side of the boat to behold the breathtaking scene unfolding on the water. After sailing a distance, Uncle Yang began to gather the net. Meanwhile, the flock of birds circling overhead showed no intention of departing. They swooped down, audaciously attempting to snatch fish from their net. Can you believe this? Previously, he could overlook their feeding frenzy in the sea, but now that they had ventured into the net, such audacity was intolerable. The bounty within the net was rightfully his. It represented his earnings, and they had no right to snatch it away. He shouted to scare them off, but the seabirds remained unfazed, relentlessly pursuing their fishing vessel. "Afong, don't bother with them. They're just small fish and not worth much," Uncle Yang called out. "Quickly come help pull the net." "Goodness, why is this net so heavy? It feels even heavier than the last one," Chen Yefeng exclaimed. "Uncle, please hurry and lend a hand." He exerted all his strength to turn the winch, but it was simply too heavy to pull aboard. "Let us chant a work song together to muster our strength." With that, Uncle Yang led the way. "Come on, comrades, let us pull left, left, pull it in. Let us go, let us go." The older generation of fishermen, particularly during the era of communal dining and collective work, often sang fishing songs to foster teamwork while laboring. With the combined effort of the three, they finally managed to haul the net aboard, leaving them breathless and drenched in sweat. "Uncle, the boat is already overflowing. Should we continue dragging the net?" Chen Yefeng inquired, glancing into the cabin, which was so crammed with fish that there was hardly any room to stand. Once more, they cast a net, intending to drag it behind the boat directly back to the dock. A single haul could yield hundreds of pounds of fish, and the prospect of profit was irresistible. Yang Dejiu ceased his rambling, tidied up, and steered the vessel towards the school of fish. In the end, they managed to catch several hundred pounds, close to 1,000. But the three of them could not haul it in entirely, so they let it drag in the water. At this moment, there was no chance to catch more, as the fish had vanished without a trace. It was a pity. A larger boat would have been ideal. Witnessing the disappearance of the fish, Yang Dejiu felt a profound sense of loss. Chen Yefeng chuckled. "Uncle, let us not be greedy. We've already caught plenty." Indeed, It seems we have around 2,000 pounds. Which is sufficient, Yang Dejiu replied, taking a few puffs from his water pipe. He reminisced, in the days when I fished alongside your grandfather. We once netted over 3,000 pounds of large yellow croaker. The sight at night was a golden expanse, exhilarating beyond words. Chen Yefeng was taken aback. You caught so many large yellow croakers? Nowadays, one is a rarity. Yang Dejiu replied nonchalantly. Back then, there was a season for large yellow croakers. We employed a method called knocking nets to catch them, causing the fish to become disoriented or even perish, allowing for large-scale captures. In the 1950s, this technique spread from Guangdong to Jiangsu and Zhejiang, significantly boosting the catch of large yellow croakers. However, with the method's proliferation and environmental changes, wild large yellow croakers have become exceedingly scarce, driving prices skyward. The dock's purchase price is around 7 to 8 yuan per pound, and if sold to restaurants, it might fetch over 10 yuan. Today's sea wolf fish cannot be compared to the past. If they were wild large yellow croakers, it would be a fortune. Chen Yefeng said with a grin. In truth, he was merely speculating. Where could one still find such abundant wild large yellow croakers? Even capturing a single one would be a blessing, deserving of divine favor. In the future, the population of wild large yellow croakers would reach the brink of extinction. Should anyone catch one, it would undoubtedly make headlines. In a previous life, while scrolling through short videos, he had seen someone reel in an 8-pound wild large yellow croaker, selling it for over 100,000, a truly ludicrous sum. He had never had the chance to taste a wild large yellow croaker in his past life and hoped for the opportunity in this one. Zhao Goen, unable to contain himself, remarked, You've caught so many sea wolf fish and yet remain unsatisfied, longing for large yellow croakers. Do you think they are so easily caught? No, I was merely jesting, Chen Yefeng chuckled. He was well aware that catching large yellow croakers was not a simple task. Otherwise, their prices would not be so exorbitant. Uncle, how is the reconnaissance going? He inquired in a hushed tone, directing his attention to Zhao Goen. The phrase almost certain refers to that group of tomb raiders. Once we return to the dock, I will immediately strategize to apprehend them. We cannot afford to let any culprits slip through our fingers, Zhao Goen stated with conviction. Chen Yefeng whispered, The winds and waves are fierce today, and there are hardly any fishing boats on the sea. This fishing vessel is not engaged in any catch, even with the sea wolf storm. They haven't ventured out to fish, which is indeed highly suspicious. Zhao Goen chuckled. Your luck is quite remarkable. It seems you have stumbled upon a fortunate coincidence. A blind cat finding a dead mouse. If we manage to solve this tomb robbery case, you will certainly be credited for it. Chen Yefeng's fortune was indeed extraordinary. Not only had he discovered a suspicious vessel, but he had also encountered the sea wolf storm today, which was quite unbelievable. Uncle, is there any reward for achieving merit? Is there a reward? Is there none? There is, of course, recognition and perhaps even a chance to appear in the newspaper. Appear in the newspaper? No thanks, I would prefer to avoid that. Upon hearing this, Chen Yefeng felt averse. This was certainly not a good thing. To put it bluntly, if any culprits managed to escape and learned that he was the reason behind their capture, what if they sought revenge? He had an elderly family member and young ones to care for. He did not wish to suffer their wrath. Zhao Goen looked at him in surprise. What is wrong with you? Others would jump at the chance to gain fame and recognition, yet you wish to evade it. I would rather not be in the spotlight. I value my life and fear. So you are afraid of retaliation? Of course. If there are no culprits slipping through, what if their associates take it upon themselves to settle the score with me? That would be disastrous. Zhao Goen smiled wryly. Since you put it that way, does that mean you do not want a reward? Chen Yefeng replied, Not exactly. If there happens to be a monetary bonus, I would reluctantly accept it. Zhao Goen mockingly said, So it is the bonus you desire. With such a mindset, receiving recognition is indeed honorable. It is a form of distinction. That kind of distinction, I can do without. Apart from the bonus, I truly have no interest. No banners or certificates of honor, please. He was simply not inclined towards such recognition and had no desire to join any organization in the future. Afeng, should we return first or collect the trap nets? Uncle Yang stood up, preparing to set sail. Chen Yefeng decisively replied, Of course, we should return. We can leave the trap nets for now. Let us sell these sea wolf fish first. It was inconsequential whether they retrieved the nets now or later. Leaving them for another day posed no issue. All right, then let us head back, Uncle Yang said, his face beaming with delight, not expecting such a bountiful return today. Afterward, Uncle Yang said little more and steered the fishing boat towards the dock. As the fishing boat rounded Meihua Island, Chen Yefeng inadvertently cast a glance at the suspicious vessel. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He was taken aback to see a familiar figure aboard that ship. How could he be on that vessel? Chen Yefeng recognized Lin Ergu on the ship. He was profoundly familiar with Lin Ergu. The two had brawled together since childhood. How could he possibly fail to recognize him? After pondering for a moment, and considering the background of Lin Ergu as mentioned by his wife, he began to piece together some thoughts. Chen Yefeng speculated that the vessel before him was indeed the one left behind by Lin Ergu's parents, which had later been appropriated by his uncle's family. If the boat now belonged to his uncle, why was Lin Ergu aboard? If it were him, he would certainly sever ties with his uncle. It was perplexing. Nevertheless, he decided to dismiss such thoughts. Chen Yefeng shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the chaotic matters. He surmised that once Zhao Guowen returned, he would undoubtedly deploy law enforcement to surround the boat, and Lin Ergu would not be able to escape. He was no saint. After all, Lin Ergu was not a virtuous person. Even if he evaded capture this time, during future crackdowns, it would be inevitable. As Uncle Yang piloted the fishing boat around the small island, heading toward the dock, Lin Ergu, sensing something, abruptly looked up. His gaze fell upon the distant fishing boat, catching only a glimpse of its stern. In the next moment, the fishing vessel rounded the island and vanished from sight. He shook his head slightly, not bothering to think further. At that moment, he remained lost in a reverie of wealth. Recently, the theft of an ancient tomb had stirred considerable commotion. With rumors flying about, he had heard that valuable artifacts from the tomb had been completely looted, with tales of single items fetching tens of thousands. Goodness! Tens of thousands were astronomical figures for him. He had not anticipated that his uncle was entangled with the group of tomb raiders, and that the criminals apprehended by the police were hiding on this very island. This was his uncle's path to riches. Moreover, the night prior, his uncle had invited Lin Ergu to his home for drinks, where they conspired to take a risk, planning to seize the artifacts while the tomb raiders were distracted. With artifacts of such value, how could they not be tempted? Lin Ergu harbored his own intentions. Once he successfully pilfered the artifacts, he would report his uncle's crimes to the border patrol, ensuring the police came to apprehend them all. In doing so, he would not only acquire wealth, but also exact revenge on his uncle. He held no goodwill toward his uncle. Thoughts of retribution lingered in his mind. Chapter 115. Prognostication. Lin Daitu was so unscrupulous that he sought to seize his own nephew's boat. He was truly inhuman. Such a villain deserved to face the consequences of his actions. Lin Ergu wished nothing less than for his uncle's demise. Ergu, what are you thinking? Lin Daitu asked, noticing his nephew's distracted gaze. Nothing, uncle. When shall we make our move? Lin Ergu whispered. Lin Daitu glanced toward the resting cabin and replied in a low voice. As per our previous plan, we will wait a bit longer until they let their guard down. The two had already plotted that once they secured the goods, Lin Daitu would report to the border patrol, seeking to earn merit for capturing criminals. He had already devised his excuses, claiming to be coerced by that band of tomb raiders. If he were to refuse cooperation, they threatened to annihilate his entire family. Thus, he found himself reluctantly complicit with these rogues. Once the fervor subsided, they would sell the relics pilfered from the tomb raiders abroad and amass a fortune. The two, each harboring ulterior motives, exchanged knowing smiles, quietly awaiting dusk aboard the vessel. Meanwhile, Uncle Yang steered his fishing boat towards the dock. As the boat moored, Zhao Guowen hurriedly disembarked and made his way to the shore. Uncle, wait here for me. I shall inquire about the market price of the sea-wolf fish. With that, Chen Yefeng also disembarked, heading towards the purchasing point at the dock. Before long, he returned to the boat. What news? What is today's buying price for the sea-wolf fish? Uncle Yang eagerly inquired. The purchasing price fluctuates daily, and the actual rate is determined by the day's conditions. Chen Yefeng explained. They say it is 1 yuan and 8 jiao, but one buyer is offering 2 jiao. What? Only 2 jiao? That is far too little. Just a few days ago, someone in Haicheng sold for 2 jiao and 6 fun. Ah, the discrepancy is quite significant, isn't it? 6 fun per jean? That adds up. If it were only a few jean, it would be inconsequential, but we are dealing with at least 2,000 jean, which means a difference of over 100 yuan. Are you certain someone in Haicheng sold for 2 jiao and 6 fun? Chen Yefeng felt a spark of interest. Uncle Yang affirmed, indeed. Our fisherman from Xiang Island sold at that price a few days ago. I cannot speak for today. However, even if the price has dipped, it still exceeds what you would fetch at this small dock. Chen Yefeng turned to Uncle Yang, exhilarated. Shall we transport our catch to Haicheng for sale? Though it may require more effort, the profits would be greater. Uncle Yang nodded in agreement. Actually, that was my thought as well. I feared you might disagree. Why would I disagree? Who wouldn't he wish to earn more? Uncle Yang beamed with a simple, honest smile. Very well. I shall inform my cousin to relay a message back home, stating that we are heading to Haicheng to sell the fish, and will not be returning home just yet. The round trip to Haicheng will take 2 to 3 hours, And if we are absent for so long, our families will undoubtedly worry. There are elderly, women, and children awaiting my return. With that, Chen Yefeng swiftly disembarked and raced towards the shore. Fortunately, he did not run far before catching up with Zhao Guan, breathlessly requesting him to carry a message home to ease the family's concerns. Indeed, for fishermen like them, venturing out to sea instilled anxiety in their families. When his father was still with the fishing team, every time he set sail, Chen's mother spent sleepless nights, never finding rest. After conversing with Zhao Guan, Chen Yefeng turned back towards the dock. Upon returning to the boat, a thought struck him. Uncle, how shall we divide the earnings from the sale? Though I trust your integrity, it is prudent to clarify expectations in advance. Uncle Yang paused for a moment and replied, how else would we divide it? These fish were caught by the three of us, so it is only fair to divide them into 3 portions. He even included Zhao Guan in the count. Upon hearing this, Chen Yefeng couldn't help but cast another glance at the fisherman. Alas, his uncle was simply too honest. If it had been his second uncle, the division would have been quite different. Fortunately, it was his first uncle who was present today. Don't you feel this is unfair? Chen Yefeng inquired. Considering that the fishing boat belonged to him, Uncle Yang chuckled, saying, what is unfair? Had I not come with you, I certainly would have caught these sea wolf fish myself. What good is a fishing boat if you're not out there fishing? Chen Yefeng was not particularly surprised by his uncle's demeanor. Had it been his second uncle, the situation would have been entirely different. My cousin doesn't need to share. The 2 of us can split it. Is that not a bit ungracious? What if he gets angry? Uncle Yang was simply too honest. If it had been his second uncle, he wouldn't have cared at all, relishing the thought that others would not take any. He wouldn't get angry. I assure you. Chen Yefeng knew very well that Zhao Guan had no interest, as his mind was entirely preoccupied with the tomb raiding case. Upon hearing this, Uncle Yang beamed and said, in that case, we shall split it evenly. But wouldn't that mean you are at a disadvantage? The boat is yours. And the fuel is yours as well. What does it matter? After all, I am your uncle. Very well, I shall not be polite then. I'll phone. Keep an eye on the boat while I head to the dock to purchase some diesel. The journey from this dock to Haicheng spans several dozen nautical miles. Uncle Yang, considering the diesel might not suffice for the trip to Haicheng, decided to procure some at this dock to avoid a dire situation should they run out of fuel midway. Chen Yefeng stopped his uncle, saying, I can go. You are unfamiliar here, and what if they take advantage of you? With that, he grabbed the fuel barrel and disembarked. Before long, Chen Yefeng returned with the diesel. Uncle Yang inquired, how much did it cost? Chen Yefeng replied with a smile, you needn't worry about that. I'll cover the cost of the diesel, which balances things out. Uncle Yang looked astonished, saying, you're quite something, my boy. Let us set sail for Haicheng now. With that, Uncle Yang added the diesel to the engine and started it up. As the machine belched out blue smoke and made a rhythmic sound, the fishing boat gradually departed from the dock, heading towards Haicheng. Zhao Guan hurried back to the village, first stopping by Chen's house to deliver a message for Chen Yefeng. Cousin, off phone, and his uncle caught several thousand pounds of sea wolf fish. They plan to take them to Haicheng to sell, so I came to inform you, lest you worry. What? Several thousand pounds of sea wolf fish? How did they catch so many? Chen's mother was taken aback and wanted to ask for more details. Unfortunately, Zhao Guan seemed to be in a hurry and turned to leave. She felt too embarrassed to chase after him for more information. Mother, are off phone and the others not coming back? Zhou Haiying approached with an inquiry. Yes, just now your uncle and came by and said they caught several thousand pounds of sea wolf fish and intend to take them to Haicheng to sell. Sister, did you hear that correctly? Several thousand pounds of sea wolf fish? How could that be possible? Just then, Uncle Yang, who had been resting on the net bed, was so startled that he suddenly rolled off. After finishing his conversation with cousin, Zhao Guan went next door to the home of old Master Chen to retrieve his motorcycle. Upon entering the courtyard, the venerable Mr. Chen grasped his hand and said, On, I have cast your fortune. It may hold the key to that case. As he spoke, he inscribed a character in his palm, Lan. Chapter 116. The port. As the elder Uncle Yang navigated the fishing vessel across the sea, the surface was occasionally dotted with other fishing boats engaged in their labor. However, perhaps due to the Ghost Festival, the number of vessels on the water was noticeably less than usual. After an hour and a half, they finally arrived at Haicheng. Chen Yefeng rose to gaze toward the shore, realizing that the Haicheng of this era bore little resemblance to the future. There were no towering skyscrapers. The buildings on the streets were predominantly 4 to 5 stories high, and the coastal villages were composed of modest, low-roof tile houses. Uncle, which dock are we heading to? Haicheng boasted several fishing docks, though the 2 most prominent were the Nanmai Dock and the Gang Dock. Most of the nearby fishermen brought their catches to these 2 ports. I often sell fish here with your second uncle, so I am quite familiar with the place. Very well, I will follow your lead. Nodding in agreement, Chen Yefeng recalled his previous life as a deckhand, during which he had frequented both docks. However, he had merely worked for others, never partaking in the sale of catches himself. Back then, upon reaching the docks, the captain would negotiate prices with the fishmongers while he was tasked solely with transporting the goods ashore. Moreover, that was during the post-1990s, and he had not developed acquaintances at the two major fishing ports. He had contemplated calling his friend Dahu, who was in the seafood business, to inquire about which dock he frequented, but decided against it. Since Uncle Yang claimed familiarity with the area, he would defer to his judgment. As Uncle Yang piloted the boat to the gang dock, Chen Yefeng observed the significant differences compared to the future, yet he could still sense a familiar ambience. True to its status as one of Haiching's two major docks, the number of fishing boats far exceeded that of the small dock at the village, creating a bustling atmosphere. Fishing boats returning from the nearby waters queued to sell their seafood at the port. When it was their turn, Uncle Yang skillfully maneuvered the fishing vessel into the harbor. Once the boat was securely docked, Chen Yefeng noted that, in comparison to the smaller dock's vessels, their fishing boat appeared quite substantial. However, upon entering the gang dock, it was evident that, in comparison to the larger ships, it was akin to a big fish among tiny shrimp. As their fishing boat approached the dock, several fishmongers, akin to sharks sensing blood, swiftly approached them, eager to engage in conversation. "Uncle, where do you hail from?" One of the fishmongers enthusiastically offered cigarettes to the two. Uncle Yang, displaying a hearty smile, replied, "We are from Xiang Island, having come specifically to sell our catch. What fine goods have you brought?" Most of the fishmongers engaged in conversation with Uncle Yang, primarily due to his sun-kissed complexion and advanced age, which clearly indicated his position of authority. Throughout their journey, while Uncle Yang steered the boat, Chen Yefeng had not been idle. He had taken the opportunity to sort through their catches aboard the vessel. The catch predominantly consists of wolf fish, with very few miscellaneous species. After sorting through their haul, they covered the fish with a tarpaulin and made their way to the dock to add ice. Otherwise, under the relentless sun, by the time they reached Haiching, the fish would likely have lost their freshness. The fishmongers, upon seeing the tarpaulin-covered haul in the hold, were instantly filled with curiosity. "Wolf fish, you say? Have you really caught several thousand pounds?" Uncle Yang replied earnestly. "What? Several thousand pounds of wolf fish? Is it truly possible for your boat to catch such a quantity? Do you doubt us? We still have a net trailing behind, which we haven't even pulled up yet." Upon hearing Uncle Yang's words, the fishmongers turned their gaze towards the boat's stern. Indeed, they spotted the dragging net, bulging with fish. One glance made it evident that it contained a considerable catch. "Goodness, you truly have caught several thousand pounds of wolf fish. I thought you were jesting." The net at the stern alone appeared to weigh at least 1,000 pounds. And there was more in the hold. "It seems you've encountered a wolf fish bonanza. What splendid luck." The fishmongers became increasingly enthusiastic. Chen Yefeng inquired, "What price do you offer for wolf fish per pound?" An older fishmonger grinned widely. 2 yuan and 50 cents. That's the standard price at our dock." Chen Yefeng frowned. "But I heard it's 3 yuan. Are you attempting to undercut us? We are not those amateur fishermen, so please do not play games." The elder fishmonger replied sternly, "Who among you is the spokesperson?" Uncle Yang chuckled. "This is my nephew. His word holds weight." The fishmonger scrutinized Chen Yefeng. "The highest I can offer is 2 yuan and 60 cents. That is the maximum price. Otherwise, you'll have to seek buyers elsewhere." Chen Yefeng turned to Uncle Yang with a smile. "Uncle, didn't you say you knew someone on this side of the dock? Should we consult your acquaintance?" Uncle Yang suddenly realized, "Yes, I do have acquaintances here." "Oh, so you have connections here." Upon hearing this, the fishmongers lost interest immediately. "If you have acquaintances, why didn't you mention it earlier? You've wasted our time." The fishmongers dispersed swiftly. The older fishmonger, somewhat reluctant to give up, asked, "May I inquire who your acquaintance is?" Uncle Yang glanced at his nephew, who nodded in affirmation. He replied, "We are here to find Fatty. We've sold our previous goods to him." "You mean Fatty? You should have mentioned it sooner. He is my cousin, and we do business together." The elder fishmonger said with a grin, "Don't believe me? I'll go fetch him." With that, the fishmonger left with a smile. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he returned with a tall, muscular middle-aged man. This man was robust, with a powerful build, exuding strength. This doesn't seem fat at all. Chen Yefeng thought Fatty would be a hefty fellow weighing 200 to 300 pounds, but he realized he was mistaken. The man was not fat, but rather well-built. Most people these days are lean, and someone like Fatty is simply robust. "Yang Fulong, is that you? I've heard you've caught several thousand pounds of wolf fish. Let me take a look." The stout man approached and greeted Uncle Yang. Uncle Yang's true name is Yang Fulong. He instructed his nephew to lift the tarpaulin, Several fish baskets on the boat had been sorted, and there was a net trailing in the water, as the boat could not accommodate all of them. Upon seeing the catch, the stout man's eyes widened like two coins. Goodness gracious! Did you encounter a wolf storm at sea? How could you catch so many sea wolves? Uncle Yang nodded. We were fortunate. Indeed, we encountered a wolf storm. Offer me a fair price, for we have traveled from Shibu. Don't you dare try to haggle. The stout man, his face beaming with a smile, assured him, rest assured, we have dealt with each other for many years. Do you still not trust me? Spare me the idle chatter. What price can you offer? $2.80 per pound, the highest price around here. If you don't believe me, feel free to inquire elsewhere. Uncle Yang looked at his nephew. A foam, what do you think of this price? Chen Yefeng nodded discreetly. In that case, let it be $2.80. After all, my uncle trusts you. $2.80 is a full 8 cents higher than the small pier. If it were 1,000 pounds, that would amount to an extra $80. Their catch is well over 1,000 pounds, with a discrepancy of a couple of £100. Chapter 117. Arrival in Haicheng. The stout man couldn't help but glance at Chen Yefeng several times, smiling as he remarked to Uncle Yang, Yang Fulong, your nephew is impressive. Tall and handsome, far superior to your tiger and dragon brothers. Chen Yefeng has only two uncles, Uncle Yang Fulong and Uncle Yang Fu, known as the Tiger and Dragon Brothers on Xiang Island. Their names sound imposing, yet their appearances are rather ordinary, and they are quite short, somewhat incongruent with their names. Uncle Yang chuckled. He is indeed my own nephew, my sister's son. The stout man, satisfied, declared, then it's settled, at the price of $2.80. I shall summon people to come and carry the goods immediately. Uncle Yang quickly responded, all right, I will steer the boat a little closer. You must call over several more people. That net at the back is quite heavy. Fear not, I lack nothing here but manpower. The stout man grinned broadly. Once Uncle Yang maneuvered the fishing boat closer, the stout man called over 7 or 8 of his underlings. They began by hauling all the sorted fish from the boat onto the shore, followed by dragging the net of fish from the boat's stern. Uncle, this net is truly heavy. If it were just the 3 of us before, we wouldn't have been able to pull it up at all. Indeed, it must weigh at least 1,000 pounds. Combined, all the fish likely exceed 2,000 pounds, Chen Yefeng remarked. As he and Uncle Yang stepped forward to assist in pulling the fishing net, their faces adorned with smiles as the net was drawn ashore. The fish they caught were free of any bycatch, almost entirely comprised of sea wolves, estimated to weigh over 2,000 pounds. Once the net was on land, the stout man immediately summoned a few women to assist in sorting the catch, not allowing Chen Yefeng and the others to lift a finger. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yefeng's lips twitched involuntarily, having spent a long time sorting the fish alone on the boat, his back now aching. He had not anticipated that the fishmonger would call others to sort the catch for them. Indeed, their catch is remarkably easy to select, with each wolf fish weighing around 4 to 5 pounds and minimal miscellaneous items, making the sorting process particularly straightforward. Otherwise, how could the fishmongers possibly take notice of you? Even if they were to assist in the selection, they would undoubtedly require an additional fee. Observing the ant diligently sorting through the fish, Chen Yefeng and his uncle remained seated nearby, leisurely enjoying their water pipes. Once all the fish had been sorted, the next step was weighing them. Yang Fulong, being illiterate, had only completed 3 years of second grade in elementary school and had not pursued further education. He could barely recognize any characters, only able to write his own name. As the weighing approached, Uncle Yang signaled his nephew to keep an eye on things. Chen Yefeng promptly walked over to observe the scale. It is said that people from the 1980s are particularly naive, and that this era is marked by innocence. If one truly believes that, they might not even realize how they met their demise. Although Chen Yefeng was not adept at arithmetic, he had at least completed elementary school and attended half a year of junior high, which was certainly a significant advantage over his illiterate uncle. The total weight of the wolf fish was 465 pounds. Hey, come over and take a look at this, shouted the hefty man to Chen Yefeng. All right, hand me the calculator, and I shall compute the totals. With the calculator in hand, he felt emboldened. Resetting it, he began to input the numbers with swift fingers, diligently calculating. Witnessing this, the hefty man regarded him with newfound respect. Having initially presumed that the young man would struggle with such advanced technology and might even seek his guidance on how to use it, to his surprise, Chen Yefeng deftly navigated the device and soon had the figures all sorted out. No, this number is indeed correct. The total is 465 pounds, at 0.28 yuan per pound, which amounts to 6,902 yuan. Am I mistaken? He exclaimed, reveling in the convenience of the calculator. A veritable boon for those who struggle with arithmetic. Perhaps he should consider purchasing one from the department store later. After all, It would be impractical to bring his wife along every time he went to sell fish. If Ying were to teach, she would have no time for such errands. After grappling with his thoughts, he resolved to make a trip to the department store if time permitted, as such a frequently used item would not be a waste. Indeed, it is 6,902 yuan. You have not erred, the hefty man chuckled. Afeng, well done. Despite not finishing junior high, you can still wield a calculator with such proficiency. Yang Fulong looked at his nephew, proud that he had arrived at the correct total without any mistakes. Truly, he is my nephew. Well, it's not difficult. Quite simple, really, Chen Yefeng replied, feeling slightly bashful from the praise. It's merely using a calculator, so easy. With this tool, his wife would no longer have to worry about him miscalculating. After completing the calculations, the next order of business was payment. Both Chen Yefeng and his uncle were exhilarated, astonished that they had managed to earn such a substantial amount in just half a day at sea. Each would receive over 300 yuan, nearly equivalent to what others toil for in an entire year. It was truly hard to believe. The hefty man said to them with a knowing look, "Are you planning to go ashore? If there are matters to attend to, I shall prepare a list first. And you may collect the money from me before departing from the dock. In this day and age, safety is a concern. It is not merely pickpockets we must fear, but also those who might rob us on the road. Nearly $700 is no trifling sum in these times. It is undoubtedly a considerable amount. One could easily find themselves being followed right after receiving such funds. It is indeed thoughtful of Brother Fei to consider this. However, my uncle and I have not even had lunch yet, and we must go ashore to eat." Chen Yefeng pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about you advance us $50? We can settle the remaining amount when we leave the dock." "Yes, let us proceed as my nephew suggests. We shall go ashore for a meal and return for the money shortly," Yang Fulong agreed. He too was apprehensive. After all, this was over $600. And if it were to be taken by someone else, he would likely go several days without food. Brother Fei nodded. "Very well, I will advance you 50. Keep the list handy, and the rest will be given to you later." "Thank you, Brother Fei. You are too kind," Chen Yefeng replied. "It is nothing, we are friends. Should you come across any good goods in the future, do remember to bring them to this port." "Of course," Chen Yefeng affirmed. With $50 in hand from Brother Fei, he and his uncle made their way ashore. They first sought a restaurant nearby, a modest eatery not far from the dock. "Uncle, where did you used to dine before?" Chen Yefeng inquired. "Neither I nor your second uncle have ever come here. We always cooked for ourselves on the boat since restaurants are far too expensive. Do not be so frugal, uncle. When you earn money, you should indulge a little. Do not always deny yourself," Chen Yefeng encouraged. "Alas, it is unavoidable. One must earn a living to support the family. Besides, our luck has not been favorable lately." "We seldom make much," his uncle replied. "Then allow me to treat you today." Upon hearing that his uncle had never dined out, Chen Yefeng felt a pang of sorrow. His uncle was far too frugal, unwilling to indulge even in the simplest pleasures. Ultimately, he succumbed to stomach cancer, and it was said his passing was particularly agonizing. With that, Chen Yefeng led his uncle toward the small restaurant. Chapter 118. Flower Street. This small, privately owned eatery appeared quite humble, with a few tables arranged within and a small blackboard on the wall displaying a handwritten menu in white chalk. Such is the charm of this era. As they entered the restaurant and perused the chalkboard menu, Chen Yefeng encouraged his uncle to order. However, after glancing at the menu, his uncle insisted that Chen Yefeng choose the dishes. With no hesitation, Chen Yefeng ordered 3 dishes: stir-fried pork belly, conch and mustard green soup, and poached chicken. For seafood, he opted for a clam soup, thinking his uncle, who dealt with seafood daily, might appreciate a change of flavor. "Uncle, will 3 dishes be sufficient?" "Certainly. How could it not be? They are already several dollars," his uncle replied. "Shall we add a couple of bottles of beer? Can we drink while sailing? Perhaps it would be best to refrain." "Oh, come now, uncle. It is a rare occasion to celebrate. It is merely a bottle of beer. It will be gone in a moment, and it is of little consequence." "Very well, let us have it chilled. In this weather, it is essential to enjoy something cold." Yang Fulong felt a pang in his heart. The cost of a single meal for the two of them equated to the earnings of others over a day or two. A truly extravagant affair. Nevertheless, today was a day of celebration, and thus he consented to drink with his nephew. Upon receiving an approving nod from his uncle, Chen Yefeng rose to fetch 2 bottles of Wanli beer from the freezer. One must travel thousands of miles to savor Wanli beer. "Come, let us raise a toast," he declared, pouring a drink for his uncle first. "It's unwise to drink on an empty stomach," Yang Dajiu interjected hastily. "Not to worry, an occasional indulgence is harmless," Chen Yefeng reassured him. "Uncle, it's thanks to you that I've had such a prosperous day. Were it not for you, I would merely have watched the fish swim away aboard my brother's humble boat, unable to catch even a single fish." Chen Yefeng felt fortunate to have taken his uncle's powerboat. Otherwise, he would have missed even the glimpse of a sea-wolf fish. With that, they clinked their glasses together. In Chen Yefeng's memory, this was the first time he had shared a drink solely with his uncle. After a few sips and some light conversation, the dishes began to arrive. Chen Yefeng glanced at the spread on the table and stood up, saying, "Uncle, please enjoy your drink while I fetch some rice for you." Yang Fulong nodded appreciatively. Very well. He savored a few sips of icy beer alongside the hot dishes, feeling overjoyed. Chen Yefeng retrieved 2 generous bowls of white rice, the faint aroma tantalizing and making his mouth water. "Here you go, uncle. It's past 3 o'clock, and I'm absolutely famished." He placed the rice in front of Yang Fulong and then took his seat, using his chopsticks to dig in. Earlier, he had checked the clock on the restaurant wall, its hands pointed firmly at 3. Having only consumed porridge that morning, he was indeed ravenous. The two of them fell into a comfortable silence, instinctively focusing on their meal. Chen Yefeng devoured 2 substantial bowls of rice and drank nearly a whole bottle of beer. His belly pleasantly full. This was the most satisfying meal he had experienced since his rebirth. His uncle, however, outdid him, consuming 3 large bowls of rice and finishing off the beer. They polished off all 3 dishes, even savoring the remaining sauce by drenching it over the rice. It must be said that people in this era possess a remarkable appetite. "Uncle, are you full?" Burp. "Indeed. I've eaten too much. My belly aches." Yang Fulong could not suppress a loud belch, patting his distended belly, which felt as round as a large ball. "If you're full, I shall settle the bill." "Very well, you pay, and I shall reimburse you later." "No need. This meal is on me. In my past life, my uncle never gained any advantage from me. So treating him to a meal in this life is but a small gesture." Yang Fulong chuckled in disbelief at his nephew's sentiment. After settling the bill, the two did not rush to leave, but sought a place to rest for a moment. They were truly stuffed and needed a brief respite to digest their meal. Not far from the dock lies a quaint little park, where 2 individuals, burdened by their considerable girth, trudged forward with difficulty. Despite a sense of discomfort, the feeling of satiety brought them profound satisfaction. Chen Yefeng released a hearty belch and remarked, "Uncle, I wish to purchase something from the department store. Would you prefer to wait here, or shall we go together?" He intended to procure a calculator, for the mental strain of arithmetic had become quite burdensome. Yang Fulong squinted and scrutinized his nephew intently, imparting with gravity, "A phone? You wouldn't be thinking of sneaking off to the flower district, would you?" Chen Yefeng paused, bewildered. "Uncle, what flower district?" "The flower district is akin to the areas around Sanzhong Road and Xianjin Road, where women offer massages." "Oh, uncle. How do you know so much? Have you been there often? Do share what it's like to visit such places." Yang Fulong, suddenly flustered, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I would never frequent such establishments." Chen Yefeng chuckled, "Uncle, why are you so anxious?" "Worry not. I won't breathe a word of this to Aunt." "You foolish boy. There is nothing of the sort. Do not speak so carelessly." "Uncle, do not be agitated. I was merely jesting." Noting the crimson flush upon Yang Fulong's face, Chen Yefeng decided to cease his teasing. Whether or not his uncle had ever visited such places was of no concern to him. After all, men sometimes seek to indulge themselves, rewarding their efforts with fleeting pleasures. Yang Fulong huffed, contemplating, "A phone, I must advise you. As a man with a family, wife and children, you must refrain from engaging in reckless behavior. You are still young. It is imperative that you save for your family. Spending several dollars for mere minutes of amusement is hardly worthwhile." "Uncle, what mere minutes? Are you belittling someone?" Chen Yefeng rolled his eyes. Admittedly, in the early days following his rebirth, he had been somewhat lacking. It was not due to his prior life as a man in his 60s, which had left him out of practice. Rather, he was still acclimatizing to his new form. However, he had now thoroughly adapted to this body, and he was far from the brief encounters of his past. Presently, he was confident in his stamina, boasting durations exceeding an hour. Yang Fulong maintained a serious demeanor, stating, "I merely wish to offer you counsel. It would be wise to heed it. If you choose not to, I cannot intervene, for you are not my son, and your future is your own to navigate. Rest assured, uncle, I have truly changed for the better. I genuinely intend to visit the department store." He recognized that his uncle's concerns stemmed from genuine care, given his prior indiscretions. Having even taken advance money from Fatty, it appeared as though he were on the verge of mischief. "Since you doubt my intentions, would you accompany me?" "On second thought, I would rather not walk. I shall wait for you here." Chapter 119. Master of Qi Gong. Seeing that his uncle was unwilling to accompany him, Chen Yefeng ceased his insistence. He strolled through the seaside park, relying on memories from his past life, and headed towards the department store. Currently, Haiqing was in the nascent stages of development. Still not elevated to a city status, remaining under the jurisdiction of the Anzhou region. The area surrounding the port still fell under the governance of the Lianzhou County Fuqing Town People's Commune. In this rather remote area, the more bustling vicinity lies to the north, close to the North Bay Square. However, at present, North Bay Square remains undeveloped, a barren expanse of land. The only department store in Haicheng is located there, and due to the considerable distance, Chen Yefeng had no choice but to take a bus. He paid 20 cents and boarded the vehicle destined for the department store. The bus exuded a nostalgic charm, adorned with alternating stripes, its front and rear distinctly angular. As the bus journeyed onward, he gazed at the hazy streets, feeling a blend of familiarity and estrangement. Low houses flanked the road, with sparse traffic, and he could faintly see individuals clad in blue work attire pedaling bicycles along the path. After approximately 30 to 40 minutes, Chen Yefeng finally arrived near the department store. This area now pulsates with vibrancy. Even decades hence, it will remain lively, steeped in a rich commercial atmosphere. Upon disembarking, he surveyed his surroundings, piecing together the identity of the location. This must be the future North Bay Square, though it is currently but a desolate stretch of land. The adjacent buildings, however, are likely to become quite valuable in the future. As he contrasted the present scene with the image in his mind of its future state, Chen Yefeng found himself in a state of bewilderment. He had not anticipated the existence of this sky bridge at such an early date. With that thought, Chen Yefeng ascended the sky bridge, making his way towards the white building across the way. If his memory served him correctly, this sky bridge would eventually be dismantled, becoming a lingering presence in the memories of many. Perhaps due to it being Sunday, the department store was particularly crowded, with throngs of customers at the counters. Nowadays, department stores are the most sought-after establishments in any city. The glass counters are meticulously arranged, showcasing a diverse array of goods. Fabrics, clothing, shoes, daily necessities, cookware, and even various household appliances are available, though these high-end items come with a hefty price tag that the average citizen cannot afford. As Chen Yefeng entered the department store, he had scarcely taken a few steps when he witnessed a sales clerk embroiled in a heated argument with a customer. Neither party was willing to concede, unleashing a torrent of crude insults. Words like "damn you" and "curse your mother" were hurled back and forth. The irate male customer, incensed by the clerk's provocations, attempted to confront her. The sales clerk, undeterred, brandished a mop in an attempt to strike the customer. Behind her hung a sign that read, "No verbal or physical abuse towards customers allowed." This farcical altercation continued for several minutes, only concluding when the infuriated customer stormed out of the store. Chen Yefeng approached the glass counter displaying calculators and noted that the styles of calculators in this era were rather limited, offering little choice. Fortunately, purchasing such items did not require ration tickets, though the prices were steep. A modest calculator cost over 20 yuan, equivalent to half a month's wages for a factory worker. In the early 1980s, such electronic products were indeed expensive. He noticed a small imported electronic watch priced at an astonishing 120 yuan. In their rural community, it seems that even a family's combined efforts would struggle to save such a substantial sum of money. After acquiring a calculator, he also purchased a headlamp for evening excursions to the seaside. Following these purchases, he allocated the remaining funds to buy his wife and 2 daughters each a pair of sandals. His wife's current sandals were tattered and worn, with frayed straps that had been mended multiple times with a heated tool. He realized how valuable money could be. After his shopping, he was left with just enough to cover the fare back to the harbor. Upon returning to the small park, he discovered that his uncle had vanished. Wasn't he supposed to wait there? Where could he have gone? Chen Yefeng felt a sense of bewilderment. In this era without mobile phones, how could he possibly locate him? Perhaps he had returned to the ship? After a moment of contemplation, he made his way toward the dock. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed from a corner of the park. "Now, the energy within me shall radiate through my skin's pores. Do not blink, for the energy of this master is about to be unleashed. This is the essence from the Dantian." Chen Yefeng turned towards the voice and saw an elderly man clad in a white practice outfit instructing his disciples in the art of Qigong. The elder, with a goat-like beard and youthful appearance, exhibited an extraordinary aura in his every gesture. His disciples, however, presented a peculiar sight. Sitting cross-legged on the ground with aluminum pots balanced atop their heads, listening intently to their master's teachings. From the early 1980s to the mid-1990s, a fervor for Qigong swept across the country. It was said that Qigong could not only cure ailments, but also facilitate the transmutation of metals and even ignite gold. Rumors of its miraculous capabilities spread like wildfire, capturing the belief of many, despite their seemingly absurd nature. Chen Yefeng merely smiled at this phenomenon, harboring no intention of intervening. He understood it to be a deception. As for persuading others, that was another matter entirely. One can never awaken those who feign slumber, and even if well-intentioned, not everyone would heed his advice. As he contemplated leaving, he unexpectedly spotted his uncle. There he was, squatting at the side, utterly engrossed in the Qigong demonstration. Not even blinking. Could it be that his uncle had become enamored with this? While he could overlook others, he had to intervene regarding his uncle. Uncle, what are you watching? Shall we head back? Ah, Yefeng, you're back. I must tell you, this Qigong master is truly remarkable. I witnessed him unleash his energy, and smoke emanated from his hands. Moreover, I saw him withstand blades. He remained unscathed no matter how they struck him. Uncle Yang Fulong exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement as he animatedly recounted his observations. All right, we should return. Otherwise, our family will become worried. Observing his uncle's fervent demeanor, Chen Yefeng rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He could not allow this to continue. If it did, the small park would gain yet another fervent disciple of Qigong. Very well. Let us head back. As he spoke, Yang Fulong reluctantly turned back to glance several times before following in his nephew's footsteps towards the dock. Upon reaching the pier, the two men presented their list to Fat Lao and collected the remaining funds in full. Subsequently, they set sail, departing from the harbor. Chapter 120. A tale of misfortune on the journey back to the small dock. Chen Yefeng relished the experience of commanding the vessel. He requested his uncle to let him take the helm, and at first, Yang Fulong was somewhat incredulous that his nephew could operate a boat. However, seeing Chen's determination, he patiently instructed him on how to maneuver the machinery. The mechanisms were largely similar, and under Yang Fulong's guidance, Chen Yefeng quickly grasped the essentials. Oh, you young lad are quite adept. You've picked this up remarkably fast, Yang Fulong observed, impressed at how swiftly his nephew had acquired the skills of navigation. Appearing far from a novice, Chen fabricated a justification for his proficiency, recalling that he had previously accompanied his father to sea, where he had received instruction on boat handling. He couldn't very well reveal to his uncle that he had once been a dock worker in a past life. Oh, so that's the case. No wonder, Yang Fulong mused, not dwelling on it too much, as it seemed entirely reasonable that his brother-in-law, who had previously been part of the fishing team, would teach his son how to operate a boat. Even as he entrusted the fishing vessel to his nephew, Yang Fulong remained vigilant, positioning himself at the edge of the cabin to observe Chen Yefeng as he navigated the waters. As a seasoned fisherman, he occasionally reminded his nephew of the essential precautions to take while at sea. Fishing is not merely about steering a boat. It requires an astute awareness of the surrounding environment, including currents and wind directions. The nuances of this trade are such that one could spend a lifetime learning and still not master them all. Although Chen Yefeng possessed prior experience in fishing, he attentively listened to his uncle's counsel, recognizing it as a rare and invaluable lesson that Yang Fulong would not impart to just anyone. By the time they reached the small dock, the afternoon sun was nearly setting. The sky was ablaze with hues of crimson, casting a shimmering glow upon the water's surface, where it appeared as if the horizon were lined with gold. They maneuvered the fishing boat into the small harbor, secured it, and prepared to disembark and head home. Due to the Ghost Festival, few fishing boats ventured out that day. With some miscellaneous fish on board, their price was far from favorable, and they opted not to sell them, choosing instead to dry them for later use. Yefeng, you ventured out to sea today on Ghost Festival? Someone inquired, noticing their return. With so few boats out, I assumed the catch must have been scant. Fortunately, I didn't go out myself today. Had I caught only a few odds and ends, I doubt I would have even covered the cost of fuel, another added. As Chen Yefeng and his uncle carried the miscellaneous fish ashore, a crowd gathered to observe their haul. Upon seeing the meager contents of their baskets, some individuals exchanged snide remarks. In response to their sarcastic comments, Chen Yefeng merely smiled and played along, lamenting, alas, I had no idea we would end up with so little. Had I known, I would have never set sail. It has indeed been a grueling endeavor without any reward, he mused. Yefeng, take it easy. Fishing is a gamble. It's perfectly normal to return empty-handed. His uncle reassured him. Yes, I can only adopt that mindset, Chen replied. Having returned, sighing at yet another day of losses, Chen Yefeng lamented. Aren't you lot selling the trash fish? Even a meager sale could help recover some losses. He expressed his frustration over the meager price of the fish, pondering whether it would be more worthwhile to dry them at home for personal consumption. Others at the dock, overhearing his complaints, felt a sense of satisfaction. Recently, whispers of Chen Yefeng's good fortune had circulated, with many envious of his supposed bountiful catches. Today, however, witnessing his paltry haul of mere trash fish, they found a sense of balance restored. Chen Yefeng, choosing not to engage further with the crowd, continued homeward with his uncle, Yang Fulong. The latter, observing his flamboyant nephew feigning despair, struggled to suppress a laugh. It was clear that Chen Yefeng, despite his abundant catch, was putting on a show of misfortune. The crowd, however, appeared to believe his tale, genuinely convinced of his scant success. Had they known that the two had indeed caught over 2,000 pounds of wolf fish, fetching more than 600 yuan, their envy would have surely turned to bitterness. As they made their way home, they noticed two familiar figures approaching. Uncle, those two ahead look strikingly familiar. One resembles my father, Chen Yefeng remarked. What do you mean resembles your father? That is indeed your father, Yang Fulong replied, recognizing them as his sister's husband and her brother. Father, uncle, you arrived just in time. Come help us carry this, Chen Yefeng called out, waving them over. What took you so long? The family was quite worried. Chen's father chided his younger son with a stern gaze. Yang Fulong quickly interjected, brother-in-law, why scold Yefeng? We weren't out for leisure. Exactly. I accompanied my uncle to Haiqing. It couldn't have taken that long, Chen Yefeng asserted, standing taller with the support of his uncle. All right, brother-in-law, since they have returned, let's not dwell on it, Yang Fulong's uncle said, stepping in to smooth over the situation. Indeed, it is getting late. Ahu. Let us assist them, Chen's father remarked, noticing his son's sunburned face, feeling a pang of concern. He was also comforted to see his son maturing into a reliable individual. As they took hold of the fish basket, they inquired about the day's catch. Upon confirming the haul of over 2,000 pounds of wolf fish, Yang Fuhu was nearly beside himself with excitement. Brother, how much did you actually catch? He asked, recalling that the messenger had left without clarity. Over 2,400 pounds of wolf fish, selling for around 700 yuan, Yang Fulong replied cheerfully. How much? Yang Fuhu questioned, thinking he had misheard. Chen Yefeng chimed in, 2,400 pounds, sold for 690 yuan. Is that so? If I had known, I would have joined you, Yang Fuhu exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration, nearly causing himself injury. What had he truly missed out on? Upon hearing about their venture into the sea for net fishing, I did not dwell on it, unaware that it would cost me several hundred yuan. Second uncle, there is no such thing as hindsight in this world. Besides, had you accompanied them, perhaps you would have encountered such fortunate circumstances. Afong. Second uncle knows you possess good fortune. Why not take me out to sea tomorrow to catch a net full of sea wolves? Second uncle, do you think sea wolves are like the pets in your home, easily caught at will? We were merely fortunate, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, encountering the rare sea wolf storm. As he spoke, Chen Yefeng recounted the events of the day at sea. Chen's father and second uncle listened in astonishment. Despite their long experience in fishing, they had never encountered a sea wolf storm. They could only marvel at Chen Yefeng's and his elder uncle's extraordinary luck, venturing out to retrieve a net, only to be graced by the occurrence of a sea wolf storm. With such incredible luck, it would be difficult not to prosper. The four shared laughter and conversation, soon arriving at the courtyard of the old Chen family. Chapter 121. Eating duck on the ghost festival. We're back, Grandma. Mother, Father. They have returned. Baba, you're back. Xian and Rong Rong stood outside the courtyard, eagerly gazing at the village entrance. Upon seeing Chen Yefeng and the others return, they were instantly filled with joy. Rong Rong rushed over, her voice sweetly calling, Father, hold me. Rong Rong, dear, my hands are dirty. Let me wash them before I pick you up. Chen Yefeng's hands reeked of fish, and he hesitated to embrace the little girl. Wow, Baba doesn't he like Rong Rong anymore, boo-hoo. The little girl suddenly sulked, lying on her back and rolling on the ground. Chen Yefeng felt as if his head had grown larger. He had never seen her throw such a tantrum before. How had she transformed so suddenly? Indeed, one must not be overly indulgent. The saying that benevolence is born from discipline holds true. Chen Yefeng could only enter the courtyard to wash his hands before stepping out to lift his daughter into his arms. Rong Rong was the type who responded better to gentleness. If ignored or scolded, she would cry inconsolably, as if the heavens were collapsing. Once in his embrace, Rong Rong immediately beamed with joy, her tears forgotten. Rong Rong, you're getting so big, still crying for your father to hold you. Xian teased her sister, making a playful face. Baba. Rong Rong stuck her tongue out at her sister. Enough now, Rong Rong. Your father has been working hard all day. Let him rest. Seeing her husband's weary expression filled Zhou Haiying with sympathy. Chen Yefeng chuckled. Ing, it's nothing. I am not too fatigued. Today marks the Ghost Festival, also known as the Zhongyuan Festival. The locals place great significance on this day, as it is a time to honor ancestors. It is said that during the Ghost Festival, the gates of the underworld open wide, allowing ancestors to return home, sometimes accompanied by wandering spirits. Thus, when honoring one's ancestors, it is essential to prepare ample food to satisfy these restless souls, ensuring a smooth and prosperous occasion. Chen's father and mother had long been preparing for the rituals. As dusk approached, they began the ancestral worship, setting an array of offerings upon the 8 immortals' table. The locals have a custom of consuming duck during the ghost festival, and among all offerings, the white-cut duck is indispensable. During the spring festival, chickens are slaughtered. For Qingming, pigs are sacrificed, and on the ghost festival, ducks meet their fate. While lambs are prepared for the double ninth festival. This is the local saying. No duck can escape the fateful day of the 14th of July. Thus, some jestingly refer to the ghost festival as duck festival. After performing ancestral rites at home, they proceed to the roadside to burn incense, candles, and paper money. Mother Chen even purchased yellow paper, which she meticulously cut to create paper clothing, also intended for burning as an offering. This practice is known as burning paper garments. Grandma, once the rites are completed, can we eat? Mother, is the worship done? I'm quite famished. Xiangzi, Sanzai, and Xinshin, along with Rongrong, have long been drooling over the offerings. The offerings for ancestor worship are particularly bountiful, featuring fruits, biscuits, and candies that are seldom available otherwise. Once the rites conclude, the children eagerly gather around the 8 immortals' table. However, without Mother Chen's permission, they dare not reach for the food, lest they end up with bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. Mother Chen booms, "None of you can take anything, let me distribute it. Grandma, please share with us." Mother, wait, I need to relieve myself. The children are in a lively uproar. While Mother Chen distributes snacks to them, sister-in-law and Zhou Haiying are busy preparing meals in the kitchen. The locals celebrate the 14th of July with great enthusiasm, as families gather to share a meal. Thus, eldest brother and sister-in-law also join in, coinciding with the presence of the elder and second uncles, as everyone sits together in joviality. Mother Chen has also called over old Master Chen, Grandma, and Ah Kai, making the Chen family nearly complete, save for the eldest daughter, Chen Yefeng. There exists a local custom that married daughters cannot return to their natal families on the 14th of July. However, it seems that the eldest daughter has not visited her family for quite some time. Meanwhile, as the Chen family enjoys their lively meal on the distant island of Meihua, a group of tomb raiders is conducting their own rites on the desolate island. In their line of work, they hold a deep superstition against ghosts and deities. On the 14th of July, they also perform a solemn sacrificial ceremony. Bold, allow me to toast you. You've been tirelessly assisting with procurement these days. Rest assured, once our plans come to fruition, the rewards promised to you will not be scant. Indeed, our brother Sun is famously generous and ruthless. He never shortchanges his comrades. Yes, from now on, we are all brothers. We will share wealth and excavate graves together, achieving prosperity as one. Bold, let your nephew join us for a few drinks. After the sacrificial ceremony concludes, Brother Sun and the others begin to contemplate their meal. Tonight's dinner is particularly sumptuous, featuring chicken, duck, fish, and meat, all procured by Lin Bold from the shore. Before they begin to eat, the tomb raiders enthusiastically beckon Lin Bold and his nephew to join them. Lin Bold has exerted considerable effort to gain permission for his nephew, Lin Ergu, to board the boat. Damn it, they still don't trust us, uncle and nephew alike. With Lin Bold's cunning nature, how could he not discern Brother Sun's intentions, especially when he has even commandeered his own brother's fishing boat? Fearing that they might poison the food, he deliberately called Lin Daring and his companion over to dine together. With a chuckle, Lin Daring turned to his nephew, Ergo, and said, "Sun Ge has invited you for a drink. Hurry over." "All right, I was just about to toast everyone," Ergo thought to himself, relieved. Previously, he had suggested poisoning the food to incapacitate these individuals before seizing the treasure, but Lin Daring had swiftly dismissed the notion. Each time Lin Daring procured food, Sun Ge and his entourage insisted that he sample it first, wary of potential poison. Despite their claims of treating Lin Daring as one of their own, they had never truly regarded him as such. The uncle and nephew approached the food, and only after they had tasted it did Sun Ge and the others begin to eat heartily. The moonlight cast a hazy glow, and the wooden boat swayed gently in the darkening twilight alongside the small island. Lin Ergo and his uncle stepped out from the cabin. Due to the ghost festival, no other boats were in the vicinity. Quietly, the duo disembarked and made their way to the island. The tomb raiders were quite cunning. Every time they rested on the island, they would transport the crates containing artifacts ashore. "Uncle, are you certain they are truly inebriated?" Ergo inquired. "Absolutely. They even attempted to ply me with more drink, underestimating my capacity," Lin Daring replied with a cold laugh, sneaking toward the location where Sun Ge and his crew had hidden the treasures. "Haha, "Uncle, we are about to strike it rich," exclaimed Ergo. "Be cautious, Ergo. Those are artifacts inside those crates. Let us move them all to the boat." The sight of the crates made their hands tremble with excitement. Chapter 122. The wind rises. If they could discreetly sell these artifacts, they would instantly transform into wealthy individuals. "Uncle, I feel something is amiss. Why are these crates so light?" Ergo remarked doubtfully. "That can't be right. Let me take a look," Lin Daring replied, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Upon opening the crates, they discovered them to be completely empty. "We've been deceived. Uncle, we must flee," Ergo exclaimed, pushing Lin Daring and sprinting away. At that moment, a flashlight beam illuminated their path, landing squarely on Lin Daring's terrified face. It was Sun Gu and his crew. Weren't they drunk? Lin Daring wondered. Could their drunkenness have been an act? "Ergo, why did you push me? Wait for your uncle," he called out, chasing after his escaping nephew. The two naturally ran towards the wooden boat, knowing that with their thievery exposed, Sun Gu and the others would not let them escape easily. Their sole desire now was to flee this place, to escape the island. As Lin Daring ran towards the sea, he saw his nephew brandishing an anchor, smirking at him before dashing towards the boat. "Ergo, you scoundrel! Are you planning to abandon your uncle?" Lin Daring shouted, desperate. "You still recognize me as your uncle. Yet you dare speak to me like that? Ergo, you cannot do this. I am your own uncle. You cannot take my boat." "What boat are you talking about? Old man, have you no shame? This vessel was left to me by my parents. I am merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to me." With a mocking tone, Lin Ergu climbed aboard the wooden boat. Just as he ascended, he raised his head and was met by the sight of two figures emerging from the cabin. His laughter abruptly ceased. Those two figures were unmistakably associates of Brother Sunday. Lin Ergu was momentarily stunned. They had gone ashore to pilfer artifacts, only to discover that their own home had been violated. Indeed, Brother Sun had accurately predicted their lack of integrity. "Kid, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. I didn't expect you to arrive so tardily." Brother Sun's henchmen regarded Lin Ergu with an amused expression, simultaneously admiring their leader's cunning. "Haha, Ergu, you shouldn't have kept your uncle waiting. Now, you cannot escape. You deserve this." Lin Daring, witnessing the scene, immediately broke into a triumphant laugh. Lin Ergu's face turned pale. Fully aware of the brutality of these tomb raiders, his fate at their hands was all too predictable. Brother Sun's men cast him a frigid glance, as if evaluating a corpse. With a swift motion, two gleaming blades sparkled under the moonlight, emanating an ominous glint. "Surely, you do not think I would allow you to capture me so easily?" Lin Ergu flashed a grin at the two men, then leapt off the boat, plunging into the sea. Having grown up by the coast, how could he not know how to swim? What the hell? This is the ocean, and he dares to jump? Brother Sun's henchmen were momentarily bewildered. Just then, a series of bright lights suddenly illuminated the surface of the water, piercing the night sky like swords. Several metal boats began to encircle the small craft. Simultaneously, a loudspeaker blared from the ship. "We are the people's police. You are surrounded. There is no escape. If you lay down your weapons, we assure you that we will adhere to international law and humanitarian principles. However, should you resist stubbornly, your fate will be grim." In the Chen family ancestral home, Chen Yefeng had just finished his shower when a sudden gust of wind swept through the yard, causing him to shiver involuntarily. "The wind is picking up. It was only early autumn. Where did this chill come from?" Chen Yefeng hurried inside and secured the door. "Ying, are you still reading?" Upon entering the bedroom, he found Zhou Haiying still studying by lamplight. "Tomorrow is the exam. I just need to review a bit longer. You should sleep first." Tomorrow, she was to attend an interview at her aunt's school and was keen to make a last-minute effort. After years away from academia, she felt somewhat out of touch with the knowledge she once possessed. Why are the two little girls sleeping so early? Observing his daughters peacefully slumbering, Chen Yefeng's face bore a look of surprise. Typically, it took a considerable amount of coaxing to get them to sleep, yet tonight they had succumbed so promptly. He had planned to have them try on new shoes, but perhaps that would wait for another day. They must be tired from all the commotion today. You should hurry to bed as well. All right, then you should rest early. Tomorrow you have an examination, and it's imperative that you refrain from staying up late. Otherwise, if the principal sees you with dark circles under your eyes, no matter how well you perform in the written test, they may hesitate to consider you for the position. Well, I will just watch for a while and then head to bed. Why not turn on the electric light? Oil lamps are quite cumbersome. No need. The kerosene lamp is sufficient for reading, and the electricity bill is rather expensive. Upon hearing his wife's words, Chen Yefeng felt a twinge of disbelief. After dividing the money with his brother-in-law today, all of it had been handed over to his wife. Excluding the 50 yuan he had taken for himself, there was nearly 300 yuan remaining. Over these past days, he had indeed brought home a substantial amount. It must be close to 1,000 yuan by now. Yet, his wife still hesitated to use the electric light. Sigh, having endured difficult times for so long, it is difficult to change such a frugal habit overnight. The next morning, after breakfast, Chen Yefeng took out the shoes he had purchased for his wife and daughter from the department store. He had intended to surprise them last night, but the two girls had gone to bed early. Hence, he only revealed them now. What is this? New shoes? How could you waste money like this? Zhou Haiying exclaimed in astonishment. When Chen Yefeng had given her the money last night, she hadn't inquired about the price. How could he hide from her that he had bought shoes? They looked splendid. Surely they must have been expensive. What waste? Shoes are meant to be worn. How can that be considered waste? Try them on and see if they fit. It was his first time buying shoes for his wife and children, and he was uncertain if they would fit well. Dad, you are so wonderful. Xin loves you. Now I have new shoes, and I won't have to envy others anymore. Dad, you are great. Rong loves you too, chimed in Chen Rong, following her sister's lead with her sweet, childish voice. Chen Yefeng helped his wife try on the shoes while assisting his two daughters with theirs. To his surprise, his selections were impeccable, and all three pairs fit perfectly. Zhou Haiying observed her daughter's shoes and commented, "Children's feet grow quickly. We should buy a size larger so they can wear them next year." Chen Yefeng found himself at a loss for words. How can we buy shoes that are too big? The appropriate size must fit properly on the foot. You are supposed to wear these to your exam. Your sandals are worn out, so don't wear them anymore. All right. Zhou Haiying nodded slightly, her eyes glistening with emotion. Her husband suddenly showing such thoughtfulness and care for the family was truly wonderful. It felt almost like a dream, leaving the two children at home under the care of an adult. Chen Yefeng rode his bicycle with his wife toward the school where she would be taking her teaching examination. Although, given their current financial situation, he was not overly concerned about her modest salary as a teacher. He understood that being a public school teacher had always been Zhou Haiying's cherished dream. He could not be selfish nor confine her to the role of a housewife, forcing her to relinquish her aspirations. Chapter 123. Yihai. The school where Zhou Haiying was to interview was named Yihai Primary School, located in the neighboring village of Yihai, approximately 2 to 3 kilometers away from their home. Children from surrounding villages such as Fuwu Village, Nanol Village, and their own Shibu Village all attended school there. Chen Yefeng escorted his wife to school, expressing concern about whether she had forgotten anything. Zhou Haiying meticulously checked her belongings and confirmed that she had everything she needed, prompting her to suggest that he return home. The duration of the exam was uncertain, and it was unnecessary for him to wait. A phone, you should head back. I have no idea when this will conclude. I'll walk home once the exam is over. Very well, I shall take my leave. Focus well on your exam, remain calm, and give it your best, he replied before cycling away. Hello, are you here for the job interview as well? A tall, slender woman approached Zhou Haiying as Chen Yefeng departed, her gaze lingering on her beautiful sandals. Your husband truly cares for you, coming all this way on a bicycle. Mine, however, wouldn't accompany me no matter what. Yes, I'm also here for the exam. My husband used to be like that, but he's suddenly changed for the better. Treating me and the kids well now, Zhou Haiying said candidly, glancing at the woman. Do you have children? How old are they? You seem to be in good circumstances, able to afford a bicycle. Why pursue teaching, considering it's known to be quite challenging with modest pay? The woman chattered on. Zhou Haiying nodded slightly, unsure of how to engage further with this unfamiliar woman. Meanwhile, Chen Yefeng returned home and overheard his sister-in-law and mother discussing something animatedly. Mother, I assure you, it's true. Just last night, many boats arrived at the seaside, not just fishing patrols, but even border control vessels. Is that so? Why would they be there on Ghost Festival? I heard they were apprehending smugglers, his sister-in-law whispered conspiratorially. I heard several were caught. And it seems 2 from Fuwu Village were involved, along with others from outside. It appears the 2 from Fuwu Village were an uncle and nephew, assisting the smugglers with their boats. They relied on their proficiency in water and jumped overboard, she continued. Even Chen's father listened intently. What happened after they jumped? Did anyone swim back? Zhang Feng shook her head. It's not that simple. The waters near Meihua Island are quite deep with strong currents. I heard the older one drowned. As for the younger, they haven't found the body, but it's likely he didn't survive either. Chen's mother lamented. What a pity. There was a strong wind last night. The waves must have been quite high. Such a waste of 2 lives. All for the sake of money, taking such risks. A few years ago, during the early reform period, smuggling was rampant along the coastal areas of Guangdong province. Uncle Yang Fulong reminisced. We were in Lianjiang during the ribbon fish season, and nearly all the fishing boats there were engaged in smuggling, allowing us to make a substantial profit. Yang Erjiu interjected. They earned thousands with each smuggling run, while we honest fishermen struggle for years to make that much. Yang Fuhu remarked, "It's disingenuous not to envy that. Smuggling in this era is indeed highly profitable." At that time, he had considered smuggling but ultimately abandoned the idea due to his elder brother's disapproval. Mother Chen remarked, "Everyone is fearful of poverty. When suddenly presented with a lucrative opportunity, they cannot help but rush forward like madmen. The situation for shipping goods from Lianjiang seems to have improved somewhat this year. Yet the situation on Danzhou Island remains quite dire." Uncle Yang spoke in a low voice. "I have heard that the farmers there have ceased to cultivate their land. Students no longer attend school, and teachers have abandoned their posts, all focused solely on smuggling." Father Chen replied in a deep, resonant tone, "I believe it is better to work diligently. In these past 2 years, the authorities have been quite strict. If caught, one could face imprisonment, and in severe cases, even the death penalty." Upon hearing the mention of the death penalty, Uncle Yang's initially restless spirit was swiftly quelled. Compared to the prospect of making money, he valued his life far more. One might earn money, but what good is it if one has no life left to enjoy it? Leaving one's wife and children to be cared for by others? Chen Yefeng listened to their discussions without interjecting. His sister-in-law was unaware that the fishing authorities were not cracking down on smuggling last night, but rather collaborating with border guards to apprehend a band of tomb raiders. She mentioned that it seemed all the outsiders had been caught, with 2 local fishermen having jumped into the water. One had drowned, while the other was missing. Chen Yefeng initially intended to go to the dock today to retrieve the traps from the boat, but upon arriving, he was taken aback by the loudspeaker announcing a ban on fishing boats venturing out to sea. What the hell? I have no idea what the fishing authorities are up to, sending people to guard the area so early in the morning. Declaring that we cannot go out to sea today. Lan Zi'er emerged from his small abode, his face etched with irritation. "We can't even launch a sampan." Chen Yefeng approached him for a chat. "Not just sampans. We can't even let a duck into the water now." Old Lin chimed in with his complaints. "If fishermen are barred from going out, how are we supposed to make a living? They're making it impossible for us to conduct business. Indeed, with such fine weather, it's absurd to keep fishermen from the sea. They must have lost their minds. If a typhoon were to hit, and we couldn't go out for days, we would be left with nothing but dust to eat." "Zhang Fugui, what nonsense are you spouting? If you truly bring a typhoon upon us, I will make sure to beat you senseless." "Old Lin, do you think my words carry such power? If I could summon a storm, wouldn't heaven have already made me wealthy?" The fish merchants at the small dock lamented their plight, joking among themselves. They all acknowledged that fishermen relied on nature for their livelihood, just as they did. With fishermen barred from the sea, they had no catch to sell, and thus no income. After chatting idly at the dock for a while, Chen Yefeng decided to return home. Since going out to sea was not an option, he had no desire to linger under the sun with those seafood merchants. Upon his return to the village, the loudspeaker began to blare once more. The voice of Captain Yuan Dajuan echoed, delivering a message similar to that at the small dock, advising anyone with fishing boats in the village not to venture out to sea today. Hearing Yuan Dajuan's voice, Chen Yefeng felt a slight frown form on his brow. Something about it felt rather displeasing. The village elections should be approaching soon, and according to the trajectory of the previous life, Yuan Dajuan would likely be elected as the village head. Should this malignant entity be elected as the village head, it would undoubtedly lead to the same disarray as in the previous life, plunging the entire village into chaos. Yuan Dajuan has long been an adversary, and his future in the village appears bleak. This time, it is imperative that Yuan Dajuan does not succeed. With this thought, Chen Yefeng made his way home. As he approached the entrance of his courtyard, his uncle emerged from their residence, greeting him with a cheerful smile. "Ah, Feng has returned." "Yes, uncle. Have you encountered some good fortune? Your smile is quite radiant." "Is that so?" "Hee. It is said that the village is to hold elections for village officials, and your uncle is going to give it a try to see if he can become the village head." "Oh, then I wish you the best of luck, uncle." Regarding this uncle, Chen Yefeng felt indifferent. Were it not for being his father's brother, he would not have wished to exchange words with him. Ignoring his uncle, he entered his own courtyard. "Mother, what brings uncle here today? I hope he isn't just here to mooch off dad's tobacco again." Chen Yefeng inquired curiously upon seeing his mother. His mother replied quietly, "Actually, today he did not come empty-handed. He generously brought a package of tobacco for your father and even several leaves of steamed buns, claiming they made too many yesterday and cannot finish them." "Is that true? Are they really that generous?" Chen Yefeng could scarcely believe his ears. His uncle and aunt were renowned for their frugality, rarely sharing anything, even with their own parents. His mother pouted. "Isn't it all to secure votes for the village head position? Otherwise, why would they be so benevolent? Uncle is hoping for our votes, isn't he? No wonder he greeted me so enthusiastically earlier." Chen Yefeng then took on the role of caretaker, tending to his little daughter. As time passed, he thought it was about time for his wife to return. Therefore, he asked his mother to look after their daughter and rode his bicycle out. Not far from home, he spotted his uncle and aunt distributing items from house to house in the village. They were indeed investing heavily to garner votes. In his previous life, his uncle had not managed to secure even a minor position in the village. Unless fortune favored him significantly this time, it seemed likely that his uncle would remain inconsequential. And these gestures of goodwill could easily go unreciprocated. On his way to Ehai Primary School, he encountered Zhou Haiying, who was on her way home, accompanied by another woman, the same woman who had spoken to her when she first arrived at school. "Your husband treats you exceptionally well, coming to pick you up," Yefeng remarked enviously. "I didn't ask him to come. I can walk home just fine," Zhou Haiying replied with a smile. "Are you foolish? Why walk when you have a vehicle? If my husband could afford a bicycle, I would ride it every day and wouldn't he even think of walking," Yefeng exclaimed. "Indeed," Zhou Haiying nodded gently before turning to Chen Yefeng. "What brings you here? Did I not tell you not to come pick me up? I could walk home. It's no trouble. I happen to have some free time today." Chen Yefeng offered little explanation as he urged his wife to get into the car, eyeing, "Get in first, and we'll talk later." "Yefeng, see you next time. I hope we both get hired by Ehai Primary School," he added. With that, Zhou Haiying settled into the back seat of their bicycle. Chen Yefeng politely nodded at Yefeng, but did not utter a word as he rode home with his wife. Watching their retreating figures, Yefeng's smile gradually faded, as if she had transformed into a different person altogether. As Chen Yefeng pedaled along the rural dirt road, dust swirling around him, he couldn't help but admire the splendid scenery on either side. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but the air in this era seemed much fresher than in later years. During their return journey, he inquired about his wife's examination performance. She replied that the questions were rather straightforward, although she felt a bit nervous during the principal's interview and suspected it might be precarious. Chen Yefeng offered her some comforting words, for he held no expectations that Zhou Haiying would earn a living as a teacher. Subsequently, he shared with her the news about the recent fishing ban. "Why the sudden prohibition?" Zhou Haiying asked, puzzled. "It seems to be aimed at apprehending smugglers." Chen Yefeng replied nonchalantly. In truth, he was aware that this ban was likely connected to the capture of a group of tomb raiders. Yet he refrained from disclosing this to his wife. "Are there smugglers in our area?" she pressed. "Of course, in coastal regions, smuggling is prevalent everywhere. Didn't you mention that your second cousin was involved in this? Is that true?" "Absolutely. He operates on Danzhou Island, and it's quite lucrative. Just look at the television, sewing machine, and bicycle they have at Uncle S' place. While earning money is enticing, you must not engage in such activities. They are illegal." "Yes, I understand. I won't partake in anything. I'll live my life devoted to you and our children." As they sat on the bicycle, they shared laughter on their way home. Passing the village's drying yard, they decided not to rush home, but to check on the drying white sailfish. Having been out in the sun for 2 or 3 days, they assumed it was nearly ready. Upon arriving at the drying yard, they noticed a considerable number of villagers working on drying fish. In the preceding days, many villagers had caught a good haul of white sailfish, which were incredibly cheap, prompting everyone to opt for drying them rather than selling them at a loss. "Yefeng, have you bought a bicycle?" one villager remarked. "Yefeng, you're doing well. When will you take me along to make a fortune?" Upon reaching the drying yard, both dismounted, and Chen Yefeng pushed his bicycle forward. The villagers greeted him with smiles, their eyes sparkling with envy at the sight of his bicycle. They seemed friendlier now, addressing him with courtesy. "Uncle, if I were to take you to make a fortune, it would be simple. Your family has a boat. We could partner up to transport goods back from Pengcheng. I assure you, you'll earn more in a few years than others will in a lifetime." "Ah, smuggling? That is not permissible. I've heard the consequences of getting caught are severe, possibly leading to dire repercussions. See, I suggested a profitable venture, yet you refuse. You can't blame me for that." As he spoke, Chen Yefeng pushed his bicycle towards his father. In recent days, drying fish had been reliant on his father's vigilant presence. Without someone to guard the drying area, all would likely be stolen. "Uncle, second uncle, you are also here," he exclaimed upon noticing Yang Fulong and Yang Fuhu sitting under the shade, smoking with his father. Yang Erjiao sighed. "I had intended to call you out to sea for a net haul, but unexpectedly, the waters have been closed off to us. It is truly disheartening." Chen Yefeng chuckled. "Second uncle, you still wish to catch the wolf fish?" Indeed, seeing their earnings stirred great envy within him, though the two uncles shared their catches equally. Yesterday's haul of wolf fish had excluded the second uncle, leaving him without a share. "Dad, I feel the white sailfish is nearly dried. Can we pack it up? After today's drying, it would be prudent to dry it a bit more, lest it spoil." "Very well, we shall heed your judgment." Chen Yefeng nodded and inspected the fish. It appeared splendid, glistening in the sunlight and exuding a delicate fish aroma. Many referred to the white-sail fish as silver fish, whether stir-fried or steamed. It was delightfully fragrant and favored by both young and old alike. While his father and uncles enjoyed their smoke and drink, Chen Yefeng found himself rather bored. After confirming that the fish was in good condition, he returned home with his wife. Chapter 125. A hand cannot grasp alone not having gone to sea. He felt a certain tedium. After lunch, he reclined on the net bed for a brief rest. Suddenly, he heard his sister Ame clamoring to scour the beach for small sea treasures, as the tide was nearing its retreat. Today marked the 15th, a particularly favorable time for such endeavors. Offing, are you going to the beach to search for sea treasures? Judging by Zhou Haiying's demeanor, she intended to accompany her mother and Ame. The rare opportunity of a receding tide sparked his desire to venture to the shore and test his luck. Even if he found nothing of great value, returning with some edible finds would be quite satisfactory. If you are going, I shall accompany you. Chen Yefeng thought that since he could not go out to sea, searching the beach would suffice. Very well, hurry and change your gear. I will take Rong to the next room to show to grandmother. Zhou Haiying was pleased to hear that he planned to search the beach, for her husband was experienced and notably lucky. Following him instilled a sense of confidence within her. Seeing that the family was preparing to head to the beach, Sanzi felt a surge of eagerness. Having accompanied his brother on previous outings, he had reaped considerable rewards and was keen not to miss this opportunity. Have you completed your summer homework? School starts in a few days, and if you haven't finished, I fear the teacher will be quite harsh. Chen Yefeng glanced at his brother and spoke sternly. If memory served him right, in those days, teachers were known to discipline students quite rigorously. As long as no permanent harm was done, families seldom troubled the teachers. In the future, whenever a teacher requires students to stand during class, parents are quick to escalate the matter to the Education Bureau, claiming that teachers are inflicting corporal punishment. Well, brother, I have completed my work, replied Sanzi, his eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief. Have you truly finished? Chen Yefeng inquired, casting a serious glance at his younger sibling. We shall have your second sister-in-law review it later to ensure it is indeed complete. Sanzi nodded earnestly. I assure you, I have indeed finished it. My sister-in-law can check it later. Very well then, hurry and change your shoes. It would be prudent to wear a long-sleeved shirt as well. The ultraviolet rays are intense, and sunburn could be quite unpleasant. Chen Yefeng advised before he turned to change into his own beach attire, preparing for their excursion to the seaside. Zhou Haiying accompanied Rong to the neighbor's grandmother's house. Initially reluctant, the little girl was quickly appeased when presented with a large white rabbit milk candy. Upon seeing the confection, Rong transformed into an obedient child. You behave well with grandma, and I will return shortly, Zhou Haiying instructed. Yes, I will be very good. Rong replied, her demeanor entirely docile. Zhou Haiying couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation at how quickly her daughter had forgotten her in favor of candy. Eyeing. You must be off now. I'll keep an eye on Rong, the elderly woman stated. Thank you, Grandma, for always helping us, Zhou Haiying replied. It's no trouble at all. We are family, and I find myself quite bored at home, the grandmother reassured her. Despite her gentle nature, this kind-hearted woman had once faced persecution during a turbulent era, being dragged through the streets and confined in a cow shed. Upon hearing of their planned trip to the beach, Akai hurriedly donned his beach gear, clutching a bucket as he followed them to the shore. Eyeing. Why have you changed from those new shoes to these old sandals? Chen Yefeng remarked, noticing his wife's worn footwear. Zhou Haiying chuckled when foraging along the beach. It is wise to wear old shoes. After all, if they were to be soaked, new shoes would surely be ruined. Chen Yefeng scoffed. Surely it can't be that simple. Just a bit of seawater wouldn't destroy them. Zhou Haiying dismissed his comment. I've heard that seawater is corrosive. Come now. Let us hasten to the beach. Otherwise, all the treasures will be taken by others. Upon their arrival at the beach, they were immediately taken aback by the throngs of people scattered across the vast shore, resembling a swarm of ants, bustling and densely packed. Goodness, why are there so many people? What on earth is happening? Chen Yefeng exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer number of beachgoers. There is hardly any room to stand. Even if there were something valuable, it wouldn't be our turn to find it, he lamented. Chun Mu surveyed the turned sand with a furrowed brow. Is it truly this chaotic? Could it be that folks from neighboring villages have all come to scour the beach? Chunimei, wearing a pained expression, suggested, Mother, should we consider returning? With so many people digging in the sand, I'm beginning to feel a bit discouraged. Zhou Haiying remarked, since we are here, we might as well take a look. Although the beach is crowded, it's unlikely we could collect everything. If we go down, we are sure to find something. Chen's mother nodded in agreement, saying, what your second sister-in-law said makes sense. We've come out. and it would be rather embarrassing to return with empty buckets. It is better to scour the beach. Perhaps we will secure some ingredients for tonight's meal. Upon hearing Chen's mother's words, everyone reluctantly made their way down to the beach. The tide was still receding, and the water had yet to withdraw significantly. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, the group finally arrived at the sandy shore. It looked deceptively close, yet the journey left them all in a sweat. Surrounding them, nearly everyone was bent over, digging for clams in the sand. This task required little skill or experience. Merely having strength was sufficient. Even a child could partake. Wielding a small shovel to unearth clams, and even aimless digging could yield results. Today, perhaps due to the fishing ban in this area, the beach was bustling with people. Not only women and children were out seeking small seafood, but even many men, who typically did not come here, were also seen digging in the sand. Chen's mother wielded a hoe, searching for sandworms, a task that required technique. Not only the ability to find holes, but also to dig effectively. Sandworms burrow deep, and without experience, one would struggle to find them. Consequently, fewer individuals engaged in such skilled labor. Chen Yefeng crouched down, taking up a small iron shovel, and began digging in the sand. After a few moments, he heard a crunching sound and, upon inspection, discovered a blood clam the size of a fist. Wow, Yefeng, you've actually found such a large blood clam. Blood clams, also known as mud clams, are a type of shellfish. Their shells are white on the surface with a brownish exterior. This delicacy possesses a distinct, briny flavor. Yet many coastal dwellers consider the meat tender, juicy, and delectable. Numerous people enjoy consuming them raw, with a brief blanching of only 5 to 6 seconds. Upon opening the shell, one is greeted with a vivid display of blood, an image not easily stomachable for most. Locally, they refer to blood clams as mud clams. Observing the sizable blood clam in Chen Yefeng's hand, Uncle Chen Wu couldn't help but feel envious. Chen Yefeng was equally astonished. He had never encountered such a large specimen before. Typically, blood clams measure only 2 to 3 centimeters, yet this one was an impressive 5 centimeters. It was nearly too large to hold with one hand. With a joyful thud, Chen Yefeng tossed the large blood clam into his bucket and resumed digging for clams. Thus, he remained crouched there for about an hour, managing to fill nearly half a bucket with his findings, predominantly consisting of conchs, flower clams, hairy clams, blood clams, and even a large cat's eye shell. Tonight's meal seemed promising. I'm exhausted. My back feels as if it might snap. At that moment, Sanzi stretched his back and let out a lamenting groan. Uncle Chen Wu chuckled. What do you know, you little rascal? You hardly have a back. You're such a foolish giant, lacking a waist. Besides, where am I small? Hey, no need for such disrespect. I am your uncle. Uncle, my foot. You're just something my grandfather dug out of a garbage heap. Do you want to get hit? The two began to bicker fiercely, their argument escalating. Unable to bear the ruckus, Chen Yimei interjected. Can you both stop arguing? Can't we just dig in peace? With all that energy, you might as well unearth something worthwhile. Sanzi made a face at Wu Shu, saying, Did you hear that? She said to dig properly. Akai scoffed. I can dig more than you. You've barely dug half of what I have. What do you mean I've done less than half? How about we have a competition? Bring it on. Chen Yefeng, listening to their squabble, felt a headache coming on. He stood up, stretching his aching back from maintaining the same position for too long. Aying, I'll pour out what I've collected into your bucket. I'm going to check if there are any clams over there. With that, Chen Yefeng emptied his catch into his wife's bucket, preparing to test his luck by the tide. Wow, brother, how did you catch so much? Chen Yimei was taken aback by the amount he poured out from his bucket. After digging for so long, she had not gathered even half of what he had. Chen Yefeng shrugged dismissively. Is this a lot? I was just digging casually. If I were serious, I would have caught even more. Chen Yimei could only roll her eyes at her brother's nonchalant boasting. He carried his bucket toward the seaside where the tide met the mud, a place often rich with unexpected treasures. Clams were known to linger in such spots, making them easy to catch. However, whether due to bad luck or the clams being out of season, he walked around the water's edge several times and only managed to catch 5 or 6 clams. Following the retreating tide, he found a few sizable shrimp, perfect for a delightful dinner. Afeng, what treasures have you found? Recently, Afeng had been exceptionally lucky, and those who followed him were sure to reap the rewards. Wow, indeed, following Afeng means a feast awaits. I actually caught a large shrimp, so plump. Is it true? You really caught a shrimp? Then I shall follow you as well. Chen Yefeng had initially intended to continue along the shoreline to see if he could find anything more. However, before he could take a few steps, several women from the village spotted him and began to trail behind. A woman known as Aunt Nyo had already caught a shrimp not far ahead of him in the water. This sight left Chen Yefeng feeling quite disheartened. He had been planning to head in that direction, and that shrimp should have been his catch if not for Aunt Nyo's quickness. Seeing that those who followed Chen Yefeng were indeed finding success, more and more people began to join his trail. Aunt Nyo, Sister Ju, why are you following me? Chen Yefeng asked sternly. Their presence was making it difficult for him to continue his endeavor along the shore. What do you mean we're following you? This stretch of beach doesn't belong to you alone. Can't we come here to gather clams as well? This beach belongs to our village, and anyone is welcome to come. Yefeng, do not be so stingy. I have heard that you have earned a considerable sum. So what harm is there in letting us catch a few crabs and shrimp alongside you? Chen Yefeng's face turned a shade of green with anger. But with you following me, I cannot go crabbing. How can you not go crabbing? We are not bothering you in any way. Indeed, you can go about your business while we simply exist in the background. Haha, I have just caught a rock crab. Following Yefeng proves to be quite fortuitous. Not long after, Chen Yefeng turned around, and Sister Ju had managed to catch a large rock crab on the beach ahead. This only heightened the excitement among the women in the village, who claimed that Chen Yefeng's luck had brought them good fortune, further solidifying their resolve to follow him. Seeing their tenacious demeanor, Chen Yefeng felt an urge to curse. Had they been men, he would have long resorted to physical confrontation. Yet, these particular women were the most obstinate in the village. No matter how harshly he spoke, they remained unfazed. They were well aware that Chen Yefeng lacked the courage to resort to violence, and as for the unkind words, he could not bring himself to utter them towards these rural women. If he were to go too far with his insults, they might concoct their own tales about him. Observing the group of village women trailing behind him, Chen Yefeng had no intention of continuing forward. With them in tow, there was no point in searching for treasures at sea. They would seize whatever he found. Hey, Yefeng, why have you stopped? Hurry and go crabbing. Yes. Do not delay, the tide will rise soon. Upon noticing that Chen Yefeng had ceased to move, the women all fixed their gazes upon him. Chen Yefeng, somewhat irked, replied, Why are you staring at me? I am not hindering you. You can continue crabbing. Aunt Nyo retorted, We cannot do it without you. Why don't you point me in the right direction so I can try on my own? Chen Yefeng thought to himself, How can I direct you? The beach is so vast. Aunt Nyo chuckled, Just point in any direction. Where were you planning to go? He casually gestured ahead. I was intending to go that way. Then I shall head in that direction, Aunt Nyo declared as she dashed off. In no time, Aunt Nyo let out a loud exclamation. Oh my Yefeng. How is it that your random pointing led me to find a giant squid? Is it really that fortunate? Yefeng, please point me in a direction as well. I am not picky, just any direction will do. Yes, do point me somewhere too. Upon hearing that Aunt Nyo had found a squid from his casual gesture, the other women were filled with joy and eagerly sought his guidance for their own paths. Alas, this crabbing venture seemed futile. What on earth is that floating in the middle of the sea? Just as Chen Yefeng prepared to leave, he glanced reluctantly at the water and was astonished to spot a colossal creature rising and falling in the distance. Chapter 127. The unidentified object. Chen Yefeng rolled up his trousers and ventured into the sea, drawing closer to observe intently. His actions left Aunt Nyo and the others utterly astonished. Yefeng, there is no need to be so reckless. Please, don't go any further. You might fall into the sea. They pleaded. Yefeng, I beg you, come back quickly. We can manage without following you. As Chen Yefeng waded deeper into the ocean, the women panicked and frantically urged him to return. They merely intended to accompany him to gather some treasures from the shore, never intending to push him towards such a drastic action. Could you please be quiet? You are driving me insane, Chen Yefeng exclaimed, thoroughly exasperated. The incessant chattering of the women buzzed around him like a swarm of flies, giving him a headache. Yefeng, don't jump into the sea. I'm leaving. It's no concern of mine. One called out. Yes, it's not my business either. I haven't even found a single hair since following you. Another chimed in. Aunt Nyo and the others hurriedly retreated, fearful that Chen Yefeng might truly act on his despair and they would bear the blame. Once they had distanced themselves, a profound silence enveloped Chen Yefeng. He had rolled up his trousers and entered the water because he had spotted something colossal beneath the surface. It resembled a massive fish or perhaps a long ribbon, undulating with the waves. As time passed, the mysterious object drew closer to the shore, estimated to be 6 or 7 meters in length. In the sunlight, it shimmered brilliantly, like a silver ribbon dancing in the water. What on earth is that? Chen Yefeng murmured, his gaze fixed ahead. Yefeng, good heavens, are you really going to jump into the sea? Are you in such despair? Azaz exclaimed, alongside Air Pao, who had arrived without Chen Yefeng noticing. They urged him to come back, expressing concern over the eerie sight. Chen Yefeng, slightly bewildered, replied, What are you two talking about? When did I ever say I was going to jump? Azaz questioned, Aren't you planning to jump into the sea? Air Pao chimed in, Stop pretending. Aunt Nyo and the others told us to come and persuade you. Chen Yefeng, now frustrated, thought to himself how troublesome those women were. He valued his life too much to entertain such thoughts of despair. "Afeng, don't worry. I will take good care of your wife and children," Aziz began. But his words were cut short by a sudden scream. "I was joking. You splashed water on me. Who the hell told you to speak so carelessly? Afeng, if you're feeling troubled, you can confide in your brothers. Don't keep it to yourself." "Why did you splash me?" Chen Yefeng retorted. "Who told you to be so careless with your words? What made you think I was in despair? You wouldn't be in despair. Why else would you be in the water?" One insisted. "Aunt Nyo kindly asked us to come and pull you back to shore." Chen Yefeng pointed towards the glimmering object in the water. "You too, look over there and see if you can discern what that shining thing is." Aziz strained his eyes to see. "Where? I don't see anything." "Air," the stout fellow chimed in. "Indeed, what do we see? It's all merely seawater." "Damn it. Do you have the eyes of a mouse? Look further, over there." Chen Yefeng earnestly pointed at a silvery ribbon-like object undulating with the waves. Its nature remained a mystery, but it was certainly floating closer to the shore. To their excitement, it appeared to be quite substantial. Once the object came into clearer view, Aziz's eyes widened in disbelief. "How could I not see it? Did you all notice?" The stout fellow, in a state of agitation, shook his head vigorously. Aziz, losing his patience, exclaimed, "Where the hell are you looking? Why gaze at those women? They are nothing but old aunties. Look over here. Can't you see the direction in which I am pointing? That lengthy thing surely can't be a fish, can it? Is there a fish that long? Perhaps it's some sort of strap." Upon catching sight of the object himself, the stout fellow was equally astonished. At this moment, the enigmatic entity was still a fair distance away, drifting with the ocean's currents. Aziz remarked, "It wouldn't drift ashore, would it? Once it does, we'll know what it is." Chen Yefeng shook his head. "That remains uncertain. For now, it is drifting towards the shore, but where it will go next is anyone's guess." He pondered whether this unidentified object might be a living creature that would eventually swim away on its own. Aziz lamented, "If only there were no ban on the sea today, we could take a boat out to investigate." Chen Yefeng chuckled. "If I could sail a boat, would I need your advice? I would have paddled over already." He then urged, "Enough staring, while the tide hasn't risen yet. Let us make an effort to gather more from the shore." The stout fellow bent low, digging into the sand. Chen Yefeng nodded in agreement, slowly retreating from the water's edge. "What he says is true. Even watching is futile now. We should see what happens when the tide rises." Aziz then rummaged through Chen Yefeng's bucket. "Let me see what treasures you've collected. It doesn't seem like much, just a few tide-pooling shrimp. Have you been solely scavenging by the shore? Haven't you dug for clams?" Aziz and the stout fellow had previously been immersed in clam digging on the beach, and had it not been for Aunt Nyo's call, they would still be there. Realizing they were making little progress, the three resumed wielding their shovels upon the sand. Time passed without notice, and soon the water lapped at their ankles. "When did my liberation shoes get submerged?" Chen Yefeng quickly shifted his position, or else his backside would be soaked. Observing the tide rising, everyone began to move toward the shore. Chen Yefeng stood up and gazed out at the sea. Noticing that the silvery ribbon was still present, albeit at a considerable distance from the shore, it remained uncertain whether the mysterious object would be washed ashore by the surging tide. The water rose with remarkable speed, gradually inundating much of the sandy beach. The villagers, who had been scavenging for small sea creatures along the beach, gradually made their way back to shore. The sandy expanse had already been thoroughly searched, and there was no longer any interest in continuing the hunt. Some individuals simply packed their belongings and headed home as the daylight began to fade, leaving the silver object drifting in the sea unnoticed. Aji and Erpang returned, convinced that the object would likely not wash ashore. Chen Yefeng also decided it was time to leave. After a long day of digging, the yield had been rather meager. The sheer number of people meant that the spoils were divided among many, naturally resulting in diminished returns. In a hushed tone, Aji suggested, "If that object is still there tonight, we should quietly take a boat to investigate." Erpang, rubbing his hands together in excitement, replied, "I'm all for it. I want to see what it really is." Chapter 128. Drifting to shore. Upon hearing his friend's words, Chen Yefeng felt a surge of curiosity. "Let us head home for dinner first, and then come back to check. If it's still there, we can take a boat to have a look." "Sounds good. Let us return now and come back later," Erpang agreed. "Hey, Afeng, Aji, if you're planning to come back tonight, be sure to call me." Chen Yefeng picked up his bucket and went to find his wife. "Hey, second brother, how much did you collect?" Chen Yeme approached, peering curiously into his bucket. "Just some shells and a few small crabs, nothing else. It feels like there's hardly anything today." "It is indeed strange. I didn't dig up many sandworms either," Chen's mother commented. "Could it be that too many people are out today?" Zhou Haiying pondered. "It seems like there have never been this many before." Today really was crowded. It was impossible to find anything. It would have been more enjoyable to scour the isolated islands, Chen Yefeng lamented. Chen Yefeng retorted, somewhat annoyed. You've been digging for half the day, aren't you tired? You're still thinking about going to the isolated islands. He felt utterly exhausted himself, having squatted there for so long that his back ached. Second brother, your back isn't holding up. You need to take better care of yourself. Chen Yefeng teased as she noticed him rubbing his lower back. Chen Yefeng's expression darkened. You silly girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Who are you implying has a bad back? I'm as fit as a fiddle. Of course, you're the best. Chen Yefeng made a face at him. When will you take me to the isolated islands to scavenge? You're a girl. Why are you always wanting to go sea foraging? That's a man's task. What do you need to join in for? Chen Yefeng warned. Your priority now is to study hard and aim for a good university. In her past life, Chen Yefeng had indeed excelled, gaining admission to a university in the provincial capital, bringing honor to the Chen family. How stingy. I've never even been to the isolated islands to forage. I'd love to go. You've never gone to the beach on Sheong Island? Never. Uncle and second uncle never took me. In truth, it wasn't considered favorable for women to board boats, a belief held by many. Why not? Women are people too. Why can't they go on boats? Too lazy to explain it to you. If you want to take a boat to the isolated islands to scavenge, see if your parents agree. Many fishing vessels harbor superstitions against the presence of women aboard, believing that their presence brings misfortune to the crew. While coastal fishing boats may tolerate women to some extent, it is deemed unacceptable for women to be present on deep-sea vessels. The harsh conditions of oceanic voyages are particularly challenging, making it difficult for women to adapt. Furthermore, with an all-male crew, a woman's presence may incite desires that could lead to disastrous consequences. Chen's mother sternly remarked. Why would a young girl wish to board a boat and venture to remote islands when she could comfortably remain at home? Upon hearing her words, Chen Yefeng lowered her head in silence. As their group chatted along the way back to shore, they decided against selling their collected goods at the dock, opting instead to keep them for their meals. Most of their catch consisted of shellfish, which could sustain them for 3 to 4 days if stored in seawater. Should they have any leftovers, they could simply boil them, remove the shells, and dry them for future consumption. Whether used in porridge or noodles, incorporating some dried seafood would undoubtedly enhance the flavor. By the time they returned home, the sun was setting, and it was getting late. Chen's mother and the others began preparing dinner in the woodshed. Chen Yefeng washed his hands and feet in fresh water by the well, and then decided to check on his father's progress with the small dried fish at the drying yard. Upon arriving, he found his father, along with his uncles, already gathering the small silver fish. Chen Yefeng joined in to help, carefully placing the fish into plastic bags and sealing them tightly to prevent spoilage. Once all the small fish were secured, he rode his bicycle to transport the cargo back home. His father and uncles still had the drying racks to retrieve from the fishing cooperative. When Chen's father returned, Chen Yefeng discreetly inquired whether they could purchase some of the drying racks from the cooperative. Even acquiring a portion would be beneficial, especially since the cooperative had dissolved and the racks were now redundant. He was certain he would need to buy a fishing boat in the future and would require the racks for drying fish. Upon hearing his son's proposal, Chen's father widened his eyes in surprise, realizing that his second son had shown remarkable foresight. Beyond the drying racks, Chen Yefeng was also contemplating acquiring a fishing boat, given that many would be available for sale after the cooperative's disbandment. Chen's father, having once been a member of the fishing cooperative, knew that while he had initially sought compensation in the form of an oyster farming plot, the opportunity to purchase a boat would likely come at a significantly reduced price. His heart filled with joy at the thought of his seemingly unreliable son finally demonstrating responsibility by considering the purchase of a fishing vessel. Chen's mother, overhearing the conversation, felt a sense of deep satisfaction. She even pulled aside her daughter-in-law, Ayan, to discreetly inquire about her savings. When Ayan revealed that she had managed to save nearly 1,000 yuan, Chen's mother was thrilled. Recognizing her son's determination to accumulate such a sum in a relatively short time, she assured Ayan that if the time came to buy a boat and they fell short, she and her husband would quietly offer their support. Chen's father expressed his intention to inquire with the leaders of the fishing team about the situation, and if a suitable fishing vessel were available, he would have his second son purchase it. After dinner, Chen Yefeng set out wearing the headlamp he had recently acquired in Haicheng. He first summoned his fifth uncle, then called for Ajing and Erpang. Upon reaching the seaside, they discovered that the tide had risen, completely submerging the beach in their village. Often, use that headlamp to see if the object is still on the surface of the sea, urged Ajing and Erpang, both brimming with anticipation. Chen Wushu stroked his head and inquired, Did you discover something in the sea today? I'm not entirely sure what it is, but it's several meters long, resembling a satin ribbon, and it glimmers with a silver sheen, replied Chen Yefeng, directing the beam of light from the headlamp. The flashlight's white beam sliced through the night sky like a sword, illuminating the rolling waves of the ocean. Where is it? Why can't I see it? Chen Yefeng scanned the surface of the sea with his headlamp, but found no trace of the silver creature. Ajing lamented, what a pity. It must have escaped. We should have taken a boat to investigate it when we had the chance. Pang chimed in, but the sea was off limits at that time. Getting caught would have caused trouble. Chen Yefeng felt a twinge of regret, saying, if it has indeed fled, then so be it. Even if we had a fishing boat. By the time we reached it, the creature would have evaded us. His mood slightly soured. He casually swept the beam of his flashlight across the water. Suddenly, he spotted a long silver form not far from the shore. Isn't that the strange creature from earlier? Has it drifted ashore? Chapter 129. The regal ribbon fish. Chen Yefeng directed the flashlight toward the object close to the shore, revealing a 5 or 6 meter long entity that floated on the surface like a ribbon, striking a sense of awe. Look, the creature is right here. What could it be? Surely it's not a giant fish. Ajing exclaimed, peering closer. Upon seeing the object on the water's surface, he shouted, let me take a look. Wow. It really has drifted this way. Pang rubbed his eyes in disbelief. No way, it really came ashore. I thought it had truly escaped. It appears to be a ribbon fish. Is there such a large ribbon fish in this world? Ajing voiced his confusion. I think I may know what this is. Chen Yefeng suddenly recalled a short video he had seen in his previous life, and he felt that this creature resembled the one from the video. What is that? What do you mean? Ajing and the others looked at Chen Yefeng with curiosity. Chen Yefeng, having no intention of keeping them in suspense, explained, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the regal ribbon fish. The regal ribbon fish is also known as the king of herring or the earthquake fish. It is said that if a regal ribbon fish is washed ashore, it signifies an impending earthquake. In the beautiful country, it is referred to as the doomsday fish, a harbinger of disaster. What is a regal ribbon fish? Is it the emperor of ribbon fish? Ajing questioned, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Often. How do you know about the regal ribbon fish? I've never even heard of it, Pang remarked, puzzled. Chen Yefeng spoke with a hint of exaggeration. In truth, I have never seen this mysterious ribbon fish with my own eyes. I have only read about it in the newspaper. Azai expressed his surprise. You actually read newspapers? Which one? We agreed to fall into disarray together. Yet here you are, secretly striving behind our backs. Chen Yefeng retorted. Why should I not read the newspaper? After all, I attended junior high for half a year. What newspaper? The Yongzhou Daily. Uncle Chun Wu interjected. Offing, isn't the Yongzhou Daily where your cousin Chen Yuan works? Azai realized. So your uncle's son, Chen Yuan, works at the Yongzhou Daily. Pao envied. I heard that reporters at the newspaper earn quite a handsome salary. Over 100 yuan a month. In this era, earning more than 100 yuan a month is indeed a lucrative income. The most significant aspect is that reporters enjoy a high social status, often referred to as the kings without crowns. Why discuss this? You cannot covet what you cannot attain. Just focus on living your own life. Chen Yefeng replied with irritation. He believed there was nothing to envy. Each person's abilities differ, and one should not aim too high, but rather concentrate on their own affairs. Since that strange creature remains in the sea, should we not row out to take a look? Without having seen the entity up close, Chen Yefeng hesitated to affirm that it was indeed a ribbon fish. After all, the sea is home to countless bizarre things, and no one can ascertain for certain. Of course we should go. Now that we're here, how could we leave without investigating? Azai agreed, expressing his desire to witness the ribbon fish. Offing, should we bring along some tools? We have nothing with us. Is that feasible? Chen Yefeng nodded. Uncle Wu is right. That strange thing has not come ashore and is still some distance away. We must take a boat and gather tools first. Let's head to my elder brother's house to retrieve them. That sounds prudent. We should also invite your brother along. More hands mean more strength, Azai added eagerly. Let us hurry. I can hardly contain my curiosity to find out if that thing is indeed the ribbon fish you mentioned. Where shall we procure a boat? Where else? There are boats by the seaside. We can easily find a small skiff to row out. All right, we won't venture far, just into that stretch of sea. The group laughed and chatted as they made their way toward Chen Yefeng's home, equipped with a flashlight. Upon seeing so many visitors, Chen Yefeng was initially startled, fearing something was amiss. Fortunately, Chen Yefeng quickly explained the situation regarding the unidentified object on the sea. Hearing that there might be a ribbon fish excited him, and he grabbed the tools before joining the others on their way to the beach. His hand had nearly healed, and after resting for a few days, he felt a bit restless. He had intended to go fishing today, but upon waking early, he discovered that the harbor had imposed a ban on fishing, which left him feeling stifled. The group arrived at the seaside, casually finding a small skiff and boarding it to row toward the mysterious object. Be careful while rowing. Big brother, Chen Yefeng cautioned, shining his headlamp toward the unknown entity. The ribbon-like object floated upon the surface of the sea, its shimmering form illuminated by the flashlight, reflecting a silvery glow that dazzled the eyes. Uncle Wu widened his gaze and exclaimed, "I was right. It resembles a ribbon fish. Truly, this specimen is enormous." Aji rubbed his eyes in disbelief. By heavens, this is a once-in-a-lifetime sight. I never expected to encounter such a massive ribbon fish. Air Pao, filled with excitement, declared, "Afong, this is indeed a king ribbon fish. I wonder if it is still alive." At that moment, Chen Yefeng discerned the elongated shape within the water. It bore the semblance of a ribbon fish, albeit a magnified version. Its dorsal and ventral fins were a striking red, and its flattened body was quite noticeable. Most arresting was the tuft atop its head, resembling a coxcomb, akin to the flamboyant hairstyles of a later era. Chen Yefeng shone the light towards the top of its head, asserting, "It must be dead. A living king ribbon fish has distinct patterns on its body, which would vanish upon death. Moreover, the king ribbon fish is the longest bony fish in existence, typically floating with its head up and tail down at the ocean's depths. To be seen adrift on the surface likely indicates it has perished." This particular king ribbon fish was exceedingly long, nearly the length of their small boat. "Afong, how do you possess such knowledge?" Chen Yefeng inquired, revealing a hint of surprise. He was baffled by Afeng's understanding, as he had previously been a carefree scoundrel without much education. "I often deliver seafood to the Lele Tea House. Once, I overheard patrons discussing it," Chen Yefeng replied, attempting to divert the conversation. "So, shall we attempt to bring this king ribbon fish ashore?" Aji asked with curiosity. "Afong, is this fish valuable?" Air Pao interjected. "Given its size and rarity, this king ribbon fish must be worth a considerable sum." Uncle Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I suspect it may be a stretch. This creature has likely been dead for quite some time and is no longer fresh. Furthermore, its flesh is notoriously unpalatable, possessing a gelatinous texture that few would find appetizing." Chen Yefeng stated solemnly, "If we were to sell it, it would be best to forego that notion. Despite its grand appearance, it is essentially worthless, without any value. What is the point of salvaging it? Let it serve as fertilizer in the sea," one remarked, noting an unpleasant odor emanating from the fish. "Afong, should we still attempt to retrieve it? If not, we can return. The village has yet to lift the fishing ban. If we are discovered by the village committee, it could lead to trouble." The group, recognizing the fish's lack of worth, collectively lost interest in hauling it ashore. However, Chen Yefeng insisted, "Let us bring it up. Even if it cannot be sold, it serves as a warning to others." The king ribbon fish, also known as the earthquake fish, often heralds impending earthquakes or tsunamis. Chapter 130. Discovery of unauthorized sea ventures. The appearance of this colossal king ribbon fish in their vicinity signifies an imminent earthquake or tsunami in their region. In this region, earthquakes have previously occurred, albeit with minimal magnitude and negligible impact. During this time in his past life, he had not resided in the small fishing village, and he was unaware if any earthquakes had transpired. To caution everyone, Chen Yefeng deemed it necessary to retrieve the creature, ensuring that all would be prepared. "All right, let us heed Afong's advice. Since we are here, we might as well bring it up," someone suggested. "Indeed, let us see what has been caught. I have never encountered such a large ribbon fish in this lifetime." Another chimed in, laughter echoing. "In the future, I can boast about this. It certainly adds to my credibility." "Let us bring it up." Isnt it referred to as the earthquake fish? If an earthquake were to genuinely strike our area, recovering it could serve as a warning. Well, since everyone is in agreement, let us combine our efforts to haul this magnificent ribbon fish aboard. Upon hearing the consensus to retrieve the ribbon fish, Chen Yefeng felt reassured. As their small boat glided through the water, they approached the imposing creature. Observing it up close, their breaths quickened in anticipation. Fortunately, the creature had already cooled. Otherwise, a sudden encounter could have posed a significant threat to their small vessel. Just as they began to haul the ribbon fish, Alin knocked on the door of Captain Yuan Dajuan's home. "Are you certain they have secretly set sail?" Yuan Dajuan asked, his voice grave. The reform election in Shibu village had yet to commence, and he still wielded substantial authority as captain. Alin replied with conviction. "I saw Chen Yefeng and his companions leave, sneaking towards the shore. When I followed them, I witnessed them rowing a boat out to sea." Yuan Dajuan's eyes widened in disbelief. They are blatantly disregarding the village's directives. The loudspeaker has been announcing all day that no one is allowed to go out to sea, and yet they ignore it. Alin's voice lowered. "Particularly that Afong. He shows no respect for your authority as captain." He is a thorn in our village, leading the charge. Yuan Dajuan, puzzled, responded, Lin. Weren't you and Feng once close friends? Why are you reporting him now? Lin quickly retorted, who is friends with that troublemaker? I have long since distanced myself from him. Well, Lin, you have a promising future. If I become the village head, I will ensure you have a position on the village committee. Really? I could be an official? Lin exclaimed eagerly. Absolutely, provided I secure the position of village head. The villagers' election day is approaching. Please help me garner votes, and you shall reap the benefits, Yuan Dajuan said meaningfully. Rest assured, village head Yuan, Lin flattered. Hey, don't call me that. I am not yet the village head, Yuan Dajuan replied, though internally, he was elated. The feeling of being complimented was delightful. It was a certainty, merely a matter of time. With a glint in his eye, Lin said, village head Yuan. Let us now proceed to impose strict punishment on Feng and his companions. Let us go. I will gather people, Yuan Dajuan responded, his head spinning from the flattery. Feeling lightheaded. At this very moment, Yuan Dajuan stands prominently as the village chief of Shibu village. Meanwhile, Chen Yefeng and his companions are struggling to haul a massive ribbon fish from the depths of the ocean. Goodness, this fish is extraordinarily heavy. It must weigh 200 or 300 pounds. Aji exerts every ounce of strength, pulling the fish's tail onto the boat. Ugh, the stench is unbearable. It seems to have been dead for quite some time. Pao, pinching his nose, drags the fish from the middle. Put in some effort, will you? This end is sinking. Akai, positioned at the head of the fish, grimaces as he struggles to pull it up. Everyone, hold on tight and pull with all your might. But be cautious of the bones. They are sharp and could cause serious injury. As Chen Yefeng positions himself slightly closer to the fish's head, he offers a reminder to the group as they finally manage to bring the ribbon fish onto the boat. Do you need me to help? Chen Yefeng inquires. Chen Yefeng quickly responds. No worries, brother, we've got this. Just help us stabilize the boat. The ribbon fish, weighing around 200 or 300 pounds, proves challenging to lift, but fortunately, everyone is young and strong. The fish's considerable length makes it manageable when the weight is distributed. 1, 2, 3 lift. Let us place it on the deck. Upon seeing the ribbon fish finally aboard, Chen Yefeng lets out a long sigh of relief. Aji curiously examines the colossal creature, lamenting, what a pity it isn't edible. With such a size, it could feed us for quite a while. Pao gestures dismissively. It can't be eaten. It's already rotten. Besides, didn't Feng say the meat is awful, like chewing on rubber? Uncle Chen Wu adjusts the tassels on the fish's head, exclaiming, damn, this tuft of red hair looks quite striking, even cooler than my own afro. Chen Yefeng gazes deeply at Uncle Wu, surprised by his forward-thinking perspective. Would you like me to dye your hair that color? No. I think my current look is just fine. Uncle Wu quickly shakes his head. Indeed, during this era, afros remain quite trendy. While such non-mainstream colors would not gain popularity until the 2000s. Back then, non-mainstream culture thrived, with styles like the Shamate and Martian language chats evoking nostalgia for an entire generation. The thought of encountering such a creature on a dark night at sea is rather terrifying, Chen Yefeng remarks as he rows the boat. Imagine sailing across the boundless ocean when suddenly, a bizarre figure with flowing red hair emerges from the water, standing upright. Just the thought sends chills down one's spine. Who told you to venture out to sea without permission? Did you disregard the village committee's warnings? They explicitly stated not to set sail, yet you chose to sneak away, exhibiting a complete lack of discipline. Just as their small boat approaches the shore, several figures appear on the beach. It is none other than Captain Yuan Dajuan. Accompanied by his men, they had hoped to row out unnoticed under the cover of darkness, but instead, they find themselves caught in the act. The others looked to Chen Yefeng, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Chen Yefeng remained remarkably composed, seemingly indifferent to the situation. He instructed his elder brother to row the boat closer to the shore, then took the lead by jumping off to anchor the vessel securely. Chapter 131, Earthquake and Tsunami? Chen Yefeng, do you disregard my authority as the village captain? Seeing that Chen Yefeng continued with his own agenda, ignoring him entirely, Yuan Dajuan's face turned a shade of green with anger. As the village captain, he felt humiliated in front of several other village officials who were watching, as Chen Yefeng showed him no respect. This behavior was utterly unacceptable. The village had explicitly prohibited fishing boats from going out to sea today. Yet he had the audacity to lead a clandestine expedition. What was his motive? He completely disregarded the village committee's decision, as Alan exaggeratedly pointed out. Feng has turned over a new leaf. There must be a special reason for this voyage, Lu Zhengqing interjected in defense of Chen Yefeng. Yuan Dajuan's expression darkened immediately. Accountant Lu, Do not think that just because Chen Yefeng saved your grandson, you can show him favoritism. The ban on sea access was decreed by the Fisheries Administration, Border Patrol, and the Commune, yet he brazenly defies it. If he is not punished, the other villagers will surely voice their objections. A village official named Tang Linian spoke sternly. Indeed, Linian is correct. We cannot betray the trust the Commune has placed in our village committee. We must impose appropriate consequences on Chen Yefeng. Yuan Dajuan felt a surge of satisfaction at Tang Linian's support. At that moment, Chen Yefeng's voice rang out. What are you village officials still doing here? Hurry up and send a few people to help. His audacity to command the village officials left Alan scoffing. However, before he could finish his thought, Lu Zhengqing dashed down from the shore. Damn, Accountant Lu is such a sycophant, Alan muttered through clenched teeth. Enfant, have you discovered something? Lu Zhengqing approached the beach. Uncle Lu, take a look for yourself, Chen Yefeng said, directing his flashlight towards the boat, revealing a silver glimmering fish. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Lu Zhengqing struggled to articulate his astonishment. My heavens, what kind of fish is that? Why is it so long? This is a ribbon fish. Uncle Lu, could you summon a couple of people to help lift it ashore? Certainly, I will do so right away. With that, Lu Zhengqing ran back to the shore and called for 2 others to assist. Together, they worked to hoist the ribbon fish from the deck and carry it toward the beach. Alan, Linian, did you see what they brought down from the boat? Yuan Dajuan queried, puzzled. They're holding oil lamps, but their light is limited and cannot reach beneath the sand. Tang Linian and Alan both shook their heads in response. Yuan Dajuan squinted to get a better look, observing Chen Yefeng and the others forming a line, carrying something from the beach toward the shore. Was it a python? So lengthy, Yuan Dajuan thought to himself, filled with doubt. When they finally brought the object onto the shore, Yuan Dajuan and the others were immediately stunned. What on earth is this? Why is it so large and lengthy? Tang Linian couldn't help but exclaim, overwhelmed by the sight. It resembles a ribbon fish, yet how could such a colossal specimen exist? Ling nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment, for he had never encountered a ribbon fish of such magnitude before. Where do you intend to carry such a large fish? At this moment, Yuan Dajuan had completely forgotten to pursue the accountability of Chen Yefeng and his companions for their unauthorized fishing expedition, as all his attention was captivated by this regal ribbon fish. Chen Yefeng and his companions disregarded Yuan Dajuan entirely and proceeded to transport the magnificent ribbon fish ashore. They first made their way to Chen Yefeng's elder brother's residence, which was not far from the coastline. They placed the regal ribbon fish in the courtyard of Chen Yefeng's new home. What on earth is my second uncle carrying? How can there be such a gigantic ribbon fish? Goodness, in all my years, I have never laid eyes on a ribbon fish of such size. Is this truly a ribbon fish? How could it grow to such proportions? Zhang Feng and Xiangzi were nearly rendered speechless at the sight of the colossal ribbon fish they were carrying. Not only the young Xiangzi, but even the adult Zhang Feng found it utterly unbelievable. Having grown up by the sea, she had never before encountered a ribbon fish of this enormity. What is this? It resembles a snake, she mused. It looks like a ribbon fish, but how could a ribbon fish grow so large? Truly remarkable. Today has been an eye-opening experience. Having witnessed such a magnificent ribbon fish, I can boast about it in the future. Alas, I wish I had a camera. If only I could capture a photograph with this behemoth for fond remembrance. The surrounding neighbors, drawn by the commotion, rushed over to witness the spectacle. Upon seeing the enormous regal ribbon fish, they were left dumbfounded, their mouths agape as if they could fit a large duck egg inside. The number of onlookers in the courtyard, eager to catch a glimpse of the West Lake view, grew steadily. Utilizing the courtyard's lighting, they marveled at the 5 to 6 meter long regal ribbon fish, exclaiming in astonishment. Someone went to fetch the elderly secretary. When the secretary beheld such a grand ribbon fish, he too was momentarily at a loss for words. Despite his advanced age, it was his first encounter with a ribbon fish of this size. The only person present who possessed knowledge about the regal ribbon fish was Chen Yefeng himself. In his previous life, he had stumbled upon short videos about regal ribbon fish on his phone, piquing his interest enough to research the topic on Baidu. He had even taken the time to learn about the distinctions between regal ribbon fish and ordinary ribbon fish. Thus, Chen Yefeng decided to enlighten everyone with his newfound knowledge. Regal ribbon fish and ribbon fish are not the same. They belong to different fish families. If you observe closely, you will notice significant differences in their appearance. Ribbon fish appear flattened like a ribbon, with a silvery gray hue adorned with numerous small spots. In contrast, regal ribbon fish possess a striking red dorsal fin. He realized that this was about the extent of his knowledge. Although he had once absorbed a wealth of information, time had dulled his memory. Piecing together what he could, he managed to offer a semblance of instruction. Enfant, how do you know so much? You're quite impressive. Is there more to know about this regal ribbon fish? Please, share with us. Upon hearing Chen Yefeng's articulate explanation, the crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. It was their first time hearing anyone speak of regal ribbon fish, and their curiosity was piqued. Chen Yefeng pondered for a moment before continuing. In fact, what I wish to convey to everyone is, the regal ribbon fish is also known by the ominous moniker earthquake fish. Earthquake fish? Awakens. What is an earthquake fish? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, each person clamoring to be heard. After a considerable time, silence finally descended upon the gathering. Chen Yefeng continued, explaining that each time this creature was discovered, it was invariably followed by a cataclysmic tsunami or earthquake, leading some in America to dub it the doomsday fish. What? Earthquakes and tsunamis will occur? Surely that cannot be. This regal ribbon fish was found in our very waters. Does that not imply that we are susceptible to earthquakes or tsunamis? An air of trepidation enveloped the scene. Chapter 132. Visitors from the commune. Chen Yefeng was not indulging in hyperbole. The rumors circulating online corroborated his claims. He recalled that 2 years prior to his rebirth, the internet reported a giant ribbon fish had been discovered in the waters off Taiwan, and shortly thereafter, an earthquake struck the region. If one were to seek scientific justification, it could be said that animals possess an innate ability to sense impending danger, often more acutely than humans, and marine life is no exception. Awakens. Are you certain of what you were saying? The old party secretary wore a grave expression, for this matter directly pertained to the safety and welfare of the populace. Chen Yefeng replied, I cannot ascertain the truth of it, but I have read such accounts in newspapers. They all seem to convey the same message. I believe it prudent to heed such warnings, as it may encourage everyone to remain vigilant and not sleep too soundly at night. Should an earthquake or tsunami indeed occur, they might have a chance to escape. The old party secretary nodded in agreement, stating, You have a point. We must alert the villagers through loudspeakers in the coming days. Lu Zhengqing interjected, Merely informing our village is insufficient. We should also notify the neighboring villages. The old party secretary expressed his approval, saying, Zhengqing is right. We cannot solely look after ourselves. We must communicate with the adjacent villages as well. Chen Yefeng pondered, Old secretary, perhaps we should call the commune to inform them. For this is a significant matter that warrants the attention of the commune leaders. He recalled that in his previous life, the commune had disbanded in October, subsequently giving rise to the establishment of a township government. In the initial period following this transition, many were unaccustomed to the change and occasionally referred to the township committee as the commune. Furthermore, the commune had not yet been entirely dissolved, and the locals still used the term commune. Awakens, what you propose is indeed of great importance. We must report this to the commune leaders. As he spoke, the old party secretary glanced at the village cadre, his gaze landing on Lu Zhengqing. Zhengqing, please make a call to the commune and inquire about their stance. Very well. I shall do so immediately. Lu Zhengqing responded with a sense of elation, hastening to the village committee to place the call. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Dajuan, the team leader, felt as though he had swallowed a dead fly. The old party secretary had always held considerable esteem within their village, and with the recent village committee reforms, his chances of being re-elected as village secretary were quite high. Gaining the old secretary's favor would undoubtedly bring him closer to the coveted position of village director, a role Yuan Dajuan had long coveted and one he would not allow others to encroach upon. His gaze fell upon Chen Yefeng, and he spoke in a grave tone. Old secretary, today our village has repeatedly emphasized that fishermen are not to set sail. Chen Yefeng, leading them in defiance of our village's regulations, surely deserves punishment. After voicing this, he cast a fierce glare at Chen Yefeng. Chen Yefeng was like a thorn in the side of the village. He must be uprooted. Moreover, he had been growing increasingly close to Accountant Lu, who would undoubtedly be his fiercest rival in the upcoming election for village chief. To his frustration, however, the old secretary paid no heed to his words. When Accountant Lu returned from his phone call, he announced that he had already informed the commune, and they would soon send someone over. The prospect of the commune dispatching personnel brought a measure of relief to everyone. How could they not feel a sense of dread at the sudden appearance of this ominous creature in their waters? That night, sleep eluded them. Chen Yefeng's courtyard overflowed with people. Some, even resembling monkeys, climbed up trees. In an era devoid of entertainment, the news of capturing a sea monster drew everyone in. Even Chen's father, mother, and uncles rushed over upon hearing the news. Many who were watching television at Chun Debo's house ceased their viewing, rushing to find out what the children were clamoring about regarding the sea monster. Chen Yefeng's home had never been so lively, filled to the brim with curious onlookers. There was a palpable fascination with the deep-sea creature known as the ribbon fish. Upon hearing someone refer to it as an earthquake fish, many were gripped with fear, anxious that disaster might suddenly befall them. Awakens. Does this earthquake fish mean we are to expect an earthquake here? One asked. This fish looks so strange. Surely it can't predict an earthquake, can it? It's utterly terrifying. I can hardly bear the thought of sleeping tonight. What's there to fear? If it comes to it, we can always set up a bamboo bed in the courtyard. Just don't sleep inside. Someone else chimed in. The crowd buzzed with chatter, leaving Chen Yefeng at a loss for words. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me, he implored. What I know comes from the newspapers, but whether it is true remains uncertain. We shall wait for the commune leaders to arrive for clarification. After saying this, Chen Yefeng fell silent. His intention in bringing up the ribbon fish was to issue a warning, urging everyone to be prepared in case disaster truly struck, so that they would not be caught off guard. After a while, the commune representatives finally arrived. To his surprise, Secretary Yao had come in person, accompanied by a bespectacled man. Make way, let Secretary Yao and his party through, someone called out. As the crowd parted, Secretary Yao approached the ribbon fish. Indeed, such a large ribbon fish exists. Shaoli, take a look and tell me what kind of fish this is. I've never seen one like it before. Secretary Yao inquired of the bespectacled man. Shaoli examined the ribbon fish on the ground and shook his head. Secretary Yao, I'm uncertain as well. This is my first encounter with such a marine creature. Currently, there is no mobile network, and many things cannot be disseminated swiftly. Secretary Yao, Awakens claims this is the emperor fish, and he knows it. Someone shouted. Secretary Yao immediately became intrigued. Who is Awakens? Secretary Yao. Awakens is this Chen Yefeng, who asserts that this emperor fish is what they call the earthquake fish. I believe he is merely sensationalizing and deliberately inciting panic among us. Yuan Dajuan seized the opportunity to lodge a complaint with Secretary Yao, adding that he is fully aware that sailing out to sea is prohibited, yet he brazenly let a boat out himself. This peculiar fish was caught by him. It seems he concocted this tale to evade responsibility. Lin and Tang Linian chimed in supportively. Awakens is certainly not a good person. He must have fabricated this. Indeed, Brother Linian has not erred in his assessment. Chen Yefeng is merely an ordinary fisherman. How could he possess such knowledge? He even claims that in America, they refer to this as the doomsday fish. I suspect his intentions are far from benign. Upon hearing their words, Secretary Yao furrowed his brow. Shaoli, what is your perspective on this matter? Chapter 133. The Dark Horse. Upon listening to Li Yuanfeng, Secretary Yao's eyes gleamed. Where is that fisherman named Awakens? Secretary Yao. I am Awakens. Chen Yefeng approached with a demeanor of humble confidence. Ah, it turns out you are so young. Could you enlighten me about the emperor fish? Secretary Yao was taken aback upon seeing Chen Yefeng, having anticipated that the Awakens they mentioned was an elderly fisherman, but he appeared to be in his 20s, remarkably youthful. What captivated him most was the calm and composed aura that this fisherman exuded. Typically, when faced with the secretary of their commune, an ordinary individual would either display subservience or flattery. Yet, this individual was different, exuding a dignified poise. He neither sought to curry favor with the commune's secretary nor spoke in a manner lacking in grace. He was anything but an ordinary fisherman. Very well, Secretary Yao said. And Chen Yefeng recounted the details regarding the emperor fish once more. After listening, Secretary Yao regarded Chen Yefeng with a penetrating gaze. He could discern from the young man's discourse that these statements were not mere fabrications. Chen Yefeng spoke with authority and referenced pertinent examples, entirely devoid of nonsensical claims. Secretary Yao inquired curiously how he came by this knowledge, to which Chen Yefeng could only reply that he had read it in a newspaper. Fortunately, no one dwelled too much on this, as they were all captivated by the story itself. After Chen Yefeng concluded, Secretary Yao's expression grew serious. After all, this was the earthquake fish. Its appearance heralded the impending occurrence of an earthquake in their vicinity. Secretary Yao, I believe Chen Yefeng is being overly alarmist. It is merely an unusual fish. Can its mere presence truly trigger an earthquake and tsunami? This lacks any scientific grounding. Yuan Dajuan disagreed with Chen Yefeng's assertions, believing he spoke thusly to showcase his extensive knowledge and further gain the favor of Secretary Yao and the others. Chen Yefeng cast a glance at Yuan Dajuan. Initially reluctant to engage, he found himself unable to restrain his retort. Captain Yuan, what do you mean by lacking scientific foundation? Prior to earthquakes and tsunamis, there are often precursors. Certain animals possess the remarkable ability to sense unusual signals before such calamities strike, allowing them to flee from impending danger. The Opa, residing in the deep sea, can detect underwater earthquakes and tsunamis through variations in sound waves, pressure, and electric fields. How can you dismiss such phenomena as having no scientific basis? Upon hearing Chen Yefeng's remarks, Yuan Dajuan found himself momentarily speechless. He was bewildered by his own lack of confidence when confronted by a mere village scoundrel. When did Chen Yefeng become so eloquent, effortlessly discussing various marine knowledge? Moreover, he appeared at ease, engaging in light-hearted banter with Secretary Yao, displaying an air of confidence. It seemed that Secretary Yao held him in high regard, frequently conversing with him, while Chen Yefeng adeptly steered the dialogue. This display aroused an inexplicable sense of crisis within Yuan Dajuan. With the village committee election fast approaching, he could not afford any unforeseen complications. The unexpected emergence of Chen Yefeng as a dark horse left Captain Yuan feeling uneasy. Previously, he had never regarded Chen Yefeng as a competitor, but now it was evident that this young man posed a significant threat. Yuan Dajuan spoke solemnly. Secretary Yao? While Chen Yefeng's arguments possessed some merit, he openly defied village regulations. Should he not face the appropriate consequences? Otherwise, how are we to justify this to the villagers? Chen Yefeng must be held accountable. If he is not reprimanded, how can the village committee maintain order? His reckless decision to venture out to sea disregarded the village's collective resolution, demonstrating a complete lack of communal pride. Alin and Tang Lijun chimed in, expressing their desire to see Chen Yefeng punished. Secretary Yao cast a measured glance at Yuan Dajuan and the others, responding, I neglected to inform you that the fishing ban in the area has been lifted. The commune simply has not had the opportunity to relay this information. Furthermore, even if Chen Yefeng has breached regulations, his intent in going out to sea was to retrieve the OPA, aiming to provide a warning for everyone. His intentions were commendable. I believe instead of punishment, he deserves recognition. Reward him? Yuan Dajuan was taken aback by this pronouncement. Yet, as Secretary Yao represented the commune, he dared not voice his objections. Ultimately, Chen Yefeng suggested reporting the OPA incident to the Oceanic Research Institute. After all, the fish was no longer edible, nor could it be sold. It would be more prudent to do a favor by donating it for research purposes. Secretary Yao heeded Chen Yefeng's suggestion and promptly contacted the Lianzhou County Oceanic Research Institute. However, it was already too late. The institute would not be able to send personnel until the following morning. Secretary Yao instructed the village to safeguard the OPA until the researchers arrived. The former village head organized a few individuals to transport the OPA to the village committee. Lu Jingqing enlisted Chen Yefeng and others, as they had previously lifted the OPA from the boat and were familiar with the task. As Chen Yefeng and his companions carried the majestic ribbon fish towards the village committee, a throng of villagers trailed behind them. Many held oil lamps, their laughter and chatter creating a lively atmosphere. At this moment, Chen Yefeng occupied the forefront, lifting the fish head, while the others followed closely behind. The ribbon fish measured 5 to 6 meters in length, and as they paraded down the road, it resembled a dragon dance. Among the crowd, Wang Zhilan caught sight of Chen Yefeng's triumphant expression, plunging her into a moment of contemplation. Alung, what's wrong? Why have you stopped? Alin inquired curiously upon noticing Wang Zhilan's sudden halt. Startled, she quickly shook her head. Nothing, her gaze drifting towards the ribbon fish ahead. Damn it, how infuriating. Alin gritted his teeth, initially intending to undermine Chen Yefeng, but instead found him basking in glory. The jealousy gnawed at him. Could it be that Alung had developed feelings for Chen Yefeng? No, absolutely not. Chen Yefeng, you are already married. Why must you compete with me for Alung's affection? At that moment, Wang Jianlin felt a profound sense of crisis. Chen Yefeng and his group had brought the ribbon fish to the village committee, and many villagers followed suit. After delivering the fish, Chen Yefeng planned to return and sought out his elder brother to inquire about the fishing trip. Did Secretary Yao not mention that the ban on fishing had been lifted? If so, they were surely going to set sail. Upon hearing his brother's words, Chen Yefeng immediately expressed his eagerness to go to sea. Having rested for several days, he felt stagnant and was eager to return to work. Brother, is your hand all right? Shouldn't you rest a few more days? Chen Yefeng asked with concern. It's perfectly fine. I don't need to rest anymore. Chen Yefeng retorted with irritation. After just a few days of rest, he had heard that his younger brother had already earned several hundred. How could he afford to relax? He feared not the toil or exhaustion, but the prospect of failing to earn a living. All right then, I'll come by to wake you at dawn. Chen Yefeng smiled. He calculated that the fish traps had been in the water for 2 days, and it was time to retrieve them. He had no intention of setting more nets. It was too cumbersome, requiring frequent washing and drying. The adage 3 days fishing, 2 days drying nets aptly described the situation. He also intended to explore Meihua Island during low tide, hoping that the solitary isle might yield unexpected treasures. Chapter 134. The Hook-Nosed Sea Snake Au Foam. How do you know about that ribbon fish? Is it truly an earthquake fish? Can it really cause earthquakes or tsunamis? On the return journey, Zhou Haiying incessantly questioned her husband, her curiosity piqued by his knowledge of such matters. Chen Yefeng chuckled with pride. Do you genuinely wish to know? Then you must behave tonight. Why pinch me? Do you want me to stop listening? She replied, pinching the soft flesh at his waist, twisting it as if changing television channels, causing him to yelp in pain. Why did she always enjoy pinching that spot? Wouldn't she feel remorse if she damaged it? Let me put forth my best effort, and you should tell me more about the earthquake fish, Zhou Haiying said, biting her lip. No problem. Chen Yefeng replied with a smug grin. Although Zhou Haiying's relatives had not yet departed, having a mouth and hands was still quite advantageous. The following dawn, Chen Yefeng rose from his slumber. He had retired early the previous night and had enjoyed a good night's rest. After freshening up, he prepared his lunchbox and then went to call Uncle Wu, who had been waiting for him. Hey Feng, are we still going to set the extended lines for fishing today? Uncle Wu inquired. No, we aren't going. I haven't prepared any bait. I plan to head over to Meihua Island and try my luck. Perhaps there will be something worthwhile. Well, it's your decision. Let's hurry. I wonder if eldest brother is awake. With that, the two hastened towards eldest brother's house. Upon arrival, they found Chen Yefeng already waiting for them in the yard. Why are you two so late? I've been waiting for ages, Chen Yefeng exclaimed, taking a few puffs from his water pipe. Let me have a puff, Chen Yefeng said as he took the pipe from his brother's hands. After a few puffs, he chuckled. It's still early. Besides, the area we are heading to isn't far. Why wake up so early when I could be enjoying more time in bed with my wife? Chen Yefeng felt his younger brother's reasoning was quite sound. Fishing at sea relied on luck. If fortune did not favor them, no amount of hard work would yield valuable catches. He recalled the days he spent with his brother-in-law, diligently venturing out to sea at 2 or 3 in the morning, only to return at sunset with meager rewards. Their efforts, often lasting over 10 hours, would sometimes result in merely a couple of dollars, and they would frequently haul in only small fish, tangled nets, or even lost traps due to the undercurrents. Rather than earning, they often faced losses. Indeed, sometimes luck outweighed effort. The trio gathered their belongings and, guided by the moonlight, made their way to the dock. Eldest brother's small boat was anchored at the little pier, which, lacking an official name, could be referred to simply as the small dock. Upon arriving, they noticed a crowd of fishermen preparing to set sail. Numerous fishing vessels departed from the port, gliding towards the vast sea. After a day of fishing restrictions, everyone felt they had missed out on a fortune. By 2 or 3 in the morning, fishing boats had begun to leave, and Chen Yefeng and his companions arrived rather late. Uncle Bai, you were just heading out too? Chen Yefeng called out. Yes, we initially hadn't received the notification, but later learned we could set sail, Uncle Bai replied. As they boarded the small boat, Chen Yefeng spotted Aji's father and greeted him. However, this time it was not Aji accompanying his father, it was his older brother. Aji's older brother was named by Tao, affectionately known as Taozi. He acknowledged them with a nod. Taozi was a modest individual, often quiet, even more so than his elder brother, possessing an honest and earnest demeanor. Once Uncle Bai and his son departed, Chen Yefeng and his companions paddled their boat towards the area designated for setting their traps. The sluggish little boat moved slowly through the waters, the oars creaking as they struggled to reach the designated area for their fishing nets. Chen Yefeng illuminated the surface of the sea with his headlamp. This must be the spot, but where are the buoys for the nets? Impossible. You row while I take a look, replied Chen Yefeng, handing the boat over to his younger brother and beginning to search the water with his flashlight. The beam soon revealed a target. What are you looking at? It's right over there. Row the boat over, and I'll help Uncle Wu with the nets. Chen Yefeng steered the boat toward the direction his elder brother indicated. Upon arriving at the designated fishing area, Chen Yefeng and Akai hoisted the buoy, tugging on the net's rope with all their might. Wow, this is heavy. It feels promising. Chen Yefeng strained as he pulled the net, feeling the considerable weight, his heart swelling with joy. After several days without a catch, how could one not be pleased with such a heavy net? A Feng, this net is quite substantial. It must be filled with fish, Uncle Chen Wu chimed in cheerfully, assisting in dragging the net onto the boat. Once the entire net was aboard, Chen Yefeng intended to open the mouth to pour out the catch. Wait a moment, I feel something's off. I thought I saw something slithering inside. Chen Yefeng quickly intervened. Slithering? That can't be right. Did you mistake it for an eel? Chen Yefeng pondered. No, it had black circular patterns. It couldn't possibly be an eel, Chen Yefeng asserted, shining his headlamp toward the net. As the light illuminated the contents of the net, both he and Uncle Wu gasped in shock. Indeed, there were snakes, more than one. It seemed they were entirely filled with them. The sight of so many snakes sent chills down Uncle Wu's spine. He could hardly fathom the chaos that would have ensued had AXIN opened the net's mouth moments earlier. Goodness, so many snakes. Thank goodness you called out in time. or we would have had snakes everywhere on the boat, Chen Yefeng said, patting his chest, still shaken. He had almost opened the net without a second thought. Had he done so, they would have faced utter disaster, with snakes slithering all around and no escape but to leap into the sea. Brother, what kind of snakes are those? Why are there so many? They look like green-ringed sea snakes. I don't think so. That appears to be a hook-nosed sea snake. Although the hook-nosed sea snake resembles the green-ringed variety, they are distinct species. The coloration of the hook-nosed sea snake is not as deep, and it is shorter in length. With careful observation, one can easily tell them apart. Uncle Wu examined the net. It seems to be filled with these snakes, some of which are already dead. Chen Yefeng replied somberly, they've been trapped for a day or two. How could they survive? Brother, do they buy these sea snakes at the small dock? I'm not sure. We'll find out when we return. Then let us retrieve the other nets. Are those likely to contain sea snakes as well? To be frank, Chen Yefeng has developed a psychological shadow. Just moments ago, he nearly emptied the contents of the trap. Reflecting on it now, an unsettling sensation still tingles at the back of his neck. Chapter 135. To the isolated island to collect seafood, Chen Yefeng pondered. Then, brother, you shall row the boat while Uncle Wu and I retrieve the traps. Chen Yefeng nodded in agreement. Very well, but do exercise caution. The hook-nosed sea snake is highly venomous, its toxicity surpassing that of a cobra. Understood. With preparations in place, Chen Yefeng was determined to avoid any unexpected calamities. He found another buoy and, alongside Uncle Wu, began to hoist the trap from the water. How heavy! This catch was even more substantial than the last. A foam. So many snakes. Uncle Chen Wu exclaimed, his voice piercing the air. Damn it, there are indeed more of these hook-nosed sea snakes. Despite being mentally prepared, goosebumps still prickled his skin. The sight of the serpents wriggling within the trap was enough to send anyone with a weak heart into a state of shock. The hook-nosed sea snake, also known as the liuka, belongs to the subfamily of sea snakes under the cobra family. It is recognized as the most venomous sea snake in the world, possessing venom that is 48 times more potent than that of a cobra. A mere 15 milligrams of its venom can claim a human life. Furthermore, it is the species responsible for the highest number of bites globally. In the second trap, alongside the hook-nosed sea snakes, there were some shelled seafood, such as three-eyed crabs, stone crabs, and shrimp. However, the primary catch remained the hook-nosed sea snakes, densely packed, many already lifeless within, presenting a rather macabre sight. They did not untangle the second trap, but proceeded to collect the remaining ones. That day, they had deployed 8 traps in total, all within this particular maritime area. Together, Chen Yefeng and Uncle Wu successfully retrieved the remaining 6 traps, encountering no surprises. They were all predominantly filled with hook-nosed sea snakes. Collectively, the traps contained hundreds of these serpents. The small boat was now laden with traps brimming with hook-nosed sea snakes. And the sight of the slithering creatures elicited a shiver of dread among the 3 men. Even aboard the vessel, they felt as though they were perched upon needles, their nerves taut, fearing that should any trap fail, the snakes might escape. Let us row back to the small dock. Yes, let us return first, if they are unwanted. I can check with the owners in Shirkong Town to see if they have any interest. Chen Yefeng was uncertain whether the restaurants in Shirkong Town would be interested in sea snakes instead of seafood. It would be ideal to sell them. Chen Yefeng had no intention of selling elsewhere, disinterested in the hassle. Primarily, the sight of these serpents was simply too unsettling, causing chills merely from observation. He was reluctant to engage further. I have heard that this venomous snake is quite nourishing. Should we keep a few to infuse in liquor? Akai suddenly suggested on their way back. That is indeed a possibility. We could prepare a jar of white liquor for infusion, Chen Yefeng concurred. For snake wine, high-proof liquor is essential. Anything less would be inadequate. When it comes to Baijiu, he recalled his intention to purchase some for his father, a task he had yet to fulfill. Fortunately, it seemed his father had long forgotten about it and had not mentioned it in his presence. He planned to keep a few bottles for himself, as this was a rare and splendid find. The snake liquor would serve perfectly to ward off the chill. Chen Yefeng remarked. The fishermen along the coast, who were in constant contact with the sea, often suffered from gout. Hence, the coastal dwellers had a penchant for consuming alcohol, which was believed to combat the cold. Particularly, the medicinal liquors infused with various ingredients were especially effective. They rowed their small boat to the pier and discovered that not only had they caught the hook-nosed sea snakes, but other fishermen had also managed to catch some, albeit in far fewer numbers. Oh, you caught sea snakes too? They exclaimed, carefully dragging a small trap ashore. Upon seeing the hook-nosed sea snake inside, the eyes of Lan Zier sparkled with excitement. Chen Yefeng inquired, Lan Zier, do you buy these sea snakes? Lan Zier replied with a grin, of course. A live one fetches $1. while a fresh dead one goes for 30 cents. Is there such a disparity between the living and the dead? Chen Yefeng asked. Absolutely. How many did you catch? Lan Zier queried. A few hundred, though I'm unsure of their condition, he replied. What? A few hundred? Lan Zier thought he was joking. However, when Chen Yefeng and his companions dragged all the traps ashore, Lan Zier stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Such a multitude of sea snakes was beyond what he could manage alone. This pier was quite small, and there were seldom any significant catches. Fishermen would typically sell their haul through personal channels on the same day. Each fishmonger had their own method of distribution. But handling such a large quantity of sea snakes would undoubtedly pose a challenge for Lan Zier alone. Chen Yefeng chuckled. What's wrong? Is it too much for you? Lan Zier sighed. Awakens, to be honest, I have worked at this small pier for quite some time. Yet this is the first time I have seen such an abundance of hook-nosed sea snakes. They are not as in demand as seafood. Chen Yefeng replied solemnly. How many can you take? Perhaps 60 or 70. Lan Zier hesitated. As for the rest, you might see if Lao Lin and the others would like some. All right. He conceded. Chen Yefeng nodded in agreement and went to consult Lao Lin and the other fishmongers, each of whom indicated they could only manage a few dozen. Dozens it is. With each seafood merchant taking a small share, the sea snakes would soon be sold out. Ultimately, the hook-nosed sea snakes were distributed among the few fishmongers at the pier, 146 live ones, 88 dead, and several others that had perished and were deemed unsuitable for sale, which would have to be discarded into the sea as fertilizer. In addition to the sea snakes, the crabs and shrimp fetched a few dollars, which was quite satisfactory. Chen Yefeng and his companions retained several dead sea snakes for infusing liquor, selling off the remainder. To their surprise, this outing proved quite fruitful, having caught an impressive number of hook-nosed sea snakes that yielded a modest profit. Brother, are we heading out to sea again today? Chen Yefeng asked, presenting several receipts to his elder brother. Chen Yefeng tucked the receipts into his pocket and nodded. Of course. It's still early. Do you expect us to return and sleep? The weather is splendid today, with calm seas and no winds. Perhaps due to the ban on fishing for a day. All the fishing boats in the port have ventured out to sea. Now, everyone is striving to earn a living, racing against time, for they cannot afford to lag behind. It seems the tide has receded. Let us head over to Meihua Island and see what we can discover. Chen Yefeng observed the receding tide, which presented the perfect opportunity to explore the solitary island for treasures. All right, let us first lower these traps into the water. Perhaps there are still sea snakes to be found, he suggested. Chen Yefeng nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Chen Yefeng and Uncle Wu assisted in hauling the traps onto the boat. Yet, the thought of those traps previously filled with sea snakes lingered ominously in their minds. After tidying up, the three of them set off again in their skiff. Chapter 136. The conch as Chen Yefeng and his companions navigated their skiff towards the solitary island. The meeting room at the border defense station was enveloped in silence. The air was thick with smoke, and nearly everyone present clutched a cigarette, but, in those days, it was commonplace for law enforcement to smoke during meetings, a sight that elicited little surprise. At this moment, Zhao Gowen held a cigarette between his fingers, taking a deep drag as he fell into contemplation. Where could this cunning band of tomb raiders have hidden the artifacts? Although they had apprehended the individuals, they steadfastly denied any involvement in tomb raiding. Without physical evidence, capturing them was of little consequence. Sir, is it a crime to reside on a solitary island? Sun Zeng and his accomplices, aware that the police had not located the artifacts, displayed an audacious attitude. They were emboldened by the support of their connections from the harbor city, rendering them fearless. If no further evidence could be found, the border defense station would have no choice but to release them. Zhao Gowen felt a pang of frustration, despite the lack of evidence. His instincts told him this group was indeed responsible for the plundering of that ancient Ming dynasty tomb. But why had the stolen artifacts not been recovered? Where could they possibly be hidden? Had they been moved to another location? That seemed implausible. Upon discovering the tomb had been robbed, immediate orders were issued to seal off and inspect the main transport routes. Furthermore, if those artifacts had already been dispatched, Sun Zeng and his cohorts would have no need to hide aboard fishing boats, languishing at sea. Lost in thought, Zhao Gowen failed to notice the cigarette burning down to his fingers until the heat jolted him back to reality. He flicked the smoldering butt onto a nearby young officer, startling him into an immediate stand-up and frantically patting at his clothing. To his dismay, several holes were burned into his shirt. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Gowen was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Chen Yefeng and his companions arrived near Meihua Island. From a distance, they gazed at the solitary isle, their hearts swelling with excitement. Such isolated islands are seldom frequented. Those without boats cannot reach them, and those with vessels are out at sea fishing. disinclined to venture to a desolate island for petty catches. When Chen Yefeng proposed to scour the island for seafood, Chen Yefeng had no objections. After all, the sea snakes had already brought them considerable fortune, and any further bounty from the solitary island would be merely a delightful enhancement. Brother, shall we place these traps over by Meihua Island? I have a feeling there's bounty to be found there. The last time I fished with handlines in that vicinity, my catch was quite satisfactory. Well, let us follow your suggestion. Changing locations is no trouble. After all, the two spots are not far apart. Upon hearing his younger brother's words, Chen Yefeng nodded in agreement. It seemed that his brother had been quite fortunate lately, and trusting his instincts was surely wise. Moreover, the area where he had previously set traps was not far from Meihua Island. They set their traps in the waters near Meihua Island, and as the tide receded, they anchored their boat beside a solitary isle. Meihua Island features a higher eastern side and a lower western side, where sandy beaches and mudflats are located. The small wooden boat was anchored on the beach, not too close to the shore, for they were still in the process of the tide retreating. If the water level dropped significantly, the vessel might run aground, necessitating a laborious effort to lift it later. After securing the fishing boat, the three of them waded through the sea towards the beach. Huh, look what I've found. As soon as they reached the shore, Chen Yefeng exclaimed with delight, raising the object in his hand. Curious, Chen Yefeng leaned in to examine what his brother was holding. Is that a conch? Indeed, it was a splendid find, unexpectedly. On his first visit to the island, he discovered such a beautiful conch. What a promising omen. Uncle Chun Wu approached with intrigue. This conch is truly exquisite. The patterns on its shell are remarkable. He too was captivated by the beauty of the conch. Chen Yefeng felt exceptionally fortunate, as he had stumbled upon one of the 4 famous conches upon setting foot on the island. The so-called 4 renowned conches are the phoenix tail conch, the nautilus, the crown conch, and the wampum conch. In later times, these conches became protected species under national laws, classified as second-grade protected animals. However, at present, there seemed to be little regulation, allowing for carefree collection. Moreover, these 4 conches held little monetary value. Typically, they were gathered for culinary purposes, yet their stunning shells could serve as decorative pieces. The phoenix tail conch, named for its vibrant colors and patterns reminiscent of a phoenix's tail, also bears the name law conch. In ancient times, it was utilized as a ritual object by monks and Taoists, hence the appellation Great Law Conch. The law conch has long been associated with auspiciousness, believed to attract wealth, ward off evil spirits, and ensure safety. Thus, local fishermen would use the shells of such conches as horns. Finding this auspicious item brought a broad smile to Chen Yefeng's face. He did not intend to sell it. Instead, he planned to extract the meat with a hook and keep the shell at home as a talisman. Huh, I found a cat's eye conch. Why is there so much water? Uncle Chun Wu exclaimed as he discovered a fist-sized cat's eye conch beneath a rock. To his surprise, a squeeze resulted in a splash on his face. I've spotted a stone crab, and it's quite sizable, Chen Yefeng declared shortly after, as he too made a find. Perhaps due to the island's scant visitation, the beach was littered with treasures. The trio strolled along the sandy shore, entering a fervent treasure-hunting mode. In comparison to the beach, the muddy sands and tidal flats, especially those with rocky outcrops, concealed even more bountiful finds. As the tide recedes, certain marine creatures are brought ashore, becoming stranded on land, hiding away until they can return to the sea. Chen Yefeng, carrying a bucket, strides along the beach, and with each few steps, he discovers treasures. To his delight, some small puddles conceal fish and shrimp, a wonderful surprise indeed. After half an hour, his bucket nears its capacity, almost overflowing. Since his rebirth, he has explored the sea a few times, but never has he encountered such a bountiful harvest as today. In the vast expanse of the beach, only the 3 of them are present, which feels utterly delightful. However, there is a slight downside. The constant bending to gather items has left him with a twinge of soreness. To clarify, it is not due to physical weakness, but rather the frequent stooping that would tire even a bull. With his bucket brimming with finds, Chen Yefeng prepares to pour the contents onto the boat. Unexpectedly, he spots 2 fighting blue crabs hiding beneath a rock. These crabs are quite sizable, each weighing over a pound, and it seems they are not merely engaging in youthful romance. Nevertheless, encountering Chen Yefeng is unfortunate for them. He pays no heed to their squabble and swiftly captures them both. Upon inspection, one is a female. Following the same method, he catches the other, revealing it to be a male. Indeed, a pair of clandestine lovers engaged in impropriety, detained. After emptying his bucket into the small wooden boat, he secures the 2 misbehaving crabs in a live well. After taking a few sips of water, he wastes no time resting and returns to the beach to labor diligently. Perhaps due to the island's infrequent visitors, their haul is quite impressive. They collect not only a variety of shellfish, but also numerous crabs, shrimp, and small fish. The trio scours the beach and its tidal flats thoroughly, leaving with an abundance of treasures. Meanwhile, they are drenched in sweat, their skin darkened by the sun's ultraviolet rays. Phone, why don't we take a break? I'm feeling quite exhausted, Uncle Chen Wu suggests. All right. Chen Yefeng replies, turning to Chen Yefeng. Brother, shall we rest and have a meal? That's fine. We've nearly finished gathering here anyway. Chen Yefeng nods in agreement. They have almost explored the entirety of the beach, with only the deeper tidal flats left unvisited. Without the tools for digging, they cannot venture into the deeper areas today and will have to return another time. Finding a shaded spot, the three of them begin their meal. Chen Yefeng opens his lunchbox, revealing a delectable array of dishes. Today's fare includes stir-fried conch and green beans braised in crab sauce, both of which are exceptionally flavorful. Particularly, the dish of sand crab sauce braised green beans, from which Zhou Haiying gleaned its essence from Chen's mother, exemplifies a perfect amalgamation of the refreshing crispness of the green beans and the savory richness of the sand crab sauce, resulting in a uniquely delightful flavor. With each mouthful, the green beans absorb the delectable essence of the sand crab sauce, creating an exceptionally rich texture. Paired with a bowl of white rice, it is simply divine. The three of them devoured their shared meal with great enthusiasm, leaving no remnants behind. Once their appetites were satiated, they indulged in a few puffs of water pipe before deciding to commence their work. Their current intention was to explore the rocky beach on the eastern side of Meihua Island, which had previously been submerged by the tide. Now that the water had receded, the rocky area was fully revealed. Upon their arrival at the rocky shore, they were greeted by a multitude of various shellfish clinging densely to the rocks. Seaweeds, sea anemones, spicy conchs, horse conchs, flower conchs, mud conchs, and most abundantly, mussels and clams were all present. They adorned the rocks like a layer of scales, glistening with moisture from the receding tide, appearing remarkably fresh. Let us get to work. The sight before them elicited excited shouts from the trio. Akai was the first to dash towards the rocky beach, immediately beginning to excavate with fervor. Be careful, everyone. Watch your step and don't slip, Chen Yefeng cautioned. Having spent many years beachcombing, he often heard tales of individuals slipping and falling on the rocks. If fortunate, they might only sustain minor injuries, but in severe cases, a fall could result in a serious blow to the back of the head against the stones or sharp objects, leading to dire consequences. Without needing further warning, Chen Yefeng also treaded cautiously upon the stones. Perhaps due to the remoteness of this isolated island, the shellfish appeared significantly larger than those found on the beach near their village. In their village, during the 1st and 15th days of each lunar month, nearly every man, woman, and child would flock to the beach, resembling a swarm of locusts, leaving no unharvested shellfish behind. In stark contrast, the rocky shores of Meihua Island were densely populated with shellfish. They found themselves in a veritable treasure trove, seemingly inexhaustible. Unlike a bumbling giant, Chen Yefeng moved with purpose, eagerly filling his bucket at the sight of each find. He could hardly indulge in coarse grains at this moment. He needed to focus on the finer shells. The abundance of shellfish was astonishing, with some being sold by the basket at the nearby docks. However, with no means to preserve the surplus, they could only dry them under the sun. Yet, given the heat of their locale, even dried goods would not last long before succumbing to mold and decay. Thus, Chen Yefeng was discerning in his collection, deliberately targeting the larger specimens. With each satisfying thud, another shellfish was pried loose and tossed into his bucket, a process that proved invigorating and stress-relieving. As time slipped away, he swiftly filled his bucket to the brim. Gazing at the overflowing bucket of shellfish, he found himself in a quandary. The small wooden boat was still a considerable distance away, and he was reluctant to make the trip back and forth. Thus, he sought a shaded spot and unceremoniously emptied the contents of the bucket. There was an abundance. He felt he had dug enough. Any excess would go uneaten, and discarding them would be a lamentable waste of effort. Observing his uncle and elder brother still laboring above, he made his way toward the shore, specifically searching among the large rocks and puddles for any treasures that might have washed ashore. Ah, there seems to be a blue crab here. Just a few steps further, and he indeed stumbled upon something remarkable. Beneath a rock, he discovered 2 large pincers, which filled him with delight. He would not let such an extraordinary opportunity slip away. Immediately, he brandished the fire tongs in his hand and prodded beneath the stone. Suddenly, with a splash, a long gray shadow leapt from the water, lunging fiercely at his lower leg, causing him to retreat in shock. He stumbled, but managed to steady himself after a few steps back. Alphonse, what's wrong? Are you all right? Hearing the commotion, his uncle and Chen Yefeng turned in unison to inquire about the disturbance. Calming himself, Chen Yefeng replied, "It's nothing. Just startled by an eel." Chen Yefeng frowned. "Be careful. I warned you earlier." Understood. Chen Yefeng could only respond dismissively. Indeed, it was his own carelessness. His attention had been entirely on that blue crab. He had not anticipated that merely prodding with the tongs would provoke an eel to leap out of the water to bite him. He hadn't even disturbed it. He had thought it was a sea snake. After catching so many earlier, he had developed a bit of a phobia, mistaking any elongated shape for a serpent. Determined to confront the eel that had nearly caused him to fall, Chen Yefeng wielded the fire tongs. Bang! The eel was surprisingly aggressive, attacking the tongs with a series of metallic clangs, even producing sparks. Damn, this wretched eel is quite ferocious. However, Chen Yefeng was no novice. He retaliated with the tongs, and after a flurry of movements, he finally seized the opportunity to extract the eel from the shallow puddle. To his astonishment, it was a sizable striped eel. Looking at the large eel he had drawn from the water, Chen Yefeng could not help but smile. Seeing it attempt to escape, he swiftly planted his foot on it. Chapter 138. The striped eel. Chen Yefeng's aim was impeccable. His foot landed squarely on the head of the striped eel, while its tail thrashed against his calf. Yet it posed no real threat. Such a large striped eel must weigh around 7 or 8 pounds. If it bit him, it would be quite a predicament. Chen Yefeng approached, his heart filled with joy upon seeing the eel beneath his brother's feet. Yet, a shadow of concern loomed over him, fearing that the eel might harm his sibling. Consequently, he urged Chen Yefeng to eliminate the striped eel. "I don't even need gloves for this," he muttered incredulously. "I can't fathom how this striped eel possesses such strength to wriggle free from beneath his feet and dash toward the sea." Without delay, Chen Yefeng seized the fire tongs and pursued it. "If you seek to escape your fate, I shall oblige." Initially, he had contemplated sparing its life for a decent price, but given its defiance, he felt justified in his actions. With a resounding clang, he struck down upon it. The creature was spirited, making it nearly impossible to capture alive. After a few vigorous strikes, the eel finally ceased its struggles. Chen Yefeng cautiously grasped the striped eel, realizing he had no resistance against its markings and dark sheen. He placed the eel into a bucket and turned his attention to the large blue crab, which had nearly bitten him due to its antics. As he returned, the blue crab brandished its formidable pincers. Chen Yefeng extended the fire tongs to grasp it and pulled it out. Upon inspection, he discovered it was a male. How audacious of a single fellow to roam about. After securing both the striped eel and the blue crab, Chen Yefeng continued forward, bucket in hand. With a splash, he soon heard water sounds emanating from a shallow puddle. His heart raced with excitement as he hurried over, only to find several fish backs exposed above the murky water, their dark spines adorned with sharp spikes, tails occasionally splashing. "Brother, come quickly to see," he called out. "Afong, what have you found this time?" Chen Yefeng rushed over upon hearing the shout. "Brother, take a look at these fish." "How should I know? We must scoop them up to discern what they are." "Did you bring a net?" "Not a chance, it's all on the boat." Uncle Chen Wu approached. "There are fish in the puddle. I shall fetch a net from the boat." Chen Yefeng contemplated. "Why don't we return to the boat together? We left our belongings there, and it will take several trips to move them. Since these fish aren't going anywhere, we might as well take a break for a drink." Chen Yefeng nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us all return." Uncle Wu remarked, "My bucket isn't full yet, but I've already gathered quite a haul." Curious, Chen Yefeng followed his brother to see that Uncle Wu had indeed been industrious, collecting a substantial amount of shellfish, likely enough for 2 or 3 buckets. "Uncle Wu, what do you intend to do with so much?" "They aren't worth much," Chen Yefeng said, somewhat perplexed. "While clams, razor clams, and flower clams might fetch a price, the spicy clams, green mussels, and sea clams held little value. This heap would probably yield a mere few dimes. It would be more prudent to try their luck in the puddles instead. Even encountering a single blue crab is far superior to picking up a heap of such refuse. Of course, if this were on the beach across the land, it would likely cause quite a stir." The three of them loaded some of their previous finds onto the boat, took a sip of water, indulged in a few puffs of water pipe, and then returned to the rocky shore with their hand nets. Chen Yefeng began to scoop in a shallow pool. Splash, splash. Several fish darted in panic through the water, desperate to escape his net. However, the pool was not very large, and Chen Yefeng quickly caught one. Uncle Chen Wu, intrigued, asked, "Let me see. What kind of fish is this? It looks so dark." Chen Yefeng chimed in. "It seems to be a black-hair fish, right? Is it a black-hair fish? Let me take a look." Chen Yefeng lifted the fish and examined it closely. The fish in the net was oval-shaped, with a flattened back and a dark brown body. adorned with dark brown markings at the base of its pectoral fins. Recognizing the fish's distinctive features, Chen Yefeng let out a joyful laugh, exclaiming that it truly was a black-hair fish, resembling a lump of charcoal. The scientific name for this fish is known as the black-spotted fish, an omnivorous species that consumes both meat and plant matter, usually feeding on invertebrates, but in winter, it switches to a vegetarian diet consisting of seaweed, which is particularly nutritious. The black-hair fish is also a prized catch, valued at 5 to 6 yuan per pound in the market, and could fetch as much as 7 to 8 yuan per pound in restaurants. Chen Yefeng exclaimed, "Your luck is incredible. You actually managed to catch a black-hair fish." Uncle Chen Wu scratched his head. "Axian, why do you all call this fish black-hair?" Chen Yefeng replied, "I'm not quite sure. It's just what everyone calls it." He seemed perplexed. Could it be that the fish's dark appearance resembles a tuft of black hair from somewhere? "Let me enlighten you," Chen Yefeng teased. "Just lift your pants and take a look. Doesn't that dark hue resemble the black-hair fish?" Uncle Chen Wu retorted, "All right, stop teasing him and let us catch more fish to see how many we can get." Chen Yefeng could hardly bear to watch. His brother sometimes lacked decorum, always making inappropriate jokes. Thankfully, he only spoke this way to men. If it were to a woman, she would surely scold him for being a rogue. Chen Yefeng, without further ado, resumed his efforts in the shallow pool. Through his diligence, he subsequently caught 4 more fish. 2 were black-hair fish, and the other 2 were black scad. Including the previous catch, they had a total of 3 black-hair fish from this shallow pool. Each black-hair fish weighed over a pound, collectively worth over 20 yuan, equivalent to half a month's salary for an average person. The 2 black scad also weighed about a pound each. While they bore some resemblance to the black-hair fish, their market price was significantly lower, at merely a dime per pound. Chen Yefeng gazed at the fish in the bucket, grinning widely. Today has truly been a windfall. Following your advice to come to this deserted island for a beach-combing adventure was unquestionably the right decision. His joy was palpable. Today, not only did we capture numerous hook-nosed sea snakes using a gill net, but we also collected a plethora of shellfish. And now we have caught several black-haired fish as well. It is evident that my luck has turned for the better. Let us venture ahead, for there appear to be several more waterholes in that direction, Chen Yefeng cheerfully remarked. Uncle Chen Wu pointed ahead and said, "Au fond. It seems there is a large waterhole up ahead. I suspect it holds much promise. If we can drain it, we should be able to catch a considerable bounty." That waterhole looks quite substantial, and relying solely on human effort, it would take several hours to drain. How wonderful it would be to have a pump. Following Uncle Wu's direction, Chen Yefeng couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. In my previous life, I often came across various beachcombers who would bring pumps to remote islands to drain waterholes. The bounty discovered after draining was often astonishing. However, in this era, such an endeavor seems rather impractical, as pumps have yet to become commonplace, making them difficult for the average person to procure. If only we had a pump, we could drain this waterhole in no time. Yet, given our limited resources, our only recourse is to rely on sheer manpower, scooping water out with buckets. This method isn't without its possibilities. The waterhole doesn't appear excessively large, and if the 3 of us dedicate ourselves to the task for several hours, we might indeed succeed in draining it. Let us prepare our tools and arrive early tomorrow. We may be pleasantly surprised by our findings. Chen Yefeng rose and approached the waterhole, observing its depths and sensing that it likely held treasures. If fortune favors us, draining this waterhole could yield greater rewards than setting nets or using gill traps elsewhere. Surely you jest. You can't possibly take Uncle Wu's foolish words seriously. Chen Yefeng replied, somewhat taken aback. That waterhole is so vast. Who knows how long it would take to drain it using only human strength? What if we manage to drain it just as the tide rises again? Wouldn't that be devastating? I am not mad. Rather, I find this idea quite promising. Chen Yefeng thought to himself, already formulating a plan. This waterhole seems to be situated at a higher elevation. Perhaps we could find some pipes to assist in draining it, thus lightening our burden. Presently, they were not contemplating these issues, as the tide was nearing its high point. Even if they wished to drain the waterhole now, it would be too late, so they resolved to return early the next day. Continuing to search the rocky shoreline with a bucket in hand, Chen Yefeng discovered a waterhole not far away with several tentacles protruding. Upon closer inspection, he was pleasantly surprised to find it was an octopus. They had just scoured this area moments ago. How had he missed it? Puzzled, he reached out and seized the octopus, which was a small white octopus, also known as a tide pool octopus, worth a few dimes. He placed the small octopus into his bucket and, wielding the fire tongs in his hand, prodded the water a few times, only to uncover yet another unexpected find, a tiger grouper. Chen Yefeng gazed with delight into the water, where a patterned grouper leapt. creating ripples as it swam in the shallow tidal pool. His heart soared at the sight. This grouper appeared to weigh around 2 or 3 pounds and could fetch a handsome price. To think this lad was hiding here with little white Zhang for a rendezvous. I nearly overlooked you. In that case, you two should remain together. Do not part ways. With that, Chen Yefeng leaned down and caught the tiger grouper, placing it into his bucket. Inside the bucket, the tiger grouper splashed joyfully, seemingly grateful for the chance to continue its courtship with the long-legged little white Zhang. No need for thanks. Chen Yefeng chuckled as he carried the bucket off to explore elsewhere. To his surprise, this rocky shore was abundant with treasures. He soon caught a nest of singing ladies, known as Dingongyu, possibly a family of 7 or 8. A family ought to stay together. In addition, he found 2 stone crabs and several mantis shrimp, also called red shrimp, named for their curved abdomens resembling eagle claws. Though not pricey, they could supplement the nutrition of his 2 daughters. Since his rebirth, the family's diet had gradually improved. Previously, A-ing and the 2 daughters were malnourished, their bodies emaciated, lacking visible flesh. Now, however, the trio had not only gained weight, but their complexions had also become noticeably healthier and more vibrant. Particularly, he noted the change in Zhou Haiying. She felt different, fuller, especially in her bosom, which seemed larger and more pleasant to the touch. After a round of exploration, Chen Yefeng felt a bit fatigued and decided to rest on a stone. However, as soon as he settled down, he exclaimed, "Ouch! How is it so hot?" He quickly covered himself, a grimace of pain on his face. Just then, he noticed something dark below the water. He scarcely had time to lament his discomfort when his eyes sparkled with intrigue. To his astonishment, beneath the stone he sat upon, he spotted several dark, thick objects nestled against the sea floor, causing his pupils to contract in surprise. Could it be sea cucumbers? Chen Yefeng sprang to his feet, rubbed his eyes to confirm he wasn't imagining things, and shouted in excitement, "Big brother, 5th uncle, come here quickly. What is it? Have you made a discovery?" Chen Yefeng and Akai turned curiously towards him. "Hurry over, you'll see," Chen Yefeng urged, beckoning them closer. The two approached with curiosity. "What is it?" "We're busy," Chen Yefeng remarked as 5th uncle followed suit, saying, "Yes, I'm occupied digging for oysters, not wishing to waste time on idle chatter." Chen Yefeng pointed to the water below and exclaimed, "Look, aren't those sea cucumbers?" "Sea cucumbers? Where?" Upon hearing his brother's words, Chen Yefeng immediately became excited. "Aphone, you can't be mistaken, can you? Are there really sea cucumbers here?" Akai's face was filled with confusion. Clearly, neither of them believed that sea cucumbers could be found in this location. These creatures are often referred to as the soft gold of the sea, highly nutritious, and consequently quite expensive. Indeed, they are rare treasures. Chen Yefeng shrugged his shoulders. "Whether it's true or not, you can see for yourselves." He pointed towards the surface of the water beneath the rocks. The two of them followed his gesture and were astonished to see, amidst the surging tide, several long, thick shapes. What could be black and not be sea cucumbers? Chen Yefeng was taken aback. "Goodness, they really are sea cucumbers, and they are quite hefty." The large fellow immediately looked over and exclaimed, "Where?" "Oh, indeed, they are sea cucumbers. I've heard they are quite pricey. The dock seems to buy them for several dollars a pound." Chen Yefeng chuckled. "These are treasures. Their high price reflects their benefits. They are the king of nourishment, the finest in terms of health supplements. After all, these are the favorites of the national football team. How else could they manage to have bellies like footballs?" Of course, the mention of the national football team refers to a future time. The current team is still performing decently. Chen Yefeng glanced down at the cliff. "It's so high here. How do we go down to collect these sea cucumbers?" The drop is several meters, and the rocks are incredibly steep and smooth, making it impossible to climb. Moreover, the turbulent tide below poses a significant risk. Being swept out to sea by the waves would not be a joke, as there is a constant threat to life. Chapter 140. Harvesting sea cucumbers. What to do? It wouldn't be in Chen Yefeng's character to simply watch so many sea cucumbers underwater without being able to retrieve them. Missing this opportunity would mean that such a chance might not arise again. Who knows if those sea cucumbers would crawl back up? "Brother, don't we have a rope on the boat?" "Yes, we do. Are you suggesting we tie it and lower you down?" "Exactly. You and Uncle Wu can pull me back up," Chen Yefeng replied eagerly. Chen Yefeng immediately shook his head. "No way, this is absolutely not safe. The tide is rising now, and the waves are quite strong. What if something happens to you?" Chen Yefeng dismissed the concern. "But we have a rope to secure me, don't we? You two can hold on to me. What could possibly go wrong? And what if something does happen?" Chen Yefeng retorted, exasperated. "What if you two strong men can't hold on?" Chen Yefeng continued. "Besides, if we're worried, we could tie the other end of the rope to the rocks behind us. The thought of watching those sea cucumbers slip away without action gnawed at Chen Yefeng's heart. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yefeng suggested, "Wouldn't that be too risky? How about we use a hand net instead? With all those rocks below, how can we maneuver a hand net? I should just go down myself." "All right, just be careful. I'll go grab the rope from the boat now. Let us go together and bring back whatever we collect to the boat. We'll need to retrieve it anyway." "Yes, let us hurry. The tide is almost at its peak. If we wait too long, those sea cucumbers might escape." As they spoke, the three men carried buckets towards the small wooden boat. "My goodness, Uncle Wu, why have you harvested so many shells? How can we possibly consume them all?" Chen Yefeng remarked, somewhat exasperated by the enormous pile the strong man had amassed. This fellow certainly possessed great strength, having excavated an impressive array of shellfish, likely weighing over 100 pounds. Faced with such a bounty, it seemed a shame not to take advantage of it. Since we have already gone to the trouble of digging, we might as well exert a bit more effort to load them onto the boat. Upon reaching the small vessel, they swiftly grabbed a rope and hurried back, scarcely pausing to smoke their water pipe, anxious that rising tides might hinder their search for sea cucumbers. Once again at the rocky outcrop, Chen Yefeng prepared to tie the rope around himself, ready to descend. Suddenly, Chen Yefeng interjected, "Are you sure you can manage? Perhaps I should go down instead." His elder brother had previously harvested sea cucumbers and possessed the necessary experience. He was reluctant to let his younger brother take the risk. "What, do you doubt my capabilities?" Chen Yefeng retorted, securing the rope around himself and expertly tying a sailor's knot. "Very well. But if anything happens when you are down there, be sure to shout loudly," Chen Yefeng replied, observing the proficient manner in which his brother tied the knot. Feeling a modicum of reassurance, Chen Yefeng fastened one end of the rope to himself and the other into a large rock. Together with Uncle Wu, Chen Yefeng gradually lowered his brother down the cliff. "A bit more slack, you're almost there." Chen Yefeng descended along the smooth rock face, continuously instructing the two above to adjust the length of the rope. His body inched closer to the water's surface before he gently lowered himself further. "Stop, hold steady," he called out, indicating that he was nearly in position. Upon hearing his shout, Chen Yefeng and Uncle Wu tightened their grip on the rope. Once the rope stabilized, Chen Yefeng reached into the sea to grasp a sea cucumber. Typically, these creatures reside in depths below 6 meters. To harvest them, one must dive beneath the surface. The divers, colloquially referred to as sea pickers, engage in a perilous profession. Sea cucumbers, being both sluggish and sensitive, only venture onto the rocks to forage when they are in a particularly good mood, retreating to the depths once their meal is complete. Seizing the opportune moment, Chen Yefeng lunged for a large, plump sea cucumber. They are remarkably easy to catch, lying motionless on the rocks, unlike the more skittish shrimp and crabs that scuttle away at the slightest disturbance. As his hand submerged in the water, he found the temperature pleasantly mild, which explained why these sea cucumbers would emerge from the depths. They are particularly sensitive to temperature, only surfacing around 9 to 15 degrees Celsius to forage. Fortuitously, they had encountered this favorable situation. Grasping the hefty sea cucumber, its plumpness was indescribably pleasing to the touch. Especially notable were the spiny exterior textures, which felt stout and rounded. This is a defining characteristic of wild sea cucumbers, having lived for years in deep waters, enduring the relentless currents of the ocean floor, and emerging robust and vigorous. The succinct and robust nature of wild sea cucumbers is indeed a significant characteristic. In contrast, artificially cultivated specimens often exhibit long, frail spines that appear weak and lack vigor, generally lacking in quality and substance. "What a fine catch!" Chen Yefeng exclaimed, joyfully placing the large black sea cucumber into his waist pouch before continuing his search beneath the water's surface. Although there are specialized tools for harvesting sea cucumbers, they had not brought them along today. Collecting sea cucumbers relies almost entirely on human effort, as each must be retrieved individually, contributing to the high market price of these delicacies. Before long, he had gathered all the sea cucumbers near the water's surface into his pouch. However, those lying deeper were beyond his sight. Peering into the surrounding waters, he found no trace of sea cucumbers elsewhere. Chen Yefeng pondered why only this particular rock harbored them. Was there something special beneath? "Big brother, fifth uncle, loosen the rope a bit more," he called. "Are you sure you want us to loosen it?" Came the cautious reply. "A foam. If you're done, just come back up. If you can't reach any more below, let it be." The sound of their conversation drew Chen Yefeng and fifth uncle to tighten the rope, glancing down the rocky wall with concern as they noticed Chen Yefeng's waist submerged in the sea. His request to loosen the rope sparked their worry. "Just a little bit. I want to see if there's more down there." Chen Yefeng's voice echoed from below. "All right, we'll loosen it a little. If anything seems off, Just shout, Chen Yefeng replied loudly. Together with fifth uncle, they carefully slackened the rope further. Submerged in the water, Chen Yefeng found the temperature refreshing, making him reluctant to surface. His body pressed against the rocky wall. He extended his hand downward. Indeed, it did not take long for him to grasp a robust sea cucumber. How splendidly plump! He marveled. Was it possible that the sea cucumbers at a slight depth were even fatter? Without further hesitation, he placed the sea cucumber into his pouch and continued his search below. To his delight, one after another, he discovered more sea cucumbers, each one plump and sizable, unmistakably premium specimens. Chapter 141, Fiery Red Chili. It appeared that the deeper sea cucumbers were indeed more substantial, as the ones he collected weighed around 2 to 3 taels each, nearly rivaling his own weight. Once he was certain he had gathered all accessible sea cucumbers, Chen Yefeng felt a sense of satisfaction and signaled for his brothers to pull him up. Though he contemplated the possibility of more sea cucumbers hidden in the depths, he realized that remaining submerged for too long was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. Moreover, the tides seemed to be rising, with the waves growing more tumultuous. The risks were simply too great to ignore. He resolved to return the following day at low tide to explore further. Upon hearing Chen Yefeng's call, the two above promptly pulled on the rope. With their assistance, he slowly ascended towards the rocky ledge, panting as he finally reached the top, having worked up quite a sweat. However, this time he reaped a considerable harvest. Having caught around 10 pounds of sea cucumbers, all remarkably plump and undeniably of the highest quality. How did he manage to catch so many sea cucumbers? They certainly appeared quite substantial. The waters were teeming with sea cucumbers, and foam, you truly gathered an impressive amount. Your efforts are commendable. As Chen Yefeng reached the shore, he exhaled deeply, having spent quite a while collecting sea cucumbers, which left him feeling rather fatigued. When his elder brother and Uncle Wu beheld the bounty of sea cucumbers in his net, their eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. Clearly, neither of them had anticipated such a plentiful catch beneath the rocky outcrops. Akai exclaimed in delight, with so many sea cucumbers. You must be able to sell them for a substantial sum. Chen Yefeng replied with a grin. Indeed, these are valuable treasures. I suspect the small dock is offering around 7 to 8 yuan per pound. Chen Yefeng wrung out the water from his clothes. Fortunately, the weather was warm, so there was no need to change. The sun would dry his garments soon enough. He certainly could not sell them to the fishmongers at the small dock, as these were precious items. Once he returned, he intended to deliver them to the restaurant in Shikong town, with his own sales channel established. It was only prudent to personally deliver premium items like sea cucumbers and black-haired fish to the restaurant for a better price. A ride on his bicycle could potentially yield an additional few dozen yuan. Chen Yefeng, with a beaming expression, remarked, Then it shall be a labor of love for you. Not at all. What is laborious about that? If one can earn money, then it is worthwhile. Chen Yefeng chuckled. Indeed, for those who toil as fishermen, hardship is an inherent part of the vocation. They do not fear the toil itself, but rather the prospect of effort without reward. His elder brother had previously gone out to sea with their uncle, sometimes laboring for over 10 hours with meager returns, barely scraping by. Not everyone is blessed with such fortune. The three began transporting their catch onto the boat. The haul was somewhat substantial, requiring several trips before everything was finally moved. Elder brother, you take the oars. I will row later, Chen Yefeng suggested. Very well, I shall row for now. Are we heading back to our village rather than the dock? Yes, we are going directly to the waters near the village. The tide is rising, so the boat can pass through. Although their village lacked a sheltered harbor, it was still possible to dock vessels there. They had no need to sell their catch at the small dock. It was more convenient to bring the fishing boat back to the village, making transportation simpler for everyone. Seated on the boat, Chen Yefeng took a few puffs of his water pipe, allowing his entire being to relax as he basked in the gentle breeze. Feeling utterly at ease, this unpowered skiff was quite taxing to row, often taking an eternity to reach the shore. Not only was it a waste of time, but it also limited them to nearby waters, sometimes leaving them yearning for the vast ocean beyond. He wondered how his father was faring with the inquiries about fishing boats. Surely the fishery team still had vessels available for sale. As Chen Yefeng's thoughts drifted, a wave of drowsiness overcame him, and he lay down nearby, succumbing to sleep. It was unclear how long he had been asleep, but he was eventually roused by his elder brother's call. Phone. Chen Yefeng stirred, rubbing his eyes. The sea breeze had made for a most comfortable slumber, though he felt rather sun-kissed. The dilapidated little boat lacked even a resting cabin, which was quite stifling. They had arrived, had they not? Was it not agreed that he would take the oars later? As Chen Yefeng surveyed his surroundings, he realized that the small wooden vessel was no longer in the center of the sea, but rather nearing the shore. Chen Yefeng remarked nonchalantly. I saw you were sleeping so soundly that I didn't wake you. I took turns rowing with Uncle Wu. It was nothing. Halfway through their journey, the elder brother intended to rouse Offing to take his turn at rowing, but Uncle Wu suggested that Chen Yefeng should refrain from doing so, insisting he would row instead. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of envy for the camaraderie shared between his younger brother and the simple-minded giant. At times, Chen Yefeng mused that those two were the true brothers. The giant's rowing skills were undeniably poor, and as he rowed, the boat veered towards the open sea. Had Akai taken the oars, they would likely have ended up sailing abroad for free. Ultimately, the elder brother bore the brunt of it all, his hands aching from the exertion of rowing. Once the skiff reached the shore, they hurriedly unloaded their belongings, prioritizing the valuable fish catch. The tide had risen, and the water was now perilously close to the shore. After reaching land, they were not far from the elder brother's home. As the three men carried their goods ashore, they called for their sister-in-law, Zhang Feng, to oversee the items on the boat. In this day and age, people often lacked awareness. A moment's lapse in attention could result in someone pilfering their belongings. Hearing their call, Zhang Feng rushed out. Upon seeing Chen Yefeng and the others beckoning her to guard the items, she hurried towards the water's edge. Aunt C, what are you doing? I'm keeping an eye on things here. Upon reaching the shore, Zhang Feng spotted Aunt C sneaking towards their little boat and immediately shouted out. This woman had a thicker skin than a city wall, displaying an utterly indifferent demeanor. Zhang Feng was well aware of the previous incident at the small dock where Aunt C had stolen fish, stuffing them into her trousers without a shred of shame. Did she not realize how foul those fish must be? And how could she possibly consume them after placing them in such a location? A phone. I haven't taken anything from your family. I was merely looking, Aunt C retorted, her face betraying no guilt, as if she were a willful pig unconcerned by boiling water. Zhang Feng approached the little boat, declaring, Don't think I'm unaware of your antics. I've known you long enough. If you dare take anything from us, don't blame me for scratching your face. Zhang Feng had a fiery temperament and was not one to be bullied. Unlike Zhou Haiying, who, though fierce and resilient, lacked her exuberance, Zhang Feng was akin to a vibrant red chili pepper, a match for the fierce spirits of Sichuan and Chongqing. Orphaned at a young age, she had to be assertive to protect her home and raise her younger brother. When her parents perished in a maritime disaster, she was merely a teenager. Those relatives eyed their skiff with covetousness. Some sought to purchase it at a low price, while others wished to seize it outright. She wiped away her tears, retrieved a chopping knife from the woodshed, and vowed to fight back. Those relatives were instantly frightened into scattering like birds. From that moment on, Zhang Feng became well known throughout the village. Chapter 142, forming a group to gather sea treasures. It was precisely due to her somewhat fiery disposition that, upon reaching a suitable age for marriage, she had yet to find a suitable partner. At that time, the Chen family was in a state of distress due to the affairs of their second son. As they observed the ever-growing belly of Zhou Haiying, they contemplated hastening the wedding arrangements. However, with the elder son yet to marry, how could the younger one proceed first? Coincidentally, a relative had introduced Zhang Feng to the elder son. Although the girl possessed a rather fiery temperament, she required no coaxing. Furthermore, her strong character could serve to protect the household. Both Chen father and mother agreed that a feisty disposition was acceptable. Considering their elder son was as taciturn as a sealed gourd, their personalities would complement each other perfectly. Otherwise, with the elder son's disposition, marrying a meek wife would only invite bullying in the village. How did you manage to gather so many? Zhang Feng exclaimed, astonished as she approached the boat and beheld a vessel brimming with shellfish. The sheer volume of the catch nearly filled the entire hold. Where did you all dig up this bounty? It's astonishing. At some point, the village beauty Wang Zhelan had arrived at the boat's side. Her eyes sparkled with envy as she surveyed the abundant catch. Today, the beach in their village was teeming with people, after hours of digging. She had only managed to collect a few pounds of conch. I'm not quite sure. My husband brought this back with Ah Feng and the others, Zhang Feng replied. Casting a glance at her, her tone was nonchalant. Wang Zhelan and her mother-in-law, Aunt C, were not particularly virtuous. When they first arrived in the village, rumors of her liaisons with numerous men had circulated widely. It seemed that Ah Feng had pursued her at one point, but she rejected him, opting instead to be with Chen Peng, Aunt C's son. Unfortunately, misfortune struck, and her husband had become paralyzed in a car accident a few years later. It was said that after his paralysis, their marital intimacy had ceased entirely. Now, many men frequented their home. As it was rumored, she was facing hardships and was eager to find someone to share her burdens. Zhang Feng's cousin had even come to advise her to keep a watchful eye on Chen Yefeng, lest Wang Zhelan, the seductress, ensnare him. Noting Zhang Feng's indifferent demeanor, Wang Zhilan bit her lip in annoyance and turned away. At that moment, Chen Yefeng and his companions returned, descending from the shore. The tide was still rising, the sound of the waves crashing rhythmically against the beach. Wang Zhilan followed closely behind her mother-in-law, holding a bucket as she made her way to the shore. As she brushed past Chen Yefeng, she deliberately lifted her gaze to steal a glance at him. However, he remained focused ahead, completely disregarding her presence. This scene unexpectedly tugged at the heartstrings of the village beauty. In the past, when Chen Yefeng had pursued her, it had only caused her irritation. Now, his sudden display of indifference left her with an inexplicable sense of loss. Unaware of Wang Zhilan's sentiments, Chen Yefeng's thoughts were entirely consumed by the fish they had caught, pondering how to transport their haul back home. The three of them had brought some burlap sacks, intending to gather everything from the boat into the bags and carry it back. Exine, just now, Annie Xiaoxi was wandering around here. Fortunately, you called me over. Otherwise, I might have fallen victim to theft. Upon their arrival, Zhang Feng recounted the earlier incident. Uncle Chen Wu glared in fury, clenching his fists. Damn. That woman truly deserves a beating. Next time, I'll teach her a lesson. Chen Yefeng advised, why waste your anger on such a woman? Hitting her would only dirty your hands. Chen Yexin added, Feng is right. Resorting to violence is wrong, especially against a woman. Indeed, Uncle Wu. We must not strike anyone. Chen Yefeng raised an eyebrow. If she dares to steal our catch again, we shall pilfer her chickens instead. Uncle Chen Wu immediately rubbed his hands together, grinning. That sounds feasible. Ever since we turned over a new leaf, we haven't engaged in such antics. It feels quite unfamiliar. Chen Yexin remarked, while Zhang Feng placed her hand to her forehead. You two must not act recklessly. Theft is illegal. Chen Yefeng quickly clarified, Sister-in-law, we were merely joking. Please don't take it seriously. Zhang Feng laughed. That's more like it. Now, enough chatter. Let us hurry and pack up the goods. The hour grows late. Chen Yexin began collecting items in a burlap sack on the small boat. Had he known earlier, he would have brought more sacks, thus avoiding this additional gathering. Chen Yefeng also squatted in the cabin with a sack, picking up the goods. The elder sister-in-law inquired while gathering, where did you find all this bounty? The tall fellow cheerfully replied, on the other side of Meihua Island. We only collected a little, but there's plenty more on the rocky shore. Meihua Island. So that's where the abundance comes from. No wonder there's so much to gather. If there's more, count me in tomorrow. I'd like to dig some up myself. Zhang Feng expressed with wide-eyed wonder. Chen Yexin replied sternly, what do you need to go to the island for? Isn't Xiangzi at home capable of managing? Zhang Feng responded, he has grown. He is not a 3-year-old child who needs supervision. Nowadays, rural children are often left to their own devices, running freely about the village while parents are preoccupied with earning a living and have little time to oversee them. Chen Yefeng chuckled, sister-in-law, we've gathered so much today. If we share it among the families, it should last us quite a while. Who would complain of excess? Once the tide recedes, we won't be able to find such riches again. We must take advantage of the tides and gather while we can. Let us discuss that later. First, let us pack these items properly. Yes, if possible, let us see if Ying and the others wish to join us. The three men fell silent, realizing that while they had not agreed, the women were already contemplating a group excursion to the island. After a flurry of activity, they finally finished packing the shellfish into bags. Once completed, they began to carry them home. After transporting all the sacks, they were utterly exhausted. Chen Yefeng arrived at his elder brother's house, first sipping some water to recuperate, preparing to change clothes before heading to Shikong town to sell their catch. He asked Uncle Wu to fetch a cart, then loaded a few bags of shellfish onto it. There was an overwhelming amount of these items, yet they held little value. Distributing several bags to each family seemed fitting. If they couldn't consume all of it, they could extract the meat and dry it for later enjoyment. What other fish, shrimp, and crabs that hold value were selected for sale? The less valuable ones were distributed among the households for cooking. Brother, should we reserve a few sea cucumbers for each person? Chen Yefeng asked. What are you thinking? Those are so expensive. Do you really have the heart to eat them? Before Chen Yefeng could finish his thought, his elder brother was momentarily taken aback. Are you implying we shouldn't keep any? We've worked hard to gather so many. It would be wonderful to taste them. Chen Yefeng gazed at his brother. Those things sell for about 10 yuan per pound. We could sell them and buy some fatty pork, which is so fragrant. All right, I'll defer to your wishes. In truth, Chen Yefeng had little desire to eat pork, especially the fatty cuts. He merely wished to sample the sea cucumbers, having heard that wild sea cucumbers are particularly nourishing for men. However, since his brother disagreed, he felt it inappropriate to press the matter. To be honest, he too felt a pang of reluctance. A pound of sea cucumbers could fetch over 10 yuan, and each one weighed more than 2 taels, amounting to several yuan. Chapter 143. The mooncakes in the rice jar. What? You managed to catch sea cucumbers? Zhang Feng inquired curiously as she approached. She had not previously noticed the contents of the bucket. Chen Yefeng nodded. We have about 10 pounds. All harvested by offing from the seawater. Zhang Feng shot him a disapproving glance. Since offing worked so hard to catch them, let him keep a few for himself. But they are so valuable. They could be sold for a considerable sum. Chen Yefeng lamented. One sea cucumber could equate to an ordinary person's daily wage. Who could bear to consume such a treasure? Zhang Feng retorted. Others eat them, and so should we. They have to purchase theirs, while we caught ours for free. Chen Yefeng expressed his surprise. Sister-in-law, you make an excellent point. Perhaps we should reserve a few for a soup tonight and enjoy a meal together at the old house. Zhang Feng nodded. That sounds good. We still have plenty of fish and shrimp. There's enough to eat. I'll come over to help with the cooking. And we can all enjoy the lively gathering. Let us keep 3 then. Upon hearing this, Chen Yefeng felt a twinge of regret. That was quite a sum. Enough to buy a substantial amount of fatty pork. Seeing his brother finally acquiesce, Chen Yefeng was elated. It was thanks to his sister-in-law. Otherwise, his brother would remain oblivious. Good things should certainly be reserved for one's own enjoyment first. Well then, brother, sister-in-law, we shall head back now. With that, Chen Yefeng and Uncle Wu pushed the cart towards home. On their way back, they encountered acquaintances who inquired about the contents of their cart. They exchanged smiles and offered vague responses. The others did not press further, assuming the sacks contained fishing nets. However, when they returned to shore, they were likely seen by Aunt C and her daughter-in-law, which might lead to gossip. Yet, they had nothing to fear. They had not stolen or robbed, but rather earned everything through their toil. As they pushed the cart to their doorstep, they were greeted by the sounds of children arguing. Rong, if you don't give me something to eat, I won't play with you anymore. Rong, be good and share a bit with your third uncle. I will look after you in the village, and no one will dare bully you. Share with your sister. I am your real sister. It is unacceptable. You have consumed all your own, and now you are attempting to seize mine. Hearing the cries of his little daughter, Chen Yefeng immediately pushed the door open. He happened upon Sanzi, Xiangzi, and Xinxin circling around his daughter. The children, their mouths smeared with grease and snot oozing from their noses, wiped their faces with their sleeves. Their eyes fixated on the half piece of cake in little Xinxin's hand. How on earth did they discover the mooncakes I had hidden in the rice barrel? I had intended to wait until the mooncakes regained their oiliness, so I could sample them myself before offering suggestions to Brother Dehui and the others. After all, these mooncakes from Huang's family were a new product, and the ingredients were not yet fully refined. In my previous life, the unique flavor of Huang's mooncakes was the result of years of accumulation and refinement. As someone who has been reborn and having worked in a mooncake workshop in my past life, perhaps my suggestions could save Brother Dehui and his friends from taking unnecessary detours. Of course, I would not divulge too much. The flavors of mooncakes in this era will undoubtedly differ from those of later generations, but each era's culinary offerings bear their own distinct imprint. So there is no need to deliberately pursue the tastes of future times. My role is merely to serve as a catalyst for time's progression. None of you are allowed to snatch it. You brought my mooncake out. Chen Yefeng set down the card in his hands, glaring at the children with a face full of rage. The children instantly fell silent, no longer daring to make a fuss. After all, Chen Yefeng had a notoriously foul temper, and they all feared him. Although he seemed to have transformed into a different person in recent days, that did not preclude him from suddenly reverting to his former self. What has happened now? Why is he shouting upon returning? Chen's mother emerged from the woodshed. They have stolen the mooncakes I hid in the rice barrel and are here fighting over them. It is utterly outrageous. That was mine. I was just cleaning out the rice barrel and discovered several mooncakes wrapped in oil paper. I do not know who placed them there, but they appear to be intact. Chen Yefeng lamented. Mother, those mooncakes are mine. How did you find them? His mother retorted. That is my rice barrel. Why can't I look through it? I thought your father had placed them there. How could that be? He distinctly remembered his wife pointing at that rice barrel, didn't he? Now he was uncertain. He had only seen his wife gesture casually, believing that barrel belonged to them, only to realize he had made a mistake. Mother, are there any mooncakes left? It was impossible for him to snatch the half piece of mooncake from his little daughter's hand. If he were to try, she would surely throw a tantrum on the floor. Moreover, with her snot and saliva running freely, that half piece of mooncake would have been rendered unrecognizable, even if offered. It would be unappetizing. There are still 2 in the cupboard. Chen's mother pointed to the nearby cabinet. Where? He inquired. I am also quite hungry and could use a little something to fill my stomach. Saying this, he opened the cabinet door and began rummaging. Make sure to close the cabinet door properly, or the mice might get in, Chen's mother remarked with a slight gesture. This old-fashioned cabinet was divided into 6 sections. with the top 3 sharing a door, the middle containing drawers, and the bottom 2 having separate doors. This relic, an antique of 2 to 3 decades, was handcrafted by the village's old carpenter during the wedding of Chen's parents. Sturdy and durable, it has withstood the test of time even after the carpenter's passing several years ago. Chen Yefeng retrieved the 2 mooncakes and closed the cabinet door. Observing the greasy mooncakes in his hands, he noted they had returned their oil, resulting in a soft and glutinous outer layer that promised a delightful taste. Not one to indulge alone, he wielded a knife to slice the mooncake into several small pieces, sharing them with his family. He took a small piece and brought it to his nose, inhaling the intoxicating aroma. The scent of syrup, flour, and peanut oil melded perfectly, complemented by the unique fragrance of various nuts within. This was a 5-nut filling, which includes melon seeds, olive kernels, walnut kernels, almonds, and sesame seeds. The most renowned mooncakes from Lianzhou are indeed those filled with 5 nuts. However, they differ from those in other regions, as the filling comprises dozens of ingredients, crafted through a particularly intricate process. Chen Yefeng tasted a morsel of the mooncake, only to furrow his brow slightly. It was overwhelmingly sweet, so much so that it felt cloying. He had thought that modern mooncakes were sweet, yet this one surpassed them in sugariness. Although he considered himself a lover of sweets, this was too much. Yet, in an era of scarcity, sugar was a luxury. Perhaps a sweeter mooncake better suited the tastes of this time. Life was already bitter enough, and a bit of sweetness was a welcome indulgence. Enduring the saccharine flavor, he finished the small piece. Upon completion, aside from the excessive sweetness, he discerned several other issues. Chapter 144. Every snake has its own characteristics. The Mooncake Workshop, if one were to speak kindly, could be described as a private label processing workshop, if harshly. It was merely a counterfeit den. This small workshop was known for its aggressive sourcing of ingredients, purchasing mooncakes from major brands only to dissect them clearly. Although the quality of their materials did not match those of renowned brands, the average person would find it difficult to discern the difference in flavor. Moreover, within that workshop, there was a remarkable talent, a true prodigy in the baking realm. This individual could analyze the ingredient lists of virtually any product he tasted and could accurately deduce the production processes of various materials. Several ingredient lists of major brand mooncakes had been deconstructed by this genius, and mooncakes crafted according to his methods bore nearly indistinguishable flavors from the authentic brands. If the packaging were the same, one could easily mistake them for genuine articles. It was uncertain what this prodigy was doing at this juncture in time. But should Chen Yefeng wish to advance in the baking industry, he might consider recruiting this talent. After savoring the mooncake, he requested his family to assist in gathering the shells, taking advantage of the sunny weather to pry the meat from the clams and set it out to dry. Chen's mother and the others were astonished at the multitude of shells, inquiring where he had unearthed such a bounty. As they were all family, Chen Yefeng did not hide anything and simply recounted the day's adventure of gathering seafood. When they heard that the traps had yielded over 100 hook-nosed sea snakes, everyone was taken aback, and a wave of concern washed over them. Zhou Haiying expressed her worry, saying, "A foam, I have heard that those snakes are highly venomous. A single bite could be fatal." Chen Yefeng chuckled in response, "Of course, we are unharmed. If there were any danger, would we be standing here chatting merrily?" He reassured them that the snakes were trapped and could not escape. "By the way, where are my uncles?" he inquired. "They returned to Xiang Island," came the reply. "Oh, I was hoping we could have dinner together tonight." Just then, Chen Yemei bounced over, eager to inspect their haul. She eagerly peered into several wooden barrels. Upon noticing, Chen Yefeng quickly interjected, "Don't open that barrel. There are snakes inside." Before he could finish his warning, Amy let out a piercing scream that echoed through the air, lingering long after. Upon seeing the snakes in the barrel, Chen's mother scolded, "What on earth did you bring these back for?" Chen's father added, "Those hook-nosed sea snakes are extremely venomous. We have had members of the fishing team who were bitten and died from their venom. The toxicity is severe, and once bitten, there's little hope for survival. They're all dead. I collected them to soak in medicinal liquor," Chen Yefeng explained. "I almost forgot to gather a few for my elder brother. I'll ask him when his family comes over for dinner." With that, he decided not to linger and headed to the well for a shower. "I'll phone. When you go to Shirkong town, call me. I'd like to freshen up too," Akai mentioned before turning to leave. Chen Yefeng called after him. "Make sure to tell Grandpa and Grandma to come over and dig for shellfish to take home." "All right, I'm off then." After Akai departed, Chen Yefeng took a towel and soap to wash up. Once refreshed, he felt invigorated. After changing into a clean outfit, he pushed out the bicycle, preparing to ride to Shirkong town. "Second brother, are you going to Gouda Island to gather seafood tomorrow?" Chen Yemei asked, her face pale as she looked at Chen Yefeng. "Of course we are. Tomorrow we plan to check the water pits to see if we can find anything, he replied matter-of-factly. With the tides favorable and the weather fine, it would be a waste not to go. Besides, we plan to leave early to see if there are any sea cucumbers to collect. Chen Yefeng's eyes lit up immediately. Can you take me with you? You really want to go gather seafood? What if we encounter snakes? He asked. I'm not afraid. Not afraid, are you? Then help me clean those few snakes, and I'll soak them in liquor when I return. No way, you do it yourself. She laughed. Haha. You say you're not afraid, yet you want-to touch them. I'm just teasing. Go grab a basin, and I'll collect a few sea cucumbers for soup tonight, Chen Yefeng gently suggested. Chen Yefeng's face brightened, and she quickly fetched a basin. To her surprise, her second brother actually began to collect sea cucumbers into the basin. 1, 2. He gathered a total of 4. What are you doing, you rascal? Are you planning to sell those? Chen's father exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of his son collecting sea cucumbers. Leave a few behind for soup tonight. If not, mother, why not slaughter a chicken and make a sea cucumber chicken soup? Chen Yefeng licked his lips and proposed. Chen's mother rolled her eyes in response. I have only a few chickens, and you have your eyes on them? Your uncles have already taken several for themselves. What's left are the ones that lay eggs. Chen's father retorted angrily. Are you a spendthrift? All you think about is food. That sea cucumber over at the pier sells for several dollars a pound. Do you really think you can afford it? Why not? I haven't stolen or robbed anyone. Eating a few sea cucumbers isn't a crime, Chen Yefeng replied, fabricating a story. I even suggested picking up 3, but my brother insisted on 4. Everyone is so exhausted. What's wrong with enjoying a few sea cucumbers? Do as you wish. It's your own folly. Chen's father, irritated by his son's remarks, fell silent, frustrated with his children's lack of consideration. Enough, AFA. The children have grown up. Why bother with their affairs? They have their own lives to lead now, Chen's mother interjected, pulling her husband back. Are you foolish? Hurry and take those things to the woodshed instead of standing around here. Chen Yefeng signaled to his sister, who quickly grabbed a basin and hurried off. He gathered all the fish he intended to sell into a bucket and also took a few items for Brother Dehui, who had been looking after him lately. It was only proper to bring a gift in return. After all, something too extravagant might make him uncomfortable. With the items in tow, Chen Yefeng rode his bicycle out, calling for his Uncle Wu before heading towards Shikong town. As they passed by Erpang's house, they noticed him rushing out of his yard, muttering angrily and searching for something. Chen Yefeng quickly stopped his bike. Erpang, what's wrong? Who upset you? Upon seeing Chen Yefeng and the others, Erpang lamented, Damn it. I don't know who had the audacity to steal from my house in broad daylight. I was sleeping, and several bills and food stamps from my pocket were taken. The thief was rummaging through my belongings. Luckily, I woke up just in time, or he would have stolen more. Uncle Wu inquired, Erpang, did you see the thief's face? Most thieves who dare to break in during the day are usually acquaintances familiar with the household. Erpang angrily replied, I couldn't see clearly. That bastard was wearing a hat and wrapped his face in a towel. Although I didn't get a good look at him, his figure seemed familiar. Uncle Wu exclaimed, What a pity. You noticed him. Why didn't you rush over to catch him? Erpang sheepishly chuckled. I wanted to, but I was completely naked at the time. By the time I got dressed, that thief had already vanished. Chen Yefeng was momentarily speechless, nearly forgetting Erpang's habit of sleeping in the nude. It was well known among their circle that he would sleep completely unclothed. Chen Yefeng's mind raced rapidly, and combining it with his previous experiences, he could basically ascertain who was behind this matter. He decided to comfort Erpeo, inviting him over for dinner that evening and suggesting he bring Azhi along as well. He had long promised to treat Azhi to a meal, yet had never found the time. That lad was likely cursing him behind his back. All right. My father brought home a pig's head and some offal today. I'm too lazy to deal with it, so it's perfect to take to your house. That works. You all tidy up those things while I head to Shikong town to buy some spices for braising. Haha, I trust you in the kitchen. Ever since the last time he savored Chen Yefeng's dragon and phoenix trotter soup, Erpeo had been unable to forget it. Yefeng had been secretly honing his culinary skills in their absence, a rather shameless endeavor. After bidding farewell to Erpeo, Chen Yefeng continued cycling ahead. Yefeng, isn't that Alan? Not far along, he heard ACA's shout from the back seat. Indeed, it was him, heading towards Opping's house, wasn't it? Upon hearing this, Chen Yefeng's gaze fell upon a figure not far away. The man had a shifty demeanor, sneaking in through the back door of the village beauty's home. Chen Yefeng noticed a towel tucked into his waistband, and recalling what Erpeo had just said, he quickly grasped the situation. He had previously suspected this man of stealing his money, a debt that had yet to be settled. It was time to reckon both the old and new accounts. Chen Yefeng felt assured and then rode off. Upon arriving in Shikong town, they first visited Lele Tea House. Did you really catch sea cucumbers? How fortunate. Dehui grinned. Save some for me to enjoy later. I'll take this tiger grouper and a few stone crabs as well. Sure. Chen Yefeng immediately began picking goods for Dehui. The price for wild sea cucumbers was quite favorable, selling for 12 yuan per pound. Of course, that was the retail price. At the dock, the wholesale price was around 7 or 8 yuan. Yefeng, what's the deal with these shrimp and crabs? After weighing the goods, Huang Qingwei prepared to pay, but found quite a few shrimp and crabs in the bucket. I don't recall purchasing these. Dehui, these are a gift for you. Take them back for your wife to taste. This is the real flavor of the sea, just caught this morning. Yefeng, you can't keep giving me gifts like this. Didn't you send some last time? It's no bother. I caught them myself from the sea. If you refuse, it would imply disdain. Truthfully, he owed his ability to sell goods swiftly in Shirkong town to De Hui's assistance. Yefeng was eternally grateful for De Hui's kindness. De Hui paused. I didn't mean to imply any disdain. As long as there's no disdain, that's good. Chen Yefeng smiled, then added, De Hui. That mooncake from last time has returned to oil. I tried it with my family. As he spoke, he subtly pointed out a few issues, cautious not to say too much for fear of raising suspicion. Yefeng, your points are excellent. We hadn't considered them, De Hui exclaimed, astonished. Upon reflection, he found Yefeng's observations very reasonable. He resolved to alter the recipe and experiment, as it might yield unexpected results. Departing from Lele Tea House, Chen Yefeng accompanied Uncle Wu to the Xinyue restaurant in town. This establishment was owned by General Zheng. Indeed, his purpose for coming here was to seek out General Zheng. Their previous encounter at Lele Tea House had been quite cordial, with Zheng warmly draping an arm over Chen's shoulder, promising to send any good items directly to him. Sea cucumbers could certainly be considered a fine item. Uncle Wu, please wait for me here. I will be back shortly, Chen Yefeng said as he entered Xinyue restaurant. Though not as grand as Hongfu restaurant, Xinyue boasted an impressive vintage decor, both inside and out. Shirkong Town, the largest township in Lianzhou County, served as a vital link between Haiqing and inland cities, offering an advantageous geographical position that fostered local development. In recent years, following the reforms, many merchants from eastern Guangdong province had come to invest here. Some areas of Shirkong Town had even become more prosperous than Lianzhou City itself, with several restaurants in the town reaping substantial profits. Who are you? What brings you to our restaurant? Just as Chen Yefeng stepped further inside, he was halted by a security guard. The guard scrutinized him, perceiving him to be a rustic country bumpkin, unworthy of patronizing such an establishment. Chen Yefeng replied with composure. I am here to see General Zheng. I would appreciate it if you could inform him. As he spoke, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to the guard. The guard, grinning, accepted the cigarette and remarked, You're quite resourceful. Wait here. I'll go fetch him for you. With that, the guard went inside. Chen Yefeng, understanding the situation, patiently waited outside while lighting a cigarette for himself. Nowadays, whenever he ventured out for business, he always carried a pack of fine cigarettes, knowing that offering one could often prove more effective than pleading his case. After a considerable wait, a man in a suit and tie emerged. It was none other than General Zheng, whom he had previously met at Lele Tea House. Ah, comrade. You're looking for me? You seem familiar, Zheng remarked, tossing his Mediterranean hairstyle. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to the character from Stephen Chow's film Mermaid, who was notorious for spraying pesticides. Even their surname was the same, and everyone referred to him as General Zheng. General Zheng. It seems you have a tendency to forget those who are in your debt. I am Yefeng, the fisherman who sold you the mudfish at Lele Tea House last time, Chen Yefeng said, pinching his thigh to suppress a laugh. The resemblance to the film character was too uncanny, and he feared that if he laughed, Zheng would promptly turn and leave. Oh, it's you. How is it that you've caught more mudfish today? Zheng asked, intrigued. Hee. I have something even better than mudfish. What is it? Do not rush. Here, General Zheng, have a cigarette first. Come with me, and you will see. Seeing the other party silent, Mr. Zheng felt a restless curiosity clawing at his heart. As he puffed on a cigarette, he followed Chen Yefeng towards the entrance. Outside the gate, Akai had been waiting impatiently by the roadside. Upon seeing Chen Yefeng finally emerge, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Yefeng. Uncle Chen cast a glance at Mr. Zheng, his eyes landing on the elegant tuft of hair atop his head. Watching it sway, Akai felt an overwhelming urge to snip it off with scissors. Mr. Zheng, take a look for yourself. Chen Yefeng gestured towards a nearby wooden barrel. Mr. Zheng, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly approached the barrel. Upon seeing its contents, he gasped in delight. Sea cucumbers? Where on earth did you acquire these? In this era, cultivated sea cucumbers were scarce, predominantly wild. Moreover, As a seasoned gourmet, Mr. Zheng could immediately discern that these were exquisite wild specimens. Let us weigh them. I'll take all of them, Mr. Zheng declared without a moment's hesitation. Chen Yefeng was momentarily stunned, struggling to process the swift agreement. Mr. Zheng, you are so straightforward? Straightforward? Hurry and weigh them. Mr. Zheng retorted impatiently. I don't have a scale. Why didn't you mention that sooner? If you had told me earlier, I would have brought one. Mr. Zheng promptly sent someone to fetch a scale, assuring Chen Yefeng that the price would be the same as it was with Brother Dahui. Since they were acquaintances, Mr. Zheng would certainly not want to overcharge him. Once the scale arrived, they began weighing the sea cucumbers. The total was 155 pounds, priced at 12 yuan per pound, amounting to 186 yuan. Is that correct? Mr. Zheng inquired, eyeing him. Chen Yefeng proudly displayed the calculator in his hand. This is high-tech. Don't you believe me, Mr. Zheng? Fine. As long as you've done the math correctly, weigh the other fish as well. The remaining fish included 3 black-haired fish, the most expensive at 8 yuan per pound. Weighing 3 pounds, they sold for 54 yuan. The rest of the fish fetched several more yuan, bringing Mr. Zheng's total earnings to over 200 yuan, with an additional sum from Brother Dahui amounting to several dozen more. This trip was indeed worthwhile. The total income approached 300 yuan. The high prices of the sea cucumbers and black-haired fish were the main contributors. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sold for such amounts. As a proprietor of a grand restaurant, Mr. Zheng was not short on cash and settled the payment on the spot. Truth be told, if these establishments operated on credit, Chen Yefeng would prefer otherwise. In his previous life, he had heard of too many stories where debts went unpaid. Mr. Zheng, if I catch a loach, would you still want it? Chen Yefeng speculated that the deep mudflats of Meihua Island might harbor fat loaches. Mr. Zheng's eyes brightened instantly. You can catch loaches? One must admit, loach meat is not only tender and delicious, but also holds remarkable health benefits. That day, he had instructed the chef to stew the purchased loaches with chicken to create a dragon and phoenix soup. The result was invigorating. After consuming it, he felt revitalized, as if his former vigor had returned. Previously, matters were hastily concluded within 5 minutes. Yet that night, he astonishingly persevered for a full 15 minutes. Mr. Zheng's partner expressed her exhilaration, lauding his evident improvement. Now, a mere mention of the Earth Dragon ignites a thrill within him. Regrettably, capturing the elusive Earth Dragon proves to be exceedingly challenging. When Chen Yefeng inquires whether he still desires the Earth Dragon, his affirmative response is inevitable. The experience is simply delightful. Very well, should I manage to catch one, I will deliver it to you without delay. I shall await your good news with anticipation. After selling his goods, Chen Yefeng had no intention of returning home just yet. He first sought out the ticket vendor, Ho San, intending to procure some tickets from him. For fishermen in their modest village, acquiring tickets remained a formidable task. In this era, numerous commodities still necessitated tickets. Without them, even wealth could not secure a purchase. Consequently, many resorted to the black market to acquire these essential tickets at a price. Uncle Wu, please wait for me here. With that, Chen Yefeng confidently approached the door and knocked. Before long, the door creaked open, revealing a shifty-eyed figure. Hosen glanced about cautiously before abruptly pulling Chen Yefeng inside. 5 minutes later, several tickets filled Chen Yefeng's pocket. Grain tickets, flour tickets, alcohol tickets, and rice tickets. He refrained from purchasing excessively, for such tickets were often specific to local use and expired after a set period. Moreover, certain items remained difficult to procure even with money and tickets. For instance, when purchasing oil and grain from the state-run store, one required grain tickets, oil tickets, and a grain booklet. Yet, not everyone possessed a grain booklet. Only those who consumed state-supplied grain were entitled to one. Each visit to the store mandated a registration in the grain booklet, with purchasing limits enforced for every household. Afong, what brings you here? Akai inquired curiously. I must confide in you, but do not share this with others, Chen Yefeng whispered to Uncle Wu. Realizing the implications, even Uncle Wu grasped the situation, marveling at such ingenuity. Chen Yefeng admired him sincerely. After all, Akai had once risked his life to save him, a bond truly rare and precious. Chen Yefeng then pedaled to the supply and marketing cooperative, where he had yet to fulfill his promise of buying wine for his father. This time, he had brought along the necessary tools for transporting the wine. In addition to purchasing a lower alcohol food-grade liquor, he acquired a jar of high-proof liquor intended for infusing with snake, along with some snacks to bring back for the children. After successfully procuring his items at the cooperative's counter, Chen Yefeng pondered the price of Mount Ai wine, considering a purchase to store for future prosperity. However, the shop assistant informed him that they had no stock available. Indeed, as he had previously surmised, in their remote locale, even if goods were available. Those in power had long since diverted the supplies, leaving the common folk with little hope. It seems that procuring Mitai liquor would necessitate seeking assistance from Lu Jingqing's son-in-law, in hopes of leveraging that connection to secure a purchase. Feng, we don't require any other items at the moment, do we? The clumsy giant, clutching 2 jars of liquor, remarked with a frown. Initially, he had contemplated visiting the state-run grain and oil station for provisions, but they lacked the necessary ration card to make a purchase. Chen Yefeng recalled that it was still the early 1980s, a time dominated by a planned economy where, despite having money, many items remained elusive. For fishermen along the coast, acquiring food was indeed a challenge. They would have to explore the possibility of obtaining supplies through private channels or the black market. The two rode their bicycles homeward, passing through the town's red light district, where scantily clad women beckoned from doorways. Akai, seated behind, reacted once more. Damn it, let us hope that iron rod doesn't shatter those jars. Chapter 147. The snake whined as Chen Yefeng and his companion passed through the brightly lit district. They made a stop at a spice shop to purchase ingredients for marinated delicacies before finally pedaling home. Upon their arrival at the courtyard, they were greeted by the sounds of laughter and joy, creating an atmosphere of warmth. Second brother has returned. Uncle, father, you've worked hard. As Chen Yefeng entered the courtyard, a group of children rushed towards him, encircling them in a flurry of excitement. Step back, don't crowd around here, or you won't receive any treats. Chen Yefeng called out, and upon hearing the mention of food, the children's mouths watered in anticipation. Although they ceased to encircle him, their eager eyes remained fixated on him. Once the bicycle was parked, Chen Yefeng distributed a few snacks to the children, who then strutted out of the house with their treasures. Eating alone seemed dull. They wanted all the village children to witness their bounty. Reflecting on the past, when they had only watched enviously as other children indulged, sometimes even scavenging discarded wrappers for remnants, they could not forget to showcase their newfound delights. Akai dismounted, cradling 2 jars of liquor, while Chen Yefeng instructed him to place the jars in the woodshed. He then carefully pushed his beloved bicycle into the house, treating it with utmost care, wiping it down with a cloth after each use. Zhou Haiying observed as her husband brought the bicycle inside, painstakingly removing the dust. She couldn't help but pout. Why doesn't he show me this kind of patience? If he could take the time to clean the bicycle after using it, why did he leave the house in disarray after each use, collapsing into bed without a thought? Not only did she have to clean up after herself, but she also had to tend to him, unaware of his wife's silent grievances. Chen Yefeng diligently wiped the dust from the bicycle before heading into the yard to lend a hand. Pang and Aji had already arrived, assisting in the preparation of a pig's head and offal. In this era, the prices for pig heads and offal were significantly lower than that of regular pork, and no meat ration tickets were required. It is often said that this is a delicacy reserved for the impoverished, yet the number of those in need has grown alarmingly, making such items increasingly difficult to procure. These provisions were specifically left behind by the father of Pang. Otherwise, they would not have had the opportunity to indulge in them. Pang wielded a scorching fire tong to singe the bristles from the pig's head. The sizzling sound echoed as the metal met the skin, releasing a plume of acrid smoke that permeated the air with a foul, charred aroma. His elder brother and Aji were crouched nearby, meticulously cleaning the pig's entrails, which emitted a pungent stench, making the task notably cumbersome. Particularly challenging were the intestines, their surfaces slick and reeking of an unpleasant odor. In his previous life, he had observed others using flour to scrub the entrails repeatedly for a more thorough cleansing. Nowadays, flour was a precious commodity, not to be squandered. In their rural community, there existed traditional methods for handling such refuse. They would first smoke the entrails with mugwort, and then cleanse them repeatedly with lye water or rice washing water. The entire process was exceedingly time-consuming, deterring many from the effort of preparing these dishes. In a corner of the yard, his father constructed a makeshift stove from stones, preparing to boil the pig's head. Chen Yefeng approached with his uncle to offer assistance, and Chen's father directed them to gather bricks and firewood. Once everything was in place, Chen Yefeng commenced his culinary endeavors. After all, who could resist his culinary prowess? The pig's head would be braised, with half the intestines reserved for stir-frying, and both the liver and kidneys would also be prepared for frying. All right, as long as you are the one cooking, they responded eagerly. Aji and Pang lounged nearby, taking turns with a water pipe, chuckling as they engaged Chen Yefeng in conversation. Chen Yefeng retorted with mock irritation. If I were to cook something unpalatable, would you still partake, Aji? Aji, puzzled, inquired, what do you mean by unpalatable? To which Pang chimed in, yes. What does that mean? Just as Chen Yefeng was about to explain, an old dog ambled through the door, licking its lips. If you wish to know what it is, just ask old Huang, he quipped. Is it not some form of strawberry tart? Aji exclaimed, feigning disgust at Chen Yefeng's remark. Upon hearing this, both Aji and Air Pang promptly gave him the finger in disdain. Chen's father, holding the water pipe, frowned. Why bring that up? Just focus on your cooking. The others turned their attention to him, prompting Chen Yefeng to quiet down. Once the pig's head was simmering, he seized the opportunity to prepare a jar of snake wine. Brother, do you require snake wine? He asked. If you're making it, I'll pass. I can just come over to drink yours later. Very well, Chen Yefeng replied, not overly concerned about the small matter, as he could not consume it all alone. With that, he proceeded to immerse the sea snakes into the jar for infusion. Thankfully, they were lifeless, otherwise, he would have hesitated to handle them. Even though these sea snakes were deceased, he still felt an unsettling sense that they might spring back to life. After ensuring the snakes were fully submerged in the alcohol, Chen Yefeng nodded in satisfaction. Brother, are you certain that dead snakes can infuse in wine? Chen Yefeng, standing at a distance, asked apprehensively. Of course they can, though the effect may not be as potent as that of live ones, he reassured her. However, it matters not, as long as it proves effective. Your second brother's aspirations are not particularly lofty. Chen Yefeng smiled as he sealed the jar of liquor. He found a certain peace in the thought of death, free from the worry of venomous snakes. In the past, while scrolling through his phone, he had come across news of snake liquor, made from venomous snakes soaked for years, which still managed to bite people upon being unsealed. It was terrifying. He had grown quite cautious of his life. If those snakes were still alive, he would ensure they were dead before placing them in the liquor. Second brother, may I discuss something with you? Are we going to the beach? There's nothing to discuss. Upon glancing at his sister, Chen Yefeng immediately discerned her intentions and resolutely declined. Do you think going to the beach is merely for fun? It's both exhausting and perilous. Let me ask you, if you go to the island with us men, what will you do when you need to relieve yourself? Ame retorted. And how do you all manage? We men can simply find a spot to stand and resolve it. Well, I can find a secluded place to take care of it as well. Chen Yefeng was somewhat at a loss for words. Why is it so difficult to reason with you? I am only looking out for your well-being. With a pitiful expression, Ame said, Second brother, I know you care for me. Just take me once, will you? School is about to start, and once I am back in class, opportunities to go will be scarce. Seeing his sister's pleading demeanor, Chen Yefeng's heart softened. In his previous life, his relationship with this sister had not been particularly strong. During her college years, he was often away from home, unable to assist her during her academic struggles. Later, after moving away for work, she married someone from another region, leading to infrequent contact. Yet she was exceptionally kind to his two daughters, supporting them through their education when finances were tight. As school approached, and with the pressures of senior year looming, it was likely that there would not be another opportunity for them to go to the beach together. Very well, but you must behave yourself while you're there. Do not wander about carelessly, and avoid touching anything that you shouldn't. Have you agreed, second brother? Rest assured, I am well behaved and obedient. Ame revealed her two little tiger teeth, her innocent and cheerful face brimming with joy. Chen Yefeng pondered for a moment and decided to invite their mother as well. Given his sister's somewhat capricious nature, it would be prudent to have someone guide her for reassurance. Chapter 148, Biological Weapons. As time passed, the aroma of braised meat in the courtyard grew increasingly intense, nearly overwhelming the senses. A few children returned from exploring the village, each one radiant with excitement, evidently having boasted among their peers. Upon entering, they were instantly captivated by the enticing scent wafting through the courtyard and quickly gathered around the large pot of braised meat. Chen Yefeng lifted the lid, and steam billowed forth, releasing an intoxicating fragrance that made mouths water. You lot, step back, don't get burned. He admonished as he noticed the children edging closer, saliva dripping from their mouths. And be careful not to let your drool fall into the pot, or else I will have to discipline you. Feeling that the meat was nearly ready, he instructed Sanzi to fetch a basin to collect all the braised delights. As for the task of slicing and plating, he left that to Erpang and Azai, while he returned to preparing other dishes. Stir-fried sauerkraut with fatty intestines, quickly sautéed pig's kidneys, and green peppers stir-fried with pig's liver. He had already conceived the dishes. He began the culinary process for these three offerings. Ame, this time let the flame burn a little stronger. Chen Yefeng had completed the stir-fry of fatty intestines and was preparing to sauté the kidneys. Cooking the kidneys requires a higher heat than that of the intestines. Thus, the sautéing must be brief to avoid a tough texture that could compromise the dish's quality. In a previous life, he had watched short videos and remembered an elderly man renowned for his swift cooking, who could prepare pig kidneys in mere seconds. The resulting kidneys were tender and smooth, an absolute delight. The only drawback was their tendency to splatter. Yefeng, are your dishes ready? Chen's mother called out from the kitchen, directing her voice towards the courtyard stove. Just one more dish of sautéed liver, and it will be complete. I'm hurrying. The other dishes are done. And yours is the last one. Don't rush me. It will be ready soon. Chen Yefeng replied, focusing on the liver. Brother, are you sure you need to add so many chili peppers to the liver? Ame, the firewood worker, glanced skeptically at the peppers. The locals typically favored a milder palate, especially by the seaside, where cooking methods were simple, either poaching, steaming, or making soup. He had never encountered such bold flavors. Chen Yefeng chuckled. You wouldn't understand. Pig liver has a distinct odor. Adding some chili enhances its fragrance and masks the gaminess, creating a delightful flavor, perfect for pairing with drinks. Brother, I've noticed you've truly changed. Even your taste has evolved. Ame observed her brother with a hint of suspicion. Really? Is it because I haven't teased you lately that you find it unusual? Chen Yefeng explained. Perhaps my tastes have been influenced by your sister-in-law. Rest assured, these peppers aren't spicy. They were grown by her own hands. Previously, Chen Yefeng often teased his younger sister, so her brother's sudden gentleness left Ame feeling somewhat disoriented. Following that, Chen Yefeng concentrated on his cooking, first blanching the liver, then heating a dry pan until it emitted a faint smoke before adding lard. Cold oil in a hot pan prevents sticking. Sizzle. When the time was right, Chen Yefeng added green chili peppers to the pan. In mere moments, the pungent aroma enveloped the air. Cough. And you say it's not spicy? The aroma is suffocating. Ame exclaimed, hastily retreating while coughing violently. Is it that overwhelming? I don't feel it. Chen Yefeng pondered, bemused by his sister's hasty exit. Cough. Yefeng, what are you cooking? It's so pungent. Do you intend to suffocate us? As he sautéed the liver with the peppers, a wave of spiciness wafted through the air, pervading the entire courtyard. Everyone, except Chen Yefeng and Zhou Haiying, had retreated far away, unable to endure even a hint of the spice, covering their mouths and noses. Is it really that exaggerated? Chen Yefeng sautéed the chili peppers in the pot before adding the blanched pig liver. After a brief stir, he seasoned it with monosodium glutamate and salt, then removed it from the heat. In this era, there were not many condiments available. Soy sauce, monosodium glutamate, and salt were among the most common. Once the dish was ready, he personally served the stir-fried pig liver with green peppers at the table. The sight of this dish elicited expressions of trepidation from everyone present. In their experience, no one dared to use such an abundance of chili peppers in their cooking, fearing it might wreak havoc on their digestive systems. It was only when the pungent aroma of spice dissipated that they cautiously approached the dining table. This culinary creation felt like a biochemical weapon, terrifyingly potent, akin to employing a weasel from a smoke-filled burrow. Yefeng, why did you use so many chilies? Do you not want us to eat? Someone remarked. Indeed. Just the smell is overwhelming. How can one possibly eat this? Azai and Erpang furrowed their brows, glancing at the dish, their expressions tightening. Observing their reactions, Chen Yefeng couldn't help but chuckle. Had he not spent a lifetime in that small county, he too would struggle with such spiciness. The dish he had prepared would seem trivial to the locals of that county. Surely, even their children would find it bearable. You don't understand. The spiciness of pig liver enhances its flavor. This is an excellent dish to accompany drinks, so do not snatch it from me later. Who would dare to fight you for such a fiery dish? I certainly cannot bear it, they replied, voicing their reluctance. Fine, just remember your words. As they prepared to eat, Chen's mother fetched 2 bowls, serving Azai and Erpang each a portion to take home. Aunt Chen, what is this? We haven't even started eating, and you're already packing it up for us? Anyang, Erpang, you brought these pig's head meat and offal. So take some home for your father and sister to taste. Is that really necessary? I am here to eat. I don't need to take anything back. Azai chimed in, feeling a bit awkward. Erpang can take some home, but I'll pass. Chen's mother insisted, everyone should take some home. We cannot possibly finish all this food, and it will spoil by tomorrow. Without a refrigerator and with the weather being so hot, any leftovers would go bad by the next day, even if they were kept in the well. Chen Yefeng encouraged, you two should not refuse. We are all friends here, and we shall share good things together in the future. All right, we will not decline then. Since you insist, we will accept. Seeing Azai and Erpang no longer rejecting the offer, Chen Yefeng smiled and added, I suspect neither of your families have started their meals yet. Why not take the food home and return? We don't know how long we will take to eat, and leftovers will spoil by tomorrow. Yes. You two should take the food home first, and then come back. We will wait for you to start the meal. Chen's father and others concurred. The dishes were ready, and a few more minutes wouldn't matter. After all, they lived nearby and would not take long to return. Anyang, we are starving. Do we really have to wait? A group of children, already quite impatient, wore sorrowful expressions upon hearing that they would have to wait. Chapter 149, Settling Accounts. The children will join us at another table shortly, Mother Chen stated solemnly. After speaking, she filled a bowl with dishes and instructed A Kai to deliver it to the adjacent table. Subsequently, she collaborated with her elder and younger daughters-in-law to portion out the food, taking a small amount of each dish before carrying it to a small table nearby. Mother Chen, along with several women and the children, sat down to eat, while the men indulged in drinks. Their conversations were not aligned, rendering their seating arrangement uncomfortable. Brother, let us settle today's accounts, Chen Yefeng remarked, pulling out the invoices from De Hui and General Zheng's table. Earlier, with Air Pang and Aji present, it had not been appropriate for him to take out the money in front of outsiders. After calculating the sums, Chen Yefeng noted the totals on paper. Off phone. In the future, you needn't show me the invoices. Simply distribute the funds directly to me, Chen Yefeng confidently asserted, trusting his younger brother. That's simply one to do. Chen Yefeng replied hastily. We are brothers. We must be clear about our accounts. The total sales amounted to 282 yuan. According to the agreed-upon proportions, he continued, pressing a button on the calculator. You currently hold 50%, Uncle Wu has 10%, and I possess 40%. Thus, you would receive 169, 2 yuan. Uncle Wu would obtain 28, 2 yuan, and I would garner 112, 8 yuan. However, Uncle Wu also earns a wage, calculated at 2 yuan per day, totaling 302 yuan. Each of us shall contribute 1 yuan. Does that seem acceptable? Previously, Chen Yefeng had mentioned that if the harvest was good, Uncle Wu could also receive a 10% profit, which would be covered by the elder brother. As they were calculating, sister-in-law Zhang Feng immediately approached, her eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. Since the men had partnered with her younger brother A Feng for fishing, they had earned several hundred yuan, surpassing their previous annual income. Chen Yefeng snatched the invoice from his wife's hands. What business do you have with the calculations? A Feng is using a calculator, a piece of advanced technology, and he would not make an error. Zhang Feng laughed awkwardly. No. A Feng, please don't misunderstand. Sister-in-law was simply curious. Chen Yefeng expressed enviously. A Feng, how much did you pay for that calculator? Chen Yefeng casually replied, over 20 yuan. Why? Do you wish to purchase one, brother? Chen Yefeng quickly shook his head. No? I was merely asking. At such a price, how could I afford it? Chen Yefeng smiled without further comment, then handed 169, 2 yuan to his elder brother. Upon receiving the money, the elder brother promptly passed it to his wife. Zhang Feng smiled contentedly, took the money, spat a bit of saliva onto her right thumb and index finger, and began counting. After verifying the amount, she indicated that everything was in order and tucked it into her pocket. Earlier in the morning, they had captured sea snakes, shrimp, and crabs in the traps, earning over 170 yuan. However, the collection points at the small dock only issued receipts without immediate payment. Fortunately, for the previous fish sales, Chen Yefeng had already arranged for his brother to collect the money from the local buyers. Chen Yefeng estimated that their savings had surpassed 1,000 yuan, sufficient to purchase a second-hand motor sailboat. Father, have you managed to gather all the necessary information? Is there any surplus mechanized fishing boat available for sale? Upon hearing Chen Yefeng express his intention to purchase a boat, the leader exchanged a surprised glance with his wife, their faces reflecting astonishment. They were aware of the circumstances of the second brother's family. Just a few days prior, Zhou Haiying had borrowed money from them to buy rice. Now, he could afford to buy a boat? Chen's father paused before replying. I inquired with the captain of the fishing team, and he informed me that all mechanically powered boats are sold out. However, there are still a few rowing sampans available. If you wish to buy one, the captain mentioned he could offer a discount. It could be yours for 500 yuan. As for the unpowered sampan, never mind that. If I cannot purchase a boat, I will save a bit more money and check the prices at the shipyard in Haicheng for a new one, Chen Yefeng mused. The price for a new boat would undoubtedly be significantly higher than that of a used one, and acquiring a boat privately could pose challenges, including long waiting times. One step at a time, we shall see how it unfolds. After a brief family discussion, Erpang and Azhi returned, and dinner commenced. The evening's feast was indeed lavish, featuring pig's head meat, pork offal, drunken crab, assorted fish stew, and clam mustard soup. The men enjoyed drinking and feasting together, engaging in light-hearted conversation. They even broached the subject of Erpang and Azhi's lifelong pursuits. Erpang confessed he had no prospects, while Azhi mentioned he had met several young women recently, but either he found them lacking or they found him unappealing. Chen Yefeng patted their shoulders, encouraging them to strive harder, reminding them that while he was already dealing with 3 children, their mothers-in-law were still nowhere to be found. This pig liver is quite delectable, though spicy. It pairs perfectly with the wine. It's scorching hot, but just right with the drink. Weren't you two not eating? Why are you grabbing my food? After dinner, Azii and Erpang took a few puffs from the water pipe that Chen's father had left under the tree before preparing to head home. The delightful meal had lifted everyone's spirits, and they enjoyed a few drinks, feeling slightly tipsy. Wait for me. I'll grab a flashlight to see you off. No need. We're not in an unfamiliar place. We could walk back with our eyes closed, replied Erpang. He was right. They could manage on their own. You should stay home and keep your wife company. Haha. Chen Yefeng hurriedly took a few puffs from the water pipe and grabbed the headlamp to catch up. The two friends walked shoulder to shoulder, embracing as they made their way forward. The sight was quite a spectacle. Truthfully, Chen Yefeng felt reluctant to interrupt them. Upon seeing the light from the flashlight, Azii turned back and said, Offing, didn't we say you didn't need to walk us home? Why are you still coming? Chen Yefeng replied, slightly annoyed. Do you think I want to see you off? Erpang, puzzled, asked, then why are you following us? Azii released Erpang and placed his hand on Chen Yefeng's shoulder. Offing, do you have something to say? Haha, you guessed it right. I thought you knew me well enough. The moment you perked up, I knew you had to relieve yourself. Chen Yefeng decided to drop the pretense. It's like this. I saw Eileen today. He then recounted the events he and Uncle Wu had witnessed, as well as the incident where he had jumped into the water to rescue someone and lost money in the process. With a sudden realization, Erpang exclaimed, how familiar that silhouette looks. It turns out to be that scoundrel, Alin. Upon hearing this, he was struck with clarity and, recalling the scene of the theft at his home earlier that day, he erupted in anger, clenching his fists tightly. While uncertain if the money stolen that day was indeed taken by Alin, he was certain that the theft of his own money this time bore the mark of that rogue. He had even caught a glimpse of the towel at Alin's waist, which he must have used to cover his face during the act. Chen Yefeng, too, could not definitively claim that Alin had pilfered his money, but he was convinced Alin was responsible for robbing Erpang's home. Chapter 150. The daily life of a sycophant. Azhi spoke solemnly. What do you mean, uncertain? It is undoubtedly that wretch. I have always known he had sticky fingers. Otherwise, we wouldn't have fallen out so dramatically. Once, they were close friends, but one fateful night, while Azhi was inebriated, Alin shamelessly rifled through his pockets. When caught, Alin had the audacity to deny it. This led to a physical altercation, with Chen Yefeng and Erpang intervening, desperately trying to mediate. As a result, Alin harbored resentment towards the two, claiming they preferred Azhi over him, thus severing ties with them entirely. Erpang gritted his teeth, lamenting, it's a pity we didn't catch that scoundrel on the spot. Even if we had, we would need evidence to report him to the authorities. Azhi shot him a fierce look. Are we to let this slide? I cannot swallow this indignation. Indeed, it is right to feel aggrieved. Chen Yefeng grinned, producing a burlap sack. I cannot let this go either. After all, he conspired against me with Yuan Dajuan and his crew that day, and I too yearn to teach him a lesson. I knew you had something up your sleeve. Had you been plotting this all along? Azhi chuckled at the sight of the sack. Should we perhaps bring along a few sticks? Erpang suggested through gritted teeth. To allow someone to brazenly steal from us in broad daylight without exacting some vengeance is simply unacceptable. Chen Yefeng, holding the sack, replied with a laugh, in our countryside. Do we lack for sticks? We can easily find one on the roadside. Then let us be off. You've ignited my eagerness. It has been far too long since I last laid hands upon someone. Azhi, Erpang, wait a moment. I need to relieve myself first. At Erpang's remark, I too felt the urge to urinate, having indulged in too much drink earlier. Chen Yefeng, feeling a similar pressure, decided it was wise to do the same. Since both of you wish to relieve yourselves, I shall accompany you, Azhi chimed in. With that, the trio lined up together, as true friends ought to. Soon, the serene night was punctuated by the sound of their release. After finishing, they stealthily made their way towards Alin's residence under the cover of darkness. Upon arriving near Alin's home, they began their vigil. After a considerable wait, frustration mounted as Azhi cursed. Damn it, these mosquitoes are relentless. Do you think that scoundrel is hiding away in his house, refusing to come out? Chen Yefeng quickly countered, impossible. It isn't that late. He wouldn't retire to his bed at such an hour. Just a few nights ago, I saw him roaming about well past midnight. Erpang chimed in. What if he is not even home? Where else could he possibly be? In the dead of night, one wouldn't dare to steal another man's wife, right? Azhi jested. Perhaps he truly might. Erpang chuckled. Uffed, with his bear-like appearance, how could I, being so handsome, not have a partner? How could he possibly steal someone else's wife? Azhi scoffed. Chen Yefeng suddenly recalled the scene from earlier that day when he sneaked into the village beauty's home and immediately pondered. Do you think Alin might be at Erpang's place? Azhi leaned in with a curious expression. phone. Could it be that the rumors in the village are indeed true? That Wang Jilan woman is utterly shameless, willing to sleep with any man? Pang still seemed skeptical. No way, she doesn't seem like that kind of woman. Pang, you don't understand. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. My mother said she has seen several men frequently visiting her to offer warmth. I heard that to treat Peng's illness, their family has incurred quite a bit of debt. To repay these debts, the village beauty often takes men to earn that kind of money, Aji said mysteriously. Pang's face displayed surprise. Could it really be true? If so, this village beauty is indeed loyal and caring towards Peng. Even in such dire circumstances, she doesn't think of fleeing but instead earns money for his treatment. If it were someone else, they would have run away long ago. Since you both feel so sympathetic towards him, why not go offer her some warmth? Take care of her, Chen Yefeng teased, raising an eyebrow. Although Wang Jilan seemed quite pitiful, one must remember that those who evoke pity often possess qualities deserving of disdain. He had no desire to entangle himself with this woman any further. Let us forget it. After so many men, what if she carries something? Yes, Aji is right. I must preserve my purity for my future wife. Among the three, Pang was the youngest, 2 years junior to Chen Yefeng and Aji. Noticing that Aji had yet to find a partner, he felt no rush himself. Chen Yefeng could not help but commend. Pang, you are indeed a good man. Saving your first time for your future wife. Only he knew that in his previous life, Pang had not married until nearly 40, and his wife was a divorcee with 2 children. Upon marrying, he instantly became a stepfather. Aji reminisced, in those days. The three of us were foolishly infatuated with Wang Jilan, nearly coming to blows in our pursuit of her. Looking back, we were truly foolish. Chen Yefeng sighed lightly. We were indeed quite naive back then, like love-struck puppies, oblivious to the fact that she didn't care at all. Pang patted their shoulders. All right, enough of this nostalgia. Shall we head over to Peng's house? He might truly be there. Chen Yefeng stood up, a blade of grass in his mouth, and said, let us go take a look. Anything's better than swatting mosquitoes here. With that, the three set off towards Peng's home. Not long after, they arrived near Peng's house. Indeed, they spotted Alin there. This persistent love-struck fool, instead of resting at home late at night, had sneakily come to the village beauty's house to help with chores, proving to be quite diligent. Alin, you are truly hardworking, coming over to help right away and often bringing money. Auntie is so grateful to you. Aunt, I sincerely harbor deep affections for Alin and wish to cherish him for a lifetime. If you could kindly support our union, I vow to treat your entire family with utmost respect and care, and I shall regard Peng as my own elder brother. The 2 children will be as dear to me as my own flesh and blood. Concealed outside the courtyard, the 3 of them listened intently to the conversation between Alin and Aunt Xiaoxi, and an involuntary shiver coursed through them. Chen Yefeng experienced a profound sense of empathy, as he saw in Alin a reflection of his own past self. Was he not once foolishly devoted to Aunt Xiaoxi's family in a similar manner? Ultimately, they deemed him obsolete and discarded him without a second thought. The voices resonated from within. Alin, you are a good person, and we all know this. Otherwise, we would not have consented to your relationship with Alin. However, mere kindness is insufficient. You must provide her with true happiness. Aunt, I understand. I will ensure Alin's happiness. But how will you secure her happiness when you lack financial means? Let me tell you, in our village, Chen Yefeng is the most ambitious. He has reportedly earned a substantial amount and is preparing to purchase a fishing boat. I sense that Alin has developed feelings for him, so you must intensify your efforts. Chen Yefeng? How could that be? He has a wife and children. Are you foolish? Peng has always harbored affections for our Alin. He pursued her, but, upon realizing he could not win her heart, he settled for Zhou Haiying. He never loved her. His marriage was born out of fear of being labeled a rogue when she became pregnant. Moreover, he has 2 daughters now, and in the future, he will certainly face challenges. If he were to partner with our Alin, all his earnings would ultimately benefit our daimyo and Eru. Aunt, you must not think this way. I too will strive to earn well. It's merely about catching fish, I assenti it. That scoundrel is just a bit luckier, but my fortune is not lacking. With some effort, I can persuade my family to buy me a boat, and then I shall earn great wealth. Indeed, Aunt believes in you, which is why she has spoken so highly of you in front of Alin. I truly appreciate your support, Aunt. Hearing their exchange, Eru and Azai cast peculiar glances at Chen Yefeng, as if to say they were taken aback by his true nature. Chen Yefeng quietly clarified, you two do not actually believe the words of that old woman, do you? How could I not love my own wife? Her claims about women are sheer nonsense. Thankfully, Ying is not here. If she were to overhear, she would surely be incensed. Brother, it's not that I doubt you. But you did indeed pursue the village beauty and swore you would marry her in this lifetime, Eru interjected. Eru is correct. You made a vow back then. Did I? Please, do not tarnish my reputation. It appears Alan is about to emerge. Let us find a secluded spot along the way to take action. Chen Yefeng clenched the burlap sack tightly and beckoned Eru and Azai to stealthily depart. As Alan approached, the three hastily retreated, preparing to find an isolated location for their plans along the roadside. They concealed themselves in the grass, knowing this was Alan's inevitable route home. After a brief wait, Alan was seen leisurely walking home with a kerosene lamp in hand. However, just as he was halfway there, a sudden gust extinguished the lamp. As he reached for matches to reignite it, darkness enveloped him, making even breathing a challenge. With a thud, Alan's body jolted, causing the lamp to tumble from his grasp, spilling kerosene across the ground, filling the air with an unpleasant odor. Who is it? Do not play such pranks. Let me go? Alan's voice erupted in anger. But no sooner had he spoken than a fierce punch struck his abdomen, eliciting cries of pain. Help! Someone, save me! There's a murderer! He attempted to scream, but a hand covered his mouth, followed by a relentless barrage of punches and kicks, and even blows from a stick. The attackers were merciless, showing no restraint whatsoever. Who is over there? What are you doing? Chen Yefeng and his companions, after a flurry of strikes, suddenly heard someone shouting nearby, approaching rapidly with a kerosene lamp. Damn it, this is truly unfortunate. The group kicked Alan a few more times in malice before swiftly fleeing into the night. Don't run. Who are you? What wickedness are you up to here? The voice grew closer. Alan, through the burlap sack, caught a glimpse of the orange glow in the night and began to whimper in pain. Help! There's a murderer. Please, save me. He struggled desperately, emitting muffled sounds as he felt agony course through his body, his arms too weak to lift, trapped within the sack. A passerby pulled him from the sack. Captain, someone is attacking me. I feel like all my bones are broken. Alan clung to Yuan Dajuan, weeping like a child who had lost a fight. It wasn't me who hit you. Let go. Yuan replied hastily. I know, Captain Yuan. You must help me. Rest assured, I will address this matter. I will report it to the militia for investigation. The village had a militia responsible for maintaining order. Yuan Dajuan comforted Alan, pulling the burlap sack to inspect it. It looked familiar. Suddenly, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Damn it, that scoundrel got lucky. I didn't expect someone to arrive so soon. I didn't even get my fill. Azai cursed, excitement barely concealed on his face. Fatty chimed in. He is fortunate. Otherwise, we would have beaten him senseless. Damn it. How audacious to dare steal from my home. Chen Yefeng waved his hand, having indulged in a bit of mischief himself. You two, quiet down. Do you want the entire village to know of our exploits? Finally, they had vented their frustrations. That bastard dared to steal my money. We should have searched him earlier to retrieve my cash. Ah, I forgot. Had I known, I would have searched him to recover some losses. Hearing their words, Chen Yefeng retorted, robbery is a crime. In these stringent times, there are instances where individuals have been executed for petty theft, which raises the stakes significantly. As Inu remarked, as if assaulting someone were not a crime. Chen Yefeng, somewhat speechless, suggested, let us move quickly. It would be difficult to explain if the militia arrives. The trio hastened along the rural path, during which Chen Yefeng inquired about the recent incident involving the ribbon fish. Erpeo informed them that the personnel from the Marine Research Institute had visited that morning, and he had even taken a photo with the ribbon fish and the researchers. This left Chen Yefeng and Azinu envious, as they had missed the opportunity to be present at home for such an event. Imagine the pride in sharing a photograph with such a magnificent ribbon fish. The confirmation from the researchers that they had indeed captured a ribbon fish, linked to the concerns surrounding the earthquake and tsunami, weighed heavily on the local populace, who feared an imminent seismic event. After parting ways with his companions, Chen Yefeng made his way home. Upon returning, he discovered that his parents were still awake. Afon, do you still need this brine? If not, I'll dispose of it all, his mother inquired, preparing to clean the large pot. Seeing the brine inside, she wished to check with her second son. Let us keep it for now. We can decide what to marinate tomorrow. Brine doesn't spoil quickly and can be reused if stored properly. With that, Chen Yefeng went to smoke a pipe. Where have you been at this late hour? You aren't up to any mischief, are you? Cough, cough, what are you saying? Father, do you think I'm that kind of person? I was just seeing them home. They didn't bring an oil lamp. Just as he took a puff, his father's voice startled him from behind. Does it really take that long to escort them home? I'm not a fool. Can't we brothers gather together for some light-hearted banter? Come on, I know you well. I'm not here to reprimand you. I merely wish to remind you that you now have a family. Always consider your loved ones before acting. All right then, if there's nothing else. I'm heading to bed. Wait, I heard from your elder brother that there's a vast stretch of mudflat on that island. possibly teeming with earthworms. I'll take a mud horse over there tomorrow for a look. Since you're going, why not take Mother along? Ame wants to go as well. She can keep an eye on her. Fine, but you should sleep early tonight. We need to rise early tomorrow. And don't sleep too soundly. There are reports of earthquakes. Chapter 152. Wife, have your relatives departed? Afong, I need to discuss something with you. Having finished his ablutions and returned to his room, Chen Yefeng found his wife gazing at him with affection. A look of surprise spread across his face. Wife, have your relatives left? Is that what you desire? Zhou Haiying replied, not everything revolves around your thoughts, dear husband. That is not what I wish to discuss. What is it then? Upon hearing his wife's words, Chen Yefeng immediately softened. Zhou Haiying spoke softly. Afong, could you possibly take me to the shore tomorrow? Chen Yefeng firmly declined. No? Tomorrow. Your father and mother are going, and Ame wants to join as well. If everyone goes, who will look after the children? I can ask grandmother to come and watch. Chen Yefeng lowered his voice, saying, Wife, have you considered that if we all go out, there will be no one to keep an eye on the house? Our possessions could easily be stolen. Today, Erpang was asleep in bed, and his money was taken. If you weren't home to watch over things, wouldn't all our money be at risk of being stolen? If that is the case, I want to go. Upon hearing her husband's words, Zhou Haiying immediately changed her mind. Their family currently had over 1,000 yuan, a substantial sum for an ordinary person today. Typically, a laborer would need to forego food and drink for 4 to 5 years to accumulate such wealth. If it were stolen, it would be utterly heartbreaking. Hearing his wife's compliance, Chen Yefeng felt a surge of joy, completely awake. Darling, are you certain you don't desire anything tonight? Zhou Haiying rolled her eyes. Haven't I already mentioned that I'm still not clean? But now I find myself wanting it. My hands will suffice. With that, he pulled her onto the small bed. The night passed in silence. The next day, before dawn, Chen Yefeng was awakened from his slumber by his sister's call. Brother, it's time to get up. Mom and Dad sent me to wake you. Aren't you sleeping? It's still dark outside. And you're already knocking on the window? Mom and Dad said to leave early so that we don't attract too much attention as a large family going out to sea. Understood, I'll get up. Just don't peek. I need to change my clothes. Chen Yimei quipped. Who would want to look? Such narcissism. Their parents had thought this through. With so many of them going out together, they worried about being spotted by the villagers and wanted to set off early. If someone brazen were to follow them in a boat, it would be quite bothersome, and they wouldn't be able to enjoy their seaside adventure. Chen Yimei stood outside for a while, listening to the rustling of clothing from within. Soon after, her second brother emerged from the house. You seem quite spirited now. I hope you can maintain that energy. Don't come crying to me later about being too tired. No one will row you back early. Humph. I want T asked to come back. Hearing his sister's stubbornness, Chen Yefeng decided not to engage further. He merely hoped she wouldn't end up in tears. After donning his seaside attire, he searched the house for a few water pipes. Today he planned to drain the large water pit, leaving the cargo on the shore to his sister and mother. His parents were also prepared, bringing along the seaside gear and an aluminum pot, intending to use it for cooking lunch on the island. The deserted island was quite far from the mainland. If they rowed a small boat, it would likely take over an hour, making the round trip quite time-consuming. Therefore, they decided to cook on the island. The meal didn't need to be overly elaborate. Just some porridge or noodles would suffice. When they went out to gather seafood, shrimp, crabs, and clams would be plentiful, and adding some to the cooking would result in a delicious dish. After ensuring they hadn't forgotten anything, they locked the front door, called for a kai, and made their way to the elder brother's house. Fortunately, it was still dark, allowing their family to remain inconspicuous. Upon arriving at my elder brother's home, I was pleasantly surprised to find my sister-in-law, Zhang Feng, already equipped and prepared to accompany us. Chen Yefeng, ever the cautious one, reminded her, sister-in-law, are you truly intending to go? Are you not concerned about those who might covet your family's wealth? In this era, the populace has yet to cultivate the habit of depositing money in banks, harboring the belief that storing money in banks is unsafe. They find greater solace in concealing it themselves. Moreover, during these times, everyone's lives are rather strained, enduring a period of scarcity. Who possesses the luxury of surplus funds to save? Recently, my elder brother's household has accumulated several hundred. I surmised that Zhang Feng must have tucked it away in some crevice of the wall. How could she leave home at ease? Not to worry. My brother and Xiangzi are at home, she replied unexpectedly. Her brother-in-law, due to a leg injury, was still resting at home, providing her with peace of mind. Having changed into her attire, she was permitted to join. After all, an extra pair of hands could only enhance their bounty. If there are indeed plentiful items on the island, we could bring them back, sun-dry them, and sell them alongside the small dried silver fish in the county town. We are bound to make some money, suggested Chen's mother. Lianzhou County is an inland city situated several dozen kilometers from the coastline. Given the underdeveloped cold chain technology and transportation, acquiring fresh seafood is quite a challenge, and most often, they rely on dried goods. Dried fish, shrimp, and clams sell reasonably well there. Chen Yefeng held his tongue. With his elder brother's consent, he felt it inappropriate to voice any opposition. Just yesterday, his brother had seemed hesitant about her going. It was evident that his sister-in-law had likely employed all her charms to persuade him. The family began to transfer their belongings onto the small wooden boat. With the strength of many, they swiftly completed the task in one trip. Fortunately, the boat was anchored within the waters near their village, sparing them the need to travel to the small dock. They rose quite early, and several boats were already moored in this stretch of sea, albeit none had set sail yet. They hurriedly boarded the boat, taking turns rowing towards Meihua Island. The small vessel, now accommodating 7 individuals, was filled to the brim. Should the catch prove abundant, they would undoubtedly have to make multiple trips. The thought alone caused Chen Yefeng a slight headache. However, with so many hands aboard today, they could simply alternate rowing. After approximately an hour of navigating the vast ocean, they finally spotted the solitary island. Positioned so far from the mainland, such a rudderless boat could hardly have ventured this far to seek small marine treasures. Meanwhile, those vessels equipped with engines had ventured further into deeper waters to engage in long-line fishing and trawling, completely overlooking this isolated isle. As the family approached the island in their small wooden boat, the horizon began to glow with the light of dawn. The once pitch-black surface of the sea transformed into a crystalline expanse, the undulating waves occasionally revealing fish leaping from the water, only to plunge back down. The briny sea breeze caressed each face, stirring a sense of exhilaration among them. Chapter 153, The Last Trap, How Beautiful! Exclaimed Chen Yefeng, entranced by the breathtaking seascape before her, lost in a reverie as she gazed into the distance. Chen Yefeng shook his head in resignation, reflecting on the innocence of high school students like them. They might only be captivated by the beautiful scenery before them. While for the fishermen who venture out to sea for a living, such beauty is merely a facet of their daily existence. Each day, they labor under the stars and the sun, their thoughts solely focused on their catch. They hardly have the leisure to appreciate the surroundings. The fishermen care only for their haul of the day. As they rowed to the isolated island, the tide had yet to recede, and much of the beach remained submerged. The small wooden boat reached the shore, and everyone began to unload their belongings onto the island, allowing Chen's father and the others to rest first. Chen Yefeng and his companions planned to retrieve the traps they had set the previous day before the tide ebbed. They navigated their small boat towards the location of the traps, which was not far, situated in the waters near the rocky beach of the island. Upon arrival, they quickly spotted the buoys, each marked with a distinct symbol. Only those fishermen of questionable character would dare to tamper with another's traps left in the sea. Should they be caught, the consequences would be dire. As fishermen, they understood the plight of one another. Losing a hard-earned trap to theft would surely evoke feelings of fury. Such incidents were not unheard of. A few years ago, Aji's family had their traps deliberately pilfered by fishermen from the village, not just once, but multiple times. On one occasion, the 3 brothers lay in wait on their boat and caught the culprits red-handed. The thieves, a father and son duo, shamelessly claimed they had taken the wrong traps. Wrong traps, indeed. How could one consistently make such an error? Did they not mark their own traps? In response to the brothers' incredulity, the father and son resorted to vulgarities, leading to a brawl on the sea that eventually escalated to the commune. With the intervention of the commune leaders, the pair compensated Aji's family, averting further escalation. Afeng, you take over. You have better luck than I do. Originally, Chen Yefeng was at the oars, but his elder brother switched places with him. Chen Yefeng chuckled. What does luck have to do with it? The contents are already determined. Regardless of who pulls them up, you should do it. Chen Yefeng felt more assured with his younger brother retrieving the traps. All right, if you insist, he replied, setting aside his reluctance and beginning to haul in the first row of traps. Upon locating the buoy, he and Akai pulled the trap's rope towards the boat. Although they lacked a net hauler, the 2 sturdy men found it quite manageable to pull in a row of traps. Afeng, this catch seems quite substantial. It feels heavy. There should be plenty. Uncle Wu exclaimed excitedly as he pulled on the trap. Judging by the sensation, the haul appeared promising. Each retrieval of the traps was akin to unboxing a surprise, brimming with excitement. Chen Yefeng silently hoped, please, let it not be another snakehead sea snake. He still bore the psychological scars from earlier encounters. After all, a live snakehead could fetch a decent price, proving quite profitable. Chen Yefeng was indifferent. Although the sea snake appeared quite fearsome, it was valuable. At a price of 1 yuan each, it felt akin to picking up money. Chen Yefeng shook his head and remarked that the price of the hook-nosed sea snake at the small dock did not seem to be that high anymore. According to Aji, live snakes were now only fetching 50 cents each, and the price continued to decline. The elder brother was taken aback. How could the price drop so significantly? It seemed that many fishermen had caught this type of sea snake yesterday, and with an increase in quantity, the price was no longer stable. Anything is valued due to its rarity. Once the supply increases, the price inevitably falls. Furthermore, the market demand for this venomous snake was not substantial, and once the market became saturated, if the goods could not be sold, the prices would plummet. After hearing Chen Yefeng's words, the elder brother felt fortunate that they were among the first to catch these sea snakes. Otherwise, they could not have sold them at such a favorable price. Even the price of dead snakes had dropped to 30 cents each. He estimated that in a few days, live snakes would not even fetch that price. After retrieving the fish traps, Chen Yefeng deliberately shook out the contents, pouring everything into one end of the fish bag, and then used his head to check inside. With dawn just breaking and the light still dim, he carefully examined it with a flashlight. Once he confirmed that there were no sea snakes inside, he untied the bag and dumped all the catch onto the cabin floor. The haul was quite commendable, featuring orchid crabs, needle crabs, stone crabs, and several sizable 9-segment shrimp, along with some small miscellaneous fish. Oh, and there were 2 small stone 9 crabs, but unfortunately, they were too tiny. Chen Yefeng tossed the 2 small crabs back into the sea, allowing them to return to their parents. For the sustainable development of fisheries, fishermen often release smaller seafood back into the ocean, even if they manage to catch them. He instructed Uncle Wu to tie up the valuable crabs, as crabs with full claws and tails commanded higher prices. He then began collecting the fish traps alone. The subsequent traps yielded decent results as well, predominantly crabs, shrimp, and shellfish. After collecting several rows of traps, they emptied all the catch onto the deck, and the 3 of them bent over to sort through the haul. They tied up what needed to be secured and discarded what was unworthy. Once everything was organized, they prepared to bait the traps again before casting them back into the sea. Before throwing the traps, Chen Yefeng counted them and discovered, to his dismay, that one was missing. No way, let me check. Chen Yefeng, in disbelief, walked over to count again. Indeed, one was missing. They had evidently failed to retrieve one trap. A single trap is quite valuable, and they certainly could not afford to abandon it easily. How about this? Let us search the vicinity to see if we can locate it. With that, Chen Yefeng directed his brother to row the boat forward while he stood on the vessel, shining the flashlight into the water. However, after scouring that area, they astonishingly could not find the last trap. Chen Yefeng frowned. They had all been placed together. How could it be lost? Uncle Wu speculated. Could it have been washed away by the waves? I believe there is a possibility. Chen Yefeng nodded. After all, the waves at night can be quite powerful, and it is conceivable that they could have swept the net to another location. Chen Yefeng pondered for a moment and said, let us search the surrounding area. If we cannot find it, we shall have to let it go. The sea is vast, and who knows where the waves might have carried our net. Thus, they rowed their boat to explore the nearby waters. After nearly half an hour, the sky began to brighten. Suddenly, Chen Yefeng spotted something white shimmering on the surface of the water, not far from the rocks. Brother, row towards that direction. I believe I have found our net. Chapter 154. Placing the net by the rocks, do you see it? Where is it? Brother, steer towards the rocky shore of the island, where we previously gathered sea cucumbers. Hearing his brother's words, Chen Yefeng quickly grasped the direction and rowed the boat toward that rocky beach. It wasn't long before he too spotted the familiar buoy. Indeed, it was their net. How had it drifted so far? This area of the sea was quite distant from where they had originally placed the net, and they could not fathom how the waves had carried it so far. However, this was not the time for contemplation. They cautiously maneuvered their small wooden boat closer to the net. Uncle Chen extended his hand towards the buoy. Axine, row slowly, do not collide with the rocks. I am aware, Chen Yefeng replied. The fishing boat lacked a braking system. It relied entirely on the captain's foresight to decelerate. As they approached the rocky area, Chen Yefeng remained vigilant, fearing that their vessel might strike an unseen reef. Uncle, be gentle when pulling. We cannot ascertain if it is snagged below. After all, this was a rocky beach, and the waters below were filled with rocks, making it easy for the net to become entangled. Hence, nets were typically placed away from rocky areas to avoid such entanglements. Understood. Akai slowly pulled the rope, and the net gradually emerged from the water. Is there a sea cucumber inside? Upon fully retrieving the net, Chen Yefeng's eyes sparkled with delight. To his astonishment, he discovered sea cucumbers within the catch bag of the net, an unexpected joy, as they had not anticipated placing the net in this rocky area. Fortuitously, It had been carried here by the waves, yielding such a bountiful catch. His brother chuckled, "Huh? Who would have thought we could catch sea cucumbers? This is wonderful." As they emptied the contents of the catch bag, they found over a dozen sea cucumbers, in addition to 3 blue crabs, 5 mud crabs, and 7 or 8 shrimp. This single net was indeed fruitful. The sea cucumbers alone could fetch a substantial sum. The other items could also be sold for a good price, resulting in a significant profit. Chen Yefeng surveyed the rocky area and immediately conceived an idea. "Brother, how about we place our nets in this rocky region?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yefeng hesitated. "Wouldn't they get snagged here? Although the fish seem more abundant than elsewhere, if our nets were to get stuck, the losses would be considerable." Uncle Chen Wu, feeling somewhat intrigued, remarked, "It should be fine to stay a bit farther away. If we manage to catch sea cucumbers, it would certainly be preferable to venturing elsewhere. Indeed, as Uncle Wu stated, if you are concerned, elder brother, we could set 2 or 3 traps here, while placing the remainder in other locations." Chen Yefeng found this marine area truly enchanting, the seabed shrouded in mystery. He contemplated finding an opportune moment to dive and explore below. Chen Yefeng was also swayed by their discussion. "Let us place 2 traps, to avoid the heartache of losing them to the seabed." "Very well, let us keep 2 traps aside, positioned slightly apart, which should prevent entanglement." "Agreed. I shall defer to your judgment." Chen Yefeng conceded after a moment's reflection upon his younger brother's words. In truth, Chen Yefeng harbored a dislike for his elder brother's temperament, often characterized by indecisiveness and a lack of assertiveness, rendering their endeavors rather unfulfilling. Once his brother-in-law's foot healed, he had no intention of continuing to partner with his elder brother in their maritime pursuits. He planned to procure his own fishing vessel and gear, allowing him autonomy in his undertakings. They repositioned the traps into the water and then rowed their boat toward the sandy shore of the small island. The tide was now receding, with the sea gradually withdrawing, albeit at a rather languorous pace. After securing the boat, they disembarked together. As the tide had only just begun its retreat, Chen's father and others had yet to commence their gathering. Nearby, they constructed a small stove from stones upon the sand and set an aluminum pot to boil rice porridge. The steaming porridge wafted a delightful fragrance of fresh rice that could be detected from afar. "Delicious," Chen Yefeng exclaimed. "Mother, is the porridge ready? We ought to toss in some shrimp and crabs." Observing the pot of porridge bubbling enticingly, Chen Yefeng was seized by the notion of adding those crustaceans. After all, they had caught a fair number while setting the traps, and while the expensive ones were too precious to consume, surely the more affordable ones would suffice. "Should you wish to eat, then fetch them yourself," his mother chided, casting a reproachful glance at her second son, who seemed solely preoccupied with eating. While she considered that porridge paired with pickled vegetables was quite satisfactory. "All right then," Chen Yefeng replied, taking a basin as he made his way toward the wooden boat. "Elder brother, wait for me. I wish to see how much you have caught. The tide has yet to fully recede. What brings you here?" They had not anchored their boat too close to the shore, and to reach it, one had to wade through the water. "It is of no consequence. The water is shallow, I can manage." Seeing her elder brother wading toward the boat, Chen Yeme rolled up her trousers and followed suit. The fish caught in the traps were being kept alive and the boats lived well, while the less valuable ones were stored in a bucket covered with a net. "Elder brother, are you not bringing these ashore? Are you certain they will not succumb to the sun's heat if left on the boat?" "We shall take them down shortly. The porridge will be ready soon." "Wait, Uncle Wu mentioned you caught sea cucumbers. Where are they? Did you not consume them last night? Are you still not satiated?" "They are kept alive in the well." Upon learning that sea cucumbers were priced at 12 yuan per pound, his elder brother fell into a sullen silence. He distinctly remembered agreeing to stew 3. How had it escalated to 4? He calculated that 4 sea cucumbers would roughly amount to 10 yuan, a significant sum indeed. Thus, it is evident that his elder brother would certainly disapprove of consuming sea cucumbers. A modest feast of shrimp and crab would suffice. However, I am merely curious to ascertain the presence of actual sea cucumbers, and it appears that there are indeed numerous crabs within. Chen Yeme opened the live water chamber, and, upon glimpsing the catch of fish, her face illuminated with surprise. "Are we still going? If you tarry, there will be nothing left for you to feast upon," she remarked. "By the way, where did you place the traps? How did you manage to catch so many? Those sea cucumbers seem quite abundant. How much could they fetch? Are you a curious little one? Why so many questions? Let us refrain from unnecessary chatter. Where else could we catch them but in the sea? Elder brother, wait for me. Don't rush off so quickly." Chen Yefeng, somewhat speechless, responded, "I told you not to follow me, yet you persist." He slowed his pace, awaiting his sister's arrival on shore. "Elder brother, come quickly. This shell looks quite peculiar. It has a little tentacle that keeps moving, and its shell is quite beautiful. Just as Chen Yefeng was about to proceed, he suddenly heard Ame's voice. He swiftly turned back, instructing, "Do not touch it. The more exquisite the object, the more perilous it can be. Do you understand? Goodness, Ame, do not approach. Hurry back. That creature is highly venomous." "Elder brother, what kind of shell is this? It looks so beautiful, and you say it is venomous?" Chen Yeme stepped back a few paces, trusting her elder brother's words. Chapter 155. Smoke fades to oblivion. The chicken heart snail, Chen Yefeng kicked the strange shell away and spoke solemnly. "This is the fearsome chicken heart snail. You are fortunate you did not touch it, or the consequences would have been dire." A hint of trepidation crossed Chen Yeme's face. Is this truly the chicken heart snail?" Thankfully, her elder brother had previously cautioned her against touching unfamiliar objects on the beach. Had she succumbed to curiosity, the outcome could have been unimaginable. Although she had never encountered a chicken heart snail before, she had certainly heard tales of its notorious reputation. The chicken heart snail, also known as the taro snail, is colloquially referred to as the one-cigarette snail. If one inadvertently gets stung by this creature, it signifies that one's life is measured by the time it takes to smoke a single cigarette. Smoke fades to oblivion. The chicken heart snail excels at ambush, lying concealed beneath the sand, revealing only its tentacles and elongated tubular mouth. Should any prey appear, it strikes with lightning speed, injecting venom into its victim. Its toxicity is comparable to that of a cobra, and, as of now, no antidote exists. Once a person is stung, they immediately experience pain and swelling, followed by respiratory failure, ultimately leading to death. Chen Yefeng, still shaken, remarked, "This is the chicken heart snail. Did you not notice its tentacles? They resemble harpoons. Do not be deceived by its seemingly innocuous appearance. It is exceedingly venomous, and a sting from it is fatal." Chen Yeme replied, "I did not attempt to touch it. I called you precisely because it appeared unfamiliar." Chen Yefeng nodded. "In the future, refrain from touching unfamiliar objects on the beach. Some may appear exquisitely beautiful, yet are dangerously toxic." "Understood. Let us return. Mother is likely nearing the completion of the porridge," Chen Yeme said, sticking out her tongue. Chen Yefeng did not utter another word, carrying the bucket in the direction of their mother. Then a few fresh prawns and stone crabs were added to the congee. Here, when cooking plain congee, they do not make it too thick, ensuring the rice grains are merely cooked through, which provides a more delightful texture compared to the overly thick varieties. The prawns and crabs cook swiftly. Once their shells turn a vibrant red, they are deemed ready. Breakfast was underway, and after finishing, the tide was expected to recede considerably, preparing them for work. Observing the shells of the prawns and crabs turning crimson in the congee, Chen Yefeng called out. Then, each person took a bowl and began to ladle the congee, the steaming seafood porridge shimmering with a golden hue, highly appetizing. Chen Yefeng waited until everyone had served themselves before finally taking his bowl, moving to sit on a nearby rock to indulge heartily. Having been busy since early morning, he felt quite hungry. The seafood congee, infused with the freshness of the prawns and crabs, was exceptionally delicious, tantalizing to the taste buds. With just one bite, it could soothe a growling stomach. Chen Yefeng devoured 2 large bowls, feeling his belly satisfyingly full. The flavor was quite delightful. If only some mustard greens were added, it would be even more perfect, commented Chen Yeme after finishing a substantial bowl, licking her lips. "You spoiled girl. It's good enough that you have something to eat. Once you're done, it's time to get to work," Chen's mother reproached lightly. By this time, the tide had receded significantly, revealing much of the sandy beach. "Understood. I'll head out after eating," Chen Yeme replied, her excitement evident as the beach gradually became visible. The men, having finished their breakfast, left the bowls and chopsticks for the women to wash, preparing to commence their tasks. "Father, are you going to catch mudskippers in the tidal flats?" Chen Yefeng inquired of his father. "Yes, leave that section of the tidal flat to me today," Chen's father replied, having come specifically for that area and well prepared. Besides mudskippers, he also brought a fish basket and hooks for catching them. After gathering his tools, Chen's father set off towards the tidal flats. Upon arriving at the tidal area, he stepped onto the mudskippers and ventured deeper into the flats. Chen Yefeng, his elder brother, and Uncle Wu headed towards the rocky beach. At this moment, a portion of the rocky shore was also exposed, revealing a small section of the waterhole they intended to drain. "Afeng, look at all those shells on the rocks," Uncle Wu exclaimed joyfully at the sight of the densely clustered shellfish. Although they had collected quite a bit yesterday, they had later gone to catch sea cucumbers and had no time to pry the treasures from the rocks. "Indeed, there are plenty. Since the waterhole hasn't fully emerged yet, why don't we pry a bit first?" With his hands itching to explore the bountiful treasures on the rocks, Chen Yefeng felt it was impossible to just sit and wait for the tide to recede. The riches on the rocky shore were abundant, with red snails, sandbag snails, and horse-hoof snails in great numbers, reminiscent of bamboo shoots sprouting in spring. The most plentiful were the mussels and oysters, densely clustered on the stones like moss. Moreover, they were quite sizable, much larger than those found on the rocky beach at Haishan. He even spotted some mussels that were nearly the size of a fist, their shells glistening with a jade-like sheen. Taking advantage of the receding tide, Chen Yefeng wielded his screwdriver to pry open the treasures nestled within the reef, particularly favoring the larger specimens, reveling in the sheer delight of his endeavor. "A phone, come over and take a look at this oyster. It's enormous," shouted Akai. "Isn't that a rock oyster? It looks quite plump," Chen Yefeng remarked as he approached. He observed the stone adorned with an abundance of oysters. Upon prying open their shells, he discovered the insides brimming with succulent, robust flesh, truly a feast for the senses. In truth, there is little distinction between rock oysters and regular oysters. Both belong to the same family, though their names vary by region. Chen Yefeng pried open one oyster, revealing its luscious meat. He sampled the tender morsel, savoring its rich flavor. Previously, while scrolling through his phone, he had often encountered tales of people discovering pearls within oysters, and he was eager to try his luck. Regrettably, this particular oyster yielded no such treasure, yet its taste was splendid, smooth, tender, and delightfully chewy. With a dash of chili sauce, it would be utterly divine. Uncle Chun Wu expressed mild astonishment. "A phone? Aren't you concerned about eating it raw? Doesn't it taste fishy?" Chen Yefeng dismissed his concern. "Not at all. I find it quite enjoyable. Would you care to try one?" Uncle Chun Wu promptly declined. "No thanks. I can't quite get accustomed to raw food." "Then you've never sampled sashimi, which is genuinely delightful," Chen Yefeng countered. "Aren't you worried about parasites? After eating a certain delicacy, I ended up expelling worms. Quite revolting." Chen Yefeng reassured him. "Food from the sea is generally safe from parasites. They seldom survive in the human body, making it safe to consume." Chen Yefeng continued to pry open oysters, relishing the delight of his labor. Although the oysters may not command a high price, they are said to enhance male vitality and strengthen one's prowess. He indulged in several oysters, feeling a touch of nausea as he decided to pause. While they were delicious, overindulgence left a lingering fishy taste. In contrast, he preferred grilled oysters adorned with garlic, vermicelli, and chili, an exquisite combination. "A phone, it seems there are sea cucumbers here." As he was prying open an oyster, he heard his brother's excited voice. Chen Yefeng set aside his task and walked toward the shoreline, his eyes widening in surprise at the sight before him. Lo and behold, there are indeed sea cucumbers, and they appear quite sizable. Several plump sea cucumbers lay peacefully on the rocks beneath the water, basking in the sun. Why were they so leisurely? He yearned to plunge into the water and capture them all. However, with the tide not fully receded, he refrained from rushing in. Uncle Chun Wu approached the large pool of water and exclaimed with joy, "Come quickly and see. This large pool has finally revealed itself. Can we draw water from it?" Indeed, it appeared accessible, prompting him to fetch a hose. Chen Yefeng approached the large puddle with eager anticipation, rubbing his hands together in preparation to fetch tools for water extraction. In his previous life, while engrossed in his phone, he had found immense pleasure in watching coastal streamers siphoning water to catch fish, and he could hardly contain his excitement. "Ah phone, let me help you," his Uncle Wu, genuinely concerned about his nephew's well-being, offered. Together, they retrieved the necessary equipment and called the three women over to the rocky beach. In truth, the area beneath the beach was abundant with treasures. A simple excavation with a sand shovel could yield plump conchs. However, as the tide had not receded significantly, the three women quickly got to work on the exposed patch of sand. Just as Chen Yefeng and Akai returned with the water extraction tools, they noticed the women had exhausted their digging spots and promptly directed them to the rocky shore to pry out more finds. As they made their way to the treacherous rocky terrain, Chen Yefeng cautioned, "Dear mother, sister-in-law, and Amei, please exercise caution. This place is perilous. Watch your step and do not run. We must avoid any falls." Upon arriving at the rocky beach, he felt compelled to remind them of the inherent dangers, as any misstep could lead to unfortunate consequences. Zhang Feng observed the densely packed shells on the rocks with a hint of frustration. "There are so many treasures here. Why didn't you call us over sooner?" Amei echoed her sentiments. "Indeed, had we been summoned earlier, we wouldn't have to toil so hard on the beach. My hands are now blistered." Chen Yefeng, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, "It's not too late to call you now, is it? The tide hasn't risen yet, and besides, you must have collected quite a bounty from the beach." With that, he disregarded their complaints and proceeded towards the large puddle with the extraction tools. Their primary objective that day was to drain the puddle, though it was sufficient to simply retrieve the fish within. Chen Yefeng, bearing several hoses, began siphoning the water from the puddle. The significant height difference made the task relatively easy, employing the principle of siphoning to direct the water outward. While several hoses worked diligently to extract the water, the trio busied themselves with buckets, relying on sheer strength in the absence of a pump. Throughout the morning, they focused solely on the puddle, and through their relentless efforts, they managed to drain a substantial portion of it. As lunchtime approached, Chen Yefeng called out, "How is the big puddle coming along? Elder brother, second brother, and Uncle Wu." It was time for a meal, and Chen's mother had prepared a simple seafood noodle dish. Today, they had gathered a considerable amount of shellfish, and the three women had caught numerous fish, shrimp, and crabs in the tidal pools. The less valuable fish were dispatched and cooked within the noodles, providing ample sustenance for the group. "Elder brother, perhaps we should take a break. The tide has yet to rise, so we likely have time," Chen Yefeng suggested, wiping the sweat from his brow. "I am utterly fatigued. Just moments ago, while engaged in work, I felt no weariness. However, upon halting, an overwhelming sensation has enveloped my arms, rendering them almost foreign to me, accompanied by a wave of discomfort." Uncle Chen Wu solemnly inquired, "What will we do when the tide rises?" He pondered that should the tides surge again, inundating this vast puddle, all their toil throughout the morning would be rendered futile. Chen Yefeng glanced at the tide, observing that it was still receding, not having withdrawn completely. Moreover, this large puddle was situated at a considerable elevation. Thus, even if the tide were to rise, it would take some time before it could submerge them. Suddenly, Chen Yefeng recalled something and rolled up his pant legs, striding towards a nearby rock formation. He wished to inspect the condition of the sea cucumbers. To his dismay, upon closer observation, he felt an overwhelming frustration. He had naively assumed that once the seawater receded, the juvenile sea cucumbers would remain atop the rocks, allowing him to effortlessly capture them. However, he had underestimated them. As the water withdrew, the little sea cucumbers followed suit, retreating like infants still weaned. Yet, he noticed that within the water surrounding the rocks lay a considerable number of plump sea cucumbers, appearing substantially more abundant than before. It seemed they had not fled to the ocean depths, but had instead slowly congregated together as the water receded, a sight most gratifying. "Brother, Uncle Wu, shall we gather these sea cucumbers before we break for lunch?" Chen Yefeng felt a compelling urge upon witnessing the juvenile sea cucumbers, believing that not capturing them would leave him with an unsettling sense of incompleteness. "We haven't even fetched the ropes yet. Let us eat first and then return. There's no rush. We should simply enjoy our meal," suggested Chen Yefeng after a moment's contemplation. Chen Yefeng concurred. "It would be best to eat first. Mother has already prepared the noodles. If left too long, they will become clumpy and unpalatable." "Very well, let us hasten our meal and then return." Chen Yefeng nodded in agreement, leading the way towards the beach. At a shaded spot on the beach, a rudimentary stove constructed from stones held a flat aluminum pot, within which noodles were being boiled. Chen's mother had added shrimp, crabs, and shellfish, rendering the pot of noodles particularly delectable. "Mother, has father not yet arrived?" Chen Yefeng was eager to see the bounty his father had gathered from the mudflats. "He has yet to return from the mudflats. Your sister-in-law has already gone to summon him," replied Chen's mother casually. "The noodles are ready. Please bring over bowls for yourselves. Once your father returns, I shall serve him some." It was crucial not to cook too many noodles at once, for if they were not consumed promptly, they would become soggy and lose their texture. Upon hearing this, Chen Yefeng and the others grabbed bowls to serve themselves noodles and began to eat. After a few minutes, Chen's father returned, covered in mud, carrying a basket filled with his catch. "Afa, wash up. It's time for dinner," Chen's mother gently urged, casting a glance at her husband. Chen's father nodded, setting the basket aside to clean himself. Chen Yefeng, curious, moved closer to inspect the catch, astonished by the abundance within the basket, which was nearly full of plump mudfish, significantly larger than those they had previously caught in the mangroves. Not only that, but his sister-in-law also carried a bucket, claiming it contained 2 large blue crabs, both caught by Chen's father on the mudflats. Chen Yefeng cast a casual glance into the bucket and was instantly petrified. Goodness, how can these 2 blue crabs be so enormous? Chapter 157. Catching sea cucumbers. Upon seeing the 2 sizable blue crabs in the bucket, Chen Yefeng's mouth dropped open in astonishment, as if he were attempting to swallow a large duck egg. The blue crabs caught by his father were indeed colossal, likely weighing 4 to 5 pounds each, truly the kings of blue crabs. The mere value of these 2 crabs could fetch dozens of dollars. Heavens, such large blue crabs. We must quickly find some seawater to keep them alive, lest they be bitten by mosquitoes. Chen's mother gazed excitedly at the two crabs in the bucket, eagerly instructing her eldest daughter-in-law to fetch some water. Chen Yefeng, holding chopsticks, swiftly devoured a large bowl of noodles, his anticipation growing as he yearned to catch sea cucumbers, fearing they might return to the depths of the sea if he delayed. Elder brother, I've finished eating. I'll take the rope and head over there to wait for you. Take your time. With that, he set down his bowl and chopsticks, picked up the rope, and made his way toward the rocky shore. Phone, wait for me. I've finished as well. Fifth uncle downed the remaining broth in his bowl and hastily followed suit. The two made their way toward the rocky area where the sea cucumbers were located. Upon reaching the rocks, Chen Yefeng immediately crouched down to peer into the water. It seems like there are fewer sea cucumbers. Chen Yefeng suddenly noticed a reduction in the number of sea cucumbers. After their departure, he had made a rough count and felt certain there should be more. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart. Could they have truly escaped back to the sea? Fifth uncle, have you noticed fewer sea cucumbers? I'm not sure. I don't think so. Didn't it seem like there were only this many before? Forget my question. Just go ahead and tie the rope. I'll do it myself. With that, Chen Yefeng climbed a bit higher and secured the rope to a rock at a higher elevation, preparing to descend into the sea. Observing this, Akai inquired curiously, "Aren't we waiting for awakens? No more waiting. My elder brother eats so slowly. Who knows how long we would have to wait? I can't afford to delay any further. If the little sea cucumbers return home, I'll be utterly frustrated. Then I'll hold on to you as we go down." Akai decided after a moment of thought. "All right, you rest the rope against this rock and slowly let it down." Chen Yefeng instructed fifth uncle on the procedure, then tied one end of the rope around himself, allowing Akai to lower him gently down the rock face. As he descended toward the sea, he spotted the adorable little sea cucumbers still lazily nestled in the clear water. As he gradually submerged, he felt it was time to call out, "Stop." His feet made contact with something soft and plump in the water. Goodness, could it be a sea cucumber? He had accidentally stepped on one. Thankfully, he hadn't applied much pressure. Otherwise, he might have squished it. Using his toes, he managed to lift the sea cucumber above the water's surface. Wow, it's quite plump. What a sizable specimen. Chen Yefeng smiled, and then tucked the sea cucumber into the net pouch at his waist. After securing this substantial sea cucumber, he busied himself once more, pressing his body against the rock face as he reached into the water. Fortunately, the sea cucumbers were not overly vigilant, even when sensing danger. They did not immediately choose to flee. Before long, he grasped a thick sea cucumber from the water, weighing at least 3 taels, which could fetch several coins. He placed it into the net and continued to reach for more. Soon, the net was filled with an increasing number of sea cucumbers, seemingly more than he had caught the previous day. "Foam, why did you dive in without waiting for me?" Just as Chen Yefeng contemplated venturing further into the water, his elder brother's voice echoed from above. "Brother, I noticed several sea cucumbers had vanished, and fearing they would escape, I hurried down," Chen Yefeng explained, urging them to loosen the rope so he could descend a bit further. This time, he was bolder, immersing his entire body in the water, buoyed by its support. Floating at the surface, he took a deep breath and submerged. He wished to open his eyes underwater, but the moment he did, the salt water stung his eyes painfully, prompting him to shut them tightly. If only he had a diving mask, he could clearly observe the seabed. Unfortunately, diving masks were difficult to procure in this era, being imported goods. Perhaps they could be found at the friendship store, but such imports required foreign exchange coupons, which were not easily obtained. If only his second cousin would return, he could ask him to help acquire these hard-to-get items, especially since he was currently involved in smuggling. He didn't know any other smugglers, and didn't feel secure dealing with unfamiliar individuals. Diving deeper, his hands began to feel along the rock face, and he indeed managed to catch several plump sea cucumbers, soft and pleasing to the touch. Regrettably, a few sea cucumbers rolled off the rock face and sank to the seabed. He placed all the sea cucumbers he had caught into the net, and, having confirmed that there were no more in the vicinity, signaled for his Uncle Wu and the others to pull him up. "Foam, your clothes are completely soaked. Are you all right?" Upon reaching the shore, seeing Chen Yefeng drenched, Akai couldn't help but express his concern. "It's nothing. The weather isn't cold, and I'll dry off soon," Chen Yefeng replied with a smile. "I still have to continue pumping out the water from the pit, so my clothes will get wet again. No wonder you were down for so long. You caught so many sea cucumbers." Observing the net pouch at his brother's waist, Chen Yefeng beamed with joy, almost bursting into laughter. Each sea cucumber looked plump, and there appeared to be more than the previous day. "It's not bad. I wanted to dive deeper, but it was unfortunate that I couldn't see what lay beneath, and I didn't dare go recklessly," Chen Yefeng chuckled. Chen Yefeng replied earnestly, "That's already plenty. Why dive deeper? The The sea can be quite perilous. I've heard that one should wear a specialized diving suit. Please don't take such risks. Uncle Wu nodded in agreement. Xian is right. It's better not to take that chance. Indeed, I understand, Chen Yefeng acknowledged. Chen Yefeng, of course, knew how to exercise restraint. He glanced at the sea and, seizing the moment before the tide came in, suggested they hasten to draw water. Let us go. By the way, aren't we supposed to take these sea cucumbers back for nurturing? Chen Yexin remarked. Chen Yefeng, carrying the net bag, moved towards the large puddle. It's fine. I'm too lazy to run over there. Placing the net bag in the puddle yields the same result. With that, the three of them proceeded towards the large puddle. Upon arriving, Chen Yefeng placed the sea cucumbers into the water for safekeeping and resumed drawing water with a bucket. Concerned, Chen Yexin inquired, Phone, after catching sea cucumbers for so long, shouldn't you take a break? Chen Yefeng shook his head, replying, no need, we must act swiftly. It will be troublesome once the sea rises. The three began to exert themselves in drawing from the puddle, neglecting their fatigue. Chapter 158. Encountering dogfish. While they labored furiously for over an hour, the water level in the large puddle began to drop rapidly, reaching their calves. Suddenly, splashes echoed from the nearby shallow waters. Uncle Chen Wu exclaimed, we're in luck. There's indeed something here. Until they had fully drained the puddle, none could ascertain what treasures lay within. The fear lingered that they might empty the puddle only to discover it contained nothing of value, or worse, mere refuse. Such a realization would be utterly disheartening. We should draw out a bit more, Chen Yefeng said, carrying a bucket of water upwards to hand off to Uncle Wu, then passing it to Chen Yexin to pour out. The back and forth was exhausting, prompting him to devise this relaying method. Phone, quicker. It seems the tide is rising, Chen Yexin urged, glancing at the encroaching waters below. The tide is indeed rising. We must accelerate our pace, Chen Yefeng replied, feeling a surge of urgency at his brother's words. After approximately another 20 minutes, the large puddle finally revealed its bottom. Phone, is it about time? Should we dive in now? It will be troublesome once the tide rises, Chen Yexin suggested. Listen to Xian. It's time to fish before the tide comes in, he added, watching several fish swimming below, unable to resist the urge to leap into the water. All right, let us begin, Chen Yefeng agreed, anxious that if the tide rose, their efforts would be in vain. With a bucket in hand, Chen Yefeng approached the shallows, followed closely by his brother and Uncle Wu. At this point, the large puddle had revealed its bottom, exposing stones of various sizes that had previously been concealed beneath the water. Though some water remained, it was shallow enough for them to see fish fins breaking the surface. You too, be careful not to get pricked by the spines of the fish. It could be quite painful, Chen Yexin cautioned, fearing they might not understand. Chen Yefeng chuckled. Actually, I'm not afraid of the spines. I'm more concerned about the possibility of eels hiding in the crevices. If bitten by an eel, the experience could be quite unbearable, even capable of severing a finger. Spotting a dark dorsal fin, he cautiously reached out. Splash! The fish exhibited considerable strength. It escaped as soon as it slipped from my grasp. It was a black pompano, weighing approximately 2 pounds. However, it was now as if it were in a trap. There was no way it could evade capture. Soon enough, Chen Yefeng managed to seize the black pompano. Where do you think you're going? You might as well comply and enter the bucket, he declared, placing the fish into the container before returning to the water to continue his pursuit. Before long, he stumbled upon a nest of golden pomfret, a delightful surprise. He hurriedly caught them, losing count of how many he had, but the thrill of the catch was undeniable. After securing the entire brood of golden pomfret in the bucket, Chen Yefeng noticed a shadowy figure gliding through the water. Approaching it with both hands poised, he was hopeful, and upon catching it, he discovered it was a silly fish. Goodness, a silly fish? No wonder it was so easy to catch. He seized the silly fish and tossed it into the bucket. It truly was rather foolish. Remaining utterly still even when captured, one could only wonder how it managed to survive. Although not particularly valuable, it would suffice for a meal. Continuing onward with the bucket in hand, he noticed a long tail protruding from beneath a nearby rock. Initially suspecting it to be a tiger eel, a closer inspection revealed that the tail resembled that of a gecko, rather than an eel. A dogfish? Grasping the tail, he confirmed it was indeed a dogfish. The notion that one would encounter dogfish while draining the pond was certainly accurate. The scientific name for the dogfish is the striped bamboo shark, characterized by its distinct patterns and elongated tail, and it belongs to the category of small to medium-sized sharks. Its cylindrical body features a prominent ridge, and its skin is adorned with fine granules. Local inhabitants favor its meat for soups, known for its tenderness and rich collagen. Though a fine specimen, its size was too diminutive, compelling Chen Yefeng to release it back into the water. After liberating the dogfish, he didn't walk far before discovering a small white shark, barely clinging to life. Having just released a dogfish, he found himself in possession of a small white shark, with no need for release. As it was on the brink of death, he reluctantly decided to keep it. Shortly thereafter, he caught a large grouper and 2 sea bass in the pond. The sea bass were of decent size, exceeding 3 pounds, yet their market value was meager, fetching only a few cents. Armed with a pair of tongs, Chen Yefeng prodded into the openings of some rocky crevices, hoping to strike luck in capturing a blue crab. Was that a giant blue dragon? A casual glance at the water hole beneath the rocks revealed 2 long antennae, reminiscent of the 2 feathered plumes adorning the head of the Monkey King, instantly captivating his attention. Upon closer examination, he felt a surge of excitement. There was a vividly colored figure beneath the water. Upon further scrutiny, it was unmistakably a Chinese ornamental lobster, its patterns resplendent and striking. "Brother, fifth uncle, come quickly. You won't believe what I've discovered." Upon hearing Chen Yefeng's call, both his brother and fifth uncle rushed over. In unison, they inquired, "A foam, what have you discovered?" "You shall see for yourselves," Chen Yefeng teased, gesturing towards the water cave beneath the rocks. Chen Yefeng, puzzled, gazed in that direction. "Where? Let me see, what have you found?" Uncle Wu also curiously approached, his eyes scanning the water. Upon spotting the vibrant and colorful figure, his pupils instantly constricted. "Is that a lobster?" Chen Yefeng swallowed hard and spoke hesitantly. "A foam, is this real? Am I dreaming? Pinch me, will you?" "Ouch! Why are you pinching so hard? Do you wish to crush your elder brother?" "You told me to pinch." "I didn't say to pinch so fiercely. Are you trying to kill me?" All right. Next time I'll be gentler." Chen Yefeng was momentarily speechless. He certainly did not desire a next time. Akai, unable to bear it any longer, interjected. "What are you two dithering about? If you won't catch it, let me. Get lost." Chen Yefeng blocked him, insisting that at such a crucial moment, he could not allow anyone else to take his place. This is akin to a wedding night, allowing another to enter the bridal chamber on your behalf. Then hurry up, or else I will. Chen Yefeng too felt a surge of eagerness. Truth be told, he had never captured a Chinese ornamental lobster in his lifetime. "Don't rush me. I simply desire a sense of ritual." Chen Yefeng rubbed his hands together, his face brimming with excitement. Witnessing this, the elder brother and Uncle Wu rolled their eyes. Chen Yefeng ceased his procrastination and lunged for the ornamental lobster. Chapter 159. The ornamental lobster. Be gentle. Do not break the lobster's antennae, Chen Yefeng cautioned. Ornamental lobsters typically reside in coral reefs at the ocean's floor, and even professional divers find it challenging to capture a large lobster intact. Given the considerable size of the ornamental lobster, its explosive strength was formidable, and any resistance could result in injury. Only those of exceptional quality command a high price, which is why the elder brother urged Chen Yefeng to exercise caution. Understood. Chen Yefeng nodded slightly, extending his hand. The moment he touched the 2 long antennae, the lobster's body quivered and attempted to burrow deeper into the cave. But Chen Yefeng would not afford it such an opportunity. He swiftly pinned it down. Smack! Smack! This ornamental lobster was quite sizable, and its strength was terrifying, seeming even more formidable than a pig during the new year. In an instant, Chen Yefeng's hands were numbed from the impact. "Elder brother, come quickly. This creature is too powerful. I told you to let me handle it." Hearing his brother's call, Chen Yefeng dashed over, unable to contain his excitement any longer. The 2 brothers worked in unison, finally subduing the large lobster and gradually lifting it upward. As the ornamental lobster broke the surface, their eyes sparkled with astonishment. Its appearance was remarkably beautiful, adorned in a kaleidoscope of colors. With a greenish body and a slightly bluish carapace, it resembled a valiant warrior emerging from an opera, exuding an awe-inspiring and commanding presence. The long antennae of the lobster rise skyward, while its entire body measures approximately over 40 centimeters. Its hard shell resembles the armor worn by ancient warriors. In antiquity, the ornate lobster was referred to as the divine shrimp. In the early 1980s, there was little awareness of ecological balance, and this exquisite lobster was not designated as a protected species, allowing for its casual capture without consequence. Naturally, its price was not as exorbitant as it would later become. However, such a rare delicacy commanded a price higher than that of ordinary seafood. "Brother, second brother, what have you caught?" exclaimed one. "Goodness, is that a great blue dragon?" As the 2 carried the ornate lobster toward the waterhole, Chen Yefeng, who was foraging for clams on the rocks, stared wide-eyed as if her eyes were 2 coins. She even forgot the task at hand. "Did you catch that in the waterhole?" she asked. "Just moments ago, Mother was nagging, claiming you 3 were simply idle and had nothing better to do than to visit the waterhole. I suppose she regrets saying that now. Ame wished to see her mother's face redden with embarrassment. What nonsense are you spouting, girl? Did I ever say that? Chen's mother's high-pitched voice pierced the air. Her mother's voice was indeed formidable. Chen Yefeng pouted. Mother, didn't you say that? You said that brother and second brother were being idle. Did I? I never said such a thing. Chen's mother, feeling a twinge of guilt, hastily shifted the topic. Oh, look at that great blue dragon. It must weigh 4 to 5 pounds. Mother, do you know the price of a great blue dragon? Zhang Feng rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing the ornate lobster, her face lit up with delight. Such a large ornate lobster should fetch quite a sum. Chen's mother immediately shook her head. I'm not sure about that. We'll have to inquire. Such rare treasures are seldom seen at the small dock throughout the year. If they were to catch one, it would undoubtedly be sold in Haicheng or at the town's restaurants. Who would be foolish enough to sell to the fishmongers at the dock? Brother, this waterhole looks quite deep. Let us keep the great blue dragon here for now. They found a deep section to house the ornate lobster, which was quite delicate and would be a shame to lose if not tended to properly. All right, let us keep it here for the time being. After placing the ornate lobster in the deep waterhole, Chen Yefeng, still feeling the thrill, suggested, while the tide is still low, let us see what other treasures we can find in the larger waterhole. The mere capture of such a grand ornate lobster was already a rewarding effort. If they were to find more treasures in the larger waterhole, it would indeed be a delightful bonus. All right, let us go take a look. Chen Yefeng nodded in agreement. After laboring for quite some time to drain the large waterhole, they were determined to make the most of the opportunity before the tide returned. With that, Chen Yefeng stepped first into the now drained waterhole, followed closely by Chen Yefeng. Fifth uncle, while we were away, what treasures did you manage to catch? Nothing of worth. However, Shi Jiugong managed to catch several. Chen Wusong replied, somewhat dispirited. Are you still being picky? The beauty of the stone crab is undeniable. Its vibrant red hue catches the eye. Despite its modest price, the flesh is remarkably succulent. Chen Yefeng holds no disdain for the stone crab. He plans to take it home to prepare a delightful mixed fish soup that promises to be exquisite. Initially, he intended to explore beneath the stones ahead for treasures, but after only a few steps, he halted abruptly, sensing something unusual beneath his feet. To his astonishment, he had stepped on the back of a blue crab, its formidable pincers exposed. Are you blind? The crab seemed to exclaim, apologizing to the creature. Chen Yefeng promptly captured it, securing it in his bucket. Ah Feng, your luck is astounding. I just searched this area thoroughly. Uncle Wu expressed his disbelief upon witnessing Chen Yefeng's fortunate catch. You've only just arrived, and you already found one. Chen Yefeng chimed in, enviously. Of course. Chen Yefeng replied with a triumphant smile, reaching again into the water and feeling something else. Look, I found a large conch. He held up a conch, impressive in size, comparable to 2 adult fists. However, his excitement was short-lived as he sensed something was amiss with the conch. It seemed lifeless, yet not entirely hollow. A hermit crab, perhaps? He pondered, shaking the conch gently, and to his surprise, a large white octopus emerged from within, a delightful unexpected find. Ah Feng, the tide is rising. We should ascend quickly, Chen Yefeng urged as he observed the seawater flooding back into the pit. Chen Yefeng nodded, instructing, elder brother, you and Uncle Wu go ahead. I'll be right behind you. And please help me bring up those sea cucumbers. I might forget otherwise. Hurry up, we'll head up first, Akai called, lifting the sea cucumbers from the net and departing. Chen Yefeng, turning his bucket in the large water hole, prepared to leave, but noticed a significant opening in the cliffside that piqued his curiosity. What could that be? His interest piqued, he climbed up to investigate the cave, which had gone unnoticed amidst their focus on the catch in the water. The cave was at least 2 meters above the bottom of the water pit, and with the tide rising, it risked being submerged. Upon entering, he discovered several large wooden boxes. Opening one, he found its contents wrapped in waterproof material, leaving him to wonder what treasures lay within. Ah Feng, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up, Chen Yefeng called anxiously, rushing over as he noticed his brother lagging behind. The seawater in the pit began to surge, threatening to engulf them if they did not leave soon. Elder brother, come quickly and see. There are so many boxes inside this cave. Chen Yefeng exclaimed with excitement. What kind of boxes? The relentless waves crashed against the rocks, the spray of the sea drowning out Chen Yefeng's voice, rendering his words inaudible to his elder brother, who only caught a glimpse of the term box. Realizing that his brother had not comprehended his earlier statement, Chen Yefeng had no choice but to raise his voice and repeat himself. This time, Chen Yefeng finally grasped the message. It appeared that his younger brother had discovered some boxes within the cave. He quickly summoned Wushu and made his way towards Chen Yefeng's location. Meanwhile, the sea water continued to encroach, causing the bottom of the puddle to accumulate once again. They had no option but to wade through the water. "Elder brother, Wu Shu, please assist me from below. I will bring out the box," Chen Yefeng called as he ascended and reached the cave's entrance, where he tugged at a wooden box. To his relief, the box was not excessively heavy. Though he was uncertain of its contents, the items were securely wrapped in waterproof cloth, suggesting they might hold considerable value. He maneuvered the box out of the cave and grasped one end, extending the other towards the depths below. "Elder brother, please catch it carefully. Do not let it fall. I sense that what lies within is quite precious." "What is it?" "It doesn't seem particularly heavy," Chen Yefeng remarked. Curiosity etched upon his face as he received the box. "Let us not inspect it here. We shall examine it once it is secured above," Chen Yefeng advised. Noting the rising water level in the puddle, heeded by his brother, Chen Yefeng opted not to investigate further and proceeded to carry the box away from the puddle. As he spoke, Chen Yefeng emerged with another wooden box, which he handed down to Akai. Akai cautiously accepted the box without uttering a word and ascended with it. Peering into the cave, Chen Yefeng was astonished to discover 4 more boxes, all of a similar size, likely wrapped in waterproof cloth as well. This cave seemed interconnected with the lower area. Despite its damp appearance, it contained no water. When his brother and Wu Shu arrived, he continued to retrieve the boxes and pass them down. After several trips, they finally cleared the cave of its contents. "Afong, what are these boxes filled with?" Chen Yefeng inquired. "Where did you acquire so many boxes?" "Afong, quickly open one and see if there are any treasures within." The 3 women, Chen Mu, Mei, and Zhang Feng, immediately surrounded them, chattering excitedly. Chen Yefeng felt a surge of frustration at their incessant chatter. "I am just as unaware of the contents as you are. We must open them to find out." With that, he pried open the wooden box and untied the waterproof cloth. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as he beheld the contents. "Is this it?" Inside lay a few broken bottles and chipped bowls. Upon witnessing the meager contents, disappointment washed over Chen Wushu's face. "What is it?" Akai asked, drawing closer to inspect. As the others peered in and realized what was contained within, their expressions mirrored that of disappointment. They had all anticipated something valuable, only to find a handful of damaged porcelain jars and bowls, devoid of any allure. Chen Yefeng, observing the expressions of those around him, he was momentarily at a loss for words. "A broken bottle? A cracked bowl? These are, in fact, antique relics," he exclaimed. "If placed in later generations, even a single piece would command a considerable value. However, in this era, the common populace possessed little understanding of antiques. Their knowledge of such historical artifacts was alarmingly scant. Many individuals even regarded ancestral heirlooms as remnants of feudalism, fearing trouble and opting to sell or dispose of these old items for a pittance. In this age, numerous wooden antiques were burned as firewood. It is said that friendship stores now exclusively sell Chinese antiquities, targeting foreigners or those holding foreign exchange vouchers, all in an effort to earn foreign currency. During this period, the loss of cultural relics was particularly acute. "What do you mean by broken bottles and bowls? Do you not comprehend? These are precious antique artifacts," Chen Yefeng retorted with irritation. Hearing his brother's words, Chen Yefeng was taken aback. "Afong, what constitutes an antique artifact?" Chen Yefeng was unsure how to explain and casually replied, "Antique artifacts are items left behind by the ancients or previous generations." Zhang Feng, gazing at several large boxes, excitedly inquired, "Afong, are these antique artifacts valuable? They probably hold little worth now, right?" Chen Yefeng replied uncertainly. The current domestic market for antiques was lackluster. One could hardly sell anything for a reasonable price. Unless there were channels to sell them overseas, the prices would undoubtedly increase significantly. Yet, engaging in such activities would constitute the trafficking of cultural relics, a criminal offense. The Cultural Relics Protection Law had been enacted in 1982, making the illicit trade of artifacts illegal. "Since they fetch little value, we might as well dispose of the contents of these boxes," Zhang Feng said. Disappointment etched across her face. Initially, she had hoped these antique artifacts would yield a handsome profit, but now her interest had waned. Chen's mother hurriedly interjected, "Do not throw them away. These porcelain bowls and vases appear quite exquisite. They could serve well for storage at home." Chen Yimei immediately remarked, "This porcelain vase looks lovely. I could use it as a flower vase in my room. Please give it to me." She reached for the vase with great fondness, only to be halted by Chen Yefeng. "Heavens, this is an antique, and you consider using it for flowers?" Chen Yimei pouted, "Second brother, you are being overly stingy. Did you not say they are of little worth? What is wrong with gifting one to me? While they may seem worthless now, in a few decades, their value will appreciate," Chen Yefeng lamented. A piece like this porcelain, if sold domestically today, might fetch merely a month or two's wages, perhaps only a few dozen yuan. However, in 30 or 40 years, that same amount could purchase an entire house, or even several. Chen Yefeng remained silent as he unwrapped the oilcloth from the other boxes, discovering that they were filled entirely with antique artifacts. In addition to porcelain, there were also jade and gold items. Upon seeing these, Chen Yefeng felt a surge of agitation, mirrored by the reactions of those around him. Although they possessed little understanding of porcelain and its value, they were quite aware of the worth of gold and silver jewelry. Recognizing these items as treasures of considerable value, their breaths quickened in excitement. We are about to strike it rich. Chapter 161. A fortunate land, what fortune? Chen Yefeng remarked, his expression growing somber as he gazed upon the ancient artifacts. Upon opening the first box, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. Yet, as all 6 boxes were unveiled, revealing them to be filled entirely with antiquities, he was immediately engulfed by a sense of dread. A thought began to form in his mind, and, coupled with the events that had previously transpired on Meihua Island, he could surmise the truth. These antiquities must surely be linked to that band of tomb raiders. It was likely that the recent temporary ban on sea access was instituted to locate this cache of artifacts. Chen Yefeng understood that these relics were to be left untouched. The truth would inevitably come to light, and it was prudent to avoid becoming entangled in such murky waters. Why can't we touch them? The others looked at him, puzzled. Thus, Chen Yefeng took the time to explain. Upon learning of the connection between these antiquities and the previous tomb raiding case, the group's enthusiasm waned. After all, they were inherently wary of illegal activities. After deliberation, they decided it best to report the situation to the Border Patrol. Off phone, Chen Yefeng suggested. Why don't you return to inform the Border Patrol while I keep watch over these items here? You can accompany father back to shore to sell the catch in Shirkong town. Concerned about leaving his elder brother alone on the deserted island, Chen Yefeng hesitated. Furthermore, the exquisite lobster was delicate and difficult to care for, necessitating a swift sail. I can manage here alone, he reassured them. Eldest brother and second brother, you take the boat back and stow the items. I will return with the Border Patrol when their vessel arrives. When Chun's father arrived and beheld the multitude of sea cucumbers and the splendid lobster, he was taken aback. Upon seeing the ancient artifacts, he fell into a contemplative silence. Soon, Chen's father also concurred that they should turn these items over to the authorities. Such ill-gotten gains, if kept privately, would prevent him from resting peacefully. After reaching a consensus, they prepared to row back. Although the tide was rising, it had not yet reached the small boat. The vessel was stranded on the beach, but fortunately, it was light enough for the group to push it back into the water. Once they managed to get the boat afloat, they began transferring their haul aboard. Chun's mother and the 3 women proved remarkably capable, filling several large sacks with shells and cramming the entire cabin to capacity. Alongside their other catches, there seemed scarcely a space left to stand. After exchanging a few words with his father, urging him to patiently await their return on the island while he went ashore to notify the Border Patrol, Chen Yefeng, along with his elder brother and 5th uncle, took turns rowing towards their village's sandy beach, opting not to venture to the small dock today. With an eagerness to return home, they rowed with vigor. The small wooden boat bravely navigated the waves, making its way through the azure sea. After more than an hour, they finally reached the coastal waters near the village. Although the tide was steadily rising, it had not yet reached its peak. The sea remained a considerable distance from the shore, and no fishing boats had returned at this hour. Most fishermen waited until around 5 or 6 in the afternoon when the tide was at its fullest before heading back. Chen Yefeng and his companions had matters to attend to. Otherwise, they would not have returned so early, as the boat could not dock at the shore. All their catch had to be transported by hand. As soon as their fishing boat touched the sand, villagers gathered around, eager to see what treasures they had brought in. Xian, how was your haul? Goodness, is that a giant lobster? Where did you catch such a magnificent specimen? Exclaimed one villager, eyes wide with amazement. And look at all those sea cucumbers. You're bound to strike it rich. The striking lobster was impossible to conceal, drawing immediate attention. As they unloaded their catch, the villagers were quick to spot the dazzling lobster and the netted sea cucumbers, their eyes nearly bulging with astonishment. The envy was palpable, and they looked on with gleaming eyes. Make way, make way. Don't delay us in unloading. Chun's mother called out, her voice ringing clear as a bell. Fuyan, where have you been gathering shells? How did you manage to collect so many fine goods? I'm so envious. And look at all those shells. How will you ever eat them all? The beach on this side of the village was primarily frequented by women and children, many of whom knew Chen's mother, with some even being relatives. They gazed longingly at the bountiful catch, practically wishing to snatch it away. Yang Fuyun grinned widely and replied, "Where else could we be? Just out at sea. With a bit of luck, we stumbled upon some good finds. Everyone, don't linger here, while the tide hasn't risen too high. We should hurry and gather more." Seeing the crowd unwilling to disperse, Chen's mother reconsidered her plan to leave Ame in charge of the goods while she and her daughter-in-law helped carry things home. She felt it unwise to leave a high school student to guard the catch, fearing it would be devoured by these hungry onlookers. "Mother, you and my younger sister stay here and watch over the goods. I'll go help carry them," Zhang Feng quietly suggested to Chen's mother. While her personality was bold, she recognized that the villagers were merely observing and had not attempted to take anything. Moreover, many of them were relatives, making it inappropriate to act too harshly. "Go ahead, take a few carrying poles and ropes to bring everything back," she instructed. The sand in this area was soft, making it impossible for carts to traverse. Otherwise, transporting the load would have been much quicker. For now, they could only rely on their shoulders and backs to bear the weight. As Chen Yefeng and his companions made their way ashore with their catch, the villagers watched in awe, their bounty shining as a stark contrast to the meager contents of their own buckets. It was clear that those who had ventured out had not merely gone for a stroll by the sea. There are still individuals who audaciously inquire about where they have amassed such a considerable haul. "Is this permissible?" They stammered a few vague responses while transporting their goods ashore. "This is their clandestine affair. At least before the wool is entirely sheared, it shall remain undisclosed. When the time comes, a gentle reminder to Zhao Goen to maintain their secrecy will be necessary, for Meihua Island is currently their haven, and they aspire to accumulate further wealth from it." Upon arriving at the elder brother's residence, Chen Yefeng first indulged in a sip of tea. Subsequently, the elder brother urged them to attend to other matters, suggesting that they leisurely relocate the cargo from the beach. Chen Yefeng, not one to be finicky, had numerous tasks awaiting his attention. Besides notifying Zhao Goen, he also needed to venture to Shikong town to sell fish. The splendid lobster and sea cucumbers were left at the elder brother's house, intended to be transported after they returned home to change their attire. Chapter 162. Borrowing a donkey cart. Chen Yefeng and Uncle Wu initially headed to the village committee to make a phone call. As it was imperative to inform Zhao Goen as soon as possible, his father was still waiting on the isolated island. The pair made their way to the village committee, where the old guard, Uncle Xing, was napping in a bamboo chair. "Uncle Xing, are you busy?" Chen Yefeng inquired. "What do you think I am busy with?" "Engaging in a chat with the Duke of Zhou, of course," came the sardonic reply. "Your wit surpasses even that of your father. And you've come here to borrow the phone again, haven't you?" Chen Yefeng produced a cigarette for Uncle Xing. "Uncle Xing, you truly possess an uncanny ability." "You've guessed correctly." Uncle Xing rolled his eyes. "Spare me. You didn't come here merely to borrow the phone, did you? You must have come to seek me out for a chat." With a chuckle, Chen Yefeng entered the room to make the call. He couldn't recall the number for Zhao Goen's office, but the village committee had the contact for the border defense station. Thus, he glanced at the number and dialed it. Once connected, he expressed his desire to speak with Deputy Director Zhao Goen regarding an important matter he wished to report. The operator on the other end asked him to hold for a moment while she fetched him. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Goen's voice resonated through the line. "Hello, this is Zhao Goen. May I ask who is speaking and what the matter is?" Chen Yefeng promptly responded. "Uncle Zhao, this is Yefeng. I wish to bring an important issue to your attention. We were at Meihua Island." As he spoke, he succinctly recounted the discovery of ancient artifacts on Meihua Island, lowering his voice significantly when mentioning the island's name. Although he found Uncle Xing to be quite trustworthy, one can never be too cautious. It was wise to remain prudent to avoid any inadvertent leaks of sensitive information. "Meihua Island, are you implying that you have uncovered some ancient artifacts?" "Indeed, I suspect it may be connected to a tomb robbery case, which is why I contacted you immediately. You should dispatch someone there promptly. My parents are still on the island awaiting your return. Remember to bring them back with you." "Very well. I shall personally take a team there." "Yefeng, I can't express enough how grateful I am. You have greatly assisted our border defense station. If there is any reward, I would prefer something tangible rather than medals or flags." On the phone, Zhao Goen's excitement was palpable, his happiness evident as he slapped the table in jubilation. This tomb robbery case nearly plunged everyone into depression. Initially, it was believed that apprehending this group of tomb raiders would lead to the resolution of this cultural relic theft. Given that this incident marked the first cultural artifact case in Lianzhou County since the enactment of the Cultural Relics Protection Law, the authorities placed significant emphasis on it, resulting in immense pressure on the investigators. The tomb robbers proved to be exceedingly cunning, having concealed the stolen artifacts beforehand. In the absence of any recovered items at the scene, these individuals adamantly denied their criminal actions. supported by influential figures from the port city. They exhibited a brazen disregard for the law. Presently, individuals from the port city were exerting pressure on the border patrol without further evidence. The patrol would have no choice but to release them. It must be said that the news brought by Chen Yefeng was indeed a timely blessing, invigorating Zhao Guowen immensely. Zhao Guowen wished to inquire about the precise location of the artifacts on the island, but Chen Yefeng simply stated that they would clarify upon arrival, as a few sentences over the phone would not suffice. Moreover, does one not have to pay for phone calls? Chen Yefeng advised Zhao Guowen to keep Meihua Island confidential, emphasizing that everything else could be discussed in person. With that, he ended the call. 2 minutes and 59 seconds. The timing was impeccable. 3 minutes. What is the cost? What payment? You were calling the border patrol, right? Just a cigarette will suffice, remarked old Xing nonchalantly. After all, the call was made from the village committee's line, and he had also heard that Chen Yefeng was calling the border patrol, which typically incurs no charge. Well then, thank you. Chen Yefeng offered old Xing a cigarette. A mere cigarette, no need for thanks. What thanks? Just remember, when you call again, it will be charged. Old Xing was a clever man. He naturally refrained from asking questions that were better left unspoken. Chen Yefeng bid farewell to old Xing with a smile, and then returned home with Uncle Wu to wash up and change clothes. Afong, you're back so early. Where are your parents? Upon seeing Chen Yefeng return at such an hour, Zhou Haiying expressed surprise, having expected them to wait until high tide to return. Chen Yefeng briefly recounted the events of the day to his wife, then washed up and changed into clean clothes, preparing to head out with Uncle Wu to Shikong Town. Afong, are you leaving already? Aren't you having a meal? Not right now. I've already had noodles on the island. Then why aren't you riding your bicycle? Are you walking? No, I have too much to carry. The bicycle might not accommodate everything, so I plan to use a cart instead. In addition to the exquisite lobster, sea cucumber, and the soil dragon his father caught, there were various other fish. Although his bicycle could bear several hundred pounds, these items were not suitable for stacking together. Particularly, the exquisite lobster was exceedingly delicate, requiring its own space. Otherwise, it would perish before his eyes. With so many assorted items and no way to pile them together, Chen Yefeng decided it was best to push a cart to transport them. With that, he stepped outside and called for Uncle Wu next door. Afong, are you pushing a cart to Shikong? What a laborious task. With your second uncle's donkey cart idling at home, it would be more prudent to borrow it for a journey. Upon learning that they intended to push the cart to Shikong to sell fish, the elderly lady felt a pang of sympathy for the two of them. The round trip to Shikong Town with the cart was indeed a strenuous endeavor. In this era, aside from tractors, donkey carts and horse-drawn carriages served as significant means of transportation in rural areas. Many individuals, wishing to economize while avoiding the weariness of walking, opted for the more affordable donkey or horse carts. These alternatives were considerably cheaper than riding in a tractor. A single ride on a tractor cost 10 cents, while a donkey or horse cart only required 2 cents. Would my second uncle and aunt be willing to lend it? Chen Yefeng expressed his concerns. It wasn't that they were miserly. In fact, they were quite amiable, unlike the duplicitous couple of his eldest uncle. The crux of the matter was Chen Yefeng's tarnished reputation, which had rendered others wary of lending him anything, fearing he might sell the borrowed items for profit. Consequently, neither relatives nor villagers dared to entrust him with their possessions. No worries, for I have my old lady, the elderly woman chirped, her smile broad despite several missing teeth, her face adorned with wrinkles, yet radiating a warm kindness. The group arrived at the second uncle's home to borrow the donkey cart. However, the second uncle and his cousin were out by the sea, leaving only the second aunt at home. Upon hearing that Chen Yefeng had come to request the cart, her brows knitted together, as if she could crush a fly between them. The reputation of the fourth family's nephew was notoriously poor, although many villagers had recently spoken favorably of him. The adage "a dog cannot change its nature" echoed in her mind. The second aunt harbored doubts that a person's character could change so swiftly. Chen Yefeng had once been known as an ne'er-do-well in the village. How could he possibly transform overnight? Thus, she was reluctant to lend the cart, fearing it might return as a bowl of donkey meat. Understanding that societal prejudices loomed like a mountain, Chen Yefeng repeatedly assured her he would return the cart in pristine condition. After much persuasion, and with the elderly woman vouching for him, the second aunt finally relented, cautioning him to return the cart punctually, lest he never be lent anything again. Chen Yefeng, fervently promising, along with his fifth uncle, led the second uncle's donkey out and harnessed it to the wooden cart. Grasping the whip firmly, he directed the donkey cart towards his elder brother's home. The donkey emitted a series of comical brays along the way, attracting curious glances from passers-by. Fortunately, Chen Yefeng was not of a timid disposition, Otherwise, he might have felt embarrassed riding in the cart. Upon arriving at his elder brother's courtyard, he shouted, pulling the reins hard to halt the cart. The donkey, having come to a stop, let out another few brays. Second uncle, where did you get this donkey? The braying of the donkey immediately captured everyone's attention, prompting Xiangzi to rush over, his eyes darting curiously at the creature. Children have an innate fondness for animals, and Xiangzi had long wished for his family to purchase a donkey for him to care for, yet his parents had always declined. Now, witnessing the donkey in his yard, his face radiated sheer excitement. Chen Yefeng chuckled and remarked, "It's borrowed from your second aunt's home." No wonder the donkey seemed so familiar to him. Wiping his nose with his hand and carelessly smearing it on his clothes, Xiangzi continued to examine the donkey with unabated curiosity. Chen Yefeng paid him no mind, instead collaborating with Uncle Wu to load items onto the donkey cart. The splendid lobster was separately housed in a large wooden basin, complete with seawater, while the other fish were less meticulously arranged, haphazardly tossed together. Once everything was loaded onto the cart, it was filled to the brim. "Ayong, that lobster is enormous. What kind is it?" "This is a giant blue lobster, also known as the splendid lobster. It must be quite valuable, right?" "I'm not sure. I've never caught one myself." Just as Chen Yefeng and the others finished loading and prepared to depart, his brother-in-law Zhang Yong limped into the doorway, accompanied by a woman. Upon seeing the fish on the cart, particularly the splendid lobster, the woman's eyes sparkled with delight. Introduced by Zhang Feng, the woman was the result of a recent blind date arranged for Zhang Yong. Having met once through family connections, they had already found mutual attraction. Chen Yefeng's gaze fell upon the woman, and upon recognizing her features, he was struck dumb with astonishment. Wasn't she the wife of Azai in his previous life? In this life, could she be destined to become his brother-in-law's wife? Observing their closeness, it appeared they had reached the stage of discussing marriage. He couldn't help but reflect on the ramifications of his actions, realizing the butterfly effect he had unwittingly set in motion. He had hoped to prevent Azai from marrying his former wife by hastening the arrangements for Azai's marriage. But he never anticipated that this woman would instead become his elder brother's brother-in-law's romantic interest. Unsure of how to express his thoughts, Chen Yefeng acknowledged her capability of being quite demanding, yet he couldn't directly warn Ayong. How could he articulate it? "Your wife might be quite difficult to deal with. Marrying her could lead to chaos in your home, making life challenging." Even if he voiced such concerns, they would likely dismiss him, believing he was sowing discord. Alas, it was all fate. His brother-in-law, already marked by misfortune, would likely find his luck worsened after marrying this woman. Without dwelling further on it, Chen Yefeng guided the donkey cart out, casting a meaningful glance at his brother-in-law. "Brother, take care. May fortune be on your side." He could not be blamed for this. In his previous life, Zhang Yong's luck had plummeted to such an extent that he never married and remained perpetually single. "In this life, I have managed to acquire a wife. Yet this spouse is anything but easy to handle. Once she is brought into my household, I should brace myself for a tumultuous experience." Upon reflection, it remains uncertain whether Zhang Yong's fortune has improved or worsened. Nonetheless, having a wife is certainly preferable to being without one. With this thought in mind, Chen Yefeng and his uncle Wu set off in a donkey cart towards Shikong town. Upon arriving, they first visited Lele Tea House to see if Brother Doi needed anything. "Afeng, what extraordinary luck you have. You've caught such a large and resplendent lobster. It must weigh 4 to 5 pounds. Huang Qinghui could not help but marvel at Chen Yefeng's fortune, having even captured a lobster of such magnificence. "Haha, my luck has indeed been somewhat favorable lately. However, as a fisherman, I rely on the whims of nature. A bit of good fortune is certainly no misfortune," Chen Yefeng replied with a smile. "By the way, Brother Dawei, could you inquire with your friend about the price of this lobster?" "Absolutely." Brother Dawei readily agreed to make the call. After he finished, he returned to inform Chen Yefeng. "I asked my friend, and he said there isn't a fixed price for lobsters. It depends on their appearance and weight. Yours, weighing at least 4 to 5 pounds, could fetch around $5 to $6 per pound." $5 to $6 per pound seems reasonable, Chen Yefeng nodded lightly. Considering that the average wage of ordinary people is only $1 or $2 a day, this price is indeed exorbitant for this era, especially when compared to salaries in the 2020s of the future. Brother Dahue continued, "Actually, I have another idea, though I wonder if you would be agreeable to it." "What idea?" "A bidding auction." Chen Yefeng's eyes lit up at once. "Can it really be auctioned off?" "Of course. Many people do it this way now. When they come across something valuable, they invite a few individuals to bid, and the highest bidder takes it. This method is fair and avoids offending anyone." "That's a splendid idea. This way, not only can the item be sold, but it also avoids animosity." Chen Yefeng thought Brother Douai's suggestion was truly excellent. Given the rarity of the resplendent lobster, if a local tavern were to purchase it, it could attract considerable attention. Since there was only one lobster, selling it to anyone could easily lead to grievances. However, through an auction, money would speak for itself, and no one would be offended. If you are willing to auction it, I can have my third uncle reach out to the tavern owners. Of course, I am willing. If that is the case, I will entrust this auction to you, and you can decide on the commission. Chapter 164. The auction upon hearing Brother Dahui's proposal. Chen Yefeng resolved to entrust the resplendent lobster to them for the auction. He was not well versed in such matters, nor was he familiar with the tavern owners. In such auction activities, having a third party manage it is far more effective. Naturally, he could not expect others to work for free. He intended to offer a commission as compensation, ensuring that they would be motivated to handle the arrangements. After all, who would be willing to assist if they were to receive nothing in return? You can discuss this with my third uncle. I shall not involve myself in such matters. Huang Qinghui was entirely focused on making mooncakes and showed little interest in the auction. All right, I will speak to your third uncle. Chen Yefeng nodded in agreement. Under the introduction of Brother Dahui, Chen Yefeng finally made a genuine acquaintance with his third uncle. In truth, Chen Yefeng had previously met Uncle Huang, but they had exchanged no words. This moment marked their true introduction. Chen Yefeng shared his intention to auction the exquisite lobster with his uncle, eager to gauge his agreement. Should his uncle disapprove, Chen Yefeng would devise another plan. To his surprise, upon articulating his thoughts, his uncle consented after a brief moment of contemplation. Chen Yefeng also promised a commission of 5% to Uncle Huang. Thus, if the lobster fetched 100 yuan, his uncle would earn 5. With the incentive of a commission, Uncle Huang became remarkably proactive. He made several calls, and the restaurant owners arrived post-haste. The first to arrive was Jiang Wanyan. Upon seeing her again, Chen Yefeng was struck by her captivating beauty and enchanting charm. She greeted him with a soft voice, "Afeng, have I offended you in any way? Simply deliver the exquisite lobster to our Hongfu restaurant, and we shall certainly offer you a price. Why complicate matters with an auction?" Today, Jiang Wanyan wore an audacious yet alluring outfit, a fitted emerald qipao that accentuated her curvaceous figure, with a slit that reached her thigh, exuding both allure and elegance. Witnessing this, Chen Yefeng struggled to swallow, pondering the challenge posed to the masses. Who among the populace could withstand such a test? He momentarily froze before regaining his composure. Replying, "Sister Yen, you jest. I am but a humble fisherman, and I dare not offend esteemed patrons like yourselves." Uncle Huang interjected on his behalf, "Jiang Wanyan, please do not put this young man in a difficult position. If he sells the lobster to you, what will old Zheng and the others think? How will he continue to sell his catch?" Hearing Uncle Huang's words, Jiang Wanyan pouted but remained silent. It was not long before Mr. Zheng and the others arrived in succession. Upon seeing the exquisite lobster, their eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, such a rare find could serve as a remarkable advertisement for their restaurant, undoubtedly attracting customers and benefiting business. This arrangement seemed quite agreeable. Whoever was willing to pay more could claim it. Laughter ensued as they each vied for the magnificent lobster, confident that no one would object. Let the bidding commence. I can hardly wait. Several prominent bosses from Guangdong East have been inquiring about good stock, and this lobster would be perfect to entertain them. Before the auction began, Uncle Huang clarified the details. This lobster weighs 4 jin and 6 liang. Such a specimen is exceedingly rare, and its quality is impeccable. With no damage whatsoever, not even a broken antenna. Where else could you find such a fine lobster? Afeng nearly risked his life to catch it. So the price must reflect its worth. The auction commenced with a starting price set at 40 yuan, with a minimum increment of 5 yuan for each bid. Upon hearing Huang Sanchu conclude his remarks, Chen Yefeng couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Huang Sanchu, a chef from the prestigious Yangqing Grand Hotel, exemplified the poise of someone well acquainted with the world, articulating his thoughts with clarity while effectively rallying the enthusiasm of the group. Indeed, General Zheng and the others expressed no objections, accepting the starting price of merely 40 yuan. For some, this amount might represent a month's salary, yet for these restaurant proprietors, it was merely a trifling sum. The auction officially began. I bid 45 yuan. 50, 55, 75. In no time, the price of the exquisite lobster soared to 75 yuan. It is noteworthy that this figure equates to 2 months' wages for an ordinary worker, yet the restaurant owners remained unfazed. 80, interjected Jiang Wanyan. 85, responded General Zheng. Jiang Wanyan furrowed her brows slightly. General Zheng, must you compete with me? General Zheng chuckled. Jiang, such sentiments cannot be expressed so lightly. In comparison, I believe our Xinyue restaurant has a greater need for this exquisite lobster. Nonsense. I feel that our Hongfu restaurant is far more suited for this exquisite lobster. Jiang Wanyan retorted boldly. Then let money do the talking, General Zheng replied with a sense of bravado. Observing the fierce contest between the two, the other restaurant owners relinquished any thoughts of further competition. The bidding had already exceeded the market value of the lobster, and they sensed that continuing would render them foolishly extravagant. Ultimately, Jiang Wanyan secured the exquisite lobster for a staggering 150 yuan. The other restaurant owners could only exclaim in disbelief at her audacity, as this price was 3 to 4 times the market rate for such a lobster. Was it truly worth spending so much? That amount nearly matched the income of others over 6 months. Yet, Jiang Wanyan declared her bid without a hint of hesitation. Indeed, this woman possessed considerable wealth, or rather, her benefactor did. Such an amount was inconsequential for her. Seeing her call out such a high bid, even the typically affluent General Zheng chose to withdraw. Although he coveted the exquisite lobster, he was unwilling to continue the contest with this audacious woman, who knew what further action she might take. While General Zheng was wealthy, he could not compete with her benefactor's fortune. Very well, you win, he stated with a gentlemanly smile. Huang Sanshu interjected to smooth things over. In that case, the exquisite lobster shall belong to Jiang Wanyan. He felt particularly pleased, having merely facilitated the bidding and secured a modest sum of 7.5 yuan, an effortless endeavor. Chen Yefeng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He had not anticipated that the exquisite lobster would fetch such a high price. Previously, he had heard it was worth only 5 or 6 yuan and assumed it would sell for merely a few dozen. The reality of it selling for over 100 yuan was truly astonishing. Dear proprietors, do not be disheartened if you did not win the bid. Besides this exquisite lobster, I have brought other remarkable items for your consideration. Chapter 165. Do I smell a fish? Ah, so there are indeed delightful treasures. Had you mentioned it sooner, I would not have wallowed in sorrow for so long. It matters not that I did not capture the splendid lobster. Purchasing a few other items will suffice to enrich the menu of our establishment. I trust there will be no further bidding this time around. As everyone prepared to depart, Chen Yefeng promptly called them to a halt. Upon hearing that there were more splendid goods, the crowd immediately paused, eager to discover what else he had to offer. Sea cucumbers, large groupers, and mudfish. Mr. Zheng, who had initially been crestfallen about missing the splendid lobster, now found his spirits lifted at the sight of the sea cucumbers and mudfish, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The others were no different, their faces alight with joy. Most of the patrons at their local tavern hailed from Guangdong East, known for their hearty appetites and a penchant for exotic delicacies, both terrestrial and marine. Sea cucumbers and mudfish are renowned for their nourishing qualities, particularly for men, and these extravagant Guangdong merchants held a special fondness for such restorative treasures. Aside from Jiang Wanyan, all the tavern owners in town were men. These ravenous individuals, upon encountering such exceptional offerings, could hardly contain their eagerness. Afon, hasten to weigh some sea cucumbers for me, and do catch a few mudfish as well. Mr. Zheng, you can't be serious. Leave some for us. They protested. Do not deplete our stock entirely. Our tavern has customers requesting sea cucumbers, but they are notoriously difficult to procure. Are you blind? I haven't taken everything. Help yourselves to fill your containers. The tavern owners nearly came to blows in their eagerness to secure the goods, leaving Chen Yefeng somewhat speechless. He quickly interjected, urging them to weigh their selections. The scene was utterly chaotic, and he felt that perhaps the items he had brought would not suffice. Fifth uncle, assist these gentlemen with the weighing. I shall tally their purchases, he instructed, retrieving a calculator from his pocket. The expensive device proved quite useful as he procured a pen and paper from Lele Tea House. Once the items were weighed, he meticulously recorded them and punched in the numbers to calculate the total costs. Sea cucumbers were priced at 12 yuan per pound, while mudfish commanded 25 yuan per pound. Chen Yefeng methodically computed the figures. He had never engaged in such activities in his previous life, scarcely even selling goods. However, after a few ventures into commerce in this life, he felt an awakening, realizing that conducting business was not an insurmountable challenge. When all the items had been sold, the tavern owners departed with their purchases, satisfaction evident on their faces. Chen Yefeng felt his purse noticeably heavier. The sea cucumbers totaled 18 pounds and 5 ounces, yielding a sale of 222 yuan at 12 yuan per pound. The 13 mudfish, each exceeding 3 pounds in weight, were sold for 113 yuan. The proceeds from the mudfish were to be given to his parents, as they had no claim to that sum. The remaining assortment of fish, shrimp, and crabs garnered an additional 16 yuan. Including the revenue from the splendid lobster, his total earnings for the day approached 400 yuan, a source of immense joy. Afon, with such a considerable sum in your pocket, I suggest you return home immediately and refrain from lingering in town, Dehui reminded him. Currently, Chen Yefeng possessed at least 400 to 500 yuan, a sum that others might toil for an entire year to earn, and for individuals of this era, it undoubtedly represented a small fortune. In today's tumultuous society, Dehui feared that lingering in town might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Thank you. I understand, he replied, retrieving a large note from his pocket to hand to Uncle Huang-san. Uncle Huang-san, puzzled, inquired, didn't you mention a 5% share? The exquisite lobster was sold for 150 yuan, which means a share of 7 yuan and 50 cents. Chen Yefeng chuckled. The remainder is my treat for you, Uncle San. Haha, you rascal. This tea house belongs to our family. What need have I for your tea? Although he feigned dismissal, Uncle Huang-san had no intention of returning the extra money. It was a token of goodwill, and refusing it would be impolite. Bidding farewell to Dehui and the others, Chen Yefeng resolved to return, as traversing the night roads would be even more perilous as darkness fell. Exiting the Lele tea house, he made his way toward the donkey cart, observing the simpleton diligently clearing the droppings left by the donkey. This was the one drawback of donkey carts and horse-drawn carriages. They relieved themselves indiscriminately. Any individual with a modicum of civic responsibility would take the initiative to clean up after them. After all, this was the main street of a town, not the countryside. Many cities nowadays prohibit livestock from entering, fearing the unsanitary conditions that would ensue. Just as he approached the donkey cart, a black Santana glided past and paused beside him. Chen Yefeng regarded the familiar vehicle with curiosity. The window descended, revealing the exquisite visage of Jiang Wanyan. President Jiang, you have not yet returned? Chen Yefeng greeted her with a faint smile. Jiang Wanyan parted her red lips. I was specifically waiting for you. From now on, do not call me President Jiang. Simply refer to me as Sister Yan, as you do with Dehui. Waiting for me? Is there something you need? Chen Yefeng was momentarily taken aback. Though he considered himself handsome, he was not so vain as to believe that this affluent woman would take an interest in him. Even if she did, he would not entertain the notion. His sole desire was to lead a simple life with his wife and children, dismissing all other trivialities. Please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to inform you that if you have any seafood, you can deliver it directly to our Hongfu restaurant, she stated, handing him a business card. Certainly. In the future, any catch I make at sea will be sent your way. Chen Yefeng accepted the card and examined it. The information was succinct and straightforward, bearing Jiang Wanyan's name, her title, and the address of Hongfu restaurant. Her title was General Manager of Hongfu restaurant. In the 1980s and 1990s, people were not addressed as boss but rather as Manager X or President X, which carried a certain gravitas. Once Jiang Wanyan drove away, Chen Yefeng approached the donkey cart. Uncle Wu inquired curiously, what did that woman want with you? What else could it be? She mentioned that any seafood could be delivered to their restaurant. Chen Yefeng replied nonchalantly, I had thought she had taken a liking to you. Goodness, you big fool, what are you thinking? How could the owner of a grand restaurant possibly be interested in a mere fisherman like me? Is it because of the fishy scent that clings to me? Chen Yefeng was still self-aware. Why would someone of her stature abandon her golden cage to endure the sun and wind at sea with me? There is no such foolish woman in the world. He regarded Jiang Wanyan as no ordinary woman. She was exceedingly astute. It is for the best, you have eyeing already. So do not stray outside. Let us return now, and refrain from entertaining such nonsensical thoughts. With that, the two hurried back on the donkey cart. The donkey brayed a few times, grinding its teeth, as it pulled the cart along. Upon returning to the village, they first returned the donkey cart. Just as they arrived at Second Aunt's home, they found her pacing anxiously at the door. Afone, you have finally returned. Your second uncle's fishing boat is about to dock. We need to send the cart over to load the goods. Seeing the two approach with the cart, Second Aunt let out a sigh of relief. Thank Buddha, we finally did not have to return with a bowl of donkey meat. She was indeed waiting to use the cart. As the sun set and the tide rose, the fishing boats began to return one after another. Whenever the fishing boats came back, Second Aunt would drive the donkey cart to the small dock to load the equipment. All fishing gear and machinery must be brought home to prevent theft. Are you headed to the small dock? Allow me to assist you, Chen Yefeng offered, intending to settle accounts at his elder brother's house. The main road to the small dock passed by his brother's home, and he also wished to see if his father had returned. He estimated it was about time. Oh, so you are also going to the small dock? Second Aunt inquired as she boarded the cart. Yes, I will just take a look, Chen Yefeng replied, raising his whip. The donkey lowered its head and trotted towards the dock. As they passed by his brother's house, Chen Yefeng asked if his father had returned. But his sister-in-law informed him he had not. His sister-in-law, Aying, and Chen's mother were in the yard opening shells, and it seemed that Ion's matchmaker was also there assisting them. After gathering so many shells, they needed to open them to dry them out for better preservation. Not seeing his father back yet made Chen Yefeng somewhat anxious, and he wished to check the small dock. He asked Takai to dismount and help with opening the shells while he drove the donkey cart with second aunt to the dock. A phone. Where did you find so many shells? I heard from the villagers that you caught a large green dragon and quite a number of sea cucumbers, second aunt inquired curiously. Previously, she had been skeptical of what some women in the village had claimed. But now, seeing the pile of shells in Axine's yard, she began to believe what the villagers had said. I suppose you borrowed this donkey cart to transport those fish goods? Upon hearing second aunt's words, Chen Yefeng casually replied that they had been fortunate to encounter a reef island where all those goods were harvested. The ocean is dotted with countless islands. Who can tell which one it is? When my aunt heard him say that the goods were obtained from an island, she did not press for further details. She thought that if her own sons were to discover a piece of paradise at sea, they would certainly keep it to themselves. They arrived at the dock with the donkey cart, just as the fishing boats were returning to port, creating a bustling scene filled with people. Chen Yefeng handed over the donkey cart to his aunt, and then leaped down, walking along the dock towards the harbor. He noticed many individuals anxiously awaiting the return of their loved ones, some parents waiting for their sons, and some wives for their husbands. Each scene was imbued with the warmth of humanity. The evening glow painted the sea a vibrant orange, while the setting sun cast its golden rays upon the fishing boats returning from the sea, resembling valiant warriors clad in golden armor. As Chen Yefeng reached the breakwater at the harbor, he did not see his father's figure. Had he not returned yet? He inquired with those at the dock. But none had seen his father come back. Perhaps he truly had not returned. He then spotted a fishing boat approaching the shore. It was his uncle and cousin returning. Chen Yefeng stood on the embankment and greeted them. Uncle, cousin, how was your haul today? Uncle Chen glanced up from the boat, acknowledging him with a nonchalant nod. Not bad. We caught over 10 pounds of skinless fish with the gill nets and collected some shrimp and crabs with the traps. This is a typical catch for fishermen. Not everyone is so fortunate. However, this bounty is quite satisfactory, certainly better than manual labor. Afong, did you not go out to sea today? Weren't you supposed to be fishing with your elder brother? At that moment, cousin Chen Yiming jumped from the boat onto the shore and secured the fishing vessel to a wooden stake with a rope. Their fishing boat was only 7 or 8 meters long, a small skiff. It required no rowing, as it was powered by machinery. Yet, they dared not venture far into the ocean, limiting their catch to nearshore fishing, setting traps, gill nets, and longline fishing. Weather conditions were crucial. They would not dare to set sail in rough seas. The mechanized skiff was much less labor-intensive compared to rowing a small wooden boat. Once ashore, the uncle and cousin began unloading their catch. Everything from the boat had to be brought ashore and taken home. Leaving it overnight was risky, as one could never know if someone with ill intentions might board the vessel to steal. In response to cousin's inquiry, Chen Yefeng explained that he had returned early today, which allowed him the time to come over. Noticing his uncle and cousin busy unloading, and with nothing to occupy his time, he stepped forward to assist in carrying the items. Uncle Chen cast a surprised glance at Chen Yefeng, realizing that his nephew had changed remarkably. He had once been notoriously lazy, and such physical labor had always been left to his sister-in-law. Aunt Chen approached the two men and whispered a few words to them. Chen Yefeng caught snippets of their conversation, which revolved around the fish they had caught that day. Cousin Chen Yiming moved the items to the donkey cart, and then leaned closer to Chen Yefeng, resting a hand on his shoulder. Afong, is what my mother said true? Almost. It is merely a stroke of good fortune. Do you consider us as brothers? If fortune smiles upon us, you must include me in your endeavors. In the past, you seldom associated with us. That was back when you and the others idled in the village, resembling mere ruffians. My mother forbade me from mingling with you. Upon hearing that Chen Yefeng had returned from the sea with an abundant catch, Santang's cousin immediately rushed over to ingratiate himself, contemplating when he might join him in seeking fortune at sea. Chen Yefeng neither agreed nor declined. He merely responded affirmatively, suggesting that should an opportunity arise, he would consider it. However, when that opportunity would present itself remained a mystery. After waiting at the dock for a while, without seeing his father return, Chen Yefeng felt a twinge of anxiety. He hurriedly departed the dock, making his way to his elder brother's home. If his father had not yet returned, he would have set sail to the island himself. The prolonged absence was indeed unsettling. Yet, as he approached his brother's house, he noticed several vehicles parked along the main road by the village's sandy entrance. Among them was a BJ-212 police car, several tricycles, and a small truck. A cordon had been established, drawing a gathering of villagers. Curious children clamored, their eyes wide with wonder as they regarded the vehicles, as if they were witnessing a spectacle from a foreign land. As mealtime approached, Neither adults nor children seemed willing to depart, with those living nearby squatting with their bowls to observe the unfolding scene. Just as Chen Yefeng drew closer, the sound of a powerful diesel engine resonated across the water. Two metal boats were making their way to shore. Chapter 167. Resentment for Inaction. Two boats were approaching. What could they possibly be carrying? They appeared laden with wooden crates, the contents unknown. But wait, wasn't Chen Laosi aboard one of the boats? What was he doing with personnel from the Fishery Administration and the Border Defense? As the boats reached the shore, the crowd eagerly craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the cargo aboard the fisheries vessel. The Border Defense did not possess their own boats. These two belonged to the Fishery Administration, which typically collaborated with them during aquatic operations. The attention of everyone on the shore was fixed upon the two boats as they docked, and murmurs of speculation filled the air. When they spotted Chen's father aboard one of the vessels, astonishment swept through the crowd. They were perplexed as to why Chen Laosi was present. Once the boats secured their position alongside the dock, the crew began unloading their cargo. Chen's father stepped off the boat, shouldering a large burlap sack. "How did you come to be with the border defense personnel?" they queried. "What is contained within that sack you carry?" As Chen's father disembarked, villagers turned their attention to him, some venturing to inquire curiously. Yet, he offered only vague responses, leaving many unable to comprehend his words as he proceeded towards Chen Yefeng's home. Upon seeing his father disembark, Chen Yefeng rushed over to assist in lifting the contents of the sack. He was surprised to discover that his father had managed to gather such a significant haul of shells while alone on the island, revealing his relentless industriousness. Observing the father and son retreat into the distance, the villagers felt hesitant to pursue further inquiries. Curiosity enveloped the villagers as they cast their inquisitive gazes upon the several large wooden crates being unloaded from the boat at the border station, all eager to discern the contents within. "Goen, what treasures do these crates hold?" A villager recognized Zhao Goen, who was once a resident of this very village. Zhao's mother and Yifeng's grandmother were distant cousins, both having married within the same village. However, after Zhao Goen embarked on his career, his family relocated to Shirkong town, leading to a diminished connection with the villagers. "Tu Jin, mind your own business and refrain from asking too many questions. This is classified information. Do you think I can divulge it?" Zhao Goen replied sternly, instructing the workers to load the crates onto the truck. His gaze remained fixed on the crates, and he cautioned the handlers to treat them with utmost care. Once the crates were secured on the small truck, Zhao Goen personally climbed aboard to tether them with ropes. As they departed from the quaint fishing village, tranquility swiftly returned to the surroundings. Some villagers attempted to glean information from Chen's father, but he feigned ignorance, leaving them none the wiser. Discerning their lack of success, they tactfully dispersed. That evening, a family dinner was prepared at the elder brother's home, where the sister-in-law had already cooked a sumptuous meal, ready to be served upon the return of Chen's father and Chen Yefeng. The gathering was lively, with over a dozen family members present, creating a warm and bustling atmosphere. The dishes were delightful, featuring conch meat, eggs, fried oysters, a casserole of sea snails, mixed fish soup, shrimp, and crabs, an abundance of culinary offerings. Zhang Feng, acknowledging the day's labors, had even taken the effort to slaughter a chicken, presenting a tender white-cut chicken that looked particularly appetizing. "Man Tao, do not stand on ceremony. We are family now. Feel free to help yourself to any dishes you desire," Zhang Feng encouraged. Among the guests was the prospective match for her younger brother, a woman named Yang Man Tao from Fuwu village. "Enjoy your meal, sister," Yang Man Tao chimed in, eyeing the array of dishes with palpable delight. In this era, families with such bountiful meals were a rarity, and the woman felt increasingly pleased with Zhang Yong, her suitor. Despite the absence of parents, his family appeared to be in commendable circumstances, possessing a fishing boat that ensured a steady supply of seafood. In these times, the standards for finding a partner were not particularly lofty. The priority was simply to have enough to eat. Yang Man Tao had never experienced such a feast in her own home. Lacking a fishing vessel, her family typically gathered shellfish and other modest offerings from the sea. Fish, shrimp, and crabs were luxuries beyond reach, and they seldom splurged on such delicacies. This was her first encounter with such an abundant spread. Zhang Feng urged her to indulge, and without hesitation, Yang Man Tao filled her bowl with food, displaying no reserve. Witnessing this scene, Chen's father and others exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowed, caught between words unspoken. After the meal, Chen Yefeng began to divide the earnings. He first allocated the money earned from selling the earth dragons to his father, which they could not claim as their own. It was the fruit of Chen's father's hard work. Subsequently, he calculated the shares for his elder brother and Uncle Wu. methodically using a calculator to ensure the distribution was precise before counting the cash to hand over to them. "Sister-in-law, please count the money," Chen Yefeng said, handing the cash to her. "If everything checks out, we can then extract the shells and let them dry." After all, the financial authority in the elder brother's household was as firmly held by his wife as it was in his own. Zhang Feng cheerfully accepted the money, counted it, and verified the accounts. "Everything is in order," she declared with a smile, pocketing the cash. The recent fishing yields had been exceptionally bountiful, replenishing their finances from several years of toil. Chen Yefeng also handed over Uncle Wu's share, which he had not squandered. The old man and woman had entrusted it to him, saving for his future bride. After distributing the earnings, they returned to their tasks. The revolution is yet to be won. Comrades must persevere. The three women proved remarkably industrious, extracting shells in quantities surpassing their previous haul, totaling 200 to 300 pounds. Clearly, they could not consume such an abundance. Thus, they would extract the meat and prepare it as dried goods. At present, their region's dried products were not particularly renowned. But in future times, the seafood dried goods from their area would gain national acclaim, becoming cherished souvenirs for travelers to share with their families. Chen Yefeng contemplated that his sister would soon start school, and he could take her to the county town, selling some of these dried goods along the way. If they sold well, he would bring even more. Once they finished extracting the remaining shellfish meat, everyone returned home to rest. After their departure, Yang Mantao discreetly pulled Zhang Yong aside and whispered, "Yong, isn't this boat yours? Aren't you entitled to a share?" Zhang Yong explained, "This boat belongs to my family. It was left to my sister and me by our parents. I've always gone out to sea with my brother-in-law, but since my foot is injured, he brought his brother along instead. I stayed at home and didn't help on the boat, so I felt it inappropriate to take a share." Yang Mantao scolded him gently. "Yong, your honesty is your folly. This fishing boat is yours. You should rightfully claim a portion. If they're making such profits and don't give you anything, it's simply outrageous. It's not a long-term arrangement, and once your foot heals, Feng and the others will step back." She continued, "You must realize that their current success is partly due to the luck that has favored your brother-in-law. Over time, they may forget about you, as they are true brothers. While you are merely a brother-in-law, don't let it be you who is sidelined." Hearing his girlfriend's words, Zhang Yong appeared contemplative. Meanwhile, Chen Yefeng remained oblivious to their conversation, walking with his wife, daughter, and parents toward the old Chun family residence. Halfway there, Rongrong suddenly refused to move. "Rongrong, are you feeling unwell?" Zhou Haiying inquired with concern. "No." Upon finishing her words, Rongrong pouted and fell silent, sulking alone in her corner. Zhou Haiying, noticing that she was not unwell but merely reluctant to leave, felt a surge of irritation. "Are you leaving or not? Shan Hongmia will come to catch you soon." The little girl was instantly frightened into tears. In their region, when scaring children, they often invoke the name Shan Hongmia. This is a local dialect without a direct written equivalent. The pronunciation of Shan Hongmia is somewhat close, yet its true nature remains ambiguous. It is merely known as a term for a monster. Some say it refers to fierce creatures like bears, gorillas, or mountain demons. If children misbehave, adults employ this term to frighten them. "I'm tired, my legs are numb." The little girl leaped high, terrified that Shan Hongmia might spring forth to seize her. "Our Rongrong is exhausted. Let your father carry you." Witnessing this scene, Chen Yefeng chuckled and approached, lifting his daughter onto his shoulder, giving her a ride on his neck. "Giddy up." As soon as she was on her father's shoulders, the little girl erupted in excitement, bouncing up and down, mimicking the motions of riding a horse. "Careful, you little rascal, don't fall. Giddy up, faster." Chen Yefeng responded. "Do you really think your father is a horse?" By the time they returned home, Chen Yefeng was drenched in sweat. He marveled at where the girl found such energy, as she had been chattering and giggling the entire way, making it seem like someone was herding a donkey cart. The hour was late. Upon arriving home, Zhou Haiying went to the firewood room to heat water for their daughter's baths. Chen Yefeng had already bathed in the afternoon, but after a long, sweaty day in Shikong town, he felt sticky and uncomfortable. He fetched a basin to wash at the well and then returned to lie on his small bamboo bed. Fatigued from the day, drowsiness soon enveloped him, and he fell into a deep slumber. Time slipped by unnoticed until he was abruptly awakened from his dreams. "Damn it! I dreamed of falling off a cliff again." It was perplexing. Every time he slept soundly, he would suddenly dream of plummeting from a great height, jolting him awake. Habitually, he glanced at the large bed, only to find his two daughters peacefully asleep, while his wife was nowhere to be seen. "Where's my wife?" As he pondered, he heard soft rustling sounds from outside the bedroom. Shortly after, Zhou Haiying entered, carrying a bucket in the dark. On the floor of the bedroom, not far from the window, sat a large wooden tub, the very one Zhou Haiying and the children frequently used for bathing. Due to their family's previous financial constraints, they had not even managed to set up a proper bathroom. Each time Zhou Haiying bathed, she would fill the tub with water and bring it into the room. Sitting in it to cleanse herself, she poured water into the wooden basin and began to undress. Soon, her flawless skin, as smooth as mutton fat, shimmered like jade. Glowing in the night, Zhou Haiying settled into the tub filled with water, starting to wash herself. The faint moonlight filtered through the paper window, illuminating her skin and rendering it even more delicate and alluring against the backdrop of the night. As Chen Yefeng gazed at the alluring figure in the night, he couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling a stirring within him. Zhou Haiying finished washing up, rose, and dried herself with a towel before dressing, contemplating how to dispose of the water in the basin. "Aing, do you need my assistance?" Chen Yefeng suddenly sat up from the bed and began searching for his flip-flops. Once he found them, he slipped them on and approached Zhou Haiying. "Aren't you asleep yet?" she inquired, puzzled. "Hee, I was just waiting for you," he replied with a grin. As he drew nearer, the faint scent of soap wafted from her, bringing him a sense of comfort and refreshment. He admired her rosy complexion, droplets of water on her cheeks enhancing her charm. Hearing his words, Zhou Haiying shot him a sideways glance. Chen Yefeng urged her to open the door while he carried the basin outside. "Aren't we lifting it together?" she asked in surprise. "No need, it's not that heavy," he assured her as he disposed of the water beneath a large tree in the yard before returning inside. "Aing, have there been any updates from the school?" Zhou Haiying slowly shook her head. "Not yet. With the school year approaching, we should hear something in the next couple of days." Chen Yefeng responded with an "oh," then inquired, "Haven't you asked your aunt?" Zhou Haiying explained, "I've been swamped these past few days. There hasn't been time. Besides, they probably don't know either. When school starts, there will surely be news. If not, it simply means I wasn't accepted. Don't worry, if you aren't accepted, it will be all right," Chen Yefeng reassured her, then gently pulled her to the small bamboo bed and quietly asked, "My dear, how much do we have in savings now?" "All the money is yours." "I haven't spent a dime. Don't you keep track?" she replied. "I've earned quite a bit, but I can hardly remember." "It's roughly over 2,000, Zhou Haiying whispered, cautious that someone might overhear. Turning back to her husband, she added, "Did you forget something today?" "What do you mean?" Chen Yefeng asked, puzzled, as his hands began to wander. "Why are you pinching me? Doesn't it hurt?" Zhou Haiying exclaimed, rolling her eyes. "Did you forget to hand over the money you earned today?" "Oh, that's what it is. The money is in my pocket. It won't sprout wings and fly away." "Let me give you today's earnings, Ms. Zhou," he chuckled. With her relatives having visited for several days, he figured it was time to pay a visit to them as well. "Hand it over now, or you'll forget again, and it might get lost," she urged. "All right, I'll give it to you," he replied. After some shuffling, he finally turned to retrieve the money. Zhou Haiying took it and stood up to hide it, choosing a different crevice in the wall this time, unsure of how many hiding spots she had for her money. "Chening, why don't you open a savings account at the credit union? Keeping cash at home makes me feel uneasy." In this day and age, having 10,000 yuan was still quite rare, and possessing a large denomination bill was significant. Having over 2,000 yuan was indeed a substantial amount, and if it were to be stolen, it would leave them unable to eat for days. "Is it safe to keep it at the credit union?" Reluctant to complicate matters, he remarked, "Did you not mention your intention to purchase a fishing boat? After the purchase, there won't be much left." The acquisition of the fishing vessel had yet to be finalized. Initially, he had intended for his father to visit the fisheries team to inquire about any second-hand boats for sale, but alas, there were none available. They could only wait and see, and if all else failed, they would have to venture to Haicheng to buy a new one. Though they were still a tad short on funds, Chen Yefeng pondered for a moment before speaking. Zhou Haiying considered his words and replied, "Very well, then. On another day, please deposit the money at the credit cooperative. I always feel uneasy keeping it at home. Indeed, I now entrust the money to you. It is time to discuss the matter of homework." "What homework?" "The household assignments. Teacher Zhou, you must thoroughly check them." Instantly, the room blossomed with vibrant springtime cheer. Chapter 169. Sume Fish? Chingy Fish. In the subsequent days, the weather proved rather pleasant, devoid of rain and wind. Chen Yefeng continued his daily excursions to sea with his elder brother and Uncle Wu. Their harvest during this period could only be described as mediocre. They encountered neither schools of fish nor any substantial catches. However, they did manage to trap a few sea cucumbers in the nets they had cast near the rocky shore, which provided a modest increase to their income, slightly better than that of the average fisherman. News arrived from Ehai Primary School when Aunt Zhou personally visited Zhou Haiying to inform her that she had been recruited by the school and should prepare to report within the next few days. Upon receiving this news, Zhou Haiying was filled with joy, her smile broadening considerably. After spending several days at sea, Chen Yefeng faced some unpleasantness. On that day, as he accompanied his brother to the shore, he noticed Zhang Yong, limping, insisting on joining them. Chen Yefeng was at a loss for words. Did this rickety little boat truly require 4 individuals? When it came time to work at sea, they would scarcely have room to stand. Brother, why didn't you inform me sooner that your brother-in-law wanted to join us on this venture? Previously, they had agreed to work together for 2 months, yet now, with his brother-in-law's leg injury still unhealed, he was eager to go to sea. Chen Yefeng thought that had he been informed earlier, he would have opted out. Chen Yefeng, wearing a troubled expression, replied, I too am at a loss. I advised your sister-in-law to let him fully recover before embarking on this journey. But he would not listen. He insists on earning money promptly to marry Yang Mantao. After hearing his brother's words, Chen Yefeng deduced the situation. It seemed the brother-in-law's romantic interest, witnessing their earnings from fishing, was eager for him to join them at sea. Very well, then. We must clarify how the catches will be divided. It is prudent to discuss these matters in advance, if the distribution ratio is too minimal. I have no desire to participate. With so many of us sharing a small wooden boat, any division would be hardly worthwhile, rendering the endeavor tedious. I conferred with your sister-in-law, and we agreed on an initial share of 10% for him. Once his leg heals, we can reassess the distribution terms. Indeed. The hour grows late. Let us set sail. Chen Yefeng nodded, finding the proposed division reasonable. After all, the fishing boat belonged to others as well. For him and Akai, as outsiders, to earn a bit was already a commendable outcome. Upon hearing his younger brother's agreement, the elder brother exhaled in relief. His brother-in-law, now limping with one leg impaired, was hardly capable of any labor, and they would have to rely on Chen Yefeng and his companions. The group ventured to the seaside to set sail, precisely during low tide, when the water had receded some distance from the shore. Their boat had run aground on the sandy beach, and they began to transfer all their fishing gear onto the vessel before attempting to pull it back into the water. As Ayang's leg had yet to fully heal, he was unable to assist with the heavy lifting and remained on the shore. Once Chen Yefeng and the others managed to maneuver the boat into the water, the brother-in-law hobbled awkwardly towards the fishing boat, a sight that appeared profoundly desolate. Chen Yefeng could hardly bear to watch and suggested, Brother, perhaps you should carry him. At this pace, who knows when he will reach us? Uncle Wu echoed the sentiment. Yes, you should carry him. He looks so pitiful. With a sigh, Chen Yefeng agreed, making his way to his brother-in-law and hoisting him onto the boat. The brother-in-law, filled with regret, said, I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you. Not at all. It's nothing. We are all family, Chen Yefeng replied, feeling a twinge of sympathy for him. This unfortunate fellow had lost his parents at a young age. In the tales of the future, he would undoubtedly be the protagonist with a tragic backstory. Regrettably, he seemed to be plagued by misfortune, leading a life fraught with challenges. Now, with such a troublesome wife, it seemed his woes would only multiply. Chen Yefeng felt deeply for him, contemplating whether he should suggest a change of romantic prospects. However, after considering his own past as a lifelong bachelor, he decided against meddling, fearing it would lead to lifelong resentment should he inadvertently ruin his brother-in-law's chances. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Yefeng refrained from further comments. The elder brother took charge of rowing the boat toward Plum Blossom Island, though the island was distant. They were well acquainted with the waters and had no desire to venture elsewhere, especially since no other fishing boats frequented that area, leaving them unchallenged. As the boat sailed toward the isolated isle, Chen Yefeng, feeling somewhat idle, retrieved a line and bait, intending to indulge in some fishing to stave off boredom. Afong, could you spare me a line? Akai, eyeing the fishing line in his hands with envy, implored. I have none to spare. I only brought one today. You should have thought to bring your own. Chen Yefeng replied dismissively as he prepared his bait and cast his line. However, the fish seemed disinterested today, as he waited for a considerable time without a single nibble. Afong, let me give it a try. Your luck seems rather poor today, the elder brother, who was rowing, suggested eagerly. Absolutely not. I refuse to believe today will be a complete bust, Chen Yefeng quickly retorted, for a fisherman. Failing to catch anything was an utter disgrace. Noticing his brother's refusal, Chen Yefeng called to Uncle Wu. Fifth uncle, could you take over the rowing? I want to see how Afong is doing with his fishing. Uncle Wu said nothing, stepping over to take the oars, and began to row. Chen Yefeng rubbed his hands together and strolled over to his younger brother. At this moment, Chen Yefeng felt a notable tug on the fishing line in his hands. A significant pull emanating from the depths of the sea, causing the line to stretch taut. He had hooked a fish. Observing the commotion in the water, a look of delight spread across the faces of everyone aboard the vessel. Zhang Yong immediately exclaimed, Brother-in-law, your luck has certainly improved. You've barely arrived and already caught a fish. Chen Yefeng rolled his eyes in response. My luck has always been decent. It's just that I was previously afflicted by your misfortune. Contemplating his younger brother's streak of bad luck, the elder brother furrowed his brow. Having spent time with his fortunate sibling, he felt a shift in his own luck, no longer plagued by the misfortunes experienced alongside his brother-in-law. The younger brother paused momentarily, offering an awkward smile. My luck has indeed been lacking. Sister has consulted Grandpa about my fate, and he mentioned that my fortunes would change once I marry. Did Grandpa truly say that? Brother-in-law, do you doubt my words? If you're skeptical, you can always inquire with Elder Chen upon your return. Upon hearing this, Chen Yefeng fell silent, his gaze fixated on the fishing line held by his brother, eager to discover what species had been caught. Chen Yefeng listened to their exchange, realizing that his brother-in-law seemed to genuinely believe their grandfather's superstitions. Perhaps there was some truth to it. After marriage, one's destiny could indeed transform. However, whether for better or worse remained uncertain. After a while of reeling in the fish, Chen Yefeng finally brought it to the surface, revealing a vibrant green hue. Is that a sume fish? The elder brother called out. Chen Yefeng was elated, unable to fathom that his younger brother had managed to catch such a valuable fish. Brother, what are you seeing? You must be mistaken. This is clearly a chingy fish. Chen Yefeng, upon closer inspection, confirmed that it was indeed a chingy fish, not the sume as his brother had suggested. Let me see. I can't believe it. Did I truly misjudge? Chen Yefeng was still in disbelief, having thought it was a sume fish. Brother, please hand me the landing net. We must not let it escape. Chen Yefeng, feeling the weight of the fish, was cautious not to pull too forcefully, fearing it might slip away. Upon hearing this, Chen Yefeng fetched the net and helped lift the fish aboard. The creature appeared quite substantial, weighing at least 3 to 4 pounds, plump and robust. Once the fish was on deck, Chen Yefeng scrutinized it closely, feeling a tinge of disappointment. It truly is a chingy fish. I was so certain it was a sume fish while it was in the water. The sume fish is renowned as the largest species of coral fish in the world, and in later years, wild sume fish were classified as a second-level protected species, making their capture, hunting, and sale illegal, often colloquially referred to as prison food. However, during this period, there was little awareness regarding wildlife protection, and fishing was unregulated. The sume and chingy fish closely resemble each other, to the extent that even local fishermen occasionally confuse the two. Both species possess elongated, oval bodies, rounded heads, and are adorned with beautiful patterns. However, upon careful discernment, the distinctions between them become quite apparent. The eyes of the sume fish are notably prominent, resembling a Napoleon hat, a characteristic absent in the chingy fish. Another immediately recognizable feature that sets them apart is their lips. The sume fish boasts thick double lips, unlike the chingy fish. The fish that Chen Yefeng caught earlier evidently lacked these two traits, indicating that it was not a sume fish. From its physical characteristics, it can be inferred that this is indeed a chingy fish. Both chingy and sume fish are esteemed marine delicacies, though the former is significantly less expensive than the latter. The scientific name for the chingy fish is Shu's pigtooth fish, also known as the concubine fish, often found accompanying one or two others, akin to a chingy maid, hence its name. The retail price of the chingy fish is estimated to be around 1 or 2 yuan per pound, making this catch potentially quite valuable. Initially intending to let it breathe, Chen Yefeng regrettably realized he had not brought a syringe. After unhooking the chingy fish, he placed it into a bucket of water, preparing to bait his line for continued fishing when suddenly, Uncle Wu spoke up. It seems we are being followed. What? Followed? Surely not. Chen Yefeng replied, his voice low. Uncle Wu, could you be mistaken? He found it hard to believe anyone would be tailing them. The ocean is vast, not exclusive to them. If they could navigate it, so could others. Just because a boat was trailing behind them did not necessarily mean they were being pursued. Uncle Wu insisted, just take a look. That boat has been following us the entire way. Wherever we row, it follows suit. Is that not tracking? Chen Yefeng fell silent, turning his gaze towards the rear of the boat. Indeed, he spotted another fishing vessel several hundred meters behind, leisurely trailing them while maintaining a certain distance. Chen Yefeng chimed in. That fishing boat looks quite familiar. I thought it had surpassed us earlier. Chen Yefeng scrutinized the vessel and remarked, we may truly be followed. Look at that boat. It has mechanical power, which would make it easy for them to overtake us, yet they linger behind, maintaining their distance. At their speed with oars, a mechanically powered boat could easily surpass us. The fact that this boat had been pursuing them all this time was undeniably suspicious. Could we be so unfortunate as to encounter pirates? Zhang Yong lamented, feeling his luck had taken a turn for the worse. After such a long absence from fishing, to return only to face pirates seemed exceedingly grim. Chen Yefeng shot a glare at his brother-in-law, recalling, "It doesn't appear to be pirates. It seems they have come from the small dock." Chen Yefeng added, "I suspect they are from our village or nearby. They likely noticed our recent bountiful catch and decided to follow us to discover our fishing grounds." Akai cursed, "Damn it, these people are insatiable. It's utterly disgusting that they wish to follow us and seize our harvest. What should we do now, brother? Are we still heading to Plum Blossom Island?" Chen Yefeng furrowed his brow. At present, Plum Blossom Island was their sanctuary. How could they easily expose it? Perhaps we should venture to another sea today and set out earlier in the future, Chen Yefeng resolved internally, deciding that they should depart before dawn to avoid being tracked. "Very well, let us go to another sea," he concurred. "Uncle Wu, allow me to row for a while. You should take a rest." Chen Yefeng approached, took the oars, and turned the boat towards a different expanse of water. The fishing vessel, caught off guard by their sudden change in direction, reacted swiftly, its mechanical power enabling it to pivot and swiftly glide away to another area. "Damn it, they're just leaving like that? I wanted to see which scoundrel it was." Chen Yefeng lamented, straining to pursue the boat but only catching a glimpse of its stern. The crew aboard the other vessel seemed undeterred. They likely realized Chen Yefeng's boat could not catch up, and they anchored not far away, showing no intention of departing. Should Chen Yefeng steer back towards Plum Blossom Island, that unidentified fishing boat would surely follow closely behind. The disparity in speed between the two vessels was stark. The other fishing boat could easily evade them or close the distance at will. The situation was exceedingly frustrating. Heaven forbid I discover who is aboard that vessel. They would surely receive a sound thrashing. Asai felt deeply unsettled by the sensation of being pursued. Moreover, the fishing boat, aware of being discovered, had no intention of retreating and seemed intent on following them to the isolated island. Chen Yefeng rowed the small boat across the sea, preparing to change locations for their fishing endeavors. Just as he had made little distance, a sudden gale arose, and the sea erupted in tumultuous waves, causing the small wooden boat to lurch violently. The crew exchanged anxious glances, their faces pale with fear. Unluckily, Chen Yefeng, who was stationed at the oars, stumbled and fell into the water as the boat rocked. The remaining few aboard were engulfed in panic at the sight of him plunging into the sea. They reached out instinctively, but the wind and waves were far too fierce, leaving them adrift on the vast ocean. He clung desperately to the side of the boat, striving not to be swallowed by the surging waters. In that instant of falling into the sea, his mind went blank. The suddenness of it all left him utterly unprepared. As he choked on the salty water, the briny taste intensified his discomfort, yet his rationality began to reignite. He felt himself being swept away by the waves. But as his awareness returned, he fought valiantly to swim towards the surface. Div data Fankya image, source user Chingy fish, also known as concubine fish. Chapter 171. Continuous misfortunes gasping for breath. Chen Yefeng's head broke the surface, and he greedily inhaled the fresh air. The waves had calmed somewhat, and he glanced towards the small wooden boat not far off. "Often, are you all right? It truly frightened us. We could not fathom where such tumultuous winds and waves originated. Just moments ago, we nearly capsized." Chen Yefeng and a few others were still in shock. The weather appeared splendid today, yet we encountered such ferocious winds. Fortunately, no one was harmed, though we were all quite startled. The elder brother steered the boat toward Chen Yefeng, and upon seeing that his younger sibling was unscathed, his face lit up with relief. Chen Yefeng swam a few strokes to the small wooden boat, and with the combined effort of Uncle Wu and Yong, he climbed aboard. Uncle Wu, with concern, suggested, "Afeng, why not take off your wet clothes and wring them out? It must be uncomfortable to wear damp garments." Indeed. Chen Yefeng nodded and decided to strip down to his underwear, wringing out the moisture and placing his clothes on the boat's edge to dry in the sun. Chen Yefeng looked at his brother and said, "Perhaps we should return now." He felt today had been exceedingly unfortunate, being inexplicably followed, and then facing such a storm that nearly capsized them had frightened everyone half to death. "Shall we just head back? Or perhaps we could venture to the nearby waters to set some sticky nets." Returning empty-handed would leave Chen Yefeng discontented. Their traps were all set near Peach Blossom Island, and they had not prepared for fishing with lines. Thankfully, they had a few sticky nets aboard, so they could try their luck at the freshwater estuary. If they encountered a school of migratory fish, they would not return empty-handed. "Very well, let us proceed to that area," Chen Yefeng agreed, steering the boat toward the designated waters indicated by his brother. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. Not far into their journey, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and the weather shifted abruptly. The tempestuous nature of the weather was akin to a woman's fickle temperament. Hearing the rumble of thunder, Chen Yefeng and the others turned pale. Such thunderstorm conditions were the bane of fishermen at sea. They wished to avoid lingering on the waters and hurriedly paddled toward the dock. At this moment, other fishing boats at sea also turned back. The weather could change in an instant, and the waves might swell at any moment. No one was willing to gamble with their lives, for each life is singular and precious. Chen Yefeng and his companions took turns rowing, guiding their boat back to the harbor. As their fishing boat entered the port, rain began to pour from the sky, and the waves on the sea grew increasingly tumultuous. In the distance, the horizon was engulfed in a tempest, flashes of lightning and claps of thunder resonating. They all felt immense relief at having returned just in time. The consequences of being stranded at sea were unfathomable. What on earth is this bizarre weather? It seemed so clear just moments ago, and now a fierce storm brews with thunderous roars, one lamented. Enough already. It was a rare stretch of clear skies. How could it suddenly turn into a tempest? Surely, this cannot persist. Who knows? May the goddess Mazu bless us for a prosperous fortune, another added. The harvest over the past few days has been meager. If the rain continues, our homes will soon be bare. Living by the sea, one depends on the bounty of the ocean. However, when nature turns against them, like sudden downpours, many fishermen lament their plight. They long for days of good weather, yet the whims of fate do not always align with their desires. Numerous fishermen, compelled to return, vented their frustrations, particularly those operating mechanized fishing vessels. Just as they navigated into familiar waters, poised to cast their nets, the whims of fate intervened, forcing them to turn back. Not only did they fail to secure any catch, but they also did not recoup their fuel expenses. As the rain intensified, everyone hastily made their way to shore. The influx of returning fishing boats necessitated a queue at the harbor. Fortunately, Chen Yefeng and his companions returned in a timely manner and avoided the wait. After securing their small wooden boat, they gathered their belongings and made for the shore. "Brother-in-law, carry me," exclaimed the younger brother-in-law, anxious that they might leave him behind on the vessel as everyone hurried to land. "Wait a moment, let me secure the boat first," Chen Yefeng replied, leaping from the boat to wrap the rope around a wooden post on the shore, tying a mooring knot. Anyone familiar with fishing along the coast knew how to tie such knots. The tighter the rope was pulled, the more secure the binding. Once the rope was fastened, Chen Yefeng hoisted his brother-in-law onto his back, heading towards the shore. They all dashed to the collection point of the local buyer, seeking refuge from the rain. "What did you catch today?" Upon their entry, the buyer, asked with a hint of melancholy. Chen Yefeng sighed, his expression forlorn. "A meager catch, just one bluefish before the torrential rain drove us back." "Bluefish? Let me see," said, peering into the bucket. "Ah, indeed. It is a bluefish. But why didn't you release it? If you had let it go when you first caught it, it wouldn't have died." Seeing the large bluefish belly up, he lamented the loss. "I understand the need to release it, but I didn't have the tools on board," Chen Yefeng replied matter-of-factly. Deep-sea fish, when brought to the surface, often require venting to equalize pressure. Living in high-pressure environments at the ocean's depths, their internal pressure increases rapidly when subjected to the diminished external pressure. This imbalance can cause gas to escape, forming bubbles that block blood vessels and compress internal organs, leading to the fish's immediate demise. Many deep-sea fish perish quickly if not vented promptly, and some even experience explosive decompression. At the market, one might notice protruding eyes on certain fish. This is a result of the pressure change when they are caught. With a mischievous grin, inquired, "Are you selling that bluefish? How much?" "At most, 1 yuan. Since it's already dead, the price certainly cannot reflect that of a live fish." "1 yuan per pound?" the brother asked, confused. "You misunderstand me. I mean I will sell this bluefish for just 1 yuan, Chen Yefeng clarified, moving the bucket further away. "Why would I not take it home to eat myself?" Seeing Chen Yefeng's refusal to sell, did not press further. A price too high would yield no profit for him, and he was disinclined to haggle. Gazing at the relentless rain, he sighed. "Lately, I've felt an unsettling anxiety. There are persistent rumors of impending earthquakes and tsunamis, which have made me afraid to return home and sleep." "Haha, you are not alone in this. My father has been sleeping on a bamboo bed in the yard for several days, and many villagers have chosen to sleep outside their homes, fearful of an impending earthquake that might leave them without time to escape." However, Chen Yefeng has not followed suit and continues to sleep inside his house, where he rests quite comfortably. He seems to take it all in stride, believing that a major quake is unavoidable, while minor tremors do not warrant concern. In his previous life, he did not reside in this small fishing village during these past few years, hence he is unaware if any earthquakes occurred here in 1983. Chapter 172. Illness Offing. "I heard that the ribbonfish was caught by you. Why didn't you bring it here to sell?" Lanzaire couldn't help but inquire. Sal, it's been dead for quite some time. It's not fresh at all. Would you even want it if I brought it here? Chen Yefeng retorted with a dismissive expression. Besides, the flesh of the ribbon fish has a gelatinous taste and is quite unpalatable. Who would spend money on that? Is it really that bad? I wouldn't know since I've never tasted it. Lan Zier chuckled awkwardly. I've heard people mention this fish before, but I've never seen it myself, so I had no idea its meat was so unpleasant. Chen Yefeng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, you've heard of ribbon fish? Where did you come across that? I heard it on the radio, from a channel in the port city. They mentioned that someone in the Bay province had caught this ribbon fish, referring to it as the earthquake fish. Shortly after, there was an earthquake in that region. Lan Zier explained. That was quite a few years ago. At the time, I didn't pay much attention to it. If it weren't for you catching that ribbon fish recently and the buzz it created, I wouldn't have recalled it at all. Who knows if an earthquake will actually happen? Nevertheless, it's wise to exercise caution, he added. Indeed, it's best not to sleep too soundly at night. If no earthquake occurs after a while, we can relax. Chen Yefeng agreed. The two exchanged a few more casual remarks, observing that the rain outside had lessened somewhat, though it showed no signs of stopping. They had no intention of waiting indefinitely. It was uncertain how long the rain would persist. Thus, they resolved to brave the rain and make their way home. As for running, there was no necessity for that. The rain was falling ahead as well, so running would yield no better outcome. Just as they were nearing the home of their elder brother, they spotted two women clad in raincoats stepping out. It was Zhou Haiying and Zhang Feng, who, concerned for their men in the inclement weather, intended to head to the dock to check if they had returned. To their surprise, upon stepping outside, they saw Chen Yefeng and his companions returning. In such heavy rain, didn't you think to wait at the dock until the rain subsides? Zhang Feng remarked. Noticing that the group was drenched. You all should wait at the dock for a bit. We'll bring over some raincoats, Zhou Haiying added, her gaze filled with concern for her husband, who looked quite disheveled from the rain. It's fine. I got wet on the boat already. So a little more rain doesn't matter, Chen Yefeng replied with a smile. We waited at the dock for quite a while, but the rain showed no signs of stopping, so we decided to come back. Since we're already soaked, we can just take a hot shower at home. Chen Yefeng chimed in. The group made their way to their elder brother's house, seeking refuge from the rain. To their astonishment, as soon as they entered Chen Yefeng's home, the rain outside seemed to cease. It had been pouring incessantly for an extended period, yet upon their return, it abruptly stopped. As if the downpour had been orchestrated solely for their arrival. Such fortune is truly unparalleled. Chen Yefeng now harbored serious doubts about whether his brother-in-law was indeed a harbinger of misfortune. Being in his company appeared to diminish his own luck, as he suffered through a day rife with calamities. With the rain having subsided, Chen Yefeng felt reluctant to remain with the young any longer. So he grasped a bucket and led his wife homeward. Outside, the sky was now a brilliant azure, the sun shining brightly, creating a scene of tranquility. However, at that moment, he had entirely lost the desire to venture out to sea again. Upon arriving home, he observed his parents, Chen Fu and Chen Mu, diligently drying the freshly harvested conch meat in the yard. They had previously sheltered it from the rain. Ah Feng, you finally returned. Your father and I were terribly worried. With such heavy rain, we heard the waves were quite fierce today, Chen Mu exclaimed. Relief washing over her as she saw her younger son safe and sound. She had been in a constant state of anxiety, making it difficult for her to focus on anything else. It's fine. We noticed something amiss and returned promptly. It was just the rain that was a bit heavy. And I got completely soaked, Chen Yefeng replied. Achoo. While drying the conch meat, Chen Mu remarked, You say it's fine, yet you've sneezed. You're not coming down with a cold, are you? Have Aang boil some hot water for you to bathe, and prepare some ginger soup for you to drink. A mere sneeze, it's nothing to worry about, Chen Yefeng said, rubbing his nose, which felt rather itchy. Nothing to worry about. It's easy to catch a cold after getting drenched. Chen Mu retorted, her concern evident in her tone. Chen Yefeng recognized his mother's care, so he chose not to argue further. Once the water was ready, he shed his clothes and took a hot bath. Zhou Haiying even made a special trip to the field to fetch fresh ginger for his ginger soup, which she prepared with ginger, scallions, and brown sugar, simmering it gently. After drinking the ginger soup, Chen Yefeng immediately felt warmth enveloping him. After bathing and consuming the ginger soup, he reclined back on his bed and drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, he was met with dizziness, fatigue, and a relentless flow of nasal discharge that seemed uncontainable, rendering him particularly miserable. He hardly touched his dinner and, after sipping another bowl of ginger soup, succumbed to sleep once more. When he finally roused, Chen Yefeng climbed out of bed, only to sense that something was amiss. The surroundings appeared oddly distorted. Although he remained within the stone house, the walls seemed aged and weary, reminiscent of a weathered elder. The room was in utter disarray, strewn with chaos, leaving little room to step without stepping on debris. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yefeng furrowed his brow. Zhou Haiying was known for her fastidiousness. She would never allow their home to devolve into such disarray. Even more perplexing was the fact that he distinctly remembered sleeping on the small bamboo bed, yet upon awakening, he found himself in a large bed. Though it was indeed the same bed, it appeared to have endured the ravages of time, its surface grimy and repulsive. Why did this room resemble the one in his old house 40 years hence? Did he not truly experience rebirth? Was all that transpired merely an illusion? He sat on the edge of his bed, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he heard a rustling outside the room. Someone was moving about. The door swung open, and a shadowy figure entered. Strangely, it appeared oblivious to his presence, confidently making its way to the corner of the room and crouching down as if searching for something. Was this not the place where Ying hid her money? Chen Yefeng felt an urge to shout, but realized he was utterly voiceless. He leaped from the bed and charged towards the figure, intent on halting the act of thievery. He reached out to grasp the figure, only to find his hand passing right through it, as if he were nothing more than a wisp of air. The realization struck him. His body was transparent, and he was inconsequential. When he finally discerned the thief's features, shock enveloped him. Was this not the visage of his elder self before rebirth? Who then was he? And why was he here? Chapter 173. A nightmarish reverie, he extracted money from the crevice of the wall and exited. Curiosity compelled Chen Yefeng to follow, and upon leaving the room, he recognized the courtyard as reminiscent of his life before rebirth. At that moment, he beheld his silver-haired self mounting an electric scooter and departing, seemingly en route to the market for groceries. Yet, without a helmet, did he not fear the police? Chen Yefeng pondered this as he pursued, initially doubting his ability to keep pace with the scooter. To his surprise, his steps were swift, and he effortlessly caught up, trailing himself to the market. He watched as he meandered through the stalls, feeling like a mere spectator, invisible to those around. As he followed, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. It was only when he saw himself acquire a striped tiger fish on credit at the fish stall that realization dawned upon him. This was the entirety of his experience from the fateful day he had been reborn to. Just prior to 1983, he recalled that he had purchased an abundance of provisions to celebrate the impending demolition of his family home. After securing the groceries, he followed himself back home, where he witnessed his solitary self busily preparing in the kitchen. After some time, a feast lay spread before him. He observed his solitary figure, drinking and toasting himself as the day waned into twilight. The night descended like a thick ink, enveloping the world in a somber hue. In the courtyard, a single lamp valiantly illuminated the darkness. Chen Yefeng stood silently, watching his counterpart indulge in his libations, oblivious to the passage of time. The night deepened, a shroud of mist enveloping the air. The other him, tipsy and disoriented, eventually succumbed to slumber, his head resting on the table. Chen Yefeng felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, as if he were watching a pre-recorded video. However, what transpired next remained unclear, as if shrouded in obscurity. Was this truly the end of his rebirth? Drinking a bottle of Moutai to the point of death? Could it be that Gaz sold counterfeit liquor? He stood at a distance, observing himself sprawled across the table, utterly powerless. In that moment, he felt like an outsider. Originally believing that everything would conclude in such a manner, he was unprepared for the unexpected turn of events. Two shadowy figures stealthily climbed over the courtyard wall under the cloak of night. "Brother, why are the lights still on in this yard? That old fellow can't still be awake, can he? Who cares? Let us rush in and first stuff a stinky sock in the old man's mouth to silence him, lest he disturbs others. Rest assured, the old man is over 60. I can subdue him with one hand. Who, once we have him subdued, we'll give him a good beating and then compel him to sign the agreement. With that document in hand, we two brothers can effortlessly secure the demolition funds. I've heard that the demolition compensation could be as much as 1 or 2 million. If so, we shall be wealthy." Chen Yefeng instantly recognized the grown-up Daniel and Hu. They had come for the demolition funds. Seeing these treacherous individuals, he gritted his teeth in anger and attempted to strike at them. Yet, he was merely an outsider, and his transparent fists had no effect on the two men. His blows passed right through their bodies as though striking the air. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as the brothers approached his sleeping form. "Oh, brother, the old fellow is actually drunk. Perfect. This saves us the trouble of laying hands on him. Damn it, didn't this old man claim he was broke? How could he possibly feast so lavishly, even indulging in Maodai? Such fine fare wasted on an old wretch." With that, Hu began to feast heartily, as if he had never eaten before. Daniel quickly interjected, "All you think about is eating. Let us take care of business before we indulge. Erhu carelessly stuffed a morsel into his mouth and then attempted to pour some moutai into his own. To his dismay, not a drop emerged. Damn it! I've never tasted such fine liquor, and yet this old man has consumed it all. He kicked the table in frustration. Erhu, enough with the eating. Let us attend to the matter at hand. The agreement. Bring it for him to sign. Brother, how can he sign in such a drunken state? Should we wake him up? Wake him? Nonsense. Just take the pen and sign his name, then stamp his handprint. Indeed, no one cared about this old man. His 2 daughters resided abroad and had severed ties with him long ago, and his relatives shunned him. Who would concern themselves with this old fellow? Chen Yefeng watched in horror as the heartless brothers seized his hand to sign the agreement on a piece of A4 paper and affix a handprint. Yet he was utterly powerless to intervene. Brother, with this agreement in hand, the demolition funds will be ours. Of course, we are the old man's adopted sons. If he doesn't give us the funds, who else would he give them to? The 2 brothers gazed at the agreement, their faces adorned with smiles. With this document in hand, they believed it would only be a matter of time before they could skillfully manipulate the relationships involved and ultimately secure the compensation for the demolition. Eru expressed his concerns, saying, Brother, what if that old man refuses to acknowledge this agreement and goes to the village committee to cause a scene? Dainyu, with a grim visage, retorted, Cause a scene? Have you ever seen a corpse create a ruckus? Eru shuddered at the implication. Brother, you wouldn't be suggesting. Dainyu sneered. An elderly man, intoxicated, accidentally falls into the sea and drowns. That hardly qualifies as newsworthy. Didn't a man from Fuwu village drown last year after a drinking spree? Every year, at least 1 or 2 unfortunate souls meet the same fate by the seaside. It's quite a common occurrence. Brother, you are truly astute. When that time comes, there will be no witnesses, and as the old man's adopted sons, coupled with this agreement, the money will rightfully belong to us. Indeed, once we acquire wealth, I shall use it to procure a wife from Nanyue and sire several children, liberating myself from the shackles of singlehood. Dainyu had wed, yet Eru remained unwed, primarily due to the abject poverty that rendered him undesirable. How audacious of these 2 scoundrels! As Dainyu spoke, Eru divulged their nefarious plan, and Chen Yefeng, an outsider to this scheme, felt an overwhelming surge of rage, his anger reaching a boiling point. Could it be that in a previous life, he hadn't simply died from drunkenness, but instead fell victim to the treacherous hands of these 2 heartless fiends? Now, he could only watch helplessly as they dragged him toward the sea. He longed to scream, yet no sound emerged from his lips. Following closely behind, he fantasized about passers-by witnessing their vile act. Unfortunately, the path was shrouded in darkness, with only a few wild cats in the distance, and no human presence in sight. He observed himself being hoisted like a lifeless swine toward the tumultuous sea. Here it is, he thought, as he envisioned that by morning, when someone discovered him, he would likely be nothing more than a corpse. Dainyu glanced at the undulating waters below the embankment, which appeared as a ferocious beast eager to devour its prey. Hearing his brother's words, Eru nodded in agreement, halting in his tracks to align the old man's body, positioning him as though he had accidentally fallen into the water. With a resounding splash, Chen Yefeng, watching from a distance, felt himself tilt and plunge into the depths of the dark sea. Chapter 174. Awakening to find my sister-in-law is my homeroom teacher. At that moment, an overwhelming force seemed to pull him in, and his once externally detached body was suddenly engulfed in the water, thrashing about. His consciousness gradually sharpened, and he realized he was submerged in the frigid sea. He intended to swim towards the shore with all his might, yet his body betrayed him, refusing to obey his commands. A deluge of seawater flooded his lungs, instilling an instantaneous sensation of suffocation. As time elapsed, the feeling of asphyxiation intensified, and a swift wave of death loomed over him. No. Chen Yefeng abruptly awoke, his eyes wide with terror, springing from his bed, drenched in cold sweat. He surveyed his surroundings and realized he was still lying on that small bamboo bed. It had all been a horrifying nightmare, yet it did not resemble a mere dream. Rather, it felt like a vivid experience from another realm. Afeng, what has befallen you? Zhou Haiying was startled awake by Chen Yefeng's piercing scream, initially fearing something dire had transpired. Ying, I am fine. I merely had a nightmare. Chen Yefeng hastily replied. You should return to sleep. I will go wash up. With that, he took a basin and towel to the water well in the courtyard to cleanse himself. After awakening from that unsettling dream, he was drenched in cold sweat, his body feeling sticky and uncomfortable. As he finished bathing by the well and was about to return to bed, a single drop of rain unexpectedly struck his face. Soon, more raindrops followed, tapping against his skin, accompanied by the rustling of leaves in the yard. It was raining. Chen Yefeng quickly re-entered the house and returned to his small bamboo bed. "Afeng, is it raining outside?" Zhou Haiying inquired. "Yes, it is indeed raining. Are you still awake?" "Not yet. What nightmare did you just have to frighten you so?" Zhou Haiying asked, her curiosity piqued, as it was unusual for him to be so shaken. "Oh, it was nothing much, just a dream about ghosts," he nonchalantly replied, opting to conceal the truth of his dream from his wife. Zhou Haiying questioned, "You encountered a ghost? Surely that is mere fiction." During our school days, our political teacher taught us to regard the existence of ghosts through the lens of materialist dialectics. "Is that so? No ghosts then?" "Yet it was terrifying," he retorted. "I dreamt I was in a school building and suddenly saw a vague figure outside the window. When I approached to look, I found it was a woman with disheveled hair, standing by the window, gazing at her reflection in the glass." "Do you wish to know what I saw in the glass?" "No, I do not wish to know," she replied, curling up in bed, overwhelmed by fear. Moreover, the fact that his ghost story was set in a school was particularly unsettling, especially knowing she would soon be teaching there. It seemed almost intentional. Chen Yefeng chuckled. "Didn't you express a desire to hear it? Hence, I shared it with you." Zhou Haiying shot him a glance, urging him to comprehend her discontent. "I no longer wish to listen, and I suspect that this is not what you dreamt at all, but rather an elaborate fabrication to frighten me. I truly dreamt of a ghost. You won't believe me, so let us just sleep," he replied, feeling somewhat unwell and disinclined to pursue the matter further. Listening to the soft patter of rain outside, Chen Yefeng swiftly drifted back into slumber. When he awoke, it was already the following day. He felt an unusual heaviness in his head and struggled for some time to open his eyes. The instant he did so, he was engulfed in a haze, the ceiling above appearing like a kaleidoscope, contracting and expanding, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Additionally, a relentless stream of mucus flowed from his nose, uncontrollable and bothersome. It seemed he had not experienced a runny nose the previous night, yet upon waking, it returned with a vengeance, causing considerable discomfort. "Afeng, it is time to rise and partake in breakfast," came the voice of Zhou Haiying from outside. Acknowledging her call, Chen Yefeng slowly roused himself. He instinctively attempted to get up, yet was overcome by a wave of fatigue and muscle aches. As he sat on the edge of the bed, exhaustion washed over him, compelling him to lie back down. "Afeng, are you feeling unwell?" Noticing Chen Yefeng's prolonged absence from breakfast, Zhou Haiying entered the bedroom, followed closely by two young girls. "Father, it's time for breakfast." "Father, you are still sleeping in." Xin and Rong chimed in, their innocent faces brimming with curiosity. "I fear I may have a fever or a cold," Chen Yefeng replied quickly. "You two should keep your distance. I wouldn't want to infect you." "Ah, father, you are ill? Please, do not pass it on to me." "I dread injections," exclaimed Rong, her face a mask of concern. The two girls, upon hearing of Chen Yefeng's ailment, swiftly covered their mouths and noses and fled the room. "You feel quite warm. Could it be a high fever? Perhaps after breakfast. We should visit Dr. Hu at the clinic," Zhou Haiying suggested. "Ing, I have no desire for food, nor the energy to walk. Would you kindly fetch some cold and fever medication from Dr. Hu for me?" he implored. "If I go to the clinic, they will surely put me on in 4, which could take several hours and be utterly exhausting. Based on my decades of experience from my previous life, a minor ailment like this could be managed with a few over-the-counter medications." "Are you certain you do not wish to visit the clinic?" she inquired. "No need. Why waste money? Just ask Dr. Hu for some cold and fever medicine," he insisted. "Very well, you rest a while. I will feed Rong and then head to the clinic," she affirmed. "Oh, and please bring back a few syringes. If we catch deep-sea fish while fishing, it would be beneficial to release some air from them to prevent their demise." Zhou Haiying nodded, choosing not to disturb his rest further before stepping outside. Chen Yefeng lay in a daze for an indeterminate time, until a gnawing hunger prompted him to rise and seek sustenance. He settled for some spicy sour radish and a bowl of plain porridge. Upon consuming the porridge, he felt a notable alleviation of his stomach discomfort. Having been drenched in seawater and rain the previous day, he was left feeling quite unwell. After a bath, he had succumbed to sleep, only to awaken with a cold and a persistent runny nose. Consequently, he had barely touched his dinner the night before, even neglecting the steamed fish that had been prepared for him. With his stomach now filled, he felt considerably better. When Zhou Haiying returned with the medicine, he took it with warm water and reclined back on the bed to rest. The following 2 days were marked by continuous rain, a gentle drizzle that showed no signs of relenting. Fishing was out of the question, even without the rain. Chen Yefeng's current state of health was not suited for the rigors of fishing. During this time, classes resumed at Ehai Primary School. Initially, The three children were filled with anticipation for the new term, having heard that a new homeroom teacher had been appointed. However, what shattered his inner peace was awakening to find that his homeroom teacher was none other than his sister-in-law. Chapter 175. The eldest sister returns home. At long last, the rain had ceased, and the sky appeared as if it had been washed clean. Especially above their seaside small fishing village, a stretch of sky revealed a crystal-clear azure. Yet for Sanzi, no matter how beautiful the sky, it remained shrouded in gloom. The moment he discovered that his second sister-in-law was his homeroom teacher, Sanzi felt as though the world had crumbled around him. He toiled through the night, illuminated by a solitary lamp, with assignments piling up like mountains. When Chun's mother learned that Zhou Haiying was her youngest son's teacher, she promptly informed her that this little brother could be disciplined freely, and there would be no heartache in doing so, for he was family. After several days of rest, Chen Yefeng was nearly fully recovered. Following a severe illness, he felt as though he had been granted a second chance at life. The haunting memory of that nightmare lingered. It felt less like a mere dream and more like a personal experience from a previous life. The reason he had no recollection of this particular experience upon his rebirth was entirely due to the fact that he had passed out. After enduring that nightmare, the missing memories resurfaced. It was truly painful and utterly humiliating to realize he had been drowned by those two heartless wretches. Perhaps it was because he had been wronged in his previous life, completely sacrificing himself to the goddess Mazu, that his fortunes in this life turned out to be so favorable. As Chen Yefeng lay on the net bed contemplating life, he observed Sanzi, sporting dark circles under his eyes, slumped over, devoid of spirit as he attempted to eat. The joy of the vacation had now transformed into utter despair. Tomorrow marked the return to school, and Zhou Haiying had expressed her intention to take special care of her little brother-in-law. Sanzi had fetched a bowl of cassava porridge from the woodshed, accompanied by sweet potato vines and dried salted fish, and was disheartenedly picking at it. "Sanzi, are you having breakfast or lunch?" Chen Yefeng inquired casually. "Second brother, could you plead with second sister-in-law on my behalf? Perhaps she might show leniency." "I promise to complete my assignments diligently in the future," Sanzi replied with a pained expression while poking at his rice. Chen Yefeng chuckled and replied, "I'm afraid I cannot assist you. Do you truly believe I can persuade your sister-in-law?" Sanzi remained silent, casting a fleeting glance at Chen Yefeng. "Second brother, why do I feel as if you've become so weak? Whatever happened to the imposing second brother I once knew? You were never one to fear your wife." "It's not fear, you see. It is love," Chen Yefeng retorted with mock irritation. "You are simply too lazy and then blame others. Xiaoping offers to let you copy her homework, and you still can't finish it. Who else can you blame? Second brother, please don't bring up my shortcomings." Sanzi replied defensively. "Oh, so you've taken to using idioms now? Are you preparing for college?" Chen Yefeng teased. "Now what is the matter? Did you have a quarrel with Xiaoping? She complained that what I bought for her was insufficient and went to have Yuan Xiaowu copy her homework instead. Goodness, is that what heartbreak looks like?" Chen Yefeng beckoned. "Sanzi, do you wish to earn some money?" Sanzi sniffled. "Of course, who wouldn't want to make money? Anyone who doesn't is just a fool. Then here's the deal. I'll give you $2 to help me with a task." "What task? Is it against the rules?" "Without deviation, it remains as before. Assist me in dealing with Dainyu and Eru. These 2 coins are allocated for your expenses. There is no need for excessive force. Ensure a minor scuffle every 3 days and a more substantial confrontation every 5 days to let them taste some hardship. Dainyu and Eru are still but children. Even if Chen Yefeng seeks revenge, he cannot possibly engage in anything too outrageous. However, it is acceptable for them to face some trials during their childhood. No worries. I shall ensure the task is accomplished." Sanzi grinned as he accepted the fish and offered a salute to Urge, a gesture reminiscent of a children's group. This financial support arrived just in time. It allows for many possibilities. Chen Yefeng added, "I have a nagging suspicion that Dongzi and Godin are somewhat unreliable. Should we consider finding someone else? Those who would betray their own leader cannot be deemed trustworthy. He often fears a potential mishap and feels compelled to caution his younger brother. The last incident was merely a fluke. Dongzi and Godin are indeed quite dependable. Rest assured, even if matters come to light, I will not betray you. My lips are sealed." He continued, "After all, Dongzi and Godin are rather inexpensive. Very well, you handle the situation as you see fit." Chen Yefeng glanced at him, finding his earnest demeanor amusing, reminiscent of Chun Baixiang's patriotic scenes in films. "What are you 2 brothers chattering about?" Zhou Haiying entered the courtyard, carrying 3 fabric backpacks, 1 large and 2 small, fashioned not as backpacks, but as single-strap crossbody bags. She had crafted them from old trousers and clothing, and they appeared quite commendable. Indeed, his wife was quite resourceful. Chen Yefeng expressed his astonishment, eyeing From whose household did you acquire these splendid bags? Zhou Haiying pointed with her chin. Where else could I go? Only Tang's wife has a sewing machine nearby. Weren't you previously told that Tang's wife was not fond of you borrowing her sewing machine? Yet you still went? I was thinking of the children needing bags for school, so I decided to make them myself. Zhou Haiying paused, then continued. In the past, whenever I would borrow the sewing machine, Tang's wife would wear a displeased expression, yet I always compensated her for the thread and needles used. However, this time was different. Perhaps she recognized that I have become a primary school teacher, and her attitude has significantly improved. She said that I could come and use the sewing machine whenever I wish without charge. Chen Yefeng noticed a newfound sparkle in Zhou Haiying's eyes, reflecting a sense of pride, an honor belonging to a teacher of the people. Tang's wife had one son and one daughter, both attending Yima Primary School. The sudden shift in her demeanor towards Zhou Haiying seemed to be a subtle form of flattery. Zhou Haiying handed the larger blue-themed backpack to Sanzai, along with two smaller ones, one for the son of the elder brother, Xiangzi, and the other for his daughter, Xinxin. Both Xiangzi and Xinxin had reached the age for schooling. In their rural area, there were no kindergartens, so they attended a year of preschool before entering the first grade the following year. Thank you, Urseo. No need for thanks. Simply focus on your studies. By the way, remember to complete your summer homework. I shall be the first to check it in class tomorrow. Sanzi, just moments ago, I was filled with emotion, but upon hearing the latter part of my second sister-in-law's words, my spirits plummeted. The allure of the new backpack in my hands faded instantaneously. That evening, the entire family gathered for dinner, and even my elder brother's family joined us. Tomorrow, Chen Yefeng is set to return to school, prompting a family gathering. Even my elder sister, who had not returned to our maternal home for quite some time, made an appearance, though her husband was conspicuously absent. As I experienced the poignant moment of witnessing my elder sister once more after my rebirth, a tumult of emotions surged within me. My sister has endured profound hardships, having faced relentless pressure and abuse from her in-laws due to her inability to bear children, suffering in silence alone. Furthermore, her husband is a man prone to domestic violence. His frustration over their childlessness often manifests in cruel jests from the villagers, warping his psyche over time. When intoxicated, he resorts to striking his wife. Such men who resort to violence against their partners are particularly contemptible in my eyes. Although I have had my flaws in the past, I have never laid a hand on my wife. Chapter 176. Inciting divorce. What kind of scum resorts to hitting their spouse? He places the blame for their childlessness solely on her, never contemplating his own shortcomings. It is, in fact, his own incapacity that hinders their ability to conceive. Yet he unleashes his pent-up fury upon her. I scrutinized my sister and found her even more emaciated than I had imagined. She appeared gaunt and tall, resembling a mere stick. Her complexion was sallow, with pronounced cheekbones, clearly lacking in nourishment. It was evident that her life had been exceedingly arduous. Our parents, witnessing their eldest daughter's skeletal frame, felt their hearts ache, tears welling in their eyes. During dinner, my mother incessantly served my sister dishes, urging her to eat more. Chen Yifeng was taken aback. She hadn't returned home in nearly 2 months, and the living conditions had improved so remarkably. Chicken, duck, and fish were plentiful, and even a large portion of pork had been purchased, half for cooking mustard greens and half for braised meat, enough to make one's mouth water. Even the porridge made from sweet potato shreds had been replaced with fragrant white rice. Just the sight of it made one salivate. Even without vegetables, Chen Yifeng could consume 3 large bowls of white rice. The steaming, fluffy rice paired with rich, succulent braised pork provided an unprecedented sense of happiness. As she ate, Chen Dajia was overwhelmed by mixed emotions, nearly shedding tears. She could hardly recall the last time she had savored the taste of meat. Did my aunt not have meat to eat at home? I eat meat every day and am becoming somewhat weary of it. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Feng smacked him playfully. Are you hoping for stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat again? It was only due to a good catch from fishing in recent days that they had managed to improve their circumstances. Previously, their lives had been quite strained. Nevertheless, no matter how dire their situation was, it still paled in comparison to the struggles of Chen Dajia. Observing her desperately stuffing her mouth with meat, we all felt a lump in our throats, filled with profound sympathy. It is well known that a woman without her own children often finds life quite challenging. Zhang Feng quickly interjected, Sister, please do not take offense. Children often speak without a filter. Zhou Haiying echoed, Indeed, children are uninhibited in their words. Xiangzi meant no harm. Chen Yefeng struggled to hold back her tears, assuring them, It is all right. They are just children, I understand, and I am not angry. This braised pork must be delicious. Everyone should taste it. Only my elder sister knows how to appreciate food. This dish was prepared by your second brother. So you are fortunate to be able to enjoy it. Afeng, did you really make this braised pork? Since when did you learn to cook so well? Chen Yefeng's words immediately diverted the elder sister's attention, dissolving the earlier awkwardness. While we dine, let us not only engage in conversation. The truth is, our lives as common folk have not been easy lately. Thankfully, we have had a good catch at sea these past few days. Otherwise, we cannot imagine how difficult our lives might have been. You all who are studying should eat quickly, get some rest, as you must head to school early tomorrow. As the family gathered around the table, sharing meals and exchanging trivial conversations, it exemplified the myriad beauties of life. Even Chen Yefeng, who wore an expression of melancholy, found herself uplifted by the atmosphere, her smile blossoming anew. It had been a long time since she had felt such a familial warmth. After the meal, they tidied up the tableware and went about their respective tasks. Chen Yefeng pulled her younger sister aside. Ame, you will be going to school tomorrow. As your sister, I may lack resources to offer, but I have made you a pair of cloth shoes. Please wear them. With that, she presented a pair of handmade shoes, each stitch representing her heartfelt effort. Thank you, sister. Having these shoes is wonderful. They are made by your own hands. Ame hesitated momentarily before continuing. How are things with brother-in-law? Has he been unkind to you? Upon hearing this, Chen Yefeng paused. It is of no use. A woman who cannot bear children faces insurmountable challenges. This is how my life is destined to be. You are still young. Focus on your studies. Aim for a good university and secure a job in a big city. Does he still hit you? Ame pressed. That is not for you to worry about. It is a matter for adults. I am not a child anymore. I am nearly 18. If you truly cannot endure it any longer, consider divorce. It is a new era. Women can thrive independently. Divorce? Chen Yefeng was momentarily stunned, her sister's words striking her profoundly. After all, in this era, divorce was considered a source of shame, capable of drowning one in scornful words. Unless life became unbearable, no one would contemplate such a decision. Chen Yefeng too had internalized the guilt of her inability to bear children, enduring her husband's drunken abuse in silence. Sister, Ame is right. If you cannot continue, divorce him. We will support you. Family will always be your steadfast pillar. Chen Yefeng approached, speaking earnestly. Chen Yefeng shot him a glare. Second brother. Who gave you the right to eavesdrop on our conversation? Chen Yefeng retorted. I did not. Do not wrongfully accuse me. It is merely that your voices were too loud. Bah! You shameless second brother. How can you be so brazen? She dismissed him, but then reflected on what May had said. If life becomes unbearable, I will divorce him. Do not feel ashamed of divorce. Life is to be lived for oneself, not for others. Why should one care about the opinions of others? You need not blame yourself for not having children. Who says the inability to conceive is solely a woman's issue? It could very well be a man's problem. Upon hearing Chen Yefeng speak so eloquently, May was momentarily taken aback, raising her thumb in admiration for her second brother. When had his rhetoric become so refined? She noted her elder sister's hesitation and believed it would not be long before she would come to terms with the situation and surely decide to divorce that abusive man. Chen Yefeng couldn't help but glance at her brother a few more times, contemplating how, had she possessed such eloquence, she might have persuaded her sister-in-law to leave him long ago. Indeed, May had observed her sister-in-law's unhappiness. Knowing that her brother was idling away his time and indulging in debauchery, neglecting his own household, May had previously urged her sister-in-law to part ways with him. But her attempts had been in vain. What are you looking at? Do you think your second brother is handsome? Chen Yefeng queried, perplexed as he caught her gaze. No. I just find your words quite reasonable. Chen Yefeng hastily averted her eyes, adamant that she would never admit to encouraging her sister-in-law to divorce him. Come on. Is it so hard to acknowledge that your second brother is indeed handsome? I will think it over when I return. Hearing her brother and sister's words, the elder sister felt a tumult of emotions within her. Chapter 177. Teaching you how to live. Noticing that his sister was no longer resistant to the notion of divorce, Chen Yefeng refrained from further discussion. He understood that this matter would not be resolved overnight. After all, the mindset of this era differed greatly, and it would take time for his sister to change her perspective. In his previous life, had it not been for his brother-in-law taking a mistress and initiating the divorce, his sister would likely have never dared to leave, foolishly enduring her circumstances. After spending a while at home, the elder sister prepared to return. Chen Yefeng rolled out his bicycle, intending to accompany her back. Her in-laws resided in Nanal village, which was not too far away, but given the darkness outside, it was unsafe for a woman to walk alone at night. Afeng, when did you acquire this bicycle? His sister inquired curiously, eyeing the vehicle with a smile. The greatest surprise upon her return was how responsible her second brother had suddenly become, now capable of earning a living and providing for the family. Previously, her sister-in-law had appeared as gaunt as she had, lacking any flesh. Now, after only a short separation, Ying's face looked considerably fuller, and even her complexion had brightened. She felt a twinge of envy. Oh, if only my own womb would cooperate. Elder sister, what are you thinking about? Get on. I will take you home. No need. It's not far. I can manage on my own. Can you truly return alone without causing concern? Enough with the trivialities. It is but a swift ride on the bicycle. Chen Yefeng felt a profound sense of gratitude as her younger brother insisted on accompanying her home. She bid farewell to her parents, Chun Fu and Chun Mu, and then took her place on the back seat of the bicycle. Chen Yefeng, seeing his elder sister settled, pedaled out of the gate toward Nanal village, where his sister's in-laws resided. The two villages were not far apart, yet the night path was treacherous, especially given the stony road. With his sister riding behind him, Chen Yefeng dared not accelerate too swiftly. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at the doorstep of his sister's in-laws. As she dismounted, Chen Yefeng leaned his bicycle against the side and pulled a few notes from his pocket, placing them gently in his sister's hand. Though modest, this was his personal savings, a small token of his affection. A phone, what is this? I cannot accept your money. Chen Yefeng replied, her emotions a whirlwind as tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Sister, let us not weep, shall we? Life may be a bit harsh now, but I believe brighter days lie ahead, Chen Yefeng reassured her. Following her divorce from her first husband, Chen Yefeng had found a decent partner, and together they ran a small business, blessed with a son and a daughter. Though not wealthy, their lives were harmonious and fulfilling. Actually, Mother has already given me some money, she continued. If she has provided, then I cannot accept yours. Your brother is earning now. Keep the money for future needs, all right? With that, Chen Yefeng prepared to leave, pushing his bicycle away. A phone, why not come in for a glass of water? Chen Yefeng suggested hastily upon seeing her brother's intent to depart. Chen Yefeng shook his head resolutely. No need, sister. I must take my leave. Truth be told, he had little desire to confront his sister's in-laws, as their presence unsettled him deeply. Where have you been, you lazy good-for-nothing? Do you not know to return home and prepare dinner? Are you trying to starve me? Just as Chen Yefeng had not traveled far, an angry voice resonated from within the house, followed by a man emerging, none other than his sister's current husband, Wu Jinlong. Where else would I go? My younger sister has school tomorrow. I wanted to check on her, Chen Yefeng replied calmly. Have you been secretly sending money back to your family? Wu Jinlong accused, his tone incredulous. What nonsense are you spouting? Have I ever seen money in your household? Chen Yefeng retorted. One must act with integrity. Clearly, her husband was skeptical of her words, advancing to search her. Yet she recoiled, refusing to allow him to do so. You stubborn fool, claiming there's no hidden money. Dare to stash away private funds? Wu Jinlong's anger escalated. If you can hide money from me today, tomorrow you might be off to betray me. In a fit of rage, he seized his wife's arm, preparing to strike her. How dare you lay a hand on my sister, you scoundrel! You wretched creature! Chen Yefeng, having heard Wu Jinlong's venomous words, swiftly turned his bicycle around, racing back. Just in time, he arrived to witness Wu Jinlong raising his hand against his sister. Chen Yefeng immediately rode over, and before Wu Jinlong could react, he was knocked down by the bicycle. Chen Yefeng set the bicycle aside and rushed over. A phone. Don't act rashly. He is still your brother-in-law. Chen Yefeng quickly intervened, not out of sympathy for Wu Jinlong, but because, despite his misdeeds, he was still Chen Yefeng's brother-in-law. If word got out that he assaulted his brother-in-law, regardless of the circumstances, others would still gossip behind his back. I am your brother-in-law. How dare you strike me? Wu Jinlong exclaimed. Sister, step aside. Today I must teach him a lesson. A phone. Please calm down. I am not yet divorced from him, Chen Yefeng replied. Wu Jinlong struggled to his feet, patting himself down, his face contorted in pain. The impact from Chen Yefeng's bicycle had sent him sprawling, nearly knocking out his teeth. Fuming, Wu Jinlong glared at Chen Yefeng, the stench of alcohol wafting around him. What is happening? Who's fighting? The commotion drew the neighbors from the vicinity of Wu Jinlong's home. The Chinese have a notorious appetite for spectacle, always eager to observe a scene, regardless of the era. Look at this. My good brother-in-law is actually striking his own brother-in-law. He has no sense of propriety, Wu Jinlong boasted, emboldened by the gathering crowd. Your brother-in-law is an outsider. How can you allow an outsider to bully you at your own doorstep? Someone chimed in. I say, Jinlong's brother-in-law, it's wrong to come here and attack him. How can you strike your own brother-in-law? No matter his faults, he remains your brother-in-law. Your sister and he are married. Every couple has their squabbles. Even teeth and tongue can clash. You have no right to meddle in your sister's affairs and provoke a divorce. The neighbors, oblivious to Chen Yefeng's identity, rushed to defend Wu Jinlong. Yet, Chen Yefeng stood undaunted. Am I an outsider? This is my own sister. As her brother, how could I remain indifferent while she is bullied? You all stand there without a care, perched on your moral high ground, casting judgment without considering another's perspective. If this were your family, would you still be so quick to offer your scorn? Silence fell, the once raucous scene now hushed, as if a pin could drop. They had not anticipated that the seemingly mild-mannered Chen Yefeng had such a formidable brother. Even Wu Jinlong was taken aback. When had his brother-in-law become so sharp-tongued? Wasn't he just a street punk before? Chapter 178. The Stamp Album. Everyone, come quickly. The Chen family from Shibu village is bullying us. They came to our Nanal village to assault my son, and this is his own brother-in-law. Truly, he has no sense of upbringing. At that moment, an elderly woman emerged from the house. Seeing her son attacked by her daughter-in-law's brother, she nearly leaped with indignation. How could a brother-in-law strike his own brother-in-law? This is utterly outrageous. The elderly woman was not one to be trifled with. She was notorious for her malevolence. Immediately, she began to throw a tantrum. Chen Yefeng scoffed. You wretched old hag, how has your family mistreated my sister? Your son, when inebriated, resorts to violence against her. Ever since, your household has not known a day of peace. She has toiled like a beast of burden for you, yet you acknowledge none of her efforts. What insults do you hurl at me? You uncouth creature. How do we mistreat my sister? Is she missing a limb or something? A hen that cannot lay eggs brings only shame. What nonsense about a hen that can't lay eggs? Your son has issues of his own and seeks to place all the blame on my sister. How shameless. Nonsense. I have no problems at all. What lies are you spouting? Wu Jinlong nearly leapt up, as no man would willingly admit to his flaws. Even if he indeed had issues, he would stubbornly deny them. For how could he hold his head high in the village otherwise? Chen Yefeng spoke gravely. Since you believe you have no issues, would you dare to undergo a medical examination? I refuse. Why would I go to a hospital if I am fine? Wu Jinlong retorted defiantly. He would never submit to such an affront. Our Wu family does not suffer from any infertility. Indeed, both my elder brother and I have sons. It is merely our third brother who does not, and that is not our family's fault. Wu Jinlong's two elder brothers rushed over, defending their sibling. They were certain their brother had no issues. How could a Wu family member suffer from such a curse? If there were infertility, it must be due to the women of the Chen family. Upon hearing the words of the Wu family's eldest and second sons, Chen Yefeng contemplated responding, questioning the paternity of their children. However, as he observed the anguish etched on his sister's face, the words died on his lips. To indulge in a moment of satisfaction would ultimately hurt his sister. For her to escape this plight, she needed to divorce the abusive Wu Jinlong and sever ties with the detestable Wu family. Yet, he sensed that his sister had not yet resolved to take such a step, and he could not make that decision for her, as those around him suggested. She was still bound to Wu Jinlong as family. In truth, he felt like an outsider, unable to meddle in their domestic affairs. Only when his sister came to the realization that she desired a divorce would he, as her brother, wholeheartedly support her. Enough, brother-in-law. If you truly care for your sister, cease this ruckus. Your husband is not a bad man. He merely had a bit too much to drink, and without children, it has understandably affected his mood. Allons, you ought to treat your wife better. Make an effort, and perhaps she will conceive. The onlookers from the neighborhood attempted to mediate. Chen Yefeng recognized that continuing this uproar served no purpose. As an outsider in their village, he would not prevail in a confrontation. However, the crux of the matter lay in his sister's excessive timidity. If only she could assert herself and declare her desire for a divorce. Even if it meant enduring a tumultuous struggle, he would ensure she was taken away from that life. You of the Wu family should treat my sister with utmost care. Otherwise, you shall witness the consequences. Today, your numbers may be greater, but the Chen family is not to be trifled with either. Chen Yefeng cast a weary glance at his elder sister before cycling home. Let us disperse. There is nothing further to behold. Go home now, he urged. Adjuin, ensure you live harmoniously with along and refrain from harboring unnecessary thoughts. A woman who cannot bear children is often unwelcome. The Wu family is relatively benevolent in this regard. The eager neighbors, having savored the spectacle, returned home contentedly, some even feigning concern for Sister Chen. My dear, I realize my mistakes. I should not have been so harsh with you. My spirits were low, and after some drink, I acted thus. Once the crowd had departed, Wu Jinlong knelt before Chen Yefeng with a resounding thud, weeping profusely. What are you doing, Along? Please rise first. She exclaimed in surprise at the sight of a man kneeling before her. A man's knees are said to be made of gold. How could he lower himself in such a manner? This act diminished her previous grievances considerably. Despite having entertained thoughts of divorce after Chen Yefeng's earnest entreaties, those notions evaporated upon witnessing his supplication. "If you do not forgive me, I shall remain here, kneeling until dawn," he declared. Chen Yefeng, feeling exasperated, replied, "All right. I forgive you, now please stand." Wu Jinlong promptly rose and planted a kiss on her cheek. "My dear wife, you are truly wonderful. Rest assured, I shall cherish our life together. What are you doing? We are still in public." Chen Yejuan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "What of it? Who dares to object to kissing my own wife?" Wu Jinlong chuckled as he took her hand and made their way home. "By the way, did your brother purchase that bicycle himself? It appears quite new and must have cost him a fair sum." "Indeed, he earned it through his own labor." Meanwhile, Chen Yefeng returned home, recounting the events at the Wu residence to his parents. The elderly couple was equally incensed, contemplating a confrontation with the Wu family. They lamented their eldest daughter's apparent weakness, which had allowed the Wu family to dominate her. They felt both frustration and helplessness, regretting their initial reluctance to allow her to marry into that family, yet ultimately yielding to her wishes. Whether she is truly happy remains known only to her. "You must rise early tomorrow, Afeng. Do not fret over your sister's affairs. If she does not strive for herself, she cannot blame others," Chen's mother sighed. "By the way, Afeng, since you are heading to the county tomorrow, I will ask your father to accompany you. It is unwise for you to manage so many items alone." "Very well. I shall retire now. You both should rest early as well," Chen Yefeng nodded. His journey to the county would entail not only escorting his sister to school, but also selling some dried goods. He planned to take a portion to test the waters, and if they sold well, he would bring more. Chen's father harbored some worries about his son, given the dangers outside. Having an additional companion would provide greater safety. After conversing with his parents, Chen Yefeng returned to his room to prepare for sleep. Upon entering the bedroom, he discovered that the two little ones were already fast asleep, while his wife was rummaging around with her backside raised. Chen Yefeng, captivated by his wife's perfect figure, felt a surge of desire and approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her. "What are you doing? Get away from me. I'm tidying up," she exclaimed. Curiously, he noticed a book on the table. "What is this? A stamp album?" Pushed away by his wife, Chen Yefeng turned his attention to the album on the side table and, intrigued, began to flip through it, discovering that it was indeed a stamp collection. Chapter 179. The monkey stamp. Gazing at the album, Chen Yefeng felt a sudden thrill. He had heard that monkey stamps could be quite valuable, though he wasn't sure if this collection contained any. "Oh, this is a gift from Ame to congratulate me on becoming a teacher," said Zhou Haiying, still bent over as she spoke. "These stamps are from her collection. But now that she is in her senior year, she doesn't have time for it, so she gave it to me." "Is that so?" Chen Yefeng murmured absent-mindedly as he flipped through the pages of the album. In truth, he had little interest in philately and was not well versed in the value of stamps. However, he recalled a video he had watched about the 10 most valuable stamps in the country while browsing on his phone. Naturally, as a person of modest means, he had lingered on such topics, and some impressions remained. Thus, with newfound interest, he continued to explore the album, which showcased a dazzling array of stamps, landscapes, figures, animals, and plants, all exquisitely designed. Starting from the first page, he turned leaf after leaf, but found nothing of significant value. Of course, he was no seasoned philatelist and was not knowledgeable about the worth of many stamps. As he reached 2/3 of the way through the album, his hand trembled suddenly, his gaze caught by a particular stamp that stood out. This stamp was exceptionally unique, featuring a vibrant red background with a cheeky, wide-eyed golden monkey depicted in a playful yet lively pose. The artwork was striking. The monkey's form seemed both animated and lifelike. "Wow, a monkey stamp?" Chen Yefeng exclaimed, his excitement causing him to curse. He had not anticipated actually finding one. This stamp, issued in 1980, was quite renowned, reportedly designed by the illustrious stamp designer Xiao Balan, with contributions from the celebrated artist Huang Yongzhu. It was said that one could even feel the texture of the monkey's fur with a gentle touch. He recalled the monkey stamp vividly, as a television series titled Monkey Stamp aired in 2017, which he had eagerly followed. Rumor had it that a single 1980 monkey stamp could be worth over 10,000 yuan, and a complete sheet could fetch upwards of 1 million. A saying often circulated in collector circles: "One monkey stamp equals a car, one sheet equals a house." Although he had heard that the monkey stamp's value had somewhat diminished over time, it still remained quite precious. As he leaned in for a closer look, he gasped once more. Goodness, this monkey stamp appeared to have a double impression under the light, resembling a printing error. A misprint. How astonishing. In the stillness of the night, he muttered in disbelief. overwhelmed by the prospect of what he had discovered. Hearing a man incessantly uttering profanities, Zhou Haiying couldn't help but furrow her brow. Chen Yefeng, filled with excitement, tugged at his wife's arm and exclaimed, "Do you know what this is? It's a rare monkey stamp, and it's a misprint." "What monkey stamp? A misprint? Are you out of your mind, Afeng?" Zhou Haiying replied, perplexed, unsure of what had taken hold of him that day. "I'm not delusional, I assure you. This item is quite valuable," he insisted. "How valuable can it be? Isn't it just worth 8 cents? Zhou Haiying's words left Chen Yefeng somewhat speechless. He struggled to explain that by the 2010s, such an item could purchase an entire house, though currently, it held little worth. If he were to reveal that it would appreciate significantly in the future, Zhou Haiying would undoubtedly think he had lost his mind. As the conversation unfolded, Chen Yefeng focused his attention on the stamp album, flipping through its pages, yet he found no other stamps of greater value. "If only I could find another stamp depicting the magnificent landscapes of our nation," he mused. However, such treasures were exceedingly rare. He returned the album to his wife and asked her to store it safely in a dry place. Regrettably, he couldn't liquidate it immediately. If only he possessed a magical ability to traverse between the present and the future. He could sell rare items from the past and the future and bring back resources from that time. What a delightful fantasy. Yet, such notions only existed in the realm of fiction. They were merely figments of his imagination. The following morning, the sun shone brightly in a clear blue sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, uplifting everyone's spirits. Chen Yefeng rose early, brushing his teeth and washing his face before preparing for breakfast. His mother had already awoken and prepared a hearty meal for the entire family. Today, they would not eat separately. Zhou Haiying had also risen early, but she had no time to cook. Upon waking, she immediately began organizing her materials, preparing her lessons with books and teaching aids in hand. In the early 1980s, schools faced a severe shortage of qualified teachers. In rural institutions like Yihai Primary School, one educator often bore the responsibility for multiple subjects. Zhou Haiying, as the homeroom teacher, taught Chinese, mathematics, politics, physical education, and arts, essentially managing all the tasks for her class. Moreover, she had to care for 2 children, leaving her no time for cooking. Chen Yefeng contemplated discussing with his mother the possibility of contributing some living expenses, hoping that she might assist with meal preparations as she had in the past. After breakfast, Chen Yefeng gathered his belongings and prepared to set off to the county town with his father and younger sister. Unbeknownst to them, Sanzi, clutching his homework in one hand and holding little Rongrong's hand in the other, made his way to the woodshed. "Rongrong, just follow what your third uncle instructed, and I'll buy you some sour plum powder," he said. "Okay, third uncle, I trust you," replied Rongrong. Before long, a piercing cry echoed from the woodshed. "Oh no! Oh no! Rongrong has burned my summer homework." "How could you burn the homework? Aren't we supposed to go to school today?" Upon hearing the anguished cries of Sanzi, Mother Chen swiftly dashed towards the firewood stove, exuding the vigor reminiscent of her days in the women's militia. "Second sister-in-law, what should I do? My homework has been thrown into the stove by Rongrong." Sanzi lamented, tears streaming down his face, a portrait of despair. Chen Yefeng smirked, glancing at his tearful younger brother, wondering how he managed to refrain from laughter. However, Mother Chen's voice soon rang out. "Fortunately, I rushed in just in time. Only the cover was burned, and the contents are intact." "Oh, Mother, you managed to salvage it?" Sanzi asked, his heart swelling with gratitude. "Well then, you must take better care of your homework and ensure it is not taken by others again." Silently, Sanzi accepted the assignment, his expression betraying his urge to weep, not out of gratitude, but rather from sheer frustration at his own foolishness. How could he have been so naive as to not wait for it to burn longer before calling out, "Third uncle, remember to buy me some sour plum powder." Rongrong chimed in with a sweet voice as she emerged. Beside her, Mother Chen's expression darkened. "You must have purposely had Rongrong throw it in." She snatched the homework from Sanzi, inspecting it thoroughly, only to find the front filled, while the last 7 or 8 pages remained blank. "Mother, please let me explain." As Sanzi noticed Mother Chen grasping a bamboo stick meant for herding chickens and ducks, his countenance shifted dramatically, prompting him to flee swiftly. "Come back here. I guarantee I won't spare you." Her frustration was palpable, having wasted the long holiday on play. Sanzi had yet to complete his homework, even going so far as to have his niece toss it into the flames. Such a foolish child deserved a harsh reprimand. Chapter 180. Escorting my sister to school. When the time came to head to school, another bout of crying ensued, not from Sanzi, but from the 2 girls, Xin and Rongrong. The elder wept, reluctant to go to school, while the younger cried, eager to attend, leaving Zhou Haiying utterly exasperated. Ultimately, through a combination of threats and treats, The two little girls were pacified. Meanwhile, Chen Yefeng and his family carted their belongings towards the town to catch a ride to the county. From their town of Yanlu to Lianzhou County, there were only 2 buses daily, making travel quite inconvenient. Chen Yefeng, along with his father and sister, pushed a cart laden with their goods to the town's bus station, where they entrusted the cart to an acquaintance for safekeeping until their return. Upon sighting the dilapidated passenger bus, they began to transfer their belongings. "Hey, where are you going with all that stuff? I must inform you that bringing so much will incur an extra charge," the ticket seller shouted as they approached, her voice piercing through the air. In those days, ticket sellers carried an air of authority, often with a temper to match. Chen Yefeng merely glanced at the ticket seller, unfazed by her demeanor. "We are headed to the Lianzhou passenger terminal. If we need to pay extra, so be it. That is not a concern. But please inform us where to stow our things." The ticket seller opened the luggage compartment door on the right side of the bus. "You will need to pack your belongings in yourselves. If it doesn't fit, place it on the roof, but mind it well. We are not responsible for any losses." In response, Chen Yefeng retorted, "If you're going to charge us extra, at least offer to watch over our things. Why should we pay so much otherwise?" The ticket collector coldly remarked, "The extra money is for loading the goods, not for guarding them. If you are willing to pay more, that can be arranged. Enough of that. We can manage ourselves. May, stop talking and get on the bus." Chen's father urged his daughter to board while he and his second son placed their belongings in the luggage compartment. Fortunately, they had arrived early, and there was still ample space in the compartment to stow their items, sparing them the trouble of climbing atop the vehicle. They carried smaller items with them, keeping them close at hand. Once aboard, Chen's father instructed Chen Yefeng to sit with his sister, while he occupied a seat near the right side door, allowing him to keep an eye on their luggage and prevent anyone from tampering with it. Chen Yefeng moved to sit beside his sister, their seats positioned side by side. The bus, a relic of an earlier era, featured iron-framed seats that were worn and frayed, with the foam padding of the backs exposed. Additionally, it seemed the windows could not fully close. One was cracked and held together with yellow tape, creating an awkward appearance. As they waited, the ticket collector continued to bellow, "The bus to Lianzhou County is about to depart." Despite the countless repetitions of this phrase, the bus remained stationary, inciting frustration among the passengers. "Driver, how much longer until we leave? We've been waiting for half an hour. It must be time to go. It's getting hot in here." As the number of passengers increased, the air grew stale. In those days, there were no inspections for overloading. The aisles were packed with people, and belongings were stacked haphazardly, including live chickens and ducks. The mingling of various odors was quite overwhelming. Chen Yefeng and his sister leaned their heads out the window, gasping for fresh air. The driver, ignoring the complaints, held off for another 10 minutes before finally departing with the bus crammed full. At the moment the vehicle lurched forward, Chen Yefeng felt as if a beast were roaring beneath his feet, soon followed by the pungent scent of diesel. The bus swayed as it moved, with unsettling noises echoing throughout, leading Chen Yefeng to seriously doubt whether it would hold together during the journey. Once the vehicle was in motion, the air finally began to circulate, bringing a slight sense of relief. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air, Chen Yefeng turned to his sister and asked, "May, how did you acquire the stamps in that collection?" "How else? Some I bought, some I exchanged with classmates, and others were gifts," Chen Yefeng replied, glancing at the scenery outside with a hint of indifference. Chen Yefeng further inquired, "What about that monkey stamp? Do you have any others?" He was aware that in a few decades, it could be quite valuable, and he would certainly be inclined to sell it if he could get his hands on one. Although the value of monkey stamps had declined significantly after the 2020s, he could always sell it in advance. "Why do you ask? That was a gift from a friend, and it's no longer available." "Oh, if that is the case, then forget it." Chen Yefeng was somewhat taken aback by his sister's strong reaction. He did not continue to inquire further, instead resting his head against the backrest and feigning sleep. He dared not truly slumber, for his pockets contained loose change, intended for a business venture to sell dried fish in the county town. Moreover, he had concealed his money in multiple places when embarking on a journey. He preferred to distribute his funds across various hiding spots. In the event that one stash was lost, he would have others to rely on in times of need. The bus traversed the road towards Lianzhou County, the journey being relatively uneventful. After over an hour, the vehicle arrived at the bus station in Lianzhou County. At that moment, the bus station appeared dilapidated, surrounded by low, humble dwellings. In Chen Yefeng's recollection, this bus station had always been simple and antiquated. It would eventually be transformed into commercial buildings due to real estate development. In truth, he was not very familiar with Lianzhou County, having visited only a few times. In his previous life, once their area was designated as a district of Haiqing, a major road was constructed between Haicheng and their village, allowing for convenient bus travel. Consequently, whenever they had needs, they would travel to Haicheng instead of Lianzhou County. Upon disembarking from the bus, Chen Yefeng and his companions moved their belongings aside. Chen's father then watched as he took his sister to school. Taking a rickshaw to the high school cost merely 20 cents per person. Presently, there were also rickshaw drivers nearby waiting for passengers. Chen Yefeng had inquired about the fare earlier. For both him and Chun Yume, it was only 40 cents, which was quite reasonable, sparing them the burden of carrying heavy bags on foot, a daunting task. They hailed a rickshaw, loaded their belongings, and headed towards Lianzhou No. 1 high school. The distance from the bus station to the school was considerable, but fortunately, they had opted for a rickshaw. Had they relied on their own legs, carrying their belongings, they would have been uncertain of how long the journey would take. As Chun Yefeng sat in the rickshaw, he observed the surroundings. At that time, Lianzhou County was not expansive, lacking the bustling charm of future towns, with no tall buildings in sight, only low structures. Upon reaching Lianzhou No. 1 high school, the siblings unloaded their belongings, consisting mainly of Chun Yume's bedding and clothes. High school students in the county typically returned home only at the end of the month to collect vegetables and money. Many families with modest means would bring pickled vegetables in glass jars from home to sustain them for a week or two. Chen Yefeng had also brought a few jars of pickled vegetables, though fewer than before, besides the money given to her by their parents. Chen Yefeng and his elder brother had also slipped her some cash. With a rare scholar in the family, it was only fitting to support her diligently. Chen Yefeng assisted in carrying the items into the campus, following Chun Yume towards the dormitory building. "Why have you only just returned to school? I thought you would have arrived earlier," she remarked. Just as they reached the foot of the dormitory, someone greeted Chun Yume. She glanced at the individual, seemingly unhearing, and pulled her brother towards the girls' dormitory. "Is that a classmate of yours?" Chen Yefeng inquired, observing the person, a tall, slender boy. The young man appeared quite refined, clad in a crisp white shirt with a pin nestled in the left pocket, complemented by tailored black trousers and a pair of sturdy leather shoes. Upon observing the attire of his counterpart, he inferred that the individual likely hailed from a well-to-do family, presumably one that partook in the luxuries of city life. "Let's leave quickly, second brother," Chun Yume urged, shaking her head. Chun Yefeng sensed an air of peculiarity surrounding the situation, but refrained from probing further. He intended to assist her by carrying her belongings upstairs, only to be halted by the dormitory matron. "This is a girl's dormitory. You cannot go up," she declared. "I am her brother. Is it not permissible for me to help her with her things?" He protested. "Absolutely not. If you take one more step forward, I will report you for harassment." Initially, Chen Yefeng had hoped for some leniency from the matron, but her fierce demeanor was unexpected, and the prospect of being accused of misconduct during such a stringent crackdown was daunting. "Just leave the items here. I will call a classmate to help me carry them down," Chen Yume quickly suggested. Chen Yefeng nodded. "Very well, make sure to handle it yourself. If anything arises, just call the village committee and have Uncle Xing relay the message." He chose not to confront the matron further, aware that any accusation of impropriety would be utterly unjust. After placing the items aside and imparting a few words of advice to his sister, he intended to depart. However, he had not walked far before he was called back. "Wait a moment. Is there something you need?" Chen Yefeng turned to see the young man in the white shirt approaching. The young man inquired, "What is your relationship with Chen Yume?" "Hey, are you addressing me? Please, show some courtesy," Chen Yefeng replied, quickly discerning the situation. It appeared this fellow was courting his sister. Being a man himself, he recognized the signs, as these were matters he had encountered before. The young man appeared taken aback and politely responded, "I apologize. I was rather abrupt just now. That's more like it. Youth should embrace humility and caution," Chen Yefeng advised with an air of wisdom. The young man seemed at a loss for words. "May I inquire about your relation to Chen Yume?" "I am her second brother," Chen Yefeng replied, casting a discerning glance at him. "You're not harboring feelings for my sister, are you?" "Oh, second brother. It's not what you think," the young man stammered, clearly flustered. Chen Yefeng's intuition was correct. The young man indeed sought to win the affections of his sister. "What is your name?" Why the confusion? You're not mute. I am simply asking for your name." "Ma Liangyu." This name did not match that of the brother-in-law from his previous life. He had forgotten the visage of that individual, having had a strained relationship with his sister and seldom encountering him. It was evident that this young man was not the same. "I shall be frank with you. There is no future in your pursuit. You are both still young, and your foremost responsibility is to focus on your studies. The college entrance examination is just around the corner, and all matters can be addressed post-exam, understood? You sound remarkably like my father. We all mean well for you. Enough of this idle chatter. Remember to keep your distance from my sister, or I shall take action against you. Chen Yefeng, having once lived a rough life, still possessed a hint of rebellious spirit, which indeed intimidated Ma Liangyu. Chen Yefeng disregarded Ma Liangyu further, as he was eager to proceed with selling dried fish. The only bus returning from the county seat to the town departed in the afternoon. Missing it would mean they would have to spend a night in the city. Everything in the city required money, even the simplest act of using a restroom, which they could ill afford. Ma Liangyu did not weigh heavily on his mind. Judging by his sister's prior demeanor, it was clear that she had no intention of entertaining his advances. After leaving Lianzhou No. 1 middle school, Chen Yefeng hailed a rickshaw at the school gate, paying 20 cents to be taken to the bus station. Upon arrival, he found his father sitting nearby, smoking a water pipe, visibly growing impatient. Why are you taking so long? Have you decided not to sell the dried fish? Father, I have only just arrived. It was quite swift. Let me take a puff, and then we shall head to the market. Unfamiliar with selling in this area, he had no idea where the best places to sell were. He thought to himself that surely the townspeople must need to buy groceries. Thus he planned to explore the market. After a few puffs of the water pipe, he felt invigorated. He approached a man with a cart and requested assistance in transporting the dried fish to the market. After loading the dried goods onto the cart, Chen Yefeng and his father followed behind. They were headed for the largest agricultural market in the county, the Southern Market. At that time, the Southern Market was still in its infancy and lacked proper organization. It consisted of temporary structures set up in an open space, with various stalls selling goods. They placed their dried products to one side, and Chen Yefeng asked his father to keep an eye on them while he sought out someone for information. He noticed an older gentleman selling wild produce by the roadside and approached him. First, he offered the man a cigarette. Sir, is it permissible to set up a stall here, or is there a fee to be paid? The man accepted the cigarette and replied with a smile. Here, you must pay a fee. However, this is a temporary stall. The fixed stalls are located inside. Where are you from? Chen Yefeng responded. We hail from the coastal region of Yanlu town, having dried some goods to sell here, though I am uncertain of their marketability. He observed the man's wares, which included wild mushrooms, wood-ear mushrooms, matsutake, and various herbs. Moreover, there were quails, wild chickens, and sparrows, all wild game. Had this been the 2020s, the gentleman would likely have faced severe repercussions. After all, someone serving time for merely possessing a bird's egg would pale in comparison to the gravity of this man's situation. The older gentleman appeared quite genuine, engaging Chen Yefeng in conversation for a while. He advised that for a temporary sale, it was unnecessary to rent a fixed stall. Instead, one could rent a temporary space outside. He also provided directions to locate the market's manager for renting a stall. After expressing his gratitude to the gentleman, Chen Yefeng sought out the market manager and rented a temporary stall. To his dismay, the fee for a temporary stall was 1 yuan, which explained why many were reluctant to rent. However, without paying the stall fee, they would not be permitted to sell in the market. Have you secured the stall? Yes. It is arranged. How much did it cost? 1 yuan. Such exorbitant prices could easily purchase several pounds of dried fish. Chapter 182, Business at the Door. Indeed, upon hearing the price, Chen's father couldn't help but grimace, feeling a pang of regret. The money had already been paid. There was no point in dwelling on it. They needed to set up their stall. Chen Yefeng carried several bags to their rented space, conveniently located beside the uncle selling mountain goods. Since it was a temporary stall, they didn't even have a table. Fortunately, their dried fish was all packed in burlap sacks, which could be stood upright. Opening one of the sacks, the small silver fish were revealed. The dried snail meat also weighed several dozen pounds, exposing a portion to entice passers-by. These seafood products were entirely natural. As soon as the bags were opened, a subtle scent of seafood wafted through the air. This aroma immediately caught the attention of potential customers. Excuse me, what kind of dried fish is this? A young woman carrying a basket emerged from the market, instantly captivated by the enticing fragrance of the dried goods. Chen Yefeng replied candidly, Sister, this is white sailfish, which you might call small silver fish here. They were recently caught and dried, absolutely fresh with no off-putting odor. Beside him, Chen's father watched his son speak so fluently, momentarily taken aback. His son truly possessed remarkable business acumen, showing none of the timidity that often plagues such endeavors, far surpassing his elder brother in this regard. Well, you've made my mouth water, the young woman declared, expressing her intent to purchase several pounds to take home. The uncle selling mountain goods stood by, somewhat bewildered. Once the customers had departed with their dried goods, the uncle remarked, You really have a knack for business. That girl came for dried fish, and you even shared the cooking method with her. You nearly offered to go home with her to help prepare the meal. Hey, uncle. That's a brilliant idea, Chen Yefeng teased. You don't actually intend to follow her home to cook, do you? Ignoring the comment, he instructed his father to watch the stall while he departed briefly. After a while, he returned with a plate of fragrant stir-fried silver fish. This dish had been prepared by a nearby restaurant, and it looked particularly appetizing. Uncle, would you care to try some? Chen Yefeng offered, skewering a few pieces of the small fish on a bamboo stick and presenting it to the uncle. Absolutely yes. Wow, this stir-fried fish is truly delicious. The uncle responded. How about purchasing some to enjoy with a drink? It would be perfect for that. Chen's father silently gave a thumbs up to his second son, impressed by his quick wit. If he had displayed such cleverness during his studies, he might have attended university instead of selling dried fish. Chen Yefeng placed the plate of stir-fried fish in front of them and began to call out to passers-by. The enticing aroma drew curious onlookers closer. After tasting the stir-fried fish, many decided to buy several pounds to take home. How much for your dried fish? $2.20 per pound. If you have grain tickets, I can offer a discount. Is it tasty? How do you prepare it? Try this stir-fried version and see for yourself if it's delicious. The small dried silverfish sold quite rapidly, while the dried snail meat occasionally moved just a pound or two. By midday, nearly half of the dry goods they brought had already been sold. Father, are you hungry? I shall go to the restaurant and order a couple of dishes. As noon approached, one could not let oneself go hungry while out. How troublesome. A simple bowl of rice noodles would suffice. Chun's father was still wary of spending money, thinking how expensive it was to order dishes, and that a bowl of rice noodles was both economical and filling. What is so troublesome about it? You need not worry. I have already arranged with the owner. I shall go now, eat, and bring some back. With that, Chen Yefeng departed with the bowl in hand. Young man, where do you hail from? Your son appears quite filial, and he seems sharp-witted with a bold spirit. The mountain goods vendor remarked to Chen's father, admiring Chen Yefeng's retreating figure. We are from Yanlu town. May I ask which town you are from? Your accent seems different from ours. Chen's father smiled and engaged in conversation. The vendor, crafting a hand-rolled cigarette from paper and tobacco, grinned and replied, I'm from Changle town, where the landscape is mountainous, unlike your coastal area. Would you care to try our water pipe? Chen's father glanced at the vendor's hand-rolled cigarette and responded warmly, I cannot handle your water pipe. I prefer my old hand-rolled kind. Would you like me to roll one for you? The vendor skillfully rolled the tobacco, sealing it with a bit of saliva. No need. I am content with this. Your flavor is too strong for my taste. I am simply not accustomed to it. Chen's father frowned. Having grown accustomed to the water pipe, transitioning back to hand-rolled cigarettes was truly irksome. The two exchanged idle chatter as time drifted by. After a while, Chen Yefeng returned with a bowl of food. Father, please eat first. If there isn't enough, feel free to have more. The restaurant owner has requested 20 pounds of dried silverfish and 5 pounds of dried snail meat. And I will weigh it out to deliver. Chen Yefeng handed the bowl to his father and began measuring the goods. Brother, aren't you going to eat? It's already this late. Chen's father peeked at the bowl containing scrambled eggs and stewed potatoes, the aroma tantalizing and mouth-watering. I'll just have a bowl of old friend noodles later. It's too hot to eat much, the mountain goods vendor said, swallowing hard. Once Chen's father finished his meal, Chen Yefeng delivered the weighed goods to the restaurant owner. Business was thriving, meals were settled, a perfect balance. As noon wore on, the market grew quieter, though it was expected that more people would arrive in the afternoon. However, Chen Yefeng and his companions could hardly wait, as they were eager to catch the afternoon bus home. Father, why don't we take these to the restaurants and see if we can sell them all? They had brought nearly 100 pounds of dried fish, with around 30 pounds remaining, while half of the dried snail meat was left. However, the snail meat, harvested just a couple of days ago from Meihua Island, amounted to only a few dozen pounds, far less than the silverfish. It is worth noting that during their recent fishing endeavor, they managed to haul in over 1,000 live white sailfish. Based on the estimate that 1,000 pounds of live fish could yield 300 to 400 pounds of dried fish, their current stock of dried fish amounts to approximately 500 to 600 pounds. It is imperative that these dried fish are sold promptly, otherwise, it would be a tremendous waste, considering the effort expended by so many for so long, only to end up with nothing. Well then, if they can be sold, that would be ideal. Father Chun weighed the remaining dried fish and nodded in agreement with a sense of satisfaction. Feeling optimistic about today's sales, they planned to make several trips to the county town, hoping that, with a bit of luck, they could sell off all the dried fish. Just then, as the father and son prepared to depart with their goods, a voice suddenly called out to them. Chapter 183. The middleman Chen Yefeng halted in his tracks, his gaze shifting to the source of the voice. The newcomer, though not particularly tall, possessed a resolute face and deep-set eyes that conveyed a sense of depth. What do you seek? He inquired. I heard there is a seller of dried fish in this area. and that the quality is quite remarkable. I was also told they serve samples. Is that you? Indeed, that is us, Chen Yefeng replied, relieved to hear the man intended to purchase dried fish rather than cause trouble. Unfortunately, the samples have all been consumed, or else I would have offered you a taste. Hearing the man was interested in buying, Chen Yefeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He returned to the bag, reopening it to reveal the silvery dried fish within, the faint scent of saltiness wafting through the air, tantalizing and mouth-watering. These are white sailfish, aren't they? They appear to be of excellent quality. Did you dry them yourselves? The man inquired, inspecting the contents of the bag and shaking it gently to ensure there were no impurities or inferior fish mixed in. He nodded in satisfaction. Chen Yefeng offered the man a cigarette, smiling broadly as he said, "You have a keen eye, sir. We are merely honest fishermen, not those unscrupulous merchants who pursue profit at any cost." Father Chen chimed in, "These white sailfish were all caught by our fishing vessel. We carefully removed the innards and dried them under the sun, so you can rest assured of their quality." Being an experienced fisherman himself, Father Chen felt confident in the craftsmanship of their dried fish. "How much do you sell your small dried fish for?" the man asked with genuine interest. Father Chen exchanged a glance with his son before cautiously replying, 22 cents per pound. If you have ration tickets, we can offer a discount." The man responded, "If I purchase in bulk, could you reduce the price further, perhaps offer a wholesale rate?" Chen Yefeng interjected, "Ah, sir, you must understand the hardships we fishermen face. To prepare these dried fish, our family has toiled for several days. My parents have hardly slept a wink, watching over the drying process." His words were heartfelt, vividly illustrating the arduous labor involved, evoking empathy. "Indeed, sir, we cannot lower the price any further. It is already quite reasonable. We are not engaged in reselling. Every penny earned is hard-earned." Father Chen skillfully played the sympathy card. "I will take all your dried fish, but surely the price can be adjusted. I need to make a profit on my wholesale purchase as well." What do you mean by that?" Chen Yefeng was momentarily taken aback, unable to process the situation. He contemplated the bag of dried fish in his possession, weighing only 20 to 30 kilograms, not a substantial amount. However, when the other party mentioned wanting to wholesale it, he wondered what could be done with such a meager supply. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. "Are you truly interested in purchasing all the dried fish from my family? We have several hundred kilograms at home. If you are indeed willing to buy it all, we can negotiate the price." Chen's father, equally excited, chimed in, "If you really want that much, we can certainly discuss terms. If this individual buys up our stock of several hundred kilograms, it would save us a great deal of hassle." The man inquired, "How much dried fish do you have left at home? If I were to purchase it all, could we arrange a more favorable price?" Chen Yefeng replied, cautiously, "If you take all our stock, I can offer you a discounted price of 20 cents per kilogram. What do you think?" The man rolled his eyes in response. "Are you seriously suggesting that after all this, you would charge me even a penny less?" Chen Yefeng smiled. "A penny is not insignificant. We still have 400 to 500 kilograms. A penny less per kilogram would amount to several dollars in savings. As fishermen, earning a living is no easy feat. We rise early and toil late, relying entirely on nature, facing various unknown risks at sea, all for those fish. All right, we'll settle on 20 cents per kilogram, but you must guarantee the quality is the same as this batch. Otherwise, I won't accept it. Of course, the quality will be consistent. I pride myself on my honesty. Feel free to inquire about my reputation in the area. It is impeccable." Hearing his son's words, Chen's father silently rolled his eyes, thinking how audaciously Chen Yefeng could speak, unaware of how he was once looked down upon in the village. Chen Yefeng continued, "Brother, what do they call you? Your accent suggests you are not from around here." The dialects spoken among them varied slightly, as there were numerous local dialects, such as Hakka, Hua, Li, and Danjia, with many people conversing in the common tongue. "I am Li Yi, a native of the Chaoshan region in eastern Guangdong, here specifically for business." Li Yi replied, "Our area was once governed by eastern Guangdong province, but it has since been reassigned to the Anzhou region. We were all Hakka back then." From Li Yi's demeanor and speech, Chen Yefeng deduced his identity. If he was not mistaken, Li Yi was a middleman, a trader in the business of buying and selling. In the modern era, such dealings are commonplace. However, in the early 1980s, engaging in speculative trade was a serious offense, and those involved in significant transactions had to tread carefully. After settling on a price, they purchased all the fish from their bags and even provided an extra 20 yuan as a deposit, requesting that the fish be delivered by the same time the following day. "Father, who would have thought we'd be so fortunate?" Just as we were about to leave, we encountered a benefactor. Chen Yefeng cheerfully tucked away the money, his face beaming with joy. He had previously pondered how to sell off the dried fish, and unexpectedly meeting a middleman eager to buy their entire stock was a stroke of good fortune. How could he not be elated? Father Chen reminded. Make sure you secure the money. Do not let it slip away. Chen Yefeng nodded in assurance. Do not worry, it will not fall. My wife has sewn a small pocket into my underwear to conceal it, hidden from sight. He turned his back to stash the money securely, feeling its firmness, which added considerable strength to his already robust stature. Is that man truly placing his trust in us? Without any signed agreement, he dares to offer a deposit of 20 yuan, unafraid that we might abscond with the money? Father Chen muttered. 20 yuan is no trifling sum. Were it him, he would hesitate to part with it. Chen Yefeng dismissed the concern, saying, he is engaged in a substantial business. How could he possibly fret over such trivial amounts? Moreover, he must view us as reliable. Otherwise, he would not be so generous. Father Chen lowered his voice. Do you think he is involved in speculative dealings? He glanced around to ensure they were not overheard before voicing his suspicion. Chen Yefeng replied nonchalantly, that is beyond our concern. We have not indulged in any unscrupulous activities. The dried fish we sell are those we have painstakingly caught, cleaned, and dried. We have committed no wrongdoing, and our conscience is clear. Father Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are merely fishermen selling dried fish. What the buyers do with it is not our business. Father, should we take the dried shellfish back with us or continue selling them? Chen Yefeng inquired. Since there was still ample time, they decided to keep selling. It is unfortunate that he did not want the shellfish. Otherwise, it would have been ideal to sell them together. Nevertheless, I am grateful that he has taken the dried fish. Let us proceed to the nearby restaurants and see if we can sell off the shellfish. With that, Chen Yefeng set off towards the market's restaurants, carrying the dried shellfish. Chapter 184. An earthquake. They successfully sold all the dried shellfish to the restaurants and folded their bags for storage. Father, why not spend a few cents on a rickshaw to take us to the bus station? Father Chen retorted, why seek a rickshaw? It is not far. A few cents is hardly significant. Wouldn't it be better to save that money for food? Chen Yefeng, not wishing to quarrel with his father, opted to walk, considering it a form of physical exercise. As they approached the bus station, they spotted the bus to Yanlu Town departing. Hey, we haven't boarded yet. It's your fault, Father. If we had taken a rickshaw, we would have made it. Stop wasting time. Hurry and chase after it. Do you wish to spend the night here? Yes, quickly. Thus, they raced after the bus. Fortunately, it had not gone far before it halted, allowing them to board successfully. After another hour of jostling, they finally returned to the town, retrieving their cart from a familiar face and pushing it homeward. Father, why don't we raise a donkey like Uncle Air? It would serve dual purposes, pulling the cart and doing work. As they walked home, Chen Yefeng expressed his thoughts. He felt that having a donkey in the countryside was invaluable. It could carry loads and assist with tasks, and if they ventured to Shirkong Town for the market, it could also help earn some income. Father Chen looked at his son. You think of everything. Who will take care of the donkey if we buy one? I can take care of it. Let us postpone this matter for now and instead focus on how to transport the dried fish to the county tomorrow. The inconvenient transportation is indeed quite vexing. One would expect to feel joy upon receiving such a substantial order, yet here I am, burdened with logistical concerns. It is disheartening. We still have around 400 to 500 pounds of dried fish left at home, which makes taking a bus utterly impractical. Currently, I am contemplating whether to hire a donkey cart or use a tractor. Upon returning home, Father Chen went to borrow a donkey cart from my uncle, but he returned empty-handed, stating that the cart was unavailable tomorrow. After dinner, Chen Yefeng suggested reaching out to Azai to see if his aunt's tractor would be free for rent the following day. Azai, displaying great camaraderie, promptly visited his aunt to borrow the vehicle, and to his delight, he successfully secured it. Azai, I never anticipated that your aunt would be so generous. She readily lent you the tractor without concern for its condition. No worries, my aunt's family is quite affluent. For them, a tractor is a trivial matter. Indeed, they are a prominent aquaculture family and were even honored as a 10,000 yuan household last year, reportedly featured in the newspaper. The tractor is a second-hand model, originally owned by the production team of their village, which Azai's uncle purchased when it was to be sold. Typically, tractors are used for hauling feed, and when not in use, they simply lie idle. Azai enjoys a good relationship with his aunt's family. Whenever he requires the tractor, as long as it is available, he can borrow it. Moreover, this time around, the borrowing is not without compensation, as Chen Yefeng will pay for its use. Coincidentally, Azai has a day off tomorrow and has agreed to drive the vehicle over. Let us finalize this arrangement. You can drive over to my house for lunch tomorrow, and then we will head to the county together. With a tractor at our disposal, the journey from here to the county should only take about an hour. Unlike the bus, which has a fixed route and stops for passengers, thus prolonging the travel time. No problem, just ensure that a sumptuous feast awaits me. Azai chuckled. Should we invite Air Pao along? He has likely never been to the county, and this would be a great opportunity for him to broaden his horizons. I will go inform him. He will surely be thrilled, as he has nothing to occupy his time at home. Air Pao's family did not go to the beach. And with his father working at the meat processing plant, he currently has no duties other than caring for the livestock. After this conversation, Chen Yefeng fell silent. Upon returning home, the sky had dimmed, and Mother Chen was in the kitchen with Zhou Haiying, preparing a meal that filled the air with an irresistible aroma. Phone. How did it go? Were you able to borrow the vehicle? Zhou Haiying inquired curiously as Chen Yefeng entered the kitchen. Yes. Azai will bring his aunt's tractor tomorrow to load the goods, Chen Yefeng replied. Mother Chen beamed. Wonderful. Having a vehicle is a relief. By the way, remember to compensate them for the use of their vehicle. After all, we are using it to transport goods for sale. I know. No need to remind me. Chen Yefeng said thoughtfully. Mother, shouldn't we consider building a proper kitchen? Isn't this already a kitchen? What more do you want? Mother Chen replied. Stirring a dish of stir-fried yard-long beans with conch meat. Yard-long beans are a local term for what is commonly known as green beans. Add some water and soy sauce to simmer, for in this era, aside from soy sauce and monosodium glutamate, other condiments are indeed quite difficult to procure. Chen Yefeng pursed his lips and remarked, Mother, just take a look. This is hardly a kitchen, but rather a woodshed, filled to the brim with firewood. And there isn't even a place to chop vegetables, forcing us to squat on the ground to prepare the meal. Isn't this how we've always done it around here? No one seems to have any fancy kitchens. Chen's mother lifted the lid of the pot, and a waft of steam mingled with a delightful aroma enveloped her senses, warm and reassuring. She peered into the pot, noticing that the string beans appeared to be undercooked. She added a bit more water and continued to simmer them. Undercooked string beans can be toxic. Hence, everyone tends to cook them a bit longer to ensure they are thoroughly prepared. Chen Yefeng then suggested, wouldn't it be better to have a proper kitchen? We could set up a counter to chop vegetables while having a clean and tidy wood stove. Chen's father entered the room. Do you think establishing a kitchen comes without cost? Day in and day out. I wonder what is going through your mind. First you want to buy a donkey. Now a kitchen. If money is an issue, I could cover the expenses. It shouldn't be too much. Is the money in your pocket burning a hole? Save some for the fishing boat you're aiming to purchase. Upon hearing his father's words, Chen Yefeng promptly fell silent, acknowledging that perhaps he had been a bit overzealous, thinking of ways to spend the money he had just earned. However, his father's reasoning held merit. Acquiring the fishing boat should take precedence. Yet, after such a long wait, there was still no news regarding the boat. If, after some time, an opportunity to purchase a fishing boat arose, he intended to visit the shipyard in Haicheng to inquire. He wondered if there was a waiting list for custom orders and how long it might take. After dinner, Chen Yefeng washed up and retired for the night. Zhou Haiying, having attended classes all day, felt equally fatigued. Thus, they did not engage in any further activities. In the dead of night, as Chen Yefeng was lost in a drowsy slumber, he suddenly felt his bed tremble and creak, a sound all too familiar. Before he could fully grasp the situation, he heard his father shouting from the courtyard, "An earthquake! An earthquake! Come out quickly!" Chapter 185. The flood season for small squid and earthquake? It finally dawned on Chen Yefeng, and he hastily donned his clothes. Zhou Haiying was also roused by the commotion, and together they each carried a child as they rushed outside. At that moment, it seemed as if the entire village had emerged, a cacophony of voices discussing the tremors. Indeed, an earthquake had occurred, confirming the tales of seismic fish that Ah Feng had mentioned. The shaking had been quite intense, enough to jolt him from his bed. "Hey, is your bed all right?" He chuckled. "I was in nothing but my shorts. My first instinct was to dash outside without even putting on my pants. Earthquakes are truly terrifying. Just look at the devastation in Tangshan a few years back. So many lives lost, it was dreadful." Chen Yefeng, clad in shorts, cradled the child and made his way to the courtyard, relieved to find his family unharmed. Their hearts, once heavy with worry, finally found solace. They dared not return indoors to sleep, uncertain if further tremors would follow. Thus, the family decided to camp in the yard, though plagued by mosquitoes. Preserving their lives took precedence. After all, should the house collapse, they would be left with nothing. That night, nearly everyone in the village struggled to find restful slumber, as they were all feasting the mosquitoes in the yard. By dawn, no further tremors had occurred, and many could no longer endure the anxiety, retreating indoors for a brief respite. The following day, villagers continued to discuss the seismic event, hearing rumors that the epicenter lay in the waters near Sheung Island, with the situation there remaining unknown. Their own village had been somewhat spared, though the nearby Shaowei village had suffered a collapsed home, with reports of casualties. In contrast, their village experienced minimal impact, as their houses remained intact and there were no reports of injuries or fatalities. Chen's mother, upon learning of the earthquake affecting her natal home, was in a state of unease, her mind elsewhere in all her endeavors. She fretted over the well-being of her elder and second uncles, anxiously lamenting their lack of communication due to the absence of telephone service on the island. Her parents had long passed, leaving her closest ties with her uncles. The remote Sheong Island remained without electricity, still living in the era of kerosene lamps. "Mother, please cease your restless pacing. Your uncles are likely safe, after all. It is said that the quake occurred at sea and was not severe," Chen Yefeng reassured her, witnessing her distress. "I am concerned. What if the tremors were so close that the entire island sank?" She countered. Chen Yefeng, taken aback by her imagination, replied, "Where have you ever heard of an island being submerged by an earthquake? If that were the case, how would the inhabitants survive? The entire nation resides on that island. It would spell doom." After breakfast, Chen Yefeng busied himself, cycling to the town to purchase some vegetables, using ration coupons to acquire rice and flour from the black market. By midday, he pedaled to Ehai Primary School to pick up his wife and children. The school did not provide lunch. Students either brought their meals or returned home to eat. Today, he had the time to fetch them. A bicycle, designated for 5, drew the envy of a neighbor. Asan, as they approached home. As they neared, the sound of a tractor rumbled from behind. It was Aji and Airpang. "Afeng, are you performing acrobatics?" Aji jested, seeing Chen Yefeng laden with children. The sight of the tractor made the children's eyes sparkle. With a tractor, who needed a bicycle? "Get on, all of you. I'm exhausted," Chen Yefeng instructed Aji to halt, gathering the children into the vehicle's bed. "Wow, I'm finally riding on a tractor. This is so much fun. I'll eat my lunch on the tractor." The tractor is rather unremarkable once seated upon. I had anticipated something more. This afternoon, I must convey my thoughts to Aliang, as sitting on the tractor is far from comfortable. A few children are joyfully bouncing in the carriage, utterly delighted. The 2 little ones are engrossed in their merriment, leaping about the carriage, while Sanzi squints, contemplating how to impress his companions. After all, he has experienced both the bicycle and the tractor. It would be remiss not to share his impressions. "Fatty, I leave these children in your care," Chen Yefeng instructed the chubby boy in the carriage. Having said this, he rode off home with his wife. "Fatty, you all better sit still, if you keep jumping around. I will toss you off the tractor," Fatty warned, prompting Sanzi and the others to immediately quiet down and behave. This amiable, yet formidable uncle could be quite intimidating when angered. Aji drove the tractor into the courtyard, where Chen's mother had already prepared the meal. "Dinner is ready. Go wash your hands," she called out, her voice resonating without the need for a megaphone, reverberating in everyone's ears. "What are you kids doing on the tractor? Aren't you hungry? You'll be heading to school soon, so hurry up and wash your hands." "Mom, can we eat on the tractor?" Sanzi asked with hopeful eyes. Yes, we want to eat on the tractor too," chimed in Xiangzi and the others. Chen's mother immediately adopted a stern demeanor, hands on her hips. "Get down right now. Do you think eating on the tractor will make the food taste better?" Hearing her raised voice, the children promptly scurried to wash their hands and obediently took their seats at the table. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yefeng couldn't help but smile. It was indeed his mother who knew how to be stern when necessary, asserting her authority as an elder. Excessive pampering would only spoil the children and instill poor habits. "Aji, Fatty, let us eat. There's nothing fancy today, but feel free to have what you like. This afternoon, I'll treat you to a restaurant in the county," Chen Yefeng said graciously. "There's meat, fish, and even crabs. This is more than enough," Aji replied cheerfully. "Exactly. What more could you wish for?" Fatty echoed. "Well, if that's the case, I want to take you out tonight," Chen Yefeng jested. "Do as you please. As long as there's food and drink, we're content." The two laughed, not overly concerned with such trivialities. As they enjoyed the meal, Chen Yefeng remarked, "This calamari is truly a specialty of my mother's. Sautéed with celery to create a crisp and delightful dish that pairs wonderfully with rice." He savored a piece of calamari, appreciating its chewy texture and exquisite flavor. The season for small squid had yet to arrive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have splurged on buying them. The prime time for catching small squid typically falls between March and April, around the Qingming festival, a golden opportunity for a lucrative catch. Chapter 186. Wild boar piglets. After finishing their meal, Chen Yefeng and the others began transferring items onto the tractor. After drying, the white bait was surprisingly light, appearing to fill a large bag, yet weighing only 30 to 40 pounds. A total of 14 bags were filled with dried fish, with one bag containing only half. weighing approximately 20 pounds, which was left behind to be used as a meal at home. Before loading onto the vehicle, each bag of dried fish was weighed. Collectively, they amounted to 544 pounds. While not excessively heavy, their bulk filled the tractor's trailer to capacity. Chen Yefeng and Pang sat in the trailer, while Azai initiated the tractor with a Z-shaped lever. The tractor emitted a low rumble, akin to a beast's deep roar. Ergo, I truly envy you for being able to go to the county town. I have never been there in my life, remarked Sanzi enviously. If only we could ride the tractor to the county town. That would certainly be quite impressive, and I'd have the bragging rights among my classmates. Ahui, what are you thinking? Do you believe we are merely visiting the county town for leisure? We are going there to work hard, Pang replied. Though he had never been to the county town either, he felt a sense of anticipation within. If you do not study diligently, you will end up accompanying your brother to the sea to sell your labor, Chen Fu remarked somberly. He decided not to accompany them to the county town that afternoon, feeling reassured by his second son's demeanor. Is that so? Sanzi's eyes brightened at his father's words. If that's the case, why bother with middle school? It would be splendid to become a man who conquers the sea alongside my brother. I shall stop studying as well. I want to accompany father to the sea to earn money, exclaimed Chen Xinshin, who surprisingly absorbed her father's words. Tossing aside her backpack and attempting to climb onto the vehicle. Xinshin is not studying anymore. Then neither will I. Xiangzi imitated her, discarding his backpack and scrambling onto the vehicle. I want to study. I want to go to the sea, Rongrong said in a babyish voice, quietly picking up her siblings' backpacks before attempting to climb onto the tractor. You are all being rebellious. Get down immediately, or I shall break your legs, Zhou Haiying admonished sternly. The children were startled and quickly scrambled down from the vehicle, particularly Sanzi, who trembled at the sound of his sister-in-law's authoritative voice, was the most intimidated and dared not defy her wishes. Now that the children are down, Azai, start the engine, Chen Yefeng called from the vehicle. Upon hearing his command, Azai drove the tractor out of the yard and along the gravel road toward the county town. Along the way, children who spotted the tractor joyfully chased after it, feeling it was much more impressive than any vehicle from the future. Chen Yefeng and Pang sat in the trailer, enjoying the cool breeze and gazing at the picturesque rural scenery. The sensation of not having to squeeze into a bus was truly delightful. After nearly an hour, they arrived in the county town. It was Pang's first visit, and everything appeared novel to him. Indeed, this is the county town. It feels far more prosperous than Shikong town, and the houses are so much more beautiful. Next time, I will take you to Haicheng. You have never been there, right? Pang? Now, Haicheng has transformed into a prefecture-level city, experiencing rapid development. It is believed that it will not be long before it distances itself significantly from Lianzhou County. What Chen Yefeng stated is indeed factual. Haicheng's future development will swiftly surpass that of Lianzhou County. Ultimately, Lianzhou County may be directly designated as a subordinate county of Haicheng. Many are left in disbelief that this ancient city, steeped in 1,000 years of history, has fallen to such a state. It is worth noting that Haicheng was once merely a small town under the jurisdiction of Lianzhou County, but has since undergone a remarkable transformation to become its own leader. Pao, with a cheeky grin, remarked, I've heard that Sanzhong Road and Qianjin Road are famous for being flower streets. Have you ever visited such places? Chen Yefeng immediately shook his head, asserting, I am a respectable person. How could I possibly go to such places? Azai, while driving, chuckled. I've heard that there are men from our village who frequently indulge in such establishments. I wonder if it's true? Chen Yefeng teased. Are you too interested in visiting such places? If so, there's no need to travel all the way to Haicheng. Lianzhou has its own brothels. Azai, with a look of surprise, asked, Feng, you seem quite familiar. Have you been there before? Get lost, Chen Yefeng scoffed. I have a wife and would never go to such places. In a previous life, this fellow often sought such escapades after divorcing his wife. If anyone was familiar with those places, it would be him. The trio bantered their way to the South City Market, where the crowd was relatively sparse. Chen Yefeng instructed Azai to park the tractor by the roadside. After disembarking, he headed to the spot where he had set up his stall the day before. He wondered if the gentleman named Li Yi had arrived. He should have asked for a phone number to facilitate communication. As he approached the temporary stall, he noticed a gathering of people around it from a distance. This stall belonged to Uncle Shanhua. What is everyone looking at? Chen Yefeng inquired curiously as he walked over. To his surprise, he saw a bamboo cage in front of Uncle Shanhua's stall, containing a small brown wild boar cub, adorned with various patterns and alive, squeaking within. Is this little wild boar for sale? Yes. Would you like to buy it? It was caught in the mountains. You can keep it as a pet. How much? This little piglet is 5 yuan. What? 5 yuan? That seems rather exorbitant. With that amount, one could purchase several pounds of fatty meat. This piglet appears quite thin, lacking substantial meat, and raising it might not guarantee its survival. As others inquired about the price of the piglet, Uncle Shanhua promptly provided an amount. Upon hearing this price, the inquirer quickly remarked that it seemed a bit steep. Others echoed this sentiment, feeling that spending such a sum on such a small piglet was not a wise investment. Chen Yefeng observed for a while, but paid little heed. After waiting for about 20 to 30 minutes, Li Yi finally arrived. Once he did, Chen Yefeng guided him to the tractor. "Are all these dried fish?" Li Yi asked, noticing the considerable amount. "One small bag contains snail meat, the rest are dried fish," Chen Yefeng replied. Without further ado, Li Yi hopped onto the vehicle to randomly inspect the quality of the dried fish. Upon inspection, he remarked, "The quality of this dried fish is quite commendable, just like the last batch. Let us weigh it first." With that, he instructed a few individuals to wait while he called for a vehicle. Shortly thereafter, a small truck arrived, indicating that the other party was indeed conducting substantial business, even utilizing a truck for their operations. The next step involved weighing. Their truck was equipped with a ground scale, which made it quite convenient to weigh several stacked bags at once. Chen Yefeng was unperturbed by the possibility of discrepancies in the scale brought by them, as the dried fish had already been weighed prior to their arrival. If there were a significant shortage, it would imply fraudulent scales, which he would certainly reject. Chapter 187. You can afford a fishing boat? It totals 543 pounds, brother. Take a look, Li Yi said, showing him the figures written in his notebook. "No worries, I trust you, brother," Chen Yefeng replied with an expression of complete faith. "The difference from what I weighed at home is just 1 pound. It's not a major issue." Li Yi rolled his eyes internally, recognizing the irony in his companion's eloquent speech, fully aware that the weight had indeed been measured beforehand. Nevertheless, he chose not to comment further and proceeded to make the payment. The previously agreed price for 543 pounds of dried fish was 21 cents per pound, amounting to 11,403 yuan. Chen Yefeng, being generous, decided not to take the extra 3 cents, instructing Li Yi to simply hand him 114 yuan. After receiving the money, Chen Yefeng moistened his lips and counted the cash to ensure accuracy before asking Azai and the others to assist in loading the dried fish onto the truck. "Brother Yi, are you certain you don't want those dried snail meats?" Chen Yefeng inquired again, unwilling to give up hope after the fish had been loaded. It would be ideal if the other party accepted them, as he was reluctant to sell them individually. "No need, those are too cheap and hard to sell. There's little profit to be made," replied Li Yi as he took his seat in the passenger side. However, just as the truck was about to depart, he reconsidered and wrote Chen Yefeng a note, stating that if there were any good goods in the future, he could directly call the number provided. "Not a problem. Safe travels," Chen Yefeng replied promptly, accepting the note, which contained a series of numbers, Li Yi's phone number. Once the truck had left, Peng and Azai quickly gathered around. "Did you really just earn over 100 yuan? That seems awfully easy," Azai expressed with envy. He and his father took turns going to the sea, hardly earning that much in 3 months. "I feel that going to the sea is quite profitable. It's almost comparable to my father's 2-month salary at the meat processing factory," Peng admitted, revealing a hint of envy as well. Chen Yefeng retorted dismissively, "What are you thinking? This money is not solely mine. It will be divided among several people." Beyond sharing profits with his elder brother, there were also wages to be distributed to those who assisted, and after deducting transportation costs and other expenses, he would likely end up with only a few dozen yuan. Moreover, the entire process of drying the fish consumed considerable time. Earning money is not as effortless as it seems. "That makes sense," Peng replied, his envy dissipating as he became intrigued by Li Yi's business. "Afeng, what kind of business is that brother Yi involved in?" Since the reform and opening up, some astute individuals have begun to see further than the average person, seizing opportunities and becoming the trendsetters of their time. "He is a middleman, a pioneer of this era. Do you think he is not making money?" Chen Yefeng whispered. "Ah, so that is the case. No wonder they are so wealthy." Upon hearing this, Peng and Azhi were left speechless, their faces reflecting a sudden understanding. Enough of envying others. Those who engage in such businesses also face risks. Failure could lead to dire consequences, Chen Yefeng remarked with a smile, choosing silence thereafter. Each individual possesses limited capabilities, and there is no necessity to covet what others have. They parked the tractor by the roadside, and the trio ventured into various restaurants to promote their dried snail meat. Azhi and Peng felt somewhat anxious, as approaching potential customers was rather daunting. However, Chen Yefeng exhibited remarkable boldness, entering each restaurant with confidence to market their product. Peng and Azhi admired his audacity, quietly acknowledging his thick skin and willingness to engage in any endeavor. Chen Yefeng guided them in promoting their goods near the market, visiting numerous eateries before proceeding to the dry goods store in the market. Through his diligent efforts, every last piece of dried snail meat was sold. Ah, we have finally sold out. Shall we return or continue exploring here? Chen Yefeng inquired. Having sold the final portion to a dry goods store, let us head back. It seems there is not much to see in the county seat, Aji responded. Initially, it was somewhat intriguing, but now it had lost its charm, echoed Pang. Chen Yefeng chuckled. Indeed, there is little to entertain in the county. We should visit Yongzhou City next time. After all, it is the provincial capital. Though Chen Yefeng had contemplated treating them to a meal, they both insisted they weren't hungry. Then let us purchase some vegetables at the market to prepare dinner at home, he proposed. That sounds reasonable. Dining out isn't cost-effective. Cooking together at home is quite pleasant, Pang concurred. Very well, let us see what the market offers. Chen Yefeng declared as they entered the market. With ample vegetables at home, they headed directly to the meat stalls. There, they discovered beef and lamb. Likely due to it being afternoon, everything was discounted, and they purchased a small quantity of each. After a thorough exploration of the market, they weighed out suitable items to bring home. Exiting the market, they stumbled upon a roadside stall selling snacks, colorful cakes, fried dumplings, radish rolls, water glutinous rice, and tofu pudding were all available. Chen Yefeng asked his companions what they wished to eat, suggesting they grab something to satiate their hunger. After enjoying their snacks, they also bought some treats for the elderly and children back home. As they made their way toward the tractor, Chen Yefeng noticed the mountain goods vendor had yet to depart, and his stall was devoid of customers. To his surprise, a small piglet remained unsold. Good sir, this little piglet has yet to find a home, Chen Yefeng remarked, offering the vendor a cigarette. Not yet. Everyone hesitates to spend, the vendor replied, accepting the cigarette and grinning. Ah, I'm taking advantage of your generosity again. Has your father not come today? Not today, he is at home. Can this little piglet be cared for? Chen Yefeng mused, finding the piglet quite adorable. Keeping it as a pet seemed delightful. Though roasted piglet is tempting, he found himself unable to take such a step. It can certainly be raised. What makes you think it can't? If it doesn't survive, at least it would yield a few pounds of meat. Chen Yefeng rolled his eyes and remarked, You speak as if there's no flaw in your reasoning. Very well. I'll assist you in purchasing it. You must also sell me that cage. Otherwise, I won't have a means to contain it. No need to buy it. Consider the cage a gift from me to you, came the response. You still have 2 doves over there. How much do you intend to sell them for? I'll buy them all. Just give me a total of 6 yuan. All right. Chen Yefeng nodded, counted the money for the uncle selling mountain goods, and then headed towards the tractor with his acquisitions. Upon arriving at the vehicle, he provided some water and vegetable leaves to the piglet, ensuring it wouldn't perish along the way. Aji cheerfully inquired, Feng, are we having such an extravagant feast today? Are we even roasting a suckling pig? What suckling pig? I intend to raise this one. Do not frighten it, Chen Yefeng retorted with mild annoyance. The piglet grunted softly in its cage. Pao, feeling tempted, suggested, Why don't we stop by the dock to weigh some seafood? We could enjoy a delightful feast of mountain delicacies and ocean treasures tonight. You certainly have a taste for good food, Chen Yefeng replied. Let us see how the seafood fares. My elder brother and 5th uncle have gone to the sea. We should check what they bring back. Aji, cranking the engine, asked, Are you truly not planning to join your brother and the others in fishing at sea? Leaning lazily against the truck bed, Chen Yefeng replied, With so many people crowding onto a single fishing boat, it lacks excitement, and the profits are meager. My brother-in-law has had such dreadful luck. During his last outing, he nearly lost his life, which has left him quite fearful. Indeed, it's far better to have your own fishing boat. By the way, Aji, your father and your 2nd uncle are in the fishing business. If you hear of anyone selling a fishing boat, do let me know. Are you seriously considering buying a boat? Aji and Pao exchanged surprised glances, astonished by how rapidly Chen Yefeng seemed to accumulate wealth. Previously, everyone had been struggling, yet this fellow had secretly prospered. It's not a vast sum. Should I find myself short, you two could lend me a little. Get lost. Get lost. Chapter 188, News of the Fishing Boat upon returning home. Chen Yefeng instructed Aji to drive the tractor to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau in Lianzhou County to register the trademark for Jinju cake. It remains uncertain how things will evolve in that direction, but for now, he decided to secure the trademark, especially since it wouldn't incur significant expenses. Moreover, the process was straightforward. The trademark law had just been enacted in 82, and there was little emphasis on trademarks at the time. Few had registered trademarks. So once it was done, Chen Yefeng returned to the tractor and directed Aji to continue driving. After another hour, The tractor finally arrived back at the small fishing village. After dropping Chen Yefeng off at home, Aji prepared to return the vehicle to his aunt. Chen Yefeng offered him money, but Aji only accepted 5 yuan for fuel, which was intended for his aunt. As for his wage, he declined to take any. Air Pao also refused payment. They were friends, and it felt inappropriate to charge for a small favor. Besides, in the county town, Chen Yefeng had already treated them to snacks and planned to invite them for a sumptuous feast of mountain delicacies and seafood that evening. Second brother, what kind of pig is this? Uncle, is this pig one that you bought to raise? It's so adorable. May I play with it? This is a gift from my father. None of you are allowed to touch it. Yes, it's mine and my sister's. A group of children gathered around the pig pen, chattering incessantly, utterly enamored with the piglet. Have you all completed your assignments for today? No one is allowed to light the kerosene lamp to do homework tonight. Chen Yefeng remarked, observing their distraction from studies and feeling a growing urge to shoo them away. Uncle, where did you buy this piglet? How much did it cost? I want my father to help me get one too, Xiangzi asked, tugging at Chen Yefeng. Weren't you always wanting to buy a donkey? Why are you suddenly interested in pigs? I've decided against the donkey. It's too expensive. A piglet like this should be affordable, right? Xiangzi felt a surge of desire to raise a pig. He believed his parents would be willing to fund such a modest purchase. I doubt your parents will buy it for you. By the way, why do you come over here every day instead of staying at home? Because I'm the only child at home. It's rather dull, Xiangzi replied. Chen Yefeng chuckled. You silly boy. Just pester your parents for a younger sibling. Then you'll have someone to play with. Xiangzi shook his head vigorously. I don't want that. I don't want to share my things. Haha, what a clever little rascal. The reason you don't want siblings is that you're afraid they'll take your belongings. Yefeng, why are you teasing him? If he goes home and truly asks for a sibling, how will you explain it to your brother and sister-in-law? Zhou Haiying interjected, having overheard their conversation, amused yet exasperated. Is it wrong to suggest a second child? Have you not noticed how lonely Xiangzi is? Chen Yefeng replied with a smile. Enough. Grandma asked me to fetch you. You should go see her. Grandma? What is it? It seems Uncle has come to see you. He wants you to go over. Oh, then I shall head over. Please keep an eye on this piglet. Don't let them harm it. Zhou Haiying frowned. Aren't you planning to roast it? You wouldn't really raise it, would you? As if. Who said I wanted to roast it? I bought it to raise, Chen Yefeng retorted as he walked away. By the way, remember to boil water for those 2 doves and pluck their feathers. There's beef and lamb on the table. Gather it up so the dog doesn't snatch it. And share some snacks with them. As he stepped outside, he caught sight of Lao Huang just as he was about to enter. It seemed Lao Huang had overheard their conversation. He paused momentarily before angrily turning away. That insolent dog dares to show me disdain? I told Aing to secure the meat. I never said to guard it against him. He should be wary of all dogs. As Chen Yefeng made his way toward Grandma's house, Lao Huang glanced back at him and quickly entered. Bang! The heavy gate of Grandma's yard swung shut of its own accord. Thank goodness the gate doesn't lock automatically. Otherwise, I might have been trapped outside by a dog. Chen Yefeng muttered as he entered, only to see the big yellow dog sprint past him without a backward glance. He had no intention of quarreling with the dog. Upon entering the courtyard, he first noticed Zhao Gowen's tricycle, followed by the sight of his grandparents relaxing beneath the large tree. Despite it being September, the weather remained swelteringly warm, and they were dressed in shorts and short-sleeved shirts. Grandfather, grandmother, and Chen Yefeng approached to greet them. They were gathered around a small bamboo table, which bore guavas and jackfruits. These 2 fruits were currently abundant in their region, with nearly every household possessing them. Guavas, known locally as fanshou or sometimes referred to as chicken dung fruit, had a uniquely special flavor, a delightful blend of various aromas. Uncle also arrived, prompting Chen Yefeng to curiously inquire, Are you here to reward me? Had it not been for his discovery, the tomb robbery case would likely not have been resolved so swiftly. Without timely evidence, Sun Zeng and his accomplices might have remained at large. Thus, Chen Yefeng's contribution was indeed significant. Rubbing his hands together, he eagerly awaited news of the reward. Ahem, Zhao Gowen coughed lightly. The reward has not yet been finalized. But the banner has already been prepared and will be delivered in a few days. Oh, I see. Uncle, what brings you here this time? Chen Yefeng inquired. Slightly disappointed, yet somewhat comforted by the mention of a reward, Zhao Gowen replied solemnly. The tomb robbery case has been resolved. It has been confirmed that Lin Dayton from Fuwu village aided the gang of tomb robbers by providing cover with his fishing boat. This Lin Dayton's crimes are unforgivable. Although he is drowned, the fishing boat used for the crime will be confiscated. The border defense station intends to sell this boat. And I heard that you are currently in the market for a fishing vessel, so I wanted to see if you might be interested in purchasing it. Of course, I am interested. What is the price? Chen Yefeng admitted he was intrigued. He had seen Lin Dayton's fishing boat before. It was a large wooden vessel equipped with a sleeping cabin, trawl nets, a winch, and a diesel engine, among other essentials. If the price were right, he would seriously consider acquiring it. Rest assured, the price is internal. You will not be taken advantage of, Zhao Guan assured him. Chen Yefeng expressed his gratitude. That is truly wonderful. Thank you, Uncle Lin. I will prepare dinner at my home tonight and bring back the necessary ingredients from the county. There's no need for such formality, Zhao Guan replied, declining the offer. Are you worried my father might disapprove? It's all right. We are all relatives, after all. You and he played together as children, Chen Yefeng reassured him. Old Master Chen added, Old C is just a bit petty. He is upset that his military slot was taken by you, but that cannot be blamed on you. If anyone is to be blamed, it should be me. Had it not been for me, his future would not have been affected. Grandfather, you shouldn't blame yourself. It was merely a consequence of that tumultuous era, Chen Yefeng comforted. Zhao Guan concurred. Ah Feng is right. None of this can be blamed on you. You are indeed our national hero. Enough said. Uncle Lin will join us for dinner tonight, and grandfather and grandmother will come as well. After conversing for a while, Chen Yefeng took his leave. Chapter 189. Incitement. Upon returning home, he shared the news about the fishing boat with his family, expressing his desire to invite Zhao Guan over for a visit. It matters not. So many years have passed, and I have long since set my mind at ease. Inviting him over for dinner is perfectly acceptable. Upon hearing that Zhao Guan intended to sell the fishing boat to his second son at an internal price, Chen's father felt his resentment diminish considerably. In truth, he had reconciled himself to the fact that, even without Zhao Guan, someone else would have filled the vacancy he once held. After all, it was his own failure to pass the political examination that had cost him the opportunity. The family busied themselves preparing a meal, while Chen Yefeng hopped on his bicycle and rode towards his elder brother's home, intending to settle accounts regarding the proceeds from the dried fish and perhaps procure some seafood for dinner that evening. Upon arriving at his brother's residence, he encountered his brother and Uncle Wu pushing a cart back from the dock. He parked his bicycle aside and lent a hand. He did not spot his younger uncle at first, only to discover he was ambling along behind them with the aid of a cane. Despite his still healing foot, he had the audacity to contemplate chasing after the tide. It was unclear what he was thinking. Of course, this might not have been his own desire, but rather the whim of the matchmaker he was seeing. As Chen Yefeng assisted in pushing the cart into the yard, he indeed noticed Zhang Yang's matchmaker at his elder brother's home, seemingly awaiting their return from the sea. In a previous life, this woman had been Aji's wife, and he knew her all too well. Since Aji had taken her home, the Bai family had been embroiled in chaos. This woman was formidable through her own machinations. She had sowed discord between Aji and his two elder brothers, even straining their relations with Bai father and Bai mother. Aji would often come to him for solace over drinks, lamenting her many faults. Yang Mantao cast a glance at Chen Yefeng, her expression revealing a hint of arrogance. In her eyes, one could discern a trace of pride, perhaps stemming from the substantial profit Chen Yefeng had inadvertently garnered at her expense, which left her somewhat displeased. In recent days, Chen Yefeng had refrained from joining the tide-chasing excursions, which meant Zhang Yong had reaped quite a bit more profit. Disregarding the woman, Chen Yefeng turned his attention to his brother. He first inquired about their recent haul, learning that their catch had been rather mediocre. The netting primarily yielded an assortment of small fish, while the traps had brought in a few shrimp and crabs. Notably, the traps placed near the rocky area had yielded several plump sea cucumbers. Initially, his brother had intended for Chen Yefeng to sell them at the restaurant in Shikong town, as they were not familiar with the establishment. However, after Chen Yefeng fell ill, he had to sell them himself at the nearby purchasing point. Chen Yefeng then recounted the situation regarding the dried fish. All the dried fish sold out. How could that be so swift? There must have been several hundred pounds. Chen Yexin expressed disbelief, having thought that the dried fish would take months to sell, yet his younger brother had managed to dispose of them all in just 2 days. Brother, do you still doubt it? The money has been collected. We shall dine at the old residence this evening and settle our accounts then. Very well. I hear it is to rain tomorrow, so we shall take a day of rest. After saying this, Chen Yexin instructed his brother to gather some seafood to take home. The assorted fish, shrimp, and crabs were indeed too tempting to leave behind, as some were priced so low that selling them would seem a waste. It was far more satisfying to bring them home for a delightful meal. Chen Yefeng nodded and took a basket to select the seafood. Meanwhile, Yang Mantao's eyes sparkled with fervor as she watched him, nearly bursting with indignation. She too wished to take some shrimp and crabs back for her large family, abundant with siblings. These assorted fish and crustaceans would be perfect to enrich their meals. Chen Yefeng, however, chose to disregard her peculiar gaze, thinking to himself that he was not taking anything from her, so why should she feel anxious? He was not greedy. He merely gathered enough for tonight's dinner, knowing that excess would only lead to waste. Before departing, he mentioned to his brother about the evening meal at his home. Everyone chimed in, including his brother-in-law, except for Yang Mantaus. As Chen Yefeng rode home with his friend A Kai carrying the catch, Yang Mantaus murmured her discontent to Chen Yefeng. He paused, turning to glance at her with a slightly furrowed brow. Yang Mantaus offered a sheepish smile before turning away, pulling Zhang Yong aside to express her grievances. I hardly said a word, and your brother-in-law seemed displeased. I was only thinking of everyone. If all the relatives come to take things, how will we manage in the future? I mentioned that his brother took the items without offering any money, and then he shot me a look of disdain. It's just unfair. All right, Mantaus, try not to be upset. Feng is your brother-in-law's own brother. Taking a few inexpensive fish and shrimp is hardly a problem. What do you mean not a problem? Just because it's inexpensive doesn't mean it can be taken freely. He didn't put in any effort. He just takes what he wants. If he gets used to this, he'll come every time we return from the sea. That won't happen. Feng is not that type of person. If it were to be so, I would certainly oppose it. Yong, I'm looking out for your best interests. After all, this fishing boat is partly yours, and as a son of the Zhang family, you should claim your rightful share. It shouldn't all be dictated by your brother-in-law. I'm telling you, your kindness often leads to being taken advantage of. Yes, I know you mean well. By the way, they are all going to Feng's home for dinner tonight. Should we join? I have no intention of going. He didn't even invite me. When dinner time arrived, the Chen family home was bustling with excitement, the table laden with an array of delicious dishes that would make anyone's mouth water. Besides Ji and Pang, Zhao Gowen also made an appearance, having brought along a bottle of Wulianya, a fine liquor that costs several hundred per bottle and rivals the quality of Matai, obtained through special channels. Upon seeing the bottle of Wulianya, Chen's father's eyes gleamed with delight. He was a true connoisseur of fine spirits, unable to resist their allure. After decades without a word exchanged, Chen's father and Zhao Gowen sat together, sharing laughter and seemingly catching up on years of untold stories. When his brothers arrived, they noted the absence of their brother-in-law and his date. Seeing that they were not present, Chen Yefeng felt a sense of relief. He truly wished to avoid the presence of Yang Mantao during this joyous occasion, especially with Aji also in attendance. He could hardly fathom the scene of them all seated together at the same table. Feng, what about the roasted pig? Has that little pig not been prepared? Pang glanced at the dishes before him, noticing the absence of the roasted pig, and felt an undeniable sense of disappointment. You mustn't eat Dudu. Dudu is our dear friend. Naughty Uncle Pang. How could we possibly eat Dudu when he is so wonderful? Indeed, can your conscience allow such a thing? As soon as Pang finished speaking, he was met with a chorus of disapproval from the children. The little piglet had already become their cherished companion, and they had even bestowed upon it the name Dudu.